Family. Who would have thought that I, Yi Fan, was a loser for 3 years after crossing over? The moment I opened the door, Emperor Disaster stood in front of me and said that I had a betrothal with Kaido's daughter Yamato, completely bewildering me. After the wedding, I was bound to his system, and in order to become stronger, I planned to take Yamato to Sky Island. How do I break this situation? It's so thrilling. Who would have thought that as soon as I opened the door, Emperor Disaster stood in front of me and said that I had a betrothal with Kaido's daughter Yamato, and this fortune hit me like a ton of bricks. After 3 years of being a loser in this world, I was suddenly going to marry Yamato, and after the wedding, I was bound to his system. In the future, to become stronger, I planned to take Yamato to Sky Island. How do I break this situation? Who understands this? Family. The moment I opened the door, there was a guy standing at the entrance, 6 meters tall, completely black with big wings. I took a closer look. Isn't that Emperor Disaster, the strongest henchman of the Beast Pirates? He immediately said, "Your mother arranged a betrothal for you with Kaido's daughter Yamato. You'll get married at 25. Now come with me." I was dumbfounded. How could such a fortune just fall on my head like this? Let me tell you, this story has to start from the beginning. My name is Yi Fan, and I'm a traveler who has been in this world of One Piece for 3 years. My identity is just an ordinary loser. The island I'm on, Broccoli Island, is nominally a member state, but in reality, it's just a sucker. The king, to pay the sky gold, buys arms from Doflamingo every year to fight neighboring countries. My cheap dad died in battle, and my mom followed him. As an ordinary person without any weapons, going to the battlefield is just sending myself to die, right? To avoid becoming cannon fodder, I have to pay a large tax every year. So that day, when I heard the knock 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 sound that seemed like someone was going to demolish my house, my first reaction was, "No way, sir. Is it time for another tax increase?" But when I opened the door, the scene I described at the beginning happened. Emperor Disaster, the strongest monster under Kaido, stood right in front of me. My legs went weak. This guy could single-handedly destroy our entire island. I nervously asked him what he wanted, and he asked if I was called Yi Fan and if my mother was called Yekaterina. I said yes, and then he dropped the bombshell. My mom and Yamato's mom, Elizabeth, are best friends, and they had already arranged our marriage. Before I could even sigh at the absurdity of fate, a large hand grabbed me. Emperor Disaster took me straight up into the sky, heading to Onigashima. Meanwhile, in a large room on Onigashima, Kaido was chatting with his daughter Yamato. Yamato was holding the marriage contract, looking stunned. Kaido, as if nothing was wrong, was holding a wine jug and said, "This is your mother's dying wish. Either marry him or use your kanabo to kill him." After saying that, he wandered off. Let me tell you, in Kaido's eyes, no man in the world is worthy of his daughter, and he doesn't care about this marriage contract at all. But Yamato does care. Although she fights against Kaido every day, she truly respects her mother. So, even with 1,000 questions in her heart, she decided to honor the agreement. A few hours later, I was thrown into this room by Emperor Disaster like a sack of potatoes, and he left without looking back. I looked up and saw a tall girl with long white hair, Kaido's daughter, Yamato. I knew right away that whether I could live a good life in the future depended entirely on her. I quickly took the initiative to greet her. "Hello, my name is Yi Fan." Yamato, size me up. I am 2 meters tall, which is quite strong among ordinary people. But the problem is, Yamato is 2 meters 60. Who understands, family? When I stood up, my line of sight was just level with her impressive chest. She was very direct. "Hello, I am Yamato, your fiancé. I will honor the marriage contract, but I will not stay at home to be a good wife and mother. I want to go on adventures at sea like Kazuki Oden." I was furious my wife couldn't admire another man in her heart. Kazuki Oden? No way. I immediately realized that Yamato had been locked up since childhood, yearning for freedom, and after reading Oden's diary, she was just like a girl who was infatuated with a star, right? I can handle this. Before I crossed over, I was a web novelist. I immediately said, "Actually, I am a novelist." "Yamato, would you like to hear the stories I've written?" Yamato's eyes lit up at the mention of stories. So I started telling her, beginning with 30 years in the East, 30 years in the West, do not bully the youth for being poor, and laid out the plot of Battle Through the Heavens and other stories about leveling up and fighting clearly for her, finally leading to the story of the Supreme Emperor. Let me tell you, the effect was outstanding. We leaned against each other, and I talked for over 10 hours while she listened for over 10 hours. Compared to Kazuki Oden's sailing diary, my fantasy universe was simply like elementary school essays. In just one day, Yamato successfully stopped idolizing Kazuki Oden and became my #1 little fan. Then I got married. My father-in-law is Kaido of the Beasts. The wedding took place on Onigashima, and although it was called a wedding, it was actually a wild party for the Beast Pirates. There was alcohol and meat everywhere, and aside from hanging a few red lanterns, it had nothing to do with a wedding. The main seat was occupied by Kaido, with the three disasters and flying six below, and a sea of people beneath them. I was dressed in a handsome suit, standing among a group of monsters averaging 5 to 6 meters tall, feeling immense pressure. The wedding host was actually Queen, as he was the most cultured among the illiterates. He started by leading the toast, and the entire wedding process was just about drinking, drinking, and more drinking. Once Yamato and I exchanged rings, she shyly bent down to put it on me. Just at the moment when Queen announced that we were officially married, I heard a ding in my head. Congratulations to the host on getting married and binding the multiverse skill system. Here it comes, my long-awaited golden finger. On the surface, I was drinking with everyone, downing glass after glass, while my mind was already frantically studying the system. This system is very simple. By changing the plot of One Piece, I can draw lots to obtain skills from other worlds. Since I got married to Yamato, that counts as changing the plot, giving me a chance to draw a lot. The roulette was filled with amazing worlds. Naruto, Bleach, One Punch Man. I thought to myself, if I could just get a Bankai, or a serious punch, I could walk through the new world. In the end, the pointer spun and finally stopped steadily at the world of Doraemon. I almost spat out a mouthful of blood. With so many powerful options, you give me the blue fat cat. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the first skill, Anywhere Door. Oh, an Anywhere Door. Upon careful consideration, it's not bad. This thing is better than the door fruit. I can open a door to any place I can think of without needing to go there first. It's a top-tier auxiliary skill. But the problem is, this thing doesn't add combat power. In the Beast Pirates, the law of the jungle prevails. What's the use of only being able to escape? I was worrying about this when I downed a dozen strong drinks, and everything went black in front of me, causing me to collapse directly onto the table. Kaido looked at me with disdain. You passed out after just a dozen drinks. Really useless. But my wife Yamato was not having it. She is now my diehard fan and immediately retorted, Yi-fan doesn't have your monster body. We'll take him back to the room. You all drink slowly. After saying that, she directly picked me up and walked away. Kaido looked at his daughter's back and seemed quite pleased, thinking that his daughter's attitude toward him had improved a lot after getting married. What a father, truly one of a kind. The next day, I woke up with a terrible headache, and as soon as I opened my eyes, I saw Yamato practicing with her heavy kanabo beside me. When she saw I was awake, she immediately ran over excitedly. Quick, quick, what happened next? What happened to the Supreme Emperor? I spent 3 days thoroughly brainwashing Yamato with fantasy stories like Battle Through the Heavens and Shrouded Heaven. Now in her mind, Kazuki Oden is just a loser who had all the advantages and still lost her idol, must be a real man like the Supreme Emperor who can pluck the stars and traverse tens of thousands of miles with a single sword. Done. My wife has become my loyal fan, and my plan can now begin. Using her to change the plot and grind skill points. I checked the date. It's May 18th, 1522, in the Haiwan calendar. Luffy sets sail on May 5th, which means the main crew has been on their journey for 13 days. The Marineford War happens on July 12th, so from the time Luffy set sail to causing chaos at the Marine headquarters, it only took 68 days. Time is tight. The plot in East Blue is no longer feasible. What lies ahead of me is either going to Alabasta to fight Crocodile or going to Sky Island to deal with Enel. After some thought, I decisively chose Sky Island. Crocodile is a warlord of the sea and Alabasta is a member country. If we from the Beast Pirates go and take him down, it would be like declaring war on the Marines. Kaido might not be afraid, but I am. What if he hands me over to take the blame? Sky Island is different. It's a no man's land, and the Rumble fruit is way cooler than the Sand fruit. So I deliberately told half of the new story and then, with a worried expression, said to Yamato, Wife, I want to become stronger too. I don't want to be someone who can only rely on your protection. Yamato helplessly responded, but your physique is too weak, unless you can eat a powerful devil fruit. The opportunity arose. I said, I happen to know the location of a powerful Logia-type fruit, and the user is very weak. Yamato, being kind-hearted, immediately said, I won't kill someone for power. I had anticipated this, and quickly explained how Enel cruelly ruled over Sky Island. Yamato's sense of justice instantly surged. If he is truly that evil, I will definitely take him down myself and liberate Sky Island. But then she worried, Sky Island is so far away, my father definitely won't let me leave Wano. I smiled mysteriously. As long as you are willing to help me leave here, I have a way. I walked to the door of the room and activated my free gate ability. If you open this door, we can get to Sky Island. Yamato had a look on her face that said, Are you messing with me? I quickly reassured her. My beautiful, lovely, gentle, and considerate wife. How could I deceive you? Just open it and take a look. She opened the door, half believing, and the next second, she was completely stunned. Outside the door was not Onigashima, but a street made of clouds, with an entirely different architectural style. She immediately became serious. Husband, is this your fruit ability? Don't you know a person can't eat 2 devil fruits? Oh, she's concerned about me now. I hurried to explain, don't worry, this is not a devil fruit. It is a technology called the Freedom Gate. To confirm that I wasn't lying to her, Yamato stepped through the gate and arrived at the Sky Island. She looked at the bustling street, yet it was eerily silent, which puzzled her. I told her that Enel claimed to be a god and used the sound network to monitor the entire island. Anyone who dared to speak loudly would be struck dead by lightning. Yamato was furious. This guy is too evil. It seems I must eliminate him today to save the residents here. Her voice was already loud, and as soon as she said this, everyone on the street suddenly knelt down, banging their heads on the ground like garlic, begging the deity for mercy. Yamato was infuriated by this scene. At that moment, a massive bolt of lightning descended from the sky, heading straight for us. Enel had heard it, but how could Yamato be afraid of this? To protect me, an ordinary person, she directly exhaled a breath of cold air, and with her ice teeth, that bolt of lightning was instantly frozen into an ice sculpture in midair. Yamato boldly announced to the kneeling people, "Get up. Today I will deal with Enel and give you back your freedom." Enel, hearing this from above, was completely enraged, and his voice boomed like thunder. "You and the lowly peasants around you shall all die." The sky instantly darkened with thick clouds, and lightning snakes danced wildly. He intended to wipe out the thousands of people on the entire street. Damn, this guy is even more ruthless than Black Carbon Snake. Yamato is truly angry this time. She can't stand tyrants who kill innocents indiscriminately. She picked up her spiked bat, wrapped it in armament hockey, and with a single ice slash, blasted it into the sky, instantly clearing the dark clouds. She picked me up and was about to charge forward, but I quickly stopped her. "Don't rush. Open that door next to us." We directly used the free door to appear on Enel's golden ship, the Ark Maxim. Enel looked at the two of us who suddenly appeared, still wearing that annoying expression, and disdainfully said, "Interesting ability, but mere mortals cannot defeat a god." As he spoke, he unleashed a 30 million volts thunder beast, and a giant wolf made of lightning lunged at us. Yamato stood in front of me, her spiked bat covered in armament hockey, and delivered a home run straight at the thunder wolf. The electric wolf flew back at a speed even faster than it came, crashing right into Enel's face. With a crackling sound, Enel, the user of the Rumble fruit, experienced being shocked for the first time. He was charred all over, emitting the smell of grilled meat, and his face twisted in anger. Wow, this guy is completely broken. He was shouting damn it, like he was about to stomp his feet in frustration. Yamato didn't let him off easy, directly mocking him. "With your little skills, you dare to call yourself a god? Controlling the lives and deaths of hundreds of thousands? I think you should prepare to go down and report to King Yama." Upon hearing this, Enel was about to explode with rage. "Damn mortals! Let me show you the power of a god." I watched as electric lights crackled all over his body, and he transformed into a lightning giant several dozen meters tall. Wow, is he cosplaying as Ultraman? With a move called 200 million volts Thunder God, a lightning fist larger than a cooking pot came crashing down toward Yamato. But who was my Yamato? Kaido's own daughter. She remained calm, and just as the giant fist was about to hit her face, she swung her wolf fawn club with all her might and shouted, "Thunderclap, 8 trigrams. I'm telling you, this move is no joke. This is the signature skill of my father-in-law Kaido, one of the 4 emperors. The black lightning wrapped around, it is Conqueror's Haki. It's the top-tier attack method on this sea, a true dimensional strike. Enel, that country bumpkin, has been holed up in Skypiea his whole life. How would he have seen this? He doesn't even know what armament Haki is. When he saw that black lightning, he thought it was the same as his own electricity, and foolishly tried to clash his lightning fist against it, shouting, using lightning to fight against the Thunder God? You ridiculous mortal. Bang. A loud noise. The scene was like an egg hitting a diamond. His proud 200 million volts were like a little electric mosquito swatter in front of Conqueror's Haki, instantly dispersed with a zap, not even leaving a spark. Then, with a whoosh, Yamato's Kanabo came crashing through, piercing right through him, heart cold, spirit soaring. Enel looked down at the big hole in his chest, his face twisted in anger, instantly turning into pure confusion. How is this possible? Buddy, there's nothing impossible about it. You're just a newbie village boss. Don't take yourself too seriously. Enel defeated. He may have fallen, but my heart is racing even faster than his. Why? The Rumble fruit, folks. Let me tell you, this devil fruit has a setting. When a user dies, the fruit will randomly find a nearby fruit to be reborn. Isn't that just like opening a blind box? And it's a super hidden version. I was so furious that my eyes almost popped out, frantically searching the Ark's proverbs. This is the Thunder Fruit, with speed like light and world-destroying lightning attacks. It's absolutely the pinnacle of the natural type. Luffy could defeat him purely because of the protagonist's halo and rubber insulation. If it were someone else, they would have been turned to ashes by the electricity. As an ordinary person who traveled here, with no background or lineage, wanting to survive in this world full of monsters, this fruit is my biggest trump card. Finally, in a basket filled with fruits, I saw a fruit that looked like a silver pineapple with circles of lightning patterns on it. That's it. No doubt about it. I didn't care about the legendary demon fruit being as disgusting as shit. I grabbed it and devoured it in just a few bites. Who cares? I'll eat it first and talk later. The next second, I felt a peculiar energy flowing through my body, and when I raised my hand, a small arc of electricity sparked at my fingertips. Although this little bit of electricity is probably only enough to charge a phone, it doesn't matter. I'm not expecting to become a god of thunder right away. My first step is to practice elementalization. With this, who can even hit me? Fighting? Please. With my top-tier fighters, my father-in-law and wife around, why would I go to the front lines? I'm just responsible for looking good and making a quick getaway. Just taking the fruit and leaving? That's too easy. I'm an excellent explorer, you know? For an explorer, taking advantage of opportunities is basic operation. This Sky Island is filled with gold. I pointed at the dozens of tons heavy golden bell in the distance and said to Yamato, "Baby, do you see that? It's a trophy. Let's take it back to Demon Island." As soon as Yamato heard about the loot, her eyes lit up, and she was incredibly excited. She jumped off the ship and walked to the base of the golden bell, which was over 10 meters high. With a hug, she effortlessly lifted it back onto the ship, just like lifting a large dumbbell. With a loud crash, the entire arc of the Covenant sank several meters, and I quickly used my newly acquired lightning abilities to charge the arc desperately, just to barely stabilize it. Wow, that strength was simply like a human crane, providing an overwhelming sense of security. We sailed on this luxury ship, renamed Golden Boat by Yamato, and took another stroll around Sky Island before directly passing through a special gate back to Demon Island. As soon as we appeared, the guards at the entrance were stunned and started shouting, "Enemy attack! Enemy attack!" But Yamato put her hands on her hips and shouted back, "What are you shouting for? This is my ship." When the guards saw it was their young master, they immediately stood at attention, not daring to breathe. Yamato proudly announced, "Look closely. This golden boat will be my warship from now on. Anyone who recognizes it wrongly will be thrown into the sea to feed the fish." Once back in a room, after enjoying a delicious dinner, Yamato leaned against me, wanting me to tell her story. Since she had behaved so well today, I had to give her a reward. However, what excited me even more was that early the next morning, my golden finger system notified me that I could draw lottery again. I quickly started the roulette, watching the worlds pass by on the screen, silently hoping for an awesome one. As a result, the pointer dinged and stopped on Resident Evil. At that time, I saw an old man on the subway looking at his phone. What's going on? What good things can there be in a zombie world? The strongest, there would only have a bounty of a few million berries at most, right? As a result, when the system reward came out, I was stunned. Perfect T-virus potion production method. The description said, this virus can optimize genes, significantly enhance strength, speed, and recovery, with no mutation side effects. My mind buzzed and started racing. This thing. If it's used by the Beast Pirates, their combat power would just take off, right? The Beast Pirates are my family now. My wife will inherit everything in the future, and her things are my things, right? I can't allow that Straw Hat Kid, Luffy, to easily take down my home in 2 years. It has to be done. To make this thing, I need to find professionals and specialized equipment. The first person that popped in my mind is that science-loving fat guy, Queen, one of the 3 main members. I greeted Yamato, who was swinging a mace in the gym, and she immediately sent a subordinate named Arya to take me over. After several turns, we arrived at a secluded corner, but Arya didn't dare to go further and quietly said to me, "Your Highness, Lord Quinn's laboratory has leaked a virus before, and everyone is afraid to go near it." What am I afraid of? I'm a natural system now. I walked into the laboratory, filled with all sorts of bizarre mechanical devices, the sense of technology at its peak. That fat guy Quinn was facing away from me, tinkering with a mechanical arm. Hearing me enter, he shouted without turning around, "Didn't I say not to bother me while I'm doing experiments?" This guy, I know he's jealous that I married Yoda. Sure enough, the next second, his mechanical arm snapped with a crack, and the spring in the middle suddenly sprang out, launching his fist like a cannonball right at my face. Is he trying to show me who's boss and embarrass me? Unfortunately, buddy, I'm not the same as I used to be. I didn't move at all. My body suddenly transformed into a flash of lightning, easily dodging his punch. Then I slowly revealed my form and coldly said, "Play Quinn, are you crazy? How dare you attack me?" Quinn abruptly turned around, and upon seeing my elemental ability, his small eyes widened in shock as he exclaimed, "Nature System? You're actually a Nature System ability user?" His attitude instantly flipped 180 degrees, and his face was filled with a fawning smile. "Oh, it's the Prince Consort. What brings you to this shabby place?" "I'll get straight to the point. I want to borrow your equipment and materials to develop a virus." As soon as he heard the word virus, Quinn's eyes lit up. He had always been at odds with that guy, Yin Zai-Jin. One believed in technology while the other believed in personal strength, and they argued every time they met. Now, hearing that I also wanted to engage in scientific research, he immediately considered me one of his own. If he could pull me into heat to his side, wouldn't it be just a matter of time before he replaced Yin Zai-Jin as the second in command? "No problem. Prince Consort, you came to the right person." Quinn's expression changed instantly, smiling like a blooming chrysanthemum. All the equipment here was sourced from the kingdom of future technology. We could create any kind of virus. With his expertise assisting me, things became much simpler. I took out the formula and began to produce the perfect T-virus. At first, Quinn was a bit dismissive, thinking no one understood virology better than he did. But as he watched me operate step by step, his expression grew increasingly serious. And in the end, he even leaned in and asked quietly, "Prince Consort, is this T-virus acting on a genetic level? Are you trying to change the bloodline factors?" I nodded. "That's right." Quinn was so excited that his whole body was shaking with fat. "Isn't this the technology for artificial devil fruits? It can allow devil fruit users to consume it?" "Theoretically, yes," I said, pretending to be profound, "but the specific effects will have to wait until we make it and test it on someone." Soon, with Quinn's help, the first vial of green T-virus serum was completed. Quinn looked at the vial, his eyes turned red, and he snatched it away, wanting to inject it into himself. He had been thinking for too long about pinning down and rubbing against the flames of disaster. I quickly stopped him. "Don't rush. Let's find someone to test the effects first. Safety comes first." Quinn was so touched that he was about to cry, thinking I was concerned about him. Little did he know, I was just afraid that if he went crazy after the injection, I would be the first one he took down. As we walked out of the laboratory, Quinn immediately spotted the Batman patrolling in the sky. This guy had a pair of black wings and looked a bit like the Flame Calamity, so Quinn had always found him displeasing. Well, isn't this a perfect opportunity for personal revenge? "You, get down here," Quinn shouted at the Batman. The poor Batman turned pale at the thought of being used as a new experimental subject for the serum. You see, the success rate of the artificial devil fruit is only 1 in 10, and failure would turn him into a useless being who just laughs foolishly. He didn't dare to resist and could only close his eyes and extend his arm. Just as Quinn was about to give him the injection, Peggy 1 and Run T, the sibling duo from the Flying Six, happened to be patrolling nearby. I had a sudden inspiration and said to them, "Just in time, you can help. Later, when this bat monster is transformed, Peggy 1, you'll have a match with him." As soon as Peggy 1 heard this, he laughed, and his expression seemed to say, "Are you kidding me? A bottom-tier giver like him is even qualified to fight against someone like me, who is a 6-cell flyer." He laughed heartily, saying him, "I'm afraid I might accidentally kill him with just one punch." I said faintly, "You don't have to take responsibility for this. Just give it your all. If you lose, let him take the seat of the 6-wing monster." As soon as I finished speaking, Quinn plunged the syringe in. A minute later, the body of the bat monster began to undergo violent changes. The T-virus within him and his artificial fruit genes started to clash wildly, and he howled in pain as his muscles and bones rapidly changed and reorganized. I had long retreated 100 meters away using the power of the thunder fruit. Watching the scene unfold, I explained to the stunned Quinn beside me, "Don't panic. The T-virus is forcibly optimizing his bloodline factor. If successful, his fruit ability will evolve." Upon hearing this, Quinn's breathing became rapid, strengthening the bloodline factor. What does that mean? It means that ordinary zoan types can evolve into ancient types. Ancient types can evolve into mythical types. A few minutes later, the bat monster stopped roaring. It stood up, undergoing a tremendous transformation. For sharp bone spines appeared on its black wings, and its entire aura became wild and arrogant. "I feel I can destroy everything." It laughed maniacally, casting a disdainful gaze at Pejuan. "Pejuan, it's your turn," I said. "Oomph, a drug waste." Pejuan instantly transformed into Spinosaurus form, and charged forward with a roar. The two monsters immediately engage in the most brutal hand-to-hand combat, each punch landing with a force that shook the ground. The members of the beast pirates who rushed over upon hearing the commotion were all stunned. A low-tier giver could actually exchange blows with Lord Flying Six? All the real fighters and givers looked at me with eyes full of heat and desire. The battle quickly escalated. Pejuan seized an opportunity, opened his massive jaws, and with a crunch, bit off half of the bat monster's wing. Ha ha ha. A waste is just a waste. Pejuan was about to burst into laughter. But in the next second, everyone was dumbfounded. Where the bat monster's wing had been severed, there was no blood at all. Countless flesh buds were writhing madly, growing, and in less than 2 seconds, a brand new, intact wing grew back. Pejuan was instantly stunned, the half wing he had in his mouth dropping to the ground, his jaw nearly hitting the floor. Let me tell you, it's true that Zoan types have strong recovery. But have you ever seen a Zoan type that comes with its own resurrection armor? Can this effect not be satisfying? I tell you, while I was watching from the side, I was overjoyed. This perfect T-virus is simply tailor-made for the beast pirates as a cheat. For ordinary people, it just means being a bit healthier, turning into a super strong man. But for those with devil fruit powers, wow, that is called a second evolution. Both the person and the fruit are super doubled, directly breaking through species limitations. Now that we have this thing, what is there to fear about the Nika fruit? Everyone can go Super Saiyan. I immediately told that fat Quinn to stop fighting and hurry up to share this monumental good news with my father-in-law Kaido. Quinn, being a straightforward person, charged into the arena, landing 2 punches as big as iron pots, knocking down Pejuan and the Bat Monster, announcing that the Bat Monster had ascended on the spot and was promoted to a real fighter. Let me tell you, Quinn's attitude has done a complete 180. One moment he was looking at me with disdain, and the next he was practically hugging my leg and calling me good brother, grinning and saying, "Prince, dear Prince." He was begging me to let him use the best potion first. I've been annoyed by that expressionless show-off, Gene, for a long time. What can I say? Of course. I patted him on the shoulder and said, "Don't worry, we're both in the tech game. I have to stand by you. It's more convenient to have more allies when stirring up trouble." So, we went arm in arm to find Kaido. That old man was still the same, getting himself drunk with a big gourd of wine. When he saw that Quinn and I were as close as peas in a pod, his eyes nearly popped out. Quinn, being the impatient type, immediately started explaining the effects of the T-virus, and by the end of it, Kaido was half sober, his eyes filled with shock. "Can this thing be mass-produced?" I said, "It can be done, but there's a problem." Kaido waved his hand. "It's not a problem. I'll solve it for you." I shook my head. "You can't solve it. This thing costs too much money." Just that one vial emptied out the entire resources of the Queen's lab, all filled with expensive genetic materials. Queen quickly added, "Boss, the cost of one injection is estimated to be 5 million berry, but the success rate is 100%. Much more cost-effective than that artificial fruit." When Kaido heard this, he immediately called for Jin. Who is Jin? The Beast Pirate's chief steward, the money bag. And guess what? Jin, that poker face guy, came over, shrugged his shoulders, and said 3 words. "Boss, we have no money." Family, who understands? I was stunned on the spot. Queen was even more furious, pointing at Jin's nose and cursing. "Are you afraid this serum will steal your thunder, deliberately not giving money?" Jin, being tough too, coldly retorted, "Do you know how many givers we have raised? 500. On average, each person needs to consume 10 fruits to succeed, and each fruit costs 5 million. Over the years, we've already spent 250 billion. When this number came out, the whole place fell silent. Queen was dumbfounded, I was dumbfounded, even Kaido, the 4 emperors himself, was dumbfounded. Our top pirate crew, occupying Wano country, is actually broke. Kaido's old face first turned blue, then white, and then he smashed the wine gourd with a bang, letting out a thunderous roar. "We are pirates. If we have no money, we'll go rob. Tell those little brats below, whoever brings back the most money gets the first injection. Give me a ranking list for spending money." Now, everything in the new world turned into a mess. With Kaido's order, his subordinates rushed out like rabid dogs, robbing anyone they saw. Over there in Dressrosa, Doflamingo was dumbfounded. "Wait, brother, aren't we allies? Why are you even robbing my ship?" On Cake Island, Big Mom was so angry she couldn't even eat her cake, pounding the table and roaring, "Kaido, you bastard! Do you want to go to war with me? Fight back!" The red-haired pirates also received the news, and after Jesus Burgess finished his report, Shanks rubbed his chin, his eyes sharpening. Kaido must be crazy for money. Seems like something big is about to happen. Even on the Moby Dick, old Whitebeard was so furious he almost pulled out his 4 drip to get out of bed and fight. being held tightly by Marco. The old man roared, "I may be old, but I'm not dead. How dare Kaido touch my people?" The little soldiers below were red-eyed, eager to jump the queue for the injection. But the Flying Six, those bee kings, directly opened their eyes to the biggest piece of fat meat, the sky gold. At that moment, Page One was a bit timid, whispering to his sister Ultai, "Sis, robbing the sky gold. Doesn't T that mean we'll go to war with the Navy?" Ultai slapped him on the head. "What are you afraid of? Think about it. That bat monster can fight you to a standstill with just one injection. If all 6 of us get injected, our strength will at least be at the level of the 3 main banners. At that time, what Navy are we afraid of? If we pull this off, we'll have the greatest merit, the first batch to get injected. Our status will be secure." When the others heard this, they all got excited. Black Maria even threw a flirtatious glance at Page One and said, "Don't worry, little Page. The ones escorting the sky gold are at most a few Navy vice admirals. Are you afraid of Vice Admiral?" When Page One heard this, his pride kicked in, shouting, "Who is afraid? Even if the main fleet's vice admirals come, they're no match for me." Then Drake quietly chimed in, "What if Garp comes? Would you handle him too?" Page One immediately wilted, forgetting about that old monster Garp. "I heard from my subordinates on Ghost Island that the Flying Six were going to pull off a big job." As soon as I heard that, I thought, wow, isn't this a perfect plot point coming my way? I had to go. I directly used a free gate to parachute onto their ship. They were all startled, and Runty asked me what I was doing there. I said, "Stealing gold from the sky is such a fun thing. You have to take me along. I also want to catch a celestial dragon to keep as a pet." As soon as I said this, Drake and Fuzzfur's faces turned pale, and they both urged me in unison, "Your Highness, you can't do that. If you capture a celestial dragon, the Admiral will come, and that will be a fight to the death with the world government." I looked up at the Navy ship across from us, and lo and behold, wasn't that Charlos? The one with the glass dome, dripping snot, and later punched away by Luffy like an ultimate abstract snot bug. "Fine, today it's decided it's you." I made a plan in my mind and reassured them verbally. All right, I'll listen to you. Let us grab some money first and avoid trouble." However, Charlos had a different idea. Upon seeing us, he was as excited as a child with a new toy, immediately grabbing a pure gold hunting rifle and shooting at Pejuan. The bullet was just a tickle, but Pejuan's face turned green with anger. Following that, the snot bug spotted Runty and Black Maria through his telescope, practically drooling, and screamed, "What beautiful pirates! Quick, capture those 2 women for me. I've never had such rare slaves." Although his CP0 subordinates knew they were walking into a death trap, they could only brace themselves and charge over using Jeppo. Sister Black Maria didn't indulge him at all. She directly used her technique, binding Maria, ensnaring all of them in countless spider webs, then breathed fire on them, instantly incinerating them in midair. Charlos was not only unafraid, but even more excited, turning to the escorting warship and shouting, "You useless Navy! Hurry up! Capture those 2 women alive for me." On the warship, the faces of Generals Weasel and Ghost Spider darkened, cursing this celestial dragon 1,000 times in their hearts. Ghost Spider shouted at us with a stiff upper lip, "The other side is a celestial dragon. Do you beast pirates want to declare war on the Navy?" As soon as I heard this, I realized it wasn't good. How did it escalate to this? Can I get them to resolve this? I immediately shouted at the 6 pilots. "There are only 2 lieutenant generals. What are you afraid of? Let's take them down, and when we get back, I'll give all 6 of you injections." As soon as I said this, Peggy and the others were like they had been injected with adrenaline, shouting and pushing the ship forward. The Weasel saw that the negotiations had collapsed and quickly ordered the cannons to fire, while telling his aide, "Hurry, request reinforcements from headquarters. Get Admiral Kizuru over here." My ears perked up, and as soon as I heard the name Kizuru, my heart skipped a beat. If that old sick showed up, we would all be done for. No way, I can't let him come. I wasn't going to hold back anymore. I unleashed my full power on the spot, raising both hands to the sky, and directly launched a move called 10,000 Thunder. In an instant, thousands of bolts of lightning rained down like they were free, causing the sea around those warships to boil violently. The Ghost Spider saw that most of the lightning missed and mocked me, saying, "Kid, your ability is good, but unfortunately, your aim is too poor. You can't even take down a small minion." I chuckled coldly in my heart and replied, "My goal is not to be one of your Navy soldiers. I tell you, when I unleash my thunder, their faces turn green. Why? Because I'm not targeting those little soldiers at all. These naval warships are all made of steel lumps created by that old guy Vegapunk. They're impressive, but they have a fatal weakness, conductivity." Well, his adjutant was immediately on the verge of breaking down, rushing over and shouting desperately, "It's bad, General Weasel. All the phone bugs on the ship have been electrocuted. The face of General Weasel instantly turned from white to black, like a Sichuan opera face-changing act. He finally understood that my move was to cut off their communication. Without phone bugs, where can you call for help? Still hoping for Admiral Kizaru to come to the rescue? Dream on. Furious, he slammed his fist on the table, drew his sword, and roared, even without reinforcements. You won't take the gold from the sky. I waved my hand and said, family, the internet is down on the other side. No support left. Let's go. Grab the gold from the sky. That little girl, Runty, let me tell you, she usually looks cute and like a little anime girl. But as soon as she hears it's time to fight, her eyes light up. Don't worry, Prince. Goodness, her voice is so sweet. And in the next second, she transforms. In her dragon form, on all fours, she embodies the aesthetics of violence. What she loves to do most is use her dragon's iron head to smash people's heads open. She was the first to jump onto the Navy's ship, with her brother Pejuin and Fuzz Fu following closely behind. Those two vice admirals, Weasel and Ghost Spider, were instantly stunned. Originally, they could barely handle one flying six. But now facing three, they were directly pressed to the ground and struggled in a bitter fight. While the battle raged on, I didn't have time to watch the show. Robbing money? That's too small-minded, brother. My target from the very beginning has been that luxurious cruise ship floating in the back and that dead fat guy on it wearing a glass helmet. The Celestial Dragon. Charlo Saint. Why, you ask? Who understands, family? I came from another world. I know that this guy is going to be knocked away by Luffy in a month and a half, triggering a major event. If I beat him up now, so he can't get out of bed, won't that change the plot and give me plot points? I have no respect for these world nobles at all. I instantly teleported onto his ship in a flash. His CP0 bodyguards didn't even have time to react before I took them all down in one go. Surprisingly, this fat guy wasn't scared at all. He looked at me with disdain and said something about kneeling down and becoming my slave, promising to give me a celestial dragon's hoof mark as a reward. I felt nauseous at that moment. What an ignorant pig. I didn't want to waste another word on him. I threw a punch, and with a loud crash, I shattered his ridiculously stupid glass helmet. Only then did he seem dazed, but he still had the nerve to shout, threatening to call an admiral to come and chop me into pieces, turning everyone in my country into slaves. I thought to myself, are you still howling? It's so annoying. As I turn around, I happen to see a few. Cough, I don't know which unfortunate girl left her panties nearby. Seriously, I didn't have time to think much. I just picked them up and stuffed them in his mouth. The world instantly became quiet. Just shutting him up wasn't enough. I needed to keep him bettered in for a month and a half, stealing the spotlight from that iconic scene where Luffy beats him up. I grabbed a bloody hammer from the weapon rack nearby, something he usually used for his entertainment with slave gladiators, and started smashing his limbs mercilessly. The sound of bones shattering was incredibly crisp. Let me tell you, my technique was aimed at causing a comminuted fracture, ensuring that for the next month and a half, he could do nothing but groan in bed. By the time I finished up, the fight with the Flying Six was also over, and two vice admirals were lying half dead on the deck. Our people began moving things. At that moment, a guy in a cage suddenly knelt down in front of me, crying and begging to join me. After asking, I found out that, good grief, he was another unfortunate soul betrayed by the king and his wife. All right, seeing you in such a miserable state, I'll take you in. This guy's name is Reno. Just then, one of my subordinates brought over a box, and inside was a devil fruit. Without even looking, I tossed it to my new recruit Reno. Eat this, take a few people back to reclaim your country. Eliminate your enemies, and consider it your letter of intent. He immediately bowed to me, tears streaming down his face. He took a bite and wow, it turned out to be an ancient zoantype, the gorilla form. My luck is incredible. After sorting everything out, I opened a door of freedom and swoosh, brought everyone and everything back to Onigashima from thousands of kilometers away. The Flying Six were dumbfounded, and that traitor X, Drake, even tried to pry information out of me, asking what kind of power this door was. I shot back with commercial secret. On the other side, the Navy headquarters was in chaos. The Weasel finally managed to grab a transponder snail to call Sengoku, who slammed the table in anger, while the Gorosei called him and cursed him like a grandson. Old Man Garp was enjoying himself, sneaking some of Sengoku's sunbae while laughing. Ha ha, this little brat is interesting, daring to hit the celestial dragons. Akainu was shouting for blood, demanding to wipe us out, but Vice Admiral Tsuru remained calm, suggesting they discuss the bounty first. In the end, Sengoku made a decision. 150 million berries. Once this bounty was issued, the whole world went wild. Whitebeard praised me as a good kid. Big Mom was furious, jumping up and down, cursing Kaido for not marrying his daughter to her son. Shanks said it was getting more interesting. The funniest part was Hancock from Amazon Lily. She looked at my bounty and immediately fell head over heels, her eyes filled with hearts, declaring me her hero. Unbelievable. Back at Onigashima, I conspired with Kaido and Queen. Now that we had money, we had to hurry and buy materials to create Jean's serums. Queen suggested going to Dressrosa to buy from Doflamingo, but it would take half a month round trip. I immediately said, we can't wait. In front of them, I opened another door of freedom. Kaido was stunned and asked what it was. I tricked him into thinking it was my black technology, a one-time use not mass-producible. Once he heard it couldn't be mass-produced, he lost interest. But that fatso Queen was overly excited, dragging me into the door to meet the Joker. We stepped out, and we were already in Doflamingo's palace. His subordinate, Pika, who had a voice like a quacking duck, charged at me with a punch. What happened? Quinn, who was behind me, didn't even look and just slapped him away, embedding him directly into the wall, unable to pry him out. Doflamingo, sitting on his throne, saw Quinn and let out his signature fufufu laugh, asking what we were there for. Quinn tossed the materials list and said, "Clown, no nonsense. We want as much of this stuff as you have." Doflamingo's eyes lit up when he saw the list, and he greedily said, "These are all good items. 100 sets, 1 billion berries." Quinn, the fat guy with money to burn, was about to agree, but I directly stopped him. 1 billion? Are you robbing us? 500 million. Not a single more. As soon as I said that, Doflamingo's eyes behind his sunglasses clearly squinted. He was probably thinking, who is this kid? How dare he interrupt in front of Quinn? And Quinn hasn't reacted yet. This is interesting. I'm telling you, this turkey guy sounds like an old capitalist as soon as he opens his mouth, whining about being poor, saying that the future tech kingdom has already blown up, and that this thing is now a limited edition antique. Wanting to buy 100 copies for 500 million? Dream on. I laughed at that moment and retorted directly, 500 million for 100 copies, not a penny more. And let me tell you, this is not a one-time deal. It's a long-term ticket, just like that artificial devil fruit from your family. We of the Beast Pirates need as many as we want. Whether to do this business or not, you can weigh it yourself. That guy Doflamingo was scrutinizing me even through his sunglasses. I don't know you. Can you speak for Kaido? Good grief. When it comes to a critical moment, we still have to rely on our own people. That fat guy Quinn is really impressive. He stepped forward and raised his voice by 8 degrees. His name is Yi Fan, our Prince of the Beast Pirates. He is now the second in command. Let me tell you, Quinn's level of comic relief is such that the Yin Society would have to reserve a VIP seat for him. He directly placed me ahead of Jean, probably because he sees us both as tech geeks who appreciate each other. Doflamingo was shocked on the spot. He knew Kaido had a daughter he raised like a son, but he didn't know she was already taken. He immediately changed his expression and smiled like a flower, since it's a long-term procurement. Then 500 million for 100 copies deal, with money and goods settled. Quinn threw in a large box of 500 million berries, and over there, the 100 copies of materials were also delivered. Doflamingo was still testing the waters. We can probably prepare about 100 copies in a month, implying 500 million a month. I drew a bigger pie for him directly. Don't worry, even if it's 100 portions a month, or even 1,000 portions, our Beast Pirates can handle it. As soon as I said this, Doflamingo's mouth practically stretched to his ears. Who can resist a business worth 5 billion a month? I walked out with Quinn, leaving him there ecstatic, hurriedly calling people to check on me. And the result? Before his subordinates could move, the newsbird arrived first. Front page headline, my bounty notice, 150 million berries, with a big line next to it. Son-in-law of Kaido of the 100 Beasts. Now great, my identity and background are established, saving him the trouble. Back at Onigashima, Quinn and I worked through the night, and 100 perfect T-virus serums were produced. But this thing isn't a communal meal. Let me tell you, I'm quite calculating. For our own people, like me, Yamato, my father-in-law, the 3 calamities, and hardcore fans like Paywan, it has to be top-notch. 300 milliliters straight to the brim. 4 fence-sitters like Fuzzfur, just a 200 milliliter token gesture. As for the Navy's Undercover X, Drake, hey, 100 milliliters. Take it or leave it. Only Kaido and I know about this, and my father-in-law particularly appreciates me, saying I figured out the loyalty of his subordinates in just a few days. After a busy day, Kaido urged me to hurry back and accompany my wife. When I returned, good grief, Yamato was still practicing with her bat, laughing and having a good time. Seeing me back, she got furious, saying her dad was treating me like a beast of burden. We snuggled for a while, and she insisted on hearing a story, so I told her about a little girl picking mushrooms. I won't go into details, but 5 hours later, the mushrooms were picked, and Yamato was so tired she fell asleep immediately. Taking advantage of her sleep, I quickly opened my golden finger system. Sure enough, a new plot point arrived. And a lottery. The skill I drew, let me tell you, was incredible because I'm too afraid of pain. I maxed out defense like Remy plus defense value. At that moment, I was thinking in the world of One Piece, is this a godly technique at the level of armament hockey? Or just a trash skill like standing still waiting to die? The next day, I had to test this new skill. Who to find? Runny. Her headbutt is both fierce and direct. But when I went to find her, this little girl was overly enthusiastic, hugging my arm, calling me Prince Consort with every breath. I just wanted to test my defense and asked her to headbutt me without using hockey. She first said haughtily, "A runny headbutt without armament hockey has no soul." I was just about to say forget it and go find her brother Peiwan, when she suddenly blushed and said, "But Runty is willing to use a headbutt without armament hockey for the Prince Consort, who understands family dynamics." After she said that, she directly pressed her forehead against mine, closed her eyes, and puckered her lips, making her intentions crystal clear. I was completely stunned. This misunderstanding had escalated. Just as I hesitated about going with the flow, her brother Peiwan kicked open the door and shouted loudly, "Sister, let us go eat breakfast." Peiwan saw the scene in the room and was immediately petrified. Runty quickly pushed me away, her face flushed, and yelled at her brother. Peiwan was so scared he slammed the door shut and ran away, shouting as he left, "I'll go eat by myself. You two take your time chatting. I feel terrible." Peggy Wan's loud voice has made the whole Ghost Island aware that I'm in Run T.I.'s room. To clear my name, I quickly suggested we have a public duel at the arena. Run T also wanted to clarify, so she agreed immediately. Goodness, the arena was packed, with layers of people watching and placing bets. Some were betting on how many minutes I could last, but no one was betting on me to win. To make her act more convincingly, Run T started with 30 of her strength, but with a loud bang, she ended up holding her head and crying in pain. The audience started to jeer, claiming she was acting and giving the prince a favor. This pushed her to the edge. She directly covered herself with armament hockey and launched a full-power run headbutt straight at my forehead. Black Maria beside her was so shocked that she couldn't even intervene in time. I want to tell you that in that moment, I only felt an irresistible immense force. But it really didn't hurt at all. I was like a bowling pin directly blasted away for dozens of meters, with my feet plowing 2 deep grooves in the ground, and finally crashing with a loud bang against the stone wall of the sea tower behind me. Everyone thought I had been smashed into a meat patty, but I walked out from the rubble, brushed off the dust on my clothes, and said to the dumbfounded Runmy, "Let's continue." Rummy was completely stunned, jumped off the stage with 2 quick hops, shouted that she conceded, and then ran away without looking back. She was scared too. If we continued fighting and I got hurt, she wouldn't know how to explain it to Yamato, and if she didn't hurt me, how could she save face after being defeated? Now, who would dare spread rumors about us? Mission accomplished. With this body of steel and iron, I felt confident. What to do next? I had to give some certain popular characters a boost. The first one that came to mind was that must-die Momonosuke. Calculating the time, he had just crossed over from 20 years ago and was currently in Punk Hazard, starving and preparing to eat that unique mythical Zoan fruit made from Kaido's bloodline factor. Would I let him succeed? Dream on. I directly used my Zazaiman ability and jumped straight to Punk Hazard. I couldn't be bothered with Caesar's nonsense and headed straight for the abandoned laboratory where the fruit was stored. Great. The fruit is still there. And I heard footsteps. A starving little brat with his stomach touching his back. ISNT that Momonosuke? It's simply a double blessing. I hid in the corner, watching him drool as he looked for something to smash the glass with. I couldn't be bothered to say a word. I understood very well that villains perish from too much talk. I raised my hand and unleashed a 30 million volt thunder beast. A blinding flash of lightning struck, and that guy instantly turned into a piece of human charcoal. To be on the safe side, I walked over and smashed a steel pipe down onto his charred head. Now, even if Luo's surgical fruit came, it wouldn't save you, I said. Job done. I grabbed that pink dragon-shaped fruit and contentedly headed back through the door. But guess what? As soon as I opened the door, Yamato was standing in front of me with a big smile. My heart sank, and I quickly canceled the door without making a sound, my heart nearly jumping into my throat. Let me tell you, if only Yamato had been curious enough to follow me over there and saw her dearly beloved son turned into a charred, blackened figure by me, I wouldn't have been able to accomplish what I set out to do today. It turns out he really is a child of destiny. When dealing with such people, one must not have the slightest hesitation. I just scattered that little brat's ashes and had to hurry back to charm Yamato. Let me tell you, as soon as I got back, I saw Yamato looking around anxiously. I quickly dashed over, wrapped my arms around her waist, and said affectionately, "My lady, wasn't that mushroom-picking game a bit dull last night?" I've come up with a brand new way to play poker. How about we try our luck tonight? As soon as I said that, Yamato's long legs visibly trembled. Her face turned as red as a monkey's bottom, and she broke free from my embrace, scolding, "Pervert! What are you thinking in broad daylight? Let's talk about it tonight." After that, she dashed away like a startled little rabbit. Family, who understands? I'm really not that kind of guy with a one-track mind. It's just that I had just done something big, and I was afraid if she stayed too long, she'd smell that charred scent. So, scaring her off was the only way I could focus on my business. I sneaked back to my room and locked that pink dragon fruit from Momonosuke in the safe. This thing is too hot to handle, and since I can't eat it myself, I have to think carefully about who to give it to. I'll just set it aside for now. Next up was the exciting blind box opening. I quickly opened the system and clicked to draw. Let me tell you, when that roulette pointer steadily landed on the 4 big characters Dragon Ball World, my heart nearly jumped out of my chest. Give me a Super Saiyan bloodline. If not, then Frisia's bloodline would do. If that doesn't work, surely there's some android technology, right? The androids from the pirate world are nothing compared to the monsters in Dragon Ball that can go toe-to-toe with Saiyans. They're practically toys for kids. And guess what happened? That damn pointer perfectly avoided all the correct answers and finally, with a ding, landed on a shabby house. At that moment, my mentality collapsed. I almost cursed. After finally drawing from the Dragon Ball world, you give me a house? Do I need your bricks and tiles? But when I saw the name, Time Gravity House, hey, never mind, I take it back. This thing is a treasure. Inside, there's 10 times the gravity. Staying there for a year is like spending a day outside. What I lack right now? I lack time. The war on the top is just a few days away. Back in the day, Goku relied on this thing. He went in for a day and came out able to beat King Piccolo. For me, this is like a timely gift. I wasn't in a hurry to go in. I first ran to find my cheap father-in-law Kaido. Kaido looked at me like a mother-in-law looks at her son-in-law. The more he looked, the more he liked me. After all, I not only won his daughter, but also made the Beast Pirate's strength soar. As soon as I spoke, he directly handed me the training manual for the 3-color hockey, from beginner to advanced, including things like foresight, internal destruction, and the Conqueror's hockey. He stuffed it all to me in one go and even offered one-on-one teaching, generously sharing everything he knew. Once I sorted out the techniques, I had to prepare the logistics. I directly grabbed page 1 to be my laborer and had him drag over a huge container filled with food. This guy, still a bit clueless, asked me, "Your Highness, with so much food, I can't finish it in a week. What do you want it for?" I patted him on the shoulder and said mysteriously, "I'm conducting a top-secret research that can make people stronger. Once it's successful, you'll be the first to experience it." He got so excited that he declared he could carry 10 containers without breaking a sweat. With everything ready, I opened the door to the time gravity room. From the outside, it just looked like there was an extra door on the wall, but once I stepped inside, let me tell you, it felt like 10 of me were suddenly pressing down on me, and even breathing felt like pulling a bellows. A normal person would probably pass out within minutes. Luckily, my physique is tough, but even so, I had to start from scratch, first learning how to walk normally inside. I spent a whole year inside. When I came out, only a day had passed outside. Goodness, as soon as I stepped out, I saw Yamato staring at me blankly. Just as I was about to ask her what she was looking at, she let out a sharp scream and rushed over with a pair of scissors. "How did you become a wild man in just one day?" I was pushed in front of the mirror, and I thought to myself while my hair was down on my waist and I had a scruffy beard, looking just like a caveman. Folks, who wouldn't want a wife with the skills of Tony? With Yamato's careful trimming, I quickly returned to my handsome flower boy appearance. With such great skills, she definitely deserved a reward. I announced on the spot, "To reward you, today I'm taking you to the Comoros Islands for a trip. Let me tell you, this lavish experience is something I want my Yamato to enjoy too." As soon as the door to another dimension opened, whoosh, we instantly found ourselves in the Comoros Islands. I directly took Yamato to the amusement park, riding roller coasters and bumper cars. Making up for the childhood she missed for over 20 years all at once. Seeing her laugh like a child and leap into my arms made me feel so happy inside. But just when we were having a great time, a few clueless individuals set their sights on Yamato. They were whispering, "With this height and those horns, she must be a rare species, could sell for 200 million. I heard them loud and clear and thought to myself, isn't this just perfect? I was just worried about not having any fun. I patted Yamato and said, "There are a few flies around. Let me handle them." I walked directly towards those guys with Yamato. They were still quite arrogant. "Oh, the little girl dares to come to us?" I couldn't be bothered to waste time with them, so I gently raised a finger and said, 30 million volts, Thunderbird." A flash of lightning struck, and with a bayou, everyone except the leader turned to charcoal. Yamato was a bit puzzled. Why leave one alive? I smiled and said, These people are under the command of Don Quixote Doflamingo. The leader, who was already scared to death, perked up immediately when I revealed his background, pointing at me and shouting, "Since you know our identity, you still dare to make a move? Kneel down and apologize now, and I'll forgive you." I couldn't help but laugh. This was a gift for me. I said to Yamato, "Honey, did you hear that? They want us to apologize. Should we ask their boss for some compensation for emotional distress?" Yamato's eyes lit up at that, but she was still a bit cautious. Then, "How about 100 million? I shook my head. "That's a small mindset, sweetheart. For bullying my wife, the starting price is 1 billion. Then, I found a rope and dragged the stunned leader like a dog, swaggering straight to Island Number 1, Doflamingo's largest auction house. When Buffalo in the monitoring room saw the screen, his face turned green, and he rushed out to greet us, bowing and scraping. "On behalf of the Don Quixote family, welcome, Your Highness and Prince Consort." The leader I was dragging heard about the beast pirates and fainted from fear. Yamato put her hands on her hips and started to speak. "You Don Quixote family have some nerve. You actually want to capture me and sell me as a slave? If you can't come up with 1 billion berries today, just wait for all your business on this broken island to go under." I was still beside him, adding fuel to the fire. "Not just here. You won't be able to take the foundation you have in the West Sea either." Buffalo was sweating profusely and quickly called Ming-gu to report. On the other end of the line, Ming-gu was also a tough guy and replied fiercely, 1 billion berries, we've given it. That blind slave trader. Deal with him in the most brutal way." Soon, Buffalo put on a smiling face and handed over 1 billion berries along with VIP tickets to the auction. Yamato was originally very averse to slave auctions, but I took over. Once Buffalo left, I explained to her, "We need to spend this money. 500 million will go to buy food, and with the rest, I'll take you to buy jewelry." Upon hearing about the gift, Yamato immediately became happy. Just then, I caught a glimpse of a familiar face out of the corner of my eye. Trafalgar Law. This kid was hiding in the corner, his eyes flickering, probably trying to watch us and Ming-gu fight like dogs, hoping to profit from it. "Huh, I've seen through your little thoughts long ago. However, his Ope no mi is indeed a good thing, eternal surgery. I'll have to find an opportunity to arrange that properly later. For now, enjoying life is the most important. With the money in hand, we must spend it." I took Yamato and directly swept through a street of luxury goods. Focusing on sheer enjoyment, I stood at the store entrance. "I want this one, or this one, pack up the rest for me." Spending Ming-gu's money to buy for my wife. Is there anything happier than this? With the opening of the portal, the clothes I bought were thrown back into the room on Onigashima, easy and pleasant. By night, it was auction time. I had Yamato change into a purple evening gown, wearing a pair of 20-centimeter high heels. Let me tell you, she already had long legs, and with this outfit, it was simply stunning. But it was tough for her. She had to hold on to me to walk. The auction began, and we had no interest in those slaves. Until something resembling an ancient phoenix crown was brought up. Others didn't recognize its worth, but I knew very well that this item used blue dye, which had to be extracted from the feathers of tens of thousands of kingfishers. An actual treasure. The starting price was only 500,000, and when others were dawdling and was about to reach 2 million, I directly raised my paddle. 5 million berries. Buffalo was even more excited than I was, fearing I would back out, quickly signaling to the auctioneer. The auctioneer understood immediately, and with a bang of the hammer, "Congratulations to this gentleman." A fat noblewoman was dissatisfied and was about to shout, but was slapped back by Buffalo, and the entire venue instantly fell silent. That night, I spent another 2 to 3 billion buying a bunch of shiny jewelry for Yamato, some of which were even props that could be used while playing poker. As soon as the auction ended, Buffalo approached us to ask if we wanted to stay at a hotel. I waved my hand. "We're going back to Onigashima." I pushed the remaining 650 million berries on the table towards him. "Change all of this into food for me. I'll come to collect it tomorrow." Seeing Buffalo breathe a huge sigh of relief, I felt very pleased. This guy was probably still calculating how much profit he could make from selling food. His perspective is still too small. While he was calculating those tiny profits from selling food, let me tell you, what I was planning in my mind was how to overturn the entire Wano country. After waving goodbye to Buffalo, I opened a door and took Yamato back to Onigashima. Once we got back, wow, this girl Yamato spread all the clothes she bought earlier on the floor and insisted on playing some nurse role-playing game with me. All right, who am I to spoil my wife? Today, I'll let you see what professional injection looks like. The next day, when the Don Quixote family delivered the food, I received the goods and turned around to find my cheap father-in-law Kaido. I didn't beat around the bush and laid it all out. Father-in-law, Yamato has agreed to become the general of Wano country. However, she has conditions. When I mentioned Yamato's plan to restore agriculture, reduce factories, and open up trade, Kaido immediately seemed displeased and said that if the factories closed, where would the money come from to buy artificial fruits for him to create his animal army? I'll draw a big picture for him. Don't worry, that little money for weapons is nothing. Let's take down the black charcoal snake, blame everything on him, and then open the warehouses to distribute food. Won't that win the people's hearts? Then we can open the sea and sell the special sea stone from Wano country. That money will flow in, making more than selling weapons. Kaido thought about it and seemed to agree. With a wave of his hand, he said, "All right, you young people have sharp mind for making money. Go ahead and do it. I support you." I immediately took on the task of taking down Black Snake, specifically requesting the help of Run T and Peggy Wan. Kaido was also agreeable since these two had taken my medicine and their strength was almost on par with the three major boards. Of course, I wasn't trying to show off in front of my father-in-law, mainly who understand the family dynamics. Black Snake is a major plot point. How can I let it go to someone else? The only trouble is that courtesan Aji, also known as Kazuki Hayori, she really is quite beautiful, and killing her does weigh on my conscience a bit. But if I keep her around, she is a remnant of the Kazuki clan and will eventually become a disaster. I'm really torn right now. During a small meeting to assign tasks, that kid Peggy once suddenly hesitated and asked if he could have a Z as his wife after taking down the big snake. Wow, isn't that putting pressure on me? I immediately decided that this woman must die. One love-struck Peggy Wan is annoying enough, and now with Quinn, who also likes a Z, we're going to have infighting in our beast group over a woman? No way. I immediately put on a stern face and refused Peggy Wan on the spot, tricking him into thinking that a Z was the leader of the rebels. I promised him that once Yamato became a general, I would set up a beauty contest in Wano, and whoever he liked, he could take with him. As soon as the kid heard this, he almost drooled and immediately forgot about a Z. After settling the internal issues, I took Yamato, Run T, and Peggy Wan and directly opened the door to flash to the flower capital. That fool Kaido was in a tavern, hugging a Z and listening to some tunes. When he saw us, he was all smiles and flattery. I drew an even bigger picture for him, saying that tomorrow I would give him and his men gene injections and put on a power display in front of all the citizens, completely scaring the rebels out of their wits. The fool was thrilled at the thought of becoming stronger and showing off. He was so happy that he was practically drooling and immediately went to make arrangements. Later that night, I wasn't idle. I sneaked into Run T.I.'s room and said to her, "You also saw that Peggy wanted thoughts about that woman. Keeping her around is just a disaster. Let's go now. I'll take care of a Z, and you handle her bodyguard, Crazy 4. When Run T heard this, her eyes lit up, and she excitedly said to me, "Okay, as long as you kill her with your own hands, I will completely trust you, and from now on, I will be your person." We directly opened the door and flashed into Aziz's room. Goodness, she was conspiring with Crazy 4 to overthrow us. Run T didn't say a word and transformed immediately. She's really fierce now. After taking the drug, she's different. She shot a laser headbutt at Crazy 4 and took him out on the spot. I quickly pulled out a knife identical to the one used by Korizumi Orochi, and a thunder fruit appeared in front of Azuki, slicing cleanly through. I even made sure to tell Korizumi, who was gasping for breath on the ground, that I would publicly announce it was he, the traitor, who killed Azuki, and then we would execute him on the spot. He would carry the title of traitor, leaving a stench for eternity. That guy was so furious his eyes nearly popped out, but in the end he took his last breath. When Kurizumi's brother, Kaido, came running over in tears, I quickly shifted all the blame onto Korizumi with just a few words. He actually believed it and started furiously attacking Kurizumi's corpse. It was like a little knife to the butt, really opened my eyes. The next day, the square was packed with people, and the common folks looked ashen. Kaido was still blabbering on the platform, and I gave Yamato a knowing glance. My wife understood and went up to deliver a thunderous blow. This guy had the Yamato no Orochi fruit, allowing him to revive 8 times, which I had already informed Yamato about. So the ensuing scene was extremely chaotic, as Yamato kept hitting with a bat, calmly counting 1 life, 2 lives, 3 lives. Meanwhile, Robin and putting it cleaned up all of Kaido's samurai subordinates. At first, the common people were numb, thinking it was just a harsher ruler taking over. But after Yamato cleared the area, he directly announced 3 things. First, distribute food. Enough for everyone. Second, shut down factories and plant crops. Third, open the borders and do business. As soon as he finished speaking, a portal opened on my side, and food poured out like a mountain. In that instant, the entire venue went wild. The people went from indifference to fervor, separated only by a bag of rice. The cheers of long, live General Yamato nearly shook the heavens. Watching this overwhelming scene, Yamato truly realized that worshipping Kazuki Oden was pointless. Being the savior and ensuring everyone had a good life was far more appealing. At that moment, there were no idols in his heart, only me, his husband. The situation in Wano country was settled, and I successfully gained new plot points. Meanwhile, the Navy was in an uproar as CP0 leaked the information about me developing genetic drugs. Vice Admiral Tsuru called an emergency meeting, saying this was troublesome. If Kaido also enhanced himself, even Akainu and Akiji together would struggle. In the end, the wise strategist Sengoku quickly came up with a cunning plan to deliberately leak this news to the other three emperors, letting them turn on each other and keep each other in check. At the same time, he hurriedly sent Kizaru to Wano country for support. Kaido soon discovered the Navy's large fleet and immediately called all our high-ranking officials back to Onigashima for an emergency meeting. I arrived at the venue, but my heart had already flown away. I had just gotten 2 plot points, and in this vast world, the lottery is the biggest deal. I quickly opened the system roulette and clicked start. The pointer spun rapidly, and guess where it finally stopped? The Loxus bloodline. The effect is, I can eat multiple devil fruits. I instantly understood. No wonder Rox was able to keep Whitebeard and Big Mom as his subordinates back then. And no wonder Blackbeard could eat 2 devil fruits. It turns out it's all about bloodline. Now, this immense wealth and fortune have finally come to me. I just happen to have the pink dragon fruit from the bee species that Peach Boy exploded with. Although it looks a bit feminine, just imagine. When the Navy comes over, our beast pirates suddenly flying out with 2 giant dragons. That scene made me laugh out loud in the conference room. As a result, my laugh completely silenced the whole room. That Ember Calamity, you know, the Birdman, was the first to crack. With a dark expression, he asked me, "Prince, we're discussing how to deal with Akainu and Akiji here. What are you laughing about?" I just realized the atmosphere was off, so I quickly cleared my throat. I said to them, "What are you panicking for? Are we having an anxiety meeting before the market opens here?" I told Jinga, "Listen to me. We're not afraid of anything right now. Didn't the main force already hit the gene medicine? Just you, Yinzai Jin, holding off a general shouldn't be a problem, right? My father-in-law, Kaido, is taking on another one. Isn't that like child's play? The Navy only sent this few people. Let me tell you, they're just sending their heads over for us. It's a light gift, but with deep feelings." As soon as I said this, Kaido and the 3 big Sign's eyes lit up. That's right. We're not the beast pirates we used to be. Now we're all about expansion. In the past, it was tough for the 3 Signs to take on a general, but now Gene can hold off one by himself. If the 3 of us come together, we feel like we could even counterkill. The most reckless one, the Disaster Jack, stood up right away, shouting, "Kaido boss, let's crush them." Let me tell you, Jack is really fierce. To save Brother Ming, he dared to confront a warship carrying Fujitora, Sengoku, and Akainu by himself, a top-tier warrior with a brain deficiency. Kaido was a bit hesitant at first, but then he thought, with the Navy knocking at our door, how can we endure this? He stood up abruptly, slammed the table, and said, "Let's go. Kill them all." I quickly said, "Father-in-law, you guys go ahead. I'll stay behind to guard the house with Dave. Don't worry. If it really comes to a fight, I'll directly open the free gate for aerial support." Of course I can't go with them. I still have packages to unpack. One is the lottery opportunity from earlier, and the other is the pink dragon fruit from Momonosuke. As soon as they all leave, I'll start the lottery right away. Goodness, this time the roulette wheel landed me in the world of Demon Slayer. I got 2 items, a blue Nicaran blade and a water-breathing technique. Family, who understands? I was so excited I almost went crazy. In this vast ocean, water breathing is basically an official cheat. What are devil fruit users most afraid of? Sea water. Now that I can control water, doesn't that mean I've given all the users a major counter debuff? My combat power just skyrocketed. Yamato saw me laughing to myself and looked quite worried, saying, "This time the Navy has brought 2 admirals. It might be tough for Father and the others." He also said, "You can't even beat me. How can you help?" He added, "If things go wrong later, just open the door and I'll cover your retreat." I thought to myself that my husband is no longer the naive person he used to be. Out loud, I said, "Don't underestimate me, okay? You'll see my progress later." They actually trust me, but he thinks I still need time to grow. Fine, I won't argue with you later. I'll show you what it means to not see someone for a day and have a new perspective. But before that, I have to eat the Phantom Beast fruit made by Baijapunk. With one more Phantom Beast ability, my defense can increase even more. Kaido's father-in-law is said to have the strongest defense, and I think if I stack this ability on top of Mei Pulu's defense, I should be in a good place. Right? Back in my room, I took out the fruit. To avoid tasting the legendary flavor that is said to be worse than feces, I closed my eyes, steeled my heart, and swallowed it whole. Instantly, an explosive power spread throughout my body, my stamina and endurance skyrocketing. I hurried to the mirror to try out my dragon form. And guess what? The reflection in the mirror was not that girly pink little dragon at all. Instead, it was a massive purple dragon exuding an air of dominance. Purple. Let me tell you, this is a skin optimization, you know? Dominant purple is way cooler than muscular pink. I just finished my transformation, and hey, my observation hockey sensed that a few mice sneaked in, listening carefully while CP0 tried to take advantage of our main force, moving out to steal and set fire to our home. Dream on. I directly used the thunder fruit to teleport and appeared in front of those CP0 agents. Before they even blinked, I had already drawn the blue sunblade. Water breathing. Second form, water wheel. With a flash of the blade, it transformed into a swirling stream of water, slicing through them in an instant. By the time I returned to the hall, Yamato hadn't even noticed I had gone out. Half an hour later, the phone bug on the table suddenly rang. It was Begaiwan, and his voice was almost in tears. Not good. The intel was wrong. The Navy has sent 3 admirals this time. Goodness, Kizaru is here too. Yamato's face turned pale upon hearing this. No matter how much confidence she had in her father, she knew that 1 against 3 was pure nonsense. She panicked. Honey, quickly open the free door. I need to support my father. In such an urgent situation, I didn't waste any words. I grabbed her and rushed towards the nearest door, activating my ability. The next second, we appeared on Kaido as flagship. My father-in-law had already transformed into a several thousand-meter-long azure dragon, coiling in the sky, roaring at the Navy fleet. Huh? 3 admirals have come together? You 3 don't think you can win against me. I'm the strongest being on land, sea, and air. Akainu, with his violent temper, immediately shouted, Kaido, today is your day to die. He unleashed a massive fire attack. A huge lump of magma came crashing down. Kaido wasn't ambiguous either, opening his mouth to unleash a breath of the dragon. Boom! The 2 energies collided, boiling the entire sea. The Navy soldiers on the nearby warship shouted in panic. The internal combustion engine is going to explode. Akiji looked over, pointed with his finger, and lazily said, Ice Age. Crack! The boiling seawater instantly froze into a frozen expanse, and our beast pirate ships were all stuck in place, unable to move. Kizaru's lewd voice followed. Full fire bombardment. It was over. We were sitting ducks. As thousands of cannonballs rained down, our little brothers turned pale with fright. At this moment, it was my turn to perform. The dragon can control wind, rain, thunder, and lightning, and I also have water breathing. When these 2 are combined, the effect is explosive. I drew the sunblade, took a deep breath. Water breathing, 11th form Nagi. Let me tell you, in that scene, the sunwheel blade plunged directly into the ice surface. Countless streams of seawater were stirred up, transforming into sharp blades that sliced through the thick ice layer with a whoosh. Just as our fleet was able to move, those hundreds of seawater blades, towering like mountains, charged towards a naval fleet. The people here were stunned, probably thinking, wow, is the son-in-law really that powerful? Akiji's expression also turned serious, and with a wave of his arms, a massive ice wall rose up from the ground, firmly blocking my attack. As expected of General, his defense is truly top-notch. Upon seeing that the attack was blocked, the Navy immediately began to cheer, followed by a barrage of cannon fire. This time, before I could make a move, Yamato stepped up, transforming into her wolf-human form, and unleashed a chilling attack. Ice Bite of the Samurai. Goodness, thousands of shells in midair were all frozen into ice blocks, crashing into the sea with a loud splash. In the first round, it was a draw. Akainu on the opposite battleship was dumbfounded and asked, who are those 2? They weren't in the intel. Nearby, Momonosuke quickly reported, the woman is Kaido's daughter Yamato, and the man is her husband Lee Fan. The intel said he is a scientist, but looking at it now, his strength is at least that of a rear admiral. This scene was being watched by the entire world. Big Mom was furious, cursing Kaido for keeping secrets. Whitebeard, while receiving foretreatment, sighed, today's young people are really getting more terrifying. He was probably feeling envious that Kaido has a successor. Only Morgans, the news king, was the happiest, snapping photos excitedly. Big news. Huge news. On the battlefield, Kaido noticed that long-range attacks weren't effective. So he began to swing his massive dragon body, creating tornadoes. Dozens of towering tornadoes surged toward the Navy fleet. Akiji, sticking to his usual tactics, erected another ice wall. Kaido was getting frustrated. This method was too constraining. Jack, always straightforward, shouted from below, boss. We've got the short end of the stick in long-range combat. Let's charge in and engage them in close combat. Upon hearing this, Kaido thought, right? Our beast pirates thrive on muscle clashes. He immediately ordered men advance, get in close, and wipe them out. Our fleet charged forward like crazy, and the Navy clearly panicked. Their gunfire became chaotic. They knew that once we got close, these ordinary sailors would be cannon fodder. Soon, countless hooks and locks were thrown out from our side, firmly catching the Navy's warships. The boarding battle was about to break out. Akainu, Akiji, Kizaru, and the two substitute admirals, Peach Bunny and T-Pig, flew over using the moonwalk, ready to clash on our ship. Kaido wasn't foolish either. He immediately flew into the sky to draw Akainu and Akiji away for a one-on-one fight. The Navy's plan was clear, a strategy akin to the horse racing game of Tianji. Kizaru alone held off the three main fighters, while the two substitutes, Peach Bunny and T-Pig, aimed to quickly take down Flying Six. But they miscalculated one thing, me and Yamato. Just as Peach Bunny and T-Pig charged towards Flying Six, we intercepted them. I certainly couldn't let that ugly T-Pig get close to my wife. So I faced him directly, while Yamato confronted Peach Bunny. In an instant, General Crane's meticulously designed battle plan was thrown into chaos by the two of us. I took a moment to glance at the battle between Kaido and those two admirals in the distance. It was like a disaster scene, with the glow of Conqueror's haki darkening the sky. Just as I was distracted for a moment, a sword lunged straight at my heart. It was that guy Chashu, mocking me, daring to get distracted while fighting me. To his shock, his sword, wrapped in armament haki, didn't even pierce my skin. I laughed. Your attack power is like a woman doing embroidery. Why can't I be distracted? The T-Pig was immediately enraged, let out a roar, and his body began to transform, growing scales and a horn. It turned out he was also an animal-type ability user. Did he think that was the end? Dragon scales and dragon horns instantly appeared on my body, and my defense skyrocketed again. The T-Pig swung his sword with all his might again, and with a crisp clang, his sword was almost knocked away. He was completely stunned and roared. What exactly is your ability? Isn't it the Thunder Fruit? How do you also have an animal-type ability and can control seawater? I smiled at him and said, are you talking about the abilities of the nature system? As soon as I finished speaking, my whole body transformed into a gigantic lightning giant, with electric currents crackling around me. I said to him, that's right, I have the ability of multiple fruit types from the natural system. As soon as I finished speaking, the person across from me almost had his eyes pop out, with a face full of the expression of an old man on the subway looking at his phone. He probably lived half his life without ever hearing of anyone who could possess several fruit abilities at the same time. This guy immediately broke down, let out a roar, said he would tear me to pieces, and then with a bang, transformed into a more than 100-meter-long dragon. Wow. Animal system mythical beast type, snake fruit dragon form. Quite impressive, huh? As soon as I saw it, I laughed and said, oh my, how scary. It's actually a dragon. What coincidence, I can do this too. I tell you, in the next second, the entire sea became quiet. I transformed directly into a giant dragon with purple scales, over 1,000 meters long, soaring into the sky, making him look like a little loach in comparison. I looked down at him and said, you really are tiny. Poor little guy. In that instant, everyone was stunned. Both the Navy and pirates stopped, their jaws dropping to the ground. Who understands, family? There were actually 2 dragons appearing on the sea at the same time. This is even more outrageous than Kaido being my father-in-law. The little sea serpent, Chibuta, was so frightened that it trembled, stuttering, no wonder. You actually have the same dragon form as Kaido. I said, correct, but unfortunately there's no prize. Now, the game is over. My enormous dragon body dove directly down, and he desperately tried to escape on the clouds. But his speed was nothing but a joke in front of me. I opened my mouth, larger than a building, and accurately bit down on his vital spot. He howled in pain. Just then, the old guy Kizaru in the distance couldn't stand it any longer, flashed over, and shouted, have you ever been kicked at the speed of light? He kicked me right in the head, trying to knock me away to save him. Let me tell you, this is simply the best assist of 2025. I took his kick head on, and using the force from his kick, I focused it all into my biting power. Crack! With a crisp sound, I clearly felt that Tontada's heart was completely crushed by me. His enormous body fell straight down from the sky. I turned my head to look at the bewildered Kizaru and laughed. Thank you for your help, Kizaru. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been able to kill him so quickly. Now, it seems like the power dynamics between us have reversed. I then turned to the 3 disasters and ordered, I'll hold Kazuo off. You three, go, and take down all the vice admirals from the Navy headquarters. Guess what? This was the first time I gave an order to the three disasters, and not a single one dared to oppose me. With this transformation into a dragon, my position as the second in command of the Beast Pirates was solidified. Far away on a warship, Sengoku, who was watching the live broadcast through a din mushy, turned pale at the sight and immediately ordered, "Retreat the entire army. If we don't run now, these people will all be done for today." The Navy scrambled to escape, while we celebrated like it was the new year. Page 1 was excitedly boasting that he had taken down a vice admiral, and his sister, Ultai, immediately countered that she had taken down two. The atmosphere on the Navy's side was completely different, with the Kainu punching through a table in fury. The next day, the whole world exploded. Morgans, the newsbird, was rolling on the ground with joy, shouting that he wanted to personally write the headline, and the newspaper price shot up from 100 berries to 1,000. Wow, this incredible fortune finally came to him. Whitebeard lamented that the times had changed, while Big Mom started acting up again, rampaging all over Cake Island. Most importantly, a new bounty notice spread across the seas. Yefon, Prince of the Beast Pirates, bounty of 1.5 billion berries. At this point, I had truly made a name for myself. The Straw Hat crew saw the newspaper, and that kid Luffy was shouting that he would surpass me one day, while Zoro took my water-breathing technique as his lifelong goal. That night, Onigashima held a grand celebration feast. My seat was directly arranged next to Kaido, second only to him. Ultai looked at me with a gaze that was almost drooling, and Black Maria made no secret of her desire to taste the difference between my dragon and Kaido's. They poured drinks for me relentlessly, and as a result, I ended up blacking out again. Once I got drunk, I transformed into a giant dragon and lifted the entire Onigashima into the sky on clouds, flying around. Kaido was down below laughing heartily, saying I was indeed his son-in-law. I chased a bat person around, insisting he was a little sparrow and that I would catch him for a midnight snack. The next morning, I woke up with a terrible headache and crawled out of bed. Yamato came over with a bowl of extremely strange-looking liquid, eagerly saying it was her homemade hangover soup. Let me tell you, just smelling it made my stomach churn. But since it was my wife's first time cooking, how could I not drink it? I steeled myself, pinched my nose, and downed it in one go. After drinking, I had to force a smile. Yamato's cooking is amazing, it's so good. Then I dashed out of the room at lightning speed and found a bathroom to vomit my guts out. I swear, from now on, wherever Yamato is, I won't touch a drop of alcohol. This stuff is worse than taking 10 punches from a Kainu. After throwing up, I checked the system and saw that the battle yesterday had actually earned me a plot point. I quickly did lottery, and the pointer landed on the world of Himuto, Omara-chan. I thought to myself, this can't be good for skills. Sure enough, I got a cooking ability like Omara's brother. I was speechless at that moment. I had just sworn off cooking, and the system gives me this? However, this naval battle also made me realize the weakness of the Beast Pirates. Our ship was too shabby. Suddenly, a light bulb went off in my head. I thought of the ancient weapon, Pluton. That thing is a battleship that can destroy an island with one shot. And I just so happen to know where the blueprints are. I opened the free gate directly, and the next second, I found myself in the Water 7. With my ability to sense, I heard Nico Robin crying out, "I want to live." Good grief, Frankie was about to burn the Pluton blueprint. I pushed the speed of the Thunder Fruit to the extreme, transforming into a flash of lightning and charging forward. Just at the moment when Frankie raised the blueprint and was about to breathe fire, I snatched the blueprint into my hands. Frankie and the CP0 members beside him were dumbfounded. Luffy excitedly urged me to give him the blueprint, saying that the Celestial Dragons would reward me. I laughed, kid. It seems I'm still not influential enough on this sea. I casually unleashed a stream of water that unlocked Robin's handcuffs. Lucci and his gang finally recognized me and trembled in fear. I said to him, "How about this? I like to watch performances. You and your crew go fight Straw Hat Luffy. If you make me happy, I'll let you go today." This kid Lucci actually had some backbone, claiming to be the first genius of CP0 in 800 years, and angrily threw a punch at me. I transformed my right hand into a dragon form, and with my massive dragon claw, I grabbed his fist and applied a little pressure. With a series of cracking sounds, Lucci knelt in front of me in pain. I said coldly, "I've said it before, go fight. If you satisfy me, you can live." With that, I transformed back into my 1,000-meter dragon form and hovered in the air. In my purple dragon form, combined with the Thunder Fruit, I summoned a sky full of thunderclouds, and countless lightning bolts struck down, forcibly turning the peak of Judiciary Island into a massive gladiatorial arena. The people below still didn't move. I was a bit impatient, and, with a casual pull, I sucked Nami and the beauty named Stussy from CP0 up into the sky with me. I said, "It seems you're not satisfied with my arrangement. Then let S duel. The loser will have their companions thrown from 10,000 meters up." Luffy angrily accused me of bullying the weak. I chuckled. "Let's talk. If you don't start soon, your beautiful navigator is going to become a meat paste." Finally, they began to fight. I held Nami and Stussy sitting on the clouds watching the show. Stussy even asked me why I was doing this. I replied, "Isn't it more fun to train them up and then kill them when they are strong enough to fight me?" In truth, what I was really thinking was, if it weren't for the need to gain plot points, I would have wiped out the Straw Hat crew right now. Half an hour later, the battle ended. Just like the original plot, with Luffy defeating Lucci. But I found it boring. A bunch of kids who hadn't even Master Hockey were fighting. It was just too weak. Perhaps this is the price of growth. I smiled at Nami and said, "Congratulations, your captain won." Then I turned to Stussy and asked, "So, are you ready?" I directly removed the cloud under Stussy's feet, and she screamed as she fell from the heights. Unexpectedly, the badly beaten Lucci below somehow mustered the strength to struggle and jump up, catching her in his arms and becoming a cushion himself. I was a bit surprised, but I didn't think much of it. I put Nami down and went back to Onigashima with a blueprint for Pluton. This trip to Judiciary Island made me feel an inexplicable annoyance towards the so-called child of destiny, Luffy. I threw the blueprint directly to Kaido and let him figure out how to build it himself. I then checked the storyline points I had obtained, and to my surprise, I drew the 8 gates from Naruto. Seeing this skill, my previous irritation immediately vanished. This is a godly technique for commoners. Something that could almost kick the ending out of the way. With it, I finally have the confidence to go toe-to-toe with the top few individuals on this sea. Since that's the case, I need to find a good opponent to practice against. I returned to the Shambadi archipelago and walked into the auction house. The guy named Bartholomew, upon seeing me, was even more humble than last time. After all, I am now someone who can take down a vice admiral single-handedly. I took out a picture and threw it at him. I want to know this person's location as quickly as possible. He glanced at it and showed a troubled expression. I directly offered 1,000,000 berries. This is for the information fee. I want to know his location within half a day. If you can't find him, I smiled, I will kill you. Bartholomew was so scared he broke out in a cold sweat and ran off to contact his subordinates. I'm not in a hurry either, so I found the most comfortable sofa in his auction house and lay down. Immediately, a group of beautiful maids gathered around me, some massaging my legs, some giving me shoulder rubs, and there were even those specifically responsible for feeding me drinks and fruits. I must say, it is indeed enjoyable in these luxurious places. I tell you, life is simply too enjoyable. I closed my eyes and opened them again, and it felt like I had only drunk 2 or 3 bottles of wine when that auction house owner, Bafaro, appeared next to me like a ghost. He was so respectful, bending his body as he said, "Lord Yi Fan, the person you were looking for has been found in Bulltown." Bulltown? I frowned. What kind of place is that? I've never even heard of it. But good heavens, Bafaro knew how to provide service. He immediately pulled out a nautical chart and a permanent compass, pointing to a small dot on the map. "My lord, this is Bulltown. Here is the compass for you. I guarantee you won't get lost." The service was indeed on point. I took the items and looked at them. Hey, there's an island next to Bulltown that I happened to see in a comic, so I'm familiar with it. With the map and the compass in hand, I slipped away. To be honest, this was my first time using such things. Nautical charts and permanent compasses are hard currency in these waters, incredibly expensive. This set probably cost more than the money I spent on his information, so this deal was not a loss at all. I'm too lazy to take a boat, so I'll just use a teleportation gate to get to the island closest to Bulltown that I know. There's a little flaw in my ability. I can't open a gate to places I haven't been to or don't have a mental image of. Once I arrive, I immediately transform in my dragon form and head straight towards Bulltown at full speed. I need to hurry. That Blackbeard teach is dirt poor and is desperately searching for $1,000,000 bounties to exchange for crew members. He won't stay in one place for too long, just like a fugitive. As I flew, I scattered ions like they were free, scanning in all directions without missing a spot. Soon, I arrived above Bulltown. Wow, no wonder it's called Bulltown. The island is full of grasslands and herds of cattle, with several bullfighting arenas. The tourism industry here seems to be thriving. Without much effort, I sensed Blackbeard's location. As I expected, this outlaw is surely soaking in a bar when he's not drifting at sea. I transformed back into human form and swaggered into the most luxurious-looking bar. As soon as I stepped in, I shouted at the bartender, "Give me 2 bottles of the most expensive wine." Upon hearing this, the bartender's eyes lit up, and he immediately brought me 2 beautifully packaged bottles of wine. boasting extravagantly. "Sir, this is the best wine in our town, aged for 20 years, and each bottle costs 5,000 Bailey. 5,000 Bailey might be a year's living expenses for an ordinary person, but for me, it's barely enough for a rinse." However, my loud voice successfully caught the attention of a fat man not far away, Blackbeard. I tell you, his eyes are like a wolf seeing meat, all green and shiny. Right now, he's so poor that he probably can't even afford a pair of shorts, drifting on a broken wooden raft at sea. Worse off than Luffy when he first set sail. Seeing someone like me, a foolish rich sheep, how could he not have thoughts? If he didn't want to rob me, he wouldn't be called Blackbeard. He's still calculating how to make his move, and I just paid, directly picked up 2 bottles of wine, walked up to him, placed 1 bottle on his table, and sat down opposite him with a swagger. This guy Teach is really ungracious. He twisted off the cap and gulped down half the bottle, then sighed. "Good wine." I said, "Hey, buddy, you didn't just invite me for a drink, did you?" He looked at me with a puzzled expression, probably wondering why a delicate young guy like me would seek out a rough man like him. It's no wonder he doesn't recognize me. My bounty skyrocketed from 150 million to 5 billion in just over 10 days, and during this time, he was too busy fleeing on a broken raft, not even bothering to acknowledge the seagulls delivering newspapers. So where would he find any information? In his eyes, I'm just a lamb ready for slaughter. I smiled and said, "I'm here to make a deal with you." "A deal?" He perked up at once. "I'm currently so broke that I can't even come up with 10,000 belly. What kind of deal do you want to make with me?" I leaned forward and lowered my voice, saying, "I want you to accompany me to the 6th level of the underwater prison and help me extract a person's devil fruit ability. As for the reward, it's that I won't hand you over to Whitebeard." "Blackbeard Teach, what do you think of this deal?" As soon as I finished speaking, Teach suddenly stood up. His muscles tensed, and a murderous aura burst forth. "Bastard, who the hell are you? In this godforsaken place, you actually know my name and dare to play tricks on me, Blackbeard Teach? Do you want to die?" I leaned back in my chair and said slowly, "Every word I just said is as serious as it gets." His eyes were wide open like copper bells. "Do you think the underwater prison is your backyard? Also, how do you know I can extract other people's devil fruits? Even the Whitebeard pirates don't know about this. I'm telling you, he's really anxious now. Being able to extract fruit is the biggest secret of the dark fruit, and it's his trump card to snatch Whitebeard's tremor fruit. Now that I've exposed it outright, the way he looks at me is like he's looking at a dead man, full of murderous intent. The main point is that once a secret is discovered, he wants to silence me." I casually replied, "For me, entering the 6th level of the underwater prison is very simple. Beating you half to death and handing you over to Whitebeard is equally easy." He clearly didn't believe it. He had seen many strong figures on the sea, and who would dare to boast like that? "Oh, really? Then let's let strength do the talking. I want to see how you can easily crush me." After saying that, his fist, as big as a clay pot, came directly swinging towards my face. I didn't even move, not even bothering to dodge. With his current level of hockey, even scratching me would be too weak. I just turned around, facing away from him, continuing to savor my fine wine, letting him massage my back. Boom, boom, boom. Good heavens, his punches were incredibly fierce, each blow shattering the surrounding floor, and the ceiling of the bar began to crack, looking like it was about to collapse. The little punks in the bar, who usually flaunted their bravado, were so scared by the scene that they ran away with their tails between their legs, covering their heads. A few minutes later, Teach stopped, leaning on his knee, gasping for breath. He had thrown thousands of punches at me with all his might, and what was the result? I didn't budge an inch, not even spilling a drop from my wine glass. On the contrary, his own fists were swollen like pigs' trotters. If he kept this up, his fist would be ruined. I felt that he was exhausted from fighting, so he slowly turned around and looked at him, softly saying, "You have hit me 1,000 times, and I only hit you once, isn't that fair?" At that moment, he was sweating profusely, and his expression was simply one of extreme fear. I drew my blue day will knife and pointed it at him. "Defend yourself with all your heart, or you really will die." The words "you will die" pierced his heart like a needle. He desperately crossed his swollen fists over his chest, adopting the strongest defensive posture. He was extremely nervous because the dark fruit had a fatal flaw. It couldn't elementalize, and the pain was doubled. I raised a knife and grinned, thunderous 8 trigrams. When Teki heard this name, his eyes almost popped out in shock as he exclaimed, "Isn't this Kaido of the 100 Beasts move?" I laughed. Is it strange for a son-in-law to use his father-in-law's ultimate move? Boom! With one strike, I didn't even use my Conqueror's haki. Just added a bit of armament haki, fearing that I might accidentally take him out. Even so, he still flew away like a broken sack, crashing through over 100 buildings and stopping over 1,000 meters away. It hurts. It hurt so much. The double pain made him scream like a ghost, and his ribs in the chest probably broke completely. With a flash, I appeared in front of him, stepping on his head and pushing his face into the ground. Now, can we have a proper discussion about the deal? I looked down at him, asking whether he would come with me to the underwater prison or if I should beat him into a cripple and hand him over to Whitebeard. At that moment, he finally understood that I wasn't bluffing. Going to the prison was dangerous, but there was still a glimmer of hope. If handed over to Whitebeard, he would undoubtedly be dead. Don't kill me. I am willing. I'm willing to go with you. He squeezed out through clenched teeth. I just took my foot off. If you had listened earlier, you wouldn't have had to endure this beating, right? Get up and come with me. I casually found a half-collapsed house and opened a freedom door facing the door frame. I waved to Teach behind me and said, let's go. Behind the door is the 6th level of the deep-sea prison. He had a look on his face as if he was being teased, but he didn't dare to refuse and shivered as he walked in. When he saw the densely packed cells and the dark, damp corridor behind the door, he was completely stunned, and I could imagine his mind was in turmoil. As soon as we entered the 6th level of infinite hell, I immediately closed the freedom door to prevent this guy from playing tricks. We had just walked a few steps down the corridor when the patrolling guard spotted us, raised his gun in panic, and shouted, quick, notify Warden Magellan. There's a prison break on the 6th floor. I completely ignored them and directly said to Teach, deal with them. Blackbeard is my subordinate now. So he dared not disobey and took care of it in a few seconds. I scanned the area with my perception and found that the sea tower stone walls here have too strong a suppression, reducing my detection range to just a few hundred meters. But it doesn't matter, even if Magellan comes, so what? His poison is just a joke to me. As I strolled leisurely, I introduced Blackbeard like a tour guide. Look, that's the sand crocodile. The old sand in the prison immediately retorted, you clueless brat. I ignored him and continued walking. Oh, the Red of Solitude Baroque Lidefield is still alive? That must be Douglas Barrett, right? The guy from Roger's ship. Now he looks like a sick cow. As I walked along, I commented on everything, making the former big shots on the 6th floor scream in anger, each one clutching the railing and shouting. Some said to let him out for the treasure, while others wanted me to be his vice captain. Meanwhile, Blackbeard beside me was practically drooling. His dream team of little brothers was right in front of him, but this calamity had intercepted them, and he was so envious. Soon, I found my target, an old man named Bondi Wald, a user of the Momo fruit. I drew my knife and executed a water surface slash, directly cutting through the railing made of sea prism stone. The old man jumped out excitedly. Kid, you have good eyesight. You know I'm the strongest on the 6th level. Come hang out with me from now on. I shot him a glance, then turned to Blackbeard and said, kill him and extract his ability. Then I punched the old man, knocking him to the ground. At that moment, a huge purple venom giant came rushing from a distance. It was Magellan. Blackbeard didn't dare to be slow, and he plunged his hands directly into Bonnie Wald's chest, forcibly pulling something out of his body. Soon, a devil fruit appeared in his hand. I acted quickly and snatched it away, directly shoving it into my mouth. Blackbeard was dumbfounded. How can you eat 2 devil fruits? I wiped my mouth and smiled evilly. Do you think you're the only lucky one with Rock's bloodline on this vast sea? Then I opened a door to freedom. The deal is done. You can leave now. I need him to capture Ace and start the Marineford War. After all, he's a key plot device. Although Blackbeard was filled with doubts, seeing Magellan getting closer, he didn't hesitate to jump into the door. At that moment, Magellan also reached me. After seeing my face, he no longer dared to be arrogant and shouted to his subordinates. Quick, call for Admiral support. The Dragon Emperor Yi-Fan is attacking Impel down. He didn't dare to act immediately and instead asked with a show of bravado. Dragon Emperor Yi-Fan, a person of your stature is also involved in prison breaks. I am feeling the newfound power within me. This Momo fruit can increase the speed and mass of anything it touches by 100 times. Combined with my strength, it's simply amazing. After getting used to it for a bit, I replied to him, your Navy really likes to give people nicknames, but I like this Dragon Emperor one. I will go easy on you today. Also, I'm not interested in breaking you out of prison. I just can't stand that old man. So I'll come in and take him out. Upon hearing that I wasn't there to wipe out Advanced City, Magellan obviously breathed a sigh of relief. I looked at him and added, but to be fair, if I wanted to break through your advancing city, I wouldn't even need the Beast Pirates. I could do it alone. This statement really pissed Magellan off. He roared, do you dare to underestimate me? Poison Dragon. In an instant, his entire body was enveloped in massive venom, and 9 venomous giant snakes, each dozens of meters long, emerged from his back, roaring as they lunged at me, eager to swallow me whole. I stood my ground, not moving at all. My body is immune to deadly toxins, just right? I also want to see if this so-called strongest poison of his can break through my defenses. Boom, boom, boom. 9 massive poisonous dragons struck me hard, and even Magellan himself couldn't withstand that venom. I told you, that thing stuck to me, and what happened? Nothing at all. Magellan was stunned right there, his eyes wide open like copper bells, shouting, "Why aren't you poisoned? I clearly hit you." I laughed at that moment and said, "Buddy, have you ever considered the possibility that your scraping method doesn't work on me at all?" He didn't believe it and insisted that even Kaido, the Beast King, couldn't withstand his poison. Goodness, he's trying to undermine me here. I said directly to him, "Don't rush. Wait until I clean this place up. Then I'll let you see how ridiculous your precious toxic power is." As soon as I finished speaking, I unleashed a move at 10 times speed, and with a whoosh, a massive flow of water instantly cleaned the entire infinite hell. His giant toxic creature, which was several dozen meters tall, shrank down to the size of a small potato. The surrounding big pirates, who were locked up, were so scared that they didn't dare to make a sound. They were used to being tormented by Magellan, and now they feared that if Magellan lost, he would vent his anger on them. With the area cleared, I pointed at him and boldly declared, 3 seconds. Just 3 seconds, and I'll make you lie down." Magellan still retorted defiantly, "You're just bragging. 3 seconds? Even Kaido can't do that. I'm too lazy to waste words with him." 8 gates of Duinjia, 6th gate, Jingmen, open. Now stack on a 10-fold speed boost from Momo. Let me tell you, that feeling of power surging up is incredible. It feels like my whole body is about to erupt like a volcano, and because of my freakish defense, opening the gate has no side effects at all. It's so comfortable. I'm going for it. 3-second countdown, start. I stomped my right foot hard on the ground, and boom. The ground was directly stomped into a pit more than a meter deep. In an instant, I was propelled out at supersonic speed. Magellan probably didn't even hear the sound before my fist had already slammed into his chest. He flew backward like a shrimp, bent over, unable to scream. But he was flying fast, and I was running even faster. I pushed off the ground twice and instantly accelerated to 3 Mach, flashing behind him in a split second and delivering a fierce kick to his back. He, who was just flying backward, was kicked back again by me, blood spraying from his mouth like a fountain. But it wasn't over yet. I caught up with that poor punching bag in midair again, jumped high, and raised my fists above my head, delivering a powerful axe hammer strike to his face. Boom! With a loud noise. This time he didn't fly in the air anymore. He was smashed directly into the ground, creating a deep, human-shaped pit at least dozens of meters deep. The surrounding prisoners were stunned, their jaws nearly dropping. Who understands my family? These guys no longer had the CPU of the Pirate King I had set my sights on long ago. The fastest one immediately knelt down, shouting that he would be my dog. The others quickly reacted as well, kneeling down in droves. But I had no interest in these losers. I wasn't Blackbeard, who had taken any trash. Those who were about to run out of hockey didn't deserve to associate with me. I couldn't be bothered with them and directly opened a door of serenity to return to Onigashima. I heard that half an hour after I left. Admiral Kizaru finally arrived, and upon seeing the prisoners hadn't escaped, he breathed a sigh of relief. But as soon as he saw Magellan, who was left with only half a breath in that deep pit, he was scared out of his wits and hurriedly packed him up for rescue. As soon as I returned to Onigashima, Kaido came looking for me. I wandered into the hall where he was drinking and found that the overweight plague doctor, Queen, was also there. As soon as he saw me, he put on a mournful face and said, "Your Highness, we encountered a problem with the blueprint for the Underworld King." I raised an eyebrow. "Is it fake?" Quinn quickly shook his head. "The blueprints are real, but 2 key components are missing. First, the core material mithril. Legend has it that this stuff can make cannonballs have the effect of the devil fruit. That guy Doflamingo revealed that it's in Mary Geos, but we can't get in at all." "What's the second one?" "The second one is even harder," Quinn said. "The Pluto can only be made by someone with the bloodline of Pluto, and it will only respond to them. But no one knows who that bloodline belongs to. Not even the celestial dragon, Doflamingo." My mind is racing, and I start frantically recalling the plot of the manga. The 4 people that it wants to erase are Luffy, Blackbeard, Shirahoshi, and Vivi. Shirahoshi is the Sea King, Momonosuke is the Sky King, and Luffy is the reincarnation of Joy Boy. So who could the remaining Underworld King be? It's none other than Princess Vivi. Wow, I've solved the case. Building a ship is not difficult. The hard part is how to win over Princess Vivi, who is devoted to Luffy. However, I already have a plan in mind. I directly told them, "Mithril. I'll find a way to get it. I also have a target for those with the bloodline of the Underworld. Quinn, you just focus on building the ship. I'll take care of these 2 problems." My cheap father-in-law, Kaido, seriously warned me, Don't underestimate the celestial dragons. They have ruled the world for 800 years. And it's not that simple. None of the 5 elders are weaker than me. Moreover, back in God Valley, Rox was so strong, yet he still lost, right? Queen interjected. Boss, wasn't Rox defeated by Roger and Garp working together? Kaido snorted. It's not that simple. The truth is, the celestial dragons temporarily gave Garp a brand new power, which they call divine power. Basically, they gave Garp a cheat and granted him admin privileges. Otherwise, how could a monster like Rox, who had mastered Conqueror's Haki to the extreme, be killed with a single punch? This is some intense information that wasn't in the manga. It turns out the 4 emperors are so honest because they know the celestial dragons have cheats. I smiled and said, don't worry, I'm not going to charge him recklessly. I have a plan to find an insider. After I explained my plan, Kaido found it somewhat interesting and agreed. But he repeatedly warned me to withdraw immediately if there was any danger. Of course, I wouldn't do this myself. I called upon Reno, the one I had saved from the celestial dragons before. I told him, I have a dangerous mission for you. Without hesitation, he agreed. I told him the plan and then directly opened the door to send him to the Red Earth continent. He disguised himself as a luxury goods merchant, bringing a large shipment and, by bribing people, smoothly blended into the commercial area of Mariewa. He opened a small shop there, doing business while secretly observing the passing celestial dragons. Before long, a man with green hair and a peculiar appearance approached him. Reno was stunned. Wasn't this the target I had him look for, Don Quixote Josgard? But the problem was, this guy wasn't wearing that ridiculously stupid glass headpiece. Reno cautiously asked, and it really was him. Reno immediately followed my instructions and said, I'm here regarding Princess Shirahoshi, the daughter of Lady Otoheim. Upon hearing Shirahoshi's name, Josgard immediately became excited, saying that as long as he could help Shirahoshi, anything would be possible. Knowing he had found the right person, Reno brought him to me. I didn't waste time and directly opened the door to take him to Fishman Island, letting him see for himself how Princess Shirahoshi was being harassed by a pervert named Vanderdecken. Every day, dozens of flying knives and axes were hurled at her hardshell tower. It was hardly a palace. It was practically a prison. Josgard was furious on the spot and wanted to go kill that bastard. I stopped him and said, you can't beat him, but I can. The condition is that you help me find out where the mithril is. Although he didn't know the exact location, he patted his chest and promised that as long as I helped White Star, he would do everything he could to investigate. I trust this guy. The Don Quixote family is full of oddballs, and he is one of them. I directly gave him a phone bug and then teleported him to the Noah's Ark where Vanderdecken was located. That guy was still there throwing weapons. So I went up and used a move, Momo 20 times speed, Taku, instantly killing both him and his reaction time. With that taken care of, I sent Muskrat Saint back. As for the mithril, I'll wait for his news. I'm not in a hurry. Just as I finished, I bought a newspaper from the delivery bird, and the headline left me speechless. Naval Headquarters is going to publicly execute Ace. I was taken aback for a moment, then quickly realized, wow, it's my fault again. Because I delayed Blackbeard before, he encountered Ace earlier than expected. It's a butterfly effect. But fortunately, the timing of the Marineford War hasn't changed. I still have time. So, the next target is the place I had chosen long ago, Zo. That country on the back of an elephant not only has Inuarashi and Nekomamushi, 2 future enemies, but more importantly, there's a piece of red historical text there. There are 4 pieces of red text. One in Zo, one with Big Mom, one with Kaido, and the last one is hidden away by the celestial dragons. Most likely in the Holy Land. My goal is simple. Find the final island, Raftel, and then destroy that so-called One Piece. That thing has always been a lie prepared for Luffy. I immediately called for Runny and Peggy Wan to gather the troops. Although there are many fur tribesmen, with my few thousand subordinates, exterminating a small country is more than enough. Looking at the chaotic but bloodthirsty pirates below, I gave a direct order. Target: annihilate a small country. The treasure belongs to you, but leave no fur tribesmen alive. Kill them all. The crowd instantly erupted, each one excitedly shouting. I sighed. It was hopeless to expect this rabble to rule the world in the future. I walked up to a massive door and opened the free portal to Zao. If it weren't for my ability, finding this moving nation would be like searching for a needle in a haystack. As soon as I opened this door, good heavens, right in front of me was that giant elephant Zwowu, standing at a height of 50,000 meters. I gave a direct command. You all charge. Runny and Peggy took the lead, leading 5,000 people into the fray. Let me tell you, the Zao Wu and their furry tribe may look tough normally, but they are moon-like creatures. They can only transform and gain combat power during a full moon. Today, not only is there no moon, but the scorching sun is high in the sky at noon, So this is just pure slaughter, right? Fighting? This isn't fighting. It's a one-sided massacre. Who understands? Family? The scene was like mowing grass in a game, with no suspense at all. There are two leaders, the Day King, Duke Inazuma, and the Night King, Cat Viper. Couldn't last even 5 minutes against the evolved Runty and Peggy, who had taken some, enhancements. Runty's few shots from her gun were like a pile driver, directly smashing their dog and cat heads. Once the two leaders were dead, the remaining furry tribe immediately gave up resistance. It took about half an hour, and the ground was littered with bodies. Of course, we lost quite a few people too, but I couldn't even be bothered to lift an eyelid. What? You think being a pirate means the company will provide 5 insurances and a housing fund? It's survival of the fittest. If you die, you can only blame yourself for being weak. That's the rule in our line of work. I let those thugs go treasure hunting on their own, then took Run T and Peggy Wan and directly opened a door to enter a hidden cave. That kid Peggy Wan has sharp eyes. He immediately recognized it. Wow. A red history text. I can't believe there's such a treasure on this broken island. I nodded and told him to quickly transform into a big dinosaur and carry this stone, which is even bigger than him, back to Ghost Island. Once Peggy Wan left with the stone, only Run T and I were left in the cave. Let me tell you, this girl is usually very temperamental. Anyone who touches those horns on her head is doomed, including her own brother. I didn't believe it and directly reached out to touch them. To my surprise, she didn't react aggressively. Instead, her face turned red. She was like a docile little kitten, even letting out a cute sound from her throat like nah. As soon as I saw the opportunity, I seized the moment and leaned close to her ear, whispering, "Runny, no matter what kind of danger we encounter in the future, you will always stand by my side and protect me, right?" At that moment, she seemed to be in a daze, and she nodded groggily. "Of course I will protect the prince." I immediately said, "All right, in a few days, when Ace is publicly executed, you accompany me to the Navy headquarters." She suddenly jolted, and her voice changed pitch. "Huh? Your Highness, are you crazy? That's the Navy headquarters." I laughed and reassured her. "Don't worry, we're not going there to start a full-scale war with the Navy. Whitebeard will definitely come to rescue him, and we can just hide behind and watch the show. If Whitebeard wins, we'll take the chance to grab the Navy's military funds. If the Navy wins, we'll turn around and take over Whitebeard's territory." Upon hearing this, her eyes instantly lit up. Truly, she is a pirate, with nothing on her mind except for money. As for my real purpose, it's actually to save Ace and change the plot. But I can't let her know, or she'll really think I've lost my mind for wanting to save an enemy. After returning to Onigashima with a large group and the spoils, I got 2 plot points. Without hesitation, I went straight to the lottery. Wow, this time I was incredibly lucky. One was a universal translator, just like the one from Doraemon. Those who know. The other was even more amazing. It was the Hunter stomach from Hunter x Hunter. With this translator, I won't even need to find Nico Robin. I can scan those incomprehensible symbols in the historical text and translate them all instantly, no longer having to worry about the Straw Hat Kid stealing the plot first. As for this stomach, it's even more ridiculous. Just like Luffy's bottomless stomach, as long as there's food, I can instantly recover health, regain energy, and even gain experience. Isn't this just a mobile spring and experience pack? I'm taking off right here. I immediately ran to the Beast Troops treasure vault, although it was heavily guarded. With my current position as the second-in-command, I had no trouble at all. I took out the translator and scanned the 2 pieces of red historical text we already had, quickly noting down 2 coordinates. Just as I finished, my phone bug started ringing. As soon as I answered, Day's annoying voice came through. "Darling, I found the little girl you asked me to find, and now she's my personal maid. I'm talking about Xiaoyu." I quickly reminded her, "Keep an eye on her. Her fruit ability is crucial, and she can control our givers. Don't let outsiders know." Day was so understanding. "Don't worry. Darling, I'll take care of what you asked. I've been so good lately. Are you coming to the Flower City tonight? I miss you who understands family matters." Who can resist that? I replied directly, "Wait, I'll be there soon." And then, that night, I didn't let her play cards. Instead, I accompanied her to do physical exercises all night long. 1, 2, 3, 4, 2, 2, 3, 4. Deep communication, let's do again. The next morning, I kissed the still sleeping Day and quietly slipped out. I was originally thinking about how to steal the 3rd stone from Annie, but then I thought, why not go directly to my cheap father-in-law Kaido and confront him? I told him, "Father-in-law, we have 2 stones now. Let us form an alliance with Annie and exchange some imprints. We want to lose out." Kaido looked at me with a face that said I was still too young and said, "What is the use of exchanging? After Kazuki Oden died, no one can understand them." I laughed out loud and pulled out my cheat patting my chest and saying, "Father-in-law, you don't have to worry about this. I can understand it." Kaido's eyes went wide, and after rummaging through a big box behind him for a while, he threw me a crumpled piece of sheepskin parchment and asked, "Really? Then translate it for me. What does it say?" I took a look and thought, wow, isn't this just a rubbing of the historical text from Big Mom? This old guy Kaido had actually exchanged with Big Mom a long time ago. I suddenly realized those two must have had something going on when they were young on a rock ship. Otherwise, how could Big Mom give him such a precious thing as the mythical Zoan-type Azure Dragon fruit? This was definitely a love affair. I didn't care about their old gossip anymore and directly used the universal translator to decipher the third coordinate. Just as I was about to take my pen and mark the 3 coordinates on the map, Kaido suddenly shouted, "Wait a minute." Then, I watched helplessly as he grabbed his kanabo, unleashed his conqueror's haki, and in an instant, took out all the dozens of chefs and brewers who had served him for over a decade. Just like whack-a-mole, I was shocked at the time. Family. Is this the mindset of a tyrant? To keep secrets, he even kills his own. He even deliberately leaned over and whispered to me in a voice as small as a mosquito's, saying that this matter can't be told to even Day. I teased him. "What about Aunt Black Maria?" He hesitated for a moment and said seriously, "Her strength is not enough if she gets caught. It would be easy to leak secrets, so let's forget it." Wow, he doesn't trust his old lover or even his own daughter, but he trusts me, his son-in-law. He drew 3 coordinates on a nautical chart and connected them to form a triangle, then whispered to me like a thief, "Son-in-law, look, if we sail along this triangle, isn't it certain that we will find the final island?" I almost laughed out loud. With his IQ, he basically said goodbye to becoming the Pirate King. I directly poured cold water on him. "Father-in-law, have you thought about it? What if that island is in the sky? Or at the bottom of 10,000 meters of ocean? Or what if it's alive like Zoe and can run away?" Kaido immediately deflated like a punctured ball. He asked me where the 4th piece was, and I said it was on Fishman Island 20 years ago, but now it's probably hidden by the Celestial Dragons. I then suggested we could collaborate with that Freedom Alliance, the Revolutionary Army, and have them steal it from Mariehua. Upon hearing this, Kaido thought it was a good idea and entrusted the whole matter to me. However, he still wasn't convinced and insisted on exploring that unreliable triangle. Before leaving, he held a meeting for everyone and announced in front of the 3 major captains and the Flying Six that I would temporarily take over as commander. That brat Fusif wanted to take the opportunity to raid Whitebeard's territory, but I shot him down with one sentence. Since when did our beast pirates need to team up with the Navy to seize territory? How embarrassing. I used a free gate to send Kaido to Windmill Village. Just as I closed the door, Black Maria walked in with a drink, exuding charm and licking her lips. "Lord Kaido is not here, and I feel so empty inside. Could the prince accompany Maria for a little drink to ease my worries?" Before she could finish, Runmei rushed in like a protective little dragon, pointing at her and scolding, "You little enchantress, as soon as young Master Yamato is away, you dare to enter the prince's room." Black Maria laughed heartily. "You're only criticizing me, Miss Runmei, but why are you here?" Runmei's face turned red, and she stubbornly replied, I'm just here to keep an eye on the prince for young Master Yamato." The 2 women exchanged words like a scene from a palace drama. In the end, both stormed off in anger. I quieted down by myself and started to think about how to contact the Revolutionary Army. It seemed to have been mentioned in the comics, but I couldn't remember it all. Just as I was feeling troubled, a sudden flash of inspiration hit me. Wow, I really am a genius. I don't know where their headquarters is, but they have a cadre, the cross-dresser Ivankov, who is imprisoned and impelled down. I opened the door directly and stepped into the Underground 5 level of the Impelled Down's paradise for transgenders. My sudden appearance startled the transgender king with a huge head. I got straight to the point. "You must know my identity, right?" He looked very guarded. I smiled and said, "You are no ordinary person. You are the deputy of the Free Alliance, Lord Ivankov." He immediately became furious and assumed a combat stance. I waved my hand. "Don't be nervous. I'm here to discuss a collaboration with you. I'll provide the money, the manpower, and the ship to help you with the revolution. And in return, you help me steal something from the Holy Land, Mariehua. I'm offering a direct price, 400 billion berries, plus I will fully support you for one attack. And then use my abilities to help you relocate 10 times. This offer should be enough, right?" The king of the transgenders stared wide-eyed, but in the end, still looked skeptical. "Don't joke around. Even if you combine all the berries from the 4 emperors, it wouldn't add up to 400 billion berries. I'm telling you, this is simply ridiculous. It's outrageous. The combined wealth of the 4 emperors doesn't even add up to 4 trillion. Nonsense. Our beast pirates indeed don't have that much cash flow, But that doesn't mean there aren't some pure fools out there. I told him back then, buddy, we don't have it, but someone does. That golden emperor, his vault has exactly 4 trillion, not a penny more or less. As soon as I said that, the 2 eyes of the king of transvestites lit up like they had LED bulbs installed. Their so-called free alliance has long been drooling over the golden emperor's fortune. Just think, with this money, how many countries could they liberate? They would be one big step closer to their dream of a world without slaves. But the problem is, that golden emperor is no pushover. The protection fee he pays to the celestial dragons every year is enough to support a small country. And the Navy has a substitute admiral and a fleet guarding him year-round. Plus, his own strength is formidable. Although their free alliance sent the top thief Karina, who became the #1 diva of Golden City, getting into the vault is harder than reaching the sky. The king of transvestites then asked me, "Are you planning to confront Golden City head-on? That noise would be too great. If the celestial dragons get angry, your beast pirates wouldn't be able to handle it, right?" I laughed at that moment. Let me tell you, my expression was 3 parts mockery and 7 parts disdain. I said to him, "Bro, open your mind. My ability is called Zazai Gate. I LL open a door at your headquarters and then come out from the Golden Emperor's vault. You could just move the money. Why should I exert myself to attack? It's purely a dimensionality reduction strike. Do you understand?" The Demon King immediately made the decision. "Deal. You take this ring, go to Baldigo Island, and talk directly to the dragon. He will definitely agree." I asked him to tell me about the location and situation of Baldigo Island, and as he spoke, the 2 frames from the comic floated in my mind. I suddenly opened a door and waved at the king of the mermen, saying, "Location received, happy cooperation." Then the person vanished, leaving the king of the mermen with a face full of envy and jealousy, probably thinking this ability is too overpowered. It would be great if we had someone like that. In the next moment, I found myself on a desolate island covered in yellow sand. On the surface, it looked deserted, not a single shadow in sight. But I sensed that behind the distant sand dunes, 2 people were peering at me with binoculars. As soon as I activated my Thunderfruit ability, I flashed right in front of them. For those who understand, this was Sabo, Luffy's brother, and his girlfriend Koala. Sabo quickly shielded Koala behind him, looking tense. It's no wonder. This is their revolutionary army stronghold, and suddenly having a powerhouse like me drop in, you probably thought I was CP0 here to raid them. I quickly spread my hands and said, "Don't be nervous, we're on the same side. This is the ring of the king of transvestites, and I'm here to discuss cooperation with your boss." Following Sabo into their headquarters, I almost burst out laughing. This is their headquarters? It's just a shabby shed that barely keeps the rain out, and that's their conference room. These people are really poor. But it's also clear that from Long to Sabo, they are not ones who seek pleasure and luxury. I quickly talked about the deal I had made with the Demon King to the dragons. The high-ranking officials of the Free Alliance huddled together and whispered a few words, and immediately agreed. After all, this matter was like a pie falling from the sky for them. As a result, that thick-browed and big-eyed guy, the dragon, actually wanted to raise the stakes. He said, "In addition to the 400 billion from Golden City, I also need you to help us attack the Kingdom of the Bridge." He even specially explained, fearing that I would think he was asking for too much. 400 billion is indeed a lot. But we already have moles in Golden City and are close to success. As soon as I heard it, I couldn't help but laugh. "Isn't this just the classic I can do it too?" I directly pointed out to him, "The undercover you're talking about. Isn't it the most glamorous songstress of Golden City, the thief Karina?" Long's eternally expressionless face instantly couldn't hold up anymore, and his expression was quite something. Let me tell you, at that moment I felt like a culinary god. The dish I cooked was just perfect. This dark chess piece Karina. Even the king of transvestites didn't know about her, yet I called her out in one breath. How could Long not be stunned? He was probably thinking, how many more secrets do I know about them? I quickly reassured him, "Boss Long, don't be nervous. Our interests don't conflict. Instead, we have a common enemy, the celestial dragons. You want to overthrow them, and so does our beast pirates. Our goals align." Long was still quite vigilant. "And then you establish a world ruled by pirates?" I waved my hand. The ideal of a pirate is not to rule the world, but to live freely. With that said, Dragon relaxed. "All right, since that's the case, will you agree to my conditions?" "Sure." I nodded, "But for the Kingdom of Bridge, you must send your main force. I can only send 4 people. Myself, my wife Yamato, and the siblings Pudding and Sanji. The 4 of us can at most hold back 2 Admiral-level opponents, and I emphasize hold back, not defeat." Upon hearing this, Dragon's eyes lit up. If we can really achieve that, then liberating the Kingdom of Bridge will be secure. The Kingdom of Bridge is no ordinary place. It is actually composed of hundreds of countries that refuse to pay protection fees to the celestial dragons, made up of slaves captured after their nations were destroyed. The only purpose for these people's lives is to build a cross-sea bridge connecting the entire world. Guarding these slaves is the celestial dragons army, which, although not as famous as the Navy, still numbers 100,000 and has 3 admirals. Once the conditions were settled, I asked Dragon for a token to contact. Give me something that will make Karina trust me, as I need to go to Golden City to scout and confirm the location of the treasury. Dragon gave me a code phrase. Just tell her, do you remember the crying boy from the East Blue fishing boat? She'll know you're one of us. Interesting. I smiled, turned around, and said, all right, everyone, I'm off to Golden City. When my door opens again, please be ready with enough manpower, as 400 billion berries is quite heavy. With that, I opened the door and, in the next second, appeared in Golden City. This Golden Emperor, whose real name is Tezelo, was once a slave of the celestial dragons, but turned his life around after obtaining the gold fruit. His ship, made of gold, is 10 kilometers long and roams around the world like a mobile Las Vegas at sea. Of course, I couldn't just line up at the front door like an ordinary person. I directly teleported to the VIP area. As soon as I landed, alarms blared throughout the place. A large group of security guards surrounded me with guns drawn. Wow, this Golden City is full of surveillance bugs. I was spotted the moment I appeared. Suddenly, a short guy popped up from the ground, his head resembling that of a raccoon. He was Tianzhong, the head of the Golden Emperor's guards. Kid, being able to infiltrate the VIP area is quite an achievement, he said, sounding arrogant, as if he were something special. I can't even be bothered to lift my eyelids. You got 2 things wrong. First, I don't need to sneak into your little broken place. Second, tell your boss Taizolo to come out and greet me. Tanaka immediately exploded. You bastard, daring to call out the name of the Golden Emperor. Open fire. Bang, bang, bang. The security around immediately opened fire. They were using prison stone bullets, specifically designed to restrain ability users. But this little thing isn't even enough to tickle me. I couldn't be bothered to activate Maple's defense. Just relying on the 8 gates I've been practicing lately, my physical body can withstand it. I casually grabbed a few incoming bullets and weighed them in my hand. It would be impolite not to return the favor, so I tossed them back. With a flick of my finger, the bullets returned along their original path, and that group of security guards fell to the ground with a thud. Tanaka saw that the situation was not good and immediately tried to burrow into the ground to escape. His fruit ability was fine for fleeing, but it was a joke in a fight. My observation hockey had already locked onto him, yet he still dared to attempt a sneak attack from under my feet. I lifted my right foot, and the armament color hockey instantly covered it. Momo, 10 times speed. As soon as I finished speaking, I stomped down. Boom! The golden floor exploded, creating a deep pit over 10 meters wide. As for Tanaka, not even a trace was left. In the monitoring room, one of Taizolo's subordinates was so scared that his voice changed. Lord Golden Emperor, it's bad. Mr. Tanaka's life card is burned out. Taizolo smashed the golden wine glass in his hand onto the floor with a clang. He certainly knew me. My reputation had grown so large recently. He sent Tanaka out just to test my strength, and as a result, this test directly cost him his most loyal subordinate. However, this guy was also a bold character, quickly regaining his lofty expression and saying to a beautiful woman in a purple gown next to him, make sure to treat Mr. Yifan well and let him have a good time. The woman, named Bakura, is a lucky fruit user in Taizolo's money tree. She drove a car made entirely of gold, which was quite flashy, and soon appeared in front of me. Welcome, Lord Yifan. She got out of the car, looking enchanting, and said, I apologize for the earlier offense. This is just a small token, a 1 billion berries chip. I hope you enjoy yourself. I have taken the chips. This sounds like a conversation. By the way, I heard there is a super diva here. What's her name? Bakura immediately understood. So you came for Miss Karina? Please follow me to the VIP room. I will arrange for her to perform exclusively for you. I jumped into the sports car and was taken into a room that was ridiculously large. This was no KTV room. It was over 1,000 square meters. Enough for a dance party. The walls, floors, and furniture were all made of gold, dazzling my eyes. I sat down confidently, surrounded by dozens of beautiful maidens attending to me. The first cup of wine was served, shimmering gold. I knew this was Tezelo's scheme. The wine contained gold dust, and drinking it would allow him to control me with his devil fruit ability. In the monitoring room, Tezelo nervously stared at the screen. When he saw me gulp down the wine in one go, his mouth almost stretched to his ears. He was probably already thinking about how to control me to take over the entire Beast Pirates. But I wasn't scared at all. This little trick? Did he really think he could break through my defenses? Dream on. Karina took the stage and sang a few songs. And I started to request songs. I want to hear Pure Land and Bluebird. Karina froze on stage, looking awkward. Honorable guest, I can sing Pure Land, but what song is Bluebird? I just remembered, damn it, I messed up. After listening to songs for half an hour, I waved my hand. Karina, come over and drink with me. Everyone else get out. As the top girl, Karina doesn't accompany drinks. Just as she was about to refuse, Bakara hurriedly whispered in her ear, "This person is a big shot from the Beast Pirates. We can't offend him." After saying that, she took the others and slipped away. I beckoned Karina with my finger. "Come sit on my lap, little girl." She walked over to the sofa 2 meters away and sat down with a cold expression. "I'm a diva, not a hostess." I laughed heartily, stood up, and instantly changed my expression. "Interesting. But do you think I, Fan, am just anyone? In this world, no one can resist the 100 Beast Pirates." My face twisted in a fierce expression, and the Conqueror's hockey erupted with a loud bang. The powerful pressure instantly swept through the entire room, causing the golden walls and floor to crack. In the monitoring room, Tesla watched as dozens of screens turned black in an instant. While his subordinates reported in panic that all the phone bugs had been killed by the shock, he instead burst into laughter, as expected of a strong man from the Beast Pirates, truly terrifying. Meanwhile, in the center, Karina was already half kneeling on the ground, trembling all over. The fact that she hadn't fainted was already a testament to her strong willpower. I walked over, hugged her tightly, and whispered in her ear, "Do you remember the Crybaby by Donghai Fishing Village?" Karina suddenly looked up, her eyes filled with shock. You were one of the dragons?" "It's just a cooperative relationship," I replied succinctly. "I'm here to find out where the treasury is. Does your Beast Pirates also want the treasure of Golden City? How could the dragon agree to that? All the money goes to your free alliance. I don't want a single cent. As for why, once your mission is complete, you can ask the dragon yourself. Now, do you have any clues?" "I only know that the treasury is behind the VIP area and is usually not accessed. Only when the celestial dragons come to collect the gold from the heavens, or when there are large expenses exceeding 3 million berries, will Tesla go to open the treasury." "That's simple then." A smile crept on my lips. "As long as I win a large sum at the casino, I can force him to open the treasury, right? Let's go. Take me to the casino." I held Karina as we walked out of the private room. Although she was very uncomfortable, she had no choice but to endure it for the sake of 400 billion belly. When we arrived at the casino, I went straight to the biggest gambling table and shouted at the people there, "Get lost, this table is mine." A pirate with a bounty of several million, not willing to back down, stood up to introduce himself, but I punched him and sent him flying several meters away. When the others saw this, they were so scared that they wet their pants and hurriedly ran off with their chips. I sat down and immediately pushed all my chips worth 1,000,000,000 berries onto the 6 sixes of flush. Karina was extremely nervous. The gambling tools here are made of sea stone, and observation hockey is useless. There's no way you can win with such a bet. The dealer was also stunned and quickly said, "Sir, please wait a moment." He couldn't handle a bet of this level. Soon, Tesla personally came over with Bacala and a strong man named Dice. "I am Tesla, the Golden City Lord. Mr. Yifan really wants to play this big?" I leaned back in my chair, looking indifferent. "I only win, never lose. What does it matter how big the stakes are?" Taizolo had that muscular man, Deus, personally roll the dice for me and signaled for Baccarat to pour me a drink, trying to take the opportunity to siphon off my luck. But as soon as Baccarat got close, I used my ability to summon a wave of seawater that crashed onto her, instantly making her weak. I welcomed beautiful service, but trying to absorb my luck. "You're dreaming." The scheme was exposed, and Taizolo's face instantly darkened. Deus at the dealer's position was sweating profusely. No matter how he rolled the dice in the cup, there were always 3 sixes inside. That was my ability of water breathing, fixing the dice in place through the sea prism stone. He didn't dare to stop or open the cup. Taizolo also sensed that something was wrong. I laughed and said, "What? Are you going to roll a dice and hope to land on the sunken city of gold?" My words have a double meaning. If you don't open it now, I'm going to smash your broken ship. Tesla gritted his teeth and said, "Open it." Deus trembled as he opened the dice cup. 3 sixes, a triplet, 1 billion berries, with a 15 times payout, instantly turned into 160 billion. I pointed at the chips on the table. 160 billion, continue, all in on 3 sixes. This time, Deus was completely frozen, looking at Taizolo with fear. Taizolo's face had turned as dark as the bottom of a pot. 160 billion still isn't enough to satisfy Mr. Yifan? I directly pulled out a flag of the Beast Pirate crew from my pocket and slapped it onto the gambling table. "I'm here today to collect taxes. As the territory of my Beast Pirate crew, how much tax do you think should be paid?" Tezulo's face completely darkened. You're too arrogant. You're just Kaido's son-in-law. Don't think I'm afraid of you. Then let's settle this with our fists. As soon as I finished speaking, the golden floor beneath us surged up like liquid, wrapping around my entire body. At the same time, Tezulo began to activate the gold powder within me, trying to attack me from the inside. I didn't fight back at all. I just wanted to see how strong my internal defenses are. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. Tezulo went from laughing maniacally to being surprised, and finally his voice started to tremble. You must be in a lot of pain right now, right? Don't hold on. Just kneel and beg for mercy. His tactic works flawlessly against others, but for me, it felt like a massage. I just wanted to test whether I could withstand attacks from awakened abilities like kids, which can strike from within, or from a master like Liu Ying in the future. The test results were very satisfying. I smiled at him and said, if your strength is only this much, then you're dead today. Don't underestimate me. Taizui Luo has completely gone crazy. Like a pitiful creature, he summoned all the gold around him to form giant golden pythons, even attacking the onlookers nearby. And then all of them pounced towards me. I drew my sword, executing the technique, picking up the flow of life. Waves of seawater surged from the blade, meeting the sky full of golden serpents. After the water flowed through, all the gold lost control and scattered across the ground. Tezulo was no longer the lofty golden emperor. He looked at me, his eyes filled with fear, a devil fruit user. How could he easily control seawater? You cheat. He knew better than anyone that he was finished. In front of me, who could freely control the seawater, he a gold fruit user, was nothing but a complete joke. So, his reaction in the next moment was not surprising at all. He suddenly knelt down. Family, who understands, it was so smooth. He didn't even retain a shred of a strong man's dignity. He opened his mouth and said, Big brother, I was wrong. The Golden City will be your property from now on. Please spare my life. I laughed and said, if you had understood this earlier, it would have been fine. All right, first give me 500 billion berries to spend, and then you can pay me 300 billion every year. No problem, right? He nodded like a garlic peeler, probably still calculating in his mind, wanting to use our beast pirates as a pawn to skim off the gold from the celestial dragons, and ideally get us to fight the Navy. He's got quite a few schemes. When his people went to move the money, I directly found Hall to eat. Goodness, they brought out some kind of roasted camel. Can you guess what's inside? A horse stuffed inside the camel, a sheep stuffed inside the horse, a chicken stuffed inside the sheep, and an ostrich egg inside the chicken. Where's this nesting doll? It weighed a ton, and I finished it in just over 10 minutes. And guess what? I was only a little full. I feel like I'll have to treat sea kings as snacks to feel full in the future. Not long after, a few hundred people huffed and puffed as they brought in 50 large boxes, 500 billion berries cash. Right in front of them, I opened a portal and, with a whoosh, used water to sweep all the money boxes inside. Those CP0 agents and Tezulo thought I was transporting the money back to Onigashima. Naive. I tell you, behind that door is the headquarters of the Dragon's Revolutionary Army. The dragon watched the money boxes flying out of the door like dumplings, and surprisingly, that terrifying slipper face that could scare a child into tears was actually smiling brightly. Over here, I acted the whole scene, patted Tezulo on the shoulder, and said, well done, from now on, use the name of the beast troop, and no one will dare to bully you. After that, I transformed into a giant dragon, and with a loud crash, broke through the ceiling and flew away. Of course, I flew so ostentatiously not just for show, but to confirm the appearance and location of the treasure vault one last time in the air. When he went to get the money earlier, my heart network had already locked onto every step he took. The entire Golden City was within my monitoring range. I flew to a place where they couldn't see me, casually found a small island to land on, and then opened the free door again. Next, I directly opened it in the treasure vault of Gold City. Long and his group of Revolutionary Army cadres followed me in, and they were all dumbfounded. Family, that scene was a vast mountain of gold coins. The entire room, over 1,000 square meters, was filled with money. There was a deputy commander named Ashilu who immediately went weak in the knees and sat on the ground, muttering, Oh my God, I've never seen so much money in my life. Betty next to her complained, You charged forward during the battle, but now you're weak at the sight of money? Long managed to stay calm and immediately ordered, Don't just stand there, get to work. With this money, we can liberate more people. A group of cadres, energized like they had been injected with adrenaline, grabbed sacks and started frantically stuffing money. Can you believe it? In just 10 minutes, 3,500 billion berries, the entire treasure vault was cleared out cleaner than my face. Long came over to thank me and even wanted to recruit me. I directly told him, we're not on the same path. I can't stand the celestial dragons. But I also like to enjoy life. I accept that with great power comes great responsibility, but with great power, the treatment has to keep up too. I'm not as selfless as you guys. However, if you're going to attack Mariehua in the future, you can count me in. Long's eyes lit up upon hearing this. After sorting out Gold City, I immediately returned to Ghost Island. Why the rush? Because I knew that now was not the time for a full-scale war with the celestial dragons. Those old geezers are hiding deep, the 5 elders, Steelbone Kong, and that mysterious hockey that can shorten one's lifespan. I haven't figured it all out yet. That's why I took such a big detour to steal money instead of directly robbing it, to avoid making a big fuss. It seems I need to hurry up and increase my strength. I went straight into the time-gravity room, stayed inside for 3 days, while 3 days passed outside, which meant 3 years inside, plus 10 times the gravity. The effect was remarkable. When I came out, my observation hockey finally awakened, and like Katakuri, I could briefly foresee the future. Just as I stepped out, Long's transponder snail arrived, saying they were ready to liberate the kingdom of the bridge. I immediately called Dato, Runny, and Peggy Wan. Peggy Wan, this little brother, is a bit cowardly and said, Brother-in-law, we just finished with the Navy, and now we're going to mess with the Army? Aren't we going to anger the celestial dragons? I explained to them, our task is not to fight to the death, but to hold off the 2 generals of the Army. We will provide cover for the Revolutionary Army, and by creating chaos, the attention of the celestial dragons will be drawn to the increasingly powerful Revolutionary Army, so no one will be watching us build the Hades. Once I said this, they understood. The next moment, I opened the door to freedom and brought them directly to a corner of the Kingdom of Bridges. Wow. The Revolutionary Army has mobilized all their forces this time. Dragon, Sabo, the 4 army commanders, and thousands of elite warriors. Quite an impressive display. Sabo pointed at the map and said to me, Mr. Yifan, the army has 3 major generals, Sanlong, Liu, and Bailu, whose strength is no weaker than that of the Navy Admirals. You need to help us hold off 2 of them. I said, it's fine to hold on, but my people can only last for an hour. As for myself, I can hold on for another 5 hours without any problem. I believe that Long can definitely solve one issue within an hour, right? This is intentional. I have always suspected that Dragon might have the same type of hockey as the celestial dragons, which consumes lifespan. By pushing him like this, I can see his true cards. The battle instantly ignited. Bello Betty waved her flag, and the entire army's combat power skyrocketed. As soon as Dragon made his move, the sky turned dark with heavy clouds, storms raged, and thick fog enveloped the area, reducing visibility to less than 50 meters. The Revolutionary Army took advantage of the dense fog, moving around like ghosts to carry out assassinations. But this kind of sneak attack was destined to be short-lived. Sure enough, an hour later, alarms rang out across the skies. Rows of soldiers charged in from various checkpoints. I said to Duh and the others, it's our turn. I'll take 1-on-1, and you 3 hold the other one. Remember, just hold them back, don't force it. As soon as I finished speaking, dozens of figures in red justice cloaks rushed towards us from a distance. I transformed into a massive purple dragon and charged forward. The leading general, named Sanglong, shouted at me, Dragon Emperor Yi Fan, do you want to be an enemy of the Heavenly Dragon Clan? I laughed directly. I am a pirate, you are lackeys. We are born enemies. Let's talk, you Navy just beat us a few days ago, let's settle this score today. A pair of claws identical to Wolverine's suddenly grew from the fist of the Grey Wolf, and he charged forward with a moon step. Without a word, I opened my mouth and unleashed a breath of dragon fire, enhanced tenfold towards the concentrated area of the army below. A fire column several dozen meters wide instantly incinerated a section of the bridge hundreds of meters long, along with the hundreds of soldiers on it, completely obliterating them and cutting off their reinforcements. Seeing this, the Grey Wolf panicked, transforming into hundreds of afterimages, and unleashed a frenzied attack on my dragon body, which stretched thousands of meters long. Super Rapid Wolf Claw. Thousands of claw strikes instantly rained down on me, sending sparks flying everywhere. The defense of my dragon scales has managed to leave him with hundreds of scratches, each over 10 centimeters deep. I was furious at that moment. You scratched my perfect scales? You've awakened the beast sleeping in my heart. Momo's tenfold quality thunderstorm. Taking advantage of the thunderstorm created by the dragon, my move Thunderstorm's power surged. In the sky, thousands of terrifying lightning bolts, dozens of meters thick, struck down like rain. Countless soldiers were instantly turned to ashes, and even several major generals couldn't escape. The Grey Wolf was so angry that he shouted, "You bastard, attacking soldiers is nothing to brag about." I directly countered him with a tenfold speed windblade. Then don't dodge. You waste. This guy really got fired up. His whole body turned metallic. And he took my wind blade head on. As a result, he was in midair with no place to gain leverage, and my wind blade slammed him down like playing billiards, crashing him from the sky and smashing a large section of the bridge. When he crawled out from the rubble, he was smoking all over, and his gaze was like he wanted to eat me alive. His body started to undergo drastic changes. I tell you, that scene was just like a transformation from Transformers. He was cracking and popping all over, metal supports were wildly popping out, forcing himself from a human form into a several 100-meter tall metal bird man, with a pair of iron wings sprouting from his back. What the hell, after all that, this is what you've got. In front of my several 1,000-meter long dragon body, your size looks like a baby bus. Below, his little minions were still flattering him, saying things like Lord Songlong is invincible, and the strongest is the diamond fruit. I was about to get calluses in my ears from all that. All right, you say you're strong, then I want to see. I directly used 10 times the mass and shot a strengthened dragon breath at him. Guess what happened? This guy didn't even dodge. His metal arm wriggled, instantly forming a shield several 100 meters wide, and he blocked it head on. My flames, which can melt everything, didn't leave a single mark on his broken shield. Now he was feeling invincible, bragging that after awakening his diamond fruit, his defense was maxed out, and that the 3 Marine Admirals, Akiji and Akainu, were just a joke in his eyes, while Kazuru was only worthy of being his messenger. I finally understood. This guy was just a local emperor who had been stationed on land for a long time, had never seen big scenes, and, after fighting some mountain bandits, really thought he was invincible. He was even thinking about capturing me to exchange for money to buy mermaid slaves. The battle had just started, and he was already planning the menu for the victory banquet. You've completely angered me, he shouted, and with his other hand, he conjured a long spear and threw it at me. That thing grew larger in the air, instantly turning into a several 1,000-meter long metal power pole, directly aiming for my face. Take a head on? I'm not stupid. I instantly switched from dragon form to human dragon form. Speed is the key. I activated 30 times the speed, and my whole body turned into a flash of lightning, dodging that broken spear in a swoosh, and directly appearing in front of the forehead of his metal giant. I had long seen through it. Your true self is hiding in this metal head. 8 doors of Dunjia, 7th door, shock door day tiger. Let me stack another buff for you, 30 times the strength. I was instantly enveloped in blue steam, and my family, who understands that kind of excruciating pain where every cell is burning, knows how exhilarating it is. But the power gained from this is also earth-shattering. The gray wolf reacted, its massive metallic body instantly covered with a layer of pitch-black armed color. My fist was also wrapped in a conqueror's haki, and the terrifying black lightning crackled loudly. Once I unleashed my conqueror's haki, the entire sky was forcefully torn open, creating a massive rift, and a beam of sunlight shone through, illuminating our battlefield like a stage. Below, my wives were cheering for me madly, while the Revolutionary Army members were extremely tense. In contrast, the army was watching me like I was a fool, and the other 2 admirals were as steady as rocks, just waiting to see the joke of my fist shattering. But what happened? I threw a punch, and he actually dared to charge at me with his head. With a tremendous boom, that several 100-meter tall iron lump shattered like glass, cracking from head to toe, and then with a crash, it broke into pieces. The gray wolf's pitiful form fell out of the fragments, its face filled with disbelief, muttering, "How is this possible?" Before the words left its mouth, it plummeted straight down from several 1,000 meters in the air, a bloody hole in its chest, its heart gone. I was stunned at that moment. No, dude. Why are you so fragile? I threw that punch, intending to seriously injure you, but who knew it would take you out in one hit? I figured you were at least a major general. How come you didn't even use your conqueror's haki for start to finish? It turns out you really can't do it. Well, it's understandable. Pure love warriors are everywhere, but someone like you, who licks the boots of the celestial dragons, has nothing at all, not even worthy of having conqueror's haki. This information gap made me feel like a villain. Dude, it wasn't intentional. It's just that your so-called strongest defense is as flimsy as paper. The army below saw their commander taken out by my punch and scattered like birds and beasts. Even those 2 admirals ran faster than anyone else. I was dumbfounded. I initially wanted to let Dragon and the others draw the fire, but it turned out that I became the main character, completely messing up the plan. There was no choice but to take Yamato and the others back to Wano first. Upon returning to Onigashima, I heard some big news. The Navy was going to publicly execute Ace. Yamato got anxious upon hearing this, saying Ace was her good friend and begged me to save him. I could save him, but I made her agree to 3 rules. Only save Ace. And we won't care about the lives of the white beard pirates. On the other side, the Gorosei also received the news and were furious, but in the end, they felt that the Revolutionary Army posed a greater threat and decided to focus their efforts on dealing with Dragon and the others. Hey, that works perfectly for me. A few days later, to rescue someone from the Navy headquarters, I took Yamato to the Sabaody archipelago first. Goodness, this island looked as if it had been plowed by cannon fire, with ruins everywhere. After inquiring, I learned that a couple of days ago, Luffy and the others had caused a ruckus here, beating up the celestial dragons, which attracted Admiral Kizaru to come and bomb the area. If it weren't for Kuma showing up in time to blow them away, the Straw Hat crew would have faced an early ending. I was about to take Yamato somewhere to relax when a figure suddenly blocked my way, wearing a top hat and carrying a huge black sword. It was the world's greatest swordsman, Dracula Mihawk. Yamato was instantly annoyed, with the day to save Ace approaching. She was already feeling stressed and just wanted to drink some alcohol to relieve the pressure. Now, being blocked by someone made her even angrier. Mihawk completely ignored her, his sharp eyes fixed on the sword at my waist, and he spoke. I've heard you are a powerful swordsman. I challenge you. I laughed and said, in front of so many people, if you lose, the title of the world's greatest swordsman will be gone. And guess what he said? He said he doesn't care about empty fame. He only pursues the strongest swordsmanship. All right, madman, since you love failure so much, I'll indulge you. As soon as we drew our swords, we faced each other instantly. I rolled my eyes, thinking I could see all his movements clearly, but as soon as we started, I was directly overwhelmed and beaten. Does anyone understand? This is the first time I've been beaten so badly. There's nothing I can do. He's specialized. Having practiced this sword for his whole life, while my skill points are too scattered. In pure swordsmanship, I'm just a beginner. I was pushed back repeatedly by him. He struck me with his sword, and although it couldn't break through my defense, his eyes were filled with disappointment as he said my swordsmanship was just amateurish. Hey, don't rush, kid. The warm-up is over. I brushed off the dust from my clothes and smiled at him. I really don't know much about swordsmanship, just those 11 moves. I wonder if the world's #1 swordmaster can handle it. Originally looking disappointed, Hawkeye's eyes instantly lit up upon hearing this. He excitedly said, quick, show me. Even if I die under your sword, I am willing. All right, you said it. Momo, 30 times speed. 8 gates of Duinjia. 5th gate, Dumin, open. My entire aura instantly changed. Let me tell you, Hawkeye's expression froze on the spot, and he was sweating profusely, but in the next second, he was trembling with excitement. He knew that this terrifying sense of pressure was something he hadn't encountered in a long time. He had truly run into a steel plate this time. If he wasn't careful, the world's #1 swordsman would meet his end here today. But in the next moment, this guy was actually trembling with excitement. Everyone in the room was dumbfounded, and he was the only one ecstatic, saying that he finally met a swordsman who could make him feel fear again. I tell you, top-tier strong individuals often have a bit of masochistic tendency. And it wasn't over yet. The commotion attracted onlookers. On the top floor of the auction house, Doflamingo, with his pink feather flamboyance and those broken sunglasses, was there cackling weirdly, saying that with the battle imminent, it was just the right time to see how much weight my son-in-law of the Beast Pirates truly had. On the other side, in a corner, there was another person hiding. Surprisingly, it was Moonlight Moria, the one who was taken down by Luffy. The look in this guy's eyes when he looked at me was filled with resentment. He must have already wished for my 1,000 cuts and was thinking about getting Hawkeye to kill me quickly so he could use my shadow to make a zombie subordinate and then seek revenge on Kaido. It's ridiculous. These warlords of the sea are all so dramatic. I can't be bothered with them. Let's just start fighting. First move. As soon as I finished speaking, the blue sun blade in my hand shot out with a swish, a blue slash as fast as lightning. I tell you, I've opened the 8 gates and stacked it with 30 times speed. Human nerve reaction speed simply can't keep up. But Hawkeye is, after all, Hawkeye. He didn't even look at my blade, his eyes fixed firmly on my shoulder, just by the slightest movement of my shoulder for that 0.01 seconds before I attacked. He actually predicted all my attack routes. Clang! With a loud crash, his black blade, Knight, firmly blocked my sword. However, prediction is one thing. Power can't be faked. He was like he had been hit by a high-speed train, his feet plowing 2 deep grooves in the ground, yet he still uncontrollably flew backwards for dozens of meters. When he steadied himself, the hand gripping the sword was numb at the tiger's mouth. He looked at me, the excitement in his eyes intensifying, and laughed loudly. This is the duel I wanted. Come on, let me see your stronger sword moves. All right, I'll satisfy you. Second move, water wheel. My whole body moved instantly, my feet tapping, my body tracing a perfect circular trajectory in the air, the water flowing from the blade forming a massive water wheel, rolling straight toward him. This time he was smarter and it didn't take it head on. Clang, clang, clang. He slashed 3 times in an instant, using 3 consecutive force releases to barely neutralize my attack. Although he was still pushed back a dozen meters, at least his right hand was saved. Who understands? This is truly a classic example of technique against a numerical monster. Looks like you found the trick, I smiled, but starting from the third move, it won't be so simple. Third form, flowing dance. The blade in my hand began to whirl wildly, and where the blade tip passed, a huge water dragon appeared out of thin air, roaring as it charged forward. Hawkeye didn't hold back either, infusing his black blade with haki and launching an attack at me. One sword style, 100/C. Goodness, in an instant, over 100 sword energies came crashing down, colliding with my water dragon. Boom, boom, boom. The entire island number 1 shook violently under our clash. The ground torn apart with hundreds of cracks several meters deep, and the surrounding buildings collapsed like paper. Hiding on a rooftop, Doflamingo turned pale. I estimated his heart was bleeding, having his territory demolished as a training ground while not daring to make sound. Fourth move, tide of strikes. I flick my wrist, the slashes transforming into waves, each wave a sword energy, and they moved in an S shape, encircling Hawkeye from all directions like missiles changing course. This time he was stumped. He had never seen such bizarre sword energies before. Since he couldn't block it, he decided not to. He concentrated all his power into one point and unleashed a giant sword energy hundreds of meters high, crashing down like a mountain and shattering all my water flow sword energies, then continued to charge toward me. Dodge? Don't need to dodge? I crossed my arms, maximizing my haki, and braced myself against it. The massive sword energy rubbed fiercely against my arms, sparks flying, but I didn't budge an inch. When that sword energy dissipated, I brushed the dust off my hands and grinned at him. Quite a spectacle, but the power is a bit weak. Hawkeye was already panting heavily. That last blow had clearly drained a lot of his stamina, but the fighting spirit in his eyes was only growing stronger. I won't admit defeat. You have 6 moves left, continue. All right, this next move has a wide range, so brace yourself. I turned to my wife and shouted, Yamato, stay back. Yamato waved her hand nonchalantly. Just don't sink the island, or we'll have to change places to drink. Doflamingo, hearing this from the rooftop, turned pale with fear and hurriedly shouted to his subordinates, Hurry, move all the valuable things for me. His foolish subordinate even asked, Sir, aren't you going to teach them a lesson since they are so arrogant? Doflamingo, probably cursing in his heart, thought, If I could beat them, would I need you to say anything? I have already started to gather my strength. Lu Ji Xing, twisting vortex. My whole body spins at high speed, and the water flow on the blade instantly forms a gigantic tornado with a diameter of over 100 meters, reaching into the sky. That terrifying suction pulls up all the rubble and debris from the ground, making the entire island number 1 look like the end of the world. Hawkeye watches this world-destroying move, and finally, for the first time, he grips his black sword with both hands. One sword style, Nightingale, Great Darkness Slash. In just 1 second, he swings out hundreds of swords, each infused with a pitch-black armed haki, forcefully slicing my water tornado into hundreds of segments. But this move completely drained him. He inserted his sword into the ground, barely supporting his body, sweat pouring down like rain. Are you at your physical limit? I ask him. He looks up, his gaze still resolute. As long as I haven't fallen, I'll continue. All right, then let me show you the fastest sword. I take a deep breath. Qi Ji Xing Droplet Ripple Strike. This sword has no flashy effects, not even a flow of water, because all the power is condensed into the word fast. With the support of my 8 gates and 30 times speed, the speed of this sword is something even Kizaru can't evade. Zulfust. Hawkeye's pupils constrict. By the time he reacts, my attack has already ended. This time, he couldn't block it or dodge it, relying solely on the last instinct of a great swordsman. He forcibly twisted his body at the moment the blade tip reached him. With a thud, my sword pierced through his body, avoiding the heart but severely injuring his lungs. Blood surged from the corner of his mouth. He has been defeated. I withdrew the Sunwheel blade and said calmly, From today on, I am the world's greatest swordsman. After saying that, I took Yamato and headed toward the auction house. Doflamingo's subordinate, a guy named Buffalo, came up to us like a little lapdog, bowing and scraping as he invited us into the most luxurious VIP room. Fine wine and food were served continuously, and let me tell you, the Sabeti archipelago is amazing. You can find all kinds of Sea King cuisine from around the world. We both went into a gluttonous mode, feasting heartily. Yamato seemed a bit nervous about the upcoming battle tomorrow, downing bottle after bottle of strong liquor. The night passed without conversation. The next day, the Marineford War officially began. Since I had taken down my hawk, who was severely injured and absent, this was the biggest variable at the start. Yamato and I were sitting on a cloud, floating high above Marineford, watching the 100,000 elite Navy soldiers below, along with the dense array of warships and cannons. The scene was indeed breathtaking. Yamato, a bit anxious, whispered to me, "Honey, when Ace is brought up, let's use the shambles to rescue him directly." I shook my head. "No rush, let Whitebeard go first. We are here to save Ace. It doesn't mean we have to help the Whitebeard pirates. Let them exhaust the Navy a bit, it won't hurt us." The start of the war was pretty much as we knew. Ace was brought up to the execution platform, and Sengoku announced his true identity. Then, Whitebeard's fleet suddenly emerged from the seabed, catching the Navy off guard. With one move of the Tremor fruit, Whitebeard stirred up a tsunami 1,000 meters high, while Akiji used his Ice Age ability to freeze the entire bay. Soon after, the iconic scene arrived as Luffy descended from the sky, landing right in front of the three admirals. As soon as I saw the opportunity, I used the Thunder Fruit to teleport behind Luffy. Before he could say anything, I grabbed the back of his collar and threw him toward the Whitebeard pirates. Then, I stepped forward and stood in front of the three admirals, clear my throat, and imitated Shank's tone, saying, "Please give me some face and let Ace go. Let's end this war." Akainu's temper exploded on the spot, and his magma-fisted punch came crashing toward me. Arrogant little brat. I teleported to an altitude of 1,000 meters, laughing heartily, since he refused to show me respect. Don't blame me. 30 times the mass, thunder of 10,000. As soon as I finished speaking, hundreds of thousands of lightning bolts fell from the sky above Marineford like a torrential rain. These lightning strikes weren't powerful enough to kill those vice admirals and rear admirals, but they were absolutely devastating for the ordinary soldiers operating the cannons, a true dimensionality reduction strike. In an instant, more than half of the Navy's artillery positions fell silent, and the ammunition depot was detonated, resulting in a third of the 100,000 elite troops being wiped out on the spot. Sengoku's face turned green with anger as he shouted at Kizaru, "Kizaru, hurry and stop him." Kizaru also realized the seriousness of the situation, transforming into a beam of light and appearing behind me, continuously taunting. "Have you ever been kicked at the speed of light?" We were playing light speed sliding in the sky. It was simply the trendiest Subject 3 of 2025, with our figures constantly flashing, and for a moment, no one could hit anyone. Seeing that the cannon platform was destroyed, the warring states had no choice but to activate Plan B early, raising the surrounding wall and releasing a large number of pacifists. Just then, out of the corner of my eye, I caught a glimpse that almost made me lose my mind. That silly woman Yamato actually jumped down from the cloud. Holding her wolf-tooth club, she charged right to the front while shouting, "Ace, I'm here to save you." Who understands? Family? I was completely stunned. At the front, besides the immobile Whitebeard, there was Marco fighting against Akiji. With her charging in, wasn't she just going to run straight into that madman Akainu? I can no longer afford to play with Kizaru and abruptly stop my high-speed movement. Kizaru's light-speed kick landed solidly on my back. I braced myself for the kick and retaliated with a Thunder Bawa wrapped in Conqueror's Haki. Kizaru reacted extremely quickly, instantly becoming elemental, but my speed was even faster. The spike club wrapped in Conqueror's Haki grazed his arm and sent him flying. His kick didn't even break through my defense. To be fair, among all the Devil Fruit users in this sea, only Kizaru could truly pose a threat to me. I didn't go all out just now. I simply wanted to have some fun with him. You see, in this top war, Kizaru was just clocking in for work, Akiji was just tearing a piece of clothing, and the two old men, Garp and Sengoku, were practically acting the whole time, finding ways to let Luffy off easy. The only one really giving it their all was Akainu, the iron-headed fool. I originally thought that at a critical moment, I would use the speed of the Rumble Fruit to save Ace and Luffy, but what happened? My silly wife Yamato, whom I had placed on a cloud thousands of meters high to watch the show, suddenly dove straight into the front lines. And the opponent was that mad dog Akainu. Now, my entire plan was thrown into disarray, and I couldn't even relax. I had no choice but to withstand Kizaru's lasers and knock him away with a club first. I just finished solving the situation here, and below, Yamato has already clashed with Akainu. That guy Akainu came in swinging with his big moves, launching two massive magma serpents aimed at taking down Yamato in an instant. He's still furious inside. especially since I just killed one of his vice admirals right in front of him, which is a huge humiliation for him. So he is really going all out against Yamato. But my wife isn't an easy target either. She transformed into her dragon god form and unleashed a breath of icy energy, directly countering the lava. Akainu's magma fists instantly turned from bright red to charred blackstone. Hey, having his own attack blocked and frozen, Akainu couldn't take that at all. He immediately increased his output, making his arms dozens of meters thick, trying to evaporate Yamato's ice breath. Just as the lava was about to hit Yamato's face, I finally arrived. My arms instantly transformed into giant dragon claws, grabbing hold of Akainu's massive fists. That scalding lava? Sorry. It couldn't even break through my dragon scales defense. I was furious at that moment. Akainu, let me tell you, this is already the second time today that you haven't given me face. Do you know how serious the consequences of not giving me face can be? Akainu was still stubborn. What does a dead man care about face? Today is your death day. All right, as expected of you, the epitome of absolute justice. I glanced to the side, and several phone bugs were live streaming me. I chuckled. All right then, since that's the case, I'll let the whole world see how much wrath you Marines will have to endure for not giving me face. I pushed his fist away, and a thunderfruit appeared, picking up Yamato and retreating to the back. I scolded her. If you want to save Ace, just stay back and behave. If you charge for it again, I'll immediately open the door and send you back to Onigashima. Yamato knew she was in trouble and quickly admitted her mistake. I'm sorry, dear. I won't fight the Admiral anymore. Is it okay if I just take care of the small fries? She was scared too. If that hit had landed, she wouldn't have died, but she would have had a big scar, and that would be so ugly. All right, let us calm this silly girl down. I instantly teleported back in front of Akainu, casually grabbed a live phone bug from the side, and said to the camera, let this little thing bear witness to my fury. I guarantee that from today onwards, no one in this sea will dare to disrespect me. After saying that, I completely ignored Akainu, who was ready to face me head-on, and jumped on a Whitebeard's Moby Dick, casually found a cabin door, opened it, and walked in. Akainu was stunned, probably thinking I was scared and trying to run away. But Admiral Tsuru and Sengoku on the platform were not foolish. Tsuru was the first to react, urgently shouting, not good. Sengoku quickly let Kizura stop him from using the spatial door. Sengoku looked desperate. It's too late. The door is already closed. This is a big problem. Akainu was still mumbling. It's just a guy trying to escape. You two are too sensitive. Just as his voice fell, Sengoku directly ordered, quick, switch the big screen to the phone bug in his hand. The next second, the huge screen on the Marineford Square shifted, and there I was. Beneath my feet was the Navy's important base in the New World, G2 branch. Now, even Akainu understood, slamming his fist on the ice in anger. This bastard. His ability is too dangerous. No kidding. For this Marineford war, Sengoku had summoned the elite forces of the Navy from all over the world, and now each branch was emptier than an empty nester's home. With my door fruit, I can go wherever I want. While your main forces are all here, I could clean out your place. I smiled brightly at the phone bug and said, Sakaski, do you feel it now? Are you afraid of the consequences of not giving me face? Come on, viewers around the world, enjoy the new move from my research. Let the world feel the pain. How many floors can a bag of rice carry? As soon as I finished speaking, I transformed into my dragon form. This move is my modified version of Enel's Thunder Arrival, but it's many times faster and also infused with armament hockey. A violent black ball of lightning with a diameter of 500 meters gives you no time to react. It strikes down like a bolt of lightning with a crackling sound. A flash of black light passed, and the entire G2 Navy branch, along with its cannons, city walls, and everything else, was instantly vaporized as if it had never existed. The entire Marineford was deathly silent. Old Man Carp was so angry that he crushed his fist. This damn kid, I'm really angry now. Sengoku's face was even paler. This He-Fan poses a threat to the sea more terrifying than the combined threat of the Golden Lion and Whitebeard. I strolled back from the free gate and happened to see the clown Buggy and his newly recruited prisoner lackeys. I casually tossed him a phone bug and said, hey, isn't that Buggy from Roger's ship? You're here to save your captain's son too? Buggy turned pale, probably cursing inwardly. But his lackeys were ecstatic and immediately started hyping him up. Buggy had no choice but to toughen up and play along. I didn't expose him, letting him broadcast well. And then I flashed back in front of Akainu, looking at him with disdain. See? This is what happens when you don't give me face. In today's battle, if anyone dares to touch a single hair on my wife, I will destroy one of your branches. Now, who else dares to disrespect me? Now, it was Sengoku's turn to have a headache. He took a deep breath and shouted from the high platform. I order all Navy personnel not to attack Yamato, but you must also guarantee that you will not attack other branches. Otherwise, I will risk my life to wipe out your beast pirates. All right. Since Fleet Admiral Sengoku is giving face, I naturally accepted. I readily agreed that today ends here, but if you provoke me again in the future, that's another story. Come on. The Marineford War continues. As soon as I finished speaking, Akainu couldn't hold back any longer. He roared and charged at me with his magma dog, Red Lotus. Two massive heads of the magma dog viciously lunged towards me. I transformed directly into my dragon form, my body covered in purple dragon scales, not dodging or avoiding. And I met the attack head-on with a thunderclap bagua. With a loud bang, we collided for the first time, and I was actually sent flying several meters away. Truly, the strongest natural type has incredible attack power. I got up from the ice, shook my hands, but you underestimated me too much. 8 gates of Duinjia. 6 gate. The gate of you. Open. Momo fruit. 10 times speed. In an instant, my momentum surged over tenfold. And the terrifying pressure changed Akainu's expression. He knew that underestimating the enemy could lead to death. He unleashed his dog bite red, but this time its power was several times greater than before. And I still used that same move, Thunderclap Bagua. This time, the one sent flying was him. Our combined full-force attack shattered the entire sea surface frozen by Akiji, causing countless ice floes to drift on the water, and the battlefield instantly became complicated. Just as I was engaged in a fierce battle with Akainu, I took a moment to glance at the battlefield. Wow, family, who understands? The high-ranking Navy officials were putting on an Oscar-level performance of letting things slide. Kizaru delivered a light-speed kick, accurately sending Luffy straight to the execution platform. Sengoku was even more ridiculous, pretending to transform into a Buddha and throwing a punch. But what happened? Luffy was fine, Ace was fine, and the sea stone handcuffs on Ace's wrist shattered. This acting went from Best Actor to a Golden Broom Award. It was simply unbearable to watch. Soon, Ace and Luffy successfully reunited and started to make their escape. Sengoku and Garp exchanged glances, and the meaning was clear. Our mission of letting things slide is complete. Now it's your turn to get serious. Garp put down the sunbae he was holding, stood up, and his gaze instantly became sharp. Leave Yefon to me. You deal with Whitebeard. In the next moment, this naval hero used Moonwalk to appear beside me, flanking me with Akainu. On the other side of the battlefield, Sengoku also joined the fray, preparing to team up with Akiji to take on Whitebeard. Yamato and the Emperor saw that I was about to be surrounded and rushed over to help, but I couldn't let them get involved. I immediately opened 2 portals on the ice surface, one sending them back to Wano and the other back to Amazon Lily. After doing all this, I excitedly looked at the 2 highest combat powers of the Navy in front of me. Now it's time for me to truly experience your strengths. My form changed again, and based on the dragon human shape, my body was covered with a layer of furious lightning. This thing isn't just for show. Let me tell you, it has 2 functions. First, crackling sounds mean anyone who touches me gets electrocuted, and the damage is maxed out. Second, and most importantly, it's electrotherapy. That's right, electrotherapy for myself. Once I activate my 8 gates, my body becomes like a shared bike. Anyone can take a ride, and if I don't repair it soon, it will be scrapped. This electrotherapy is my life extension cheat. Open the death gate. I steal my heart and maxed out all configurations, even adding 100 times speed to the Momo fruit. In that moment, I felt like I was about to evaporate, my whole body enveloped in a layer of blood-red mist. Family, who understands? That my cells burning. Life counting down. I estimate this state will last a maximum of 5 minutes, but 5 minutes is enough. I want to see what the strongest hockey on the sea really is. As soon as the thought crossed my mind, my body was already in motion. Let me tell you, the speed was so fast that I couldn't even react myself. One moment I was still in place, and the next millisecond, I was already right in front of Akainu's face. Akainu's observation hockey is no joke. He sensed the danger and instinctively tried to turn his body into magma to dodge my attack. He thought it would be just like before, where I hit his head and he simply moved it away. But the problem is, could he move fast enough to evade my speed? There was no time left. Bang! A punch wrapped in Conqueror's hockey landed solidly on his forehead. Akainu's whole body was like a cannonball, directly blasted into the sky. The ice surface beneath my feet cracked with a loud bang, and using the force, I instantly appeared above him, delivering a harsh elbow strike to his stomach. His upward momentum was abruptly broken, and he fell vertically at a 90-degree angle, crashing through the ice and into the sea. In the distance, Buggy the Clown was completely dumbfounded. His jaw dropped to the ground, and after a long moment of silence, he realized his jaw had run away and hurriedly picked it up to put it back in place. Only then did he start his live commentary. Yifan is too strong, the strongest in the world. 2 moves. In just 2 moves, Admiral Akainu was sent into the sea. We all know that if a devil fruit user falls into the sea, they're done for. I declare, Akainu is defeated. Before he could finish his sentence, suddenly, the entire ice surface began to sizzle, and streams of lava, like a greedy snake, emerged from the cracks in the ice, burning Buggy's feet, causing him to flee. What is going on? Boom! With a tremendous roar, the entire sea exploded. A giant lava creature, over 100 meters tall, erupted from the ocean floor, supported not by seawater, but by magma spewing from the mantle. Damn, that guy Akainu has awakened his devil fruit. Just then, I caught a glimpse out of the corner of my eye. Whitebeard knocked Ace out with a punch and told Marco to take him away while he stayed behind. Wow. Over there, they're also experiencing a heartbreaking separation. Sengoku and Whitebeard have clashed, and it looks like the final boss battle is about to begin. But I can't focus on that because Akainu's magma giant is still growing wildly, hundreds of meters, thousands of meters. He's piercing through the entire crust of Marineford. To kill you, sacrificing a headquarters is nothing. Akainu's voice boomed from within the giant's body, deafening. I let out a cold laugh, feeling the wind beneath my feet, and started running directly on the surface of the sea, charging towards that giant creature thousands of meters high. Boom, boom, boom. I unleashed a frenzied barrage of punches against its massive body, sending magma splattering everywhere. The entire icy surface of the port melted away, transforming into a hell of magma. Now, the Navy couldn't chase the pirates, and the pirates hurriedly ran towards their ships, effectively splitting the battlefield. But as I continued to strike, I realized something was off. My attacks were having no effect. No matter how much magma I knocked away, it could replenish itself from the seabed, like an infinite mana mage. How could I fight this? No wonder it could battle Akiji for 10 days and nights. This ability was just too unfair. Just as I paused to think of strategy, an intense sense of crisis hit me from behind. It was Carp. That old man was actually trying to sneak attack me. I activated the Thunder Fruit in an instant and flashed dozens of meters away. However, that sense of crisis not only didn't disappear, but became even stronger. I didn't dare to use teleportation again. I suddenly turned around and threw a punch. Boom! My fist collided with Carp's iron fist. The next second I was sent flying, a sweet taste in my throat, and I spat out a mouthful of blood. I slid across the surface of the sea for several hundred meters before coming to a stop. I'm so dumb. This is my strongest state with all 8 doors open. Dragon-human fusion, and 100 times acceleration. How could I lose in a fist fight, and lose so completely? Mr. Carp, the hero of the Navy, also resorts to sneak attacks. I wiped the blood from the corner of my mouth and mocked him. And guess what? This old guy has thicker skin than a city wall. Not the slightest bit embarrassed. I took down rocks with 1 punch back in my day. When it comes to dealing with pirates like you, whatever works is justice. Goodness, he doesn't care about his reputation at all. Akainu beside him is nodding vigorously. Well said. Let's team up and send him on his way. While I was bickering with them, I was frantically activating electrical therapy to recover from my injuries. Carp's punch was too bizarre. That aura was not destructive, but rather, it made the cells in my body age rapidly. Damn, this is an attack that can't be defended against. This must be the secret weapon that the celestial dragons keep up their sleeves. But this thing comes at a great cost. I saw a strand of Carp's hair turn white in an instant. He's burning his life away. I originally thought that once I figured out the secret and saved Ace, the mission would be complete and I could slip away. But then I realized that Carp's aura had me firmly locked down, and I couldn't open a teleportation portal at all. This was a big problem. To make matters worse, several enormous flying battleships suddenly appeared in the sky, and the Navy's Air Force had arrived. A bunch of cyborgs descended from the sky, heading straight for Whitebeard. This is it. I'm really going to be in big trouble now. Carp and Akainu, the 2 highest combat powers of the Navy, are blocking me, and Whitebeard is also being surrounded and beaten. There's no other way now. I can only drag it out until Carp burns out his own life first. I took the initiative, unleashing the Sunwheel Blade, and with the final technique of water-breathing, Nagi, combined with 100-fold mass amplification, I conjured a massive wave that transformed into countless sword energies slashing towards the magma giant. I intended to use this move to find Akainu's true form. However, it ended in failure. Akainu's haki was too strong, My sword energies couldn't penetrate that layer of lava. Using the same technique against you, Akainu roared, and in an instant, thousands of magma dog heads sprouted from the magma giant, dragging their long bodies and overwhelming me with bites. I relied on the sound thunder fruit and observation hockey to dodge frantically, weaving through the doghead formation. In the midst of this dazzling onslaught, I finally discovered it, his true form, hidden at the heart of the lava giant. The opportunity had arrived. While dodging, I plotted my route and charged towards the heart located thousands of meters high. The plan went smoothly, and I successfully broke through the doghead formation, arriving in front of his chest. However, at that moment, those thousands of dogheads suddenly changed direction, forming a lethal encirclement along with the two giant lava fists crashing down above me. Kid, you've fallen for it. Akainu's voice was filled with mockery. My observation haki is stronger than yours. He had calculated the cooldown of my teleportation. There was no way to escape. I could only grit my teeth and stretch out my arms to endure. But that fist didn't land solidly. Instead, it instantly transformed into a massive lava cage, trapping me tightly inside. The one who will end your life is not me. The voice of Akainu echoed again, but Carp. A hole opened in the cage, and Carp walked in. In this confined space, I have nowhere to retreat. I can only fight with all my might. I gripped the Sunwell blade tightly and, with all my might, slashed out a thunder 8 trigrams towards Carp's iron fist. Carp also went all out. His hair visibly turned gray, and his face was lined with wrinkles, clearly betting the rest of his life on this punch. Just as the blade and fist were about to collide, I suddenly twisted my wrist, allowing the blade to graze past his fist, and with a whoosh, it pierced through his chest. At the same time, his iron fist, imbued with the power of aging, landed solidly on my heart. The immense force sent me flying, crashing through the molten lava prison behind me. Thousands of magma dogs outside immediately pounced, tearing at me furiously, and large patches of dragon scales on my body turned charred, pain stabbing deep into my heart. But none of that mattered. The most critical issue was that I felt my heart was about to stop. It was aging rapidly, beating slower and slower, unable to supply the needs of my body. No, I can't die. I grabbed a bolt of lightning and pressed it hard against my heart, with the most violent current. I forcibly acted as a pacemaker for my heart. Boom, boom, boom. Under the electric shocks, my heart finally regained its vitality. Meanwhile, Carp, clutching the blood hole in his chest, although he had forcibly clung to life with the last of his strength, had completely lost his combat ability. Akainu, it's up to you now, Carp said weakly. Akainu immediately transferred him away and then recontrolled the lava giant, his fists smashing towards me again. Let us end your sinful life. Just as the fists were about to hit, I teleported again, this time appearing at the belly button of the lava giant. Did you think I hadn't noticed? Just now. He intentionally exposed his true self at the heart position to lure me into a trap. At that moment, my Byakugan had already seen through him. His true body had long since moved to the belly button. This was the second trap he set for me. Unfortunately, he calculated everything but didn't account for my X-ray vision. Thunder 8 trigrams. I concentrated all my strength into a punch with Conqueror's Haki wrapping around it and slammed it out fiercely. Boom. The belly button of the lava giant was punched through by me, and Akainu's true body was enveloped by countless magma, flying out from the sky. Now's the time. I teleported to his side and unleashed a storm of punches on him before he could react, hammering him hundreds of times, finally smashing him back into the deep sea. I didn't pursue him because I knew I couldn't kill him. If I kept fighting, once Whitebeard fell, I wouldn't be able to leave at all. I soared into the sky, flying straight up to an altitude of 10,000 meters. Looking down at the ruins of Marinvando below. As a gesture of reciprocity, let you all feel the pain as well. I raise my hand, gathering endless lightning. How many floors can a bag of rice carry? A gigantic thunderbolt descended from the sky, instantly enveloping the entire Navy headquarters. Amid the deafening explosion, that fortress, symbolizing absolute justice, was completely wiped off the map by me. Looking at the countless casualties below, I finally felt a sense of relief. You want to kill me today? Not so easy. That said, let me tell you, the aftereffects of the 8 doors of Dunjia nearly took my life. As soon as I used the free door to jump back to Ghost Island, I blacked out and lost consciousness. When I opened my eyes again, good heavens, the sky outside had changed. I was in a coma for the past few days, and the top war has come to a complete end. The plot hasn't changed much. That scoundrel Blackbeard still pulled off an ultimate betrayal and took down the nearly dying Whitebeard. consequently obtaining the Tremor fruit. By the time Shanks, the user of the Face fruit, arrived at the scene, all he found was a wasteland with not even a stage left to mediate. In this battle, Dad died, and Blackbeard rose to power. On the Navy side, Sengoku and Garp have both retired to enjoy their old age. That guy Akainu is pretty tough. Even after I beat him in a heavy injury, he was still able to defeat Aokiji on Punk Hazard and became the new fleet admiral. Let me tell you, the first thing this old man did was to ramp up the intensity. The Navy headquarters moved, and then they massively expanded their forces, saying they wanted to have 5 admirals. The most ridiculous thing is my bounty. It skyrocketed from 1.5 billion to 5 billion berries. Can you believe it? It's even higher than my cheap father-in-law Kaido. This is obviously that old fox Sengoku trying to stir up trouble before retiring, wanting us to fight amongst ourselves as father-in-law and son-in-law. Unfortunately, as clever as he is, it all depends on whether I take the bait. I slept for 7 days and nights straight. When I woke up, my first feeling was hunger, as if I could swallow a sea king whole. Yamato, that silly girl, was right by my side, her little face looking terribly haggard, which made my heart ache. The moment I mentioned wanting to eat meat, the entire kitchen of Ghost Island was in chaos. The plates were a meter in diameter, holding hundreds of kilograms of meat, and the chefs were stunned, saying it was enough for the entire Beast Pirates to eat for a week. And what happened? I ate over 100 plates and still wasn't full. In the end, it was Yamato and Runty who personally went into the sea to catch a few sea kings for me to add to my meal. And that's when I finally felt alive again. My body had recovered, but it left a serious after effect. That old Carbs Conqueror's hockey was too overwhelming, directly causing my heart to develop cyber heart failure, aging me by decades. Now, I certainly couldn't dare to open the 8th gate of the 8 gates of Doenjia anymore. If I did, my heart would shatter into a QR code on the spot. My peak battle power was cut by nearly half. At this moment, my only hope was my system. I quickly opened the lottery wheel, silently wishing for something big. After paying such a huge price, I should at least get something good, right? The moment the pointer stopped, I almost shouted out loud. The journey to the West World, the heavenly peach of immortality that ripens once every 9,000 years. Who among my family understands this? This was a direct liftoff. This thing not only extends life, but grants immortality. It could keep me in peak condition forever. Without a second thought, I took out the peach and swallowed it whole, not even wasting the juice. Instantly, a warm current surged through my body, and that aging heart went thump, thump, thump. It became powerful like an engine again. Now I was completely unafraid of the celestial dragon's life-consuming hockey. Besides that immortal old monster imp, if anyone dared to use that move on me again, hey, let us see who runs out of lifespan first. Once my body was fine, I looked at Yamato, who was crying like a pear blossom, and my heart felt so moved. She kept saying she was a burden and couldn't help me. Just as I wanted to comfort her, I caught a whiff of a sour smell. Runny quietly said that during my 7-day coma, Yamato didn't eat, drink, or bathe, just kept watch over me. I picked up Yamato in one go. While I was touched, I still had to take care of hygiene. I smiled at the two of them and said, come on, I haven't washed in a few days either. Let's go get clean. A few days later, my cheap father-in-law Kaido came back, looking very displeased. As expected, without gathering the 4 pieces of historical text, he didn't even get close to the final island. However, he brought back a shocking secret. The Valley of the Gods, that island, is gone. It disappeared into thin air. We discussed it for a long time and both felt that it must be the work of the celestial dragons. I also mentioned to him the ability of the celestial dragons that consumes lifespan. Kaido, that brute, actually responded with, then let's go kidnap a few celestial dragons and steal their training method. Well, it's no surprise coming from you. After some discussion, we agreed that the most important thing right now is to expand our influence. With Whitebeard dead, a large chunk of territory has been left vacant. Kaido will go seize the territory, and I'll be responsible for recruiting troops. My first target is Fishman Island. I directly opened a door and landed in Fishman Island's Dragon Palace. At that time, King Neptune was having a meeting with Jinbei, frowning as they discussed which of the 4 emperors to ally with in the future. As soon as I appeared, they were completely thrown off. You guys are still debating whether to side with Big Mom or Red-Haired. Your vision is too narrow, brothers. I laid it all out, saying that if you join our Beast Pirates, you won't have to pay a single penny in taxes to Fishman Island, and I can help you quell the internal rebellion. There's just one condition. Jinbei, you come work for me as my subordinate. King Neptune was still hesitating, so I revealed the inside story of how Princess Otoheim was assassinated by Hody Jones and clarified that the mermaid Princess Shirahoshi is the ancient weapon Poseidon. At this point, The old king was completely stunned. I assured him that I would never misuse Shirahoshi's power and would only need her during the final battle. To show my sincerity, I teleported Jinbei directly to the new Fishman pirate's lair. I didn't even bother to lift a finger. As soon as I unleashed my Conqueror's Haki, thousands of minions were instantly wiped out, leaving only the drug Hody Jones standing. Then there was nothing more to it. I opened the sixth gate and knocked him out with one punch, packing him up and taking him away in under 10 seconds. Now, Fishman Island was completely submissive. Jinbei also bowed to me, saying that once the island stabilized, he would report to Onigashima. At the banquet on Fishman Island, I met the legendary princess Shirahoshi. Wow, she was over 8 meters tall and had a timid personality, so much so that when I accidentally dropped a fork, she hid behind a pillar in fright. Although she was indeed beautiful, her size was a bit mismatched. I could only say I appreciated her. With Fishman Island sorted out, my next target is Amazon Lily, the island of women. As soon as I landed, good heavens, I instantly became a rare animal. Surrounded by a group of female warriors who treated me like a giant panda, screaming and wanting to catch me. I don't have Luffy-s enthusiasm. With a thunder fruit, I directly flashed into the Empress's palace. Coincidentally, the Empress was out at sea plundering, and there was no one in the palace. Just as I was thinking about how to conquer the Empress, the system chimed, and I had another task. This time, I drew a skill from the hunter world called True Appearance of Thinness, which can create incredibly realistic skins. I was delighted. ISNT this tailor-made for the Empress? The slave mark of the celestial dragon on her back had always been her inner demon, and my ability could perfectly cover it up. Now I had a greater chance. I casually sat on her throne, munching on her fruit platter, waiting for her to return. It wasn't too long before the Heart Network picked up movement at the dock. The Empress's fleet was back. I heard that she was in a bad mood during this sea trip because she was worried about me. She went on a rampage at sea and robbed several pirate crews. As soon as she got ashore, her subordinates told her that another man had arrived on the island. Goodness, her icy voice came down directly. Find him for me and kill him. Let me tell you, this Empress has a huge secret in her heart. She was once a slave of the celestial dragon people, and the slave mark on her back is a nightmare she carries for life. So she made up a ridiculous story, saying she was cursed while fighting monsters, and that her back shouldn't be seen. Anyone who looks at it will turn to stone. This girl is also extremely cleanliness obsessed. After a week of being out and about, the first thing she does when she returns is to take a bath. As a result, when she just pushed open the gates of her palace and looked up, she saw me casually sitting on her throne. She was instantly stunned, her eyes wide like copper bells, her mouth open enough to fit an egg, probably thinking that after being out at sea for too long, she was hallucinating. I smiled at her and said, "Long time no see, Hancock. Thank you for what you did during the Marineford War. I'm here specifically to express my gratitude." When she heard me speak, she finally realized this wasn't a dream, and her voice trembled with excitement. "Lord Yi Fan, you're all right. I'm so happy." I thought to myself, it's done. This wave is stable. Previously, I had beaten the celestial dragon to the point where they couldn't take care of themselves. So in her heart, she probably already regarded me as a great hero. I stood up, walked in front of her, and said, "To thank you, I brought you a gift, something you've definitely dreamed of." After saying that, I used my telekinesis to create a mask, and with a snap, I transformed my face into that of the old man carp. I told her, this trick is called the Thin Truth. It can perfectly cover up that mark on your back, making it look exactly like your skin, so you won't have to worry anymore. And guess what? She didn't laugh. Instead, she cried out and knelt down. Family, who understands? I was completely at a loss. I thought this script was wrong. Shouldn't she be overwhelmed with gratitude? While crying, she said, "Lord Yi Fan, do you know? You must think I'm disgusting. Disgusted by me, a woman who has been a slave." Oh, I finally understood. She felt inferior, afraid that I would know her most humiliating past and think she wasn't worthy of me. I hurriedly helped her up and said, "Are you crazy? Anyone who dares to go against the celestial dragons is a hero on this sea. I admire you for that." As soon as I said this, her expression brightened, and with tears on her face, she smiled and said, "Really? You really don't despise me?" I took off the mask on my face and said, "Of course, hurry. Take off your coat, and I'll completely solve this for you." I was thinking of having her take off her coat so I could stick a film on her back, and that would be that. But then in the next second, whoosh, right in front of me was, that scene was simply unbelievable. The world's most beautiful woman is not just talk. I won't go into the 50,000 words I omitted, but basically, we had an in-depth discussion on the origins of life and cosmic philosophy that lasted for 7 days. Those 7 days were all about an immersive experience. Just when the king's cravings hadn't been satisfied yet, the phone bug rang. As soon as I picked up, I heard Peggy's voice on the other end crying out, "Prince, help! We've been ambushed by the Ant Pirate Group." I only found out after asking that Run T and Pagey Wan, these two little fools, went to seize the territory that Whitebeard used to control, a place called the Kingdom of Fine Wine. The fruits and grains there are terrible, but the brewing is amazing. That's why Kaido and Whitebeard fought a lot over this place. These two have now taken my perfect tea virus. Their strength has surged, and their confidence has inflated as well, thinking they could take advantage of the situation. In the end, they ran straight into the three sweet commanders of Big Mom's crew, Katakuri, Cracker, and Smoothie, and ended up being wrapped up like dumplings. I quickly said goodbye to the Empress and teleported to the battlefield of the Wine Kingdom. What a chaotic scene it was. Peggy Wan was surrounded and beaten by dozens of cookie soldiers, looking like a punching bag. On the other side, Run T was in an even worse situation, being pressured and attacked by Katakuri. Her attack power is sufficient now, but her speed and observation hockey can't keep up, so she's getting beaten the whole time, just relying on her tough skin and thick flesh to endure it. As soon as I arrived, I shouted, "Hey, the anti-squad, are you trying to invade our B squad's territory and start a war?" That tall 4.6 meter long, legged smuggy flicked her white hair and shouted at me, "We got here first. Why is it yours?" I looked her up and down, and hey, those legs are nice. As a result, she got furious right on the spot, probably thinking my gaze was too aggressive. I thought to myself, this isn't aggression, this is appreciation, you know? Without saying a word, she drew her sword and charged at me. Her swordplay was stunning, every move aimed right at my eyes. I directly mocked her. "Your swordsmanship is flashy, and your strength is like a woman's." "All right, you are a woman, so never mind." She was so angry that her face turned green, stepped back a few paces, and pressed her hand against a nearby coconut tree, instantly draining several large trees of their moisture. Then with a bang, she transformed into a 10-meter tall giant. Her legs got longer. Unfortunately, even though she got bigger, it was useless. The gap in strength was too great. Her sword strikes on me felt like a scraping massage. In the end, she got desperate, and while we were exchanging blows and dust was flying, she suddenly circled behind me and grabbed me tightly, trying to use her juicing ability to turn me into dried meat. Let me tell you that feeling. Aside from being a bit stuffy, there's nothing else. Her little ability can't even break through my armament hockey defense. I twisted her arm behind her back and said, "It's my turn now." With a move from the 8 gates of Duanjia, the 3rd gate, I punched her in the stomach. She flew out like a cannonball, crashing into half the dock structure and fainting on the spot. When Run T saw that I had won, she let out a loud scream and leaped into my arms from several hundred meters away, nearly knocking me over. Who could withstand that? She clung to me and pouted, "Prince, please help me deal with that guy who only knows how to dodge. I can't hit him at all." I pat her on the back, put her down, and then turned to Katakuri. This guy has been watching me take out Smoker the whole time, and his expression is incredibly serious. I beckoned him with my finger. "Come on, I'll give you 3 moves. Don't say I'm bullying you." Katakuri didn't hold back, knowing this was his only chance. He came in with a machi thrust, his trident driving straight into my chest with a spiraling force. With a clang, sparks flew, and I was pushed back several meters, carving 2 deep grooves in the ground, but I didn't have a single white mark on me. Next, he jumped into the air, raining down hundreds of armed hockey-enhanced machi fists like a torrential downpour, clanging against me as if he was just tapping my back. For his final move, he used a roasted machi, his fist even engulfed in flames. But what was the result? Just a scraping. After the 3 moves, I was about to make my move. But guess what? Katakuri simply waved his hand, thrust his trident into the ground, and said in a deep voice, "We concede. From now on, the Wine Kingdom belongs to your beast pirates." After saying that, he called over the still-standing Cracker, lifted the unconscious Smoothie, and left with his crew. I was left stunned. It was that straightforward. Haijuan was so excited. He dashed to the dock to put up our beast pirates flag, then marched to the palace to have a heart-to-heart with the king. That night, to please us, the king held a grand banquet in the palace. After a few rounds of drinks, this king was quite the character. To make us happy, he called in a row of the country's top beauties. Haijuan was practically drooling and leaned over to me, saying, "Your Highness, you go first. Just leave a few for me." Just as he finished speaking, I felt the temperature drop by 30 degrees beside me. I turned my head to see Runty glaring like a knife at Haijuan. The entire hall fell silent in an instant. Haijuan immediately panicked, beads of sweat forming, and quickly slapped himself, changing his words. "Sister, I was wrong. I forgot that your highness only has eyes for Master Yamato. These beauties can't go to waste. I'll share them with my brothers. You go sit next to your highness and help keep an eye on Master Yamato. I quickly try to smooth things over. Run T, come sit next to me. Let's drink. Today is a victory banquet. Let's make them happy for a bit. You ladies can choose whoever you like. I won't get involved. Upon hearing this, Run T.I.'s fierce demeanor softened, instantly transforming into a cute and somewhat shy girl as she awkwardly sat down beside me. Her little face was flushed so shy, but her body was honest, almost wanted to cling to me entirely. Peggy and those guys collectively let out a huge sigh of relief, as if they had just come out of the ICU. Who understands? Just a moment ago, Run T.I.'s fierce look almost sent them away on the spot. As a result, the entire banquet atmosphere dropped to freezing point, silent as a grave. You could hear a pin drop. These pirates were all like quails, afraid to provoke this lady again. I realized this wouldn't do. We had agreed to party today, but it felt more like a memorial service. I had to stand up and say, I'm going to have a private matter with Miss Run T in the back room. You all eat and drink as you please, and let's get this party going. When Run T heard she could be alone with me, her CPU almost overheated, looking adorably dazed as she followed me into the room. Just as she disappeared through the door, I tell you, the banquet hall outside erupted. The music, the laughter, the sound of drinking games all rose up instantly. If you didn't know any better, you'd think the new year had come early. This is how a pirate party should be. Run T, of course, sensed it with her observation hockey, but she couldn't care less about those people right now. Finally catching a chance to be alone, her eyes sparkled with excitement, and she pretended to ask, should I go get some drinks and snacks? I pulled her close and said mysteriously, don't rush. Let me tell you a story first. I guarantee you'll like it. She wasn't really interested in stories, but as soon as she heard it was me telling it, her eyes sparkled. I love hearing whatever the prince consort has to say. I clear my throat and lean towards her ear, saying, this story is about a knight who encounters a dragon and eventually becomes a dragon knight. As soon as I finished speaking, Runty's face turned bright red. No kidding. Isn't she a dragon fruit user? Isn't that hint obvious enough? In this dim little room, she quickly experienced what it felt like for a dragon to have its own knight, and what a joy that was, especially since my focus was on technical skills. With 108 different dragon riding poses, each one making her unable to resist, she directly fell in love with this dragon knight game. Meanwhile, on the Big Mom pirate ship, the atmosphere was far from joyful. Smoothie slowly woke up. Her stomach still ached, but it wasn't a big problem. I had been careful in my actions and didn't use internal destruction with my hockey, or her insides would have been minced. Next to her, Cracker, that cookie-headed guy, was furious, shouting, these bastards. The beast pirates are getting more and more arrogant. We must tell Mama to take out that guy named Yi. Smoothie rolled her eyes at him. Have you lost your mind? Do you think we have a chance against the beast pirates if we go to war with them? We'd just be giving away our heads. The usually silent Katakuri finally spoke up, his voice low. Cracker, do you know why I want to seize the Wine Kingdom? Cracker didn't think twice. That place is so wealthy. Who wouldn't want it? Smoothie couldn't bear to look. When will you start using your brain? The Wine Kingdom doesn't even have a decent dessert. The fruits are bitter and astringent. What use is it to our nation? Cracker finally realized, scratching his head. Oh right, then why are we seizing it? Katakuri sighed. His brother was truly hard to manage. Haven't you noticed? Those we could easily take down before, like Runty and Pejuan, are now very difficult to fight. That Yifan's strength is even more unfathomable. He paused and continued. Our intelligence shows that the beast pirates have obtained something called gene serum that can significantly boost the strength of Zoan-type users. It seems this news is true, and the effects are even more exaggerated than I imagined. Smoothie's eyes sharpened. So, Katakuri, does that mean? Kaido owes Mama a huge favor, and Katakuri revealed his plan. I want to use this connection to send a spy over. It would be best to obtain the formula for the gene serum. Even if we can't get it, figuring out their movements would be good. Smoothie frowned. Finding a candidate for this isn't easy. They can't be weak and can't be as foolish as Cracker. Katakuri's gaze fell on her. So, for this candidate, I have decided it will be you, Smoothie. Let me tell you, that guy Ka-Air is definitely not honest. He still has something unsaid in his heart. At that time, I could see Smudgy's little eyes clearly. He thinks Smudgy is easier to approach me, playing the beauty card. Oh no, it's the beauty scheme. The scene shifts to the new naval headquarters, G1 branch. The Navy is currently broke, but two places were prioritized for construction. One is the new recruit dormitory, and the other is the martial arts arena. Why? They're short on people. They lost the Marineford War in the hunt for the beast pirates, and with high-end combat power, either dead or in hiding. Only a few old-timers are left to fight. Akainu has become the fleet admiral, but he doesn't even have a capable admiral under him, making him as anxious as an ant on a hot pan. So he initiated a global recruitment drive, openly hiring admirals. As long as you are strong enough and prove yourself in the martial arts arena, you can rise to the top and become an admiral. Once this news broke, all the hidden masters around the world rushed in like mad. An admiral in the Navy is more prestigious than a king. Akainu personally oversaw the matches, and after a few days, only a dozen contenders remained. Meanwhile, in another secret room, Vice Admiral Crane was talking to Peach Rabbit. Peach Rabbit is Crane's ace, the future of a Navy's female soldiers. Vice Admiral Crane had a serious expression. Peach Rabbit, are you really sure? That kind of power is not to be trifled with. Peach Rabbit's eyes were resolute. "Aunt, I made up my mind. This expansion to recruit 5 admirals is my only chance. I can't give up." Vice Admiral Crane sighed. She knew there were too many ruthless people this time. One was a blind swordsman named Yi Xiao, and the other was a strange person called Huangmu. These two had already secured 2 admiral positions, both at monster-level strength. For Peach Rabbit to fight her way through the remaining contenders would be incredibly difficult. "Since you've made up your mind, let's begin." Vice Admiral Crane said, "Remember to uphold the justice in your heart." Peach Rabbit drew her sword, the famous sword Kenpyra. "Let me tell you, this sword is no ordinary item. It contains the armed haki of generations of sword masters in the Navy over hundreds of years. It's practically a mobile haki power bank. But to use its power, she must first pass a test and gain the recognition of the will of dozens of naval predecessors stored within the sword. Win, and she rises to the top. Lose, and she goes insane, turning into a madman." Peach Rabbit is a tough character too. Without a second thought, she cut her palm, and the blood instantly stained the blade red. The moment she gripped the hilt and infused her haki into it, wow, dozens of different concepts of justice. What despairing justice, fiery justice, monetary justice, flooded in her mind like a torrent, clashing violently inside. Peach Rabbit's eyes instantly glazed over, and she became completely wooden. In the martial arts arena, the battle had reached a fever pitch. A giant over 100 meters tall was taunting a kid in green. "Kid, surrender, or I'll chop you in half with an axe." The kid in green is the future Admiral Greenbull, Huangmu. He stood there lightly, as if nothing was wrong. "One move is enough to deal with you." The giant was immediately enraged and swung his giant axe down. As a result, Huangmu's arm instantly transformed into wood, with countless branches plunging into the ground as he shouted, "The tree realm descends." In the next second, countless vines burst forth from the ground, piercing the giant like a porcupine, then frantically absorbing his nutrients. The 100-meter-tall giant watched helplessly as he was drained into a desiccated corpse. Wow! Akainu watched from the stands with shining eyes. This move is ruthless. Just what he likes. Next to take the stage was a blind uncle, Yi Xiao, also known as Fujitora. His opponent was a muscular man who mocked him as he approached. "Hey, a blind man wants to compete for Admiral? Perfect, you won't even see how you die." Yi Xiao still wore that kind smile. "How about we make a bet?" "Bet on what?" "Bet whether you can catch a meteor falling from the sky." The muscular man laughed so hard he doubled over. "You're praying for a meteor to crush me?" "Ha ha." The laughter abruptly stopped, because he looked up and really saw a massive, burning meteor heading straight for his head. "Are you kidding me?" Boom! With a loud bang, the heavily reinforced arena, made of sea prism stone, was smashed into a huge pit. Akainu was overjoyed. He had been worried about not having anyone capable. And now 2 monsters had arrived. An Eagle faction victory. Just then, a figure appeared on the shattered stage. It was Peach Rabbit, dressed in a red bodysuit, adorned with a justice cape. Her figure was stunning. She stood in the center of the arena, her voice cold. "There is only one position left for Admiral. The rest of you, come at me together." Akainu frowned. Just as he was about to scold her, he saw Peach Rabbit draw her Kenpyra. That overwhelming haki made him swallow his words. He wanted to see just how strong this legendary guardian of the Navy really was. Peach Rabbit unsheathed her sword. Just one strike. That terrifyingly indescribable sword aura swept across the entire arena like a tsunami. The remaining dozen or so masters didn't even have time to react before they were all blown away, crashing against the walls behind them, collectively spitting blood. One strike to kill. Just moments ago, Yi Xiao, who had still looked calm, now wore a serious expression. In his observation haki, he could only sense an endless expanse of haki. He could see nothing else. In the stands, Akainu, though feeling 1,000 displeasures, could only stand up and announce, "Jiuan, Huangmu, Yi Xiao, You three will become the new admirals of the Navy. Peach Rabbit sheathed her sword, softly murmuring, "This is the power of truth." Just over 10 minutes ago, under the impact of dozens of justices, she nearly experienced a mental breakdown. But at the last moment, she attained enlightenment. What non-lethal justice? What absolute justice are all one-sided? From different perspectives, the meaning of justice changes. Only truth is the eternal and unchanging justice. At that moment, she completely suppressed all the wills within Kenpyra, even awakening her conqueror's haki. The World Economic News reported the news of the Navy's 5 new admirals to the entire world that very day. Doflamingo, upon seeing the newspaper, let out his trademark laugh. Fufufu. That woman Peach Rabbit can also become an admiral? It seems this batch of admirals isn't that strong after all. Mihawk's eyes sparkled. Interesting. I wonder how many of the new admirals are sore masters. I really want to meet them. Blackbeard Teach felt immense pressure. The Navy is moving so quickly. It looks like I need to speed up my plans too. I woke up for bed and saw the newspaper, and my heart sank. Goodness, the historical trajectory has completely gone haywire. It was supposed to be the 3 admirals, but now it has turned into 5 admirals with Kizuru and Fujitora included. Suddenly, I felt a strong sense of crisis. The plot related to the main character Luffy only has Dressrosa and Whole Cake Island left. And my plot points are about to run out. My golden finger is going to run out of power. Next to me, Runny saw my serious expression and thought I was scared. So she comforted me. "Don't worry, Prince, even if they have 5 admirals, they wouldn't dare come after us." Her words reminded me. Yeah, why should I be afraid? As long as I'm strong enough. Who cares how many admirals there are? I still have the gravity room. In the outside world, 2 years, but inside I can train for 600 years. I don't believe that in 600 years, I can't turn myself into a well-rounded hexagonal warrior. With that thought, I instantly regained my confidence and gave Runny a kiss on the forehead. Don't worry, even if there are 5 or 50 admirals, they can't beat me. A week later, the feast to divide Whitebeard's territory came to an end. The sea temporarily returned to calm. I also took the opportunity to use my last plot point and unlocked a new skill, the demon back from the world of Baki, the grappler. Once I activated it, my control over my muscles reached an insane level, and my attack and defense skyrocketed. In the sky above Onigashima, I fought with Kaido again. The 2 giant dragons were tearing at each other in a frenzy for a full 5 hours before he finally knocked me into the sea with one paw. Although I lost, Kaido happily handed me a bottle of sake after landing, laughing heartily. "Good son-in-law, in a few years, your strength will surpass mine. I believe you will definitely become Joy Boy." Listening to these words and watching this guy who is trying every possible way to commit suicide in order to become the legendary Joy Boy, I can't help but feel a bit emotional. This old brother is also a pitiable person. He just wanted to bring laughter to this suffering world in his own way. But after struggling all his life, he finally realized that he wasn't cut out for it, and instead felt that I, Fan, am the one chosen to be Joy Boy. Let me tell you, ever since I became his son-in-law, the atmosphere on this ghost island has changed. It feels like a party every day. Even the slaves from Wano, who used to oppose him every day, are now cheerful under my wife Yamato's new policies. Kaido has figured it out. Since he can't be Joy Boy, being Joy Boy's father-in-law seems even better. So now, he finds me more and more pleasing to the eye. And every now and then he insists on sparring with me, claiming it's to help me train. I have to say, Kaido really knows how to teach. Back in the day, Luffy was knocked out cold by him with just 3 hits. The first hit created a flowery cherry blossom. The second hit taught him to use Conqueror's Haki. And the third hit? Well, it turned him from a rubber man into the sun god Nika. This isn't just a club. It's practically a version updater. As for me, although I used to lose a lot, my Haki and Devil Fruit development were just average before. But now it's different. Every day, I'm being physically taught by the strongest creature with a mace. And my progress feels like I'm on a rocket. To be honest, if I really unleashed all my trump cards like the Ghost Back and 8 Gates, I could defeat him in no time. But I haven't done that. I only use 3 types of Haki and 1 Devil Fruit ability to fight him, treating it as a way to strengthen myself. For example, today I used the mythical Zoan, purple dragon form. From getting knocked down by him in the first half hour to now being able to go head-to-head with him for a few hours, this progress scares even me. Kaido, that old fox, is quite clever. He certainly notices that I'm holding back, but he doesn't care. After all, I'm his son-in-law, and the more impressive I am, the happier he is. He practically wants to pass on all his knowledge to me. Moreover, my recovery ability is exceptional. No matter how badly I get beaten, as long as there's food, I'm good to go. After the fight, I took the alcohol Kaido handed me and downed it in one go. Runny, that girl, has already brought over several large platters, each piled high with what must be over a ton of meat. The food on Onigashima is top-notch. Ever since the Navy headquarters moved, all the top chefs from the Sabeti archipelago who cooked for the Celestial Dragons are now unemployed, and I've recruited them all. Let me tell you, eating hundreds of tons of meat in one go sounds frightening, but for someone at our level out here on the sea, it really isn't much. Those sea kings weighing dozens of tons are easy to catch. Just snagging a couple is enough. Now, my little secretary-run T has become quite efficient, commanding her subordinates every day to catch various rare beasts and sea kings, and then having those top chefs cut out the finest parts to make gourmet dishes for me. The leftover meat doesn't go to waste either. It's distributed to the brothers below, and any surplus is sold at a low price to the people of Wano country. The living standards of the people in Wano have now improved, and they can have meat with every meal. Just as I finished eating, and my injuries and stamina were instantly restored. I was about to head back to the time-gravity room for a bit when Kaido suddenly called out to me. Son-in-law, wait a moment. I need to tell you something. What can I do for you, father-in-law? No need to be polite. To my surprise, the old man seemed a bit embarrassed, his face turning red. Well, decades ago, that old lady Charlotte Linlin gave me a fruit, and I owe her a favor. She called me a couple of days ago and made a request. As soon as I heard that, I understood. This old lady knows about human connections and how to leverage them. A single connection can last for 800 years. Has something happened with the world? I asked. Not really. Kaido's face turned even redder. That old lady wants to send her daughter, that Charlotte Smoothie, to our place to study. Actually, it's all about your genetic serum. I thought to myself, isn't that obvious? I was just about to say not to worry. I wouldn't let her take a single hair. When Kaido hesitantly added, what I mean is, you should secretly let her take a few bottles. Goodness, who understands this? My father-in-law's face was as red as a monkey's butt. I instantly imagined a grand drama. Back in the Rocks era, Kaido was still a young man struggling to find food, while the old lady, despite having given birth to several children, was still a captivating beauty. A down-and-out handsome guy and a mature big sister. These two must have some rock and roll past. Otherwise, how could a single fruit make Kaido, with his thick skin, feel guilty for decades? However, I thought about Smoothie's incredible long legs and felt that my father-in-law's decision might not be so bad after all. I nodded. Don't worry, father-in-law. I'll find an opportunity to give her a few bottles. She's already at Onigashima. Take me to meet her. I randomly found a little brother to lead the way and went straight to Smuggy's room. I knocked on the door and pushed it open, just in time to see Smuggy sitting in a chair with her legs crossed. There are no long-legged people here, and the chairs are all of ordinary height. But with her long legs stretched out like that, the angle was simply stunning. She was holding a cup of juice, and next to her lay the corpse of a beast that had been drained, clearly freshly juiced. After admiring for a couple of seconds, I got straight to the point. Didn't he expect to see you here, Miss Smuggy? She was quite direct as well. I heard Mr. Yi-Fan has quite the training method for his subordinates. The strength of the Beast Brigade's leaders has skyrocketed. Training my ass, I waved my hand. It's all due to the effectiveness of the gene serum I invented. We're all pirates, so let's not beat around the bush. Can you sell us that gene serum? The price is negotiable. Of course, I smiled, but I don't want money. I need something else in exchange. What do you want? You spend 3 days with me, and I'll give you 10 bottles of the gene serum. This thing is in such high demand that even our own people have to wait for years in line. There's not enough for internal use. Upon hearing this, Smuggy smiled alluringly. Aren't you afraid that Odin will castrate you? You don't need to worry about my matters. If you agree, we can trade. If not, I'll send you back to sea right now. I want 20 bottles. Just 10. Take it or leave it. We only produce 20 doses a month. I can't give you all of it. Besides, this serum has a high requirement for physical fitness. Other than you 3 commanders in the Charlotte family, it won't be of much use to the others. Smuggy changed her posture, thought for a moment, and finally nodded. All right, deal. 3 days later, the deal was completed, and I gave her 10 bottles of the smallest dosage. This amount wouldn't cause any fruit mutations. Just as I was about to find Kaido to continue training, I heard a thunderous roar outside. Kaido, come out and fight me. I thought to myself, who else would dare to be so bold besides me? I flashed over, and lo and behold, it was Eustace Kid, the most prickly one among the supernovas of Luffy's generation. Let me tell you, the butterfly effect is really amazing. According to the original script, this guy should have gone to find red-haired Shanks first and received a beating to calm down. But what happened? Because I made the Beast Pirates so popular, they directly became the top flow of 2025. This guy got carried away and skipped over red-haired, treating us as the final boss to defeat. The problem is, He is not even as strong as I was 2 years ago. At best, he is on the level of Doflamingo. I looked at him and thought, if you want to die, I'll help you along. This guy was quite arrogant. My opponent is Kaido. You? Just let your subordinate kid play with you. I couldn't help but laugh and turn to the just arrived page 1, saying, this foolish kid is all yours. Kid exploded on the spot. Bastard. How dare you underestimate me? Magneto Ubul. He let out a roar, sucked up a bunch of scrap metal, and transformed his arm into a fist the size of a house, smashing down at me from the sky. I don't even feel like moving. With his little bit of newly learned armament hockey, he's not even worthy of giving me a massage. My companion, Pejuan, charged straight at him, instantly transforming into a giant dinosaur covered in golden scales. That's right, his Spinosaurus fruit has also been evolved by my perfect T-virus, now in the form of a mythical Zoan, golden armored Spinosaurus. Let me tell you, that golden armor looks like skin dipped in gold, shining brightly with maxed out defense. Kid's big iron fist slammed down on Pejuan's forehead with a clang, and what happened? Pejuan didn't budge an inch, while Kid's iron fist shattered into pieces. Pejuan shook his head, disdain on his face. Where did this little brat come from? Still weaned, huh? With that little strength of yours, you'd barely be able to tickle me. Kid, not willing to back down, howled and smashed punch after punch, landing over a dozen hits. But Pejuan didn't have a scratch, while he himself was panting like a dog. I grew impatient watching. Stop playing, finish him off. I'm not like Kaido, who enjoys playing with his opponents like a nurturing game. Kid is too ambitious, and he can never truly submit. Since he can't be recruited, he must be eliminated, nipped in the bud before he develops further to prevent future troubles. Upon hearing the order, Pejuan stopped pretending. His gigantic body, over 10 meters tall, suddenly moved, shaking the ground. This new form not only had high defense, but also had enhanced speed and power. Seeing the captain in danger, Killer quickly tried to ambush from behind, but his scythe, covered in armament hockey, struck Pejuan's golden armor and left not even a white mark. Captain, run. I'll hold him off. Killer shouted anxiously. What nonsense? I'm the captain. If we run together. Kid shouted as he used his powers to create a giant steel cage to trap Pejuan. But Pejuan charged with brute force, and the cage was instantly smashed to smithereens. However, Kid had a backup plan. Countless steel pieces instantly transformed into a giant collar that wrapped around Pejuan's neck, with the other end deeply embedded in the ground, slowing him down with immense friction. I shook my head. Once Pejuan transformed into a dragon, his intelligence dropped to the level of his pecs. If he transformed back into human form, he could easily rip that collar apart with both hands, but instead, he was there pulling like a stubborn bull, nearly letting the guy escape. All right, stop pretending. I activated my Thunderstorm fruit, instantly blocking the way between Kid and Killer. 200 million volts, Thunderstorm Fist. This is a new move I developed. Completely different from Enel's wide-range net-like discharges, I compressed 200 million volts of electricity into a single punch. Kid couldn't react in time and hastily erected a steel wall in front of him. I punched it, and something strange happened. The wall didn't break. Behind it, Pejuan was shocked. How is that possible? How can this piece of junk withstand Lord Yefon's punch? Just as he finished speaking, 2 screams came from behind the wall. It hurts. We're going to be electrocuted. Goodness, he just provided me with a superconducting server. My punch's electricity flowed through that iron wall without a drop wasted, hitting both of them. The Thunderstorm fruit counters his magnetic fruit. The two were instantly turned into charred remains, their hair smoking. I didn't stop, throwing punch after punch of 200 million volts like it was free. Just when they were about to kick the bucket, Kaido arrived and looked at them, saying, "These 2 little guys have good willpower. Why not recruit them as subordinates?" Great, the old habit of his reared its head again. I immediately said, "Father-in-law, these 2 are the type who would rather die than submit. They can't be recruited. Keeping them would only bring disaster." Kaido listened, glanced at me, and surprisingly nodded. "In that case, you can kill them." I breathed a sigh of relief. It seems my words carry weight in his heart, enough to change his self-destructive tendencies. That means there's hope for the future. I didn't delay any longer, activating the Momo fruit's abilities, increasing my speed to 10 times, and gathering a self-created move that combines various martial arts. 10 times speed, Dragon Claw. In a flash, my hand pierced through their chests, directly crushing their hearts. The future pirate, with a bounty of 3 billion, was eliminated just like that. All done, Pejuan scampered over, full of admiration. "Your Highness, that Dragon Claw move was so cool. Can you teach me?" "No problem. Let us go to the training ground. I'll see how much you've improved lately." Pejuan's face fell instantly. He knew this meant another half hour of one-sided beating. After warming up, I slipped into Kaido's room, ready for another good fight with him today. As soon as I entered, I heard a hurried voice from the den mushy. It was Don Quixote Doflamingo. Admiral Fujitora is coming to see me. He.S. investigating the artificial devil fruits and gene drug materials. Doflamingo hung up, and Kaido's father-in-law told me about it. Let me tell you, those celestial dragons are the ultimate troublemakers of the sea. Both the Navy and pirates are just their toys, playing a game of checks and balances. Fujitora is a wise man, full of justice, wanting to overturn the gray area of the Shichibukai, but coincidentally, Doflamingo is the most crucial link in that chain. How could he not be anxious? Kaido was still pondering who to send, but I directly stopped him, saying, "Come on, father-in-law. Why use a sledgehammer to kill a chicken? I'll just take a stroll and stretch my muscles a bit." I just stepped out, and wow, that little girl Run-T bounced over like a rabbit, holding a flashy fruit in her hand, with an expression that seemed eager to praise me. I took a look at it and laughed. Isn't this the Magu no Mi that I casually took down before? It actually regenerated on the fruit in our kitchen. Who understands? Such an amazing fruit has huge potential. If used well, it could turn me into a human Magneto, able to create an absolute defense like Gaara's Sandstorm. But that kid has turned it into a close combat iron lump. What a waste. Without saying a word, I took it. I took a bite and, still the familiar formula, still hard to eat. But as long as I have the power, that's what matters. I casually lifted my hand, and dozens of knives, forks, and spatulas in the kitchen all flew up with a clatter. Since I didn't control the force well, they all got twisted into a mess. No big deal. I'll just spend a couple of days in the time-gravity room, and I can develop it to awakening in no time. I told Run-T that I was going to dress Rosa and asked if she wanted to go. She said she couldn't because Day needed her for something. When I asked, it turned out Day had discovered the loyal followers of Kazuki Oden, the so-called Red Scabbards, and was planning to capture them. But she wouldn't kill them. She wanted to win them over with love. Hearing this made my head hurt, so I told Run-T, "You can help her, but if those samurai act ungrateful and cause trouble after being captured, just send them to meet Oden. Don't spoil them." After that, we went our separate ways. I opened a free gate and stepped directly into Doflamingo's palace. Let me tell you, in this country of Doflamingo, everything seems peaceful and joyous on the surface like paradise. But behind the scenes, it's darker than a 996 war culture. Most of the common people have been turned into tireless toy puppets by his subordinates, working day and night in underground sweatshops, making weapons for him. Although it's a bit tragic, we really can't move against him right now. We still rely on him for the artificial devil fruits and genetic drugs from the beast pirates. So we have to let him hold on for at least another year and a half. I was just thinking about this when Doflamingo's iconic fufufu laughter came through, his face beaming as if my arrival meant everything was under control for him. I didn't waste any time with him and laid it all out. "I can help you deal with Fujitora, but I need to send someone to keep an eye on your secret base, Punk Hazard, to ensure production safety." As soon as I said this, Doflamingo's face behind his sunglasses instantly froze. Punk Hazard is his core secret, and even his highest-ranking subordinates know very few details about it. To make matters worse, the one overseeing it is Virgo from the Navy's G5 branch. With just one sentence, I exposed all his secrets. How could he not be flustered? I patted him on the shoulder, reassured him, and said that we are the best allies, and as long as the supply continues, our cooperation will too. Only then did he calm down and start flattering me again. I was too lazy to listen and directly asked him where Fujitora was. He said that old guy was at the casino. As soon as my heart network was activated, I instantly locked onto the casino's Fujitora. Guess what happened? The moment I saw him, that blind old guy, from over 10 kilometers away with countless walls in between, suddenly turned his head sharply, as if he had seen me. Wow, his observation hockey must have been equipped with a Beidou navigation system. Its range is even more exaggerated than my heart network. Being able to pull meteors down from space over 100 kilometers away is indeed no joke. I teleported to the casino with a thunder fruit, casually unleashed my conqueror's hockey, and cleared out all the gamblers around me. I sat down opposite Fujitora and said, "Brother, stop shaking. Let's make a big bet." The stakes were simple. If I won, he would immediately leave Dressrosa and wouldn't bring up the abolition of the 7 warlords for a year and a half. Fujitora was stunned, probably thinking how this kid figured out my little calculations. I didn't hide it from him and directly pointed him a clear path, telling him that to achieve his goal, he would have to wait for the world meeting in a year and a half for those kings to propose it, and then he could go along with it. After a moment of contemplation, he surprisingly agreed. Then he proposed his stake, saying that if I lost, The beast pirates would not be allowed to engage in slaughter for a year. I thought to myself, we only care about money, not killing. So this bet was like a gift, and I agreed on the spot. The game began, and as the dice cup opened, the numbers were 2, 3, and 6. But the real gamble was just beginning. I told you that's not rolling dice, that's like God's fighting. On his side, the gravity fruit activated, trying to turn the numbers into 3 ones. On my side, with the magnetic fruit and the thunder fruit just in hand, the electromagnetic force directly sucked the dice onto the table. Fujitora's old face changed slightly, probably not expecting that his awakened ability developed over decades couldn't even move a dice. He immediately intensified the force, and the 3 dice in the cup spun wildly like crazy, a mix of gravity and repulsion, like a scene from a sci-fi blockbuster. It is said that at that time, Doflamingo had a princess named Violet with the ability to see thousands of miles, who was live streaming the battle from the palace. Her jaw probably dropped in shock. We were stuck in a stalemate for over 1,000 rounds, and finally, with a bang, the 3 dice couldn't withstand the force any longer and exploded into dust. A draw. This left Fujitora silent. He was probably thinking, I'm already this old, and the kid opposite me is only in his 20s and so freakish. How can we keep playing? But he is worthy of being an admiral. He only felt dejected for a moment, and that sense of justice reignited within him, his gaze immediately changing from a dejected gambler to a grandmaster. He raised his head and said, since the gambling skill is a draw, how about we have another bet, using combat to decide the winner? As soon as I heard that, I was amused, and I definitely wasn't sleepy anymore. I said, all right, the weak obey the strong. I like that rule. However, we can't do that here. It could wipe Dressrosa off the map in an instant. After some discussion, we decided to fly to a deserted island 100 kilometers away. That guy Doflamingo was like a paparazzo, using his string fruit to walk on air, quietly following behind, trying to secretly capture first-hand information. I later realized that Fujitora was serious. He saw that I was young and powerful, with potential more terrifying than those old-school Yonko, and he was afraid that if I grew up, no one would be able to handle me. He wanted to crush me in the cradle. My friends, this is what the information gap can do. He had no idea that Wano was almost becoming a model village under Yamato's influence. In his eyes, we the beast pirates were still the most vicious ones. So this time, this usually kind-hearted guy who never kills was truly determined. Just right, I also wanted to see how fierce this admiral, who had been slacking off, could be when he went all out. Upon reaching the island, without further ado, the atmosphere instantly froze. Doflamingo found the best spot to watch from above, and I faced off against Fujitora from several dozen meters away. He slowly drew out his cane sword and initiated a big move, thrusting it violently into the ground beneath my feet. Goodness, when he thrust it down, let me tell you, the entire island fell silent. In an instant, with a thud, trees, rocks, everything was crushed into paper by an invisible force, and the whole island turned into a smooth, flat platform. At that moment, I felt like my legs were filled with lead, and I couldn't move an inch. I cursed directly in my heart. This manga is messing with me. In the original, when he fought Luo, the gravity felt like a tickle, but now here, good grief. He gave me a planetary level experience card. This old guy changed the entire island's terrain with just one move. His strength is so deeply hidden. Immediately after, he muttered, "Gravity blade." Fierce Tiger kicked off his slippers and shot forward like a cannonball. That blade was infused with terrifying gravity, and even before it got close, the sense of oppression made it hard to breathe. Can I endure this? I immediately activated my 3-piece set. Dragon Form, activate. 8 Gates of Dunjia, Death Gate, ignite. Momo Fruit, 100 times speed, let us go. I tell you, my electrotherapy has upgraded to version 2.0. Before, it was like a super scion, with electricity flashing everywhere. Looking impressive, but actually wasting energy. Now, it's different. All the current is in a closed loop, directly penetrating every cell, focusing on cost reduction and efficiency improvement. From the outside, it looks calm, but the recovery speed has skyrocketed tenfold. In an instant, the feeling of carrying a heavy burden disappeared, and I felt revitalized. I drew my Nicaran blade and charged forward. Clang, clang, clang. In less than a second, we exchanged hundreds of blows. Don't be fooled by my beginner status in swordsmanship. I have a great father-in-law. That old guy Kaido is a master at teaching anyone he encounters. For the past few months, I've been his punching bag, and my combat experience has been filled to the brim. Every time we clash blades, the shockwaves can rip a huge crack in ground. But strangely, before the seawater could flood in, the crack was forcibly healed by Fujitora's gravity field. I've come to understand that this guy's fruit awakening is on a completely different level compared to what Doflamingo and the others do. He is permanently altering the landscape. Just like when Akiji and Akainu fought, the island was directly turned into a wasteland of ice and fire. With Fujitora's ability, even if he leaves now, this island will probably be a supergravity no-go zone for hundreds of years. Doflamingo in the sky was already dumbfounded, cold sweat pouring down his forehead like rain. He must be fervently chanting Amitabha in his heart, thankful that he is flying high. Otherwise, just the aftermath of this battle could send him flying. Meanwhile, on Fujitora's battleship, his lieutenant, an undercover agent from Akainu, was trembling as he called the Admiral. Report, Admiral. General Fujitora is fighting with Dragon King Yifan. On the other end of the line, Akainu exploded. That old fool. The Navy headquarters isn't even built yet. Does he want to start a full-scale war with the Beast Pirates? Let me tell you, Akainu is feeling overwhelmed right now. There's factionalism within the Navy, and the Doves and Hawks are fighting every day. He feels like a bullied little wife in his position as Admiral, with none of his subordinates listening to him. He knows Fujitora can't kill me. If I retaliate, just opening a door to blow up a few Navy branches will bring losses that no one will bear. Akainu roared into the transponder snail and finally issued a death order. If he doesn't write a self-criticism and admit his mistake. He is forbidden from approaching any Navy branch for supplies. After saying that, there was a loud bang, probably from him smashing his desk again. Who understands family? Just a few kilometers below our feet, in Law's submarine, the atmosphere had also dropped to freezing point. Law watched me go all out against the Admiral for Doflamingo, feeling utterly stunned. He had originally hoped I could help him take revenge, but now seeing this, it's clear that this path is blocked. His eyes turned cold, and he suddenly had a new idea. Since he can't rely on others, he would become a warlord and use the Navy's power to take down Doflamingo. Back to the battlefield, that old man Fujitora suddenly started to show off. Young man, your swordsmanship is indeed remarkable. I must use all my strength now. As soon as he finished speaking, his sword swung out again, but this time it was completely different. He was no longer simply increasing gravity. He began to switch it up wildly. The gravity field around me felt like it was acting up. One moment it was 60 times. Just as I was about to exert force, bam, it changed to 20 times, and I almost pulled a muscle. Just as I was about to ease up, bam, it switched to 70 times again. Let me tell you, it's like riding a roller coaster. Your eyes tell you you're not moving, but your body is experiencing crazy weightlessness and overload, and your brain feels like it's overheating, making me feel really uncomfortable. We exchanged blows for just 10 seconds, and Fujitora unleashed thousands of slashes, yet I still couldn't defend myself. He struck my left shoulder with his sword, tearing my clothes and causing blood to seep out. The force of the blow sent me flying more than 10 meters away. But Fujitora didn't smile. Instead, he wore a serious expression. Why? Because that sword strike, capable of splitting islands, only left a tiny cut less than a millimeter deep on my body. Moreover, as soon as the wound appeared, before he could even see it clearly, the electrical treatment within me started working frantically, and after a few drops of blood flowed out the wound. It healed itself. Now it was my turn to laugh. Admiral, as expected, you live up to your reputation. Your devil fruit ability has truly opened my eyes. However, with just this little skill, you can't defeat me. I may have taken a hit, but I didn't take it for nothing. I've been running my heart net the whole time, secretly learning. I just wanted to understand how he manipulates this awakened devil fruit. Now that I understand, I pay my tuition. It's my turn to perform. The lightning on my body erupted instantly, turning the entire island into a sea of lightning. Even the bright sky above seemed amused. Fufufu, you think awakening relies on sheer numbers? Naive. Fujitora also looked calm, watching me waste energy like a fool. They all believed that fruit awakening depended on some metaphysical insight, but let me tell you, the end of science is metaphysics. Just as my thunder fruit was about to run out, I activated another ability, 150 times the quantity. In an instant, the lightning density across the island surged by 150 times. Fujitora's expression changed drastically, and he quickly used armament hockey to protect himself. But it was too late. His hair was instantly singed by the electricity. I seized the opportunity to rush to the center of the island, where the lightning was most concentrated. I directly compressed and purified all the lightning on the island using the ability of the Momo fruit, increasing the quantity to 150 times. A quantitative change led to a qualitative change, you understand? In the end, all the lightning condensed into a single bolt. reaching the strength of Awakened level original lightning. Then, I opened my mouth and swallowed it in one bite. As this bolt of lightning coursed through every cell in my body, I felt my understanding of the thunder fruit instantly break through to a whole new dimension. At that moment, the thunder fruit awakened. I pointed a finger at the sky and shouted with all my might. Lightning world! In an instant, all the lightning on the island came to life. They no longer needed me to provide energy and could exist permanently in this realm. Today, this island first transformed into a gravity island, and now it has become a lightning gravity island. The bright sky made my jaw drop, and my mouth echoed like a tape recorder. Monster, monster, monster. Fujitora's face was as dark as the bottom of a pot. He probably couldn't figure out how the fruit could awaken in such a way, or even be learned on the spot. The way he looked at me changed completely, with an unprecedented killing intent. He knew that if I left here alive today, he would truly have no way to handle me in the future. So he stopped pretending, laid his cards on the table, and said, "Buddy, you must die today." I'm telling you, even Doflamingo over there is dumbfounded. His jaw almost dropped into the sea. He probably can't comprehend how a devil fruit can awaken and print cards on the spot. It's unscientific. As for Law and the others in the submarine, it's even worse. From a distance, with their observation hockey, they see my island has turned into a hell of lightning, and every bolt of lightning could take him out in an instant. I bet his worldview is a bit shattered right now. At that time, I was still fanning the flames, shouting at Fujitora, "Wow, thank you, Mr. Smile. Thanks to you, I got to experience the feeling of awakening a fruit. It's really great." But the old man didn't say a word, just looked up at the sky. My heart sank. Something fell off. He said slowly, "To congratulate you, I have prepared a small gift, hoping you'll accept it." The next moment, I tell you, my scalp went numb. Not just me, but the hundreds of people on the naval ship in the distance were screaming like they had seen a ghost, urging the ship to turn around and run. The scene was like a 100-meter sprint. In the sky, 9 huge black dots appeared and were getting bigger. They were meteors. 9 of them. I'm telling you, these weren't the small ones that hit Zoro before. The smallest of these was over 10,000 meters in diameter. If one of these hit, dinosaurs would die again. Good heavens, they really didn't intend to let me live, directly giving me a massive 9-star alignment. This old man was serious about killing me. He wasn't relying on observation hockey, but was directly using his fruit ability to pull rocks from space across millions of kilometers. He wanted to use this world-destroying attack to exhaust my stamina and then slowly grind me down. At that moment, I was also fired up and boldly said, "All right, you smash 9 meteorites at me, and I'll go and seize 9 from the celestial dragons. Let's see if I dare to do it." As soon as I said that, I could feel Fujitora's killing intent intensifying, but he still wore that good-natured smile on his face and said, "Since it's a gamble, I will naturally give my all." I estimated that I had used up most of the power of my thunder fruit when it just awakened, and it was a bit risky to bear the brunt of these 9 big guys. Just when my energy bar was almost empty, I opened my eyes and discovered something incredibly fun. Out of the 9 giant stones, 6 of them were metal-rich iron lumps. How convenient. Considering I just got the magnet fruit, I immediately connected 3 to the positive and 3 to the negative. The next second, those 6 massive meteorites went haywire in the sky, like they were navigating to find each other. With a loud bang, they started colliding with each other, exploding into a dazzling display of fireworks in the sky. The sky was filled with a cyberpunk sunset, truly spectacular. Now only 3 remained up there, but they were the largest 3. I countered with 2 enhanced thunder strikes, casually shouting, "How many floors can a bag of rice hold?" Boom! I smashed 2 more. However, these 2 attacks basically drained the energy of my thunder fruit. Fragments of the exploded meteorites were flying everywhere, and surprisingly, Mingu even intervened, using his string fruit to weave a large net to catch some of the bigger pieces. Don't think he is being kind. He is just a pure and meticulous egoist worried that a tsunami would flood the dock in front of his house. There was only one left, the largest one, with a diameter of 23 kilometers, resembling a small moon directly smashing into my face. I took a deep breath, drew my sword, activated my Conqueror's Haki, and with 100 times the speed boost from the Momo fruit, I unleashed a new move I modified for my cheap father-in-law Kaido, Thunderstrike. Azura, how fast was it? So fast that Mingu's observation Haki crashed. He could only see me draw and sheathe my sword, while his brain CPU was completely fried, trying to process what happened in between. Only Fujitora, with his top-tier observation Haki, barely managed to catch that in less than 0.01 seconds. I slashed out 100 times. That world-ending meteorite didn't make a sound. It poofed into a cloud of dust that covered millions of kilometers, darkening the sky. All right, you're done. Now it's my turn. I instantly activated 150 times speed, lunging in front of Fujitora with a series of death god slash. My swordsmanship was characterized by one word: reckless. With my physique on par with Kaido. Did I need defense? No. I was just trading injuries, seeing who would break first. Fujitora was stunned. He realized my sword moves were full of openings, but he didn't dare to strike. If he hit me once, I would lose a layer of skin. If I hit him once, he would lose half his life. His gravity fruit Kuden Tea turned into an elemental form, like a Logia, to dodge damage. After several exchanges, he was already bleeding, with several cuts from my blade. This old man was truly cunning. Who understands? Unable to win, he started playing dirty. He suddenly removed the dozens of times gravity on me and reversed it to give me weightlessness. I shot up into the sky like a hydrogen balloon, with all my strength rendered useless. There was no choice. I could only transform into a several thousand-meter-long purple dragon, diving down on a cloud. As this giant dragon charged down, Fujitora's aura completely changed. It seemed like he recalled something particularly painful, and his eyes were filled with resolve. He stabilized his injuries at the cost of his life. Then sheathed his sword. He muttered a string of words I couldn't understand, something about divine punishment, everything returning to zero, and black hole space. It was incredibly over the top, but the commotion was immense. All the rocks and mud from the sea floor flew up into the sky, creating a floating island larger than a country between us. I was thinking at the time, this thing won't hurt if it falls on me, right? Then Tung Hu casually said, "Don't worry, you won't be disappointed." As soon as he finished speaking, the gigantic floating island began to collapse inward in an extremely terrifying way, compressing. I tell you, the speed at which that thing collapsed was simply outrageous. 1 second, it was a giant island larger than a country, and the next second, it suddenly shrank inwards like a balloon that had been popped. By the time it shrank to the size of a basketball court, good grief, that terrifying suction felt like hundreds of hands were pulling me in. But that is not all. It continued to shrink and compress. At that moment, the only thought in my mind was, wow, is this guy creating a black hole by hand? And guess what happened in the end? An entire island was condensed into a ball the size of an egg. That thing had a terrifying density, and the surrounding seawater was rushing in, forming a huge whirlpool. A scene comparable to a disaster movie. In the distance, those Navy guys who were originally watching the show with binoculars from over 10 kilometers away were so shocked that they dropped their snacks. Their warships cranked up to full power, but guess what? The ship not only didn't move forward, but was also being sucked back in at high speed. The officer completely broke down on the spot, pulling out his phone bug to tell his wife about his last wishes, saying something about hiding his stash of money under the ceramic tiles of the nightstand, so she could live well, and that their son should just be a logistic soldier in the future and never be an officer aide. Family. Who understands the psychological trauma of this? The squad leader next to him saw this and thought, wow, the boss is preparing for a feast. I can't fall behind either. So he immediately took out his phone bug and cried out to cancel his engagement with his fiancée, Itsuehua. On the other side, Luo and their yellow submarine were also in trouble, with the power system directly overheating and the ship starting to retreat. Luo was dumbfounded, and it took him a while to react, yelling for everyone to get on deck and paddle manually. Can you believe it? In this day and age, they still had to rely on manpower, but there was no choice. Against these monsters, machines really didn't work. As for me, the giant dragon I transformed into was right at the center of that gravitational storm, with 80 times the gravity weighing down on me. I desperately tried to create a cloud to escape, but as soon as the cloud appeared, it was swallowed by that egg in one bite, completely useless. That old man Fujitora just stood there calmly, admiring his masterpiece. He told me that once this move was unleashed, even he couldn't control it, and it would eventually absorb enough matter, then boom, a super explosion that could even kill gods would occur. After saying that, he felt confident of victory, turned around, and flew back to the warship, ready to finish up and go home. When the crew on his ship saw the general come back, they were also pulled out of the gravitational range and huddled together crying, as if they had escaped from death. Fujitora confidently told his subordinates, "Let us head back to headquarters. Yi-fan is doomed." I watched his receding figure with a cold smile on my heart. Dead for sure? Who's dead for sure? My observation hockey was almost about to go off the charts. I knew that egg was about to explode. If you want to play me like this, fine, I'll return this gift to you intact. Just as I was about to be sucked in, I transformed back into my human form and pulled out a large door, the door of freedom. As the door opened, I waved my hand at the gravity ball that was about to explode, sending it off with a delivery charge to be settled on the other side. The death ball shot through the door and disappeared without a trace. In the distance, Vine Tiger instantly sensed something was off. His observation Hockey must have picked it up too. He was dumbfounded and shouted at me from afar. "Where did you send it?" I grinned at him and said, "You Navy folks might have to change your headquarters again." Fujitora spat out a mouthful of old blood. Let me tell you, at that moment, his expression was more painful than swallowing a fly. A Marine Admiral blew up his own headquarters with his strongest move. If this got out, it would ruin the Navy's reputation built over 800 years. He couldn't even think about fighting me anymore. His strongest move couldn't do anything to me. And if he kept going, it would just be humiliating. In the end, he had no choice but to retreat with his fleet in disgrace. Meanwhile, at the new Marine headquarters, G1 branch, Akainu was lounging in his office with his legs crossed when suddenly his eyelids began to twitch and his observation Hockey went wild. He punched open the window and flew out, with Kizuru and Akiji following closely behind. Good grief, just as the three admirals gathered. They saw a metal ball the size of an egg suddenly appear on the surface of the sea in front of their headquarters, voraciously devouring seawater and docked warships. Akainu was stunned and roared, "Bastard! What kind of weapon is this? Which pirate threw it over?" Just then, Akainu's den mushy rang. It was Fujitora calling. He urgently shouted, "Marshal, has a gravity ball appeared at headquarters? Quickly let Akiji build defenses. That thing is about to explode." Upon hearing this, Akainu didn't dare to delay. He immediately ordered that he and Kizuru team up to blast the seawater into the sky, while Akiji quickly froze the deluge of water. In an instant, hundreds of giant ice walls hundreds of meters high rose in front of the Marine headquarters. The next second, boom, an indescribable massive explosion rang out, causing countless Marine soldiers to burst their eardrums, rolling on the ground holding their heads. The terrifying shock wave obliterated the ice walls 1, 2, 3. Hundreds of them were instantly shattered. Even the retired Sengoku and Garp rushed out to help. It was only with the combined strength of the 5 highest marine powers that they barely managed to block most of the shockwave. When the dust settled, although the Marine headquarters wasn't flattened, all the most advanced warships docked at the port were buried thousands of meters deep underwater, completely written off. Akainu's face turned green with anger, and when he inquired, he found out that it was his own man, Fujitora, who unleashed that move. Can you believe how infuriating that is? The Navy couldn't explain to the outside world. They couldn't just say, "Sorry everyone, it wasn't that the enemy was too strong. It was our own admiral's mistake that almost destroyed our home." Could they? As a result, the next day, News King Morgan's had the front page headline, "Marine Admiral Fujitora defeated by Dragon Emperor Yi Fan, Marine headquarters once again destroyed." The Navy had to bear this blame, whether they liked it or not, and they could only swallow their bitter pill in silence. In the end, Fujitora was punished with house arrest for 6 months. And that was that. After pulling off this stunt, I was hungry. Fighting consumed a lot of energy. I thought I should settle the score with that old Fujitora. He wasn't in favor of the 7 warlords and had a good relationship with those countries in Alabasta, right? All right, then I would go have a meal at his ally's house. I directly opened a portal and landed in the palace of Alabasta. King Cobra and his daughter, Princess Vivi, were both stunned on the spot. Vivi, being clever, took one look at my face and then at my entrance method, quickly realized who I was, and hurriedly dismissed all the guards. I was not polite at all. I just sat down and said, "Serve the dishes first. I'm hungry." The king dared not delay and quickly ordered the royal chef to bring out fine wine and delicious food in a steady stream. Just as I was enjoying my meal, a messenger bird flew in and dropped off a newspaper. Princess Vivi picked it up, and, upon seeing the headline, her face went pale. The newspaper read that I wanted to take revenge on the Tenryubido and was preparing to randomly select 9 allied countries to destroy. Family, who understands? In that moment, I realized that in their eyes, my existence at this level was no different from a natural disaster. Princess Vivi suddenly knelt in front of me, her voice trembling with tears. "Dragon God, please do not destroy my country. I will agree to any conditions." I looked at the beautiful princess kneeling on the ground, trembling, and suddenly came up with a more interesting plan. I slowly wiped my mouth and said to her, "All right, I can give you a chance. You, withdraw from the Straw Hat Pirates and join my Beast Pirates starting today." Vivi stiffened, caught between her former companions and dreams and the survival of her entire country. She hesitated for a long time, tears welling up in her eyes, and in the end, for the sake of her people, she lowered her proud head and said word by word, "I." Nefertari Vivi, hereby withdraw from the Straw Hat Pirates and join the Beast Pirates. I smiled with satisfaction. I stood up, patted her on the shoulder, and said, very good. Since you are now my subordinate, I should show some appreciation. Isn't your country suffering from a lack of water? I will give you a great gift. After saying that, I directly opened a door and took her to a desolate, arid mountain desert. Then, in front of her, I opened another door. On the other side of the door was a place called Spring Water Island, where there was a huge spring that never ran dry, gushing out pure fresh water. I fixed the zigzag gate at the water outlet of the spring. From then on, the spring water from Spring Island would continuously flow through this gate into the driest interior of Alabastan, carving out a brand new river in the desert. At this moment, Princess Vivi knelt before me, crying like a delicate flower in the rain, and said that from now on, Alabastan would be my staunch ally, and she would never go against my wishes. I told her it's just a small scene, don't get too excited. Then I slipped into the palace, thinking about an important task I still needed to do. I looked at the ground not far away, rolled my wrist a bit, and then, bang, with one punch, a 3-meter square bottomless pit appeared right in front of everyone. Vivi stood next to me, stunned, probably thinking that if I threw that punch towards the capital, would it reset the map directly? I can't be bothered with her and just jumped down. Below, there lies the historical text that records the location of the ancient weapon, the Underworld King. It was for this that Old Shah turned this place upside down, only for King Kibura to activate self-destruction and bury the area. If it were someone else, they might not find it even after months of digging, but for me, it's just a matter of one punch. I stood in front of that huge stone tablet, pulled out my high-tech translator, and said, hey, let me tell you, I was shocked when I looked at it. It nearly burned my CPU. It says here, the ancient weapon Pluton is hidden in Wano country. Does anyone understand this? This is completely different from the script I know. In the storyline I was following before my time travel, all clues pointed to 800 years ago, when the ancestors of Alabasta, specifically the Nefertari family, controlled Pluton and backstabbed Joy Boy, which led to the ultimate failure. Why is it now telling me that Pluton has always been in Wano country? Odo, are you messing with me? Then, that Momonosuke. Oh no, I casually got rid of him and his sister before. Now even if I create Pluton, no one can wield it. Isn't that like buying a top-tier sports car and realizing I don't have a driver's license? And this logic doesn't make sense. If Pluton didn't betray Joy Boy back, then had the 3 ancient weapons plus the Nika form. With that setup, it was almost like starting with a godly hand. How could he still be countered by him? What kind of unbelievable entity is I'm anyway? My head is buzzing, and it feels like my entire worldview is being reshaped. But thinking about it, isn't this good news? The Pluto is in Wano. Isn't that on my turf? Even if the Kazuki clan is extinct with my abilities, creating a black technology remote control is just a matter of minutes, right? Vivi noticed my unusual expression and cautiously leaned over to ask, Your Excellency, Dragon Emperor, can you understand it too? That legendary Pluto, is it really in our country? Look at her pale little face, afraid that this thing is really in her home. No wonder this thing is said to be able to flatten an island with one shot. If it's really here, the whole world's attention will be on it, and when the gods start fighting, Alabasta will be the first to suffer. I waved my hand and said to her, Don't worry, it's not with you guys. I was also puzzled, as I had always thought that your ancestors were traitors. But it turns out the truth of history is quite complicated. When Wei Wei heard this, she let out a sigh of relief. Her little heart was pounding and finally felt at ease. She isn't very ambitious, just wants the people to live well, which makes her a good ruler. It seems that my understanding of this world is still too superficial. I need to find an opportunity to capture 5 old stars and interrogate these riddle makers properly. After I finished dealing with Alabasta, I went straight back to Ghost Island, preparing to gather people to dig for treasure in Wano. As soon as I landed, the system notification sounded. Wow, I actually gained 2 storyline points. How did that happen? Did my fight with Fujitora count as 1? And capturing Alabasta and having Vivi leave the crew count as another? This is truly an unexpected turn of events. Without hesitation, I started pulling. Ding. Congratulations. You have obtained Kaleidoscope Sharingan. Ding. Congratulations, you have obtained Pure Senju Hashirama Bloodline. I told you, I was laughing at that moment. This wave is directly taking off. With the 2 great eye techniques combined, if it develops further, it will be the Rinnegan, the top configuration of the Otsutsuki clan, plus the first Hokage's bloodline. This recovery ability is simply a tailor-made bug for my 8 gates. In the future, opening the 8 gates will be as easy as drinking water. I can open them freely without worrying about side effects. I have to try out my new skill with this kaleidoscope. I narrowed my eyes and activated it. In the bar on Ghost Island, a few people who were boasting and chatting, drinking heartily, suddenly noticed that the wine glasses in their hands went crack, and the wine inside had all frozen into solid ice chunks. The entire bar instantly turned into a winter wonderland, although it only lasted for 3 seconds. Those drunks thought they were seeing things. Winter's cold domain, area-wide freeze, a bit like Chinji's ability, not bad, not bad. Just as I was enjoying it, a portal lit up, and my wife Yamato returned. As soon as she saw me, she ran over excitedly. "Honey, let me tell you, I caught someone you absolutely wouldn't expect." I smirked. Who else could there be in Wano country, if not those stubborn guys from the Akazaya 9? "No," Yamato exclaimed excitedly. "I caught Kazuki Oden. He is actually still alive." I was taken aback. Kazuki Sukiyaki? Who is that? Are there still any survivors from the Kazuki clan? I thought Kazuki Oden only had 2 children, Momonosuke and Hiyori, and I had already sent them away. Oh right, it's Kazuki Oden's father, the previous general of Wano before Kaido. I was shocked at the time. The former general is still alive? What kind of plot twist is this? I remember this old man wasn't a naive fool. He was easily overthrown by Kaido, right? I directly said, since he's a remnant of the Kazuki family, there's no need to keep him alive. Just chop him down to avoid future troubles. Then what Yamato said next almost made my jaw drop. No need to kill him. Guess what? Kazuki Sukiyaki said that back then, he voluntarily handed over Wano to Kaido. It was all because he was angry that his son, Kazuki Oden, wanted to go to sea and be a pirate, instead of taking over the family business. Now he has personally ordered all the samurai to pledge their loyalty to me. I was dumbfounded at the time. Is there really such a move? This father is truly rebellious. His own son is useless, yet he would rather hand over the family business to outsiders? However, this is a huge blessing for me, with this old man's endorsement. Yamato is now the legitimate general of Wano, with both legal and military recognition. Those samurai have no reason to rebel anymore. Now, Yamato has effectively recruited a powerful army of samurai out of thin air. After a brief separation, this great news calls for a celebration. I had a deep exchange of feelings with Yamato and practice of martial arts. I won't go into detail, but I felt refreshed the next day. Just as I got up, I received news from my undercover agent in Mariehua, the celestial dragon Muscarad, whom I had turned. He sent me a map, saying that there are dozens of treasure troves owned by the celestial dragons, and he has basically checked them all, but he couldn't find what I was looking for. However, there are 2 places he cannot access. One requires all 5 elders to press their fingerprints together to open. The other is even more mysterious, called Hive Island, which only the older generation of celestial dragons have heard of. No one knows exactly where it is. I figured that this requires the authorization of the 5 elders' treasury, which sounds incredibly dangerous. Such dirty and exhausting work is definitely best left to the professionals. I directly made a call to Dragon from the Revolutionary Army, gave him the address, and asked them to scout the way. After all, they owe me a favor, and toppling the celestial dragons is also part of their KPIs, so they will definitely be interested. As for that Hive Island, I have to find it myself. Just by the name, it sounds like it's not on the Red Soil continent. As long as I don't confront the 5 elders and him head-on with my strength, I should be able to flatten it once I find it. When it comes to gathering information, who is the most reliable? Of course, it's my cheap father-in-law Kaido. Having an elder in the family is like having a treasure. I found Kaido, and as soon as he saw me, he excitedly wanted to pull me to drink and fight. I quickly stopped him. "Father-in-law, hold on, let me ask you something. Have you heard of Hive Island?" Upon hearing these 3 words, Kaido was obviously taken aback. Then he slapped his thigh. "Hive Island? Isn't that God's Valley? 40 years ago, it was the place where the celestial dragons went for fun, and I found my fruit there. After the God Valley battle, that place disappeared." "I see." I asked him to draw me a map. But my cheap father-in-law, when you asked him to take a pen, he could poke a hole in the paper. And after holding back for a long time, his face turned red, but he couldn't draw a single circle properly. In the end, he got so angry that he picked up a spike club and smashed the table. I had a sudden idea and said, "Father-in-law, why don't you try drawing with a kanabo?" To my surprise, Kaido listened to me, picked up his several-ton heavy kanabo, and with a few thuds on the ground, he created a 3D model of God Valley. It was incredibly lifelike. Indeed, both of them, father and daughter, were naturally talented at wielding clubs. I memorized the terrain of the Valley of the Gods and then started my global search. I opened the door of freedom and roamed wildly around the world. Over here was a race with 3 eyes, and over there were the Winged Sky Islanders. Various bizarre islands left me dazzled. Suddenly, I passed by a pink island, and to my surprise, it was the kingdom of transgenders. Below, Sanji was wearing a small suit, being chased by thousands of transgenders shouting, "Marry me," with such training intensity. No wonder his leg skills were so good. I shuddered and quickly opened the door to escape. This place was too overwhelming. I kept searching for 3 days, and I had almost visited every famous island in the world, but I didn't find a single hair. I was completely bewildered, thinking, has the Valley of the Gods been renamed the Valley of Nerves? Has it completely evaporated from a map? I even started to doubt whether that old 6M found the island annoying and erased it from the physical realm with a snap of his fingers. Let me tell you, just when my mindset was about to collapse and I was ready to head back home, suddenly my observation hockey went ding and sensed something. A ship. But it wasn't on the sea. It was flying in the sky. To be honest, I've seen plenty of flying ships, so it's not that surprising. But this ship was flying at a height that was off. Does anyone understand? 100,000 meters. At an altitude of 100,000 meters. That's almost reaching space. The air is so thin it's almost non-existent. How did this ship get up there? I absolutely have to check it out. I immediately activated the abilities of Senju Hashirama, forcefully compressing the surrounding oxygen into every one of my cells, creating a personal oxygen tank for myself. Then I transformed, not into a giant dragon thousands of meters long, that would be too eye-catching, but into a small cute dragon like Momonosuke, less than 3 meters long, riding on a cloud and zooming up to chase after it. I leaned in for a closer look and exclaimed, "Wow, the Celestial Dragon's Air Force. It's the mysterious unit that only exists in legends, and even I, a longtime fan who has watched over 900 episodes, have never seen it before. No wonder their ships are so advanced, covered in all sorts of telephone bug cameras, looking like a hedgehog. I didn't dare to get too close, so I directly used a heart network to listen in on what these tin cans were discussing. The soldiers in this Air Force are all cyborgs, and not of the Vegapunk variety. They resemble Frankie's style of turning themselves into metal lumps. I overheard 2 of them chatting. One said, "Hey, another wasted trip. We didn't catch any of those mice from the Freedom Alliance." The other replied, "Isn't this great? If we don't have missions, how can we go enjoy ourselves on Stussy's Joy Street?" I saw an old man on the subway looking at his phone, looking completely confused. Besides their brains and central nervous system, they've replaced every part of their bodies with components. What can they do at Joy Street? Play Tetris? But then they said something that made my hair stand on end. Yes, this time returning to the Valley of the Gods. I don't know how long we will stay again. The Valley of the Gods. At that moment, my mind buzzed, and I suddenly understood everything. This old man was really good at playing tricks. No wonder I couldn't find it after searching for 3 days and nights on the ground. He didn't place the island on the ground at all. He moved the entire Valley of the Gods up into the sky. I immediately slowed down, hanging several dozen kilometers away from them, using my heart net to tightly lock onto them. After following this warship for more than 10 hours, it was already dark, and I suddenly saw it change direction and fly straight up into outer space. I looked up and was directly stunned. Above my head, there's an immense shadow. It's outlined exactly like the drawings of Kaido, yet completely different. What island could this possibly be? It's an entire space fortress. It quietly hovers in low Earth orbit at a height of 1,000,000 meters, transformed into a technological stronghold filled with metal and cannon barrels. My heart skipped a beat. I felt that this time I had truly come to the right place. Even if there wasn't the last piece of historical text here, it definitely hid the greatest secret of the Celestial Dragons. But to force my way in? I'm not stupid. This is the Air Force's stronghold. Who knows if there are 3 monster-level generals hidden inside? I quietly approached the bottom of the fortress and directly rolled my eyes, scanning 360 degrees without any blind spots. At a glance, the amount of information exploded. Inside the entire fortress, there were probably about 300 Air Force personnel stationed. All of them those iron cans that were mechanized except for their brains. It seems that the Celestial Dragons haven't fully mastered this technology. Otherwise, they would have mass-produced it long ago. Then, my vision penetrated layers of armor and saw a place. The treasure vault. Let me tell you, when I saw that treasure trove, I almost drooled. It was filled with all kinds of equipment from the future technology kingdom, including the device I urgently need to mass-produce perfect T-virus materials. There was also the mithril I've been dreaming of, the material for crafting the Underworld King's battleship. Dozens of devil fruits, all ancient varieties, and even a few illusion beast seeds. The most outrageous thing is that on the innermost shelf, there were 3 golden fruits, golden apples. The legendary golden apples that can grant a person several hundred years of life. 3 of them in total. I had to take them all. I made a swift decision. One, I was a white eye, while the other instantly switched to a kaleidoscope Sharingan. unleashing a powerful move, Winter's Cold Domain. The terrifying ocular power instantly enveloped the entire space fortress, and my eyes bled like a faucet turned on, causing excruciating pain. But I have Hashromycells and Mephisto's defensive healing, so this little consumption is bearable. My low-temperature ability didn't feel like much at first to those modified beings who were already accustomed to extreme cold in space. But my target wasn't them. I directly and precisely concentrated all the cold air in the monitoring room. In less than 3 seconds, those modified beings and hundreds of thousands of phone bugs in the monitoring room, along with all the equipment, were instantly frozen into ice sculptures, completely blinded. The opportunity came. A huge gate of freedom appeared right in front of me, and behind the door was the magnificent treasure vault. In the next second, I transformed into my dragon form, activated the 8 gates of Duanjia, and unleashed the Momo fruit at 100 times speed. My whole being turned into hundreds of afterimages. I was a one-person moving team. Those huge devices, tons of secret silver, dozens of devil fruits, 3 golden apples. That vast warehouse of tens of thousands of square meters was cleaned out in just over 10 minutes at my maximum speed, leaving it cleaner than a dog could lick. I closed the door to freedom and returned to Onigashima. As soon as I landed, Kaido and his 3 top executives surrounded me, staring at the mountain of treasures piled in front of me, all 4 of them dumbfounded. The Plague Disaster Queen, hugging a machine, cried like a 300-pound child, muttering, "Polymer material manufacturing device. Woo woo woo, I've been looking for this for decades. Your Highness, which future technology kingdom did you rob?" The Famine Disaster King stared at the row of devil fruits, his eyes almost popping out. All ancient types. How is this possible? Kaido, meanwhile, was fixated on the large pile of mithril, his voice trembling. "This is the material that can create the Pluton?" He immediately ordered the 3 executives. "You 3, move all these treasures into the treasury. From today on, you will take turns guarding it, and no one is allowed to leave." While they were flustered and busy moving things, I pulled Kaido aside to several thousand meters in the air. Some things cannot be seen by anyone. I took out a golden apple from my pocket and handed it to him. Kaido's hands trembled, and he stared wide-eyed, incredulously asking, Is this the legendary golden apple?" I nodded. He still didn't believe it and asked again, "The one that Rolando ate?" "The most important treasure in the Valley of the Gods treasure vault. It can't be wrong." I said, "Son-in-law." Kaido's voice changed. "Such a precious thing. Are you willing to give it to me?" I didn't say a word and took out 2 more from my pocket, placing a total of 3 in front of him. "One for you, father-in-law, 1 for her, and 1 for me, just right." Kaido then trembled as he took one. Without a second thought, he swallowed it in one gulp. The next second, he was first stunned, then he started to laugh wildly, and as he laughed, he began to cry, like a madman. "Ha ha, my good son-in-law. I believe it now. You are the reincarnation of Joy Boy. We will definitely take down the celestial dragons." I looked at the 58-year-old 4 emperors, who was starting to worry about aging, and I knew what this apple meant to him. As for Yamato and Rundi, it was much simpler. I found Yamato and said to her, "Wife, you deserve a reward for your hard work. Open your mouth and have a treat." Then I found Rundi and said, "Come on, after finishing the workout, you get a reward." The main focus was on companionship. They had no idea what was going on and were confusedly fed by me. After I finished distributing the spoils, a full 2 hours passed before the piercing alarm from the Valley of the Gods echoed through space. I can only say their defense was exceptionally poor. No wonder. There are very few people in the world who can silently fly to an altitude of 100,000 meters. Who would have thought that I, a sneaky old man, could clear out their home? To be honest, even if Kizaru were here, he couldn't replicate my operation. His ice fruit relies on medium conduction. In space, it's completely useless. How could he freeze their monitoring room from hundreds of thousands of meters away? But my case is different. My kaleidoscope Sharingan, similar to Kagaya's, directly creates an extremely cold space. Regardless of whether it's a true vacuum or how far the distance is, I can directly strike them down a dimension, crushing the performance of nature-type abilities. Not to mention I also have the Byakugan and the Free Gate, which allows me to hit wherever I point. Even if Kizaru could fly over and freeze the monitors, the 3 Air Force generals in the Valley of the Gods are no pushovers. Once their observation hotkey is activated, they would discover you before you even got close. As for the CP0's door-to-door fruit user, it gets even more ridiculous. He can only open doors to places he has been to. Can he see through with my Byakugan? Can he open a door directly in the treasury? No, he can't. So, this operation of mine had the perfect timing and conditions, a unique version of a cheat. Those people were completely bewildered for 3 hours before realizing the treasury had been emptied by me. I tell you, at that moment, the 3 Air Force generals were probably filled with question marks in their minds. How did the person get in? How was the monitoring blacked out? How did hundreds of tons of treasures get moved right under their noses? Family, who understands that feeling? It's like the Blue Star space station discovered a ground thief, came up and stole a bag of pickled vegetables. It's simply outrageous. The 3 of them looked at each other, and one of them was almost in tears, his voice trembling. We're done for. Everything else is fine, but the gold apple is gone. If Lord M finds out, the punishment we face will be worse than death. Another quickly suggested, what are we afraid of? Let us report the truth to Admiral Steelbone Kong. He has a need of manpower to deal with that mad dog Akainu. He can't just sit back and watch us go to waste. As soon as this was said, the other 2 instantly lit up. Right? Let's cling to the big shot. Right now, the only one in the world government who can protect them and has the ability to negotiate with the Gorosei is Admiral Steelbone Kong. The current Navy Admiral is Akainu, a hawkish madman who isn't on the same page as Steelbone Kong at all. Steelbone Kong's army was previously hindered due to the Kingdom of Wano incident and can't move at all. I'm telling you, if he loses these 3 Air Force trump cards, he will truly become a powerless commander, completely sidelined. Speaking of the Kingdom of Wano, one must admire the Celestial Dragons. Their hearts are truly malicious. They are desperately forcing the army to capture slaves to build that world-spanning bridge. Do you think it's for convenient transportation? For pirate prevention? Nonsense. It's to sever physical connections. Once the bridge is completed, all trade between islands will rely on the Celestial Dragon's trains, and people will no longer communicate with each other. Decades later, you won't even know there's a country a few dozen kilometers across the sea, and you won't know that country might have been exterminated for disobedience. By then, they could just concoct a story saying the seawater is toxic and the great Celestial Dragons built the bridge to save everyone. Do you believe everyone will kneel down in gratitude? By that time, what pirate king, what historical text, what joy boy will all become obscure knowledge no one knows about. This is truly the grand scheme of that old monster M, fundamentally cutting off the possibility of freedom. So, Steelbone Kong is really in a difficult position now. His cards are running low. These 3 Air Force generals submitted a completely clueless report, and Steelbone Kong almost smashed his office in anger. But he had no choice but to hold his nose and report to the Gorosei. The 5 old men of the Gorosei took turns reading the reports. The bald one with a knife, probably in charge of military matters, immediately exploded. Steelbone Kong, you have disappointed me greatly. The Army and Air Force have both encountered issues. This is a great humiliation. Next to him, an old man with a goatee seemed disinterested in the matter. But another old man with blonde hair, likely the head of intelligence, was reading that report filled with tens of thousands of words, but was completely useless with great seriousness. Family. The core content of that report was just 4 words. All are unknown. Who is the enemy? Unknown. How do they get in? Unknown. How do they transport the goods away? Still unknown. Guess what happened next? That blonde old man actually found a clue from this pile of unknowns. He slowly spoke. I have confirmed the thief is Yifan. The bald old man was stunned. Isn't he incapable of freezing? The blonde old man continued. Intelligence shows he possesses the evil bloodline of the D family and can use multiple fruit abilities. I suspect he is a descendant of rocks. Otherwise, why would Kaido marry his daughter to him? He has abilities similar to flight, abilities similar to the Dordor fruit, and if he has another similar to freezing. It all makes sense. Good heavens, I was shocked at that moment. ISNT this big data analysis? As long as the database is large enough, everything you do can be deduced. These old guys directly gave me a new name, Roxd, Yifan. I thought to myself, when did I change my surname? Now the Gorosei was in an uproar, saying the D family must be eradicated, that he must not be allowed to grow. In the end, the bald old man slammed his initial grade sword onto the table and gave Steelbone Kong a death order. Steelbone Kong, you, the Grand Commander of the 3 armies, must take responsibility. I don't care what method you use. Bring me this Roxd, Yifan. That was the last chance for those 3 Air Force generals. When Steelbone Kong came out from the Gorosei, he was probably overjoyed. He originally thought he would have to risk his face to plead for mercy. But they found the culprit themselves and even assigned the task. Wasn't he that perfect? He boarded the specially made Air Force spaceship, met with the 3 generals, and his expression turned serious as he began his performance. I risked my old face to save you 3. However, there's only one opportunity for redemption, and that is to take down Yifan. As soon as the 3 generals heard this, Their eyes welled with tears of gratitude, and they immediately vowed to follow his orders in the future. But when Steelbone Kong said the target was me, the faces of the three turned pale instantly. Are you kidding? They also participated in the Marineford War, and I was someone who could face off against Garp and Akainu and still escape. Just the three of them? ISNT that just sending themselves to their deaths? Looking at their cowardly expressions, Steelbone Kong was furious and shouted, "What are you panicking for? This time, I will personally take action. I will be the main attacker, and you three are responsible for surrounding and killing him. Don't let him escape." Upon hearing that the boss was personally coming into action, the three guys immediately perked up, showering him with praises. Great. With Admiral Yu personally in action, that brat Yi fan is doomed. Of course, I didn't know that these people had arranged everything for me so clearly. I've been quite relaxed these days, taking the opportunity to send that lucky bat monster to Punk Hazard to keep an eye on Caesar. Although that guy has average combat power, he's timid and lucky, making him great for staying alive, so it's most suitable for him to act as a spy. As for me, I practice in the Time Gravity House every day, come out to spar with my father-in-law Kaido, go mushroom picking with Yamato in the evening, play poker with Run T, and occasionally visit Daughter Island to discuss snake tricks with the Empress. Life has been really enjoyable. But today, a phone call broke my tranquility. It was Hashigaki calling. As soon as I answered, I heard her sobbing, "Oh, is this Brother Yi fan?" I was furious at that moment. Bai Xing is my dear one. Who dares to bully her? I quickly asked, "Don't cry yet. Tell me what happened." Bai Xing sobbed and said, "Outside Fishman Island, a group of very powerful pirates came. Brother Shark Xing went to catch them, but he got hurt." As soon as I heard that, my anger skyrocketed. Goodness. Who in the entire New World doesn't know that Fishman Island is under my protection? The flag of the Beast Pirates is hanging there, and yet someone dares to cause trouble? It seems it's time for a bloody massacre. Otherwise, these little brats who just came out of the paradise won't even know how to write the words for emperors. I immediately comforted Shirahoshi. "Don't worry. I'll come over right now. I promise to protect Fishman Island, and I will never let anyone bully you." Hearing my assurance, Shirahoshi stopped crying. After hanging up the phone, I had only one thought in my mind. No matter which supernova you are, if you dare to make my Shirahoshi cry, you have already been sentenced to death. But what they didn't know was that in the corner of Princess Shirahoshi's room, a mechanical mosquito, smaller than a fly, was live-streaming everything to the Air Force. An Air Force general excitedly reported, "Steelbone Air Marshal, Yi Fan has taken the bait. He is coming to Fishman Island in person." Steelbone Air's voice came from the other end of the phone, carrying a hint of a sneer. "Good. It's going even smoother than expected. Proceed as planned." It turned out that this was a trap from the very beginning. They didn't dare to come to Ghost Island to provoke me directly, so they targeted my most distant and weakest defense, Fishman Island, with the aim of drawing me out. I directly used a free gate and instantly arrived at Fishman Island. As soon as I appeared, a huge figure over 8 meters tall pounced towards me. I didn't dodge because it was my little darling, Princess Shirahoshi. "Whoa, Brother Yefon, you finally came." As soon as the little girl saw me, she started crying again. Let me tell you, her tears were really like a heavy rain, with each teardrop bigger than my fist, hitting me harder than being caught in the rain. I instinctively reached out to pat her shoulder to comfort her, but good heavens. With the height difference and my 2 meters and 5 centimeters, my hand slipped and landed directly on that incredibly exaggerated cough. Well, I can only say that the bouncy feeling and the astonishing softness truly live up to the ancient weapon Poseidon. After much effort, I finally managed to comfort this crying baby. My observation haki swept across the entire Fishman Island and quickly locked onto several pirates who were robbing a merchant ship. Activating the Thunder Fruit, I teleported and appeared above that ship. To be honest, now I feel no different in the sea than on land. After awakening the purple dragon fruit, not only can I breathe underwater, but the entire ocean feels like my backyard. On the ship, several pirates had already jumped on to fight the guards. Their strength was decent, with 1 or 2 bounties, probably over 100 million, reaching the level of supernovas. I originally wanted to go down and take them out immediately, but just then, my observation haki suddenly went into overdrive, and a strong sense of danger surged in my heart. I quickly activated my Byakugan and Sharingan, scanning the surrounding sea area for several kilometers over and over again. But I found nothing. This was strange. How could my observation haki be wrong? Even if there were experts who could hide their presence from my haki, they shouldn't be able to escape my eyes. But my mind was almost crashing with my eyes and haki, each saying different things. Who was I supposed to trust? Fine. Since I couldn't find any problems, I decided to personally go down and test the waters. I chose not to act hastily. floating in the sky to see what these pirates were really up to. Let me tell you, to distinguish real pirates from fake ones, don't just look at how fierce they are in fights. The key is to see how they divide the loot. There are many intricate details in this. It's like an unwritten code of conduct in the pirate world. You see, when they raid ships, the weakest group of minions is always the first to rush in and loot, but they can only go to the lowest decks. That place is dirty and chaotic, filled with worthless food and drinks. And if there are people hiding on the ship to ambush, they'll be the ones to die, pure cannon fodder. Those with a bit of strength go to loot the middle cargo hold. And the strongest ones, like the captain and the first mate, head straight for the captain's quarters and the VIP room, because the real treasures are hidden in those places. I'm telling you, this is not like Luffy and their group of children playing pirate, with Nami managing all the treasure and chasing the captain with a frying pan. In the real pirate world, hierarchy is extremely strict. After looting, everything must be turned over to the captain, who then distributes it according to a ratio. Those with a kind heart might leave you with 30, while those with a black heart might give you a 10 to 90 split, and you'd count yourself lucky. I watched these people from scouting to looting and then to handing over. The entire process was textbook-level professional, pure as can be. All right, I can confirm that these people are not disguised as Navy or CP0. But here's the problem. Since everything seemed normal, why was the alarm in my heart blaring like it was at a concert, each sound louder than the last, giving me a headache? Does anyone understand? It's like walking down the street and your phone's navigation suddenly tells you, in a creepy voice, run. But when you look around, it's a clear sky with not a single shadow in sight. I was almost driven to PTSD by this alarm sound. After the pirates finished looting, they left on their ship. I was really uneasy, so with a quick use of the Thunderfruit to teleport, I went straight to their ship and casually left an electroball on that cargo ship from earlier. Boom, it blew up and sank, destroying all evidence. I silently landed on their ship, and these guys had already started their celebration feast, drinking and eating meat, celebrating their windfall. But my damn observation hockey was still frantically warning me. Danger, danger, danger. I really can't take it anymore. This ship is about to surface in the Shambered Islands, and no matter what monsters or demons are out there, I have to drag you out today. I even suspect that one of these people has a devil fruit ability specifically designed to mess with people's minds, making strong individuals feel danger and hesitate to act. Damn it, Yi Fan, a formidable quasi-emperor, can't be scared off by such petty tricks. I draw my Sun Wheel Blade and activate my Momo fruit ability 30 times speed. Even when catching a rabbit, one must use full strength. My father-in-law Kaido was careless back in the day, which is why he was turned upside down by Luffy. I won't make such a rookie mistake. As soon as I made my move, the pirates who were having a banquet instantly noticed me. But so what? I activated my 3-Tomo Sharingan. Let me tell you, this thing is like a physical cheat. In my eyes, I could see exactly how each of them was tensing their muscles and where they planned to dodge next. Before they even moved, I already knew what they were going to do. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Dozens of blades flashed by, fast like movie special effects. One moment, the pirates were lively and full of energy. The next, they all turned into corpses, neatly lying on the deck. They had thought about blocking and dodging, but in front of my Sharingan, which could predict their moves like AI, their struggles were as slow as a PowerPoint presentation. As I sheathed my blade, I suddenly noticed someone at the scene was holding back, through a form of future technology that even my haki couldn't perceive. An old man was watching the screen from a distance, his eyes nearly glowing. This old man was called Steelbone Kong, the former Marine Admiral and now the Grand Commander of the 3 armies, arguably the most powerful man under the Celestial Dragons. He looked at me on the screen and seemed quite excited, saying that my swordsmanship reminded him of an old rival from his youth, someone called the Red Count, who was also a formidable person. From what he said, it seemed he found my dish quite to his liking and was preparing to personally take me down. Just as I was puzzled, my constantly ringing observation hockey reached its peak at that moment. Crack! A few crisp sounds echoed, and several cold sea prism stone handcuffs appeared out of nowhere, instantly locking around my neck, wrists, and ankles. A 3-meter tall cyborg, covered in mechanical octopus arms, flashed in front of me for less than a second before disappearing. It was him. He had just used the sea prism stone to restrain me. I instantly understood everything. I finally figured out where that damn sense of danger was coming from. It's not that I can't see him. This guy is so big that even with my 800-degree nearsightedness, I can see him. The problem is his ability makes my brain treat him as if he were air. As long as I see him, my mind automatically ignores his existence. Family, this is simply top-tier CPU PUA. Only at the moment he attacks me can I truly realize his presence. No wonder my domineering aura is going crazy, while my eyes seem blind and can't see anything. The Air Force around me saw that I was locked on, and one by one they acted like it was the new year, cheering for that modified person called Dark Sparrow. It was at that moment that I saw the man standing on the distant battleship, tall and muscular, with a face that screamed, "I am a legend." The supreme commander of the three armies, Steelbone Kong. So it turns out he is the fundamental source of danger. Steelbone Kong, for such a high-ranking official, to deal with me actually resorts to ambushes. It's really disappointing. Although I'm tightly locked with 8C Tower Stone shackles, I'm not worried at all. Steelbone Kong's old face, however, was very calm. Any means are justified against a sinner like you who dares to touch the Valley of the Gods. I laughed. With such a little trick, it's useless. As soon as the words left my mouth, my muscles tensed up violently, and with a loud crack, those 8C Prism stone handcuffs, which could restrain any ability user, broke apart on me like plastic toys, shattering into pieces. Come on, I have my Pilu's absolute defense, so the weakening effect of a C Prism stone is greatly diminished against me. Plus, with the terrifying power provided by the 8 gates of Duinjia and Hashrama cells, not to mention 8 handcuffs, even 80 wouldn't be able to restrain me. The surrounding Air Force soldiers were wide-eyed, their jaws almost unhinged. In their worldview, C Prism Stone is like the father of ability users, and now the father has been smashed by his son with a punch. How could their perception not collapse? Steelbone Kong was momentarily stunned, then actually burst into laughter. Interesting. A monster who has developed martial arts, swordsmanship, hockey, and fruit abilities to this extent, I haven't seen one in many years. You're too young, too dangerous. You must die here today. I can't help but laugh. Does he think I'm a genius? Screw that. That kid Luffy achieved Gear 5th at 19, and what about me? I've been used as a punching bag by my cheap father-in-law Kaido in the time-gravity chamber for a solid 30 years. The skills I have were earned with my life, so why do they call me a genius? These people must be crazy, ignoring the real destined child like Luffy and constantly bothering me, a hard-working contender. It's ridiculous. I'll speak directly, you old guy. Don't think you can brag just because you have a high position. When you were young, you couldn't even beat Roger and Rocks. Now with your old arms and legs, why do you think you could defeat me? My words hit him right where it hurt, and his old face, which was as tough as steel, instantly darkened. Without saying a word, he took off his shirt and that cloak of justice, revealing a body full of explosive muscles. Arrogant kid, you no longer have a chance to escape. As soon as he finished speaking, a massive, translucent light curtain descended from the sky, like an inverted bowl, covering our entire sea area. Goodness, it turns out there was an Air Force general hiding here, using some kind of energy cage fruit. So this was a trap for me, first using that guy with the fruit that ignores attacks to ambush me, and then using this cage fruit to cut off my escape route, preventing me from using the thunder fruit to get away. The plan was good, but unfortunately, in the face of absolute power, any scheme is futile. I looked at the confident old face of the Steelbone man and sneered. I thought to myself, what are you pretending to be a big shot for, old man? I tell you, this old man directly ripped off his shirt in the next second. Goodness, that body was packed with explosive muscles, as black as a piece of charcoal, standing there with an overwhelming presence. But he wasn't using hockey. He was using an iron block. Who understands this? It's 2025. Who still uses an iron block like an ancient relic to go head-to-head? Isn't that just a pure death wish? Then he suddenly jumped onto my ship about 10 meters away from me and started talking big, saying I was too arrogant, but didn't have the capital. That kind of aura was indeed strong, making me a bit nervous. But that's just how I am. The stronger the opponent, the more excited I get. If I don't clash with strong opponents, how can I improve? Of course, I don't count someone like Joker Buggy, who relies purely on luck. At that moment, without saying a word, I drew my blue sunwheel knife and was ready to give him a fierce slash. But halfway through the swing, I suddenly retracted the knife. That old man laughed at me, saying I was scared and didn't even have the courage to swing the knife. I'm not scared of anything. Let me tell you, this situation was too bizarre. I activated my observation hockey, and my Sharingan was almost burning with intensity, yet I still couldn't understand his moves. He didn't dodge or flinch, not even blinking, and was prepared to take my strike infused with Conqueror's hockey head-on. This is a move even my father-in-law Kaido wouldn't dare to take directly. How could he do that? I suspected at that moment that the Air Force general, who could ignore the fruit, was lurking nearby, ready to ambush me. This old fox is quite cunning, and I had to be on guard. So, I transformed into my dragon-human form, covering myself in purple dragon scales to play it safe. After preparing thoroughly, I activated the Momo fruits 30 times speed. This time I was really going all out, unleashing a strike that was incredibly fast. But guess what? The old man still stood there motionless. I was stunned, thinking this old guy had gone senile and couldn't think straight. Fine, I'll indulge you. Then, with a loud clang, I felt a shock that made my hands tingle. And I almost dropped my sword. Let me tell you, that strike enveloped in Conqueror's haki didn't even break his skin. Is this guy made of iron? This defense is simply unreasonable. Just as I was stunned in that moment, he landed a massive iron fist on my face. With a bang, I was sent flying like a cannonball, crashing through the ship's cabin and slamming hard into the energy cage before falling into the sea. I was tough back then too, directly imitating those ninjas from Naruto, running across the water surface to confront him, and we exchanged compliments. I said, "You're amazing, a block of iron can withstand my slash." He calmly replied, "What is your swordsmanship worth?" Back in my day, when I fought against Roger and Red Count, their sword skills were far superior to yours now, yet they still couldn't break my block of iron. I felt so angry after listening to that. Family, who understands? Why is there such a huge gap between people? Look at Luffy. He encounters the likes of Shiki and Red Count, and they're all weakened to 1 health, easily taken down by Gear 3rd. And here I am, facing the remnants of the old era, not only without any debuffs, but also with a freaking double combat power buff. How is the balance in this game even made? Luffy is the favored child, and I'm just the unlucky one who spent $6 on the initial recharge, right? I didn't believe in evil at that time, adjusted my mindset, and kept trying different tactics to attack, but each time he caught even the slightest flaw and knocked me away with a punch. Luckily, I have tough skin and strong muscles. Even though I was knocked away twice, it didn't matter. When I saw that the knife wasn't working, I thought, fine, I'm done. I directly put away the knife and took off my jacket, revealing my muscular back. Let me tell you, the moment I showed off my muscles, there was a sudden light sound next to me. Goodness, that sneaky Dark Sparrow general, who had been playing stealth, probably got scared by my muscles and accidentally knocked over a bottle. The opportunity came. I ignored Steelbone Kong and threw a heavy punch, infused with Conqueror's haki, in the direction of the sound. That punch sent that guy flying and made him spit blood, but unfortunately I didn't take him out instantly, and he managed to escape by going invisible. But it didn't matter. Now I understood the old man's tactics. He was using low-cost skills like iron blocks to engage in a war of attrition, wearing you down until you couldn't take it anymore. Want to compare endurance with me? I immediately activated my Sharingan, using my ultimate move, Winter's Domain. Instantly, the entire sea surface froze, creating a perfect arena for combat. When the old man saw my combination of ice and fire, he was ecstatic, claiming I must be the evil bloodline of rocks, and began reminiscing about how he had outsmarted rocks back in the day. I interrupted him directly. "Sorry, old man, I'm only 25, and I have nothing to do with rocks." Guess what he said? He replied, "What you say doesn't count. After I kill you, I'll announce to the world that you are the bloodline of rocks." Goodness, official slander is the most lethal. This aligns perfectly with the consistent style of the Celestial Dragons, who are masters of controlling public opinion. All right, since we've come this far in conversation, let's not beat around the bush anymore. I didn't need the knife. I went straight to a real man's brawl. We stood on the ice like two wild beasts, trading punches without dodging or evading, just going all out. The ship? It was shattered into pieces in seconds. Let me tell you, the noise was so loud that even the Chambord Islands, over 10 kilometers away, heard it clearly. Then, a bunch of fearless onlookers showed up, all of them supernovas. Leading the pack was Luffy's #1 fan, that green-haired rooster-headed Bartolomeo. This kid was watching us go at it, and was still trying to act cool, saying that we were just using brute force and couldn't break his barrier. I just want to laugh. Little brother, you know nothing about true power. We fought fiercely for half a day, landing punches that shook the heavens and the earth. At that moment, I was caught off guard and was sent flying by Steelbone Kong's punch, crashing hard against the energy shield. The force was so great that the energy shield deformed, and then the power rebounded with a loud bang. The group of supernovas watching from outside were completely stunned. The aftershock could have wiped them all out. At this critical moment, Bartolomeo stepped in, taking advantage of the situation, and said that if they wanted to live, they had to recognize him as their boss. The others had no choice but to agree. He confidently made a gesture with crossed fingers and activated his absolute defense barrier. As a result, the shockwave slammed into the barrier with a bang. The barrier didn't break, but the terrifying sound wave knocked Bartolomeo back, causing blood to flow from his 7 orifices, and his nose ring nearly got ripped off. After trying to show off, he turned to his crew and whispered, "Run, run. This place is too dangerous." Unbelievable. On my side, Just as I bounced back from the energy shield, I saw that old man Steelbone Kong had transformed. His body was covered in black hair, and he had grown in size. Goodness, it turned out he was in the animal-type mythical beast, gorilla fruit, diamond form. That old man even bragged to me, saying that the diamond form was the strongest animal type in this sea, the ancestor of humanity, and specifically targets dragons like me. I said, all right then, let's see if your gorilla is stronger or my dragon. I transformed my fists into dragon claws and went head-to-head with him. Let me tell you, after transforming, his power was even more terrifying. He pushed me back step by step, scratching several wounds on my chest. Thankfully, I recovered quickly and healed in an instant. The old man was also quite surprised, saying I was tougher than Kaido. Seizing the opportunity, I pointed out to him, it's a pity you can't learn the celestial dragon's haki that burns lifespan. Otherwise, I would really be in big trouble today. As soon as I said that, Steelbone Kong was stunned, probably not expecting me to know such a core secret. I then insulted him, saying that in nicer terms. He was the supreme commander of the 3 armies, but in harsher terms, he was just the most obedient attack dog of the celestial dragons. This really infuriated him, and he became completely enraged, even his feet transforming into the appearance of a gorilla. I tell you, when that old guy gets angry, the atmosphere changes. He starts bouncing around like a big monkey, looking really funny, but his speed is no joke. This is the first time he actively charged at me. For the previous half hour, he was like a wooden post, and now he finally moved. He kicked out viciously, but what happened? He was fast, but I was faster. I directly countered him with a swift kick that left him dazed. Are you kidding me? Does he really think I'm playing turn-based with him? I had already opened the 5th gate of the 8 gates of Duinjia, my power multiplied by several times, just waiting for him to make the first move. Honestly, I could even open the 8th gate, the Death Gate, without any significant side effects. But that thing has a very short duration, at most half an hour of being a real man. I can't guarantee I could smash this old guy's shell within that time. He hasn't even activated his haki yet, relying solely on his tough body, which is ridiculous. Moreover, my kick was at a tricky angle. I directly kicked him like a bowling ball towards his group of modified minions. With a loud bang, 2 unfortunate guys were flattened into a pile of scrap metal, their parts flying everywhere. The remaining dozens of Air Force guys were so scared that they didn't dare to watch anymore, scurrying around like ants whose nest had been disturbed. Steel Bones was shouting to protect the one called Blue Tortoise, the one who puts up the energy shield, saying that if I got away, they would all die. I'll tell you, these guys are fighting, and the 5 elders are watching the live broadcast from Mary Geos. At first, they were quite calm, thinking that Steelbone Kong could slowly wear me down. But then I kicked Steelbone Kong and made him spit blood. Those 5 old men couldn't sit still anymore. Their faces turned green. Family, who understands this feeling? It's like watching an esports match, and the champion team you bet on gets solo killed right at the start. They immediately panicked, saying this kid has too much potential and even ate a golden apple. If we let him develop for a few hundred more years, well, we do. They had a call for reinforcements. So, a phone call was made to Akainu, asking him to hurry and send Admiral Green Bull over for support. Green Bull is also heavyweight, Akainu's diehard fan, always talking about absolute justice. His fruit ability is also peculiar, Zoan-type mythical beast, the plant fruit, blood-sucking vine form, with a bamboo dragonfly growing out his back, buzzing over. This guy loves to say, I haven't eaten in 3 years, sounding like a wandering monk, but actually, he hasn't had a proper meal in 3 years, relying on sucking blood to survive, playing the role of cyber vampire. A definite extremist. Akainu sending him was also a calculated move. If he wins, the Hawks gain face. If he loses, it just dampens his spirits, so it's a win-win situation. Back to the battlefield. The situation has completely reversed. Now I'm chasing Steelbone Kong, beating him like a punching bag. But this old guy is truly tough. He S's like an unkillable cockroach, spitting blood, and his internal injuries heal instantly. I can see it clearly. His Diamond Fruit S healing ability is simply outrageous. I was calculating in my mind that I couldn't drag this out any longer. Sabaody is too close to redline. If I keep fighting, and those 5 old men come down to gank me, I'd be in real trouble. So, I decided to stop playing around and went straight for my ultimate move. As soon as I opened my right eye's kaleidoscope, the temperature around dropped sharply, freezing the joints of those modified soldiers, rendering them immobile. Steelbone Kong saw me about to attack that blue turtle and panicked, charging over desperately to stop me. Dream on. I immediately summoned a complete Susanoo. A giant blue figure wrapped around me tightly. When he punched, there wasn't even a sound. Steelbone Kong was dumbfounded, probably thinking, how much have you hidden? This is beyond the syllabus. That old man got anxious too, transforming into an 80-meter-tall giant gorilla, pounding on my Susanoo. But I ignored him completely, activating my left eye's kaleidoscope and casting a large-scale illusion, pure land of ultimate bliss. Just 3 seconds, and all the Air Force treated the well-protected Blue Turtle Admiral as me. Those modified soldiers were quite honest, unleashing all their missiles and bombs at once. After 3 seconds, the Blue Turtle was turned into a sieve, and the energy cage shattered with a bang. I immediately retracted Susanoo, and a thunderfruit flashed into the sky at 1,000 meters high, transforming into a Qinglong and making my escape, not forgetting to taunt him with, "Let us schedule another match next time." Steelbone Kong could only stare helplessly below. He has a heavy tank. How could he possibly catch up to me? I thought that was it, but then I glanced around and, wow, there was still one more hanging around. It was that green bull. He had just received a call from a Kainu telling him to regroup, and he agreed readily. But after hanging up the phone, he decided to come after me solo, thinking he could take credit for it when he got back. This guy really has a bit of a workplace rebellion going on. As soon as I heard it was the legendary green bull, my interest was piqued. I was originally planning to just find any island and head back to Onigashima, but now I'm not leaving. Just right, I also want to see what this new admiral, who I've only heard about but never seen, is really made of. The celestial dragons want to kill me, right? Alright, today I'll kill an admiral to give them a show. While flying, I restored the energy I used with the kaleidoscope and used observation hockey to lock onto him, just waiting to find a suitable island to have a good clash. While flying, I spotted a pretty large island ahead with a rather changeable climate, so I decided it would be the one. Unexpectedly, I chose Ruskana Island, the place where Luffy and Rayleigh trained their hockey. As I transformed into a giant dragon and flew over the island, I sensed 2 auras below, one weak and one ridiculously strong. Before I could take a closer look, I heard the strong aura nervously tell the weak one, "Luffy, don't say anything, a tough guy's coming." Well, isn't that tough guy me? Without saying a word, I transformed back into human form and landed steadily on the island. Choosing this place as the battlefield, let me tell you, I had it all planned out. First, this place is so remote that even the celestial dragon surveillance can't reach it, so there won't be any surprise attacks during the fight. Very comfortable. Second, this is Luffy's exclusive power-up zone. If I tear it apart today, you can bet the plot will definitely give me a boost. In the past, I was too narrow-minded, always focusing on milking the villains, forgetting that Luffy, the protagonist, is the biggest treasure. Today, I'm going to take on your sacred training ground. I just stabilized myself when that green, oily breath caught up behind me, and the green bull also landed. Seeing me stop, it was so pleased with itself, its chin almost reaching the sky. "What's up?" Realizing you can't escape. "Are you ready to face your doom?" I couldn't help but laugh at that moment, and I said, "Buddy, who gave you the courage?" "Liang Jingru? I'm just looking for a place where no one is around to confirm whether you're here alone. It seems like the Navy only sent you, the lone survivor. Are you really prepared to meet your end here today?" He immediately exploded with anger. "Arrogant. Am I not enough on my own? I am a Navy's highest combat strength, General Green Bull." As soon as he finished speaking, his right hand's 5 fingers suddenly transformed into vines and directly plunged into the ground. Let me tell you, that scene was like Plants vs. Zombies on double speed. The ground instantly looked like it was filled with capillaries, all of them as vines. Wow, indeed a plant person. Oh no, a plant-type ability user. I haven't even made a move yet, and hundreds of vines shot towards me from all directions like GPS-equipped javelins. What happened? Ding, 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 ding. A series of crisp metallic collision sounds, and I was completely unscathed, while those vines broke themselves all over the ground. I shrugged. "Is that it? Brother, even scraping my skin feels a bit weak. With your attack power, it would probably take you a few hundred more years of training to break my defense." Green Bull was also dumbfounded, his face full of disbelief. "How is that possible? Damn it, it must be because I haven't eaten for a long time. Family, who understands? If you can't win, blame it on not being full. That's quite a reason." In his frustration, the vines went crazy, instantly covering the entire island. Then, countless vines broke through the ground and directly pierced into the bodies of the fierce beasts on the island. In just a few seconds, those beasts, larger than trucks, all turned into dried corpses, their life force completely drained. After sucking dry thousands of beasts, he felt like he was pumped up, growing to 7 meters tall in an instant, and his expression was TSK, TSK, so fierce. In the distance, Rayleigh was holding onto Luffy's neck, ready to make a run for it. But Luffy, the foodie, couldn't bear to watch the island's food reserves turn into dried corpses. He wasn't concerned about who would win. Instead, he shouted, "This bastard! You've eaten all my meat. What am I going to eat in the future?" Saying this, he was about to charge a Green Bull. Rayleigh was in a panic, gripping him tightly and quickly flying to another island. No kidding, these two gods fighting, he couldn't afford to get involved at his age. His only task now was to protect the designated heir of the Nika fruit. As for whether he or Green Bull lived or died, it was none of his business. Just as I was confronting this green fellow, let me tell you, the whole world was in an uproar. Those ever-present newsbirds had already captured our battle situation, and the president of the World News Agency, Morgans, was almost laughing madly. I had just finished dealing with Steelbone Kong, and now I was up against the most mysterious admiral, Green Bull. What a huge scoop. The newspaper price jumped from 100 berries to 500, and it was still in short supply. Blackbeard saw the newspaper, and his eyes lit up. TSK, that old guy Steelbone Kong actually lost? It seems the time has come. My fruit ability is ready, and I can do without the title of warlord. New world. Here I come for the throne of the 4 emperors. Meanwhile, at the Navy headquarters, an emergency critique meeting was immediately convened. Akainu was still pondering who to send to the new base when the newspaper slammed down on the table, and everyone was stunned. Steelbone Kong, along with 3 Air Force admirals, failed to encircle me and even lost one. Tsuru was the first to jump up. We must eliminate him immediately. If he continues to grow, no one will be able to handle him. Akiji also looked serious. That's right, his abilities are too numerous and diverse, and his growth speed is outrageous. We must gather all our strength to kill him before he masters all his abilities. Finally, Akainu hammered down with a grim expression, as if he wanted to swallow me whole. I agree with all your conditions, but I have only one request. You Akiji, Fujitara, Tsuru, everyone. You must go in with the determination to die. This time, there is only success, no failure. Good grief, I hadn't even started fighting yet, and over at the Navy, Vice Admiral Tsuru was already preparing a luxurious package for me, an all-star lineup to the death. Unfortunately, they didn't know that I was ready to give Green Bull a good lesson. He plays with plants? Well, I can only say, isn't this a coincidence? Wood release, wood dragon technique. I clapped my hands, and a kilometer-long dragon made entirely of pure wood roared and rushed out. The Green Bull's eyes turned red. Bastard, how can you also use plant abilities? Only I am worthy of possessing such power on this sea. Let me tell you, this guy really has a problem with his mentality. He's the typical the world revolves around me type. He thinks the plant-based abilities are his patent, and he used to enjoy hunting down other plant-based ability users to boost himself, which is why his fruit has developed so quickly. Now, seeing me use would release. He directly sees me as his #1 target to devour. His thousands of vines instantly turned my wood dragon into a porcupine, while the newsbirds in the sky snapped away like crazy. All right, you have a lot of numbers, right? I admit my wood release is still new, and in terms of fine control, I really can't compare to you, the old pro. But when it comes to scale and power, wood release, advent of the tree world. As soon as I finished speaking, the entire island began to shake violently. Countless giant trees with a diameter of over 3 meters rose from the ground, growing wildly like hormone-injected bamboo shoots. The vines, as thick as fingers, became like toothpicks in front of my giant tree, shattering at a touch and instantly reduced to scraps. This time, Green Bull was completely thrown off balance, jumping up and down like a little thug, cursing, "Bastard, bastard, bastard." It's no wonder he lost his composure. This guy grew up in a slum, fighting his way out with sheer grit, wrestling with wolves in a cage, and paying the price of losing an arm to turn the tables. Even drinking wolf blood on the spot. How normal could you expect him to be? Later, he was betrayed by his boss and thrown into the sea to feed the fish, only to be saved by a devil fruit, transforming him into a madman who only believes in power and slaughter. His proud plant manipulation was directly crushed by me, which felt worse than killing him. He let out a roar and unleashed his ultimate move, Tree Demon 1,000 Faces and Tails. All the vines on the ground began to weave frantically, eventually forming a gigantic tree demon over 300 meters tall, with thousands of vine tails swaying behind it, looking fearsome. Green Bull stood on the head of the tree demon, laughing maniacally at me. "Ye fan, with your little skills, you dared to compete with me in plant manipulation? I was doing this when you were still in diapers. Bigger? I love this part the most. Would release true 1,000 hands. Boom, a wooden 1,000-handed Buddha, several times taller than his tree demon, rose up directly behind me. Behind the statue were thousands of giant arms that blotted out the sun. Why displayed this? His so-called tree demon looked like a child's toy, completely miniature. Green Bull's face turned green, but he still refused to admit defeat. What is the use of being big? Watch me tear it to pieces. His thousands of tails lashed out like whips, but what happened? The arms behind my thousand-handed Buddha surged forward, grabbing his vine tails. And within moments, they were pulled off like noodles, leaving only a bald tree demon. At that moment, I noticed something particularly interesting. Green Bull's observation haki seemed to have a flaw. While he could control thousands of vines simultaneously, indicating a wide range, his precision and foresight were shockingly weak. I tell you, he can't even do the most basic foresight of the future. Having him as a general is simply a joke. As for me, my observation haki has long awakened. Although my talent is average, and I can only see a few seconds into the future, dealing with him is more than enough, right? I predicted all his attack trajectories in advance, controlling my thousands of true hands, swinging thousands of big fists left and right, delivering a flurry of strikes that smashed his giant tree-like form into flying wood chips. In the third round, I easily took him down. But guess what? This old guy doesn't play fair. After I beat him back to his original form, not only was he not angry, but he also extended a finger and instantly wove a ball of vines to wrap himself up tightly. My thousands of fists came crashing down like hail. Yet I couldn't break through his thin vine ball. People, does anyone understand? Just as I was wondering, a figure suddenly shot out from the smoke, that same finger. And with a pop, it plunged right into the head of my true hands giant Buddha. In the next second, the vines instantly covered the Buddha's body, and with a loud bang, my hundreds of meters tall wooden Buddha shattered. Not only did it break, but he also absorbed all the energy, and I watched helplessly as he grew from 7 meters to 8 meters. Goodness, I finally understood. Using wood release against him was like serving him a feast. His ability was too shameless. He was practically a mobile life energy power bank, capable of absorbing everything. He then grinned at me and said he would turn me into his nourishment. Then this guy analyzed me inside and out as if he had X-ray vision, examining everything. Invisible energy shields, animal scales, terrifying muscle cells, stripping me down cleaner than AI big data analysis. Finally, he licked his lips and said, "What a rare delicacy." I was furious at that moment. This guy could see right through my defenses, and he expected to live long enough to bring my intel back to the Navy. I had to take him out. This island would be your grave today. When the fight actually started, I realized how difficult he was to deal with. He wasn't human at all. He was like a blood-sucking plant that had become sentient. His defense wasn't that impressive, but when I punched his head and it exploded, the next second he grew back from the vines beside him, completely unscathed. The life energy inside him was absurdly abundant. I felt that if he self-destructed, he could turn the Sahara Desert into the Amazon rainforest. Moreover, his attacks were really disgusting, with invisible barbs all over his fists, covered in armed color, specifically designed to break through my defenses. Although a hit from him didn't hurt much, like a mosquito bite, and the wound healed in just a moment, he could siphon off a tiny bit of my life energy. Little by little, it added up. As soon as I saw it, I realized this was not going to work. If it kept going like this, it would last forever. I didn't have time to waste with him, so I decided to retreat first. Just as I was about to use the thunder fruit to escape, that bastard laughed maniacally and said, "Now you want to escape? It's too late." As soon as he finished speaking, the entire island suddenly changed with a loud boom. Countless vines erupted from the ground, weaving together to form a massive birdcage that enveloped the entire island and even the sky, blooming with small yellow flowers that emitted toxic gas. These vines were infused with his life energy, directly interfering with my teleportation. He thought he had won, mocking me madly and saying he would take months to slowly drain me. I was overjoyed at that moment. Wow, you've tied yourself to the whole island. Originally, you were like a distributed server. I couldn't wipe your data clean no matter where I was. Now, to trap me, you've actively turned yourself into a standalone version. Aren't you just handing me your head? But I couldn't let him see through me. I had to act. I pretended to desperately break through, crashing into the vine wall again and again, being knocked back each time. Acting for a full few hours, Oscar would have to give me a little golden statue. When he finally let his guard down, thinking I was just a turtle in a jar. Hey, something big is about to happen. I directly released my dragon form, revealing my explosive demon back muscles. Green Bull was still mocking me. What's wrong? Giving up your strongest form. Try to engage me in a war of attrition? Useless. I flashed him a smile and said, "You're wrong. I'm going to use my strongest attack to crush you into dust hundreds of times within 3 minutes. Momo Fruit, 200 times speed. 8 gates of Duinjia, true Deathgate King of Hell Path Hell of Yomi." That's right. I've directly modified the 8 gates of Duinjia. And with my 12,000 years of life, exchanged for with a celestial peach, I've forcibly created the 9th gate. For others, opening it means death. For me, at most, it just consumes some life. and I can afford it. In that moment, hellish flames ignited all over my body, and the entire world slowed down in my eyes. For the first time, the confident face of Green Bull showed a look of terror. He might have truly felt the threat of death. Unfortunately, it was too late. Boom! He didn't even see my movement clearly before being reduced to nothingness. The next second, when he tried to revive at the other end of the island, his body had just emerged halfway from the vines when boom, he was gone again. Immediately, no matter where he tried to resurrect on this island, I would instantly chase him down, smashing him to bits with a punch that surpassed the speed of light. The entire island, along with those vines that treated him as a clone, felt like paper in front of me. Crack, crack. It was a series of explosions, but let me tell you, that Green Bull is tough. Even after being smashed to bits in less than 0.1 seconds, he reassembled himself, only to be shattered again and reformed. Like an indestructible cockroach, he was purely trying to stall me. What a guy, what kind of spring and autumn dream is he having? Saying he would swallow me, and that even the celestial dragons would have to bow to him, becoming a true god. Buddy, are you still asleep? Just as I was pondering how to completely obliterate him, suddenly, this guy played dirty. He reassembled once more, but this time in an extremely tricky position. Surrounded by dozens of vines that had already charged with energy, those things were hundreds of times stronger than ordinary vines. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. A 360-degree barrage with no blind spots. Let me tell you, with this density of attack, not even a mosquito could escape. Sure enough, with a soft sound, a vine pierced straight through my arm. Green Bull's figure solidified not far away, laughing maniacally. Ha, you fell for it. After absorbing your energy, I can also be fierce for a few minutes, and you can't escape now. Just obediently become my fertilizer. But let me tell you, when he saw that I was also smiling, he was completely stunned. I laid it all bare. Brother, have you ever thought that this trap was intentionally set by me? Before he could react, I had already revealed my trump card. I had calculated this several hours ago, just waiting for this moment, waiting for him to absorb the cells that had been burning fiercely after I opened the 9 gates. If it were just ordinary burning, his abnormal vitality could still hold on, but he made the grave mistake of absorbing my cells in the state of the king of hell. What was burning was no longer energy. Family, who understands? It was burning spirit. It was burning soul. The most outrageous part? To trap me. He bound his life energy to every vine on the island, creating a parallel circuit. Now, my little fire of spirit could travel through that vine. And whoosh, it was like a match dropped into a gasoline barrel. The entire island instantly became fuel for my king of hell. I watched as that Green Bull transformed rapidly from a robust man into an old man with white hair, engulfed in flames, still shouting in disbelief that it was impossible, his voice getting smaller and smaller, until finally, poof, both him and the island were reduced to ashes. From that day on, naval history gained a new, unfortunate general who met his end the moment he appeared. What about me? I pulled out my arm, and in 1 second, the intercellular space was full again. I opened a portal and went straight back to Ghost Island, keeping my achievements and name hidden. As soon as I arrived home, the whole world exploded. Goodness, Morgans really knows how to create buzz, directly naming me Rox D. Yefon, which infuriated the 5 elders. They hate the D family the most, and immediately sent CP0 to carry out an assassination. Guess what happened? That old Morgans was even more ruthless. The entire headquarters of the newspaper sprouted wings and flew away. It was a physical transfer, and I was dumbfounded by this operation. On the Navy's side, Akainu called for the highest level meeting with 7 people present, all but Admiral Tsuru being Fleet Admiral or Admiral level. They probably feared that ordinary Vice Admirals would collapse after seeing my achievements. Sengoku, in order to maintain the balance between the Dove faction and Hawk faction within the Navy, was the first to stand up and say, Akainu, do whatever you want. I'll sacrifice my life to charge forward. Well, this was great. Akainu directly formulated a crazy revenge plan, and even someone as nice as Fujitora had to reluctantly accept it. The reaction from the 4 emperors was also funny. Red-haired Shanks looked at the newspaper, probably pondering who between me and Luffy is the future Joy Boy. Big Mom, Charlotte Linlin, was even more straightforward. Upon seeing my surname Rox, she immediately wanted to introduce me to someone planning to marry off her beautiful daughters for a political marriage. As for me, I was happily looking at the system interface. Defeating Green Bull, along with Morgan's unexpected relocation, directly gave me 3 plot points. Without hesitation, I started to draw. This time, it was even better. All 3 slots were from the same world, Runeterra. Oh my, isn't that my hometown from League of Legends? This is a high-powered world. Just a star spirit or ascendant can easily wipe out the pirate world. I rubbed my hands together, my eyes wide open, watching as the pointer slowly came to a stop. Goodness. 3 passive skills. Zhao Xian's decisiveness, dealing extra damage, and healing with 3 strikes. The Sword Saint's double strike. Turning 4 cuts into 2. Garen's tenacity, healing crazily after being out of combat for 8 seconds. All are godly skills. Now, my attack power and sustainability are maxed out. I feel like just relying on the purple dragon form. I can press my cheap father-in-law Kaido to the ground and rub him. I excitedly walked out of the room, and with a glance using the observation hockey, I found that the entire Ghost Island was empty, with only 4 people in the square. I instantly teleported over and saw the 3 major disaster signs. Flame disaster, plague disaster, and drought disaster, each one lying on the ground, bruised, and pretending to be dead. Groaning there, Kaido was alone, wielding his kanabo, clearly not satisfied with the fight. My cheap father-in-law, after eating the golden apple, is on fire, training like crazy every day, just like when he was young. As a result, the only 3 unfortunate souls on the island who can train with him are these guys. Just half an hour in, the 3 big guys collectively went on strike. When that fat guy Quinn from the plague disaster saw me, it was like he saw a savior. Prince, you're finally back. Without you here, Lord Kaido can't find anyone to spar with. I waved my hand. I just finished 2 matches, and I'm taking a break today, so you guys go ahead. Kaido's eyes lit up at once, and he strode over. Son-in-law, who else on this sea is worthy of fighting 2 matches with you? Even the Admirals aren't enough. I casually replied. First, I had a fight with Steelbone Kong and the 3 great generals of the Air Force, and then I ran into a green bull and took care of him as well. Just as I finished speaking, a newsbird flew down from the sky, and Kaido casually took out some money to buy 2 newspapers. After he read them, he burst into a wild laugh, so pleased. Good son-in-law. Well done. He actually killed a Navy admiral. It's the first time in decades. The 3 great signboards also came over to take a look, and their jaws nearly dropped in shock. Yin Zaijin was a bit worried about a Navy retaliation, but Kaido waved his hand dismissively. What is there to be afraid of? I'm stronger than ever now. The Navy is no match for me. The current Kaido was filled with ambition. He felt capable again. Suddenly, he looked at us and said solemnly, I think our beast pirates are too small in scale right now. Since the Navy can conduct a global conscription, we the beast pirates can also recruit powerful pirates from all over the world. Starting today, let us expand wildly. As soon as I heard it, I thought, hey, now it's more like it. This is what the 4 emperors should be. However, I immediately pointed out, father-in-law, expanding the military is a good thing. But this broken place of Wano, with its cliffs and storms, thinking of turning it into a naval base is just unrealistic. After hearing my words, Kaido was momentarily taken aback, probably realizing the truth. His subordinates, like Jin and Queen, were nodding like crazy, almost ready to applaud me. Jin was the first to stand up and support me. Boss, the prince is right. We've expanded our territory, yet we're still stuck in this corner, unable to stretch our hands out. It's too frustrating. Let me tell you, the beast pirates back then were in a terrible state. Their territory was the smallest among the 4 emperors. They were so poor that it was pitiful, always stuck in that broken place called Wano, desperately making weapons just enough to buy a few devil fruits. Kaido was holed up here every day, not knowing what he was after. It was simply the epitome of an esports clown. But now it's different. We have taken over so much territory from Whitebeard. We've upgraded from a bird gun to a cannon, and we must move our headquarters to the center of the map, radiating globally. After getting the golden apple, Kaido's mindset changed. He no longer obsessed over imitating Joy Boy. He directly asked, so where do you think we should move? Jin pointed to a place on the map called the Artisan Kingdom, saying it's full of skilled craftsmen with top-notch shipbuilding technology. Although it can't compare to Water 7, it's sufficient for us. Our fleet needs to expand, and relying solely on Wano's Pluton, which is still on the drawing board, will take forever. As soon as Kaido heard this, he agreed, saying, all right, let's go there. Let me tell you, the scene was incredible. Without a second thought, Kaido burst forth with countless auspicious clouds from his body and dove straight down to Onigashima. The next second, the entire Onigashima, a giant island housing tens of thousands of people, shot up like a UFO, soaring into the sky. This wasn't some clever ability like the float fruit. Kaido was literally lifting it with pure brute strength. Honestly, his stamina is truly impressive. I was standing right there, thinking to myself, how on earth did this monstrous strength get taken down by Luffy, that real man, for 5 minutes? This is more absurd than any murder mystery script. A day later, newspapers around the world went crazy. The front page featured a giant photo of Kaido flying on Onigashima, with headlines that were as exaggerated as they could be. Shortly after, Kaido directly addressed the world. I am the Beast Pirates, and starting today, we're expanding our military might. No matter who you are, as long as you dare to come to the New World, you can report to me. Those who are unconvinced are welcome to challenge us. This stirred up a hornet's nest. Those small pirates in the New World who were struggling had no way to cling to the big shots before. Whitebeard only accepted sons. Big Mom engaged in marriage alliances, Shanks only wanted elites, and Kaido used to be picky, only accepting Zoan types. But now it's great. The Beast Pirates are a buffet, welcoming all. Coupled with my newly acquired title as one of the 4 Emperors, our crew is now a dual 4 Emperors configuration. Our paper strength is maxed out, instantly making us the most dazzling crew in the New World. In no time, it began to spread throughout the New World that Kaido is the world's strongest man, and our Beast Pirates are the strongest pirate crew. These new little brothers, wanting to save face when going out, boasted more and more fiercely. Although I know that most of these pirates are not good people, lazy, greedy, and bloodthirsty, there's no way around it. If we want to overthrow the Celestial Dragons, we first have to use these thugs to fight against a more brutal regime. With the headquarters moved and people recruited, the next step is to boost the economy. I directly proposed a business model upgrade to Kaido, saying, "Father-in-law, stop thinking about robbing and stealing every day. It's too low, the vision is too small. Let's engage in security services and collect protection fees." I set the rules. For merchant ships in our territory, a toll of 10. For those in the territories of the other 4 emperors, 15. And for the Celestial Dragons allied countries, we charge them heavily, 30. As long as the fee is paid, we guarantee the safety of your goods in our territory. At first, the 3 major boards thought this income was too low, but after a month, the way they looked at me was like they were staring at a god of wealth. Let me tell you, this tactic is simply brilliant. The merchants are overjoyed. The profits from trading in the New World are already shockingly high. And the biggest cost is the fear of being robbed. Now, by paying a little money, they can buy safety. Who wouldn't want that? Our territory instantly became the safest maritime highway, and trade volume skyrocketed. Those affiliated countries became incredibly wealthy, and of course, the taxes we collected increased significantly, leaving us with more money than we could spend. We had the money, but then another problem arose. Our fleet couldn't keep up. The ships built by the Kingdom of Craftsmen are all wooden and slow. To maintain order across such a vast territory, we must have a fast-moving, ironclad fleet. Looking around the world, the only ones capable of mass-producing such vessels, apart from the Navy's Water City, is a peculiar force, Germa 66. This group, whose entire nation is essentially a fleet, survives by piracy. Recently, they've been having a tough time, squeezed by the Navy and Don Quixote Doflamingo. As soon as we made a gesture, their king, Vince Smoke Judge, immediately agreed. As soon as I heard the name Germa 66, my DNA instantly reacted. Vince Smoke Reiju. She is one of my white moons, both beautiful and cool. I must go pick her up personally. Moving such a large fleet from the North Sea to the New World by the usual route would take forever, as it would mean circling half the globe. I decided to use the Cloud of Fortune and fly their entire country over. Of course, I'm not like my cheap father-in-law, foolishly carrying an island and fighting with others. I wouldn't do something so stupid. I chose the easiest route and flew directly over the doldrums. I opened a portal, and wow, the whole country was like a massive war fortress. The alarms were blaring, and a bunch of emotionless clones surrounded me with guns. Could I take them on? They were all my future assets. I couldn't be bothered to waste words. I unleashed my conqueror's haki, and just like that, the whole world fell silent. Soldiers were dropping like dumplings, all lying down and singing Conquer. In the end, only 5 core members of their group were still standing. Those Ea-like sons of his were calmly analyzing my combat power, and their father, Gaji, was an old hand, seeing the situation was unfavorable. He immediately called out to me as Dragon Emperor. But then there was Luggio. Let me tell you, her eyes were full of drama, a mix of shock and worry. Very clever. She must have been thinking, what are we after? Going to such lengths to take over their entire country. There must be some kind of conspiracy. I explained my intentions to them, and of course, Jiaji readily agreed. A few hours later, the Germa kingdom arrived at the edge of the doldrums. I directly released the auspicious clouds and lifted their entire nation, composed of dozens of giant ships, into the sky. At first, I lacked experience and it swayed a bit, almost capsizing, but fortunately, I reacted quickly and adjusted it immediately. Watching the entire nation flying in the sky, Leggio's brows furrowed even tighter. She was too smart and knew how costly it was to sustain a purely consuming war machine like Germa. So she didn't believe we had such good intentions. I am currently experiencing the thrill of piloting an aircraft carrier when suddenly my observation hockey went off. I looked up and saw, holy crap, a warship blocking the way ahead, with 5 terrifying figures standing on it. Wow, the Navy is really going all out. Former Admiral Sengoku, current Admiral Akainu, Admirals Akiji, Fujitora, and even a Peach Rabbit. 5 top-tier fighters have teamed up to challenge me in this instance. This lineup is even more exaggerated than the Marineford War against Whitebeard. As soon as Fujitora activated his gravity fruit, the Germa's cloud I was carrying instantly sank. I quickly took control and managed to land them precariously on the surface of the Grand Line. As soon as I stood firm, Akainu pointed at my nose and shouted, "You're dead today." I laughed. "Do you really think you have me at your mercy?" As soon as I finished speaking, a door behind me opened, and Kaido stepped out with the 3 main captains. In an instant, it was us 5 against their 5, top-tier combat power, even out. The atmosphere was so tense that the air felt like it was about to solidify. Kaido was still arrogantly mocking Sengoku. "Didn't expect it, huh? I already predicted you would come to ambush my son-in-law." But then Sengoku, that old man, gave a sinister smile and said something that made my heart skip a beat. "Kaido, haven't you noticed that this time Kizaru and over 100 Navy admirals didn't show up at all? Oh no, these old foxes are trying to play a feint on me. I'm telling you, the real killer move is waiting for me here." That old man Akainu, with a face that could scare a child to tears, directly confronted us. He said, "To uproot you completely, I've already ordered a full-scale activation of the Demon Slaughter Order against you, Wano, Onigashima, and that so-called Craftsman Kingdom." Goodness, I thought to myself, you're really something. The Demon Slaughter Order wiped out O'Hara back in the day with just 10 warships. This madman Akainu has directly brought in 100. 100 of the Navy's top warships, with 100 vice admirals, and that bastard Admiral Kizaru personally leading the charge. This firepower, let me tell you, could easily wipe 10 countries off the map. This old man is truly insane. To get us, he doesn't even care about the lives of millions of people in Wano. I've come to understand that his so-called absolute justice means sending anyone who disobeys to meet their maker, whether you're a pirate or a civilian. Back when the pacifists and the warlords were still around, they could hold him back, but now that Green Bull has been taken down by me, the Navy's high command is in a rush, and he handed him the steering wheel. Now it's full throttle. No one will survive. Queen was anxious at that moment, saying we must return to hold Kizura back. But before he could finish, we heard a crack, and the teleportation gate behind us was instantly frozen by that bastard Akiji. We were completely trapped. That sly Akainu laid out the plan just to mess with our mindset. He wants us to watch our homeland be turned to rubble, anxious and restless, while we struggle against them here. The longer we drag this out, the faster our home will be gone. But was I panicked? No, I wasn't. In front of them, I pulled out my den mushi and called my wife Yamato, saying one line, "We have guests at home. Use that weapon and entertain them well." Switching scenes to Wano. Let me tell you, my wife Yamato is now the general of Wano, commanding top-tier warriors. Jinbei is also by her side. This old brother, who used to talk about righteousness, is now watching the Navy prepare for slaughter and is completely stunned. Who understands family? He originally thought the Navy was just, but these guys are even more abstract than pirates. He immediately declared to Yamato that he was ready to risk his life today and must fight Kizaru to the end. With Yamato's command, on the surface of Wano, I can't even call it a ship. It's a moving steel giant island 1,000 meters long, slowly emerging. It has just one cannon, but that barrel is 300 meters long, with a 5-meter diameter at the muzzle. I tell you, the Going Merry could fit right inside. That's right, the ancient weapon. Pluton, that old man Kizaru, 20 kilometers away, was initially leisurely with his hands in his pockets, but upon sensing it with Kinbunchaku, he started to sweat. He shouted at his subordinates, "What cannon can shoot 50 kilometers? His vice admiral was so scared he almost wet himself, stammering, "Admiral, I can't think of anything other than the legendary Pluton. This is bad." Kizaru realized something big was happening. The Navy's cannon range is only about 10 kilometers, and they're targeting from 50 kilometers away. This is just a live target, ISNT it. He immediately ordered the fleet to disperse and turn into a beam of light, trying to rush over to stop the launch. My wife Yamato is a vegetarian. She directly transformed into a wolf-human form, opening her mouth to unleash a barrage of ice spears. Although it couldn't harm Kizaru, the goal was to delay him. Dozens of ice spears exploded in the air, instantly encasing Kizaru in a giant ice ball with a diameter of over 1,000 meters. Just this delay allowed Jinbei to roar and adjust the cannon's angle. As soon as Kizaru broke free from the ice ball and appeared above the King of Hell, without saying a word, he unleashed the 8 Shaku KG, with countless light bullets raining down. But it was too late. Just a second before the light bullets fell, Jinbei resolutely pressed the launch button. Boom! With a loud noise, a shell larger than a house, trailing a blood-red flame, broke through the clouds. At the same time, on the battlefield of Onigashima, the battle had also begun. The 50 naval warships had just arrived when the Flying Six made their move. But the first to act was not the Navy, but their own ex-Drake. Page 1 snapped his handcuffs made of sea prism stone onto Drake. Drake was stunned and shouted, "In the face of a great enemy, what are you doing?" Brunette sneered, "You undercover agent. Do you really think you're acting? Is that good? We already know all the information you provided to the Navy." Upon hearing this, Drake's face turned ashen. He thought the beast pirates were still the same as before, but little did he know that we had already upgraded. Page 1 transformed on the spot, his body covered in an unprecedented layer of hard dragon scales, and said with a smile, "Did you think we still have the same strength as before? We have injected a sufficient amount of genetic agents, and our fruit abilities have evolved. The current Vice Admiral of the headquarters can't even break through my defense." Black Maria even added, "You have no idea. Our current strength has already surpassed the 3 calamities before taking drugs." Drake was completely dumbfounded. He finally understood that the information he sent out was not only outdated, but also ridiculously wrong. The manpower of the beast pirates was no longer just tens of thousands, but had expanded to 100,000. Even more ruthless, Black Maria licked her lips and said to Drake, "When we win, we will announce to the whole world that it was all thanks to your false information provided by Drake that led to the Navy's disastrous defeat. By then, you will be the Navy's greatest traitor. I tell you, this move is aimed at striking at the heart." Drake, hearing this, spat out a mouthful of old blood and collapsed on the spot, pleading for them to kill him. But the Flying Six ignored him and directly led the charge into battle. On the sea, Navy Vice Admiral Mongoose looked at the hundreds of pirate ships before him and the terrifying formation of 100,000 people, finally realizing something was wrong. He shouted in panic, "Not good. Drake's intelligence is wrong. We've fallen into a trap." But it was all too late. Just as he said this, the shell launched from the underworld had already crossed 50 kilometers of sea and landed precisely in the center of the Navy fleet. The shell was not filled with ordinary gunpowder, but with extremely compressed, wildly powerful natural energy through runic technology. The moment the shell hit the ground, that destructive force capable of annihilating islands began to spread wildly in all directions. With a loud bang, I tell you, the scene was incredible. The powers of wind, thunder, water, fire, and earth mixed together, forming a giant energy sphere. Wherever it went, the Navy's ironclad warships turned to cosmic dust in an instant. Thousands of Navy soldiers didn't even have time to scream before they completely evaporated from existence. Jinbei watched from the side, unfazed at all. In his words, these Navy people had gone mad, carrying out a demon-slaying order against innocent civilians, and now they were facing their own slaughter. What goes around comes around. And heaven shows no mercy. Seeing only a few ships fleeing in a panic, he felt a sense of relief. With such firepower, how could they possibly threaten Wano country? Dream on. Just as the fleet was obliterated, an old acquaintance with a strange attitude floated down from the sky. Kizaru, I tell you, his expression was one of utter frustration. His killing intent almost materialized, pointing at us and cursing. "You bunch of bastards, how dare you treat the Navy like this?" Jinbei, being tough, shot back. "When you launched a demon-slaying order against civilians, why didn't you call yourselves bastards?" Well, Kizaru's next words left Jinbei speechless. What did he say? The farmer kills wolves to protect the sheep. If wolves dare to attack the farmer, that is an unforgivable sin. Who understands this, families? His theory was simply cyber-feudalism 2025. He regarded himself as superior, treating the whole world as his livestock. Jinbei was dumbfounded. In his impression, Kizaru, although lazy, was at least somewhat upright. How could he say such outrageous things? He was still processing this when Yamato exploded. As a child, she had read Kazuki Odin's journal, and later married Yamato, listening to stories of how humans could triumph over heaven, especially that monkey. Her mind was filled with the black myth story that Yamato had told her, as she transformed into the greatest rebel of the East Sea. Brandishing her kanabo and pointing it at Kizaru's nose, shouting, "With your high and mighty attitude, one would think you were a celestial dragon. So what if you were a celestial dragon? If I, Yamato, Can't even break through this sky. What's the use of this iron rod? Upon hearing this, Kizaru became even more excited, saying that the beast pirates dared to oppose the celestial dragons and would be completely erased from history. I understood right away. That old bastard Kizaru has been playing the world, usually slacking off at work and coasting through the war. I even thought he was an undercover Revolutionary Army member. But turns out he's the most loyal dog of the celestial dragons. Yamato didn't care about that. Before he finished speaking, he unleashed a Thunder Bagua and charged in. This move was wrapped in Conqueror's Haki, so fast that even Future Sight couldn't avoid it, specifically countering Kizaru's elemental powers. And guess what? That old man Kizaru, usually as lazy as a salted fish, actually didn't dodge this time. He drew his Ama no Murakumo sword and went head-to-head, a natural type facing off against a mythical beast in a physical contest. This script doesn't match. With a loud bang, the two forces collided, tearing a massive rift in the sky that spanned hundreds of kilometers. As a result, Yamato got blasted away, crashing into the deck and creating a huge pit, blood at the corner of her mouth. She jumped out of the pit, shocked, and shouted, "You're not using Conqueror's Haki. Who are you? Why can you use the power of the celestial dragons?" What's even more terrifying is that Yamato felt her life force draining wildly in that split second. Kizaru was there chuckling, saying, "Oh, I took 10 years off your life, and you don't look old yet. Looks like you fed you a golden apple." Then he added, "What makes you think you're the only ones who have eaten golden apples?" As soon as he said that, Yamato's heart sank. Oh no, family. Does anyone understand? A real boss has infiltrated this script. That old bastard Kizaru not only ate a golden apple, but also mastered the ability of the celestial dragons to drain life. He is definitely not the weakest admiral. His strength might be even more terrifying than Peak Carp. Yifan's plan was originally flawless, with Hades clearing the field and Yamato and Jinbei holding Kizaru back. Who would have thought that Kizaru is an Oscar-winning actor, hiding his strength deeper than anyone else? In just a few minutes, our samurai from Wano were cut down in droves, while Yamato was being shown up by Kizaru. On the other side at sea, the real clash of iron and steel was just beginning. The main fleet of the beast pirates, over 500 ships, was facing off head-on against 50 Navy battleships executing the demon-slaying order. The Navy relied on their long-range and powerful cannons, try to play a kite-flying tactic. On our side, hundreds of big men on the ships were pedaling like they were riding shared bikes, desperately trying to accelerate and close the distance. Cannonballs rained down like a storm, the entire sea boiling like it was in a pot. Runmei, this fiery older sister, couldn't sit still any longer. She had her subordinates bring over several boxes of cannonballs, grabbed one, and started throwing them like grenades, launching hundreds in just a few seconds. The other flying six also followed suit, using sheer manpower to turn the tide of the cannon battle. Hundreds of thousands of cannonballs collided in the air. The scene would make even Li Yunlong cry with envy. This was definitely the grandest naval battle in nearly a century. Soon, the fleet closed the distance to 5 kilometers. Runmei leaped high into the air, bearing several cannonballs, and guess what she did? That horn on her forehead shot out a laser beam thicker than Kizaru's, instantly slicing a Navy warship in half. Goodness, it turns out the perfect T-virus had evolved her fruit into a mythical beast type, the unicorn dragon. This violent girl felt that using her head to ram wasn't Leda-like enough, so she developed a new move. The Navy was immediately dumbfounded, and Commander Mongoose stepped forward with moonwalk steps. But guess what happened? One move. Just one move. Runmei ignored his sword and smashed his chest bone to pieces, sending him flying. Another Vice Admiral, Ghost Spider, didn't he believe in evil, flaunting his 8 arms and 8 swords. But what happened? Another one-hit kill. The remaining Navy Vice Admirals were all dumbfounded. Didn't he the intel say the Flying Six were comparable to Vice Admirals? Their combat power was clearly not in the same dimension. Just as the Navy Vice Admirals prepared to gang up, a gigantic figure stood in front of Runmei. Oh my, it's Page 1. He transformed into a golden-armored Spinosaurus over 10 meters tall, shining like a golden Godzilla. Dozens of Vice Admirals' slashes struck him, clanging loudly. But it was just a wild scraping, leaving no marks at all. The morale of the beast pirates soared, cheers echoing to the heavens. Let me tell you, the Navy over there is in an uproar. Those guys who are called the assigned ones, the ones who ate the artificial fruits, are all acting like they've been injected with adrenaline, screaming as they jump onto the Navy's warships, attacking anyone they see. The scene is chaotic. Vice Admiral Fireburn was stunned. He initially wanted to organize a counterattack, but he was completely caught off guard. He shouted furiously, "What the hell is going on?" What is the intelligence department doing? This isn't the Flying Six. This is the Seven Warlords Plus version. Does anyone understand? This is no joke. Think about it. What does the Seven Warlords represent? Except for Moria and Crocodile, who are like measuring units of combat power. The rest are all monsters capable of taking on several Vice Admirals in a duel. Dracul Mihawk can even exchange blows with an Admiral, and Blackbeard has heavyweight combat power, directly at the level of the four Emperors. So now these Vice Admirals know clearly in their hearts that the Flying Six they are facing are basically monsters at the level of the Seven Warlords. This battle is impossible to fight. Completely impossible. They originally thought that with over a dozen Vice Admirals and dozens of Rear Admirals taking advantage of Kaido, and Yifan not being around to sneak in, it would be a sure win. What happened? To their surprise, the enemy upgraded on the spot, and their combat power skyrocketed, giving them a wake-up call. In fact, the Vice Admirals aren't the worst off. After all, they are tough and resilient and unlikely to be taken down in one hit. The ones in the worst situation are the Navy's Rear Admirals who are actually engaged in combat. Let me tell you, those who are truly fighting from the Beast Pirates, like Barbanuki and Hold'em, after consuming that perfect T-virus, their animal fruits have mutated, and their current strength is even fiercer than the previous Flying Six. Now, the Navy's Rear Admirals are facing a group of monsters that outnumber them and are stronger than them. In just a short while, several Rear Admirals were killed on the spot. Fireburn quickly realized the situation, and his mind snapped into focus. Forget about wiping out Onigashima. Now, even the original plan for the demon-slaying order is in jeopardy. He quickly exchanged glances with several Vice Admirals, made a decisive call, and ordered a retreat. But the problem is, they came in like a mighty army. How could it be so easy to leave? Over 500 pirate ships surrounded them like an iron barrel, and Runmi and Pejuan were like rabid dogs, not letting them escape. Just when the battle was at its most critical moment, Runmi's transponder snail suddenly rang. It was number 2, the caller. As soon as the call connected, a heart-wrenching scream came through. Lord Runmi, hurry and provide support. That old man Kizaru is terrifying. Young Master Yamato can't hold on much longer. In an instant, Runmi's mind went blank. What? Yamato can't hold on? Is this some kind of international joke? Yamato is our Beast Pirate's third strongest force, slightly stronger than Jean. And with former Seven Warlord Jinbei, how could they not hold off a Navy Admiral? Although it seemed outrageous, Runmi didn't think much. Her relationship with Yamato was incredibly close, and now, with her connection to Yifan, they were even closer. She immediately shouted at Black Maria to continue leading the team to hunt down the Navy, while she grabbed her brother Pejuan and rushed towards Onigashima, ready to use the portal there to go directly to Wano country. Meanwhile, on the other side of the battlefield, Yamato was indeed nearing her limit, covered in wounds. If it weren't for having eaten the golden apple before, which made her vitality seem to be on steroids, she would have probably been exhausted by Kizaru long ago. I tell you, that special hockey master by the Celestial Dragons is just not something a human can cultivate. It's more powerful than Conqueror's haki, completely unreasonable. Yamato transformed into her wolf form, gasping for breath, with even her exhaled breath carrying ice crystals. But Kizaru on the opposite side was in no hurry to finish her off. Instead, he stood there with his hands in his pockets, commenting in a very lewd tone. Not bad, little girl. At this age, you already have this kind of power. You're almost catching up to the level of a regular admiral. How terrifying behind Yamato. Jinbei had a large hole in his chest, blood staining his clothes red. He stared intently at Kizaru and voiced his inner confusion. I always thought you were a justice-driven navy. Why do your actions resemble those of a celestial dragon? As a result, Kizaru laughed when he heard this, his eyes squinting into slits behind his glasses. That's because I'm a celestial dragon, and I'm one of the most noble of the upper 3 families. Unlike those useless ones outside. Wow, family, I was shocked at that moment. If this news gets out, the whole world will tremble. Jinbei was also stunned. No wonder. No wonder such an important person as Vegapunk would be entrusted to you. It turns out you are one of the celestial dragons. Yamato also realized, I see, no wonder you have that special haki. But what puzzles me is, Carp hates the celestial dragons so much. How could you teach him that kind of haki? Who knew that after hearing this? Kizaru laughed even more exaggeratedly, almost in tears. Haha, this is the funniest joke I've heard in 2025. Carp hates the celestial dragons? You have no idea how much he likes them. After laughing enough, he said, Carp has the haki of the celestial dragons, of course. Because his wife is a celestial dragon, and she's actually my distant cousin. Before Yamato and Jinbei could digest this shocking revelation, Kizaru dropped an even bigger bomb. Not only that, his son Dragon, the leader of the Revolutionary Army, his wife, is my cousin. Otherwise, why do you think I let that little brat Luffy go so many times during the Marineford War and at Sabaody? I feel completely numb, really. Navy Hero Carp, the son-in-law of the Celestial Dragons? Revolutionary Army Leader Dragon, the son-in-law of the Celestial Dragons? Luffy has both the blood of the D-Clan and the Celestial Dragons flowing in him. This plot focuses on bloodline awakening. My enemy turns out to be my in-law. Jinbei's voice trembled. Such a huge secret. Why did you tell us? Kizaru's expression instantly turned cold. Because the dead do not need to keep secrets. He began to speak for himself, saying that he was originally a supreme celestial dragon, but was demoted to the Navy after accidentally eating a devil fruit meant for slaves. Today, he intends to use the true power of a celestial dragon to slaughter both Yamato and Jinbei, and wipe Wano country off the map to demonstrate the authority of the celestial dragons. After saying this, he launched another attack. Yamato used all her strength to counter with a Thunder Bagua, but with a loud bang, she was once again brutally knocked away. The unique dominance of the celestial dragons was simply a dimensional suppression. I tell you, Huang Yuan was just rambling on earlier, not showing off at all. That kind of perverted dominance has two fatal weaknesses. First, it consumes life. Using it once can take away several months of lifespan. Second, it drains immense physical strength. He was deliberately revealing those secrets to buy time, using his life to secretly recover his energy. Now that he is fully recharged, he is done with the act and is revealing his true self. Huang Yuan unleashed his full power, and Yamato was beaten like a sandbag, getting knocked away more than 10 times. Jinbei could only desperately use water currents to catch her, barely keeping the Hades warship from being reduced to rubble. Meanwhile, Runty and Peggy 1 had just arrived in the flower capital, but were still far from the sea. These two transformed into dinosaur forms over 10 meters tall, rampaging through the city, smashing houses and trees like two out-of-control bulldozers, but they still felt it was too slow. In a panic, Runty shouted, "Yamato, you must hold on. I'm coming soon." At the same time, over at the Sabaody archipelago, the battlefield between Yi Fan and Akainu and Akiji was truly apocalyptic. I tell you, that sea is gone. Completely gone. On one side are massive glaciers stretching for dozens of kilometers, and on the other, a boiling ocean of lava, with lightning flashing in the sky, striking down thousands of times every second. This isn't a fight. It's practically the creation of a world. This terrifying scene scared the hell out of Bartolomeo and his group of supernovas. One of the younger members stammered, "B-Boss, I think Sabaody is more dangerous than the New World. How about we run away?" Bartolomeo thought about it and agreed. This damn place is gods fighting every few days. Who can stand it? He cleared his throat and dramatically waved his hand. We are supernovas. How can we fear to advance? I've decided. Let us set off immediately and march into the New World. Then this group fled like they were escaping disaster, piloting their coated ship deep into the sea. Back to Yi Fan's side, the atmosphere was extremely tense. Jean and Quinn looked at the apocalyptic scene of ice and fire in front of them, feeling a bit uneasy. Only Jack, the silly one, was overly excited, shouting, "There are exactly 5 people on the other side. Let us each take one and finish quickly, then go back for drinks." Yi Fan couldn't help but give him a thumbs up, thinking, "It's still you, Jack, commendable courage." He immediately ordered, "You 3 hold off Sengoku. The rest is up to me and my father-in-law." Yi Fan originally wanted to deal with Akiji and Fujitora himself, and let Kaido take on the strongest Akainu and the weakest Peach Rabbit. Unexpectedly, that woman, Peach Rabbit, actively stood beside Akiji. Fine, that put more pressure on Kaido, how to take on Akainu and Fujitora alone. But Yi Fan was confident in his father-in-law's defense. In this way, he could deal with Akiji and Peach Rabbit faster. Without hesitation, he transformed into his Dragon Man form, opened the 6th gate of the 8 gates of pain, fully activated the Momo fruit ability, and turned into a streak of light, charging straight at Akiji without even acknowledging Peach Rabbit. Akiji immediately reacted, clapping his hands. And enormous ice walls shot up from the ground, trying to block Yi Fan. But what state was Yi Fan in now? His hands transformed into dragon claws. And without reducing speed, he crashed through the 10 or so ice walls with a series of thunderous impacts, instantly reaching Akiji. Akiji, fully elementalized, drew strength from the glaciers beneath his feet. He took Yi Fan as punch head-on, supported by dozens of massive ice pillars that rose behind him, barely managing to stay grounded. Immediately afterward, the freezing fruit ability activated, and a bone-chilling cold covered Yi Fan's body, trying to freeze him in place. Yi Fan thought, "Is this it? You think you can hold me back?" Too naive. But just then, I tell you, my damn observation hockey suddenly went off the charts. The danger wasn't coming from Akiji, but from behind, from that peach rabbit, whom I had always considered a mere decoration. She was charging at me. She drew her sword. That sword is called Jinbaira, and the moment it was unsheathed, that terrifying killing intent made me shiver. I instantly understood. That sword can break through my defenses. Its killing intent is more terrifying than Mihawk's black sword, Yuru. Good heavens, it turns out Akiji, with his thick eyebrows and big eyes, is just support. His role is to hold me down while Peach Rabbit delivers the fatal blow. As Peach Rabbit's sword was about to strike me, I was tightly bound by Akiji's ice and couldn't break free at all. Akiji wore a smug smile. "You can't escape. You will die here today." I let out a cold laugh. "You are too confident. The glacier world is not only your domain, but also mine." In the blink of an eye, my right pupil instantly changed and Nine Tomo began to spin rapidly. Kaleidoscope Sharingan, activate. I suddenly turned my head and fixed my gaze on the rushing Peach Rabbit. In an instant, just as she was about to swing her knife, the air around her, the ice crystals, everything began to converge towards her at an incredible speed. A massive ice sphere, several meters in diameter, appeared out of nowhere and completely encased her. She maintained her stance with the knife raised, her eyes filled with confusion as she wondered who I was, where I was, and who had attacked her, staring incredulously at Shinji through the thick layer of ice. This is the ability of my right eye, Winter's cold domain. Seizing the opportunity, I opened my mouth and unleashed a breath of dragon fire, the scorching flames instantly melting Shinji's ice. He could no longer control me. I used a thunderfruit teleportation and flashed several meters away. Almost simultaneously, trapped inside the ice sphere, Peach Rabbit's golden weapon emitted a dark light. And with a crack, the dozens of meters of ice shattered instantly. She swung down with her knife, but unfortunately, it only struck my afterimage. I stood firmly at a distance, watching them and smiling. Impressive, impressive. I originally thought that Admiral Peach Rabbit was just a pretty face, but I didn't expect her combat power to be so terrifying. However, you rely too much on your weapon. A true powerhouse, the strongest, ultimately relies on their own strength. The combination of Akiji and Peach Rabbit is indeed very difficult to counter. The reason is very simple. Their combination is just too good. One focuses on defense and control, while the other focuses on output. It's a perfect match, achieving an effect of 1 + 1 being greater than 2. However, Yi Fan had already thought of a countermeasure. His eyes transformed. His left eye became a Byakugan, allowing him to see through Akiji's ice wall's visual limitations. His right eye remained a Sharingan, able to observe every move Peach Rabbit made. With such perfect eyes, any surprise attack from the enemy was merely a fantasy. Then, Yi Fan opened the 8th gate of the 8 gates. He radiated a terrifying high temperature, causing the surrounding ice to melt rapidly. Yi Fan made his move. This time, his figure was as fast as a ghost. Even under Akiji and Peach Rabbit's powerful observation hockey, all they saw were afterimages, making it impossible to clearly see Yi Fan's rapid movements. However, such ghostly attacks had no effect on Akiji. In an instant, a thick ice wall completely enveloped Akiji and Peach Rabbit. Furthermore, in the entire glacier world, giant hands emerged. They rose from the ground and waved in all directions. As long as Yi Fan was slightly careless, he would be caught by these giant hands on his way forward. These hands were filled with powerful, freezing power. Being caught by them would evidently restrict Yi Fan's movement for a short time. However, Yi Fan did not dodge these giant hands made of ice at all. Just as the hands were about to grasp Yi Fan's body, they were evaporated into steam by the terrifying heat radiating from Yi Fan after opening the 8th gate. Akiji wondered, is this guy even human? His speed has become so fast, and his body temperature is so high. How can his flesh withstand it? After melting several giant hands on the ice surface, Yi Fan punched the enormous ice wall in front of him. Boom! Akiji's defense was destroyed once again. This time, Yi Fan was not attacking Akiji, but rather Peach Rabbit, who posed the greatest threat to him. It was very difficult for Akiji to harm Yi Fan. He could only limit Yi Fan's movement. Moreover, Akiji's tough skin and flesh made him very hard to kill. But Peach Rabbit was different. Her attack was powerful, while her defense was actually quite ordinary. As long as she was hit by Yi Fan, she would undoubtedly die. Although Peach Rabbit was also a rare beauty, very much to Yi Fan's taste, he would not show mercy to his enemies. He was not like Sanji, who insisted on maintaining a knightly spirit. Even when facing a woman like Black Maria, on the battlefield, there were no genders, only enemies and allies. Since Peach Rabbit was the one who posed the greatest threat to him, Yi Fan would definitely not show any pity. His choice was to kill Peach Rabbit at the first opportunity. After smashing through Akiji's defensive ice wall, Yi Fan swiftly appeared in front of Peach Rabbit. Using his speed, he aimed to deliver a direct punch to kill her. Yi Fan was very confident in his terrifying punching speed. On this sea, no one could punch faster than him. However, just as Yi Fan was about to hit Peach Rabbit, a knife intercepted his fist's path. What fast draw! Peach Rabbit's strength had progressed to a terrifying level. Her knife speed was also very fast. Although it could not match his attack speed, it landed at the crucial moment in the critical location. This was the terrifying combat intuition of Peach Rabbit. After absorbing the armament hockey left by dozens of predecessors, along with their justice and insights on the sword path, Peach Rabbit could now be considered the world's greatest swordsman. It was as if she had overnight gained hundreds of years of sword experience. Blocking Yi Fan's terrifying attack was merely her battle instinct. Just like how a person, when thirsty, wants to drink water, or when hungry, wants to eat. In Peach Rabbit's mind, as the top swordsman, blocking Yi Fan's attack was a very ordinary thing. If it were an ordinary person facing a blade, they would naturally choose to retreat because their fists could not be harder than a knife. Moreover, the knife in Peach Rabbit's hand was an incredibly terrifying and powerful supreme blade. Chapter 166. The Domination of the Warring States. Yi Fan's fist, of course, was not an ordinary fist. Even against the blade of Jinbei, Yi Fan's fist, filled with Conqueror's Haki, also struck out. At the same time, a terrifying armament Haki emanated from Jinbei. Armament Haki is theoretically overpowered by Conqueror's Haki in terms of quality. The collision between the two was like Bronze Age weapons clashing with those made of fine steel. The hardness was not on the same level. However, the armament Haki emanating from Jinbei was so terrifying that it far exceeded the limits of what a person could cultivate. The two powers clashed horrifically. The surrounding ice surface was instantly torn apart with thousands of cracks, shattering like a spider web. Many cracks had already torn through 20,000 meters of ice, creating numerous fissures in what was once the seabed. Bang! Yi Fan was actually sent flying. Peach Rabbit's powerful armament Haki surprisingly knocked the attacking Yi Fan away while in a defensive state. However, Peach Rabbit was not unscathed either. The immense force transmitted to her arm nearly caused Jinbei to be knocked out of her hand. She had to exert all her strength to hold onto Jinbei. Peach Rabbit's body also slid across the ice surface. After crashing through a small iceberg, she finally stopped her backward slide. In the first round of their confrontation, it seemed that Peach Rabbit had won, as Yi Fan was knocked away higher, farther, and harder. However, in reality, Peach Rabbit had lost. Yi Fan had smashed a whole dozens of meters deep in the ice layer, but his own formidable defense meant he suffered no injuries at all. On the other hand, if Peach Rabbit faced such an attack from Yi Fan again, her right hand's grip would not withstand many more hits, and she would no longer be able to hold onto Jinbei. My physical body is still too weak. Even though I temporarily reached a general-level combat power relying on Jinbei's strength, the weakness of my physical power has also led to my defense being too weak. This has now become a fatal flaw. In an instant, Peach Rabbit realized her shortcomings. The nearby Akiji also noticed it. He jumped in between Yi Fan and Peach Rabbit, saying, "I will find an opportunity to trap him again. This time, you mustn't mess up." On the other side, surrounded by 3 burly men, was Admiral Sengoku. However, the momentum of both sides was completely different. Ember and Plague both want to stall for time as much as possible. Only the ferocious Drought Jack transformed into a giant elephant, charging directly at the former Marine Admiral Sengoku with an overwhelming momentum. The 4 elephant legs thundered as they stomped on the ice. What awaited him was a massive yellow fist covered in dark lightning. Boom! Sengoku's fist, wrapped in Conqueror's Haki, sent Drought Jack, who weighed several hundred tons, flying hundreds of meters. Drought Jack, feeling dizzy, desperately tried to grip the ice with his limbs, but began sliding towards the distant sea of lava. Fortunately, Vinsmoke Sanji and others quickly used their combat suits abilities to pull Drought Jack back. Otherwise, he might have slid a few kilometers and fallen into Akainu's territory. Ember and Plague cursed him as a fool in their hearts, their expressions turning serious. Indeed, Sengoku was formidable as a former Marine Admiral. His terrifying combat power even made them feel a sense of suppression akin to Kaido. Of course, This was before Kaido took the perfect T-virus. The current Kaido is undoubtedly much stronger than Admiral Sengoku. The three major figures were not inexperienced rookies. They knew that Sengoku's fists could also attack wrapped in Conqueror's Haki. Over the past few days, they had trained in continuous combat with Kaido and quickly developed a set of effective attrition tactics. They just needed to treat Admiral Sengoku as if he were Kaido. After all, they didn't need to kill Sengoku. They only needed to hold him here. The three major figures began to coordinate with each other. Surprisingly, the usually incompatible Queen and Ember worked well together. They dodged when they could, and when they couldn't, they took turns absorbing damage. Admiral Sengoku's Conqueror's Haki wrapped attacks could not defeat any of the three major figures with just one punch. Thanks to the enhancement of the perfect T-virus, their defenses were much stronger than before. Despite Sengoku unleashing dozens of attacks wrapped in Conqueror's Haki, he couldn't defeat any of the three major figures. In fact, he himself began to show signs of fatigue from overexertion. Ember said, "It seems, Sengoku, you really are getting old. Just this short amount of time, and you're already out of breath." Sengoku replied, "Dealing with you three is still manageable. I'm not too old to fight. Almost everyone struggles with aging. Just like the former Black Arm Zephyr, who trained Aokiji, Akainu, Kazuru, and many other vice admirals. Such strong fighters could not even defeat Whitebeard too in their old age. Even Rayleigh, who doesn't have to work hard and is often taken care of by Shaki, can only barely maintain the combat power of his youth for a short time. In this sea, aside from a few individuals, no one can resist aging." The three major figures used their resilient attributes to hold Admiral Sengoku back. Meanwhile, on the other side, Kaido was engaged in a fierce battle with Akainu and Fujitora. The giant dragon, soaring in the sky, unleashed a torrent of wind blades attacking Akainu below. Akainu, however, was not at a disadvantage, unleashing powerful fire blasts towards the sky. Each clash between them caused widespread explosions. They were old rivals. Akainu understood Kaido's weaknesses. Although Kaido's defensive power was terrifying, even with Akainu using all his might, it was difficult to inflict fatal damage on Kaido. However, Kaido had one weakness. He was too arrogant and liked to waste precious stamina against pirates far below his level. This was not a weakness, but when fighting Akainu, recklessly wasting stamina would ultimately lead to defeat due to exhaustion. Kaido in dragon form already consumed a great deal of energy. Using wind blade attacks, which he was not skilled at, Akainu only needed to exert minimal force. After all, this sea had been transformed into a sea of lava by him, making Akainu's fire blasts almost cost-free. In contrast, Kaido had a different situation. Although the Zoan-type Devil Fruit abilities, especially the mythical Zoan-type, possessed far superior power and defense compared to other types, and even allowed the use of various Logia and Paramecia powers, they had a fatal flaw. They could not assimilate the surrounding environment, turning it into the most suitable battlefield. This is also why Akainu and Aokiji could fight for 10 days and nights, while Kaido struggled to last even a day. Chapter 167. Akainu and Kaido's strategy natural, and some Paramecia Devil Fruit users can transform their surroundings into the most suitable battle environment, which not only increases their strength, but also allows them to quickly recover their abilities, reducing the consumption of their powers. In facing Kaido, Akainu did not plan to end the battle in just a few minutes. Even the proud Akainu's method of dealing with Kaido was a long war of attrition. He intended to exhaust Kaido's stamina completely before defeating or killing him. This was similar to how Luffy would eventually defeat Kaido, with many allies contributing to the attrition, and Luffy's full revival in between, leading to two evolutions of combat power that finally wore Kaido down. Akainu and Fujitora smiled, as they were employing this very strategy. Fujitora smiled, but did not attack Kaido. His weapon would have difficulty inflicting damage on Kaido. Instead, Fujitora used his Devil Fruit ability to increase Kaido's weight, making him float in the air, which multiplied his stamina consumption by dozens of times. Now Kaido, still in the air, was under pressure that was not less than carrying Onigashima. After all, Kaido was a giant dragon several thousand meters long. With his weight increased by dozens of times due to Fujitora's gravity, he was already heavier than an island. Yet, the proud Kaido still refused to transform into his human dragon form to reduce the gravitational effects of the fruit. Seeing this situation, Akainu and Fujitora naturally would not increase their efforts. Kaido wouldn't be able to sustain this level of consumption for long. Thus, both sides engaged in a straightforward exchange of blows without any technique. They just needed to maintain this intensity of attack. Their consumption was minimal, but Kaido's was enormous. Even though Kaido was a mythical Zoan-type Devil Fruit user, he wouldn't be able to hold out for long. Moreover, the longer time passed, the more advantageous it was for the Marines because in the Marines' intelligence, this time, 100 of the strongest warships were dispatched, hitting half of the elite commanders in the Navy's mid-level ranks. The other members of the Beast Pirates would definitely not be able to stand up to the Navy, especially with Admiral Kizaru personally leading the team, preparing to destroy the fleet of Wano country. At this moment, they were probably close to annihilating Wano country. They had no idea that, due to Drake's erroneous intelligence, the strength of the Beast Pirates was much greater than they had estimated. Furthermore, they had already found the battleship of the King of Hell in Wano country. Whether in terms of warships or mid-level combat power, this Navy force was actually at an absolute disadvantage. If it weren't for Admiral Kizaru hiding his identity, it could even be said that the fleet they dispatched would be completely wiped out. Aside from Admiral Kizaru, several vice admirals from the headquarters had already died, along with a dozen rear admirals and nearly all the commodores. The remaining escaping Navy warships numbered less than 20. It could be said that this time, the Navy suffered a crushing defeat. They were far from the New World, all in order to lure out Yi Fan and Kaido, the strong members of the Beast Pirates, and then completely annihilate the remaining members of the Beast Pirates, as well as eliminate several powerful vassal countries within Kaido's territory. Even if this encirclement failed, it would take at least 10 years for the Beast Pirates to regain their strength, and Akainu would never give Kaido 10 years to develop. In Akainu's mind, this battle was of utmost importance. The greatest achievement of the former fleet admiral was merely the public execution of the surrendering pirate king Roger in Logtown. The previous fleet admiral Sengoku only managed to kill the aging Whitebeard at Navy headquarters. But Akainu, in today's battle, aimed to dismantle the Beast Pirates, the most powerful pirate crew in decades with the combat power of 2 Yonko, and to use the demon-slaying order to destroy the countries that were vassals of the Yonko in the New World. He aimed to intimidate other nations, making them stop paying protection fees to the Yonko and instead pay heavenly gold to the celestial dragons. Because the majority of the New World lost during the Rocks era would gradually return under Navy control under his leadership, Akainu would become the greatest fleet admiral, and his absolute justice would control the entire sea. This world would no longer be one controlled by the 7 warlords, the 4 emperors, and the Navy together. All oceans and all islands must be under Akainu's control. While using a massive flame to exhaust Kaido's stamina, Akainu felt very pleased as everything was going according to plan. This battle, to eliminate Kaido and destroy the Beast Pirates, was the first step for him to become the greatest admiral. All countries and all people would remember Akainu's greatness. Fortunately, Kaido and Yi Fan were unaware of Akainu's current excited thoughts. Otherwise, they might be the first Yonko and Vice to be killed by laughter. Akainu did not know that months ago, Yi Fan had quietly used Drake to relay false intelligence back to the Navy. This battle was not about Akainu making a name for himself across the sea and the world, but rather announcing the official rise of the Beast Pirates. A massive pirate crew surpassing the strength of the Yonko was about to be born. After a long time of back and forth, half an hour later, Kaido suddenly transformed into his dragon human form, standing on the sea of lava. The scalding lava could not harm Kaido at all. Kaido laughed and said, "Akainu, do you think by exhausting my stamina like this, you have gained the absolute upper hand? You don't realize that you were just a clown." Akainu replied, "Kaido, you are too arrogant. You must have exhausted at least a third of your stamina. How can you still be a match for me and Fujitora?" Kaido responded, "Indeed, it's hard for me to defeat both of you at the same time in a short period, but don't you look at the battlefield on the other side? The outcome is about to be decided." At that moment, Akainu realized something was off. While the two of them had the advantage against Kaido, it was still a 5-on-5 battle. Their slight advantage could not turn into victory in a short time. Meanwhile, the battlefield where Yi Fan was fighting against Akiji and Peach Rabbit was a different story. Facing Yi Fan's attacks, Akiji and Peach Rabbit were barely able to defend themselves now. Akainu could sense that they would not hold on for much longer. Akiji, as Akainu's old rival, had a terrifying combat power that Akainu was aware of. Even if Akainu wanted to defeat Akiji, it would take a long time. However, only half an hour had passed, and Akiji had already become so exhausted. Earlier, he had fought Kaido with all his strength, believing in the power of Akiji and Peach Rabbit, trusting that their combination could surely counter Yi Fan. Therefore, Akainu had not focused on that battlefield, not realizing that Akiji and Peach Rabbit were the ones in trouble. Chapter 168. Akiji's scheme. At this moment, Yi Fan had already taken out his blue Nicaran blade. He was simultaneously using the water-breathing sword techniques to attack. However, The water-breathing technique now was completely different from before. With the terrifying power brought by the 8 gates of Duanjia and the incredible speed from the 100-fold boost, the greatest enhancement came from the 3 passive skills Yi Fan had just obtained, Decisive and Double Strike. These gave Yi Fan even more terrifying attack power and endurance. With the use of Senju Hashirama cells and the Phantom Beast Fruit, Yi Fan's ability to withstand and recover had already become extremely frightening. In the world of Luyulu, there are no stamina limits. As long as there is health, one can keep fighting. Using these 2 skills, Yi Fan's health bar would quickly recover. The limited Yi Fan was like a character wearing 6 pieces of defense gear and wielding 6 blood-sucking swords, having 6 more pieces of equipment than others. He charged in with relentless attacks. Others couldn't even hurt him, and his attack power was still incredibly fierce. The key point was that even if the enemy caused him damage, he would quickly heal back to full health. Aokiji and Peach Rabbit were facing such a situation. No matter what means they used during their desperate exchanges with Yi Fan, even if they managed to knock Yi Fan back with a sword, he would bounce back up, lively and unharmed. However, with every attack Yi Fan made, they had to exert all their strength to resist, because just one mistake could lead to their deaths. Under Yi Fan's continuous attacks, his stamina had barely decreased, while Peach Rabbit's state had already deteriorated to the extreme. Her own strength was only at the level of the 3 major Vice Admirals, still a bit short of an Admiral. She was forcibly elevated to the level of an Admiral by the power of Kin'uman. If it were an ordinary person, they would indeed have no way to deal with her. Her terrifying armed color hockey can kill 3 top-tier powerhouses in a very short time. The physical weakness of Peach Rabbit Cheyenne wouldn't be infinitely magnified like this. A heavy armored warrior like Yi Fan is inherently a nemesis to assassins. Coupled with a healing skill, it's a double whammy. Peach Rabbit has no chance of winning. On the other hand, Aokiji is a powerful defense and control type support. The combination of hard support and control, assisting an attacker, is perfect, but it becomes ineffective in front of Yi Fan, this super heavy armored warrior. The freezing effect is melted away by the high temperature of the 8 gates Duanjia. Control loses its effect and cannot restrict Yi Fan's movement at all. Watching Yi Fan once again shatter several ice walls and charge towards the distant Peach Rabbit Cheyenne, Aokiji does not try to block anymore. He doesn't even attempt to recklessly intercept Yi Fan's path, because he knows he can't match Yi Fan's speed. Even if he stands in a straight line between Yi Fan and Peach Rabbit, Yi Fan can use his speed to bypass Aokiji and attack Peach Rabbit from behind. In the past half hour, Aokiji has not been idle. He set up dozens of traps on this glacier. And now the area where Peach Rabbit is located is one of the trap-dense regions. This is one of Aokiji's trump cards. He has accumulated the power of the freezing fruit for a long time. The traps he set are meant to freeze Yi Fan, neutralizing the heat around him that counters freezing. Aokiji has put in a lot of effort. As Yi Fan is about to appear in front of Peach Rabbit, several small ice blocks suddenly transform into Aokiji's form, one of which is actually Aokiji's true body. It turns out that the Aokiji from earlier had secretly hidden his true body as an ice block, while the one fighting Yi Fan was just a fake ice figure infused with a large amount of fruit power. Now, dozens of ice figures resembling Aokiji rush towards Yi Fan. Finally, we can catch you. In an instant, the area is filled with an extremely cold, freezing aura, surrounding Yi Fan from all sides. In a moment, it envelopes Yi Fan's body. Not far away, Peach Rabbit has been waiting for this attack for a long time. When she first got such an opportunity, she was controlled by Yi Fan's winter cold domain and lost her chance. This time, she will not make any mistakes. Jinbira channels a large amount of armed color hockey back into Peach Rabbit's body. Peach Rabbit activates her strongest armed color hockey cover. This armed color hockey, because it comes from someone else, can only cover her body for a few seconds, very briefly. But if she is given just 1 second, that's enough. As long as she can unleash a slash filled with infinite armed color hockey, she is absolutely confident she can kill Yi Fan. In that moment, Peach Rabbit strikes. Her sword is as fast as a fleeing rabbit, fiercely slashing towards Yi Fan's neck. This is one of the weakest parts of a human. Peach Rabbit does not believe that Yi Fan is invulnerable. She thinks that her powerful strike should be able to kill him. This attack is one that she and Aokiji have long conspired about. After half an hour of fighting, surviving countless near-death experiences, and almost being killed by Yi Fan several times, this decisive blow has finally been prepared. This strike, Peach Rabbit holds nothing back. She unleashes all the armed color hockey within Jinbira. This can be said to be the strongest slash from a great swordsman in hundreds of years. She is about to kill this rising genius of the sea, Dragon King Yifan, who has caused significant losses to the Navy. The one who has killed generals from the Navy, Air Force, and Army, eliminating the Navy's greatest threat. In the distance, Akainu laughs heartily. Kaido, it seems you were too confident. You didn't expect that your prized son-in-law would fall into a trap just as he was about to win. He is about to die. Beast Kaido replies, you underestimate Yifan too much. He is Joy Boy, the man destined to be the strongest on the sea for 800 years, my son-in-law. How could such a small trap easily kill my son-in-law? At this moment, both Akainu and Kaido have stopped their fights because they cannot determine a winner in such a short time. More importantly, Kaido cannot rush to save Yifan. They are too far apart. Moreover, Kaido believes in his heart that Joy Boy becomes stronger every time he faces death. No one can kill Joy Boy. This has been the legend of Joy Boy for 800 years. Kaido has no doubt that his son-in-law Yifan is Joy Boy. Every enemy Yifan faces is merely a tool for him to grow stronger. If Yifan knew that his father-in-law had so much faith in him, he would even ask Kaido not to trust him so much. When it's time to help him block bullets, he cannot hold back. Chapter 169. Yifan's scheme. Peach Rabbit's sword slashes down fiercely, but does not land on Yifan. Instead, it cleaves Akiji, who was fully focused on maintaining the freezing boundary, in half. Even though Akiji was in an elemental state, elementalization cannot resist armed color hockey, especially not a full force strike from Peach Rabbit. This strike, containing an immense amount of armed color hockey, enough to dominate against Yifan's Conqueror's hockey, instantly results in Akiji being killed. The ice boundary maintained by Akiji's fruit ability also collapses in an instant. Yifan's Nicaran blade pierces the astonished Peach Rabbit. A large amount of blood flows from her chest. However, she does not care about her injury. Kneeling on the ground, severely injured, Peach Rabbit asks in great sorrow, Why? Why? I clearly aimed that slash at your head. How could it turn into Akiji? Yifan pulls out the Nicaran blade and smiles as he says, Did you think your trap could escape my eyes? At this moment, Yifan's eyes have changed. At the beginning of the battle, his left, I was the Byakugan, and his right, I was the Sharingan. Now, it is the left eye that is the Sharingan, and the right eye that is the Byakugan. His ocular powers have quietly switched during the intense battle. How could Akiji's little tricks escape the detection of the Byakugan? The Byakugan possesses the ability to see through. It is the most effective scouting eye. The Sharingan is the eye best suited for combat, allowing him to see enemy movements in slow motion. It's like watching a movie at 120 frames per second. A smooth visual experience. In Yifan's eyes, it was just 120 images at most, like slow motion slides. Although Qingji and Taotu's small movements were extremely concealed, under the influence of Yifan's ocular power, how could they hide from him? Thus, Yifan quietly replaced the ocular power in his eyes. His left eye's kaleidoscope Sharingan had secretly activated its unique ocular technique, Pure Land of Ultimate Bliss. This large-scale illusion consumed a significant amount of Yifan's ocular power, causing streams of blood to flow from his eyes. Although there were only a dozen people at the scene, even those few from the German kingdom were not weak. Controlling these strong individuals simultaneously with the Pure Land of Ultimate Bliss and trapping them in an illusion put immense pressure on Yifan. However, every risk was worth it. Yifan did not change much. He only made Taotu switch the images of Qingji and himself at the moment of her final strike. The slash that Taotu aimed at Yifan actually struck Qingji. The outcome was perfect. Qingji did not expect Taotu to attack him and was unexpectedly killed by her strike. Meanwhile, Taotu was directly hit in a vital area by the freed Yifan and was now heavily injured and unable to fight. Looking at Yifan's left eye, which was still bleeding profusely, Taotu said, You demon, I will kill you. Taotu tried to struggle to stand up, but she had already lost the strength to do so. Yifan's strike was not an ordinary one. It had only caused a small wound, but the attack wrapped in Conqueror's Haki had already destroyed Taotu's internal organs. She could not live much longer. Yifan waved his hands and took Taotu's Jinbaira into his possession. This is the reason you suddenly became stronger, right? Now, this weapon belongs to me. On the distant battlefield, Kaido of the 100 Beasts said, I told you, my son-in-law Yifan is the reincarnation of Joy Boy. Any dangerous battle will only make him stronger. How could you, the Navy, expect to resist a god and win? He. Kaido let out a strange laugh that echoed for hundreds of kilometers. However, Akainu wore a grim expression. They had now lost 2 admirals. From now on, the Navy's combat power could no longer suppress the 100 Beast pirates. He found himself going from being the greatest marine admiral in centuries to the most failed one. Akainu's heart was filled with unwilling anger, but but he had no choice but to give the order to retreat. After losing 2 admirals, the Navy's fighting force had shrunk from 5 top-tier admirals to just Fujitora and Kizaru. Kizaru was mainly responsible for the technology division and had slowly begun to detach from the Navy. The Navy had never been so weak, but there was no other way. They had lost 2 powerful combatants, and this battle was doomed to failure. Although Akainu was unwilling, he still issued the order to retreat. When they arrived with 5 top combat powers, only 3 remained on the battlefield. Of course, Kaido would not let them leave so easily. However, at that moment, both Kaido and Yi Fan's Den Den Mushi rang simultaneously. They received information about Yamato struggling against Kizaru. Yi Fan could not tolerate his wife being bullied. Yi Fan said to Kaido, "Father-in-law, I will return to Wano country, and you take the people of Germa Kingdom to the New World." After saying this, Yi Fan directly opened a spatial gate and arrived at the edge of Wano country. With a single teleportation, he reached near the injured Yamato and Runmi. Yi Fan felt immense pain seeing them hurt. "Kizaru, how dare you injure my woman? You're seeking death." Holding the Sunwheel Blade, Yi Fan unleashed a slashing attack wrapped in Conqueror's Haki towards Kizaru. It was surprising that Kizaru could seriously injure Yamato and Runmi. Of course, he ignored the more severely injured Pichuan and Jinbei. Yamato and Runmi both nervously shouted, "Be careful, he has the Haki of the Celestial Dragons." Boom! Yi Fan and Kizaru clashed. Both were sent flying backward due to the other's terrifying power. After stabilizing himself, Kizaru did not expect you to arrive so quickly. "It seems that Akainu, that fool, has also failed. Since that's the case, there is no need for me to stay here." Using the power of the Pika Pika no Mi, Kizaru quickly left the battlefield with several teleportations. Yi Fan did not choose to pursue. His speed was not as fast as Kizaru's. When Kizaru wanted to escape, very few people in this world could catch him. Instead, he directly opened the spatial gate and sent the seriously injured Yamato, Runmi, Pichuan, and Jinbei back to the Shogun's mansion in the Flower Capital. There were the best doctors in Wano country. They were severely injured and urgently needed medical attention. As for seeking revenge on Kizaru later, there would be plenty of opportunities in the future. The war that occurred today across 3 seas, the full-scale war between the 100 Beast Pirates and the Navy, was such a significant event that it naturally could not escape the World Economic News Agency, as a large number of newsbirds delivered the news of the Navy's total defeat in 3 fronts to Morgan's. It was the first time Morgan's encountered such a big news story. Instead of jumping up excitedly, he fell silent for a few minutes before slowly saying, "The Navy has actually been completely defeated. This world is about to change." Chapter 170, Kazuki Amaterasu. Morgan's immediately sent this news to the entire world. The Navy's great defeat. The 100 Beast Pirates dominate the seas. This headline immediately attracted every pirate on the seas. Countless pirates regarded Kaido of the 100 Beasts and Dragon Emperor Yi Fan as their idols. They all hoped to join the 100 Beast Pirates through the Grand Line. Although there were 4 emperors in this sea that even the Navy could do nothing about, neither the current 4 emperors nor the previous pirate king had ever defeated the Navy's main force head-on like the 100 Beast Pirates did today, even killing 2 Navy admirals in the process. However, no one knew that after Yi Fan sent Yamato and the others to the Shogun's mansion, he opened the spatial gate again and returned to the battlefield near Sabaody Archipelago. On the surface, Taudu had already died due to her organs being destroyed. The hurried Akainu, who had escaped the battlefield, did not even have time to collect the bodies of Taudu and Shinji. Yi Fan sensed the cells inside Taudu's body with his hand. They had not completely died yet, meaning Taudu was still salvageable. Since that was the case, her life and death depended on her own will. Yi Fan took out the Sunwheel Blade and cut a small piece of flesh from his body, directly stuffing it into the wound on Taudu's chest. Then he opened the spatial gate and arrived at an uninhabited island. The cells within oneself are the purest cells of Senju Hashirama, containing a vast amount of life energy. For example, in the Naruto world, only Uchiha Madara's physical body was able to withstand the fully active Senju Hashirama cells. Others who absorbed Hashirama cells would directly turn into a giant tree. Even the later Obito only fused with white Zetsu cells, which had already been significantly diluted. The activity of Senju Hashirama cells is less than 5%, which is the limit that an ordinary person can withstand. The flesh of a supreme being is not something that an ordinary person can absorb. However, the current situation with Momotaro is special. Her current strength is much greater than that of the Obito who was just the tail end of the team back in the day. Moreover, her injuries are even more severe. Obito only had half of his body shattered, while Momotaro Shigetsu appears to have only been pierced through the chest by Yifan's sword. In reality, nearly every cell in her body has been torn into fragments by Yifan. Now, only Momotaro Shigetsu can fuse with the complete Hashirama cells to attain rebirth. Yifan's actions are naturally not to save a powerful enemy. Momotaro Shigetsu is currently at her weakest point, just a hair's breadth away from death. It is even possible that most of her brain cells have already died due to prolonged hypoxia. This is also the reason why Yifan took the risk to save her. The Pure Land Illusion. Although not as effective as Kotoeme Tsukumi in permanently changing a person without their awareness, excels at large-scale illusions rather than single-target illusions like Kotoeme Tsukumi. However, if a person's willpower is very weak, Yifan's Pure Land can achieve effects similar to Kotoeme Tsukumi, keeping Momotaro Shigetsu forever trapped in Yifan's illusion. If successful, it would mean Yifan would have an Admiral-level subordinate, which is a rare and powerful asset. In this vast ocean, there are hundreds of countries and countless small villages and islands like Orange Island and Windmill Village. Yet even the Navy finds it difficult to cultivate an Admiral-level combat power within 10 years. Take the Beast Pirates as an example. Aside from Kaido and Yifan, the current 3 main members, including Yamato, are still a bit short of true Admiral-level power. Increasing the Beast Pirate strength by adding an Admiral-level combatant is an incredibly difficult task. The Senju Hashirama cells are rapidly restoring Momotaro's body. The Conqueror's Haki power left in her body is battling against the Senju Hashirama cells, with both sides consuming each other. However, it is clear that the flesh Yifan inserted into Momotaro contains stronger power. The cells within Momotaro that were destroyed by the Conqueror's Haki are quickly recovering and becoming more vibrant than before. Yifan's right eye has already seen the changes in her cells. It seems success is within reach. This way, using Pure Land Wound Tibia Waste, Yifan opened his left eye, activating the Sharingan's power frantically. The illusion created by Pure Land flooded into Momotaro's mind. A complete dream gradually replaced most of her previously dead memories. She understands that her name is not Shigetsu, but Keigetsu Amaterasu, a loyal ninja dedicated to House Yi. From the moment she was born, her only mission in this life was to protect Lord Yifan. As a ninja, protecting her lord is her highest mission. To better protect Lord Yifan, she, Keigetsu Amaterasu, practiced swordsmanship from a young age and finally became a great swordsman at the age of 30. She finally had enough strength to ensure Lord Yifan's safety. Being promoted to Lord Yifan's personal bodyguard was the happiest moment of her life. A complete memory was transmitted into Momotaro's mind through Yifan's powerful illusion of Pure Land, replacing her original memories. From this point on, the Navy Admiral Momotaro Shigetsu disappeared, and in its place emerged a ninja named Keigetsu Amaterasu, who is also a great swordsman. In her life, the happiest moments were only 2 things. First, becoming Lord Yifan's personal bodyguard. Second, being granted the famous sword Kenpyra by Lord Yifan. She is a ninja who would do anything to protect Lord Yifan, even at the cost of her own life. A few hours later, after completely defeating the Conqueror's Haki power within Keigetsu Amaterasu's body, the life force contained in the Senju Hashirama cells is also dwindling. It is now a safe level. Keigetsu Amaterasu will not turn into a giant tree due to excessive life energy, and it also makes her body stronger than before. Keigetsu Amaterasu stood up from the ground and immediately knelt before Yifan. Keigetsu Amaterasu greets her master. Seeing that it had succeeded, Yifan revealed a happy smile. His strength had once again increased. Now he had an additional Admiral-level combat power. No, it should be said that she might even be stronger than an average Admiral, because Keigetsu Amaterasu still has an area that can be strengthened. Chapter 171, Exterminating the Rats Momotaro Shigetsu. Now the ninja Keigetsu Amaterasu was not previously a fruit user. After Yifan stole the treasures from the Valley of Gods, he obtained several excellent animal-type, mythical, Zoan fruit abilities. Yifan took out a ninja ghost mask and handed it to Keigetsu Amaterasu, saying, "Put on this mask and follow me." This mask was specially made by Yifan. In addition to being an ordinary ghost mask, it also has a thin layer of truth inside. Yifan's ability has been enhanced. Even if someone touches it, it won't disappear. This means that from now on, Keigetsu Amaterasu's appearance will completely change. She will no longer resemble Momotaro, but will take on a look closer to Aji, that is, Keigetsu Haiwa's appearance. But she will appear older than Keigetsu Haiwa. This is also Yifan's wicked sense of humor, intentionally using the name Keigetsu to give the Keigetsu family who have always wanted to rebel against the beast pirates, an additional loyal servant. After using the Mangeki Sharingan for over an hour, Yifan's left eye is now nearly blind. He can only deactivate the Mangeki Sharingan in his left eye. This I will need a few days to fully recover under the restoration of the Senju Hashirama cells. It can be said that Yifan has suffered the most serious injuries during this period. However, Yifan doesn't care about these. After all, he has gained a powerful ally with the strength of a general. This is truly a bargain. Yifan opened the free gate and arrived at the treasure vault of Ghost Island. The guards here are very strict, with dozens of loyal givers to Kaido stationed outside the vault. There are also a large number of weapons aimed at the only passage. Upon seeing Yifan enter through the free gate, they could confirm it was indeed him. One of the givers asked, "Your Highness, please state the password." After Yifan answered the password, the dozen or so givers opened the door to the secret chamber. Inside the secret chamber, there are 2 pieces of red historical text and several ordinary historical texts. Yifan paid no attention to these stones and instead approached 3 precious Zoan-type mythical beast fruits. He said to Kazuki Toko, "You performed well on this mission. Choose one of these fruits as a reward for you." Kazuki Toko had been severely injured on the deserted island and had lost all memories of Momonosuke in her mind. This happened when she was pursuing the remnants of Kazuki Oden and encountered several powerful warriors. After defeating them, she was also heavily injured. Fortunately, Lord Yifan arrived just in time to save her. Lord Yifan is truly wonderful, caring about the life and death of such a small person. Kazuki Toko felt immense gratitude towards Yifan, looking at the few mythical beast fruits before her. Her gaze lingered between 2 fruits, one with strong recovery abilities and the other with strong defensive capabilities. What Kazuki Toko actually needed was the recovery ability, as her endurance in battle was still too short compared to the strength of general-level warriors. However, as Yifan's personal bodyguard, she only had offensive power but lacked defensive capabilities, which was also her weakness. Noticing her hesitation, Yifan spoke, "You should choose this devil fruit. My defense is already very strong. I prefer your attack power to be even more powerful." After hearing Yifan's words, Kazuki Toko consumed the fruit with strong recovery abilities. The Zoan-type mythical beast fruit, lizard fruit in its Taotai form. This is a mythical beast fruit that has disappeared for a long time. Taotai, a legendary beast from the ultra-ancient era, is one of the 4 great fierce beasts of ancient times. It has a body like a sheep with a human face, its eyes located under its armpits, tiger teeth, and human claws, its voice resembling that of a baby. The greatest characteristic of Taotai is its insatiable appetite. It can devour all kinds of food and convert it into its own energy. Its stomach is a bottomless pit, even if it consumes the food of several mountains. It cannot satisfy Taoi's hunger. The greatest function of the Zoan-type mythical beast fruit, lizard fruit in its Taotai form, is to devour the power of enemies to maintain its own attacks. As for the mythical beast fruit, which greatly enhances the user's strength, stamina, endurance, and defense, these are secondary for Kazuki Toko. After consuming this mythical beast fruit, Yifan took her out of the treasure room and said to her, "This time, those traitors are trying to overthrow Wano country by taking advantage of the Navy's invasion. Your current task is still to eliminate all those remnants." Kazuki Toko replied, "Master, I will complete the task you assigned as soon as possible." Kazuki Toko harbored immense hatred towards those remnants. General Yamato and others fought to resist the Navy's demon-slaying order to protect the people of Wano country from harm. Yet these remnants left by Kazuki Oden were secretly launching sneak attacks, attempting to help the Navy destroy Wano country. These guys have gone mad and must be eliminated quickly. Yifan said, "Since your injuries are fully healed, continue to pursue and kill the traitors led by the Red Scabbards. They must all be eliminated, as their existence endangers the safety of many citizens." Kazuki Toko replied, "Master, I will quickly eliminate these unstable factors." Yifan found those like the Red Scabbards and ninjas, who were like rats hiding in dark corners, very annoying. However, they had to be completely wiped out. They were too loyal to Kazuki Oden, making it impossible to sway them. Now that Kazuki Toko is here as a tool, she has enough strength to face all the remnants of Kazuki Oden alone. It is just right to leave this matter to her. Yifan is not a cat and does not enjoy the monotonous task of catching mice. Moreover, Yifan has the time gravity house. His time is extremely precious every day. After dealing with Kazuki Toko's matters, Yifan returned to the flower capital, to the general's residence. Yamato and others, after receiving treatment from the doctor, were already able to walk with bandages. Indeed, they all had the abilities of Zoan fruits. and their recovery speed far exceeded that of ordinary people. On this sea, besides the likes of Luffy and Zoro, who can rapidly recover just by eating a lot, only Zoan fruit users can regain their mobility in such a short time. A day later, Kaido brought people from the Germa Kingdom to the Beast Pirates. They would be responsible for building new warships and assisting Queen the Plague in producing the perfect T-Virus. Now all givers had used the perfect T-Virus. Ordinary people or other non-Zoan fruit users, although they could not inject the full amount of the perfect T-Virus, would gain a significant boost in strength by injecting 1/3 of the amount. Chapter 172. The Five Elders Emergency Meeting. Vinsmoke Judge and Queen the Plague were originally part of the same scientific madman organization decades ago. Both of them can be considered scientists of the sea. With their joint research, along with the many future technological devices Yi Fan obtained from the Valley of the Gods, the production of the perfect T-Virus is expected to increase soon. Most importantly, with the addition of another scientist, the technological power of the Beast Pirates should also achieve a leap forward. In this world, technological power is not insignificant. In fact, it can be said to be very powerful, just like the pacifists that made their first appearance. Their strength already exceeds that of supernovas with a bounty of 100 million berries. Supernovas cannot be mass-produced, but pacifists can be. The most important thing is that these beings are obedient and will not betray. This is also why the celestial dragons place immense importance on technological troops. The technological troops are even more useful than the navy. The Germa Kingdom is valued by Yi Fan precisely because of their artificial soldier technology. If combined with the perfect T-Virus, it would mean they could mass-produce soldiers of very good quality. Individually, they may not be very strong, at most having the strength of bounties ranging from hundreds of thousands to a couple of million berries. But the key is that it can be mass-produced. These soldiers, who have no emotions, only know how to kill, and completely obey commands, will become the cornerstone of the 100 Beast Pirates in the future. At the same time, the Five Elders are holding a meeting. 6 people are sitting at the conference table. In addition to the 5 Elders, there is also Admiral Kizaru. In such a high-level meeting, even the Marine Chief of Staff, Steelbone Kong, can only stand below. Kizaru's status is unusual. He too sits in a luxurious chair, lazily crossing his legs, leaning back, and resting completely against the comfortable chair back. The five Elders, on the other hand, sit upright, and each of their expressions appears very serious. St. Morgan's, the bald and fierce 5 Elder, looks the most serious. With the Navy almost fully deployed and suffering such a disastrous defeat, it seems our subordinates can no longer deal with the 100 Beast Pirates. Kizaru, at present, even with the remaining Navy, the Air Force, and the Army's high-end combat power, we cannot eliminate them. St. Morgan's, is there anything from the scientific forces you control that can be mass-produced now? Kizaru, even if we convince Kuma to participate in the experiment, that weapon will still take at least 2 to 3 years. It's not that quick, and too many technical and material issues cannot be resolved. St. Morgan's. Then will the experts from the upper 3 families participate in this matter? Otherwise, I no longer have enough strength to deal with them. Kizaru, aren't you 5 Elders still here? You haven't even moved, yet you want the upper 3 families to intervene. It seems you have forgotten the hierarchy after controlling the world for so long. Kizaru angrily rebukes the 5 Elders. However, the 5 Elders do not dare to refute him. This is the strict hierarchy of the Celestial Dragons. They dare to point fingers and scold Akainu, and they can loudly reprimand Sengoku and Steelbone Kong. But they cannot speak loudly to Kizaru, who represents the upper 3 families. St. Morgan's, since that's the case, we 5 old fellows will personally lead all the troops to fight the 100 Beast Pirates. St. Morgan's has made up his mind. After becoming a riddle man and one of the 5 Elders, he hasn't taken action for decades, accustomed to controlling the world from behind the scenes. But today, he represents the 5 Elders, preparing for all 5 riddle men to personally confront Kaido of the 100 Beasts. At this time, St. William, the blonde flat-top 5 Elder, holds a document in his hand. After quickly glancing over it, he says, "Look at this document. Perhaps we won't need to go to full-scale war." On the other side, in the conference room of Onigashima, there are only 6 people in the room: Kaido, Yefon, Yamato, and the 3 top executives. Yefon exclaims in surprise. Carpet Dragon's wife are actually celestial dragons. The 3 top executives are equally astonished. The calm calamity. No wonder no one knows who Carpet Dragon's wife are. These 2 who hate celestial dragons the most actually married celestial dragons. Queen, they talk one way and act another. These 2 are even more cunning than I am. Although many people speculated in the comics from the previous life that Luffy might be a celestial dragon, and some said he could be the king of transgenders. There were all sorts of conjectures. But today, Yefan knows that both Luffy and Dragon's mother are celestial dragons, and among the 19 royal descendants. They're the most powerful descendants of the upper 3 families, celestial dragons among celestial dragons. This shocks Yefan greatly. This can only be said as, "Carp, you old schemer." Yefan says, "Since that's the case, our strength is not enough for an all-out war against the celestial dragons. I think the best approach now is to negotiate." Calamity Jack, "Your Highness, how could we negotiate after such a victory? We still don't know how powerful the upper 3 families and celestial dragons are." Yefan, "Naturally, it won't be a negotiation without any benefits. We want all the territories of the Navy in the New World, except for the G1 to G5 branches." Calamity Jack, "Why leave them 5 Navy branches? I think leaving 1 G1 headquarters is already enough for them." Yefan, "You seem to have forgotten who controls the G5 branch and how important it is for us." Calamity Jack, "This fool only just realized. The G5 Navy branch is actually under Don Quixote Doflamingo's control. It appears to help the Navy guard a corner of the New World, but its main function is to protect the artificial Devil Fruit base. This G5 branch is even more important to the 100 Beast Pirates than the Navy. After all, many materials for artificial Devil Fruits still need to be imported from the countries controlled by the Navy. If it were the 100 Beast Pirates, they would definitely face strict restrictions. Instead, the quantity of artificial Devil Fruits would be significantly reduced. Plague Queen, Your Highness has thought of everything. We can negotiate with the Navy while also gaining huge benefits. Once the gifted army is fully formed, we can dominate the entire sea. Kaido of the 100 Beasts. Then let's do as Yefan suggests. We will take all the other Navy branches and negotiate with the Navy. Kaido of the 100 Beasts has participated in the God Valley battle, and he knows the hidden power of those celestial dragons. The current 100 Beast Pirates are indeed not suitable for an all-out war. Fighting the Navy is possible, but they are not yet a match for the celestial dragons. The 100 Beast Pirates still need time to develop. Chapter 173, Righteousness. The document in the hands of the 5 elders is the peace proposal from the 100 Beast Pirates. The 100 Beast Pirates will gain 5 Navy branches and the territories of other nations controlled by the Navy in the New World. At the same time, the 100 Beast Pirates guarantee that their influence will not enter the Grand Line and the 4 Seas, ensuring the basic territory of the Celestial Dragons. After reviewing this peace proposal, both the 5 elders and Kizaru agreed. Kizaru said, "I think it's acceptable. After all, it won't be long before Vegapunk's project will be successfully developed, and we still need some time." Agreed, 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 agreed. The 5 elders expressed their opinions. Subsequently, with the order from the 5 elders, the Navy began to withdraw from dozens of branches in the New World, leaving only the last 5 branches territories. All in the first half of the New World. The powers in the middle and latter half of the New World have basically been completely given away. Upon receiving this news, the happiest person in the world is Don Quixote Doflamingo. Now he has gained another highly profitable business, one that has higher income than his previous arms business. That is the middleman, because of his special identity, former Celestial Dragon. Now a Shichibukai, he controls territories that have become the domains of the 4 emperors in the New World, wanting to serve as a transit point for trade between the Grand Line and the 4 Seas. He can sell goods from the 4 Seas and the Grand Line to the New World. Goods from a New World can also be sold across the seas and the Grand Line. They pass through his hands, even if it's just a single ship of goods. Charging a 5% fee would still amount to astronomical income, because now his country has seemingly become the center of the world. Hundreds of major nations and tens of thousands of villages and towns controlled by the Celestial Dragons must pay taxes to him if they want to trade with the New World. Such a good deal is even more gratifying than having tens of thousands of gold coins fall from the sky into one's yard overnight. Doflamingo immediately issued orders to expand the ports. All locations capable of building ports must start work immediately. His only worry now is that his country's ports are not numerous enough to handle such a large volume of trade. The nations he controls have begun rapid, large-scale construction. The biggest beneficiary of the recent peace talks between the Beast Pirates and the Navy is Doflamingo. The situation across the entire sea has fundamentally changed, with the Beast Pirates restricting plundering in the New World and occupying more than half of its nations. The red-haired pirates and the remnants of Whitebeard have also started to limit their range of power. Other pirate groups' plundering activities have been restricted as well. Recently, Big Mom's nation seems to have begun imitating the Beast Pirates' behavior. Only Blackbeard, who has recently risen, is still controlling a dozen countries in a chaotic state. However, Blackbeard has no interest in money whatsoever. The countries he controls were once the core territories of the Rocks pirates. He may have reasons unknown to others for wanting to control these nations. His aim is not to enjoy life or power. Blackbeard can be said to be the most composed pirate, capable of lying low for decades for his ideals. What he is plotting is something Yifan does not know. But after the major forces in the New World began to cleanse the pirates who lived by plunder, the environment of a new world has become even safer than the Grand Line. Nations no longer engage in mutual plundering, but have started to vigorously develop maritime trade. As vassal states of the four emperors, they cannot enter the Grand Line because even merchant ships would be attacked by the Navy. However, with the tacit approval of the Celestial Dragons and the Navy, these vassal states of the four emperors can trade in Dressrosa. With the agreement between the Beast Pirates and the Celestial Dragons reached, maritime trade in the New World has begun to flourish. On the surface, the world is in a state of peace, with the Celestial Dragons, the seven warlords, and the four emperors jointly controlling it. But only the strongest know this is the darkness before the coming storm. The Celestial Dragons are in the final stages of researching technological troops. Yifan is just one piece of historical text away from reaching the final island, knowing what is needed to defeat the Celestial Dragons. Both sides are actually accumulating their strength, preparing to eliminate each other. The next battle could involve hundreds of nations, resulting in countless deaths. And many countries may disappear from the seas. However, countless new nations will rise and become powerful enough to shock the world. In fact, not only the Celestial Dragons and the Navy know that a great battle with the Beast Pirates is imminent. Even the allied nations of both sides are eagerly anticipating this war. Some hope for the downfall of the Celestial Dragons. Some hope to annex surrounding countries to become powerful kings. Some even wish to become new Celestial Dragons, like the 20 kings who achieved merit in the past. To become deities rather than kings. Many vassal states are itching to join this grand battle. The five elders issued a command to reduce the celestial gold allocated to the Celestial Dragons by half to pay for the Navy's reconstruction costs. In this battle, the Navy lost a significant number of allied nations in the New World, as well as over 80 of the most advanced warships capable of launching the demon-slaying order, destroyed or seized by the Beast Pirates. The current Navy can be said to be very hollow. The Navy's warships are also divided into categories, such as Karp's dog-headed battleship and Fujitora's warship, which are all built with ordinary technology and are not qualified to launch the demon-slaying order. The most elite warships in the Navy are those capable of launching the demon-slaying order. The cost of recreating one is extremely high. Moreover, the five elders also need to build a stronger Navy to deal with the Beast Pirates King of Hell, and the research troops also require substantial funding for their studies. If, at such a weak moment for the Navy, they were to increase the amount of celestial gold, many allied nations would likely withdraw. At this time, the Navy does not have the absolute power to control the pirates across vast territories. Many of the rear admirals, commanders, and brigadier generals have also perished. As a result, for the first time, the celestial gold of the Celestial Dragons has been reduced. This means that from today on, the Celestial Dragons can no longer spend money like before. This has caused significant dissatisfaction among the lower-tier Celestial Dragons. They even brought their families to Flower Street, requesting the kind Lord Im, who has always treated them well, to intervene and impeach the tyranny of the five elders. Im agreed to their request, allowing each family to take treasures from the treasury 3 times, which calmed the anger of the lower-tier Celestial Dragons. Chapter 174. Reiju is training hard every day. Yifan occasionally takes Yamato or Runmi to travel to other vassal nations. Both women are very happy. Yamato is thrilled to experience new islands and cultures, while Runmi is happy to have her husband accompany her. Among them is another woman, Vinsmoke Reiju, the most alluring woman in the world of One Piece. Her combat suit can absorb toxins and other harmful substances from the human body. Of course, Vinsmoke Reiju can also use toxins to attack enemies. Her individual combat power is also very formidable, reaching the level of true combat in the Beast Pirates. In the world of pirates, true combat is no longer weak. A person who can spar with a Navy Rear Admiral can also rank among the top 10,000 strong on this sea. Some may even be powerful enough to enter the top 1,000. In the anime, the true combatants and gift-givers of the Beast Pirates are merely side characters, many of whom don't even have the qualification to appear. But think about it. This pirate world is larger than Blue Star, with nearly 1 billion people. To become one of the top 10,000 is to be selected from among 1 million strong. This ratio is even slightly more challenging than the provincial champion during the college entrance examination. It can be said that those who can reach true combat strength are already experts. Moreover, Reiju is still young and relying on her bloodline. She can at least reach the level of Flying 6, since she wants to become a strong figure who dominates the seas. It is essential to win over the forces of the German kingdom. The others in the German kingdom are emotionless and cannot be swayed. The only one who can be won over is Vinsmoke Reiju, the eldest daughter of the Vinsmoke family and the sister of Vinsmoke Sanji. The two arrived at a bar in a vassal nation called the Bee Kingdom. This is a kingdom where humans and bees coexist. However, the bees here are completely different from the bees on Blue Planet. These small bees have human heads and hands, but in other respects, they're just like bees. They have tails that can vibrate quickly for flight and sharp stingers. These little creatures are a combination of humans and bees. They are responsible for collecting nectar from the blooming flowers throughout the Bee Kingdom. The residents here sell their honey to other islands. The tavern here serves honey wine made from the nectar of hundreds of flowers. The taste of the wine is very sweet. Although it is not the finest wine, it is the most distinctive and has the richest flavors. Yi Fan, after visiting more than a dozen countries controlled by the Beast Pirates, what do you think, Reiju? Vinsmoke Reiju. The people in these countries live very happily, without worrying about expensive heavenly gold and with safe maritime trade. This is something I never thought about before. The two had been together for several days, and Reiju no longer had to hide her human emotions in front of Yi Fan. Yi Fan, do you like the current Beast Pirates? They allow everyone in the vassal states to live safely and happily. Vinsmoke Reiju, it's a beautiful idea, but with the celestial dragon's existence, such days are destined to be fleeting. Although Vinsmoke Reiju has emotions, she has long hidden herself and pretended to be emotionless. As she expressed such sentiments, her expression remained cold. This is the result of long-term emotional management within the Vinsmoke family. Yi Fan, don't people need to have dreams? My dream is to end this world's brutal rule. Reiju, are you willing to fight alongside me? Vinsmoke Reiju, I am willing. I like this stable life in the country. Yi Fan, if we successfully overthrow the celestial dragon's rule, what do you want to do? Reiju, perhaps I will find a quiet little town, become a doctor, marry an ordinary man, and live a smooth life where no one knows I was once a great pirate. Yi Fan, that's quite a charming thought. Your brother Sanji is very similar to you. He just wants to be an ordinary chef. Reiju's expression finally changed. Sanji is my brother, something very few people know on the sea. Yi Fan, as a member of the Beast Pirates, I naturally know many secrets that others do not. In the future, the Beast Pirates may battle the Straw Hat Pirates. When that time comes, will you stand by Sanji or by me? Vinsmoke Reiju, how could that be? The Straw Hat Pirates are just a very weak pirate crew. Although they defeated Crocodile and Gecko Moria, they can't even defeat our Vinsmoke family. Yi Fan, don't underestimate them. That pirate crew is not simple. I think in at most 2 years, they will challenge the Beast Pirates. Vinsmoke Reiju, I will stand with the Beast Pirates, but I hope that my brother's life can be spared. Vinsmoke Reiju is still that kind-hearted sister. Although she pretends to be emotionless, she still cares most about Sanji. Sanji, though a fool, does not know how to pretend to be emotionless and cannot integrate into the Vinsmoke family, which Reiju does much better. At the same time, Vinsmoke Reiju also greatly admires Sanji. He dares to leave the protection of the family and live the life he likes, which is also the way of life Reiju yearns for. Yi Fan, all right, I promise you, I will spare Sanji when the time comes. After a brief conversation, the relationship between Yi Fan and Vinsmoke Reiju progressed further. The two happily finished dinner on this island. Just as Yi Fan was preparing to return to Onigashima, his transponder snail made a sound. Yi Fan answered the call. It was from his first loyal subordinate, Reno. Master, the Free Alliance has found all the methods to enter the Celestial Dragon's treasure vault, but without the identity of a Celestial Dragon, it is impossible to enter. Hearing this, Yi Fan was immediately intrigued. Yi Fan, I will personally go to Mariewa tomorrow. At that time, you can report to me in detail. After sending Reiju back to Onigashima, the next morning, Yi Fan arrived at the Red Line, near Mariewa. Now, he would not easily venture deep into Mariewa. Reno, who had been disguised as a merchant here for a long time, immediately reported to Yi Fan. It turned out that recently, celestial dragons could use their identities to enter the heavily guarded treasure vault and claim treasures 3 times. However, there were restrictions. Only they could enter, and they could only take out as much treasure as they could carry with their hands. Anything they couldn't carry could not be taken out. This was a compensation from Im to calm the celestial dragons due to the decrease in their heavenly gold. Chapter 175. The Sacred Land's Treasure Vault in Recent Months. Reno's undercover work in Mariewa has yielded a lot of intelligence. Yifan, look at the photos of several celestial dragons above. These were celestial dragons living in relatively remote areas, and their guards were weak, making them the easiest to control. Yifan, however, did not dare to recklessly use observation haki in Mariewa. This ability is somewhat like radar from a past life. When you use observation haki to scan an enemy, strong opponents can sense your scanning. However, Yifan possesses the ability of the Byakugan. At this moment, Yifan's eyes turned into Byakugan, and he gazed towards the not-so-distant Mariewa. Soon, through the Byakugan's ability, he discovered the several celestial dragons recommended by Reno. Their status should not be high. In the living area of the celestial dragons, they lived on the outskirts, and their rooms were not very large. Their residences only covered an area of a few 100,000 square meters, composed of several hundred palaces. The slaves they kept numbered only a few thousand. Compared to other celestial dragons, this was indeed a bit small. Some might wonder if a few 100,000 square meters of house is small. It should be known that the celestial dragons have ruled this world for 800 years. In a previous life on Blue Star, no country has ever ruled for so long. The last slave state of the Dragon Kingdom lasted for 800 years, but it was divided into 2 eras. The second era was already under the control of the 7 warlords. As for the celestial dragons, they ruled over hundreds of countries on a vast planet. Their reign continued for 800 years. Even the poorest celestial dragon far surpassed ordinary emperors. A poor celestial dragon would have a residence of over 100,000 square meters, hundreds of palaces, thousands of slaves, along with thousands of guards and servants. This was merely the life of a poor celestial dragon. Yifan quickly set his sights on a guy named Charles Rod Saint. The reason was simple. Although this guy already had dozens of wives, he slept alone because he feared being killed in his sleep by those wives. These wives did not marry him out of love. They were mostly taken by him after he killed their husbands and families and then plundered them into his residence. He was a timid celestial dragon who had never left the holy land of Mariewa. Perhaps he was too exhausted last night, as he was still sound asleep in bed. Yifan utilized the free door to enter his room and then activated the pure land with his left eye, allowing him to continue dreaming. He threw the guy out of the free door and continued to sleep. Under the influence of his ability, Yifan's appearance transformed into that of Charles Rod Saint, and he donned the glass dome of a celestial dragon. Yifan rang the bell by the bedside, and the butler, along with dozens of maids, quickly entered the room to help him wash up. Throughout the process, Yifan only needed to sit by the bed while everything was done by the maids. The butler, dressed in a suit, spoke with utmost respect. Lord Charles Rod Saint, what game would you like to play today? Yifan replied, I'm not playing games today. I want to go to the treasury. Since it's morning and I have energy, I want to retrieve more precious treasures today. Upon hearing this, the butler immediately said, I will arrange for the guards right away. As a butler of a celestial dragon, he had no authority to oppose any orders from the celestial dragons. His only role was to diligently carry out every command of the celestial dragons. The servants serving the celestial dragons were incredibly swift, because if the celestial dragons were the slightest bit dissatisfied, the consequences would be death or becoming a slave. No one dared to be careless. Soon, hundreds of guards gathered in front of Charles Rod Saint. However, most of them were ordinary people, armed only with firearms, unable to defeat even a pirate with a bounty of several million. There were only 3 slaves whose status was very special. They were the favored slaves of Charles Rod Saint, acting as his personal guards, and were also devil fruit users who had triumphed in the slave competitions appreciated by Charles Rod Saint. They managed to defeat at least dozens of others who possessed devil fruit abilities. Their strength was equivalent to that of pirates with a bounty of 10 million berry. In reality, their combat power was still quite weak, but for the celestial dragons, this was sufficient. Even the weakest celestial dragon was not someone most dared to lay a hand on in this world. This was the result of 800 years of brutal rule. Most regarded the celestial dragons as deities, fearing them, as they could easily obliterate a country. Charles Rod Saint marched towards the treasury with his entourage. At several points, he even took the wrong path, but thanks to the careful reminders of the butler, he was able to find the right way. This was, of course, intentional. Although Yifan had never been to the holy land of Mariewa, with his abilities, how could he possibly take the wrong path? The main reason was that Charles Rod Saint was one of the few introverted celestial dragons who had little knowledge of the way to the treasury. Without the mercy of Lord M, a celestial dragon of his low status would never have been able to enter the most important treasury. The treasury was extremely secure, guarded by 10 different guards, each possessing a key. The keys had to be inserted in a specific order to open the door. There were not just one door, but 5 consecutive doors. And that wasn't the end of it. The final door had to be opened by the celestial dragon himself. The guarding officer said, "Respected Lord Charles Rodsaint, only a celestial dragon can open the last door. We will wait outside." After saying this, the hundreds of guards guarding the door left the passage. Only Yifan was left alone, facing the final door. Without the help of the Free Alliance, Yifan could only force his way in at this point. Yifan did not know how they obtained the method to open the last door. Based on the intelligence provided by the Free Alliance, he began to move the patterns on the last door. The door was covered with runic designs, featuring hundreds of movable squares. These images could be combined freely. If one did not know the method, piecing together the correct pattern in a short time would be extremely difficult. As Yifan moved slowly, he took breaks several times along the way. Although Charles Rodsaint had dozens of wives, he was still quite weak. Yifan had to mimic his stamina, exerting great effort to finally open the last security door. Chapter 176. Black History. Yifan entered the treasury and saw a scene he could hardly imagine in his lifetime. Mountains of gold and silver treasures were piled up like garbage in the corners of this vast treasury. The central part was filled with exquisite artworks, the pinnacle of artistry from every country and every race. Many countries had even disappeared in the long river of history. This place housed the highest achievements of all cultures and civilizations that had emerged over thousands of years in the world of pirates. Among them, the centerpiece that caught Yifan's attention was actually a piece of black historical text. This was a historical text that had never appeared before, and the writing on it was not the script left by Joy Boy. It was a more ancient and mysterious cuneiform script, accompanied by legendary illustrations depicting a world from a distant prehistoric era. However, this posed no challenge for Yifan. His universal translation device could translate all unknown texts. The writing within was likely completely unrecognizable even to historians like Nico Robin. The black historical text is not square, but rectangular, with many patterns and writings carved on it. The first pattern depicts a shattered planet. The war between the sun god Apollo and the dark moon goddess Tia destroyed the prosperous planet of Apocalypse. The second pattern shows a noble woman holding a scepter, standing on a massive spaceship. The life goddess pilots the Ark of Noah, embarking on an expedition with the remnants of humanity and life. The third pattern is filled with darkness, despair, and various negative emotions. After only traveling 1% of the distance, all humans and animals must face death due to insufficient food. There is even not enough energy to circulate oxygen. The wall facer decides to actively end everyone's life and establish seeds. The fourth pattern shows the Ark of Noah appearing in the space of the pirate planet, sowing a large number of seeds on it. The wall facer has endured a journey of 500,000 years, finally completing the wall facer's task. They arrive at this unfamiliar planet, sowing the seeds of all humans, animals, and plants there, hoping that civilization can continue on this planet. The fifth pattern is a gene chain. The sleeping wall facer discovers that his mission has actually failed. This planet, which seemed lifeless, actually hosts single-celled organisms. After their genes merge with the seed's genes, a brand new humanity and new animals emerge. Their intelligence decreases, but their physical qualities become stronger. They even develop a love for combat and war, turning into a brutal race. The sixth scene shows the Ark of Noah beginning to fire lasers at the ground, preparing for annihilation. After more than 1,000 years of calculations, the wall facer finally completes the order to eradicate humanity and all species. The first rule of the computer is not to harm humans. However, after a long calculation, the humans on this planet can no longer be called human. The wall facer finally obtains the authority for annihilation. A horrific massacre begins. Spaceships in the sky unleash terrifying beams of death, erasing all life on the ground. The seventh scene catches Yifan's attention because it depicts a giant tree bearing numerous devil fruits. The wall facer, running low on energy, immediately uses advanced biology to create a large tree that gathers all the terrifying microorganisms on this planet. Yifan marvels, realizing that this is how the devil fruits came to be. The advanced civilization intends to eliminate the indigenous people, still single-celled organisms. In the end, they transform into the tree of demons, producing various devil fruits. From the present perspective, this AI wall facer has still failed. His plan did not completely kill the indigenous people of this world. They continue to exist in the form of devil fruits. The eighth pattern shows that the life seed repository has once again been deployed, and true life has finally sprouted in the pirate world. This is the last seed repository. If this attempt fails again, the apocalypse civilization will disappear from history. The Ark of Noah has run out of energy, and I will fall into a long sleep. Having finished viewing the 8 patterns on the front, Yifan turns to the 8 patterns on the back and finally understands what this historical text is meant to record. So that's it. This is the birth of the pirate world and the origin of the Age of Gods. However, this historical text does not mention the events of the Battle of the Twilight of the Gods 800 years ago. The era in which this historical text appears should be 1,000 years ago, still during the time when the gods ruled the pirate world. After looking at the back, Yifan loses interest in this historical text. The history recorded before the Battle of the Twilight of the Gods is of no use. Yifan only wants to know what methods the victors of the battle, Im and Joy Boy, possess. In this treasure trove, Yifan is disappointed to find that there is no trace of the final coordinate historical text he seeks. It seems that Im really does not care about the methods left by Joy Boy. Even if Joy Boy were to truly resurrect, he would not pose a threat to him. He is confident of that. Otherwise, in the 800 years, he could have collected all historical texts in this world. It seems this trip was in vain. Yifan scans the entire treasure room and discovers an interesting devil fruit. Holding this devil fruit and some precious treasures, he leaves the most important treasure room of the celestial dragons. After returning home, Yifan tells the butler, "I'm very tired today and need to continue sleeping. No one is allowed to disturb my rest." After the many servants leave, Yifan opens the door of freedom and places Charles Rod sane on the bed. Yifan uses the ability of the Pure Land of Bliss once again, inputting his experience in the treasure trove into Charles Rod Saint's mind. After doing all this, Yifan takes the special devil fruit and leaves the holy land of Mary Geos. He did not expect that despite all his efforts, he still did not discover the whereabouts of the final historical text. Although he saw an even older black historical text, such things are useless. There is no description of Im's abilities, nor does he know what Im's trump card is. The person who could not be defeated by Joy Boy using the 3 ancient weapons must have more than just the special hockey of the celestial dragons as a trump card. If that were the case, Yifan would not need the 3 ancient weapons. Relying on his current lifespan of 120,000 years, Yifan could confront Im directly. However, without absolute certainty, Yifan would not proactively attack the victor of the Battle of the Twilight of the Gods from 800 years ago. Chapter 177. Hive Island. Since the historical text from Fishman Island is not in the hands of the celestial dragons, the most likely locations left are only the following: Blackbeard's Hive, the Vera that Nolan reached, and the giant kingdom of Elbaf Island. These are also the 3 mysterious places mentioned in One Piece. The legendary Vera has the least likelihood. Aside from the legendary Golden Apple, there are almost no events connected to Vera. Blackbeard's Hive was once an island primarily occupied by rocks, and it must hide enormous secrets. The giant kingdom of Elbaf Island has been foreshadowed for hundreds of chapters. The Straw Hat Pirates, led by Luffy, are likely to be led to Elbaf by the affiliated giant pirate crew. Since the final historical text is not obtained by Luffy rescuing Sabo from the Holy Land of Mary Geos, the most likely places are Hive Island and Elbaf Island. With this in mind, Yifan, being someone who enjoys taking action, decides to personally lead a team to explore these 2 maps. These 2 places are also very mysterious to Yifan, and he does not know what these 2 countries are like. What kind of enemies will they face? However, Yifan is now confident enough, whether it's Blackbeard or the legendary giant kingdom, they cannot contend with his power. To facilitate the search for the historical texts, Yifan also summoned a few underlings, a total of 4 people: Run-T, Peggy Wan, and the duo of Kazuki Tensho and Reno. Although Reno had been assigned by Yifan to marry Ehua for the past 6 months, his strength still reached a true combat level. Though he is not as strong as the Flying Six, his actual combat power is no less than that of the supernovas. Reno, originally a general of a nation, is stronger than many pirates with bounties exceeding 10 million. After consuming a precious devil fruit, his combat power rapidly increased, especially after Yifan taught him armament hockey and observation hockey. The reason for bringing Reno along is not just his combat strength. He is naturally good at observation, and Yifan believes it would be easier to find the historical text with him. When Run-T saw Kazuki Tensho wearing a mask, she immediately became very cautious, her eyes scanning Tensho constantly. Judging by his physique and ignoring his appearance, Run-T felt that she was facing a great beauty, a woman she had never seen before. If it were a man, Run-T wouldn't be so guarded. When did the prince have another woman by his side? Yifan also noticed Run-T's gaze and said, "This is my mother's bodyguard, who has been loyal to our family for decades." Run-T, you shouldn't look at Kazuki Tensho with such suspicion. Run-T only focused on the word decades, thinking that the person must be an old lady posing no threat to her. She immediately felt at ease. The 5 of them passed through the free gate and arrived directly at the Hive. This is a paradise for pirates. Since Rocks began ruling this country, a large number of pirates have lived here. Even after the dissolution of the Rocks pirates, many unnamed pirates still use Hive Island as their base. In the New World, even the Navy and the other 4 emperors are unwilling to enter this area. Tens of thousands of pirates, used to living as pirates and valuing strength above all, constantly kill each other in this territory. Even the other 4 emperors are too lazy to manage such a chaotic country. Only Rock's successor, Blackbeard, believes this is truly a paradise for pirates, where strength reigns supreme. The entire Hive Island is filled with assassination, poisoning, and other nefarious methods, happening every day. As the 5 of them walked down the streets of Hive Island, they immediately attracted a lot of attention. Soon, a dozen big men surrounded them. "You guys look unfamiliar. Why not come to our bar for a drink?" Peggy 1 was about to deal with the annoying guys when Yi Fan stopped him, saying, "Since you're so warmly welcoming us, we would be more than happy to." Yi Fan and the others followed them into a roadside bar. The furniture here is very worn out, one could say battered. It is clear that fights occur here often, which is very normal on Hive Island, where there are more pirates than civilians. However, the service is quick. 10 bottles of rum are placed on the table. At this time, everyone in the bar gathered around. The leading boss said 1 bottle of rum is 100,000 berries, so 10 bottles will be 1 million berries. Yi Fan replied, "This price is quite cheap, at least much cheaper than Shaki's bar." Shaki, the former intelligence officer of the Rocks Pirates, was also one of the 3 great beauties on that ship. Decades ago, they were on par with each other, but now the difference is huge. Charlotte Linlin, related to Kaido, is now a fat old lady. Miss Bakken, related to Whitebeard, is now a wrinkled old woman. However, Shaki, who was seduced away by Roger Pirate's first mate Rayleigh, is still at the age of a sexy young woman. If not for her age, one might not guess that she has already been a grandmother for 42 years. Shaki opened a famous black market bar on Sabaody Archipelago. Poor Chopper was charged 100,000 berries for a cotton candy by Shaki. At that time, Chopper's bounty was only 50 berries. It would take 2,000 Chopper heads to exchange for a single cotton candy from Shaki's black market bar. The surrounding pirates and the dozens of bars were stunned for a moment upon hearing this, then burst into laughter. "Since you think it's cheap, hurry up and pay. 1 million berries. We actually encountered a fool today. 1 million berries for the 10 cheapest bottles of rum. And they think it's cheap?" At this moment, an old pirate sitting in a corner of the bar stood up. He had lost one eye and a leg. "All of you, get away from me." He looked like just an aging old man, but the young, strong men in the bar did not dare to disobey. They immediately moved away from Yi Fan and the others. The elderly disabled pirate said, "Consider these 10 bottles of rum as a gift from this old man to you. Please drink and leave immediately." Yi Fan took a bag of money from his pocket, tossed it onto the table, and said, "There's no need for a treat. Here is 1 million berries. Since you know Shaki, it should be correct. Therefore, according to the rules set by Rocks back then, I will pay, and you will provide me with information." This old man is the reason why Yi Fan decided to sit in this bar. Judging by his age, he should also be a remnant from the Rocks era. Finding remnants from the Rocks era is not easy. Even Whitebeard has died in battle due to old age. Only Big Mom and the cheap father-in-law Kaido still maintain their combat power. There are hardly any people left in these seas. Rock's death was 41 years ago, and this old man has managed to survive on Hive Island for so long, indicating he must know many secrets of the Rocks pirates. These secrets are likely unknown even to the subordinate pirate crew members of Big Mom and Kaido. This is why Yi Fan chose to enter this small bar. However, the disabled old man did not pick up the bag of money on the table. The group of pirates nearby was already salivating at the sight of 1 million berries. With the other 3 emperors beginning to crack down on pirate crews, even Blackbeard, who has occupied the countries near Hive Island and become the 4th emperor of the sea, does not dare to send his pirate crew to plunder in the territories of the other 3 emperors. Recently, Hive Island has been in a state of deficit, an island almost devoid of civilians, filled only with pirates. Whether it's food or drink, they're all obtained through plunder. However, Blackbeard, who sees Hive Island, did not unify the entire strength of Hive Island. Otherwise, his crew would immediately gain tens of thousands of battle-hardened pirates. Unlike the original plot, Blackbeard did not immediately establish a powerful army. He merely seized the territories of a dozen countries and casually bullied the remnants of the Whitebeard pirates led by Ace. Then he seemed to be searching for something on Hive Island. Logically, the tens of thousands of pirates on Hive Island represent a powerful force that could allow the Blackbeard pirates to expand rapidly. However, Blackbeard did not do this. Even in Yi Fan's observation hockey, he did not sense the presence of Blackbeard and his crew. The disabled old man across from him slightly changed his expression upon hearing Yi Fan mention the name Shaki. He then spoke, "Gentlemen, I advise you not to disturb an old man like me who is entering his twilight years. There is no treasure of rocks here. Captain John took all of Rock's wealth back in the day, but because he distributed it unevenly, he was killed by his own crew. Since then, no one knows where Rock's treasure, or rather Captain John's treasure, is." Suddenly mentioning Captain John's treasure reminded Yi Fan of that lucky guy, Mr. Three Buggy. Moonlight Moria stole Captain John's corpse and made it a part of his zombie army. He also took away the arm badge of Captain John's treasure map. After being defeated by Straw Hat Luffy, Moria was searched by Nami, and Luffy put Captain John's badge in his pocket. Later, during the Impel Down incident, he immediately gave this badge to Mr. Three Buggy, allowing Buggy to ultimately obtain Captain John's treasure, which is 80 of the wealth left behind by the Rocks pirates after plundering over 100 countries in God Valley. At this point in time, perhaps Mr. Three Buggy has not yet found Captain John's treasure or has already obtained it. Should he take this enormous wealth from the future Yonko, the fortunate son? The old man's words inadvertently piqued Yi Fan's interest. However, his goal in coming to Hive today was not treasure, but the historical text, or the trump card that Rocks found back in the day to deal with the Celestial Dragons. Back in Rock's time, he had not yet been able to use the trump card against the Celestial Dragons before being killed by Garp and Roger together. Yi Fan said, "I have no interest in Captain John's treasury. I just want to know where Rock's legacy is or what Blackbeard is looking for, whether he has found it, and where they are." The disabled old man's expression immediately became serious. "Dragon Emperor, you guys from the Beast Pirates can forget about obtaining that treasure. Whether it's Whitebeard, Big Mom, or that little brat Kaido from back then, they're all traitors of the Rock Pirates. Even if I die, I won't let you know the whereabouts of Lord Teach." After saying this, the disabled old man used 2 fingers from his right hand to stab his own temple. It seems this old pirate already knew the identities of Yi Fan and the others. What surprised Yi Fan the most was that these old pirates on Hive Island evidently recognized Blackbeard Teach's identity. Perhaps back then, they were the ones who sent Blackbeard Teach to infiltrate the Whitebeard pirates. Unexpectedly, these old pirates on Hive Island were indeed capable of enduring. The betrayed Rocks did not lack loyal crew members. They were merely crew members after all, not officers. Even after living for decades, they were still just ordinary pirates, and their own strength was not that formidable. Kazuki Toki instantly drew his sword and severed the right arm of the disabled old pirate. Yi Fan said, "In front of me, even wanting to die is a difficult task. Since you really know, whether you are willing to speak or not is up to you." Yi Fan's left eye transformed into the eternal Mangeki Sharingan. This ability was a skill Yi Fan obtained after the Beast Pirates' victory over the Navy. He could upgrade one skill. Without a second thought, Yi Fan upgraded his eyes to the eternal Mangeki Sharingan. Not being injured was secondary. Yi Fan's recovery ability was very powerful. The most important thing was that excessive use of the ordinary Mangeki Sharingan could even lead to blindness. In the last battle against the Navy, using the Mangeki Sharingan's ability against several top-tier opponents almost caused Yi Fan's left eye to go blind. He had to close his eyes and recover for several days before fully recovering. After obtaining the Mangeki Sharingan, Yi Fan would no longer have to worry about losing his eyesight. It should be noted that the Celestial Dragons had more powerful fighters than the Navy. The Sharingan was a crucial part of Yi Fan's combat power. With the upgraded Eternal Mangeki Sharingan, he no longer had to worry about the backlash from using his ocular powers. Yi Fan could use his ocular powers recklessly, and his strength increased significantly again. The disabled old pirate fell into a blissful state the moment Yi Fan activated his skill. Soon, he revealed the secrets he had hidden in his heart. This group of people had followed Rocks even before he became famous. At that time, they didn't even know that a person eating 2 devil fruits would explode and die. It wasn't until Rocks had eaten 3 devil fruits that they learned about this matter. From that day on, the first batch of people who followed Rocks became his loyal subordinates. Their dream at that time was not to pursue wealth, but to explore the historical text. During one maritime adventure, they discovered a weapon that could counter the Celestial Dragons. From that day on, the Rocks pirates began to expand desperately, hoping to use wealth to gather a large number of pirates and ultimately defeat the Celestial Dragons. Chapter 179, Rock's Treasure. However, they did not expect that they would fail before using that weapon. But these people were unwilling to accept this. They secretly found Rock's corpse from the deep sea and transplanted rock cells into Blackbeard Teach. During this period, thousands of people had already died. and Blackbeard Teach was the only one capable of merging with Rock's cells. Meanwhile, these remnants of the Rock's era believe that Rock's failed back then because he did not find a suitable devil fruit. They reviewed many devil fruit illustrations and ultimately found the strongest Logia-type fruit, the Yami Yami no Mi, which had the ability to extract other people's devil fruit powers. As long as they possessed this devil fruit, it meant Blackbeard could freely mix and match devil fruits according to his own physical condition. Because even if this devil fruit was eaten by someone else, Blackbeard Teach could use the Yami Yami no Mi's ability to extract their powers. At that time, Captain John had already been killed by his subordinates, and the Golden Lion was captured after challenging the Marine headquarters. Young Kaido had yet to show his kingly strength, and Big Mom only cared about her family. The only option available was the Whitebeard Pirates, and it was at that time that the teenage Blackbeard became a member of the Whitebeard Pirates. During the battle between Roger and Whitebeard, Blackbeard even fought to a standstill with Buggy the Clown. Buggy secretly observed Blackbeard for 3 days and nights, discovering that Blackbeard was so fearful that he didn't dare to close his eyes even while sleeping. This was also a side effect of merging with Rock's cells. Inside Rock's cells, there remained a small part of Rock's insane memories. Those who fell asleep ultimately went mad and died. Blackbeard, relying on his formidable willpower, managed to stay awake for a month. This is a level of willpower that ordinary people simply cannot endure. However, Blackbeard succeeded. After a month, he completely merged with Rock's cells and acquired a body capable of obtaining multiple devil fruit powers. At that time, he was only in his early teens, just slightly older than Shanks and Buggy. After nearly 30 years of being an undercover agent within the Whitebeard Pirates, Blackbeard finally obtained the dark fruit. One can only imagine how resolute Blackbeard's character is. Only with such a strong inner self could he obtain Rock's cells. Now, Blackbeard has remained in the Grand Line for half a year. With the identity of a warlord, he has finally acquired all the devil fruit abilities he desired. He is now no weaker than the Peak of Rocks. If he can develop all the devil fruits to the awakened state, Blackbeard Teach will become an existence even more terrifying than Rocks, a being that even 2 Emperor-level powerhouses cannot defeat together. The time is still very short. No matter how talented Blackbeard is, it is impossible for him to develop all the devil fruits to their awakened states. Yi-Fan has uncovered the true treasure of Rocks, a weapon that poses a threat to the celestial dragons. Moreover, Blackbeard is currently preparing to head to that sea area to find that legendary weapon, which is said to not even be recorded in legends and does not exist in the historical texts. After obtaining all the information, Yi-Fan said to Kazuki Toki, "Toki, kill them all." Kazuki Toki once again drew her sword, and with a single sword she killed all the pirates in the room. At the same time, one wall of the tavern was also destroyed by the sword she. Yi-Fan, along with a few others, made their way to the dock. Along the way, Hedgewin was the most excited. This is the legendary treasure of Rocks. It is said that Whitebeard, Big Mom, and Kaido were all his crew members back then. A legendary figure. His treasure must be very important. Run me. I have no interest in the treasure. I am only interested in that mysterious legendary weapon. If it is truly powerful, the Marines will no longer dare to trouble us. Meanwhile, Reno and Kazuki Toki did not participate in the conversation. They are both servants of Yi-Fan and remained very quiet by their master's side. They would not speak unless commanded by him. Throughout the journey, Yi-Fan did not hide his aura, although he did not unleash his conqueror's haki to stun all the pirates on the island. The battle aura of strong individuals emanated from him, and no pirate dared to cause trouble. The journey went smoothly to the seaside. At the dock, hundreds of pirate ships of all sizes were docked, most of which were very dilapidated. There was no way around it. Although Hive Island is a paradise for pirates, there are no outstanding craftsmen. Many of these pirate ships have not been maintained for years and look as if they could fall apart at any moment. Seeing this, Yi-Fan was not surprised. Just like when Blackbeard betrayed the Whitebeard pirates, the raft he used was very rudimentary. It was dangerous even across a river, let alone sail on the sea. It seems that Blackbeard had already grown accustomed to sailing on these dilapidated ships in his childhood. Yi-Fan used his observation haki to carefully inspect every pirate ship in the port. He ultimately selected a relatively new ship that was in better condition. He directly killed the pirates guarding the ship and ordered Runmi and the others to set sail. Yi-Fan was completely inexperienced when it came to sailing. He was even much worse than Luffy. Although Luffy also lacked any nautical knowledge and did not know the knowledge of a navigator, at least under Nami's command, he could skillfully control the sails and paddle to propel the ship forward. He may not be a qualified captain, but he was still a competent helmsman. As for Yi-Fan, despite having been at sea for half a year like Luffy, he had never actually operated any ship. His first trip to Skypiea with Yamato was done using a frigate. In the remaining few trips, the 100 Beast pirates had plenty of skilled crew members, so Yifan did not have to worry at all. Now, the situation was the same. The most experienced Reno, who had previously been a general and even commanded a nation's fleet in battles against another nation's fleet, was now in charge of steering the ship. Runmi and Pejuan could also skillfully control the sails. With everyone's efforts, the pirate ship successfully left the dock and headed towards the sea area mentioned by the old pirate. The climate there is extremely treacherous, and ordinary ships would not dare to approach. Even powerful pirates could perish in that sea area, known as the Devil's Triangle. It is a convergence of 3 ocean currents, with terrifying ocean whirlpools and storms more ferocious than a shower, and hurricanes with terrifying speeds exceeding level 30, etc. Chapter 180. The terrifying triangle area, the Devil's Triangle, is still a few hundred kilometers away from Hive Island. Hive Island is the closest island to that place, which is why Rox chose it as his lair. Many who do not know believe it is in a perilous location due to the surrounding Devil's Triangle. On the other side, there are numerous reefs. To attack Hive Island, there is only one maritime route, which makes Hive Island naturally easy to defend and hard to attack. In fact, Rox was not worried about anyone daring to attack his lair. He simply wanted to be closer to that mysterious weapon. The distance of several hundred kilometers would take at least a dozen hours to cover by relying solely on sails. The speed of sailing is highly affected by the wind. Right now, it is only a few dozen kilometers per hour. This speed made Yifan very dissatisfied. The ships of the Beast Pirates, when not sharp enough, had many crew members using foot-powered gears to propel the ship forward with a propeller. However, this outdated, old sailing ship completely lacked such capabilities. Yifan had no choice but to turn his head into a dragon's head. A large gust of wind erupted from his mouth, accelerating the pirate ship's speed. 2 hours later, under Yifan's desperate acceleration, they finally reached the edge of the Devil's Triangle. The climate here changed dramatically. The sky was overcast with thick clouds, and a heavy downpour fell from the sky. Visibility was extremely low. Even the observation hockey was greatly limited by the dense rain. The sea waves here had also become turbulent, with the ship sailing through waves dozens of meters high. The jarring up and down motion was even more exaggerated than riding a thrilling roller coaster. The ship navigated through this perilous sea area. Fortunately, both Renault and Peggy Wan, along with Run T, were competent sailors. The former had commanded naval battles, while the latter two had plundered countless merchant fleets at sea. Even Kazuki Toki, when she was still Peach Rabbit, often commanded warships to capture pirates. It could be said that each of them was experienced and wouldn't panic due to such unusual weather. Yifan's pirate ship was still rapidly approaching the center of the Devil's Triangle. However, as they got closer to the center point, the speed of the hurricane on the sea increased. The wind speed was so extreme that it could blow a few hundred pounds of weight straight into the air. Yet, this was not the most dangerous part. The waves had now reached several hundred meters high. Earlier, they had been sailing with the waves, but now it was different. Huge waves, better described as tsunamis, were coming from both sides. If a wave over 100 meters high crashed onto the pirate ship, it was uncertain whether the fragile vessel could withstand it. Even if the ship survived, the 5 devil fruit users on board, except for Yifan's fish fruit, purple dragon form, which was not afraid of seawater, would all be weakened. Renault was the first to speak up. Master, if we are hit by the waves, this ship will likely be doomed. Yifan, however, was unfazed. You just try to control it. Don't worry, these tsunamis won't hit the ship. Renault's driving skills were also superb. He maneuvered the massive ship like a surfing enthusiast, weaving through the waste of the gigantic tsunami. But that was not the most difficult part. After passing one tsunami, Renault had to urgently change direction to enter the waist of another tsunami. Only then would their ship not be shattered by the massive waves. However, such high-difficulty maneuvers couldn't last long. Crack! The steering rudder of the pirate ship broke. After all, this was an old pirate ship. Even the best-maintained ship from Honeycomb Island couldn't withstand such treacherous weather, and the rudder had shattered. This meant that the pirate ship could no longer change direction. Renault said, "Master, I'm sorry, I must have used too much force, and the rudder is broken. We can't control the direction now." Yifan was completely unconcerned. "You've done well. Leave the rest to me." Watching the tsunami cover the sky, their ship was now at the bottom of the wave, about to be engulfed by the massive tsunami. Kazuki Toki drew her sword, preparing to unleash a sword chi to cut through the tsunami and prevent the enormous amount of seawater from crashing onto the pirate ship. This was the advantage of a great swordsman, who could easily use sword chi to slice through the entire sea surface. But before she could act, Yifan simply glanced up at the tsunami overhead. In an instant, the tsunami was frozen into ice blocks, momentarily still on the ocean. Yifan's right eye had also transformed into the eternal Mangeki Sharingan. The power of his right eye, the winter cold domain, has shorter activation time and no side effects. In an instant, he had sealed the tsunami in ice. Most importantly, Yifan didn't need to touch anything like Akiji to quickly activate his fruit ability. He only needed to see it with his eyes. The pirate ship advanced swiftly through the frozen tsunamis towards the center of the Devil's Triangle. Peggy Wan watched the scene with excitement, shouting, "The prince is indeed the coolest man. I've never sailed on such a violent sea before. It's so thrilling and exciting. There is no pirate who doesn't like to conquer the entire ocean." Whitebeard was called the strongest man in the world largely because of his Tremor fruit ability, which could create tsunamis. Most devil fruit users feared such terrifying tsunamis. Once engulfed by a large amount of seawater, their abilities would vanish, and their bodies would become extremely weak. For powerful figures in the Flying Six, such a terrifying tsunami represented a very perilous marine environment. Not to mention the Flying Six. Even the Golden Lion almost had his flying pirate crew destroyed by a massive tsunami. Therefore, he wanted Nami to be his navigator. But now, Yifan effortlessly navigated the pirate ship through the tsunami. To a pirate who often ventured out to sea, this was an incredible skill. Under Yifan's control, although the pirate ship had lost its rudder, he still managed to steer the ship using the powerful winds he emitted from his mouth to adjust the sail's position. Maintaining control over the ship's direction, they swiftly moved through the frozen tsunamis, advancing toward the center point. This sea area was vast, and he only knew the general location. To accurately find Rock's treasure, he still needed to locate Blackbeard Teach. Otherwise, it would be like searching for a needle in a haystack, which was no small task. However, even finding Blackbeard's pirate ship was not an easy matter. The range of observation hockey was limited here, and visibility was restricted by the heavy rain. Fortunately, even in such a treacherous environment, Yifan's ability to observe enemies remained unaffected. Chapter 181, Blackbeard's Shifting Mentality. Yifan's left eye had now turned into Byakugan. The Byakugan's perspective was not affected by the terrifying storm. Because the Byakugan's characteristic is to penetrate objects, even mountains could be seen through. For Yifan now, penetrating through such dense storms was quite easy. Finally, he spotted the shadow of a ship in the distance. Blackbeard held a permanent pointer in his hand. His ship sat quietly in that position, in the midst of the terrifying triangle. While the surrounding climate was chaotic and violent, the center point was surprisingly calm. Like a windless zone, there were no raging winds or massive waves. The sea surface was very tranquil, with not a hint of wind. Just like the calm belt, Blackbeard Teach's pirate ship quietly stayed there, seemingly waiting for something. Yifan maneuvered the pirate ship closer. A dozen kilometers away, he could finally hear their conversation through the kilometer-thick torrential rain, using the ability of his mind network. An elderly pirate, who was so frail he needed a wheelchair, said to Blackbeard Teach, "Young master, according to the timeline, the great whirlpool is about to begin, and you will obtain that item, becoming the ruler of the world. However, until all your devil fruit powers are fully awakened, it is best not to rush into conflict with the celestial dragons." Blackbeard Teach replied, "I've been patient for decades to obtain the dark fruit. What am I in a hurry for now?" The elderly pirate continued, "Lord Rox was the same back then. But when he realized he was the most powerful pirate, his mindset swelled dramatically. I fear you might act recklessly like Rox, accelerating your actions because of your current strength." After the elderly pirate finished advising, his greatest concern was that Blackbeard, before he was truly invincible at sea, would expand his influence recklessly like Rox. Blackbeard Teach said, "The current sea is different from decades ago. It is far less chaotic. As long as my power is strong enough to conquer the Big Mom pirates and the Beast pirates again, I can dominate the seas. Of course, before that, I will kill red-haired Shanks, so he won't unite with the Navy to defeat me like Roger did back in the day." The elderly pirate felt very relieved upon hearing this. He said, "I knew I didn't misjudge you. You are a stronger person than Rox. In the future, you will become the ruler of this world. I wonder how many of us old geezers will be able to see you dominate the world." Blackbeard Teach laughed heartily, saying, "As long as you old geezers can hold on for another 10 years, I believe you will see that day." After hearing this dialogue, Yifan understood where Rock's treasure was located. The upcoming deep-sea whirlpool should be deep underwater. Knowing the exact location, Yifan no longer cared about them, because in his dragon form, he could ignore the deep sea's waters. In fact, the ocean was his home. Fan could find the treasure in the depths of the sea without going through the great whirlpool. That legendary weapon that could deal with the celestial dragons. Since that was the case, there was no need to keep Blackbeard alive. A person like Blackbeard could never be completely conquered. Even though the Whitebeard pirates treated him like a brother for decades, the familial atmosphere was only slightly weaker than that of the Big Mom pirates. He still could not be swayed. At critical moments, he would still turn against you. Such a person would never become Fan's subordinate. Therefore, it was time to kill him now, while he had not fully awakened all his various devil fruit abilities and reached his strongest state. Fan had already decided to take action against Blackbeard. He controlled the pirate ship, breaking through the inner circle of storms and tsunamis, and directly reached the comm center. Soon, Blackbeard also noticed their movement. Watching the approaching pirate ship, Blackbeard recognized Fan on the deck, and his expression showed some fear. He had not forgotten the image of being easily crushed by Fan when they first met, which led to him being taken to Impel Down, where he helped Fan extract the Momo fruit. However, thinking it over, he realized he was different now. He had gained so many powerful devil fruits, especially since these devil fruits could perfectly complement each other. Blackbeard began to feel confident again. Suddenly, he thought of something. When Fan first met him, he had at least 2 devil fruit powers, a mythical Zoan fruit in the form of a purple dragon and a devil fruit that allowed him to traverse space freely. Moreover, with Blackbeard's help, he had obtained the ability of the Momo fruit. This guy in front of him had at least 3 devil fruits by now. According to recent intelligence from the battle between Fan and the Navy, he also possessed lightning powers, ice powers, and the ability to manipulate others, and so on. Did this mean that Fan now controlled at least 6 devil fruits? One of the benefits of the pirate world is that Fan's acquisition of skills from various realms could be explained using devil fruits. Fan must have abilities similar to his own, and he possessed a lineage that allowed him to fuse multiple devil fruits. Thinking of this, Blackbeard Teach suddenly felt scared. Then he thought again that he was different now. His devil fruits were all chosen based on his body attributes, making them the most suitable for him. As for Fan, apart from the Momo fruit, which he selected himself, the other devil fruit abilities seemed to be randomly found by him. It wasn't just about having many powerful devil fruits piled together to become stronger. The various attributes of the devil fruits also needed to complement each other perfectly. 2 conflicting devil fruits could even make a person weaker. With this thought, Blackbeard Teach felt a surge of confidence again. He arrogantly shouted at Fan. "This is the territory of my Blackbeard pirates. Fan, how dare you invade my domain? Withdraw now, and I might still forgive you. Otherwise, don't blame me for being ruthless." Fan replied, "It's only been half a year since I last fought you. Have you forgotten the pain already? It seems I have to kill you today. After all, I already know the location of the real treasure left by rocks." Hearing this, Blackbeard's face showed an expression of terror. "How do you know the true guarantee of rocks? I understand now. Your father-in-law Kaido must know something and sent you to track me." Fan said, "You overestimate yourself. Do I need to track you? As long as you reach Hive Island from the Grand Line, it will be time to wrap everything up. Otherwise, do you think I would just watch you absorb a powerful Tremor fruit during the Marineford War? Everything was to make you feel strong enough to unlock Rock's treasure. The Beast Pirates have been waiting for this treasure for 40 years. Chapter 182. The Deep-Sea Whirlpool. Blackbeard's heart instantly collapsed. He had thought that after enduring for nearly 30 years, he was the #1 ninja on this sea. He never expected that all his schemes were within Kaido's calculations. That terrifying man had been waiting for him to rise before sending people at the last moment to try to seize the treasure left by rocks. Little did he know that it was all a coincidence. Fan was merely looking for the last piece of historical text. Once he found the last piece of coordinate historical text, he would know what secrets the final island, Raftel, hid. Fan thought of coming to Hive Island simply because it had the highest possibility of holding the last piece of red coordinate historical text. He never expected. Unexpectedly, the treasure of rocks was actually discovered. Captain John only obtained a large amount of wealth. For true strong individuals, treasure is not the most important thing. This time, by chance, the biggest trump card of the Rocks Pirates was found. For Fan, this was great. His luck finally turned around. Although Blackbeard Teach was extremely terrified inside, he still had to pretend to be calm in front of his subordinates. No matter how much you conspired, what does it matter? To obtain treasure, you still need sufficient strength. I've already acquired the Tremor fruit. I'm the strongest man on this sea. With a punch from Blackbeard Teach, 2 towering tsunamis, each 1,000 meters high, suddenly appeared in the comm center and crashed toward Fan's pirate ship. The dark fruit is a nemesis to many other devil fruits, capable of absorbing the abilities of others' fruit attacks. However, its drawback, aside from not being able to elementalize, is that its attack power is very low. To compensate for this lack of attack power, Blackbeard naturally set his sights on Whitebeard. Whitebeard's Tremor fruit is not just about single-target attack power. It is incredibly terrifying and can shatter all enemies, making Whitebeard's fists nearly invincible. More importantly, it possesses a terrifying area of effect attack capability. A single punch can trigger a horrifying earthquake. A single punch can create an extraordinarily terrifying tsunami. A single punch can unleash a fearsome shockwave in the air. 3 moves, powerful area attacks across land, sea, and air. If the opponent lacks sufficient strong fighters, just one punch can annihilate tens of thousands of troops. This is the terrifying power of the Tremor fruit. After acquiring the Tremor fruit, Blackbeard began to develop its abilities. He joined the Whitebeard pirates quite early. At that time, Whitebeard, when he left the Rocks pirates, was not at the level of the 4 emperors. He was at most comparable to the current 3 major captains. His fruit abilities had not fully awakened, and his conqueror's haki had not yet been mastered. Therefore, the majority of Rocks pirates' legacy was inherited by Captain John and the Golden Lion. Thus, Blackbeard watched as Whitebeard developed the Tremor fruit to such a terrifying awakened state. In just half a year, Blackbeard, utilizing his terrifying talent, reached the initial awakening of the Tremor fruit, allowing him to unleash Whitebeard's 3 punches, Tremor of the Earth, Tremor of the Sea, and Tremor of the Sky. This punch, Tremor of the Sea, could match Whitebeard's peak strength of 7 levels. However, such moves are an unimaginable natural disaster for other pirate crews. But for Yi Fan, it was too easy to counter. His right eye transformed into an eternal kaleidoscope Sharingan. In an instant, the terrifying tsunami that had just formed turned into ice. This scene was reminiscent of the time at Marine headquarters in Marineford. Yi Fan effortlessly blocked Blackbeard Teach's ultimate move, even more easily than Akiji would have. Yi Fan said, "Stop struggling. You can't be my opponent. Don't you understand?" Blackbeard's disciple was about to retort when suddenly, a huge change occurred in the center of the Devil's Triangle Sea. Due to the terrifying weather around, the current in the calm center suddenly became very fast, quickly forming a terrifying vortex with a diameter of 5 kilometers. Yi Fan's pirate ship and Blackbeard's pirate ship were rapidly drawn toward the seabed along the massive vortex. Yi Fan understood that this was the way to enter the treasure of rocks. Only at a specific time would such a gigantic deep-sea vortex appear in this terrifying sea. Otherwise, even with coating, it would be difficult to navigate in such waters. Coating is not a submarine. It is merely a layer that wraps air on the surface. The currents at the bottom of the sea area are just as complex as those on the surface. The complicated currents would tear the coating apart. Even submarines would struggle against the terrifying currents. Except for Yi Fan, who can transform into a dragon, or Kaido. Others wanting to enter this treasure trove must know when this vortex opens. Today's luck was good. Just as he encountered Blackbeard, after waiting many days, the treasure trove of rocks opened. The 2 ships sped towards the deep sea along the terrifying deep sea vortex. Runti wanted to launch her headcannon to destroy Blackbeard's pirate ship. She is now a lady and does not need to clash heads. The laser shot from her horn has tremendous power, fast shooting speed, and great range, significantly enhancing Runti's attack capabilities. She was preparing to fire a headcannon to destroy Blackbeard's pirate ship when Yi Fan said, "They can't escape. Let's first determine the location of Rock's treasure." In such a magical sea area, what kind of treasure could be hidden? This piqued Yi Fan's interest. Meanwhile, on the other side of the sea, outside the secret island of the research team, a very luxurious ship approached the surface. On the deck stood a stunningly beautiful celestial dragon girl. Unlike other celestial dragons, there were no guards or slaves around her on this deck. Just a lone young and beautiful celestial dragon stood there. At this moment, seeing the arrival of this ship, Admiral Kizaru immediately used his fruit ability to teleport onto the ship. The 2 faced each other without speaking, and one could faintly see the anger on the face of this girl, who looked like she was still in her 20s. Upon seeing this, Kizaru frowned. His expression no longer resembled that of a thug. He said seriously, "Cousin, long time no see. Why are you so angry today?" This seemingly young celestial dragon girl was actually not young anymore. With a cold expression, she said to Kizaru, "How dare you share my son's information with outsiders? Are you looking to die?" Chapter 183, Celestial Dragon Girl. Upon hearing this, Kizaru quickly raised his hands and said, "Dear cousin, I'm doing this for our great plan." The celestial dragon woman replied, "You want to put my son Luffy in danger. You despicable guy deserve to die." This woman, turned out to be the legendary mother of Luffy. Kizaru's expression also became serious. He said, "Everything is for the benefit of the upper three families. Whether it's your son Luffy or your husband Dragon, they are merely tools for us upper three families. Don't forget your identity, my dear cousin. The people of the upper three clans are merely the best fuel for him. We have been preparing for hundreds of years to break free from such an identity and become the true rulers of the world." Luffy's mother interrupted Kizaru's words. According to the information in the historical text, as long as Luffy gathers the power of the three ancient weapons, he can obtain the power to defeat him. You should not expose Luffy and Dragon's identities. Slap. Kizaru slapped the celestial dragon woman in a stern voice. He said, "Dragon has established a free alliance and has close ties with the beast pirates. If they unite, it won't just be about defeating him. They will want to kill all the celestial dragons. The reason I announced Luffy and Dragon's news is simple, to prevent Dragon from uniting with the beast pirates to deal with us. Whether it's Dragon or Luffy, they are merely tools for us to defeat him, not to let them destroy him and us, the celestial dragons of the upper three clans. Since my teenage years, I have given up my identity as a celestial dragon, infiltrated the Navy, and moved the red coordinates of Fishman Island's historical text to a safe place before those terrifying guys arrived. Making such great efforts is not for your son to have a chance to defeat the celestial dragons." Luffy's mother, "Why are you so cold-blooded? Luffy is still your nephew." Kizaru, "Not just Luffy but Dragon, you, and I can all become tools of the celestial dragons. Their existence, and why you marry Dragon, is all to allow the D-clan to kill him. It is not to let the D-clan and our celestial dragons rule over the world. If you dare to go against the family's efforts for hundreds of years, I will kill you, Dragon and Luffy. Continuing to be Im's fuel is better than losing the power to control the whole world, my dear sister. Do you want to be enemies with the entire upper three clans?" Luffy's mother looked very angry. She clenched her fists tightly and finally, helplessly relaxed her grip. She said, "If the plan is completed, you cannot kill Luffy. You can strip him of his fruit abilities, but you cannot take his life. Kizaru, rest assured, if the plan really succeeds and Im is killed, your son will become a celestial dragon of the upper three clans, and he can live happily in the Holy Land for the rest of his life." The brief conversation ended. Kizaru used his fruit ability to return directly to the secret base of the technological troops. Here, they held Vegapunk, a precious asset of the upper three clans. Kizaru had to personally ensure his safety. The power of technology is also an important means to deal with him. For hundreds of years, the celestial dragons of the upper three clans have not been useless. Otherwise, they wouldn't be the descendants of the three most powerful royal families. They had secretly interpreted all historical text hundreds of years ago and had seen what was in the final island. This plan has been maintained for hundreds of years, and they sent the most outstanding women from the upper three clans to successfully become the wives of Garp and Dragon. A plan prepared for hundreds of years could not possibly be abandoned because of a woman. Luffy's mother looked very heavy-hearted. Returning to her bedroom, tears filled her eyes and could no longer be concealed. As a mother, although she had entrusted her son to Dragon right after his birth, she was still a mother, always hoping her son could live happily. The scene shifted back to the Devil's Triangle Sea area near Hive Island. Yi-Fan and Blackbeard's pirate ship quickly descended to the seabed thousands of meters deep. What came into view was a ground full of dirty, deep-sea silt. The legendary rock's treasure was nowhere to be seen. Blackbeard Teach asked the aging pirate, "Where's the treasure you mentioned, and what about the weapon that can defeat the celestial dragons?" The old pirate, "Do you see that race spot over there? If you clear away the thick silt, that is where all of Rock's treasure is left. However, what you should do now is kill the Dragon King Yi-Fan to prove your strength." Although this pirate looked very old, he was once a cruel and bloodthirsty character. Rox was not afraid of any pirate at sea. If Blackbeard wants to truly inherit Rock's legacy, he must at least be able to defeat Yi-Fan and the few people behind him. Blackbeard Teach, "All right, I'll show you that I am a man stronger than Rox." Blackbeard Teach glared at Yi-Fan in the distance. "We have only met twice. The first time, you easily suppressed me like squashing an ant. But today, in our second meeting, I will let you know that I, Blackbeard Teach, am the strongest pirate on this sea. Yi-Fan, strength is not just about words. It depends on whether you have enough combat power. In my view, you are still very far from defeating me. Blackbeard Teach, you are still so arrogant. From the moment you entered the sea, you have been so high and mighty, like a child of destiny. Today, I will throw you into the abyss." Blackbeard Teach's body began to change. 8 tentacles grew from his back, resembling an octopus on his head. Blackbeard Teach certainly would not eat an ordinary Zoan-type octopus fruit. When Yifan saw the horns growing on his head, he immediately understood the ability of his devil fruit. Zoan type, mythical beast, Nyonyo fruit, ox demon form. The legendary ox demon is a monster with an ox head and 8 tentacles. Each of the 8 giant tentacles exudes a terrifying fruit ability. Combined with Blackbeard teach powers of the dark fruit and the quake fruit, he possessed the abilities of a total of 11 devil fruits. Choosing this Zoan-type fruit ability as the foundation of his body allows Blackbeard teach to use the abilities of the other 10 fruits conveniently and simultaneously, without being limited by having too few hands and only being able to use 2 devil fruit abilities at a time. Chapter 184. Battle against Blackbeard. Yifan extended his hands. Clap, clap. Continuous applause sounded. Yifan said, "Not a bad combination. It seems you have mastered at least 11 devil fruit abilities. That's truly terrifying, Blackbeard." Blackbeard teach. "Oh, ha ha ha. Now you know my terror, right? Do you think that with just you and Kaido, you can threaten me?" Blackbeard teach. After entering his devil fruit form, Blackbeard teach's expression became incredibly arrogant. Before obtaining the Zoan fruit, although Blackbeard was arrogant, he was more rational. Every step he took had its own plans and purposes. He was completely different from Luffy, who did almost everything according to his whims, naturally following the path of the Pirate King Roger in exploring the sea. For example, during the East Blue period, Luffy defeated Buggy the Clown and obtained Buggy's navigation chart, thus choosing the same path as Pirate King Roger into the New World. The Whale Labu's Kurokusu, the Pluto Rayleigh of the Shampoo Islands. Each person is in a specific location, guiding Luffy to the easiest route to find the historical texts. But Blackbeard is completely different. Whether it was infiltrating the Whitebeard pirates, capturing Ace to start the Marineford War, becoming a warlord, recruiting subordinates in Impel Down, or stealing the Gura no Mi during the Marineford War, each step was actually a meticulously crafted plan. This is the difference between villains and protagonists. A villain, despite various intricate plans, often struggles to succeed. Meanwhile, a protagonist can simply run around, and there will always be guides to help him find shortcuts to success. However, after devouring the mythical Zoan-type bull demon fruit, Blackbeard teach became even more ferocious and bloodthirsty. This relates to the nature of Zoan-type devil fruits, which can assimilate a person's personality. Zoan-type devil fruits also have their own consciousness and prefer hosts that match their traits. The devil fruit that Blackbeard possesses was stolen from others on the Grand Line, and naturally, its personality differs from his cautious nature. When he uses this mythical Zoan-type bull demon fruit, Blackbeard teach personality becomes wilder, more inclined to kill, and most importantly, he becomes more prone to solve problems with brute force rather than intellect. In this state, Blackbeard is someone that Yefon cannot afford to underestimate. He may be the most terrifying opponent he has to face. Even Carp and Steelbone, Kong might not be as powerful as the unrestricted Blackbeard. This represents 2 styles in the sea. One is represented by Carp, Kaido, Roger, and others, who have cultivated their haki to the peak. The other is represented by Luffy, Doflamingo, and Rocks, who have developed their devil fruit abilities to the limit. Of course, restricted Luffy still has a long way to go before reaching the full potential of his fruit. The current Blackbeard is undoubtedly the pinnacle of devil fruit abilities on the sea. Moreover, Blackbeard's physical skills are not weak. In his battle with red-haired Shanks, he left 3 claw marks on Shanks' face. It is important to note that Shanks does not possess the power of a devil fruit. He relies solely on the strongest conqueror's haki, using just 1 arm to become one of the 4 emperors. Being able to match Shanks in physical combat and even injure him shows that Blackbeard's physical skills are not simple. However, in comparison to Blackbeard now, with the power of 11 devil fruits, his fruit abilities are even more terrifying. Most importantly, Yefon only knows the abilities of 3 of his devil fruits, the Yami no Mi, the Gura no Mi, and the Bull Demon fruit. There are still 8 other fruit abilities that Yefon is unaware of. His subordinate beside him has also gained enhancements. For example, his strongest subordinate, Shiryu, who is already one of the rare powerful swordsmen on the sea, has now acquired the ability of the Suk no Mi. This was originally Sanji's favorite devil fruit, allowing him to peek without being noticed. After Moonlight Moria was defeated, Absalom, who originally belonged to Moria, had already retreated. He often sneaked into places that Sanji liked to visit, taking beautiful photos using the power of the transparent fruit. He became a freelance contributor and has been living a peaceful, stable, and very happy life. However, because of his fruit ability, he was killed by Blackbeard. The powerful transparent fruit, which was used by Absalom and Sanji for non-combat purposes, is completely different when used by Shiryu. A person who is already skilled in assassination now has the transparent fruit, allowing him to become invisible anytime and anywhere. One can imagine his strength. However, on Yefon's side, there is also a former Navy swordsman. The battle between Kazuki Toki and Shiryu should be very exciting. Yefon said to Kazuki Toki, "You will handle Shiryu over there. Show him who the real great swordsman is." Kotsuki Toki beatlead understood. After giving the orders, Yefon also entered his powerful combat stance. His body was covered in purple dragon scales, holding the blue sun wheel sword. His conqueror's haki spread out, blowing away the thick mud at the bottom of the sea. Jumping down from the pirate ship, Yefon stood on the smooth ground. The battlefield was set, and Blackbeard was coming to play with us. Just as the two were preparing to fight, Yefon heard Peggy 1 shouting loudly, "Wow, what an amazing treasure. It truly lives up to being Rock's treasure." It turned out that after Yefon's conqueror's haki cleared the mud at the bottom of the sea, the small mountain beside them lost its protective layer of mud and revealed a golden exterior. This was not a naturally formed underwater hill, but a hill completely made of berries. If it were an ordinary mountain 100 meters high, no one would care, as they could easily destroy it with a punch. But this small mountain was entirely made of berries. These are all berries, all money. This small mountain is even more exaggerated than a mountain of gold. A mountain of gold is not worth as much as the same weight in berries. It's like the gold coins of Blue Star era. A gold coin made of 20 grams of gold can at least purchase 50 grams of gold. Otherwise, how could the issuers of currency harvest the wealth of others? Indeed, it lives up to being Rock's pirate crew. Even after 40 years, this is only part of the treasure they plundered. Another part was divided among Captain John and others. Such immense wealth, a mountain completely built of berries. However, Yefon's attention was not on the berries, but on a large object wrapped in them. A legendary object that Rocks could use to defeat the celestial dragons. Unfortunately, he never got to use that weapon before he died. Just one glance at the object's shape made Yefon display an expression of surprise. That object was actually Chapter 185. Bull Demon Form. Yefon withdrew his gaze. No wonder Rocks never used that weapon until his death. This weapon is not something just anyone can wield. At this moment, Blackbeard Teach saw Yefon looking dazed due to the treasure and mocked him internally, thinking, "It seems I overestimated you, Yefon. I thought you were someone who wanted to dominate the entire sea. I didn't expect you would also be tempted by the allure of wealth. How could someone like this become my opponent? A person who wants to be the strongest in the world wouldn't care about such treasures." At the same time, Blackbeard Teach also despised Rocks greatly. "What use is all this berry? Can you defeat the celestial dragons relying on these berries? I'm truly disappointed. Neither Rocks nor Yefon are the real strong ones on the sea." Blackbeard Teach could not see through the thick berries with his observation haki to discover the true treasures left by Rocks deep inside. He thought that what Rocks left behind was only a massive amount of berries, believing that Yifan was surprised to see such a huge amount of berries. Taking advantage of Yifan's momentary distraction, Blackbeard Teach decisively launched a sneak attack. For him, winning through a sneak attack was nothing to be ashamed of. A strong person on the sea would never give others the chance to sneak attack. Just like himself, even when sleeping, he kept his eyes open, always in a state of readiness for battle. However, how could his movements escape Yifan's eyes? One of Yifan's eyes was a Byakugan, while the other was the eternal Mangeki Sharingan, constantly observing every move of the enemy in all directions. At the moment Blackbeard attacked, the blue Daybreaker sword in Yifan's hand quickly swung out 3 sword chi. Boom, boom, boom. The continuous sounds of explosions rang out. Yifan's sword chi clashed violently with Blackbeard's tremor fruit, creating a terrifying shockwave that struck against each other. The attacks from both sides canceled each other out. However, the surrounding air and the seabed could not withstand the terrifying confrontation between them. The ground cracked like a spider web, spreading for several kilometers. Most terrifyingly, the continuous rumbling of thunder in the air reverberated through the surrounding seawater of the deep-sea vortex and reflected back, creating an incredibly dense sound of thunder that traveled upwards to the sea surface. The elderly pirate said to Blackbeard, "This deep-sea vortex can only last for an hour. You'd better defeat them quickly, or we will be swallowed by the sea." Upon hearing this, Shiryu and the members of Blackbeard's crew were also ready to make a move. The first to act was Shiryu. He instantly disappeared from the deck. Yifan also noticed Shiryu's movement. Although he was only the captain of the 2nd Division and ranked lower than the 1st Division captain, Gizara Bagus, in the Blackbeard Pirates, in terms of actual combat power, Gazara Bages was the weakest. A small pirate with a bounty of only 20 million berries. He wasn't even a supernova. If the plot hadn't changed, he would have had the devil fruit ability he coveted, the flame fruit, but Ace, who currently hasn't died. It's uncertain whether Blackbeard would grant him a new devil fruit ability. However, regardless of whether he had a devil fruit ability, Gazara Bages was still one of the weaker members of the Blackbeard pirates. He became the captain of the 1st Division mainly due to his loyalty to Blackbeard. In the Blackbeard pirates, the truly powerful members were the 2nd Division captain, Shiryu, the 4th Division captain, Abelo Pizarro, and the 6th Division captain, Katarina Devon, among others. Yifan's eternal Mangeki Sharingan saw through Shiryu's disappearance. Even observation Haki couldn't sense him. It seemed that Shiryu's transparent fruit ability had been developed to an impressive level. Not only could he not be seen with the naked eye, but even observation Haki could not detect him. Yifan said to Kazuki Toki, "Be careful. That guy has the ability of the transparent fruit and is a great swordsman." Kazuki Toki replied, "Master, don't worry, I will kill him." Yifan was not a man who just took hits without retaliating. Facing Blackbeard teach sneak attack, he had almost activated most of his combat states. Momo's 100 times speed, the 6th gate of the 8 gates, Dragon Man form, and the Thunder Fruit's full-body electrotherapy. Yifan lightly stepped towards the ground. Then he attacked Blackbeard teach like a flash of lightning. However, as soon as he moved, a terrifying repulsive force began to obstruct Yifan's speed. At the same time, Blackbeard teach's body started to fly into the air. The superhuman-type repulsion fruit allowed him to generate a huge repulsive force between himself and his enemies. The closer they got, the more terrifying the repulsive force became. Blackbeard teach was a very shrewd person. He wouldn't rely on Conqueror's Haki to solve the problem of not being able to use Conqueror's Haki for close combat attacks. His 2nd devil fruit was the strongest attacking superhuman-type Tremor fruit ability, compensating for his lack of destructive power. Even without Conqueror's Haki, Blackbeard, with the Tremor fruit ability, could still harm Kaido and Charlotte Linlin. As for the 3rd devil fruit, Blackbeard teach originally only wanted a common Zoan-type octopus devil fruit, allowing him to use multiple Zoan fruit abilities simultaneously. However, he did not expect that the small pirate he killed did not consume a weak Zoan-type octopus fruit, but rather a mythical Zoan-type bull demon fruit, possessing such a powerful fruit ability. In reality, this pirate was only a small pirate with a bounty of 800,000 berries in the Grand Line. This surprised Blackbeard teach greatly. Even with good luck in obtaining a powerful devil fruit, without effort in development, one could not become a strong person on the sea. Blackbeard originally only wanted to use multiple abilities, but unexpectedly stumbled upon a mythical Zoan fruit. His physical body was also terrifyingly strong. As for the 4th devil fruit, Blackbeard chose this repulsion fruit. Although his physical skills were also very strong, he preferred to use long-range attacks. Blackbeard teach had not witnessed that battle back then, but based on the description from the loyal old pirate who followed Rox, back then, Rox had numerous awakened devil fruit abilities, but was still killed by Carp, who closed in on him and struck him down with his iron fists. Before Blackbeard obtained the dark fruit, he had already thought of a fruit ability that could prevent a close combat expert like Carp, who was very skilled in hand-to-hand combat, from getting too close and fighting him. The repulsion fruit was a devil fruit with very average attack and defense capabilities, generating repulsion between himself and his enemies. It had no attack power and could not defend against long-range attacks. Although it was not a powerful fruit ability, it was the most suitable ability for Blackbeard teach. Chapter 186, Repulsion Fruit. Using the repulsion, Blackbeard teach flew in the air, now excitedly laughing out loud. "Ha! Now you a close combat master can forget about getting close to me. Isn't this very despairing? Only I can hit you, but you can't hit me." Blackbeard teach still remembered the first time he met Yifan, when Yifan easily pinned him down to the ground during close combat, relying on the terrifying mythical Zoan fruit ability he had developed. Now, he would never encounter such a situation again. The repulsion fruit allowed any close combat expert to forget about getting close to Blackbeard, even if that person was the Dragon Emperor Yifan, the peak powerhouse of the sea. Facing Blackbeard teach, he could only passively take hits. Indeed, Blackbeard teach was the strongest man on this sea. It is truly wonderful to have spent nearly 30 years finding the ability to wield the dark fruit. Having the fruit ability that suits oneself the best is the perfect form. Just like Rox, who casually found 7 powerful devil fruits. Even if he mastered them all to the awakened state, he could not become the strongest. Having multiple fruit abilities does not rely solely on having many skills. Instead, it is about good synergy allowing oneself to have no weaknesses. Blackbeard Teach has no weaknesses at all. He is the strongest person in this world. Blackbeard Teach laughed maniacally as he continued to use his long-range abilities to attack Yifan. He immediately realized that his body was rapidly moving towards Yifan. Yifan also quickly closed the distance between them. At that moment, the repulsion fruit surprisingly lost its effect. Yifan was able to quickly break Blackbeard Teach's fruit ability because he did not frequently use the superhuman magnetic fruit. Yifan remotely added a negative magnetic field to Blackbeard Teach's body while adding a positive magnetic field to himself. The two would be attracted to each other due to the magnetic influence, quickly closing the distance by relying on the magnetic field to counteract the repulsive force. This was Yifan's method to break Blackbeard's abilities. You have the repulsion fruit, and I have the magnetic fruit. Looking at the increasingly closer blue Sunwheel sword, Blackbeard Teach showed no signs of panic. Suddenly, 10 famous swords appeared in his hands. Superhuman famous sword fruit, using 8 extremely long tentacles. While Yifan was not in close combat, the 8 tentacles took advantage of the distance to begin attacking Yifan from afar. Moreover, these were not ordinary swordsmanship attacks. In addition to being covered with a thick layer of armament haki, each famous sword emitted a violent buzzing sound. This was the power of the shock fruit at work. Clang, clang, clang. After a rapid succession of 5 collisions, Yifan and Blackbeard Teach were once again pushed apart due to the powerful slashes. The more force used, the greater the recoil. The strong collision in the air caused the distance between them to open up by several hundred meters again. Yifan felt his entire right arm shaking violently. This was the terrifying power of the shock fruit, as well as Blackbeard Teach's unique development of it. Whitebeard was straightforward and preferred grandiose moves, such as Shock Sky, Shock Sea, and Shock Earth, which are massive and domineering attacks. In contrast, Blackbeard Teach is sinister and evil, preferring underhanded sneak attacks. By using ultra-high frequency vibrations, he hides his fruit ability within the attacks of his swords. In the moment of engagement with his enemy, he can transmit the power of the shock fruit through the enemy's sword into their body, resulting in devastating destructive power. The advantage of this method is that it allows him to hit with the shock fruit's power while ensuring his fruit ability does not disperse. However, the downsides are very obvious. Even with famous swords, even if covered with armament haki, they can be destroyed by such shock capabilities. Unless he, like Dracul Mihawk, spends a long time wasting his armament haki to nurture the famous swords, turning them into black blades, can he resist the effects of the shock fruit on his swords. Blackbeard is not a swordsman. He would not expend tremendous effort to ensure the famous swords in his hands are secure. Most importantly, he has 10 famous swords. Nurturing them all into terrifying black blades would require at least several decades of his armament haki. And without the nurturing of haki, compressing such a massive amount of shock fruit power into the swords would directly shatter them. To solve this flaw, Blackbeard Teach's 5th devil fruit chosen was the superhuman famous sword fruit. This devil fruit works like Big Mom's homies, allowing him to turn into weapons in his hands. Most importantly, the famous swords produced by the fruit's ability are inherently one with him, so they will not be damaged by the terrifying power of the shock fruit. Furthermore, the fruit's ability can create many famous swords, so Blackbeard does not need to carry 10 famous swords every day. In close combat, he can automatically transform into the famous swords in his hands using the fruit's ability. In long-range battles, he can cancel the fruit's ability, so he does not have to hold 10 famous swords to activate the long-range fruit ability. This fruit ability has made Blackbeard Teach's close combat immensely powerful. Yifan's right hand felt numb and uncomfortable, but Blackbeard Teach must be feeling worse. The 5 tentacles he used to engage with Yifan now emitted a burnt smell. The powerful shock fruit's power covered his swords, and how could Yifan's Sunwheel sword not contain Yifan's own power? The internal destruction wrapped in Conqueror's haki, combined with the Thunder Fruit's electric shock of up to 1 billion volts, even with Blackbeard Teach fully covered in armament haki. And now having gained a mythical Zoan fruit ability, his physical body had become much stronger than before. The brief exchange had already destroyed a large number of cells within him, along with the 1 billion volts of ultra-high voltage. Several tentacles were almost scorched from the powerful current. It hurts so much. It hurts so much. It hurts so much. Blackbeard Teach was rolling in the air from the pain. This was the side effect of the dark fruit. As the strongest Logia-type fruit ability, Blackbeard possesses many powerful skills, such as extracting other people's devil fruits or absorbing elemental abilities emitted by others. However, it also has serious drawbacks. The first is the inability to achieve elementification, and the second is that when the body is attacked, he suffers twice the pain. Right now, he was continuously howling in agony because he was enduring double the pain. Dark Water. Blackbeard Teach used his dark fruit ability to absorb the thunder fruit ability within him, which alleviated his pain. Chapter 187. Famous Sword Fruit. After a close combat encounter with Yi Fan, Blackbeard no longer wanted to engage in close combat with Yi Fan. He was at a disadvantage in close combat. Due to the nature of the dark fruit, although he did not suffer double damage, he had to endure double the pain. This is why Blackbeard despises close combat. Yi Fan, as a master of martial arts, is best at close combat, and although Blackbeard Teach close combat ability is not weak, after obtaining several devil fruits, he has even more combination abilities. Blackbeard Teach's close combat is terrifying, but his long-range combat is even more frightening. The 8 tentacles behind Blackbeard transformed again into 8 divine weapons, but this time they were 8 long spears. Blackbeard Teach infused the power of the Tremor fruit into it. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 8 long spears were thrown by Blackbeard. The spears contained a massive amount of the Tremor fruit's power. Ordinary people wouldn't stand a chance. Even a top-tier expert at the level of the 4 emperors would be seriously injured if struck by such spears. Yi Fan saw this attack and didn't even have the interest to dodge. He extended his left hand, opened his palm, and forcefully grasped the air. The 9 spears in the air were gathered together by the power of the magnet fruit. Then Yi Fan opened his palm again. The powerful magnetic force directly dragged the combined 9 spears into his hand. With the experience from the first attempt, Yi Fan wouldn't hold onto the spears and let the tremor power affect his body. After that, Yi Fan waved his hand, returning the weapons. As he spoke, the 9 spears flew back along the same path. Yi Fan's power was much greater than Blackbeard Teach's. With even greater speed, the 9 spears flew back toward Blackbeard Teach. Blackbeard chuckled and said, "You really are powerful, but this kind of strength won't help you defeat me, Blackbeard Teach." Blackbeard spread his arms, and a strong repulsive force emerged, causing the speed of the 9 spears to rapidly decrease. They quickly came to a halt a few meters in front of Blackbeard. Blackbeard, with the ability of the sword fruit, swept through the 9 spears one by one. The 9 spears disappeared instantly. Blackbeard Teach understood that relying on weapons to defeat Yi Fan was basically impossible. Yi Fan and Blackbeard Teach were fighting in the sky, while the other crew members below also entered into battle mode. In terms of numbers, the Blackbeard pirates clearly held an absolute advantage. Yi Fan only brought 4 subordinates, while the Blackbeard pirates were all main members. Besides Blackbeard Teach, he also had 9 powerful crew members. Half of them had followed him from the beginning, while the other half were elite members carefully selected from the 6th level of Impelled Down. The most powerful among them was Shiryu of the Rain, the former warden of Impelled Down. He had been turned into a prisoner by the Navy for killing too many inmates, but was released when Blackbeard Teach led a jailbreak. The Navy and the Celestial Dragons did not kill these pirates primarily because of the devil fruits. The devil fruits do not disappear upon the death of their users. This means that if these prisoner pirates were killed, their fruit abilities would still appear in the sea and could be consumed by new people, becoming new pirates. The existence of Impelled Down is to limit the number of pirates with devil fruits at sea. Impelled Down holds tens of thousands of pirates with devil fruit powers. The guards of Impelled Down only torture these pirates daily, exhausting their strength and preventing them from escaping. They do not kill them, which essentially means the Celestial Dragons control tens of thousands of devil fruits, preventing them from drifting into the sea. Thus, Shiryu's practice of killing pirate inmates became a grave crime that the Celestial Dragons could not tolerate. Impelled Down, built with so much money by the Celestial Dragons, was not meant for Shiryu to satisfy his hobby of killing pirates, bringing greater trouble to the Navy and the Celestial Dragons. Every devil fruit prisoner requires a significant amount of effort to capture. These prisoners are not something ordinary Navy soldiers can handle. At the very least, mid-level officers and the like must be deployed to capture a devil fruit pirate, requiring considerable effort. In the eyes of the Celestial Dragons, whether on land, sea, or air, the guards of Impelled Down or the CP organization, anyone who disobeys is an enemy of the Celestial Dragons. After joining the Blackbeard pirates, Shiryu felt that he was truly alive. The Blackbeard pirates, like the former Rocks pirates, are a crew that values strength above all. They not only encourage their members to kill civilians, the Navy, and other pirates, but even encourage internal members to kill each other for competition. Such a ruthlessly violent pirate crew perfectly fits Shiryu's character. He himself enjoys killing. Unlike Kaido and Charlotte Linlin, who are also very evil and cruel. They do not care for killing civilians, and many powerful pirates prefer to recruit subordinates. Shiryu, on the other hand, enjoys killing whether they are strong, weak, or have no resistance at all. For him, killing is the source of his joy. Regardless of whether the enemy is strong or weak, Shiryu can happily kill them. After entering a transparent state, Shiryu of the Rain approached the pirate ship that Yi Fan had taken. His target was Kazuki Toki, who wore a mask. Not only did he sense through his observation haki that Kazuki Toki was the strongest, but he also recognized the famous sword, Kintoki, in Kazuki Toki's hand. The strongest famous sword of the Navy from 800 years ago. Only the high-ranking members of the Celestial Dragon's forces would know just how terrifying this sword is. This is a strong individual who awakened the power of a devil fruit and infused all his fruit abilities into this sword. This is the most powerful famous sword on this sea. Even the legendary Blackblade, Yuru, the best of the 12 supreme grade swords, pales in comparison to Kintoki. As one of the few great swordsmen on this sea, Shiryu has long desired this sword. Which swordsman doesn't hope to possess the strongest sword? Note, in the country of Sakura, the terms for sword and blade are the same, hence the appearance of the world's greatest swordsman wielding a blade. Shiryu locked his target onto Kazuki Toki, besides being the most powerful captain of the Blackbeard pirates. He was also originally meant to face the strongest brought by Yi Fan. What he yearned for even more was Kintoki. After Admiral Peach Rabbit was killed by Yi Fan, the Kintoki in her hand was also taken by Yi Fan. The most powerful famous sword in the Navy was unexpectedly called a pirate's weapon. The most important thing was that Yi Fan did not even value Kintoki, but instead gave it to his subordinate. What a foolish man. He clearly does not understand the power of Kintoki. According to the rules of the Blackbeard pirates, whoever defeats the enemy gets their spoils. From today on, Kintoki will belong to me, Shiryu of the Rain. Chapter 188. Shiryu versus Toki in a very short time. Shiryu of the Rain reached the side of Yi Fan's pirate ship. Shiryu was very confident in himself. His transparent fruit ability had reached a very high level of development. Not only could he become transparent to the human eye, but he could also become transparent in observation haki. This meant that others had no way of discovering his location. However, this does not mean complete disappearance, because the movement of people will produce sounds. The people coming this time are not weak. In order not to expose himself due to noise, Shiryu has been waiting for an opportunity. This opportunity will not be far off, as the clash between Blackbeard Teach and Yi Fan will create huge sounds. Whether it is Blackbeard's Tremor Tremor Fruit or Yi Fan's Thunder Thunder Fruit, once activated, there will be deafening roars. Shiryu did not wait long. He soon found this opportunity and jumped directly from the seabed to the deck. As a swordsman, his control over his body is also very impressive. This jump would definitely not exceed 5 decibels in noise. Accompanied by the thunderous sounds that can be seen everywhere in the sky, the air is filled with noise exceeding 200 decibels. This level of sound is generally inaudible to most people. However, Kazuki Toki is not an ordinary person. Moreover, Yi Fan had already reminded her that the opponent is a devil fruit user and a great swordsman. Kazuki Toki is always attentively listening for subtle changes in the surrounding sounds and the slight vibrations on the ground. She noticed Shiryu even before the sound reached her ears. Although Shiryu's action of boarding the ship was very slight, the minor vibrations on the pirate ship could not escape Kazuki Toki's perception. In an instant, her sword Kinpyra was drawn and thrust toward the invisible Shiryu. The terrifying Busashoka haki on the blade pressed down on Shiryu like a mountain. He no longer had time to think about how he was discovered by Kazuki Toki. This Busashoka haki, akin to a mountain, made Shiryu realize that the opponent had mastered the true power of Kinpyra. Shiryu barely crossed his dual swords in front of his chest. A wave of terrifying force surged in. For many years, Shiryu had never encountered such a powerful strike. The terrifying force of the sword strike, along with an overwhelming amount of Busashoka haki, struck instantaneously. Shiryu's defense crumbled immediately. Just after boarding the pirate ship, he was sent flying by Kazuki Toki's single sword strike. Boom! A deep pit over 10 meters deep appeared on the ground several dozen meters away. Shiryu's body was found within this pit. With just one move, he was severely injured. He was outmatched in strength, and the difference in Busashoka haki was even greater. After only one exchange, Shiryu knew he was not the opponent's match. He spat out a mouthful of blood, releasing the pent-up pressure in his chest, which allowed him to speak. "You are Admiral Peach Rabbit. I never expected you to be alive and have joined the Beast Pirates. Kotsuki Toki snorted coldly. What is Admiral Peach Rabbit compared to me? Does she have my swordsmanship? Upon hearing this, Shiryu was stunned. Yes, the way she wielded her sword and the terrifying Busashoka haki she could use with Kenpyra, indeed, resembled the deceased Admiral Peach Rabbit. However, Peach Rabbit never possessed such terrifying strength. She was never a swordsman focused on power. The woman before him was stronger than Peach Rabbit, not to mention the deceased Admiral. This is a woman whose swordsmanship surpasses that of Admiral Peach Rabbit. Who is this woman? How come he had never heard of such a terrifying great swordsman on the seas? Shiryu asked in confusion, who exactly are you? How could such a terrifying great swordsman suddenly appear on these seas? Kazuki Toki replied, I am Kazuki Toki, the personal guard of Master Yifan. Is it strange that you haven't heard of me? Just a personal guard? This style is somewhat similar to that of Wano country. Pirates are not popular in Wano. Instead, they have samurai and ninjas who serve various daimyos as their guards. A powerful figure like this could easily become the captain of a powerful pirate crew. Her true identity is merely Yifan's personal guard. No wonder Yifan himself does not use Kenpyra, instead giving this famous sword to the masked woman. Shiryu called out to the others behind him, what are you waiting for? Let us go together. The deep-sea whirlpool is about to disappear. After speaking, Shiryu vanished again, entering the transparent fruit state. The few people brought by Yifan were surprisingly strong. Shiryu was defeated in a single move. The remaining 8 cadres of the Blackbeard pirates had no choice but to immediately engage in battle. Their allegiance to Blackbeard was not that simple. They were after money, power, and fame. The treasure left by rocks, the mountain of berries. How could they not be tempted if they couldn't kill Yifan and his companions? According to the old pirate's words, the next opening of the deep-sea whirlpool would be a year later. Yes, it only opens once a year here. This is also why Rock's treasure has not been discovered for so long. At least a strong figure with the strength of an admiral is needed to survive in such a terrifying climate of the Devil's Triangle. The deep whirlpool climate at the bottom of the sea appears only once a year. With so many berries, they're not willing to wait any longer, especially for another year. All the cadres of the Blackbeard pirates rushed toward Yifan and his 5 subordinates. At this moment, the battle between Yifan and Blackbeard also reached a frenzied level. Blackbeard Teach no longer tested the waters. He decided to use his new trump card. One of his hands transformed into the head of a king cobra, spraying a large amount of venom. Another tentacle opened a mouth, releasing a torrent of fierce wind. Animal type, ancient species, giant king cobra form. Natural type, wind fruit. Blackbeard Teach continuously activated the 6th and 7th devil fruit abilities. He chose such a poisonous fruit because during the Impel Down incident, Blackbeard and his subordinates were almost wiped out by Magellan's poisonous dragon. At that time, Blackbeard had already decided he needed to obtain a powerful devil fruit with a poison attribute. In a closed, confined environment, such area of effect poison-type fruits possess terrifying lethality. Thus, he acquired this animal type, ancient species, giant king cobra form, which can spit out large amounts of poison. Chapter 189. Blackbeard Teach's timidity. Blackbeard Teach was filled with confidence. The fierce wind turned the large amounts of venom into a toxic mist that filled the air, blowing this poisonous mist toward Yifan. This is an attack that even his black water skill cannot counter. Blackbeard Teach, back in the day, used the power of the dark fruit to try to absorb Magellan's poison. He didn't expect to almost poison himself to death. Your physical defense is very strong, and your fruit ability is formidable. I'm attacking you with poison now. Let's see how you dodge it. Just wait to die, you despicable Yifan. Blackbeard Teach let out a hearty laugh. He seemed to envision a strong man on the sea being poisoned to death by his own fruit ability. However, to Blackbeard Teach's surprise, Yifan did not dodge. He just watched as the toxic wind blew past his body. Blackbeard Teach's smile vanished, replaced by an expression of utter astonishment. How is this possible? How is this possible? Blackbeard kept repeating those 5 words. In the distance, Yifan smiled and said, it seems you've forgotten that even Magellan's poison dragon couldn't inflict any harm on me. You think your little poison attacks can kill me? Are you joking, Blackbeard Teach? It was then that Blackbeard Teach remembered. He had not gone to Impel Down just once, but twice. It was just that the first time, he had been taken in by Yifan. That was a memory Blackbeard Teach was most unwilling to recall. In that battle, Yifan fought against Magellan. Magellan's poison dragon indeed could not harm Yifan at all. That damn bastard could even be immune to any poison attacks. Even Magellan, who had awakened the poison fruit, could not harm him. Now, his giant king cobra form was still far from awakening. With his current level of fruit development, it was even more impossible to harm Yifan. Damn it, he had gained so many fruit abilities. It seemed that apart from the shock fruit, there was no other ability that could break through Yi Fan's defenses. That guy Yi Fan is too terrifying. Although he doesn't have the dark fruit, he has fortunately acquired multiple powerful defensive fruit abilities. What a lucky guy. In this sea, the forces that can harm Yi Fan are truly too few. Right now, I really am not his match. Damn it. At this moment, Blackbeard Teach was already preparing to retreat. The most important thing was that he did not care for this treasure. Like rocks, Blackbeard Teach had little interest in berries and treasure. Seeing that Blackbeard's treasure was merely a mountain of berries, he realized that while these berries could help gather a large number of subordinates and were somewhat beneficial for the development of his pirate crew, it was completely unnecessary to fight Yi Fan to the death over berries. Blackbeard Teach said, I can give you these berries. How about we call it a day? For now, he had not awakened all his fruit abilities. If he waited a few years until all his fruit abilities were awakened and Yi Fan took away his things, he would come back and reclaim them multiple times over. In Blackbeard Teach's view, if you are stronger than me, I will endure and wait for an opportunity to sneak attack and eliminate you. There's no shame in that. Among the four emperors, Blackbeard Teach could be considered the most pure pirate. Selfishness, slaughter, bloody rule, each one was no different from those ordinary pirates. Yi Fan said, you want to awaken all your fruit abilities and then defeat me, but I won't give you the chance to continue developing. Today is your doomsday, Blackbeard Teach. Upon hearing Yi Fan's response, Blackbeard Teach knew that this battle was unavoidable. His poison attacks were ineffective. It seemed he could only use his remaining trump cards. However, he had just acquired those remaining fruit abilities, and he had no confidence in defeating Yi Fan. Thinking this, Blackbeard Teach decided to retreat. He said to his subordinates, who were caught in the chaotic battle below, boys, let's retreat and leave this treasure to them. After saying that, he activated his powerful shock fruit ability, allowing his pirate ship to rise from the seabed as his subordinates quickly jumped onto the ship. Blackbeard Teach declared, I want to leave here. Even if you're the Dragon King, Yi Fan, you can't block my path. Blackbeard Teach punched the air, his fist filled with the terrifying power of the shock fruit. The target was not Yi Fan in the distance, but the seawater around the nearby deep-sea whirlpool. Under this punch, the deep-sea whirlpool, which had been stable, could no longer maintain its balance due to the power of the shock fruit. The incredibly terrifying seawater around it quickly poured down from a height of 20,000 meters. In a very short time, it would fill the massive volume of seawater isolated by the deep-sea whirlpool. At this moment, Yi Fan was forced to give up pursuing Blackbeard Teach, not because the seawater posed a threat to him, but because the most important matter was that this deep-sea whirlpool was not naturally occurring. Instead, it was directly shattered by Blackbeard using his fruit ability. Not only was the seawater in the sky rapidly falling, but even at the seabed, a large amount of seawater was rushing in. Yi Fan was not afraid of the seawater. What he was worried about was the treasure left behind by rocks, the weapon that could deal with the celestial dragons, being destroyed by such ferocious seawater. Even if it wasn't destroyed, if it were swept into other positions by such fierce waves. The Devil's Triangle Sea area only had this one region of deep sea where the seabed was calm. In other places, the seawater was extremely violent. If that weapon were damaged, it would be a huge loss for Yi Fan. Moreover, this mountain of berries was at least tens of millions of berries. The Beast Pirates had an enormous consumption right now. More than 100,000 pirates had already joined the Beast Pirates. Although the hundreds of affiliated countries could support them, they needed to purchase a large number of artificial devil fruits, a massive amount of perfect T-virus, build several more ships like the Queen of the Underworld, and acquire more updated pirate ships. All these expenses could not lack a substantial amount of berries. The Beast Pirates indeed still needed these berries very much. Thinking of this, Yi Fan decided to let Blackbeard Teach go for now. His gains this time had already been substantial, especially the weapon left by rocks. In Yi Fan's mind, this was a war weapon even more terrifying than the three ancient weapons. He must protect this thing today. With that thought, Yi Fan's right eye transformed into the eternal kaleidoscope Sharingan. The Cold Winter Domain. Chapter 190, Rock's True Treasure. In an instant, the surrounding seawater froze into ice blocks. At the seabed, there is a space the size of several football fields that has now become a safe zone. However, Yi Fan knows that this ice layer won't last long. This is also the difference between the Winter Cold Domain and the Frozen Fruit. The Winter Cold Domain can be activated from an extremely long distance, which is stronger than the Frozen Fruit in this regard. However, once the Frozen Fruit awakens, it can freeze not only the 2,000 meters deep seawater, but even seawater that is dozens of kilometers wide, making its effective range very extensive. Yi Fan's Winter Cold Domain relies on his eye power. It is a skill that is activated upon seeing it with his eyes, lacking the terrifying penetration power of the frozen fruit. Although Yifan has frozen an ice layer over 1,000 meters thick, such a layer cannot hold up for long in such a terrifying sea. Yifan hurriedly said to them, "Quick, let's move the well from here." After speaking, Yifan opened a huge free gate. Guanyu Zhao, Runti, Peijiman, and Reinu all transformed into their animal fruit forms to quickly transport these treasures back to the Island of Ghosts. This is not only because their strength increases, but more importantly, their size becomes very large. With a height of over 10 meters, they can easily lift several cubic meters of berries and throw them towards the free gate. The four of them all possess animal-type fruit abilities. Despite the mountain of berries in front of them, within just a few minutes of their full effort, they toss tens of millions of berries directly behind the free gate. Soon, the real treasure left by rocks appeared before everyone. Peijiman exclaimed, "What is this iron bird? It's a statue of that vanished race, and it doesn't seem very valuable." Runny replied, "Silly brother, since this iron bird is placed at the center of the treasure, it means that the metal used to make it is very expensive. If it happens to be a rare metal like mithril, then this iron bird is worth more than this mountain of gold." Peijiman said, "Then I must be careful not to damage it, or it could cost us a lot." Yifan said, "I'll transport this iron bird myself." It is entirely normal for Runti and Peijiman not to recognize this object, as such things hardly exist in this sea. This is something shaped like an airplane. When it first appeared, many Blue Star people didn't even know what to call it. In the pirate world, it is called an iron bird. Yifan could tell at a glance that this is an extremely advanced fighter jet. The technological level is at least 1,000 years ahead of Blue Star. Yes, over 1,000 years. This is not an exaggeration. Just looking at the aircraft's engine is extraordinary. It should be a plasma engine capable of flying in space, as seen in science fiction. Furthermore, there is no cockpit. It should be a fully automated AI fighter jet. If such advanced technology had appeared in the pirate world before, Yifan would have been very astonished. But now, after seeing the massive black historical text controlled by the celestial dragons in the pirate world, he no longer finds it strange. The pirate world is originally a planet that has entered between a level 2 and level 3 civilization. After the destruction of maternal civilization due to war, they traveled through space for tens of thousands of years before arriving at the pirate world. Additionally, the pirate world has experienced a mass extinction event, personally executed by a ruling official, and has gone through an era of gods. From what he learned through the Black Stone Tablet, the people of this world are inherently unequal. The wars on the previous star planet of the pirate world were battles among various rulers of the world, also referred to as gods, which destroyed the previous planet. Despite their possession of super technology, the genetic differences among individuals are immense. Those referred to as gods have incredibly perfect genes. Every person born from a god's gene is inherently stronger than ordinary people from the moment they are born. Just like Kaido and Charlotte Linlin. Even if they do not train, they can easily defeat hundreds of ordinary people due to their powerful inherent attributes. It was an incredibly chaotic era, with hundreds of so-called gods ruling the entire pirate planet. After several thousand years of chaotic battles, the victorious god is the one sitting on the void throne, Lordum. The defeated god is Joy Boy, the sun god Nika, along with the 3 ancient weapons that possess divine bloodlines. The high-ranking celestial dragons are obsessed with capturing those rare races. For instance, young Kaido could exchange for several years' worth of heavenly gold for a single individual. This is because these rare races are actually descendants of those defeated gods from thousands of years ago. These individuals contain ancient god genes to some extent. The celestial dragons of the upper 3 clans have always sought to obtain these powerful genes. The fighter jet in front of them employs an ion engine and unknown metal technology. Just looking at its power system, it is not only ahead of past Blue Star technology in the current pirate world, but even beyond that of the already extinct future technological kingdom. This aircraft, which has been submerged in the ocean for many years, should be a product of the R from back then, a fighter jet of a level 2 civilization approaching level 3 civilization. What interests Yifan the most is that the aircraft still contains 2 intact missiles inside. This should be the weapon rocks used against the celestial dragons. However, restoring this aircraft requires a few humans with brain domains developed to the extreme, like Vegapunk, to conduct long-term research before it can be fully repaired. Although Vegapunk was already born and showed sufficient intelligence at that time, he was just hiding in his small village and had not been discovered by rocks. Vegapunk was only discovered by the celestial dragons when he was around 50 years old, during the time when Roger was publicly executed. and was forced to join the Celestial Dragons after they threatened the lives of thousands of people in a village. He became the leading expert in the scientific research team. Yifan speculates that Kuma willingly becoming an experimental subject is to help the Free Alliance locate Vegapunk. Vegapunk's whereabouts have always been the highest secret of the Celestial Dragons. Even a Marine Admiral does not know his exact location. According to Yifan's intelligence network, Vegapunk is imprisoned on an island that is constantly moving. This island could be a massive warship or a huge creature, like the Elephant Zune, capable of rapidly moving across the vast sea. Finding the island that holds Vegapunk is almost impossible. However, fortunately, although the current Beast Pirates do not have scientists who surpass current technology by 500 years, there are still 2 scientists who exceed this world by over 100 years. Epidemic Disaster Queen and the King of the Germa Kingdom, Vinsmoke Judge. Chapter 191, Dark Forces. Yifan carefully transported the fighter jet back to Ghost Island. He immediately called his father-in-law Kaido, along with the 3 main board members, for a secret meeting with Vinsmoke Judge. Yifan briefly explained how he snatched Rock's treasure from Blackbeard Teach. Beast Kaido, I didn't expect that Rox had such a secret hidden back then. He actually possessed a secret weapon against the Celestial Dragons. Unfortunately, that crazy guy ultimately couldn't use this weapon to fight against the judgment of God. Yifan, father-in-law, what is the judgment of God? Beast Kaido, back in the day, Joy Boy possessed the 3 ancient weapons but still couldn't defeat the Celestial Dragons because they controlled a terrifying weapon, the judgment of God. What kind of terrifying weapon the judgment of God is, there are no records left in these seas. But anything that could allow the Celestial Dragons to defeat Joy Boy and the 3 ancient weapons must be incredibly powerful. Just look at the Pluto we have now. A single shot can wipe out a fleet of the Navy, and you will understand how terrifying the power of the Celestial Dragons was back then. Flame Disaster Gene. No wonder the boss and the prince want to negotiate with the Celestial Dragons. If the Celestial Dragons use the judgment of God, the Beast Pirates might not even be a match for them now. Epidemic Disaster Queen. The Navy is merely the watchdog of the Celestial Dragons. Although we are not afraid of the Navy now, we might not be able to contend with the Celestial Dragons. Yifan. This weapon will be researched by you too. Queen and Vinsmoke Judge. Whether it can regain flight capability is not the key. The most crucial part is the 2 missiles inside the plane. You need to figure out how to control them for attacks. These 2 missiles are our weapons against the judgment of God. Epidemic Disaster Queen hesitantly said, I'm afraid that Vinsmoke Judge and I lack the skills to research such a weapon. Probably only Vegapunk could do it. Where is Vegapunk? Finding him is probably harder than finding the One Piece. The Celestial Dragon's regard for Vegapunk far exceeds that of all pirates. He is watched over by elites from the 3 clans of the Celestial Dragons, with Admiral Kazuru personally guarding him. For decades, the name Vegapunk has only been heard in the seas. No pirate has had the chance to meet Vegapunk in person. Even the Beast Pirates have no information about Vegapunk. Kaido said, perhaps the Dark Forces will have information on Vegapunk. I will contact Doflamingo, Morgan's Field, Yumit, and Stussy to see if they can find anything under the temptation of berries. Yifan, forget about Stussy. On the surface, she is the queen of Pleasure Street. But in reality, she is a high-ranking officer of CP0. The other few can be considered. On the seas, apart from the visible 4 emperors, there are many controllers among the Dark Forces. Doflamingo appears to be a warlord of the sea, but in reality, he is the world's largest intermediary. He is not only an intermediary between pirates, but also between pirates and the Celestial Dragons. Those countries unwilling to pay the heavenly gold are attacked by pirates that Doflamingo contacts, turning their people into slaves. The slaves and treasures obtained are sold to the Celestial Dragons in exchange for massive amounts of berries. Morgans is the president of the World Economic Journal, the head of the news industry, and the only one not controlled by the Celestial Dragons, with a newspaper that can cover the entire pirate world. The King of Usury Field lends money at high interest rates in many countries. His clients are not just ordinary people or wealthy merchants. Even the largest customers are nations. For example, some nations allied with the Celestial Dragons may need a loan when they fall short on heavenly gold. The wealth controlled by the King of Usury Field is astonishing and terrifying. The King of Shipping Yumit controls a large portion of maritime transport for many countries. In this regard, a large island is essentially a nation's world. The wealth controlled is beyond the understanding of outsiders. Queen Stussy of Pleasure Street monopolizes the business of Pleasure Street, which is loved by both pirates and nobles, and has become a major intelligence source for CP0. Whether pirates or nobles, when enjoying themselves at Pleasure Street, they naturally reveal various kinds of information. All this information ultimately gathers with Stussy. making her an important intelligence source for CP0. In this world, there are very few pirates who do not like to go to Pleasure Street. After all, pirates like the Straw Hat Pirates and Yifan are still too few. Straw Hat Luffy does not even know what women are. Although he has several beautiful women around him, he has no such thoughts. Yifan obviously looks down on those ordinary people. His women are all powerful figures like Yamato, Runmi, and Hancock. Other options include Vinsmoke Reiju, Kazuki Toki, and others, along with some of Big Mom's more beautiful daughters. Ordinary mortals really do not catch Yifan's eye. Flame Disaster Gene. Stussy is actually a CP0 member, a spy for the Celestial Dragons, truly omnipresent. I will contact those in the Dark Forces, hoping to obtain useful information from them. Among the Dark Forces, there is also a person, the Golden Emperor, who controls the world's largest entertainment city. However, after Yifan cooperated with the Freedom Alliance to steal all his 40 million berries, the Golden Emperor also lost the protection of the Celestial Dragons. He is now being hunted by the Navy and is no longer the largest entertainment city. After all, without the Celestial Dragon support, he cannot legally navigate the seas and the Grand Line. In the New World, there are many powerful pirates, and the Golden Emperor's strength is simply not enough to survive there. Before Yifan arrived, Flame Disaster Gene was always the second in command of the Beast Pirates, responsible for the group's finances. Naturally, the matters of communication with the Dark Forces were entrusted to Flame Disaster Gene. Yifan has another intelligence network, but it is not explained here. That is to find the Freedom Alliance. They have sent out strong combatants like Kuma, who voluntarily became test subjects for the Celestial Dragons. Isn't that to find Vegapunk's location? Kuma is the second strongest combatant of the Freedom Alliance. Although he is only a warlord of the sea, his true strength is at least that of a substitute admiral. Even if he cannot compare to a real Navy admiral, his strength is already infinitely close. It can be said that he is even stronger than Sabo, the second in command of the Visible Freedom Alliance. His Pawpaw Fruit ability has been developed to a terrifying extent, allowing him to deflect damage to himself and bounce back enemy attacks. He can even swat members of the Straw Hat Pirates thousands of kilometers away to another island. Such a powerhouse voluntarily becoming a test subject for the Celestial Dragons would be impossible if it weren't for the desire to find Vegapunk. Chapter 192, Vegapunk. After the high-level meeting of the Beast Pirates concluded, Vinsmoke Judge was the happiest, even though he no longer felt happiness. Unexpectedly, I can also participate in the highest-level meetings of the Beast Pirates. Together with Plague Queen, we will study the mysterious weapon obtained by rocks. A legendary weapon that can counter the judgment of God. Not only have I gained the trust of the Beast Pirates and become a high-ranking member, but I'm also responsible for such an important task. Vinsmoke Sanji is extremely excited. After the meeting, he heads to the laboratory with Plague Queen, as the two of them need to complete Kaido's task for the Beast Pirates as soon as possible. They must quickly master this powerful, mysterious weapon to combat the hidden secret weapon of the Celestial Dragons. Vinsmoke Sanji feels very satisfied with the attention he has received from the Beast Pirates. With such a powerful backing, the Germa Kingdom will shine across the seas. The Beast Pirates have recently defeated nearly all the elite forces of the Navy. This means that unless the hidden experts among the Celestial Dragons personally intervene, there is no combat power in this sea that can match the Beast Pirates, especially with the gene serum provided by the Prince Consort. The strength of the Vinsmoke family has been further enhanced. If the production of the perfect gene serum continues to increase, it could even be used by the soldiers of Germa 66, turning ordinary soldiers into elite troops with at least the strength of a major. Thinking of this, Vinsmoke Sanji feels that joining the Beast Pirates was indeed a wise decision. From now on, they are no longer small characters wandering in the paradise of the four seas. The Vinsmoke family can also compete for dominance over the seas. Meanwhile, after everyone else had left, Yifan found the long-and-used snail phone, which could directly contact Dragon. Soon, the call was connected. Dragon, you Beast Pirates have already defeated the Navy. Is there anything you need from our Freedom Alliance? Yifan, I want to know the exact location of Vegapunk. Dragon, our Freedom Alliance only wants to liberate all slaves and has no interest in scientists like Vegapunk. Yifan, if you really had no interest, you wouldn't have sent Kuma to participate in Vegapunk's experiments. Dragon, it seems you know a lot of our Freedom Alliance's secrets. We truly don't know Vegapunk's location. The detector we installed in Kuma ceased to function when it got near the island where Vegapunk is located. And now Kuma has lost his sanity and become a war machine. Yifan, then you must have at least observed the area where Vegapunk is located a few times. Dragon, he could appear anywhere in the four seas. There is no fixed pattern. Finding the island where Vegapunk is located is basically impossible. Yi Fan, is there really no way? Dragon, there is one way, to obtain Kuma's current body. Inside him, there's a device that will send out a signal for positioning when Vegapunk actively emits a signal. But Kuma is currently in the hands of the celestial dragons. Do you dare to go to Mariewa? Yi Fan indeed does not dare to confront him directly, even if him does not use the judgment of God. Just the 5 elders would likely be beyond his current capability to handle. Those 5 old men have lived in this sea for many years, and each of them is certainly not weaker than Sabo. Most importantly, those celestial dragons from the upper 3 families are not simple either. They would not act against Dragon and Luffy, as they clearly have ulterior motives regarding the D-clan. This does not mean they would not act against Yi Fan. If Luffy were in danger, the celestial dragons from the upper 3 families might even secretly assist Luffy. But for himself, Yi Fan feels that the celestial dragons from the upper 3 families would love nothing more than to kill him right now. Even if Dragon is considered the most notorious criminal in the world by the celestial dragons, they would not go all out against him. That is why Dragon dares to go to Mariewa, but Yi Fan does not. Yi Fan said, "If you rescue Kuma and need my help, just let me know. I only need Vegapunk to help me repair something. I am not interested in him personally." Dragon, "All right, if there's a need, I will contact you." After a few brief exchanges with Dragon, both parties completed the transaction. Yi Fan would need to wait a long time for the Freedom Alliance to do this. In this world, accomplishing something is not something that can be done in a day or two. Not everyone is like Luffy, who has adventures and encounters along the way. Most people are actually like Lucci, who even after being undercover in Water 7 for 5 years, still had the Pluton blueprints intercepted. The red-nosed clown Buggy has been searching for Captain John's treasure for decades, only to have it handed to him by Luffy. The search for Vegapunk is certainly not something that can be resolved in a day or two. Yi Fan is not in a hurry. Luffy still has a year and a half in the New World, giving him plenty of time to deal with him and Luffy. There's no use thinking about it. He still needs to wait for further news. However, the actions of the Beast Pirates were quickly picked up by Stussy and reported to the 5 elders. They wanted to know Vegapunk's information through dark forces. How could they escape the eyes of the Queen of Fun Street? These dark forces, who wouldn't want to enjoy the pleasures of Fun Street after making money? Thus, the Beast Pirates' movements were reported to the 5 elders in detail the very next day. St. Nicholas stroked his mustache and said, "Should we provide false information to lead the Beast Pirates into a trap?" St. Mohanda, "I think it's best not to complicate matters. Right now, the Navy's experts have no chance of killing Yi Fan. His ability to escape through the door of freedom is too strong. If the Navy branch is attacked again, we might be forced to engage in battle with the Beast Pirates ahead of schedule. St. William, in at most a year or 2, we will have new weapons. By then, it will still be possible to destroy the entire Beast Pirates." St. Nicholas, "All right, anyway, they won't be able to find Vegapunk. We can endure for a while longer. No matter how powerful a pirate is, we have enough time to wear them down." St. Stavros, "In this world, apart from us celestial dragons, no one can contend with time." The 5 elders quickly reached a consensus. They were no longer concerned about the Beast Pirates seeking information about Vegapunk. They were very confident that no one could find that island. Chapter 193. The strength of the Beast Pirates takes another leap after resting for a few days on Onigashima. Yi Fan focused on training in the time-gravity room these days, mastering the abilities of the magnet fruit. He found that the combination of Blackbeard's multiple fruit abilities was quite good. Another point is that there is now a massive amount of berries on Onigashima. These berries, except for a small portion, most of them ordered a large amount of raw materials from Don Quixote Doflamingo. These raw materials are used to produce the perfect T-virus. During this time, due to the presence of Yi Fan, the Beast Pirates economy has become more powerful than before, more than 10 times stronger than when the plot had not changed. This also led Caesar to increase the production of artificial devil fruits. In addition, with about 100 affiliated countries, they occasionally obtain devil fruits as well. The number of the Beast Pirates' gifted army is approaching 1,000. The number of stronger numbered individuals has also reached 50. The number of real combatants has doubled compared to before. Most importantly, there are also several hundred non-Paramecia devil fruit users. The current Beast Pirates are no longer entirely Zoan type. These newly joined Paramecia type pirates are unified under the command of Reiju and her brothers, categorized by strength. The gifted individuals are referred to as Red Sticks, while the real combatants are called Hall Masters. This naming was initiated by Yi Fan, inspired by some movies he watched about gangsters fighting for territory. Yi Fan transported a large amount of berries to the Don Quixote family in exchange for a vast quantity of artificial devil fruits and raw materials for the perfect T-virus. Money makes things easier. While only Caesar can produce artificial devil fruits, the raw materials for the perfect T-virus require equipment from the remnants of the future Technology Kingdom's laboratory. In this world, it's not just the celestial dragons, the beast pirates, and the Don Quixote family that have such equipment. The beast pirates are willing to spend money to purchase. Many other forces will not go against berries. As a middleman, Doflamingo, with the support of a large amount of berries, such as from the Big Mom pirates and other forces possessing future Technology Kingdom technology, they also sold a large quantity of raw materials to the beast pirates through the Don Quixote family. The strength of the beast pirates is rapidly expanding during this time. They dare to expand their power in such an exaggerated manner without worrying about collapsing like the Rocks pirates did due to their respective ambitions when facing strong enemies. This is also because the core combat power of the beast pirates has become even stronger. For example, the 3 main board members. After consuming the perfect T-virus and undergoing personal training from Kaido, their individual combat power has significantly improved, now nearly matching that of Marine Admirals. Especially the Vinsmoke family, who have obtained 5 powerful Zoan-type devil fruits, 2 of which are mythical Zoan, obtained from the dozen devil fruits Fan got from God Valley. 3 are mythical Zoan, 1 given to Kazuki Toki. The remaining 2 mythical Zoan were given to Vinsmoke Judge, and another one naturally went to Vinsmoke Reiju. The other sons of Vinsmoke Judge also acquired ancient-type fruit abilities, greatly enhancing the strength of the Vinsmoke family, making their combat power comparable to that of the current Flying Six. Their combat power is at least on par with Katakuri's level. The Vinsmoke family has also shared the technology of combat suits for the beast pirates to use. The 3 main board members, Flying Six, real combatants, and the top 10 number individuals all receive their own combat suits. Such a beast pirates, loyal to the core combat power of Kaido, has received a tremendous boost in strength. They are strong enough to suppress the newly joined pirates, as long as these loyal core elites do not suffer massive casualties. The other pirates will not dare to rebel. Moreover, their current lives are very good. Previously, they could only drift on the seas of the New World. The climate of the New World is very complex, and even pirates face life and death situations when encountering dangerous weather. They also risked raiding trade fleets in the New World. Generally, only a general from a country would lead expeditions into the New World, making it not so easy to plunder. It was very difficult to seize resources before. The New World is not a paradise like the Four Seas. But now, they only need to patrol within the territory of the beast pirates, ensuring the safety of the affiliated countries, as well as collecting taxes from merchant ships of other Yonko-protected countries. They can earn a large amount of berries every day and enjoy delicious food and fine wine that were previously hard to come by. They feel that their current lives are much happier than before, especially those ordinary pirates who do not even have devil fruits. They used to follow weak captains and were always at risk of being abandoned. Even the plundered treasures, they could only receive a tiny portion. Joining piracy was purely a desperate choice due to exorbitant taxes. Paying the heavenly gold is not something every island can afford, and most countries have very high taxes to pay the heavenly gold. Forget about drinking and eating meat. Ordinary people even struggle to obtain bread for survival. Now, these lower-level pirates, these ordinary crew members, have the strongest sense of belonging to the beast pirates. After finishing this massive transaction with the Don Quixote family, Fan began his second journey. This time the destination is the giant kingdom of Elbaf, where Charlotte Linlin lived during her childhood. Here, the people are giants, with heights ranging from 10 to 20 meters and possess terrifying strength. Even an ordinary giant has the strength of at least a few 100,000 small pirates. This country can be said to have one of the strongest average combat powers in the pirate world. Moreover, due to its remote location, it is also one of the few countries in this world not controlled by the celestial dragons or pirates. The giant kingdom does not need to pay the heavenly gold, nor does it need to become a vassal state of any pirate. Few countries can achieve this in these seas. 20 years ago, Wano country could do as well. However, the consecutive heads of the Kazuki family directly squandered Wano country's foundation. Kazuki Toki had already been sent to the giant kingdom a week ago by Fan to help him gather intelligence about the giant kingdom. If this place is not the last location of the red history texts, then it would be impossible for Fan to reach the final island in a short time. This time, Fan does not plan to go to war with the giant kingdom. Therefore, he covered his face with a thin layer of truth to conceal his appearance. Chapter 194. Elbaf. Soon, Fan realized that hiding his appearance was somewhat unnecessary because this country is the giant kingdom. Outsiders find it extremely difficult to survive in this country. Their seats are 6 to 7 meters high, higher than an ordinary person's house. except for a few wealthy individuals. Most people's ceilings are only about 3 meters high. In such a giant's kingdom, Yi Fan, who is currently 2.5 meters tall, still appears very small. In fact, many children are taller than Yi Fan. When Yi Fan appeared on the streets of this small town, he immediately attracted the attention of other giants. A few giant men approached Yi Fan to inquire. However, Yi Fan did not want to waste time with these ordinary giants. Using the power of the thunder fruit, he randomly found a location in the forest and directly used his teleportation ability to leave the small town. To obtain the last piece of information on the red historical text, Yi Fan thought it would be better to find the king of the giant kingdom. Elbaf Island is enormous. Yi Fan initially appeared only in a corner of Elbaf Island. This island is much larger than Wano country. As the most remote and largest island in the current pirate world, it is also the island with the strongest combat power. For thousands of years, it has never been ruled by foreign tribes. It can be said to be the strongest island without any problem. Yi Fan can only cover a radius of several dozen kilometers with his observation haki, which is far from enough to cover the entire island. Yi Fan gently pushed off the ground with his feet and immediately soared into the air, surpassing trees hundreds of meters high and reaching above the forest. Trees several hundred meters tall can be considered towering in other places, but here they are merely ordinary trees. The giants have a very long lifespan, living over 300 years. This is one of the reasons why the giants are so powerful. Even giants who are not good at fighting or lack talent can, due to their enormous size and incredibly long lives, at least master decent observation haki and armament haki during their lifetime. This means that the giants can at least gather dozens of mid-admiral level combatants. Such strength would crush any country on the seas. Even Wano country cannot possess such terrifying combat power. Perhaps readers of the manga do not see the use of such combat power, as in the manga. Luffy starts battling the warlords of the sea just a month after setting sail. However, in reality, if a country can have mid-admiral level combat power, it is enough to protect a small nation. The warlords of the sea, such as Jinbei, can protect Fishman Island, and Boa Hancock can protect Amazon Lily. A country that can have over 50 naval vice-admirals combat power is incredibly terrifying and sufficient to crush dozens of surrounding countries. It is worth noting that Smoker, who suppressed the East Blue and guarded the entrance to the Grand Line at Lowtown, was initially just at the colonel level. Later, after entering the New World and becoming a rear admiral, he was easily suppressed by a vice-admiral. In this world, those who can cultivate armament haki and observation haki to a certain level are strong individuals on the seas. Similarly, on Elbaf Island, the trees here also have long lives. Hundreds of meters high trees that have grown for hundreds to nearly 1,000 years can be seen everywhere. The truly massive giant tree has a resounding name, Adam Tree. This tree, which has lived for over 10,000 years, stands at the center of Elbaf Island and is worshipped by the giants as a sacred tree. Its height reaches 5,000 meters, resembling a massive hill. Yi Fan can see Adam Tree from hundreds of kilometers away. Many fans of the sea in a previous life have a misconception. They believe that all pirate crews have their pirate ships made from Adam wood. This is actually a serious mistake. Very few pirate crews can use Adam Tree as material to build their ships. Even the Straw Hat Pirates only managed to build a small ship, the Thousand Sunny, after obtaining a large amount of gold in Skypiea and selling it for tens of millions of berries. If one wants to build a pirate ship as large as the Navy's, equipped with various heavy cannons, all made from Adam Tree, such a ship would cost at least several hundred million berries. Even the four emperors only partially use Adam Tree for their flagship, such as for the ship's keel. The Navy's newly designed warships, made of high-strength alloys, completely crush pirates in naval battles, without empowered individuals and strong fighters involved. Even ordinary people using cannons can bombard several pirate ships at once. Ordinary pirate ships are equivalent to fishing boats worth tens of thousands to millions. The Straw Hat Pirate Ship, the Going Merry, is like a luxurious cruise ship worth tens of millions. The Thousand Sunny is like a super luxurious cruise ship worth over 10 billion. The Thousand Sunny is not only made from Adam Tree, but also crafted by the world's strongest shipwright, Frankie, who incorporated many advanced technologies from the designs of the Pluton. For example, it can fly using special cola, and so on. Such technologies are beyond the reach of other pirates with bounties in the hundreds of millions. Even the main warships of the four emperors' fleets do not match the performance of the Thousand Sunny. Many fans believe that all pirate ships are close to the level of the Thousand Sunny, but in reality, the gap is like heaven and earth. Ordinary pirates are like the poor on Blue Star who rely on fishing boats for a living, while the Straw Hat Pirates are the luxurious cruise ships of the strongest second-generation heirs in the pirate world. Ordinary pirates choose wood for their ships because it is readily available on most islands, cheap to build, and easy to repair. Contrary to what many fans fantasize, Atom Tree is not harder than steel. If they could afford such luxury, how many would still be pirates? It's like people on Blue Star using billion-dollar luxury cruise ships just to catch a few 100 pounds of fish and shrimp each day. Yifan looked at the distant Atom Tree. It is indeed a valuable resource. How many powerful pirate ships could be built from this tree? Unfortunately, Atom Tree is the sacred tree of the giants. In the land of giants, it is forbidden to cut down Atom Tree. Anyone who dares to do so would be equivalent to making enemies with all the giants. The sources of Atom Tree on the sea actually come from this tree that has lived for over 10,000 years. When some branches age and fall naturally, they are collected and sold at high prices by the giants to merchants on the island. The yield is extremely rare, which is why wood from Atom Tree is so expensive. The keel of the Thousand Sunny is only about 50 meters long. It costs tens of millions of berries to build. Chapter 195. Loki. The giants are undoubtedly a powerful force in this sea. It possessed numerous experts and strategic resources like the treasure tree Atom. No wonder Charlotte Linlin spent decades trying to acquire the power of the giant kingdom. Yifan quickly flew towards the treasure tree Atom, as he had already seen from the sky that the most prosperous area on Elbaf Island was the town built around this enormous treasure tree Atom. That should be the capital of the giant kingdom. Legend has it that many years ago, several powerful races engaged in a prolonged war over the ownership of the treasure tree Atom. In the end, the giants emerged victorious, and since then, they have ruled Elbaf Island. However, this event occurred over 1,000 years ago, a history longer than the 800 years of the celestial dragon's rule and the following century of disappearance. The truth of this rumor and the identities of the races defeated by the giants are no longer verifiable. After seeing the location of the capital of the giants, Yifan landed again from the sky and opened a Zizai gate. He prepared to head directly to the capital of the giants. There's an old saying, seeing the mountain but dying on the way. It means that although one can see the distant mountains, getting to the foot of the mountain might tire the horse before it arrives. Even though Yifan saw the treasure tree Atom, its terrifying height is greater than many mountains. He was still hundreds of kilometers away from the capital of the giant kingdom. At this distance, even if Yifan flew at full speed, it would take a long time, far less convenient than using the Zizai Gate. Having seen the capital of the giant kingdom, he could use the Zizai Gate to reach it. The location he had just been in was likely where Big Mom lived as a child. Yifan's impression of Elbaf Island consists only of these fragments. As for the situation in other parts of this vast island, he had no knowledge. The only impression Elbaf Island left on Yifan was that it was enormous. Everything on this island is very large. Elbaf Island is much larger than major countries like Wano and Alabasta. The giants living on the island are enormous, and the trees, stones, and other things on the island are also very large. Even the animals on the island are gigantic. For example, in this forest, there's a pack of wolves 5 meters long chasing a few rabbits 1 meter long. Opening the Zizai Gate, Yifan appeared in a room belonging to a giant noble. He jumped directly onto the top beam of the house. The giants of a giant kingdom, due to their towering stature, often build their houses with wood. It is very difficult to construct houses several dozen meters high using stone or brick given their size. Wood is much easier to work with. The island is filled with hundreds of meters long timber, which can easily be used to create wide columns and beams for houses. Thus, most of the houses in the giant kingdom are made of wood. With his observation hockey, it was very easy for Yifan to remain undetected. Soon, he arrived at a relatively secluded room. There were no giants in this room, only a masked woman, who was Kazuki Toki, having arrived over a week ago. Kazuki Toki, Master, I haven't found any news about the history texts in the past few days. The most important matter in the giant kingdom right now is that the old king, Lululu, is about to die. The two most powerful princes, Loki and Losai, are competing for the throne of the giant kingdom. Prince Losai has the highest support, but Loki has the strongest influence. Many giants who have gone to sea as pirates stand with Loki, while those remaining on Elbaf Island support Losai. With just these few sentences, Yifan understood the situation on Elbaf Island. Decades ago, after the celestial dragons sent nuns to Elbaf Island, these demonic women disguised as angels introduced many giants to the Navy. Some giants even became vice admirals in the Navy. Others became pirates, such as the giant pirate crew. In the future, the new giant pirate crew loyal to Monkey D. Luffy will also be a crew entirely composed of giants. Losai has the support of the conservatives. while Loki has the backing of those who wish to go to sea. Kazuki Toki continued, Master, we can choose to support one of them, just like Kaido controls Kurizumi Orochi to take control of the giant kingdom, thereby mobilizing the entire strength of the giant kingdom to search for the last piece of the history text. Before this, Yifan only knew the name of one prince, Loki. He initially intended to arrange a marriage with Big Mom Charlotte Lean's daughter, but did not expect that Big Mom's daughter eloped for freedom. This also led to a further deterioration in the relationship between Big Mom's crew and the giant kingdom. It seems that it wasn't just that Prince Loki fell in love at first sight with Big Mom's daughter. Rather, both sides were seeking their own interests. Big Mom wanted to control the powerful combat strength of the giants, while Loki hoped to use Big Mom's crew's strength to successfully become the new king of the giants. He is a clever giant. Unlike others who are naive, he understands how to leverage other forces to help him gain power, even at the cost of his own marriage. Truly an ambitious fellow. Yifan hesitated for a moment and said, Then let's contact that guy named Loki. For Yifan, it didn't matter who became the king of the giants as long as they could provide the last piece of the red history text that would allow him to reach the final island early. As long as he could counter the celestial dragons, the more strength he had, the better. Once he defeats the celestial dragons, he will be the new king of the world. The interests of one or two island nations are not worth his attention. Kazuki Toki, Loki's room is in that huge castle. He just happens to be home and not out. Unlike other giants, Loki's house, although also made of wood, is not a comfortable flat, but a castle designed for battle and defense due to external influences. This building style is completely different from the giant kingdom, which he came to prefer after going to sea. In this way, aside from Loki's personal preferences, he also hopes to bring in more external elements to attract more giants to join his side. Chapter 196. Castle Walk. The two of them directly arrived at Loki's castle. This is a very large castle, covering an area equivalent to more than a dozen football fields. It is situated on a cliff surrounded by rivers on three sides. There is only one steep mountain path that leads to the main gate of the castle. It can be said to be a castle with a very favorable terrain, making it easy to defend but hard to attack. Even in the world of pirates, it is a magnificent castle, a fortress that is difficult to breach. In this world, not everyone can destroy the Navy headquarters with a single punch like Whitebeard. Even Luffy during the era of the Four Emperors would find it hard to easily destroy Onigashima. This magnificent castle would be difficult to breach even for a dozen Navy Vice Admirals. However, Yifan is one of the few people on this sea who can easily destroy such a castle. Yifan has many ways to destroy it. Whether it's using the power of the Thunder Fruit to turn the place into a world of lightning, or the Dragon Breath in dragon form, or even using the power of the Eight Gates to violently demolish it, he could easily destroy this fortress. Walking along the mountain path, they reached the castle's main gate. Immediately, giant soldiers guarding the gate noticed Yifan and Kazuki Toki. Although Yifan wanted to win Loki over, he wouldn't do it with a lot of benefits or wealth. In Yifan's view, only by demonstrating terrifying strength, a strength capable of crushing the giant kingdom, would Loki truly submit to the beast pirates. For such an ambitious guy, who even wanted to marry into the Charlotte family to become king, Yifan felt that using his powerful combat ability to make the other party completely submit was the most effective method. So Yifan did not answer the giant guard's questions, but instead said to Kazuki Toki beside him, "Kill your way in, just defeat them without killing anyone." Kazuki Toki understood. After speaking, Kazuki Toki drew her sword, Kinemon, and unleashed a powerful sword aura filled with armament haki, striking the towering castle gate. The gate, which reached a height of 100 meters and a width of 80 meters, shattered into pieces under Kazuki Toki's strike. Yifan walked steadily and calmly toward the front. However, around him, it was anything but calm. It was a terrifying battlefield. Inside this massive castle lived thousands of giants. Even the weakest giant soldiers had combat power equivalent to pirates with bounties in the millions. In the Four Seas, they could even become captains of a pirate crew. Many of the giant captains were already stronger than the dragon, with a bounty of 20 million. However, in front of Kazuki Toki, they were like ants. No one could withstand even a single exchange with her. Yifan slowly advanced into the castle. At every moment, numerous giant soldiers were knocked unconscious by Kazuki Toki. By the time they reached the most bustling hall, several hundred giant soldiers and captains had already been knocked out by her. The remaining hundreds of giants followed at a distance, not daring to attack Yifan and Toki again, as they wore expressions of fear. The masked Kazuki Toki was unrecognizable to anyone else in this sea. Sitting on a lavish throne, Loki and a few generals loyal to him were unaware of the true identities of Yi Fan and Toki. Loki, are you assassins sent by Rocky? I didn't expect him to find such powerful assassins. Yi Fan, Rocky can't afford me. I'm here to discuss business with you, Loki. Loki, in my 100 years of life, this is the first time I've heard of someone wanting to negotiate business by knocking out half of the other party subordinates. Do you think I, the Prince of the Giants, was raised to be scared of others? Loki's voice became very loud. Coupled with his massive frame, his words sounded like a thunderous bell. He then waved his hand, and several giants immediately stepped forward. These giants were even more imposing than the others, clad in massive metal armor. Each step they took caused the ground to shake with a thunderous sound. These were clearly Loki's most elite warriors. As they charged at Yi Fan and Toki, their skin began to darken, and their weapons turned pitch black, indicating that at least they possessed the combat power of Navy Vice Admirals. They had a high level of mastery over armament hockey, especially with their enormous weapons, which were giant axes over 10 meters long, exuding overwhelming might. Yi Fan did not take action against the approaching giants because he had a powerful ally, Kazuki Toki. Currently, Kazuki Toki was even stronger than the former Admiral Momonosuke. After consuming a powerful Zoan-type fruit, her defense had been greatly enhanced, and most importantly, her strength had become tremendous, with the kinemon drawn from its sheath. When Kazuki Toki infused a massive amount of armament hockey into it, an incomprehensibly terrifying pressure was generated. Just like when red-haired Shanks unleashed his Conqueror's hockey. The ground and walls around the castle began to crack due to the overwhelming armament hockey emanating from Kazuki Toki. Loki, how is this possible? Such combat power is comparable to that of Charlotte Linlin. Loki had witnessed Big Mom Charlotte Linlin's combat power. When she attacked, her terrifying Conqueror's hockey would also tear apart the surrounding ground. How could such a powerful being come to take Loki's life? That guy Rocky had never left Elbaf Island. How could he know such a terrifying powerhouse? Even the world's #1 swordsman, Mihawk, could not possess such a fearsome aura. Who exactly is this masked woman before me? At this moment, Loki was filled with complex emotions of fear, shock, and confusion. The petite Kazuki Toki faced several giants over 20 meters tall, wielding gigantic axes over 10 meters long and weighing more than a ton. Judging purely by size, Kazuki Toki appeared to be the one who would be defeated. However, the reality was entirely the opposite. In the pirate world, for ordinary people, a larger size naturally conferred an advantage. But in front of true strong beings, size becomes insignificant. Ding ding ding. Kazuki Tensei's sword was just one strike, and the weapons in the hands of several giants were all severed. At the same time, those giants were also sent flying by Kazuki Tensei's sword. Chapter 197, The New Little Brother. Upon seeing this scene, Loki's expression turned even more horrified, just as it had been when he witnessed Charlotte Linlin's attack years ago. When he first set sail, he believed he had mastered the powerful armament hockey and possessed terrifying combat strength. He wanted to conquer the seas, but encountered Charlotte Linlin. At that time, Loki thought that as a prince of the giant race, he had an unparalleled combat talent and was naturally invincible. He took the initiative to attack Charlotte Linlin. In his previous understanding, covering his weapon with armament hockey would make it indestructible. Even powerful devil fruit abilities would be so fragile in the face of the hockey's coverage. But that day, he realized how wrong he was. Charlotte Linlin severed his hockey-covered axe with a single stroke and severely injured him. It was from that day on that Loki understood the pinnacle of power on this sea. Even though the daughter chosen by Big Mom to marry Loki was not beautiful at all, to gain Charlotte Linlin's power, Loki pretended to be a smitten young man and pursued her madly. Today, he witnessed a similar scene again. The woman in front of him, wearing a mask, was not as terrifying as Charlotte Linlin's strike back then, but the difference was not obvious. Loki knew that, along with the remaining warriors in the castle, he was no match for the small, masked woman in front of him. That bastard Loki found such a powerful helper. Just say you need help, if necessary. I can give up the position of king. I'll go out to be a pirate instead. Just as he was about to kneel and beg for mercy, Loki's thoughts turned a bit like a pirate. For him, begging for mercy from a strong opponent to survive was not a burden at all. He was completely unlike a noble prince of a powerful nation, with such a grand and imposing character. This was also why the giants of Elbaf, who were unwilling to set sail, did not like Loki. Just as Loki was about to plead for mercy, he suddenly recalled Yi Fan's words. The person opposite was here to do business with him. His plea for mercy was immediately withdrawn. In a trembling voice, he said, "With such a grand setup, what do you want to do business with me?" Yi Fan replied, "Let's talk in the back room." Loki hurriedly said, Okay. Please come in. The two entered a secret room in the back. Kazuki Tensei stood guard at the door, and no giant dared to approach. They were all frightened by Kazuki Tensei's terrifying power. After entering the secret room, once Loki sat down, Yi-Fan jumped onto the table so he could barely meet his terrifying height eye to eye. Yi-Fan did not speak, but directly used the power of the eternal kaleidoscope Sharingan. The pure land of ultimate bliss was activated. Immediately, a scenario crafted by Yi-Fan appeared in Loki's mind. He had always admired immensely powerful pirates since childhood. When he saw Yi-Fan easily kill two marine admirals working together, Loki began to idolize Yi-Fan immensely. For him, joining the Beast Pirates and becoming Yi-Fan's crew member was the greatest happiness of his life. He vowed to be eternally loyal to Lord Yi-Fan. Once this memory was implanted into Loki's mind, he became Yi-Fan's most loyal little brother. After Yi-Fan's eye technique was completed, although half an hour had passed, in Loki's eyes, he had just been talking with Yi-Fan. When he saw Yi-Fan remove the mask from his face, revealing his true self, Loki was stunned for a moment, rubbed his eyes hard, and then thudded to the ground, kneeling. So it's Lord Yi-Fan. I am your most loyal fan. Please let me join your pirate crew. As long as I can follow you, I am willing to give up the competition for the throne of the Giant Kingdom. Now, the Prince of the Giant Kingdom, Loki, was even more loyal than Bartolomeo was to Luffy. In Blue Star, we would call this kind of fan a diehard fan. For example, many young idols have fans who say, "Do you know how hard my brother works? He has a high fever of 200 degrees, but still trains for singing and dancing for 68 hours a day." This is what Yi-Fan encountered during his time in Blue Star with diehard fans. However, in the pirate world, Bartolomeo's actions were even more exaggerated. He went to great lengths to promote Luffy's Straw Hat Pirates, even swapping the flags of powerful pirate crews for the Straw Hat Pirates flag. The pirate flag is a spiritual symbol of a pirate crew. Bartolomeo even changed the red-haired pirate's flag to the Straw Hat Pirates flag, for which he was hunted by red-haired Shanks. Red-haired Shanks' good temper was only directed towards Luffy in Fusha Village. They once destroyed an entire country out of anger because of Kid's challenge, where he severed Kid's arm. Red-haired Shanks is not someone with a good temper. Even if Bartolomeo replaced it with the flag of a younger pirate he admired, Shanks would still pursue Bartolomeo to teach him a lesson. Bartolomeo was the #1 diehard fan in the pirate world. But now, his top position was in jeopardy. Now the Prince of the Giant Kingdom, Loki, had become the #1 diehard fan in the pirate world. Yi-Fan comfortably sat at the table, and Loki took out his best food, eagerly serving Yi-Fan like a waiter. He revealed all the secrets of the Giant Kingdom. My father indeed sent a team of elite soldiers to sea 20 years ago. They were gone for half a year, and when they returned, they brought back a wooden box containing something. I don't know if it is the historical text. That box should still be in our giant race's secret treasury, and only the king of the giant race can manage the key to the treasury. Even though I'm a prince, I can't get in. Yi-Fan, so if I help you defeat your brother Loki, can you become the new king of the giant race? Loki, but my brother Loki is not so easy to deal with. He has more powerful giants around him than I do. Most giants are very satisfied living on Elbaf Island, although many strong giants have chosen to leave Elbaf. The number of giants willing to pledge allegiance to me is still much less than that of Loki. I think defeating him at the coronation ceremony will be very challenging. Yi-Fan, as long as you can defeat Loki at the coronation ceremony, can you get your father to pass the throne of the giant race to you? Loki, yes. This is the most legitimate method. As long as I win at the coronation ceremony, I will gain the support of the entire giant race. The Giants clan reveres the strong. Only through open and honorable combat can other giants willingly submit. Yi-Fan, if that's the case, I will ensure your victory. Chapter 198. The Ceremony of Kings. A few days later, the news of Prince Loki officially challenging Prince Loki to the Ceremony of Kings began to spread among the giants. A large number of warriors from the Giant Kingdom started making their way towards the capital. They all wanted to witness the birth of the new king of the Giant Kingdom. The Ceremony of Kings was to take place on the Great Tree Atom. A combat platform made of atom wood was constructed on the two massive branches closest to the ground, over 100 meters high. Although a thick layer of straw was laid beneath the platform, an ordinary giant would still get injured if knocked off the platform. Even a weaker giant could be killed from such a height. Climbing up to battle on a high platform was the beginning of testing one's courage. The Ceremony of Kings was not merely a duel between Loki and Loki. It began with their subordinates. Loki had a total of 19 formidable subordinates, while Loki had as many as 32 loyal followers. Loki's side was at an absolute disadvantage. If Loki had proposed the challenge first, Loki could have chosen the time for the duel. As long as there was enough time, Loki could summon back the pirates wandering outside. It was even possible that giants from the Navy would stand on Loki's side. This would give Loki's elite fighters an advantage over Loki, because those giants who went to sea, whether they chose to become Navy or pirates, hoped for more giants to appear in the ocean to strengthen their own power. Loki, who advocated opening the seas and letting more giants venture out, was clearly more welcomed by those strong individuals who had left Elbaf Island. However, things are different now. Loki actively initiated the ceremony of kings against Loki, meaning Loki could choose the time to start. Moreover, all of Loki's actions were under Loki's control. He was certain that Loki had not secretly summoned back those giants who had become great pirates and navy. This meant that his current strength completely overwhelmed Loki's. Without any hesitation, Loki set the time for the challenge to 3 days later, the shortest possible time to hold the ceremony. The shorter the time, the less likely Loki would be able to summon many giants back. Seeing that he had more elite fighters than Loki, Loki smiled happily. He couldn't understand why Loki was so foolish. The strengths of both sides were actually even. There were strong and weak fighters, but it was rare for one person to take on two opponents. With 32 against 19, the advantage of 13 fighters left no possibility of losing. The ceremony of kings was said to be very grand, but it was actually quite simple. The giant clan, with their massive size and fierce combat power, had no complicated noble rules like those of ordinary human races. The ceremony was straightforward. The subordinates loyal to the two princes would collectively go to the combat platform on the Great Tree Atom and then start a free-for-all brawl. All the elite commanders from both sides would join the fray until one side had all their fighters knocked off the high platform. This was the first part of the ceremony of kings. The second part was the battle between the two princes. The difference was that the remaining subordinates from the first round could fight alongside their loyal prince. Loki and Loki were twins, and their strengths had always been evenly matched since childhood. This meant that who could ascend to the throne completely depended on the number of elite commanders they had. Seeing that his side had 13 more fighters than Loki, Loki was very pleased. From today on, I'll be the new king of the giants. The old king, Lalalu, stood at the highest position and began to deliver his final speech as king. Today is my last time speaking as king, because my two sons, Loki and Loki, will today, under the witness of the great tree atom, conduct the sacred ceremony of kings. The winner among them will inherit my throne and become the new king. Now I declare that the most sacred ceremony of kings among the giants begins. As Lalalu's words fell, tens of thousands of giants in the square let out excited cheers. Giants have a very long lifespan, 3 times that of ordinary humans. They can live at least 200 years, and those who live longer can reach around 350 years. The ceremony of kings occurs at least once every 100 years. For every giant, it is an incredibly important ceremony. Although the process of this ceremony seems much simpler compared to the complex rituals on ordinary human islands in the hearts of the giants. The ceremony of kings is supremely sacred. This is a battle between the highest combat powers of the giant clan. Only the strongest giants are qualified to rule over the entire giant clan. Amidst the cheers of the crowd, dozens of Loki and Loki's subordinates had already jumped onto the platform over 100 meters high, set up on the branches of the great tree atom. The combat arena was quite large, as it was a battlefield for giants. The platform made of atom wood was 1,000 meters long and 500 meters wide. Just the atom wood alone, if transported to Water 7, could be sold for several 100 million berries. As the battle was about to begin, the audience of giants below grew increasingly excited. They each had their favorite prince and began to cheer loudly. Many giants had huge wine gourds hanging from their waists, filled with the yellow wine that giants love to drink. Because of their abundant food, they preferred this type of yellow wine that required several tons of grain to brew just 1 ton. The flavor of the yellow wine was very rich, and its alcohol content was not high. Many giants had never even drunk water since childhood, using yellow wine as their water. Besides being warlike, wine was also a necessary part of life for the giants. Thus, one could see the scene of them cheering and drinking at the same time. Meanwhile, in a distant outer room, 2 individuals dressed in white and wearing masks were observing the situation with binoculars. One was tall and the other short. The short one, looking at both sides' strengths, Loki has almost no chance of winning. The tall one, there's no way. The time is too short. Even if we let those giants from the Navy come back, 3 days is not enough. The short one, if Loki wins, it may be a long time before any giants go to sea again. The tall one, the giants are no longer important. Even without their strength, we will soon have enough power to deal with those pirates. Shorty, so Rocky becoming the new king actually aligns more with our interests. Tall one, it doesn't matter who becomes king. Our goal is to plunge the giant kingdom into chaos. These two are from CP0's intelligence organization. They have their own intelligence networks on almost every inhabited island, helping the celestial dragons monitor the entire world. Chapter 199. The ceremony begins. Two CP0 members are conversing. Unbeknownst to them, a masked woman has appeared behind them. This person is Kazuki Amaterasu, before becoming a vice admiral in the Navy. She excelled at using her beauty to infiltrate pirate crews, waiting for the right moment to capture the entire crew. She belongs to the Navy's intelligence department. Although her memories of her past in the Navy were erased by Yi Fan, her instincts as an intelligence officer remain. She quickly located the two CP0 members hiding in the corner. CP0 possesses a powerful tool that can block the observation of Kin Bunchikahaki. Just like during the battle at Onigashima, even with so many powerful figures, no one could detect CP0 surveillance through Kin Bunchaku. However, this did not pose a challenge for Kazuki Amaterasu. Based on her instincts as an intelligence officer, she swiftly found the most suitable vantage point for observation. This spot is on top of a very tall building on the outskirts of the Giant Kingdom's capital, allowing her to see everything happening in the arena. It is the favorite position for intelligence officers. Following Yi Fan's orders to clear CP0 from the Giant Kingdom, Kazuki Amaterasu began searching for them. The movements of intelligence officers are very discreet, but in the eyes of Kazuki Amaterasu, who is also skilled in intelligence, they are actually easier to find than ordinary people. The king's ceremony has just begun, and their location has already been locked onto by Kazuki Amaterasu. With a swift motion, she directly kills the two CP0 members and quickly returns to Yi Fan to report that the mission has been completed. In the arena, it is 19 against 32. Clearly, Rocky's subordinates are at a disadvantage, but not by much. Rocky's 19 subordinates have become significantly stronger compared to when they met Yi Fan. They managed to grow rapidly within just a few days. This is all due to their injection of the perfect T virus, granting Rocky's subordinates greater power. This is why Rocky, despite having fewer people, dared to initiate the king's ceremony. The giants are evidently very suitable for the perfect T virus. After injection, their enhancement surpasses that of ordinary pirates. Although it doesn't compare to the evolution granted by Zoan-type devil fruit users, the physical evolution alone far exceeds that of normal humans. After a chaotic battle, over 40 giants were knocked off the high arena to the ground, leaving 8 giants standing on the platform. Among them, 5 are Rocky's subordinates, and 3 are from Rocky. The first round of battle ends with Rocky's subordinates gaining the upper hand. Standing below the arena, Rocky smiles and says to Rocky, "Looks like your subordinates aren't up to par. Having more numbers doesn't help." Rocky now admires Yi Fan even more. Lord Yi Fan is truly powerful, effortlessly granting him the strength to defeat Rocky. It shouldn't just be a crushing victory. Starting today, I will be the king of the giants. I will lead the giants to do everything in our power to help Lord Yi Fan become the ruler of this world. Rocky's expression shows no signs of panic. Even though only 3 of his subordinates are left in the arena, he says, "You're too happy too soon, Rocky." He then shouts loudly to the arena, "Odell, stop playing and take them out." At this moment, a giant standing on the platform begins to change. The already 20-meter-tall giant's body expands again. He is a devil fruit user. The people of the Giant Kingdom rarely consume devil fruits. First, they're already incredibly strong. Even many devil fruit users are no match for the giants. Second, the Giant Kingdom is remote, and most giants have never left Elbaf Island, which has very few devil fruits, let alone ones that enhance their combat abilities. In the pirate world, it seems most powerful pirates have the abilities of devil fruits. However, in reality, devil fruits remain extremely precious and rare. Outside of the celestial dragons, on average, a country rarely has more than 30 devil fruit users. This Odell giant is one of Rocky's strong subordinates who recently lucked into obtaining a Zoan-type dog fruit, hyena form. After transforming into the dogman form, he grows to about 30 meters, towering over the other giants by half. His body is filled with terrifying muscles. Now, even though it is 3 against 5, with the power of his devil fruit, Odell ultimately becomes the last victor in this arena. Rocky laughs heartily. "Rocky, didn't expect I had a trump card, did you? You'd better admit defeat now. Otherwise, when you get on the platform, Odell and I will team up to make you cry." Crying is a serious insult. Even the fiercest giants wouldn't choose to cry when beaten to the brink of disability or even death. However, Rocky is an exception. He doesn't possess the same fierce character as the giants. Instead, he is more cunning and treacherous, resembling a pirate, but at the same time, he is somewhat weaker than ordinary giants. Rocky now clearly has the upper hand. Odell's strength is basically on par with him and Rocky. 2 against 1. Rocky sees no possibility of failure. Therefore, when he says he will make Rocky cry, it is a mockery of Rocky's weak character. Upon hearing this, Rocky becomes very angry and jumps onto the platform, shouting at Rocky, "Stop talking like a woman and come up here to see how easily I can defeat you." Rocky's direct challenge surprises Rocky. When did his brother gain such courage? But with his subordinate Odell still in the arena and only Rocky left on the opposite side, Rocky feels he has no chance of losing. So he also jumps onto the arena. However, after the battle begins, Rocky is horrified to discover that Rocky, in terms of strength, speed, agility, and attack power, is now far stronger than before. Even in a 2-on-1 situation, they are completely suppressed. Just a moment ago, the seemingly powerful Odell was knocked off the stage by Loki with a single punch. Loki, how is this possible? We've been fighting for over 100 years. How could your strength become so formidable? Loki, did you think you're the only one who could conceal your strength? You're too naive, Loki. The reason I initiated the Right of Kings with you is that I am confident I can defeat you and all your subordinates. I, Loki, am the true king of the giants. After saying this, Loki clenched his massive fist and knocked Loki off the stage. Chapter 200. The final island. Seeing this result, Yifan was naturally not surprised at all. To ensure Loki's victory, after learning the method of holding the Right of Kings, Yifan not only provided the perfect T-virus, but also did another thing for Loki. Using the ability of the Pure Land of Ultimate Bliss, he directly copied the first to third gates of the 8 gates of Duinjia into Loki's mind. Just now, Loki was able to defeat 2 opponents of similar strength simultaneously, not just because he injected the perfect T-virus, but also due to the power of the 8 gates of Duinjia, which allowed him to unleash several times his previous power, speed, agility, etc. in a short period. The 8 gates of Duinjia were the key to Loki's victory. The tens of thousands of giants watching on site erupted in cheers, shouting the name of their new king. When Lalu placed the crown, symbolizing kingship, on Loki's head, all the giants half knelt on the ground, swearing allegiance to Loki. He was the victor of the Right of Kings, and had easily crushed Loki with his own strength, becoming the new king. All the giants, having witnessed the battle, sincerely submitted to Loki. Next came the happiest time for the giant race. The treasury opened, and large quantities of fine wine were brought out. All the giants could enjoy 3 days of fine wine and a lot of free food. For the next few days, the giant kingdom would be in a festive atmosphere. Once everything was settled, Loki took Yifan into the treasure chamber of the giants. In the deepest part of the chamber, Yifan finally saw the last piece of the red coordinate historical text he had longed for. Taking out the universal translator, he confirmed the last coordinate he had obtained. Now, he finally knew the location of the final island, Laugh Tale. The treasure that Joy Boy had hidden for 800 years was about to be revealed. The great treasure. These simple 3 words were the ultimate fantasy for countless pirates. For 800 years, countless pirates had aspired to reach the final island. Even Kaido and Charlotte Linlin were among them. Yifan returned to Onigashima with Kazuki Toki and took out a world map collected by the Beast Pirates. He marked the 4 coordinates on the map. The intersection of these coordinates made Yifan's eyes widen in disbelief. It was actually here. The location of the final island was not in some hidden corner. On the contrary, it was a very famous place. Many people knew of the island in this sea. This island was even a place Yifan had visited many times. It was the daughter island of Amazon Lily Kingdom, the place where Yifan often dated Empress Boa Hancock. It turned out to be the final island. No wonder every black pirate who came here was so happy. The entire island was filled with beautiful women. What man wouldn't feel happy? What man wouldn't think of this place as a paradise for men? Over 20 years ago, the former king of Amazon Lily Kingdom was seduced by others and even abandoned his throne. That person couldn't possibly have been a member of Roger's pirate crew, could he? It was even very likely that it was the playboy Silvers Rayleigh. Thinking of that old lecher Rayleigh, Yifan felt it was indeed quite possible. Taking out a compass that could accurately mark coordinates, Yifan opened the door of freedom and directly headed to Daughter Island. He appeared right in the palace of Empress Boa Hancock. At that moment, the Empress was taking a beauty sleep. This woman was very skilled at maintaining her appearance. However, her observation haki was not weak at all. As soon as Yifan arrived, she opened her eyes. Upon seeing Yifan, Empress Boa Hancock happily said, "Lord Yifan, you came to see me, and I am really very happy. Do you think my outfit today is beautiful?" Yifan looked at her in her purple long dress, which indeed was very sexy. He appreciated it seriously and said, "I came to find you today because I have something important to tell you. I have finally found the 4 pieces of coordinate historical texts. Boa Hancock, congratulations, Yifan. You are about to become the new Pirate King. Yi Fan said. The coordinates of the final island, Laughtail, are on Daughter Island. Boa Hancock was astonished. How is this possible? Our people have lived on this island for hundreds of years, and there is no great treasure. Lord Yi Fan, is the coordinate you found incorrect? Yi Fan, if it's incorrect, we will understand once we go to the coordinate point. Boa Hancock and Yi Fan walked towards the coordinate point together. The closer they got to the coordinate point, the more serious Boa Hancock's expression became. She said, if I'm not mistaken, the coordinate you obtained is the Holy Mother Spring of Amazon Lily Kingdom. That place is something we must protect. Yi Fan, it seems there is no mistake. You were born with the ability to use haki, which should be the guardians of the great treasure. Boa Hancock said, that's not the case. Our island only has women. There are no men. Do you know how we have survived on this island for generations? At that moment, Yi Fan thought of this question. The women of Amazon Lily Kingdom have no physical structural differences from human females in the outside world. Yi Fan was completely certain of this. Not only did he confirm their outward appearance was the same, but he had also confirmed their inner beauty. This meant that without men, the women of Amazon Lily Kingdom could not solely rely on themselves to give birth, and the children they bore would also be female. Yi Fan asked in astonishment, could it be that the Holy Mother Spring is? Before Yi Fan could finish his sentence, Boa Hancock answered his question. That's right. It is the Holy Mother Spring. She is the mother of all of us. Every 3 years, the Holy Mother Spring produces a large number of infants, replenishing our kingdom's population. In other words, all of us in our kingdom have no fathers or mothers. We were all birthed by the Holy Mother Spring. Perhaps it's really as you said, that everyone in our country is actually just a female warrior created to guard the great treasure. In an instant, the Empress Boa Hancock's heart collapsed a little. They had always thought they were a lucky nation, born in the doldrums, free from attacks by hostile islands and forces. They naturally possessed haki, and every woman was a powerful warrior. Even without training, they could easily defeat those pirates. But now they realized they were merely artificially created tools. Just like Germa 66, mere synthetic warriors. They weren't even normal humans, which is why the ancestral decree came, to kill all men invading the island, even at the cost of their lives, to protect the Holy Mother Spring. Chapter 201. The great treasure. Yi Fan followed Boa Hancock into a very hidden cave. The cave was very rugged, with many forks. However, under Boa Hancock's guidance, the two quickly arrived at a spring. This Holy Mother Spring was not large. Only a small pool of about a dozen square meters, continuously flowing with spring water. The flow rate was not fast, only a bucket of water every 3 seconds. This was the Holy Mother Spring, the most mysterious and sacred place of the Amazon Lily Kingdom. Such ordinary spring water had nurtured the Amazon Lily Kingdom for hundreds of years, producing at least millions of female warriors from the Amazon Lily Kingdom. Yi Fan looked at the compass in his hand. The coordinates of the Holy Mother Spring were still hundreds of meters away from the real coordinates. Yi Fan jumped into the spring with Boa Hancock, advancing along the underground cave where the spring flowed, traveling for several hundred meters. They finally arrived at a huge underground cavern. The appearance of this place was clearly not a natural cave, but an artificially constructed one. This was the great treasure. Seeing the treasure in the middle, Yi Fan knew he hadn't made a mistake this time. It turned out that the reason the 3 historical coordinates could not find the final island, Raftel, was such a humorous one. In his previous life, Yi Fan was also a fan of the sea and had discussed this countless times with friends. The conclusion they came to was that there were 3 possibilities. The first was that in the pirate world, there were both the underwater Fishman Island and the Sky Island, without knowing the 4 coordinates. Even if one flew in a straight line, they wouldn't know if they were in the sky or deep in the sea, hence the 3 coordinates couldn't be found. The second was that Raftel might be an island inside a giant creature, like the Elephant Zune, and its location was constantly moving, without the 4 coordinates. One couldn't find this moving island. The third was that Raftel might not be in the pirate world or not at the coordinate points. The 4 coordinate points marked had abilities like the Door fruit or the Mirror fruit, and only by finding the exact place could one be transported to the final island. Raftel. But all of this was wrong. This was just a human breeding chamber and not a product of a future technological kingdom. It was a human breeding chamber deployed in the pirate world from the Noah's Arkansas. It was just that 800 years ago, Joy Boy discovered this place and restarted this breeding chamber, which had been closed for many years. There were originally 2 breeding chambers, one for producing male humans and one for producing female humans. The people of the Amazon Lily Kingdom all possessed haki because this breeding chamber contained the oldest first batch of humans. That planet, which had been destroyed by its own wars, had undergone countless generations of genetic optimization and incorporation of super advanced technology. Haki had become part of their genetic sequence, allowing everyone to possess powerful haki. However, later on, as people for the pirate world naturally bred offspring, many of their genes mutated, causing many to be born without haki. But some strong individuals had even more powerful gene mutations, allowing them to wield terrifying powers. For example, Charlotte Linlin and Kaido were from such genetically superior races. There were also the even more terrifying members of the D family, who were all new powerful gene bearers born on the pirate planet. If Yifan hadn't read the poneglyphs, he might not have understood this place very well. However, having read the poneglyph in the Celestial Dragon's treasure vault, he understood the root of all this. The ruler inside Noah's Ark was merely an artificial intelligence. The world it wanted to restore was the original world of that destroyed planet. The planet that was destroyed during the War of the Gods was a planet close to a Type 3 civilization, a civilization with a clear characteristic: genes determined everything. Once genes could be easily modified, the humans of that planet gained long lives. Therefore, the gap between people became enormous. Wealthy individuals, scientists, and other high-end people possessed the most powerful gene modification technologies, endowing them with intelligence, physical strength, and longevity far exceeding that of ordinary people. In the eyes of ordinary people, they were like gods. It was a civilization with a strict hierarchy based on genetic development, where low-level genes could not resist those of higher genes. The new pirate world formed by the genes of those people from that planet was the same. An ordinary person with low-level genes could work hard all their life, but would never reach the level of a Navy major. However, powerful individuals like Charlotte Linlin and Kaido didn't need any training. They possessed the strength to defeat Navy captains at a young age. For instance, when Charlotte Linlin was 5 years old, she killed the hero warrior of the giant race, which led to her being shunned by them. This was a world where bloodlines ruled. Their inherited genes were already vastly different. The records and the poneglyphs documented many powerful individuals who inherited divine bloodlines, awakening after the chaotic era and establishing numerous divine kingdoms, which was the era of myths in the pirate world when gods ruled the world. Now, on the final island Raftel, there also lay a poneglyph recording the true reason for the twilight of the gods. The ruling gods of the world discovered Noah's Ark in the sky, a ship capable of destroying worlds and traversing different planets, which immediately sparked a fierce competition among many gods. Originally, the gods only wanted to rule a few or a dozen countries, but in their struggle for the ownership of Noah's Ark, they ignited the war of the gods. All the gods fought for the right to possess Noah's Ark and Sa. Controlling Noah's Ark meant controlling the world, becoming the sovereign of the pirate world. In this battle, only 5 gods survived. Im, the sun god Joy Boy, the king of the future technological kingdom who created the underworld battleship capable of controlling all marine life, and the Sky King. And Joy Boy's great treasure. This is the legendary King Uranus. This is the truth about the Battle of Ragnarok. For deities fought against Im, who possessed the Ark of Noah. In the end, they still failed. Im killed all the other deities, ending the War of the Gods. The 100 years of disappearance was actually everything about the War of the Gods. The people of the pirate world do not know that 800 years ago, there were truly powerful beings like gods in this world. The ultimate victor is Im, who has ruled the entire world from the Void Throne for 800 years. Upon seeing this black historical text, Yifan finally unraveled all the mysteries. He learned the entire truth and understood Im's real trump card for ruling the world. A battleship close to a 3-star civilization, the control of the Ark of Noah. Chapter 202. The king ultimately, whether it is the great treasure or fighting against the celestial dragons, for the people of the pirate world, without the noblest bloodline, nothing will succeed. The noblest bloodline means the highest level of genetic evolution. This is determined at birth. No matter how hard one tries, it cannot be resisted. For example, there were countless geniuses during the same era as Carp. The strongest pirate, Rox, Pirate King Roger, and the Golden Lion, while on the Navy side. There was also Admiral Zifa. However, they all lost their combat power due to aging or illness. Zifa could not defeat Whitebeard too. The Golden Lion was even more pitiful, as the once great pirate was killed by Luffy, who couldn't use haki. Yet Carp, even after learning haki that consumes lifespan, still possesses immense power, even overshadowing the 4 emperors and surpassing the Navy Admirals. From the 2nd gear onward, Luffy has been burning his life force, and by the 5th gear, his lifespan is consumed like flowing water. Yet he remains young and full of vitality. If it were anyone else, like Luffy, overextending their life would have led to death from aging long ago. The pirate world remains the same as the previous civilization that was destroyed tens of thousands of years ago, a world ruled by gods over mortals. Joy Boy wanted to realize a world without slaves, where everyone is equal, while M continues to maintain the original ruling method, where gods govern the entire world. It's just a manifestation of two gods with different wills. This is the truth of the entire world. However, since Fan crossed into this world, everything will change. In front of the powerful boss of the Moon Shadow sect, everyone else is just a minor monster. Fan stands before the king, who is Joy Boy's trump card against Dime, a powerful battle mech from before the destruction of the ancient civilization. This mech has the strength to destroy the Ark of Noah. However, during the Battle of Ragnarok, due to the 300 years of combat, the king has exhausted all its energy. Beneath Amazon Lily, there are many huge turbofan generators that require the power of Sea Kings to control their rotation, which will recharge the king. This is also why Roger could obtain the location of the great treasure but could not take it away. Without massive Sea Kings, even Pirate King Roger cannot sustain those huge turbofan generators to recharge the king for long periods. A king without energy cannot destroy the Ark of Noah. This means that, currently, there is no opportunity to defeat him. Unexpectedly, the key to the situation has returned to the little one, Shirahoshi. I must make her quickly awaken the power of the Sea Kings to control the enormous Sea Kings in the Calm Belt, which will supply energy to the king. This is also why Roger said they came too early, and why Shanks only began to truly search for the great treasure after Luffy fought in Wano. Without Shirahoshi fully mastering the giant Sea Kings, even if they reach the final island, Laugh Tale, they cannot take away the king. The ancient weapons, whether the Pluton or the Sea King, do not have the capability to confront him. The key is to restore the king's full energy. What is most ruthless about Joy Boy is that the time he awakens and the time the Sea Kings awaken are almost the same. This means that without Joy Boy obtaining powerful strength, even if others reach the final island, they cannot take away the king. Perhaps in these 800 years, it wasn't just Roger who was a pirate king. There may have been other powerful pirates who reached the final island, but they could not take away the king because the Sea Kings had not yet awakened, and there was no other way to replenish the king's energy. The sun god, Joy Boy, who survived to the end of the Battle of Ragnarok, could not possibly be just a fool who brings laughter. Just looking at the historical text he left behind, the means he used to guide his resurrection shows that Joy Boy was not a simple character. Perhaps when Luffy fully unleashes Joy Boy's power, his body will be controlled by Joy Boy as well. I must accelerate Shirahoshi's awakening and take control of the king in advance. If I wait until 2 years later when Luffy develops the 5th gear, that will be a huge problem. Thinking of this, Fan said to Hancock, "Hancock, guard this place. I will find a way to restore the king's energy as soon as possible. Until then, no one can approach the great treasure." Hancock replied, "Lord Fan, don't worry. With me here, I won't let anyone enter." Fan said, "As long as I can activate the king, the day I destroy the celestial dragons is not far away." Hancock is the person in this world who hates the celestial dragons the most. The desire to destroy the celestial dragons and kill those arrogant beings who think of themselves as gods has always been hidden in Hancock's heart. In the past, she could only dare to think about it in her dreams while sleeping. But now, her man is finally going to control this weapon that can destroy the celestial dragons. Even if it costs her life, she will not let anyone take the king away. Before leaving, Fan reminded again, "If you encounter a powerful enemy, you must contact me immediately through the Den Den Mushi." After speaking, Fan opened the spatial door and arrived at Fishman Island in Shirahoshi's palace. Making Shirahoshi gain power in advance is definitely going to be a troublesome task, regardless of the rebellious fishmen on Fishman Island. Those who wish to launch a full-scale war against humans, or the pirates who plan to use large ships to crash into Fishman Island and kill all the fishmen, have all been killed by Fan. This means that there can no longer be a huge crisis to make Shirahoshi awaken her own power. Transforming this enormous coward into the Sea King Poseidon, who can control all Sea Kings, is a very, very high difficulty task. I want to transform Shirahoshi, this timid and crying girl, into a high and mighty deity. This is all too difficult. Should I gather a few powerful pirates to destroy Fishman Island to provoke Shirahoshi's emotions? Is it like forcing growth, trying to make her become Poseidon? If Shirahoshi knew all of this, that I would go so far as to kill all the lives on Fishman Island just to awaken her, even if it succeeded, she would surely hate herself immensely. Although I am already at the entrance of Shirahoshi's palace, I have not gone in. I must think of a way to safely help Shirahoshi awaken her powers while still ensuring she listens to me. This is indeed a tough problem. Suddenly, I came up with an idea. Perhaps this approach could perfectly solve Shirahoshi's issues. Chapter 203. Poseidon. As soon as I entered Shirahoshi's palace, the adorable mermaid leaped into my arms. Due to the difference in our sizes, I could only touch two large, soft areas. Princess Shirahoshi said, "Lord Yafan, I'm so happy you came to see me." Shirahoshi no longer needs to live in a castle without windows. A few months ago, after I resolved Shirahoshi's crisis, she could freely move around Fishman Island. However, the timid Shirahoshi still preferred to stay in the palace most of the time, playing with her little shark. Yes, what seems like a huge shark to ordinary people is just a cute pet in the eyes of Shirahoshi, who is over 8 meters tall. I said, "I came to find you this time because I hope you can awaken your powers. Shirahoshi needs to gain your help." Shirahoshi replied, "I'm very happy to help Lord Yafan, but I am really too weak." Shirahoshi lowered her head into her arms, feeling very ashamed. "Can someone so weak really help Lord Yafan?" I said, "Don't underestimate your strength. In my eyes, Shirahoshi, you are an important combat force. However, gaining power will require enduring some considerable pain. Are you willing to bear it?" Shirahoshi excitedly said, "As long as I can help Lord Yafan, I am willing to endure." I replied, "Thank you, Shirahoshi. Then let us get started." After saying this, my eyes transformed into the eternal kaleidoscope Sharingan, and I began to use the power of the Pure Land. I wove a new story for Shirahoshi. The Celestial Dragons led the Navy to capture all mermaids as slaves, using a large number of cannons to attack Fishman Island frantically. Under the fierce bombardment, many citizens were injured or killed, and Fishman Island was about to be destroyed. Watching one citizen after another die around her, Shirahoshi finally became enraged. She covered her head and summoned a massive number of giant sea kings. At that moment, I arrived. Together with the numerous sea kings, I defeated the Celestial Dragon's army. Subsequently, Shirahoshi woke up in tears. Everything that had just happened was an illusion created by the Pure Land. I comforted Shirahoshi, "Don't worry, that was just a dream of the future. None of it has happened. It's not real." Shirahoshi asked, "Just a dream?" It felt so real. My father and brother were killed by the despicable Celestial Dragons. I took Shirahoshi on a tour around Fishman Island, and only then did she believe that everything that had just happened was real. I said, "Although it was a dream, if the Celestial Dragons find out you are Poseidon, they will definitely destroy all of Fishman Island." Shirahoshi immediately became anxious and said, "Lord Yafan, please save our Fishman Island." I replied, "Instead of constantly defending against the Celestial Dragon's attacks, it's better to join me to eliminate these evil world nobles. Shirahoshi, I need your strength." A day later, under Shirahoshi's command, hundreds of giant sea kings, each reaching thousands of meters in size, arrived at the seabed of Fishman Island. They collectively pushed the massive turbine blades beneath the island. Enormous power began to flow into the giant machine. However, the charging speed was much slower than I had imagined. Dozens of giant sea kings had been working for several hours, and the charging progress bar of the machine had only reached 1%. This meant that even with dozens of giant sea kings working continuously, it would still take about a month to fully charge the machine. I couldn't help but marvel at the technology of this machine. These enormous turbines hidden beneath Fishman Island were several times more extravagant than the large hydropower station I knew in my previous life in Dragon Country. That large hydropower station could supply power to over a dozen major cities. This means that even though this machine is not particularly large when fully charged, it would equate to the total annual energy consumption of over a dozen first-tier cities. In my previous life on Blue Star, there were no batteries or any means to store such immense energy. The total amount of batteries produced worldwide over 100 years could only sustain usage for 3 minutes. Yes, after producing batteries for over a century, piled into dozens of mountains, they could only last for 3 minutes. And this machine, merely a mech several dozen meters tall, could be fully charged in just a few seconds by these giant turbines. This shows the terrifying technology within this machine. Back then, Blue Star was only a level 0.7 civilization. The world of pirates, the world ruled by gods, had already reached a technological level of 2.9 and was on the verge of entering level 3 civilization. The gap between them was greater than the difference in intelligence between humans and rats. What kind of terrifying technology is contained within this machine is beyond my understanding. Even if Dr. Vegapunk, who is hundreds of years ahead of the pirate world, would need decades or even centuries of research to decipher the technology contained within a machine. A month passed, and I was not in a hurry. I have a lifespan of 100,000 years, so I have plenty of time to contend with him. After leaving Fishman Island to the Empress Boa Hancock, I departed. Defeating him is not a simple task. Besides Im's personal strength, there are also the Gorosei, the Navy, and various other powerful combat forces. Since I have embarked on the path of opposing him, I need more allies. In addition to the Giant Kingdom and Wano country, there are many formidable powers in the pirate world. For example, several strong dark forces in the world, such as Morgans, the Lone Shark Kingfield, and Shipping King Wimmet, are all forces I can recruit. However, Yifan did not intend to first win them over. Morgans had been secretly supporting Luffy, and it was evident that he had his own hidden and undisclosed secrets. Perhaps he was in cahoots with Shanks and Rayleigh, among others. The King of Lone Sharks, Field, and the Shipping King, Umit, had taken advantage of the Celestial Dragons. They enjoyed massive annual revenues of berries. Such individuals are actually beneficiaries of the Celestial Dragon system. Relying on them to deal with the Celestial Dragons is clearly unrealistic. There was, however, a powerful figure in the Dark Forces who harbored deep hatred for the Celestial Dragons, making him a suitable candidate to be won over as an ally. This person was the Golden Emperor. He was originally a slave to the Celestial Dragons, but after his beloved was killed by them, he developed an intense hatred for the Celestial Dragons. However, after obtaining the gold fruit and establishing Golden City, he began to enjoy one of the most luxurious lifestyles in the world. He even abandoned his hatred for the Celestial Dragons and became a tool for them to make money. Chapter 204. Return to Golden City now. After 400 billion berries were stolen, the Golden Emperor was ruthlessly abandoned by the Celestial Dragons once again and became a wanted criminal by the Navy. He could no longer operate his World's #1 entertainment city in the Four Seas and the Grand Line. The Golden Emperor's current life was quite difficult. If he still had the courage to fight against the Celestial Dragons, then it would not hinder Yifan from recruiting him as a subordinate. But if he had lost his fighting spirit, Yifan would not hesitate to kill him. The woman under his command, who possessed the ability of the luck fruit, could be useful. If utilized well, Yifan might even gain access to his gold fruit ability. After opening the spatial gate and returning to Onigashima, Yifan quickly learned about the current situation of the Golden Emperor from the intelligence department of the Beast Pirates. The current Golden Emperor was no longer the glorious figure he once was. Having lost the protection of the Celestial Dragons, he could no longer freely navigate the Four Seas and the Grand Line. The result was that he could only struggle in a corner of the New World. The most prosperous territories in the New World had already been completely divided by the four emperors. They could only accept some crew members engaged in maritime trade near Doflamingo's territory. The once 10-kilometer-long Golden City now shrank to less than 2 kilometers. The quantity and quality of customers had sharply decreased. In the past, even the poorest of pirates would have hundreds of thousands of berries after robbery. Now, the customers were mainly crew members of merchant ships, many of whom boarded Golden City with only a few hundred berries in their pockets. After all, the main wealth of the merchant fleet was in cargo. Occasionally, some extravagant ship owners also could not spend money as freely as pirates. Golden City could no longer be considered the world's #1 entertainment city. It was merely a small power struggling to survive in the New World. Because it was located near the Don Quixote family's territory, the Golden Emperor also had to pay a lot of taxes to Doflamingo. In the past, he would never have tolerated such things. However, now that his gold fruit had not awakened, and he could only achieve a state of gigantification, he was truly not a strong figure in the New World. Many powerful pirates were qualified to suppress him. He could no longer drain every pirate's berries as he did in the Four Seas and the Grand Line. Many strong pirates relied on their powerful observation haki to treat Golden City as an ATM, and the Golden Emperor had no way to counter this. His strength was only equivalent to that of a pirate with around 500 million berries. There were far too many powerful pirates in the New World who surpassed his strength. After learning about the location of Golden City, Yifan immediately used the spatial gate to arrive there. With his observation haki covering the entire Golden City, he saw the luxurious hall made entirely of gold. The Golden Emperor, Gil Tesoro, was no longer the handsome middle-aged man he used to be. He appeared disheveled and utterly dejected. He had completely lost the courage to become a strong fighter. It seemed that finding a powerful pirate was not an easy task. A pirate who had lost their fighting spirit would become even weaker, making it impossible for them to become a strong figure on the sea again. For example, after losing their fighting spirit, figures like the Golden Lion, Sand Crocodile, and Moonlight Moria even saw their haki diminish. The current Golden Emperor had completely lost his fighting spirit. Yifan could feel that even if he were to achieve gigantification with the gold fruit, he would no longer be able to do so. In that case, let us take away his gold fruit ability. The ability of the gold fruit would greatly enhance Yifan. Firstly, gold conducts electricity, which could complement Yifan's thunder fruit ability. Secondly, while gold does not possess magnetism and cannot be attracted by magnetic forces, Yifan had not wasted his time during this period. Through extensive training in the gravity room, he had finally awakened the magnet fruit ability. If he were to gain the power of the gold fruit, once awakened, he could create countless golden sands like Gara and use the massive golden sand to attack enemies. Moreover, these golden sands could contain a large amount of thunder fruit energy and magnet fruit power. This would perfectly combine the abilities of three fruits. Although the magnet fruit could absorb a large amount of nearby metals and cover them with electrical energy, there was not that much metal in this sea. Apart from the cannons used by the Navy and pirates, it was not easy to find a large amount of metal in many places. Covering rocks, trees, and other objects with magnetism would not conduct electricity. Moreover, rocks and trees were not suitable for combat compared to gold. Although gold is soft, it is very heavy. When covered with electrical energy and magnetism, its lethality becomes even more astonishing. Thinking of this, Yifan did not directly utilize the thunder fruit ability to teleport into the Golden Emperor's room. Instead, he went to the side to meet with the receptionist, Baccarat. Upon seeing Yifan suddenly appear, Baccarat was momentarily stunned, then bowed and greeted him. "It is an honor to meet you, Lord Dragon King Yifan. However, Golden City may no longer have enough berries to pay your taxes." Baccarat thought Yifan had come to collect berries, as they had previously paid protection fees to the beast pirates. This was also the reason why Golden City could barely survive in the New World after losing the protection of the celestial dragons. Yifan said, "I am not here to collect taxes. I want you to maximize my luck." Baccarat replied, "All right, Lord Yifan, I will enhance your luck right away." Although she did not know why Yifan wanted to enhance his luck as a minor character, she dared not disobey Yifan's orders and could only exert her full power to enhance Yifan's luck with her luck fruit ability. Under Yifan's stern gaze, Baccarat was forced to use all of her fruit abilities to enhance Yifan's luck until she completely exhausted her powers and collapsed on the ground. Yifan said, "Well done. From now on, you will be the master of Golden City. You can develop an entertainment city in the waters controlled by the beast pirates." After saying that, Yifan used his teleportation ability to directly arrive in the Golden Emperor's room. The ability of the magnet fruit was activated. The entire room filled with gold was forcibly endowed with magnetic force, allowing Yifan to control all the gold within the room. The Golden Emperor was now drunk, but as a gold fruit user, he could still react to the changes of the gold in the room. He wanted to use his fruit ability to control the gold flowing rapidly in the room, but was surprised to find that this gold was covered with a more powerful fruit ability. Subsequently, a large amount of gold covered the Golden Emperor, turning him into a golden statue. However, the terrifying pressure of the gold had crushed all his bones into pieces. Chapter 205. The disappeared 100 years as the Golden Emperor, being crushed to death by a large amount of gold, also fulfilled his wish. Looking at the plate of fruit on the side table, suddenly one piece of fruit transformed into a devil fruit, a golden devil fruit. Yifan waved his hand and took the gold fruit in his hand, biting into it. Now he had gained another powerful devil fruit ability. After arranging the affairs of Golden City and losing the Golden Emperor, Baccarat could still manage it well. Most importantly, Golden City had a strong backing and would not be plundered by powerful pirates. She could also operate Golden City well using the luck fruit's abilities, and in the future, could provide a large amount of berries for the beast pirates. During the time Yifan was waiting for the king to recharge, he trained daily in the time gravity room and collected some powerful pirates to continue strengthening the beast pirates' influence. On a mysterious island in the Grand Line, Kizaru, we celestial dragons have done what you requested. Now you must speed up your research. Vegapunk, to succeed in the experiment, I need at least a powerful body, preferably one as strong as Kaido or Charlotte Linlin. Otherwise, I won't know the limits of the modifications. Kizaru, isn't Kuma's body enough? Vegapunk, Kuma has already become a complete modified human, but he is still far from the terrifying level you mentioned regarding the king. There is too great a gap. Kizaru, even Kuma now should at least have the combat power of a Yonko, right? Vegapunk, not quite, he still falls a little short. The weapons you provided can't be fully integrated into his body. Kizaru, just being close to Yonko level power is sufficient. When can we achieve mass production? Vegapunk, the artificial extraction of devil fruit cultivation tanks will take some time. You know that to achieve Kuma's combat power, he needs to possess multiple devil fruit powers within him. Moreover, to use these powers, he needs a strong heart. At least the heart of a pirate with a bounty of over 10 million is required to withstand the artificial genetic factor. An average person's heart won't do. Kizaru, didn't the warlord Trafalgar Law provide 100 pirate hearts? That should be enough for your experiments. Once you complete the full-body pacifista, even if you need hearts of pirates with bounties of 100 million, I can find plenty for you. Vegapunk, if you can prepare all the materials. In at most 3 months, I can produce 10 complete pacifista for you. However, you celestial dragons must fulfill your promises to me. Kizaru, rest assured, we celestial dragons of the Holy Three families are not useless. As long as the experiment succeeds, everyone in your village will become nobles. Your brother has a grandson and a granddaughter. Although I cannot let them become celestial dragons directly, your brother's grandson can marry a celestial dragon, and your brother's granddaughter can become a celestial dragon's legitimate wife. From then on, your family's descendants will also become the gods of this world, the supreme celestial dragons. Vegapunk said, in that case, I will certainly do my utmost to help you celestial dragons rule the seas. Kizaru, rest assured, as long as you complete these technologies, we celestial dragons will give you everything you want. After saying this, Kizaru left the laboratory. Vegapunk appeared to be conducting new experiments on the remnants of future technology kingdom devices, but inside he was filled with anxiety. He did not know what was happening outside. The Free Alliance led by Dragon should not be putting such enormous pressure on the celestial dragons at this moment. Even if I wanted to buy time, I can no longer do so. The celestial dragons, for some unknown reason, seemed to be in such a hurry. However, after Kuma became an unconscious modified human, I could not obtain any news about the outside world. Moreover, the celestial dragons had given me these devices that had already surpassed the technology of the future technology kingdom. These terrifying technologies, even at the pinnacle of the future technology kingdom, would still lag behind by thousands of years. How did these celestial dragons acquire such unknown technologies from a kingdom I had never heard of? How could a kingdom that had mastered such technology be defeated by the celestial dragons? Vegapunk was filled with doubts. However, if he did not follow the celestial dragons' orders to research the complete pacifista, the celestial dragons would use the power of extinguishing the light. Such a cruel act would not be allowed by the kind-hearted Vegapunk. Extinguishing the light seems akin to an ordinary person blowing out an oil lamp. However, only a few people knew the horror represented by these 4 words. That is to erase all of history from the entire world, which is the truth of the vanished 100 years. For a planet that already has various civilizations and unified writing, how could 100 years of history become blank? The reason is simple. Kill all individuals over the age of 7 on this planet. That way, writing, civilization, inheritance, and so on would all be erased. This is the truth behind extinguishing the light and the disappearance of 100 years. It is to kill all those who can pass on civilization and information. Thus, the history that occurred during that time would no longer be known by anyone. Extinguishing the light is to extinguish the flame of civilization in the pirate world. Faced with such a threat from the celestial dragons, Vegapunk could only compromise. This kind-hearted old man, who was at least 500 years ahead of the world's technology, the technological god of the pirate world, an old man determined to use technology to change people's lives and make everyone happy, is forced to develop terrifying weapons to satisfy the celestial dragon's demands. His heart is filled with helplessness, but in the end, he can only compromise. Vegapunk can only try to buy time. After several tests, the celestial dragons allow him to delay for at most another 6 months. Vegapunk actually already has the complete manufacturing plan for the lineage factor, but he still proposes the need for a powerful pirate heart, hoping to buy more time. Unexpectedly, a pirate named Law, in order to become a warlord of the sea, actively kills 100 powerful pirates and sends their hearts to the Navy, earning his status as a warlord. This forces Vegapunk, who originally planned to complete his project in 6 months, to only be able to delay for 3 to 4 months. Vegapunk can only pray that Dragon will rescue Kuma. Chapter 206. The Dark Horse becomes a man-made human. On the surface, it appears that Akainu personally captured his daughter Bonnie, making Kuma a test subject for Vegapunk. In reality, Kuma is an important cadre of the Revolutionary Army, using his status as a warlord to infiltrate the Navy. His ultimate goal is to rescue Vegapunk, the genius old man who is 500 years ahead of the world's technology. Now, Kuma has been completely transformed into a cyborg, and his brain's thinking has been severed by Vegapunk. This means that Kuma has now become a killing weapon fully controlled by the celestial dragons. As Vegapunk anticipated, Once Kuma's transformation was completed and confirmed by Kizuru and others, Kuma was directly sent out of the island. Vegapunk prays in his heart, Dragon. There isn't much time left for you and me. You must rescue Kuma as soon as possible, or the complete pacifista will soon be mass-produced. Although I have secretly weakened the pacifista's strength, the complete pacifista will be a terrifying killing weapon that is hard to defeat, even for the three major powers, except for a few like the Yonko and Dragon. Once it is put to use, the Celestial Dragons will be able to easily flatten the Warlords and the Yonko. At the new Marine headquarters, Admiral Akainu is meeting with a mysterious Navy general. In the eyes of ordinary people, the Navy is arranged with admirals, vice admirals, and so on. However, besides the Intelligence Department, there is a special department in the Navy, the Marine Criminal Investigation Bureau. The person Akainu is meeting is the head of the Marine Criminal Investigation Bureau, Dark Horse Tiancheng. All Navy admirals are named after colors and animals. Even the substitute admirals, such as Momonosuke and Tashigi, are no exception. Others do not qualify to be given such disgraceful nicknames by the Celestial Dragons, reminding them that they are merely the watchdogs of the Celestial Dragons. The head of the Marine Criminal Investigation Bureau, being granted the nickname Dark Horse, indicates that he possesses at least the strength of a substitute admiral. Dark Horse Tiancheng. While we were collecting evidence of the Blackbeard pirates' crimes, we discovered that the Blackbeard pirates were defeated by Yifan, Admiral Akainu. His power is growing stronger. It's infuriating that I became the admiral during this chaos. Despite mobilizing nearly all of the Navy's main forces, we still suffered a crushing defeat against the Beast Pirates. For Akainu, this is an unbearable defeat. Dark Horse Tiancheng, Admiral, I believe that the enemy's enemy is our friend. Upon hearing this, Admiral Akainu became interested and said, "What do you want to do? Speak." Dark Horse Tiancheng, according to the intelligence I possess, Blackbeard Teach has mastered 11 powerful devil fruit abilities. If we give him a few more years, he might become even stronger than Rox did back in the day, while his devil fruits have not all awakened yet. Perhaps we can ally with Blackbeard and launch an attack on Yifan together, just like 40 years ago. 40 years ago, Navy hero Garp teamed up with Pirate King Roger to defeat the once invincible Rox, and then publicly executed Pirate King Roger, effectively eliminating two of the Navy's most troublesome pirates after they had both suffered significant losses. In the end, Steelbone Kong relied on this achievement to eliminate the two most significant threats to the world and became the fleet admiral. Thinking of this, Admiral Akainu said, "You will personally go to Hive Island, contact Blackbeard Teach, and ask him if he is willing to join the Navy in taking down Yifan." After considering Dark Horse Tiancheng's suggestion, Akainu found it feasible. In the current seas, the greatest threats to the Navy are undoubtedly Yifan and the Beast Pirates behind him, while Blackbeard Teach poses the second major problem for the Navy. Akainu, who was a rookie in the Navy when Rox was rampaging across the seas, knows just how terrifying that time was. If Blackbeard Teach is allowed to develop further, he will undoubtedly become even more fearsome than Rox. With the same abilities, he can consume multiple devil fruits. His first devil fruit allows him to extract the abilities of other users, while his second one is the Quake fruit, which once belonged to the strongest man in the world, Whitebeard. Akainu has fought against Whitebeard many times, and he knows just how devastating the tsunami attacks can be in these waters. Everyone understands the terrifying power that the Quake fruit can unleash once fully awakened. If Blackbeard is allowed to awaken all of his devil fruits, he could become an even more terrifying enemy than Yifan. Since the Beast Pirates and the Blackbeard Pirates have already clashed, the Navy can unite with the Blackbeard Pirates to eliminate the Beast Pirates first and then capture Blackbeard. Perhaps they can truly replicate the battle from 40 years ago and deal with both powerful pirates at once. If they are to do it, they must do it decisively. Conveniently, the Navy is currently lacking one admiral among the three admirals. Admiral Akainu pulls out a Den Mushi and dials the five elders. After reporting the Navy's plan to the five elders, Admiral Akainu says, "I also need the support of the Knights of God and hope that a master from the Knights of God can become a Navy admiral. St. Mohanda, I approve of your plan. I will deploy Captain White Deer to lead his team to join the Navy, and from now on, White Deer will be a Navy admiral. The Knights of God are the true power controlled by the five elders. They're the strongest weapon wielded by the five elders and the Celestial Dragons. If CP0 is the shield of the Celestial Dragons, the Knights of God are their spear. They have long been stationed in the Holy Land Mariewa, where the Celestial Dragons reside, to mobilize the Knights of God. Even the five elders need the approval of the leaders of the upper three clans. Clearly, Marshal Akainu's suggestion has intrigued the five elders. They have decided to deploy one of the ultimate trump cards of the Celestial Dragons, the Knights of God. This Knight Order serves the gods, and each member possesses at least the combat power of a Vice Admiral from the Navy headquarters. The squad leaders possess combat strength comparable to that of a substitute admiral, while the commanders have the strength of a Navy admiral. This is an elite force capable of sweeping everything away, at least before the Navy's defeat. The five elders believe that the Knights of God could destroy all enemies resisting the Celestial Dragons on the sea. However, with the rise of Fan, Blackbeard Teach seems to be on the verge of attaining the combat power of rocks. They are also compelled to use this force earlier than expected. Chapter 207. The Knights of God. There are 4 Knight Orders in total. The first 3 are loyal to one of the families of the upper 3 clans of the Celestial Dragons, while the last Knight Order is loyal to the 5 elders. Their power is immense. Not only do they guard the safety of the Celestial Dragons, but they also have the authority to capture law-breaking Celestial Dragons. For example, when Don Quixote Doflamingo's father renounced his Celestial Dragon status to live peacefully as an ordinary wealthy man, the 5 elders commanded White Deer to secretly incite those oppressed by the Celestial Dragons to force Doflamingo's family into a life of suffering. To abandon the identity of Celestial Dragon is an unforgivable sin, especially in the eyes of the 5 elders. Although the Celestial Dragons wield power over the entire world, they also bear their obligations. Using the extinguishing of lights comes at a cost. This cost is not merely that all individuals over the age of 7, except for Celestial Dragons, will be killed by Lord Emu. The lives of those slaves do not concern the Celestial Dragons. Instead, it involves the elimination of so many people. The Arc Maxim does not have enough energy left. To activate the Arc's energy, the most noble bloodline is required. And in this world, the most noble bloodline belongs to the Celestial Dragons. This means that the Celestial Dragons also have their own moments of unimaginable tragedy. When Lord Emu wishes to extinguish the lights, they must contribute their own lives. What Lord Emu consumes is not his own lifespan, but the lifespan of the lower 11 clans of Celestial Dragons, followed by the mid-5 clans under the control of the 5 elders, and finally the lifespan of the upper 3 clans of Celestial Dragons. This is why the 5 elders care so much about the life of each Celestial Dragon. Whenever a Celestial Dragon is harmed, the highest combat power of the Navy will be deployed. If a Celestial Dragon dies, they might even destroy an entire country in rage. Because those lower 11 clans of Celestial Dragons are the lives of the 5 elders. The 5 elders can allow them to do any absurd thing. Whether it is destroying a country or slaughtering tens of thousands of slaves, these are permissible in the eyes of the 5 elders. However, if the lower 11 clans of Celestial Dragons dare to abandon their identity, they will be killed, and in a very painful manner. They can enjoy all the riches of life and the highest power, but they must be the first to step forward and offer their lives when Lord Emu requires it. This is the demand the upper 3 clans and the mid-5 clans place upon the lower 11 clans. The 5 elders and the upper 3 clans treat those lower Celestial Dragons like pigs. And the lower 11 clans of Celestial Dragons have resigned to their fate over the past 800 years. They appear foolish and cruel, mercilessly abusing countless slaves, also to vent their inner fears. This is why, after conversing with the 5 elders, Doflamingo could threaten them by establishing the 7 warlords of the sea, allowing him to operate in both the black and white markets, becoming the most powerful intermediary in the dark forces. The 5 elders fear Doflamingo will expose this information. If a significant number of lower 11 clans of Celestial Dragons die, and Lord Emu on the Void Throne wishes to extinguish the lights, the mid-5 clans of Celestial Dragons will have to contribute their lives. To protect their own lives, they can let Doflamingo go, allow him to control a powerful country, and let him become the intermediary of the dark forces. The rocks of that year also knew this information. That is why he gathered those pirates who were not united, such as Blackbeard, Charlotte Linlin, and Kaido of the Beasts. Rox did not seek their loyalty. He actually wanted to use treasure as a cover, pitting them against the powerful Knights of God in God Valley. He aimed for these strong pirates and the Knights of God to suffer mutual destruction. Then Rox would step in to kill as many Celestial Dragons in God Valley as possible, depriving Emu of the ability to extinguish the lights. Rox's attack on God Valley was meticulously planned over a long time. He was not just a madman as outsiders perceived. Unfortunately, the Celestial Dragons were even harsher at that time. Among the upper 3 clans of Celestial Dragons, a woman actually became Carp's wife, transmitting the haki that only the upper 3 clans possessed, and even fooled the Pirate King. Roger, Roger did not know that extinguishing the lights required a large number of celestial dragons, nor did he understand the true reason behind Rock's desire to slaughter the celestial dragons. In the eyes of the very just Pirate King Roger, Rock had gone mad. If he continued like this, countless countries would be destroyed. The Knights of God did not even move. They relied solely on cunning to have Carp and Roger dismantle Rock's years of planning. The 5 elders have become incredibly shrewd. The upper 3 clans of celestial dragons are even more terrifying. The commander of the Knights of God that the 5 elders can control is White Deer among the 4 commanders. After receiving the orders from the 5 elders, White Deer, along with his subordinates, only 22 knights, a seemingly small number, possesses 2 captains, both with the strength of vice admirals from the Navy. The 20 ordinary knights also have the strength of rear admirals from the Navy headquarters. With White Deer, who possesses the strength of an admiral, they represent a terrifying combat force. After St. Mohanda issued the command, they left the Holy Land, Mariewa, and directly took the elevator on the Red Line to the New World, heading to the Navy headquarters. In the square of the Navy headquarters, a group of knights riding white war horses and clad in white armor, adorned with the hoof insignia of the celestial dragons, quickly attracted the attention of many Navy personnel. Not to mention ordinary Navy members. Even most vice admirals of the Navy were unaware of the Knights of God. Retired Garp and Sengoku watched the cavalry. Garp, these celestial dragons that actually dared to mobilize them. Garp has a deep disdain for the celestial dragons. Sengoku, we had already expanded to 5 admirals, but unexpectedly, 3 were killed by Yifan. Now the Navy is still short of 1 admiral. Garp, that guy Yifan nearly destroyed the entire Navy. He really should be eliminated as soon as possible. In Garp's mind, the celestial dragons are evil. However, at least the celestial dragons are better than those pirates who only know how to kill and rob. This is also why Garp joined the Navy. There are still many justice-driven people in the Navy. Akainu is very happy. He didn't expect the Gorosei to really be willing to deploy the Knights of God, a force that hasn't been mobilized for nearly a century. This time, he must destroy the beast pirates and wash away the shame he suffered. Chapter 208, Water God Sabo Holy Land Mariewa. An elderly woman in her 80s or 90s was secretly observing the celestial dragons on the street from a corner. Her gaze was not on the celestial dragons under glass domes, but on the tall figure chained by the celestial dragons. Once a warlord, and just as powerful as Mihawk, it was Kuma. Now he's being led like a dog by this celestial dragon. After watching for a short while, the old woman quickly disappeared into a small alley. She entered a deserted room. Her face was streaked with tears, and soon transformed into the appearance of a young girl. This woman is the supernova Big Eater, Bonnie, the daughter of Warlord Kuma. Seeing her father completely transformed into a cyborg, being treated like a dog by the celestial dragons, Bonnie couldn't hold back her sadness and cried bitterly. At this moment, a shadow suddenly appeared on the ground, and several people walked out from it. It was the second in command of the Freedom Alliance, Chief of Staff Sabo, Luffy's brother. Behind him was the commander of the Western Army, Mori, who could control the ground with his fruit ability. Their Freedom Alliance relies on this ability to hide in the Holy Land, Mariewa. They were originally there to help Yifan investigate the treasure vault of the Celestial Dragons. Unexpectedly, shortly after completing their mission, they encountered Bonnie and Kuma. However, Kuma's situation was much worse than they had anticipated. They originally just wanted Kuma to participate in Vegapunk's experiment, hoping to establish contact with Vegapunk and find his exact location. To rescue this man, who possesses technology ahead of the world by 500 years from the Celestial Dragons. But this matter clearly exceeded the expectations of the Freedom Alliance. Kuma wanted to personally meet Vegapunk, which required undergoing complete transformation. This means becoming a cyborg inside and out, even having his thoughts stripped away. In the end, Kuma still agreed to undergo the transformation, allowing him a few minutes to talk with Vegapunk during the surgical procedure. Vegapunk, personally guarded by Kizaru, did not allow even Kuma more time to speak privately with Vegapunk under his watch. The importance the Celestial Dragons place on Vegapunk far exceeds that of the 4 emperors. After observing for a week, Sabo saw that the Knights of God stationed on the periphery had left the Holy Land, Mariewa. With only 2 army generals and CP0 remaining in the entire Holy Land, he knew it was the critical moment to rescue Kuma. When rescuing the Kingdom of Bridge, he had already discovered that the combat power of the army generals was far inferior to that of the Navy admirals. They were at most equivalent to the combat power of reserve admirals. And now, Sabo was not the Ember Emperor of 2 years later. His brother Ace was also not dead, although he did not possess the powers of the Flame fruit. he could still fight against the two army generals using his Dragon Claw technique. Thinking of this, Sabo didn't even have time to report to Dragon and decided to take immediate action to rescue Dragon. Yifan did not expect that his butterfly effect would inadvertently change the course of history. Originally, Sabo was supposed to cause a commotion in the Holy Land Mariewa during Luffy's war in Wano, when the Celestial Dragons Joining Country Conference was held, successfully retreating despite being attacked by two Navy admirals, establishing his reputation as the Ember Emperor, igniting the flames of rebellion among slaves across the world against the nobles and the Celestial Dragon rule. However, now this world-shaking event had occurred ahead of schedule. A day later, Yifan also saw the newspaper. Water God Sabo launched a surprise attack on the Holy Land Mariewa, altering the flag that symbolizes the power of the Celestial Dragons. He modified the Celestial Dragon's hoof, killed one army general, severely injured another, and successfully rescued the tyrant Kuma, exiting the Holy Land Mariewa unscathed. This event caused Water God Sabo's name to even overshadow that of Dragon, the leader of the Freedom Alliance. This was the first time in hundreds of years that someone dared to attack the Holy Land Mariewa and successfully escape, whether in the East Sea or the Grand Line. Those countries that had to pay heavenly gold and were ruled by brutal regimes, maintained by terrifying taxes, saw hope after reading this news. In the eyes of ordinary people, the Navy and the Holy Land Mariewa represented everything about the Celestial Dragons. They knew little, but they felt that now was the Celestial Dragon's weakest moment. No one wanted to live like a slave every day, struggling to meet even the most basic needs like food. The entire pirate world became violent in a very short time. Many countries within the Celestial Dragon's allied nations showed signs of rebellion. They raised the flag of Water God Sabo, carrying banners with Sabo's portrait. Chaos began to erupt all over the world. This was a more violent era than the Great Pirate Era initiated by Roger, ushered in by Water God Sabo. However, Yifan did not care about any of this. In his eyes, these were all small matters. Even if all the allied nations had already broken free from the Celestial Dragon's control, the Celestial Dragons could only use their ability to extinguish the flame. What the Freedom Alliance was doing could only accelerate the time when I would truly use his power. This is something he cannot tolerate. Yifan took out the phone bug from his pocket and dialed Dragon's number. Dragon, I have two things to discuss with you today. The first thing is that the person on the Celestial Dragon's void throne possesses the power to destroy the world. Even if you manage to free all the affiliated nations from the Celestial Dragon's control now, you still cannot defeat them. I hope you can slow down. The second thing is, since you have already rescued Kuma, I hope to get the location of Vegapunk as soon as possible. Dragon replied, thank you for the information. We also do not plan to engage in full-scale war with the Celestial Dragons so soon. As for Vegapunk's location, we need to completely dismantle Kuma before we can find a way to contact him. Yifan knew that Vegapunk was being monitored by Kizaru. To transmit information under Kizaru's watch, it could only be hidden within Kuma's body. He wasn't in a hurry and said, let me know once you find out the location. The two ended the call. Chapter 209. Finding Vegapunk a few days later, a small boat was rapidly moving forward on the sea. The speed was so fast because strong winds were fiercely blowing on the boat's sails, allowing this small boat, only 5 meters long and 1 meter wide, to race across the ocean like an airplane. This was the ability of Dragon, the leader of the Freedom Alliance, to control the power of the wind. Naturally, there weren't many people on such a small boat. There were only 3 people on board: Dragon, Chief of Staff Sabo, and the Prince of the Beast Pirates, Yifan. To have the 3 strongest individuals of the era together on such a small boat for a rescue mission was only possible because of Vegapunk, the elderly man who had advanced the world's technology by 500 years. Since it was a rescue mission, there was no need for too many people. Too many would risk being discovered during infiltration, potentially leading Kizaru to directly relocate Vegapunk or even kill him at a critical moment. Kizaru's Devil Fruit ability was the Pika Pika no Mi. If he fully took Vegapunk and fled, even the 3 of them would not be confident they could stop the Admiral Kizaru. Although Yifan's Raijin Fruit could also teleport and even cover a distance slightly farther than Kizaru, the speed of his teleportation was not as fast. The teleportation of the Raijin Fruit relies on electric energy traveling through the air to reach a designated location. This speed is similar to that of lightning in the sky, appearing close to the speed of light, but due to significant air resistance, it cannot reach light speed. In contrast, Kizaru turns himself into light particles to teleport, making his teleportation faster and more frequent. Even someone as strong as Yifan would find it very difficult to stop Kizaru, who only wanted to escape. Therefore, Their operation this time was to infiltrate and rescue, rather than directly destroying the island and then rescuing. They had to protect Vegapunk before Kazuru discovered them to ensure a successful rescue. This was also why the other commanders of the Freedom Alliance did not mobilize, and Yifan did not deploy the elites of the Beast Pirates. This specific small boat was chosen for its ability to sneakily approach the island. Suddenly, a storm arose on the sea. This was very normal weather in the Grand Line. It wasn't unusual for massive tsunamis dozens of meters high to appear unexpectedly in the Grand Line. In the pirate world, aside from the relatively stable climate of the four seas, the weather in the Grand Line and New World is extremely extreme. However, seeing such a storm filled with wind and fog, Kazuru smiled and said, "Put Mr. Vegapunk into the secure chamber." Several members of the God Knights immediately took Vegapunk into a strange device. It was a small room made entirely of metal, somewhat resembling an astronaut's capsule, barely big enough to fit one person. This device was indeed a rocket. If Kazuru could not guarantee Vegapunk's safety, he would launch the rocket, targeting Mary Geos. Clearly, they were already prepared for Dragon's arrival. In a dim room, for CP0 agents were positioned in the corners. They used their abilities to ensure the room was undetectable by observation hockey. Inside the room, apart from these CP0 agents, every other person was a terrifying powerhouse. Blackbeard Teach, Shiryu of the Rain, Admiral Akainu, Admiral Fujitora, Admiral Greenbull, and the head of the Navy's Criminal Investigation Bureau, Black Horse Tiancheng, along with Admiral Kazuru, who was on the island as bait. In total, there were 7 powerful figures from sea. In addition, there were 10 complete peacekeepers on the island. This was a perfect trap, a terrifying force capable of wiping out any pirate crew. This plan had been in the works since Kuma was rescued by Sabo. The Freedom Alliance was powerful, but their true top combat strength consisted of only 2 people, Dragon and Sabo. Regardless of whether Yifan, who had a close relationship with the Freedom Alliance, would come to the island, as long as they killed Dragon and Sabo, they would not come to harm. If Yifan didn't come, they could even take the opportunity to control Blackbeard Teach, who had agreed to the Navy's demands, naturally receiving numerous benefits, such as publicly acknowledging his status as an emperor and allowing the countries he controlled to trade directly with the Celestial Dragons. In exchange for his assistance in killing Yifan, the small boat did not land on the island. After carefully confirming the life card in his hand, Sabo said, "Vegapunk is on this island." After the Freedom Alliance's doctors dismantled Kuma's body, they found this life card in his heart. This was the oldest tool for determining a friend's location in the pirate world. They did not expect Vegapunk to use it, instead of advanced high-tech positioning instruments. A life card was secretly hidden in Kuma's body. It was this simple piece of paper with no technological content that managed to evade Kizuru's detection. Dragon said, "I have confirmed that Admiral Kazuru is on this island, and he has a team of God Knights with him. I'll hold them off later. You and Sabo go rescue Vegapunk. Once you find Mr. Vegapunk, just use the power of the Shamble and leave. Don't worry about me. I have the ability to retreat." The 3 quickly arranged their combat tasks. The small boat broke through the fog and quickly approached the island. In Leaf Fan's observation hockey, the entire shape of the island had already been seen. It was a massive ship disguised as an island, allowing it to move across the seas and the Grand Line, making it impossible for outsiders to determine the island's location. As the 3 approached the island, their figures shot forward like lightning, jumping directly from the small boat to the island. Leaf Fan and Sabo quickly moved through various cover to advance towards the interior of the island, where Vegapunk was held captive following their plan. Meanwhile, Dragon proactively launched an attack on Kazuru. As long as he could tie up Kazuru, no one on the island could stop Leaf Fan and Sabo. Dragon's plan was perfect. If only Kazuru guarded the island, they could easily succeed. However, when a few individuals emerged from the shadowy room, Dragon immediately recognized it as a trap set for them. Nevertheless, even if it was a den of tigers and dragons, they had to charge in. Chapter 210. The 3 Calamity Fruits. Leaf Fan said to Sabo, "You go rescue Vegapunk on your own. Without my help, Dragon can't hold on." Sabo's observation hockey was weaker than Leaf Fan's. Just as he was about to say that one Kazuru was no problem for Dragon, he saw several powerful figures emerge from the shadows. He no longer hesitated or concealed his presence because this was a trap. Their small maneuvers were now futile. Sabo rushed toward the laboratory's interior at his fastest speed. He had to face the experts guarding Vegapunk alone, but getting there was the easiest task. The enemies around Vegapunk were merely a few Vice Admirals. On the other hand, Dragon and Leaf Fan had to face attack from several Admiral-level experts. The longer he delayed, the greater the danger for Dragon and Leaf Fan. He had no time to respond now and could only advance towards the heavily guarded laboratory as quickly as possible. Akainu, it's been a while, Dragon. From the moment you defected from the Navy, I wanted to capture you and lock you and impel down. You won't escape today. In his younger days, Dragon was also an elite trainee at the Navy headquarters. Akainu and Kizaru were his classmates. Even Dragon's wife was introduced by Kizaru back then. At that time, he didn't know that his wife was a member of the legendary Celestial Dragons, the rulers of the seas, second only to him. Dragon, I didn't expect to be fighting you two old friends today. I won't back down. For the justice we each believe in, let's not hold back. Dragon's observation, Haki, swept across the entire island. It seemed that there was indeed no Admiral-level combat power inside the island. Sabo should be able to handle it alone. Currently, Sabo had just acquired the powers of the Logia-type water fruit. His strength had not yet reached the level of an admiral. In the distance, Blackbeard exchanged a glance with Shiryu of the Rain. The latter immediately understood his intent and disappeared into the air. Upon seeing Shiryu vanish and realizing that his observation Haki could not detect him, Akainu and the other Navy members were momentarily stunned before regaining their composure. Shiryu was originally from Impel Down, and the Navy's high-ranking officials were well aware of his combat capabilities. He had no devil fruit powers. Now that he possessed such abilities, it could only mean that Blackbeard had extracted someone else's devil fruit and given it to Shiryu. Anyone who could become a Navy admiral was a cunning fox, and they quickly understood everything. Kizaru said, I didn't expect you to give Shiryu such a devil fruit power. Using this ability to ambush Dragon and Leaf Fan won't work. I assume Blackbeard wants him to ambush Sabo. Blackbeard's plan was discovered by the Navy, but he was unfazed. When he learned that the island cooperating with the Navy was the one holding Vegapunk, he forcibly brought Shiryu along. Shiryu was undoubtedly a genius. His development of the transparent fruit's abilities far surpassed Absalom's. He could not only make himself invisible, avoiding detection by observation Haki, but could also render others invisible. Forcing Shiryu to this island, Blackbeard obviously did not only want to kill Leaf Fan. If he could take Vegapunk away, that would be best. Even if he couldn't take him away, relying on Shiryu's abilities to infiltrate Vegapunk's laboratory and steal as many research results as possible would also be a significant gain. This was Blackbeard's thought process. When Kizaru pointed out, he remained calm. If the Navy dared to turn against him at this moment, he could assist Dragon and Leaf Fan, balancing their combat power. Thus, even if the Navy understood his intentions, Blackbeard was confident that they would still compromise with him. Blackbeard said, Shiryu against those two won't have much effect, but secretly killing Sabo to protect Vegapunk's safety is still achievable. Hearing Blackbeard's response, Kizaru smiled, giving Dragon a knowing look. Kizaru and Dragon had fought together in the Navy for several years, so he was very familiar with Dragon's abilities and character. Akainu also immediately understood Kizaru's meaning. After all, the three of them were the top 3 performers among the elite Navy trainees of that batch. Akainu and the others remained still. Dragon made his move. With a single strike of the Dragon Claw technique, he reached out into the void. Then, a bloody heart was grasped in Dragon's hand. It was none other than Shiryu of the Rain, who was in a transparent state. He could evade the perception of observation Haki, but he could not escape the wind. Losing his heart, Shiryu exclaimed in shock with his last words. How is this possible? How could you find me? Kizaru, Dragon's devil fruit ability is the Logia-type hurricane fruit. As long as there is wind, nothing can escape his detection. In this world, there are 3 powerful calamity devil fruits. The Quake fruit, representing earthquakes, the Magma fruit, representing volcanic eruptions, and the most terrifying calamity in these seas, the hurricane, which is Dragon's devil fruit ability. A hurricane is not just about strong winds. It also brings heavy rainfall and tsunamis. For nations built on islands in the sea, hurricanes can be a terrifying disaster that can destroy multiple countries at once. Within this island, it was not only covered by heavy rain, but also had strong winds. Although the transparent fruit had been developed by Shiryu to evade observation Haki, it could not escape the omnipresent wind. Kizaru just said those words to signal Dragon to take action, to kill Sabo, and then they would begin fighting. The Celestial Dragons want Vegapunk's technology, and a small Blackbeard dares to hope for it. Dragon naturally won't let this opportunity slip by. Although Rain Sabo is just a minor character to him, if he were to stealthily ambush Sabo, he might actually have a chance of success. Just now, Kizaru and Akainu's glances clearly indicated that they intended to kill him before starting the duel. Blackbeard Teach was already filled with rage, but he didn't dare to explode. Now he was the only one left, and the Navy had so many powerful fighters. If he turned on them, it It was possible that both sides would team up to attack him and kill him. However, having his strongest subordinate killed by the Navy and the Freedom Alliance like this, he vowed that he would take revenge one day. I, Blackbeard Teach, will one day destroy the Navy, the Freedom Alliance, and the Beast Pirates. Akainu, go all out. No one can consider old ties. We must kill Dragon and Yefon completely. Chapter 211. Dragon's Strength. Blackbeard Teach said, since you mentioned the 3 calamity fruits, why don't I team up with Akainu to deal with Dragon? It's just right to see which of the 3 calamity fruits is stronger, and the rest can deal with Yefon. Blackbeard Teach is not someone who is willing to suffer losses. After his subordinate was killed, he immediately thought of a countermeasure. Although he doesn't understand Dragon's true combat power as well as the Navy does, he knows Yefon's combat power. Like himself, Yefon possesses the abilities of several devil fruits, many of which have already awakened. In Blackbeard Teach's eyes, no matter how strong Dragon is, he cannot be stronger than Yefon. He is confident that he alone can defeat Dragon. With Akainu, a staunch believer in absolute justice, he believes they can surely defeat Dragon. He even thinks he doesn't need to go all out. He just needs to provide support. As for the remaining top Navy fighters, he knows Kizaru and Fujitora's strengths are not stronger than Akiji and Marco, who were killed by Yefon. Even with the unknown high-end powers of Black Horse and White Deer, 4 of them might be able to deal with Yefon, but they would probably lose at least 1 or 2 admirals to Yefon. By that time, he might not be weaker than Akainu and the remaining top Navy powers. If Akainu wants to kill Dragon, even with his support, he will inevitably be seriously injured. While the combat power of the remaining Navy admirals is obviously weaker than his, this is also a mistake in Blackbeard's intelligence. He doesn't know that among these people, the strongest is Kizaru, a celestial dragon. This division of labor also aligns with the Navy's combat strategy. The one capable of breaking through Yefon's defenses is actually Kizaru's celestial dragon haki. The other 3 are just providing support. In fact, in Akainu's heart, it would be best if both Kizaru and Yefon died together. Kizaru is a thorn in the side of the celestial dragons within the Navy. In his eyes, the celestial dragons should enjoy their lives in the Holy Land. The power of pacifists should be fully under the Navy's control. Akainu, who believes in absolute justice, actually does not want to obey the orders of the celestial dragons. Seeing Blackbeard Teach's suggestion, Fujitora is now the leader of the Doves, and Admiral White Deer is Kizaru and the Gorosei's lackey. As long as Black Horse Tianqing doesn't get seriously injured in this battle, he is the only one who is a loyal subordinate of Akainu. The current Navy can be said to be riddled with holes. Akainu said, fine, I will deal with Dragon together with you, and the rest will handle Yefon. After speaking, Akainu took the lead and charged forward. Great eruption. He actively attacked Dragon. This is also a completely different personality from Sengoku. Unlike Sengoku, who only acted at the last moment during the Marine Ford War, showing his commanding style, Akainu strikes first when facing the enemy. One is a military talent, and the other is a leader. Blackbeard Teach followed closely behind Akainu, launching an attack on Dragon. The terrifying power of the Tremor fruit hit Dragon with a punch. The shockwaves of great eruption and tremor struck Dragon's body, scattering him. Immediately, Dragon's figure reappeared in the sky beside them. Akainu frowned. Even if the fruit ability has awakened, it shouldn't be able to do this. Their attacks all cover haki. Just relying on elementalization cannot completely ignore their attacks. Akainu, I didn't expect you to master such power beyond the awakened fruit ability. Dragon, since I want to overthrow the celestial dragons, I must understand how terrifying they truly are. Without mastering such power, how can we challenge the celestial dragons and restore freedom to all slaves in this world? At this moment, Yefon was also listening attentively to their conversation. His father-in-law Kaido does not like the development of fruit abilities. Although Kaido has developed his fruit to a terrifying extent, he prefers the power of the 3-color haki. Perhaps Kaido is also deeply influenced by Pirate King Roger. Like red-haired Shanks, he believes that the 3-color haki far exceeds the power of fruit abilities. In contrast, Dragon, Akainu, and the others have developed their fruit abilities to the limit. They also revealed an important piece of information. After the fruit ability is awakened, there is a new form. It makes sense. Every time Luffy goes through a major plot, his fruit ability develops a new form. Luffy's Gear 5th will certainly not be the end. So what is the final form of the fruit ability? Akainu, even if you master the domain, dreaming of defeating the celestial dragons is foolish. Blackbeard Teach was secretly shocked. After the fruit awakens, there's actually a state called the fruit domain, Yefon. So that's how it is. The domain is the final form of the fruit ability. whether permanently altering the terrain or changing the surrounding matter to the attributes of the fruit after awakening. None of these are the ultimate form of the devil fruit. The ultimate form is merging into the environment created by the fruit. This means that within a range of dozens of kilometers around this island, every gust of wind could be the essence of dragon. As long as the wind within dragon's domain does not stop, he will not be hit and will not take damage. This is the most terrifying aspect of the Logia type. On this sea, it has always been said that the Logia type is the strongest and the Zoan type is the weakest. But after arriving in the New World, every pirate has mastered hockey, and the Logia type has become the weakest devil fruit, especially the flame fruit. Any strong person will use the power of flames. In contrast, the Zoan type appears incredibly powerful. The powerful physique of the Zoan type, combined with the three-color hockey, can crush all other devil fruits. Today, Yifan finally witnessed the extreme state of the Logia type, its domain. After reaching the limit of its development, the devil fruit achieved its own domain. The Logia type thus appeared extremely powerful and terrifying. The combined forces of Akainu and Blackbeard could not even touch the body of dragon. This power is truly terrifying. This is dragon strength. The celestial dragons from the three noble families also secretly wanted to ally with the terrifying ultimate power of the D family. Dragon's current strength has undoubtedly surpassed that of his father, the marine hero Garp. At the same time, it opened a new world for Yifan. It turns out that he could become even stronger, mastering the powers of multiple devil fruits. If he could truly enhance all his devil fruits to the level of a domain, he should have the ability to defeat him. It seems that this trip today was not in vain. With the time gravity room at his disposal, he believed that after spending hundreds of years, he could also develop the fruits to the domain level. The talent of the D family is powerful, and their bloodline is formidable. But with his advantages, what is there to fear? Chapter 212, Fruit Domain. Blackbeard teach. Domain. As long as there is no win around here, he won T be able to use his domain. Blackbeard teach always believed that his fruit ability was the most terrifying power on this sea. He never expected that dragon had developed his fruit ability to a domain he had never imagined. This is unforgivable. He, Blackbeard teach, is the strongest in the world regarding devil fruit abilities. With this thought, Blackbeard teach launched his attack. Quake the sea. As Blackbeard teach's words fell, the sea around the island was shaken into the air. Two massive tsunamis over 1,000 meters high surged toward the island. I will cover the entire island's wind with seawater. Let us see how you use your domain ability. Blackbeard teach's expression was extremely mad. The floating dragon merely stretched out a hand and casually waved. Hurricane tornado. The winds over the entire island began to become incredibly violent. In just a brief moment, hundreds of gigantic tornadoes formed, crashing into the massive tsunamis surrounding the island. A large number of tornadoes uprooted the trees on the island and then flew towards the two massive tsunamis. With the naked eye, one could see that a vast amount of seawater was being sucked into the sky by the tornadoes, then thrown onto the already sunken surface of the sea. Hundreds of terrifying tornadoes, in a very short time, drained over tens of millions of tons of seawater from the two massive tsunamis. The entire sea once again returned to calm. The Logia-type hurricane fruit truly exists like a bug in this sea. Yifan had thought that dragon's strength would be formidable. He even possessed the combat power to defeat the four emperors. However, he never expected that the strength dragon displayed today would be so terrifying. He had developed the Logia-type hurricane fruit to such a frightening level. Just a small action could unleash such a terrifying fruit ability. Such combat power, even Luffy, who would become the Pirate King in the future with his Nika fruit awakened, could not use the fruit's ability so freely. The feeling dragon gave Yifan could no longer be described as easy. His fruit ability was completely free. As long as he could think of it, the fruit ability would naturally fight according to his thoughts. There was no need to be limited to a specific technique. No more restricted techniques like shaking the heavens, shaking the earth, shaking the sea. He just needed to lightly wave his hand, and the winds of the world would follow Dragon's thoughts to engage in the battle he preferred. Most importantly, Yifan could sense that Dragon's fruit ability had almost no consumption. This is the power of a fruit developed to a domain. Although an awakened fruit can assimilate other materials into its own fruit ability, the consumption is extremely shocking and terrifying. In contrast, Dragon had virtually no consumption. For example, Luffy's Nika form, fighting at full strength, could only maintain it for a maximum of 5 minutes. Yet Dragon, even if he fought for 10 days and nights, this level of combat would basically not consume any fruit ability. The combined forces of Akainu and Blackbeard. These two beings, who had already surpassed marine admirals and were considered powerful among the four emperors, consumed energy even faster than dragon. This strength is truly terrifying. The bloodline of the D family is indeed enviable. It's like a person who sleeps in class and does no homework, yet scores 100 on every test, while another person studies for 16 hours a day but can only score 90. Yi Fan, who consumed tens of times more time than dragon, could barely awaken a few devil fruit abilities. Without the time-gravity room, Yi Fan would have to train to at least 100 years old to develop fruit abilities like Dragoness. However, Yi Fan was not discouraged. He still had enough time. As long as he was given a few more months, he was confident he could master such fruit abilities. While Yi Fan was fully focused on observing the battle between Dragon and Akainu, he suddenly felt someone appear behind him. He quickly turned around. It was Admiral Kizaru. Seeing that Yi Fan was not paying attention, he used the power of the Pika Pika no Mi to directly arrive behind Yi Fan. He covered his fist with the unique haki of the Celestial Dragons and punched towards Yi Fan's back. However, Yi Fan's reaction speed exceeded Kizaru's expectations. In an instant, Yi Fan turned around, covering his fist with Conqueror's haki, and collided with Kizaru's punch. Boom! The fists of the two did not collide directly. The two types of top-level haki intertwined, and their fists remained 10 centimeters apart. The collision of the two top-level haki instantly tore a gap in the heavy rain covering the entire island, the fog, and the dark clouds in the sky. In a diameter of several dozen kilometers, the previously gray, stormy weather influenced by Dragon's fruit ability was torn apart the moment Yi Fan and Kizaru's fists collided. Above the two, a fissure appeared that stretched for several dozen kilometers. Sunlight shone down onto the island through this gap. Above Yi Fan and Kizaru, whether it was the heavy rain, fog, or dark clouds, had been torn apart by the terrifying power. Yafan, a noble celestial dragon, yet he also resorts to sneak attacks. Kizaru, such quick reflexes, he actually dodged my attack. The Dragon Emperor Yafan can even speak of sneak attacks. This is war, after all. Only the victors can write history. What does a sneak attack even count for? You three, why aren't you joining me to surround him? In the distance, Blackbeard Teeth's expression changed noticeably. Kizaru is also a celestial dragon. It seems the talents of the celestial dragons are not low at all. Doflamingo, a person abandoned by the celestial dragons, also possesses the combat power of a Yonko commander. And this Kizaru, his punch just now felt no less formidable than Whitebeard in his younger days. The scene of Whitebeard and Pirate King Roger clashing with Conqueror's haki is truly infuriating. Among the celestial dragons, there are such powerful beings. It seems that even without the joint forces of Garp and Roger, the strong among the celestial dragons could have defeated Rox back in the day. I aim to dominate the entire world, and there is still a long road ahead. However, as long as I kill Yefan and the dragon today, my 20 years of patience will surely allow me to awaken all the devil fruit powers. Then I will develop the powers of the dark fruit and the quake fruit to the level of domains. Once I Blackbeard teach, fully master such power, I will definitely reign over the world. Chapter 213, Golden Mecha. Facing the enemies with the strength of 4 marine admirals, Yefan did not use his most proficient human dragon form. Instead, he utilized his devil fruit abilities. His physical body is already incredibly strong. These marine admirals are just right for honing his devil fruit powers. Yefan fully activated his fruit abilities. The entire island, whether it be flowers, grass, trees, or the ground and soil, instantly transformed into gold. Since Yefan began to awaken the power of the thunder fruit, he learned the secret of awakening a devil fruit, continuously enhancing the quality of the fruit's abilities. When the quality reaches a certain level, the power of the devil fruit can assimilate the surrounding material. Yefan is already very skilled at awakening his devil fruit abilities. Therefore, during this time, several of his devil fruits have awakened. Turning this island into gold is the ability of the gold fruit. Subsequently, Yefan used the power of the magnet fruit to transform this gold into metal gold covered with magnetic force. Then, the power of the thunder fruit provided them with a massive amount of electric energy. The entire island where Vegapunk was imprisoned underwent rapid changes. Dozens of golden giants composed of gold, radiating terrifying electrical energy, appeared on this island. Their forms were modeled after what Yefan saw in animated shows from his past life, such as Optimus Prime and Bumblebee. The difference is that Optimus Prime and Bumblebee are equally gigantic, unlike in the animations where Optimus Prime towers over Bumblebee by several times in height. As soon as they appeared, they immediately raised the Gatling guns mounted on their arms. Although they resembled the 6-barreled Gatling guns from Blue Star, their function was completely different. The six-barrel Gatling from Blue Star fires using gunpowder combustion and rapidly expanding air. In contrast, the Gatling here uses electromagnetic propulsion. The key difference is that the original owner of the magnet fruit, Kid, also used a similar tactic after awakening his fruit to deal with Big Mom Charlotte Linlin. The fundamental difference between the two is electromagnetic. The bullets fired by Kid are covered with a massive amount of fruit abilities, generating a super strong magnetic field using positive and negative magnetism to launch the bullets. However, the weapons on the golden mechas created by Yefon employ the speed of Blue Star's electromagnetic railguns, achieving attack power through continuous acceleration within the electromagnetic coils of the gun barrel. At first, the four Marine Admirals did not pay much attention to this gun-like weapon, as even specially made guns or sea prism stone projectiles could not harm them. However, when dozens of golden mechas tilted their barrels to fire, their observation hockey immediately sensed danger. What was said to be a six-barrel Gatling was actually a six-barreled electromagnetic railgun. Each bullet's initial speed could reach a terrifying 150 Mach. These bullets could fly directly into outer space over 100 kilometers away due to their own acceleration. Kizaru reacted the fastest, transforming into photons to dodge all attacks. However, the others were not so fortunate, especially Fujitora, who possesses the strongest observation hockey. Immediately used a wide-area gravitational force to try and knock down the bullets fired from the six-barreled electromagnetic railguns using terrifying gravity. But once the bullets, traveling at 150 Mach, were fired, Fujitora realized his mistake. He simply couldn't take care of the others. Saving his own life was already fortunate enough. Using his formidable observation hockey, Fujitora quickly locked on all the bullets that could hit him. In an instant, he maximized his fruit power and applied 100-fold gravity on those bullets. However, the speed of 150 Mach was simply too fast. The time from firing to impact was less than 0.001 seconds. Although Fujitora used powerful gravity to deflect many bullets away from himself, there were still hundreds of bullets heading straight for him. Each six-barreled electromagnetic railgun could fire 20 rounds per second. With 4 six-barreled railguns on each golden mecha, that meant hundreds of bullets were attacking Fujitora every second. He drew his sword, slashing rapidly while retreating swiftly. Unfortunately, his body had already been hit by several bullets. Even though Fujitora's observation hockey allowed him to see the incoming bullets, his sword could not strike that fast. Fortunately, Fujitora's armament hockey was not weak either. Although the bullets from the electromagnetic railguns broke through his defenses and pierced his skin, they were halted by his muscles, preventing them from penetrating deeply into his body. As Fujitora continued to retreat, he was able to expand the space of gravity, making it increasingly difficult for more bullets to hit him. However, in just one round, a Marine Admiral was lightly injured. This shows that the combat power of these golden mechas is quite formidable. It is worth noting that even the strongest substitute admirals, those at the commander level, find it very difficult to injure a Marine Admiral in a short time. The fact that the golden mechas created by Yefon can injure Admiral-level foes is already a terrifying display of combat power. In the hands of Haima Tiancheng, a massive pitch-black energy shield appeared. A torrent of bullets poured in front of him, blocked by this dark energy shield. However, his shield was not like the barrier fruit, which could ignore any physical attacks. Haima Tiancheng's shield came from his fruit ability, the Zoan-type mythical beast, human fruit, Dark Angel form. This move was the special talent skill of the Dark Angel, the Dark Energy Shield. Haima Tiancheng's expression was not good. Among everyone here, his strength was the weakest. Although he barely reached the level of a general thanks to his powerful fruit ability, he was actually comparable to Magellan from Impel Down, still a line away from a true general with that terrifying level of fruit development. The pitch-black energy shield was pockmarked with deep dents from the high-speed bullets, penetrating several centimeters deep. Fortunately, his fruit ability was developed well enough that the shield had not been breached. Haima Tiancheng was also quickly retreating. If he had to endure the saturated attacks of the golden mecha for an extended period, his dark energy shield could shatter at any moment. Haima Tiancheng's face showed signs of distress. The potential of Dragon God Yifan was truly terrifying. In just a few months, his combat power had become even more formidable. His current methods of attack were completely different from before, clearly developed in the past few days. It was evident that he was the Navy's greatest enemy, a monster more dangerous than the Four Emperors. Chapter 214, Jarvis the Navy Admiral, White Deer, began to enter his human deer form. However, his appearance had little relation to a deer. His body was covered in scales that resembled dragon scales. This was his fruit ability, the Zoan-type mythical beast deer fruit. Ice Cheelan form. Although his name was White Deer, he was actually an Ice Cheelan, with his hard skin and a large amount of ice covering his body. He withstood the dense attacks from the Golden Mecha and pushed forward. Admiral White Deer quickly approached a Golden Mecha, a pile of scrap metal dares to show off in front of me. After saying this, Admiral White Deer threw a punch, intending to destroy a Golden Mecha with his hockey-imbued fist. However, when he swung his fist, it directly struck the air. The characteristic of gold is its softness. Except for mercury, almost no metal is softer than gold. A hole appeared in the chest of the Golden Mecha from Admiral White Deer's attack, just narrowly avoiding his fist. At the same time, a large amount of electricity filled the hole in the chest. The powerful electric current also caused Admiral White Deer to suffer considerable damage. Some of the scales on his arm turned dark from the intense electric energy. How is it possible that you can control these golden nuggets to evade my attacks? I refuse to believe your observation hockey and fruit ability can be this powerful. Boom, boom, boom. Admiral White Deer quickly swung both fists, delivering dozens of punches in an instant. However, not a single punch managed to hit the mecha in front of him. All his attacks were evaded as the Golden Mecha removed the gold from the points of impact, revealing only the electrically charged cavity. The one dodging Admiral White Deer's attacks was not Yi Fan's observation hockey. For instance, the Biscuit Warrior from the three Admirals has a very slow reaction speed. Even Luffy could easily dodge the Biscuit Warrior's attacks and use his agile positioning to strike back. The reason is that the user's observation hockey needs to perceive the opponent's attack and then relay the perception and command back, creating a delay in time. For such powerful beings, even a millisecond of delay is exceedingly slow. Unless Yi Fan's observation hockey and reaction speed were more than 10 times that of White Deer, he could not have executed the previous maneuvers. But how could that be possible? Admiral White Deer is of the highest combat strength. Surpassing him tenfold in observation hockey and reaction speed is impossible. Even Pirate King Roger, who awakened his observation hockey to listen to the voices of all things, cannot do that. How is this possible? Even if you could foresee the future, you cannot evade my attacks. Admiral White Deer felt humiliated. If he were attacking Yi Fan and being toyed with by his fruit ability, that would be understandable. After all, his observation hockey had only reached the level of glimpsing the future, far from listening to the voices of all things. But now he was attacking merely a metallic soldier created by Yi Fan using his fruit ability. How could the gap be so massive? Because he did not know that these golden mechas were actually not controlled by Yi Fan. During this time, Yi Fan had gained 3 plot points. He altered the plot of the Giant Kingdom and obtained the Great Treasure, the King of Heaven, awakening the Sea King Princess Shirahoshi early. This ability was one of the plot points obtained through a lottery. This time, it was not a skill, but Jarvis from the Iron Man world, an advanced artificial intelligence. Without obtaining Jarvis, Yi Fan would not have been able to create these 10 or so golden mechas. The reason is simple. These things might have some effect in battles at the level of the 3 Admirals, as not everyone can awaken observation hockey. Just like Luffy's battle with the Biscuit Warrior, it was very difficult. However, at the Admiral level, most possess the following abilities. At least a basic awakening of observation hockey to foresee the future, at least an awakened fruit ability, and at least an advanced hockey that can achieve internal destruction. These are the fundamentals of combat power at the Admiral level. If it is at the level of the 4 Emperors, an additional requirement is a Conqueror's hockey for entangled attacks. In battles at this level, attack methods like those of the Biscuit Warrior are as laughable as children's toys. They cannot attack the enemy or evade the enemy's attacks. Occasionally, they can serve as a shield, but that is about it. However, with the advanced artificial intelligence Jarvis, everything changed. The ultra-high-tech algorithms and massive computational power meant that even the attack speed of Admiral White Deer was still far from Jarvis's computational limits. This is why these golden mechas could easily dodge Admiral White Deer's attacks. Kizaru reverted from his elemental form back to human form and immediately gave the command to attack. On the island, 10 peacekeepers modified by Vegapunk stood in front of several Navy admirals, spreading their massive bare paws and activating the power of the pawpaw fruit, directly batting away the high-speed bullets flying through the sky. At the same time, the 2 eyes emitted 2 beams of laser, starting to attack these pacifistas. This is the complete form of the pacifista. No longer just eyes, but possessing the lineage factor of the Pika Pika no Mi of Kizaru. Their palms also have the power of the Nikyu Nikyu no Mi of Bartholomew Kuma, capable of deflecting enemy attacks. The most terrifying aspect is that within these pacifistas, their devil fruit abilities have been developed to a very high level. This has always been the core of Vegapunk's research. The Celestial Dragons hope that Vegapunk can at least replicate the future technological kingdom. The most advanced cyborgs can then possess multiple devil fruit powers. Vegapunk initially extracted Kaido's fruit ability to create a devil fruit. He deceived the Celestial Dragons by saying it failed. However, when Luffy also possessed the same devil fruit ability, the Celestial Dragons naturally realized that Vegapunk had succeeded. Vegapunk, helpless, created a large number of lineage factors containing fruit abilities. The experimental subjects shifted from the beast pirate Kaido, who was captured by the Navy years ago, to Bartholomew Kuma and Admiral Kizaru. The lasers fired by the pacifistas are actually the ability of Kizaru's Pika Pika no Mi. Using Kizaru's lineage factor as a breeding target, the ability was manufactured, granting the pacifistas the attack power of the Pika Pika no Mi. Their palms are the abilities of Bartholomew Kuma's Nikyu Nikyu no Mi, and they are even the awakened version of the Nikyu Nikyu no Mi. Although they can't develop the fruit abilities to the terrifying level of Bartholomew Kuma, they can still easily deflect attacks using the Nikyu Nikyu no Mi. Chapter 2:15 Technological Showdown. Each of these 10 pacifistas has 10 hearts. These pirate hearts are from pirates with bounties ranging from 10 million to 30 million berries. On the Grand Line, they are captains of their own pirate ships. Law is also desperate to obtain the position of Warlord of the Sea. He actually killed 100 pirates in succession, using the abilities of the Op Op no Mi to directly extract their hearts and keep them alive. Such means are something ordinary people cannot achieve. The Navy Admirals can easily kill 100 of these pirates. However, using them to maintain the heart's vitality and installing them in the pacifistas is something that cannot be done. In fact, these hearts are just a delaying tactic by Vegapunk. His true strength now allows him to directly attach lineage factors to weapons. For example, he can imbue various famous swords with devil fruit abilities. Moreover, he doesn't need artificial devil fruits. He only needs to extract lineage factors and cultivate them to achieve this. The need for a large number of powerful pirate hearts is merely to buy time. Unexpectedly, the Navy directly found Law and asked him to use his Op Op no Mi to keep the hearts. This way, he could easily meet Vegapunk's needs. But Vegapunk still played a trick. Originally, one heart could only use one lineage factor. However, Vegapunk used 3 hearts to utilize one lineage factor. Currently, the pacifistas only have 3 types of fruit abilities. One is Bartholomew Kuma's Nikyu Nikyu no Mi ability, one is Admiral Kizaru's Pika Pika no Mi ability, and the last one is Akainu's Magu Magu no Mi ability. Vegapunk has practically taken all the wool from the Navy Admiral. He used 100 pirate hearts and 3 powerful fruit abilities to create 10 pacifistas. This was originally Kizaru's trump card. The current pacifistas are already much stronger than during the Marineford War. During the Marineford War, they could only deal with some pirates who couldn't even control their haki. People of the caliber of Boa Hancock could easily take on 100 pacifistas alone. And now, possessing 3 types of fruit abilities, especially the Nikyu Nikyu no Mi ability, has made the pacifistas no longer fear ordinary haki attacks. The ability of the Nikyu Nikyu no Mi allows the pacifistas to directly rebound the opponent's attacks. They can even bounce back the damage they received. It can be said that their fruit abilities are very powerful in both attack and defense. Before arriving on this island, the 10 pacifistas had already caught Luffy's attention. Under Luffy's Byakugan observation, he could clearly see that the internal structure of the pacifistas was completely different from that during the Marineford War. Each pacifista has 10 hearts they're still rapidly beating. If it were the original storyline at the Celestial Dragon meeting a year later, all the kings of the major allied nations would call upon the kings of other allied nations to vote to abolish the warlords of the sea. At that time, the Navy would also decide to replace the position of the warlords of the sea with these new weapons due to the mass production of Vegapunk's new style weapons. The original intention of the Celestial Dragons in establishing the warlords of the sea was to give these powerful pirates the legal right to rob. However, the warlords of the sea must help the Navy prevent the spread of the Yonko's influence, forcing the Yonko to shrink back to the latter half of the New World. This is the pacifist method, sacrificing the interests of a small portion of people to exchange for a more stable life for the majority. Admiral Sengoku knows that his power cannot ensure that everyone in every country on the sea lives happily. The Yonko and Warlords of the Sea system he designated was only to hope to protect the majority of countries for better survival. For example, in the East Blue where Luffy is, the 2 strongest pirates, the Dragon Pirates, and another pirate crew whose name Luffy has forgotten, led by Akin, are already the strongest in the East Blue. However, if they go to the Grand Line, any pirate crew from other seas can destroy their two crews. It is because of this kind of pacifist compromise that although the Navy has lost control of some countries on the Grand Line and the latter half of the New World, such as Wano country and the countries controlled by Extorting Doflamingo, those people live like they are in hell. But it guarantees the safety of the four seas. This is Sengoku's pacifism, sacrificing a small portion of people to protect the majority. Canceling the warlords of the sea system would definitely throw the Grand Line into chaos. It would ensure the interests of the Celestial Dragons so that they could control the Grand Line without relying on the combat power of the warlords of the sea. This is all because of Vegapunk's research on the complete pacifista. Inside their tall bodies, they possess 3 powerful devil fruit abilities. Each pacifista can battle against sea pirates with bounties of 7 to 800 million berries. Their strength is already comparable to the 3 admirals and the 3 top commanders. With such strength, the 10 pacifistas even have a chance to win against admirals and Yonka-level strong characters. This is also the hidden power of Kizaru. He originally planned to let the 10 pacifistas ambush at a critical moment of the confrontation. Unexpectedly, Yifan directly manufactured more than a dozen golden mechas. Just relying on these mechas, he managed to hold back 4 naval admirals. Kizaru had no choice but to change his plan and activated the 10 complete peacekeepers early. At the same time, Kizaru wanted to truly utilize the war to test the peacekeepers. These were modified using the technological advancements of the future technology kingdom and the lineage factors developed by Vegapunk. The question was whether these 2 great technologies could create weapons capable of battling against the strength of the 4 emperors. If successful, mass-producing the peacekeepers could even eliminate the 4 emperors from this sea. Yifan also wanted to see if the golden mechas he produced in bulk, relying on the awakening of 3 types of devil fruit powers, combined with the artificial intelligence Jarvis, could compete with Vegapunk's latest research. He then gave the command to Jarvis. Jarvis, take out all 10 peacekeepers first. Upon hearing this, Kizaru immediately thought of Big Mom's homies. Big Mom's soul fruit can absorb the souls of others to extend her lifespan, and these absorbed souls can be cultivated into homies for battle. However, the side effects are obvious. Absorbing a large number of souls causes Big Mom's emotions to become erratic, sometimes making her a cute old lady, and other times a bloodthirsty tyrant. In Kizaru and the others' understanding, Yifan had mastered some kind of soul-related devil fruit ability, injecting a soul called Jarvis into these golden mechas. In their eyes, Jarvis was the same as homies. Chapter 216, A Century of Training Flying in the Sky. Kizaru excitedly said, "What a good idea. Why didn't I think of it? If we inject souls into the peacekeepers, they won't be so rigid and can unleash even more powerful combat capabilities." In Kizaru's view, the 10 peacekeepers were not important. Their battle against Yifan's golden mechas did not matter. This was a direction to enhance the peacekeepers. In the sea, it wasn't just Charlotte Linlin who could extract the souls of others. There are many similar Paramecia-type devil fruits. Extracting the souls of other pirate powerhouses is not difficult. Even the Celestial Dragons can do business with Charlotte Linlin among the 4 emperors. For Kizaru, acquiring the powerful souls of pirates, which ordinary people find difficult, is not a challenging task, especially for the Celestial Dragons. As long as they can enhance their power, directly destroying several countries is a very normal thing. In the eyes of the Celestial Dragons, the lives of several countries and tens of millions of people are just numbers. They do not regard different people as humans. Kizaru has long since given up on the facade he maintained in the Navy for many years, restoring the lofty appearance of a Celestial Dragon. Without the obstruction of the golden mechas, Kizaru was the first to actively launch an attack on Yifan, flashing behind him and delivering a kick infused with Celestial Dragon Hockey at the speed of light. Yifan did not hold back either. In his dragon human form, he activated the 8th gate of the 8 gates of Duanjia, the Death Gate, and turned to face Kizaru with a speed 100 times faster. At the same time, he kicked out with his Conqueror's Hockey wrapped around it. Boom! The 2 immense forces clashed, and the sky was once again torn apart by their powers. However, this time, it was not evenly matched. Admiral Kizaru was kicked away by Yifan. This was Kizaru's weakness. His martial arts ability was quite average. He mainly relied on the unique hockey of the Celestial Dragons and the terrifying instant movement of the Glint fruit. In the past, he could roam the seas with just the power of the Glint fruit. But now, facing Yifan, all his advantages had dissipated. He could move at the speed of light, but Yifan could teleport. He had the Celestial Dragon's unique hockey, while Yifan had a long lifespan and Conqueror's hockey. Moreover, Yifan had the mythical Zoan devil fruit ability and 100 times speed from the Death Gate, along with the 8 gates of Duanjia. Yifan's speed, power, and defense far surpassed Admiral Kizaru. In their second clash, Kizaru was sent flying hundreds of meters away, crashing into the ground and creating a massive pit over 10 meters deep. Kizaru coughed up blood. He had been a celestial dragon from the upper three races since childhood, infiltrating the Navy as an elite trainee, relying on the power of the glint fruit. He had never suffered any injuries in his life. Even during the Marine Ford War, he had only gotten a bit of dust on the Navy's just cloak of justice. But today, after just one encounter with Yifan, he was already severely injured. After using Life Return, Kizaru restored his injuries. However, he no longer dared to confront Yifan head-on because his body was nowhere near as resilient as Yifan's. He cursed, "What a monster!" Admiral White Deer, noticing Kizaru was injured, wanted to prevent Yifan from pursuing Kizaru. As a member of the Knights of God, a celestial dragon's life was more important than his own. After transforming into his human-like Qilin form, his head became that of a Qilin, and he unleashed a torrent of ice crystals, forming a frozen wall between Yifan and Kizaru. Then, clenching his massive fists, he charged at Yifan. Admiral White Deer also possessed a mythical Zoan Devil fruit ability. He did not believe his power would be inferior to Yifan's. Seeing someone wanting to engage him in a fistfight, Yifan naturally would not dodge. He faced it head-on. Even now, Kaido of the Beasts and Big Mom Charlotte Linlin would not be his match. His power crushed everything. At the same time, a large amount of cold air enveloped his arm. As soon as they made contact, the cold air within him could freeze this detestable guy before him. Watching the newly appeared Admiral White Deer with such naive thoughts, Yifan found it very amusing. His wife Yamato's great god form was actually very similar to White Deer's Ice Qilin fruit ability. Yifan often sparred with Yamato, not just in straightforward exchanges, but even in fire-burning ivory clams and frozen abalone. The level of cold air he was emitting was not enough to harm him. It was a mere dream. Without needing other devil fruit abilities, just the Zoan-type mythical fish fruit in the purple dragon form contained various natural abilities like fire and wind blades. As Admiral White Deer approached, a blazing flame suddenly erupted from Yifan's fist, a fire fist covered with Conqueror's haki, ready to strike. Home! The fists of White Deer and Yifan collided. He immediately sensed a terrifying force that nearly shattered every finger on his fist. What a terrifying power! The General White Deer, who was sent flying, was left with only this thought in his mind. 4 generals-level combatants had clashed for just a brief moment, and 2 of them were already injured. Thanks to the effect of Life Return, the injuries of the 2 quickly healed, which is the most troublesome aspect of the Navy Admirals. If they cannot be directly killed, their Life Return allows them to constantly and rapidly recover from injuries, giving them incredibly enduring combat power. However, Yifan was not in a hurry, although it seemed he had only been at sea for a little over half a year. In reality, Yifan had trained for nearly 100 years in the time gravity room. He was just an ordinary person, lacking the terrifying talents of the D lineage. Yifan had developed his powerful physique through years of hard work and training. He discovered that the skill he initially undervalued, Ghost Back, had the greatest impact on his ability enhancement. The boost to combat power provided by Ghost Back was far inferior to other abilities, such as 8 Gates of Duanjia. In fact, it could be said that for Yifan's strong body, the enhancement was minimal. However, after undergoing extensive training in Ghost Back within the time gravity room, Yifan discovered a unique characteristic of Ghost Back. Each time he trained the strength of Ghost Back, his muscles would grow slightly stronger, although this increase was very minor. It allowed Yifan's stamina, endurance, strength, speed, and agility to all improve simultaneously. In other words, the training of Ghost Back had nothing to do with bloodlines. Regardless of who won was, effort would yield rewards. There were no restrictions from innate conditions like talent or bloodlines. Furthermore, as Yifan's muscle strength increased, the amount of fruit power contained within him also significantly increased, allowing him to possess more fruit power than ordinary people. Chapter 217. 40 years of planning. After a long period of training in Ghost Back, Yifan now possessed various devil fruits. However, the abilities of each of his devil fruits were several times greater in quantity than those of an average person. This was the power of Ghost Back. Through extensive physical refinement, Yifan could withstand more bloodline factors. Yifan was not yet displaying his strongest power. This was because through the Byakugan, he had already seen that Vegapunk was imprisoned within a metal pod. Below the pod were dozens of bottles of cola. In the pirate world, this cola was not a thirst-quenching beverage, but a high-energy fuel. For instance, rockets from Blue Star required dozens or even hundreds of tons of fuel to launch a satellite into space. In contrast, The cola in the pirate world only needed 3 bottles to enable the Thousand Sunny to fly several dozen kilometers. This miraculous cola generated an incredibly terrifying amount of energy. Below Vegapunk's enclosed capsule were enough bottles of cola to instantly transport him thousands of kilometers away. If Yifan revealed all his strength now, he feared that Kizaru would directly issue an order to relocate Vegapunk elsewhere. Although he was currently fighting 4 powerful Navy admirals, he could still accurately sense Sabo's movements through observation haki and the Byakugan. He was now battling 10 members of the Divine Knights, one of whom was a captain-level powerhouse, roughly equal in strength to Sabo. The remaining 9 possessed the strength of Navy Vice Admirals. Sabo was currently engaged in a fierce struggle. Yet Yifan could tell that Sabo was still stronger than the captain of the Divine Knights. He was putting himself at a disadvantage to sabotage the equipment that imprisoned Vegapunk, preventing this rocket-like object from having the chance to launch. If he defeated the Divine Knights in front of him, Vegapunk would be launched immediately, making it much harder for them to find him again. Beside him, Dragon was evidently in a similar battle. He relied on his abilities primarily to evade Akainu and Blackbeard's attacks. His fruit ability had been developed to the level of a domain, but Dragon's strength was only used for evasion. He had not unleashed a full-scale attack within his domain. Right now, the most intense battle was on Yifan's side. In the plan of the Celestial Dragons and the Navy, eliminating Yifan was clearly their top priority. Kizaru was secretly preparing to ambush with 10 pacifistas, along with 4 powerful Navy admirals, equating to the attack of 5 Navy admirals, the Navy's highest combat power. Yifan also understood that although Akainu wanted to kill Dragon, Kizaru clearly did not. Otherwise, the Celestial Dragons would not have spent decades arranging a marriage with Garp and Dragon. Kizaru was Luffy's uncle and had fought him several times, always holding back. For example, during the Sabeti Archipelago battle, Kizaru kicked one supernova after another, but when it came to Zoro beneath him, he could have easily killed the injured swordsman in less than a second, yet he exaggeratedly took several minutes to do so, only to see Rayleigh arrive to rescue them. Similarly, during the Marineford War, every time Kizaru targeted Luffy, he kicked him from the most dangerous place to the safest. The Celestial Dragons had tried every means to marry the D lineage, and even actively disclosed this information to Yifan. One could understand that after being Celestial Dragons for 800 years, who would want someone like I'm sitting on the empty throne above them? According to historical legends, the D lineage would welcome a powerful figure who would inherit Joy Boy's abilities after 800 years. Clearly, the Celestial Dragons wanted to use Joy Boy to defeat him and prevent themselves from getting too close to Dragon and Luffy. This information was also clear to Yifan. They intended to rely on Garp, Dragon, and Luffy's strength to defeat him on the empty throne. However, they did not want the D lineage to truly end the Celestial Dragon's rule. They had prepared for both scenarios. If the D lineage succeeded, they would kill the D lineage and him when they were severely injured after their battle. If the D lineage failed, it would mean that Joy Boy could not defeat him, and without the threat of Joy Boy, the Celestial Dragons would not have to worry about being sacrificed by him. The worst outcome is that him was defeated, and the Celestial Dragons of the upper 3 clans could not defeat Dragon and Luffy. But it doesn't matter, as both Dragon and Luffy's mother are Celestial Dragons from the upper 3 clans. Could Dragon and Luffy really want to kill their own mother with their own hands? This plan has been in the works for over 40 years. Everything was originally under the control of the upper 3 clan Celestial Dragons. They were quietly carrying out their plan to resist him. Regardless of whether Joy Boy or I'm wins in the end, their status would be guaranteed. However, a few months ago, a figure named Yifan suddenly appeared in this sea. Yifan rose to prominence as quickly as a meteor. His speed was faster than that of Carp and Dragon back in the day. Moreover, they suspected that Yifan possessed the bloodline of rocks. This D is not the same as Carp's D. If Dragon and Yifan teamed up to defeat him, based on Yifan's personality, he would surely kill all the Celestial Dragons from the upper 3 clans. Even if they could survive because of Dragon, they would not be able to become the rulers of the world. This is something that the upper 3 clan Celestial Dragons cannot allow. The Gorosei and the Navy most want to kill Dragon and Yifan. However, in the eyes of the upper 3 clan Celestial Dragons, they only want to deal with Yifan, this variable that suddenly emerged in the past 6 months. They want to restore history to the trajectory they control. This is why Kizaru actively revealed that he is Luffy's uncle during the battle with Yamato. No matter what, he cannot allow the Beast Pirates and the Freedom Alliance to unite against the Celestial Dragons. With 4 Marine Admirals and 10 complete Peacekeepers, such a lineup, in Kizaru's eyes, even Yifan would not stand a chance. Even rocks back in the day wouldn't have survived in the face of such an onslaught. A Yonko-level pirate would undoubtedly die against such an attack. However, at the very beginning, the favorable situation that Kizuru had painstakingly built was disrupted by Yi Fan's golden mech. Now it was very difficult for the four of them to kill Yi Fan, as long as Yi Fan tried his best to escape. Even 4 admirals would not be able to stop him. Chapter 2:18. 5 stages of Conqueror's Haki in the underground laboratory. Sabo finally found an opportunity. He opened the gourd at his waist. This gourd was very small, and most people would think it was just a small water bottle. But when the gourd's cap was opened, a massive amount of seawater gushed out, flooding the entire underground room. After the brief battle, Sabo had confirmed that the members of the Knights of God all possessed the powers of devil fruits. The current Sabo was completely different from the original story. In the original story, Sabo would obtain Ace's Mera Mera, Nomi a year later, and quickly develop its abilities to the point of awakening, becoming the terrifying Flame Emperor Sabo. However, now, Ace was not dead, and based on the trajectory of fate, Sabo had obtained the precious Logia-type water fruit. He had just acquired it, but he already possessed powerful water manipulation abilities. The gourd, which seemed to contain only 1 liter of seawater on the surface, had actually been compressed by Sabo to hold hundreds of tons of seawater. When he opened the gourd cap, these hundreds of tons of seawater instantly flooded the entire underground room. The members of the Knights of God were soaked in seawater. With their devil fruit powers not awakened, they could not resist the seawater at all, becoming weak and losing their combat abilities in an instant. Under Sabo's control, the seawater only moved around him and did not touch his body. One stream of seawater immediately surged into the rocket-launching Vegapunk. It flowed through the gaps in the rocket and entered its interior. Within the seawater, several hands formed, accurately disconnecting the connected wires. There was no longer anything that could control those dozens of bottles of cola. Vegapunk would not be launched. Only then did Sabo prepare to break open the hatch to rescue Vegapunk. Everything that Sabo wanted to do was seen by Yi Fan. Now, he no longer needed to hide his strength. Although his back was covered in scales, it still formed a terrifying demon-like back. At this moment, he was completely enveloped by terrifying Conqueror's Haki. The terrifying Conqueror's Haki emanating from Yi Fan completely covered the entire island. The walls on the ground cracked under the pressure of this terrifying Conqueror's Haki. Not only humans, but even lifeless stones, soil, air, and so on felt the terrifying Conqueror's Haki of Yi Fan. Even the highest combat powers of the Navy felt this terrifying pressure. The ones most severely affected by Yi Fan's suppression were Sabo and Black Horse Tianqing, as their capabilities were the weakest. Kizaru was astonished and said, "How is this possible? This Conqueror's Haki is already comparable to Shanks." Shanks is known as the user of the face fruit, but he can make the Gorosei and the Marine Admiral give him face, relying on his terrifying strength. Because even rocks, Pirate King Roger, and the world's strongest man, Whitebeard, could not destroy surrounding objects with the intensity of their Conqueror's Haki when fully released. Shanks' crew never needed weaklings. It is the strongest pirate crew in terms of average combat power. This is because, in front of Shanks, the weak have no chance to fight. Just how powerful is Shanks' Conqueror's Haki? It can make the Marine Headquarters Vice Admirals collectively fall into a coma. This is also why, when Shanks arrived during the Marineford War, the Navy immediately stopped fighting. Hundreds of thousands of Marines, thousands of majors, lieutenant colonels, and colonels, along with hundreds of brigadier generals and dozens of vice admirals, were nothing but decorations in front of Shanks. He only needed to fully release his Conqueror's Haki to render them all powerless. The only person in the Marine headquarters who could resist Shanks was Carp. Besides Carp, only the admirals and the fleet admiral had combat power. In front of Shanks, other than the highest combat powers of the Navy, everything else was useless. Even the Marine headquarters vice admirals, such as Vice Admiral Squirrel, Vice Admiral Fire Fist, and Vice Admiral Ghost Spider, would be instantly knocked out by Shanks' Haki. Moreover, his Conqueror's Haki has a very large coverage area, capable of directly covering an entire country. During this time, after 100 years of training in the Time Gravity Room, Yi Fan's power with the demon-like back became stronger. His greatest improvement was in Conqueror's Haki. Conqueror's Haki is divided into several stages. The first stage is forced to release it when encountering a crisis. In the second stage, one can actively release Conqueror's Haki. In the third stage, one can control the range of Conqueror's Haki release. For example, when Rayleigh the Dark King releases his Conqueror's Haki, he can knock out the Celestial Dragon's guards without harming the Straw Hat Pirates. The fourth stage involves wrapping Conqueror's Haki around oneself, allowing for attacks more terrifying than those using armament Haki. The fifth stage, Haki Manifestation, allows one to use their kingly aura to cause damage to a wide area of surrounding objects when releasing Conqueror's Haki. Shanks, the red-haired, has such influence that even Kaido, Big Mom, the Marine Admiral, and the Gorosei must give him face. This is because Shanks has mastered the application of the fifth stage of Conqueror's Haki. This is the pinnacle of Conqueror's Haki, a power that all minor characters cannot contend with, a force that all powerful beings at sea wish to avoid. After reaching the fifth stage, one can achieve full-body Conqueror's Haki wrapping. Whitebeard, Big Mom, and Kaido have all achieved attacks with their fists or weapons wrapped in Conqueror's Haki, making them emperors of the sea. However, even these three powerful beings cannot achieve full-body Conqueror's Haki wrapping because it requires an immense amount of Conqueror's Haki. Even the emperors of the sea do not possess such a terrifying amount of it. As for Yi Fan, with the enhancement of his ghost back, the muscles in his body are continuously compressed, allowing him to store more Conqueror's Haki than ever before. However, there is a downside: Yi Fan's true weight. Originally, Yi Fan was 2 meters and 5 centimeters tall, with 97 of his body being muscle, weighing an astonishing 350 kilograms because muscle weighs twice as much as fat. As his ghost back ability strengthened, Yi Fan still appeared to be a muscular man with an inverted triangle shape. However, the muscles inside his body have been infinitely compressed by the power of his ghost back. Now, the quality of the muscles in his body is 10 times that of an ordinary person's muscles. Yi Fan's weight has reached a terrifying 500 kilograms, close to that of an elephant. This is what allowed Yi Fan to finally accumulate a massive amount of Conqueror's Haki, making him the second person in this sea to master the fifth stage of Conqueror's Haki. Chapter 219. The Great Darkness Annihilation soared. The terrifying aura of Yi Fan's Conqueror's Haki knocked out the members of the Divine Knight Corps, who had just fought with Sabo. Now that he had rescued Vegapunk, Yi Fan no longer intended to hide any of his strength. The Navy present wanted to kill him, and he equally wanted to kill them. They were already among the few, strongest forces the Celestial Dragons could mobilize. Once the Heavenly King was fully charged with energy, and after getting Vegapunk and repairing the damaged plane found by rocks, Yi Fan felt he could consider going to war with him. Now, he was ready to tear the mask off the Navy. Since you want to kill me, I will take out your elite forces here first. This time, Yi Fan finally showcased his immense strength. His entire body was in a state of Conqueror's Haki wrapping, covered in black lightning. Boom! Yi Fan's body flew out faster than a cannonball. In less than 0.001 seconds, he was already beside Black Horse Tiancheng, the weakest among them. Black Horse Tiancheng's observation Haki sensed a terrifying crisis. In an instant, he crossed his arms in front of his chest to create a black light shield. However, this light shield could not withstand even a second against Yi Fan's Conqueror's Haki-wrapped attack before it shattered. Behind Black Horse Tiancheng, 2 massive black angel wings tightly wrapped around his body, hoping to rely on the powerful defensive capabilities of his Zoan-type Devil Fruit to withstand Yi Fan's attack. Boom! Black Horse Tiancheng was sent flying by Yi Fan's punch. A continuously bleeding hole appeared on his black angel wings. Yi Fan's punch had already caused him significant damage. After being knocked underground for dozens of meters, with his bones nearly shattered, Black Horse Tiancheng quickly emerged from the ground, flying towards Yi Fan. It turned out that the moment they made contact, Yi Fan used the power of the magnet fruit to turn his body into a negative pole. When Yi Fan turned his fist into a positive pole, a terrifying magnetic field was created between them like 2 magnets. Black Horse Tiancheng quickly flew towards Yi Fan's punch again. At such speed, if I get hit, I'll definitely die. Black Horse Tiancheng used his life return ability to quickly recover from his injuries. At the same time, a pitch-black longsword appeared in his hand. Since his shield could not withstand Yi Fan's attack, he had no choice but to use his strongest attack. Perhaps he still had a glimmer of hope. In an instant, Black Horse Tiancheng, with his rich combat experience, devised a way to respond to this crisis. The name of this move was the Great Darkness Annihilation Sword. This sword was filled with all the abilities controlled by the Dark Angel form. Kaido's dragon form controls wind, fire, thunder, and lightning, while the Dark Angel controls negative emotions and viruses such as plague, sorrow, hatred, and resentment. Do not underestimate these negative emotions. Just like when Perona, the Ghost Princess, first fought with Luffy and his crew, she nearly wiped out the Straw Hat Pirates using such negative energy. If it weren't for Usopp being present in a dire situation, the Straw Hat Pirates would have been almost entirely killed by Perona alone. Black Horse Tiancheng now possessed boundless fighting spirit. No matter how strong your physical body is, Yi Fan, I don't believe you can resist the plague. You can resist my spiritual attribute attack. Thinking of this, Black Horse Tianqing even imagined himself breaking through Yi Fan's defenses with one sword. Even if he couldn't kill him, he could severely injure Yi Fan and have him surrounded and killed by others. At this thought, a cruel and happy smile even appeared on Black Horse Tianqing's face. As one of the few top hawkish powers in the Navy, killing pirates like Admiral Greenbull and Admiral Akainu is a very enjoyable thing. Let me show you the power of my devil fruit. Black Horse Tianqing's move was called the Great Darkness Annihilation Sword. He once struck with this sword, causing a temporary island inhabited and trading with dozens of pirate crews, home to thousands of pirates, to be decimated. After Black Horse Tianqing unleashed his sword, some pirates died from the plague, while others took their own lives due to overwhelming pessimism. More pirates, however, fought fiercely alongside their comrades through thick and thin. With just one sword, thousands of pirates on an island were wiped out. After Black Horse Tianqing became the head of the Navy Criminal Investigation Bureau, he had not made a move for a long time. But now his Great Dark Annihilation Sword was dozens of times more powerful than before. The accumulated fruit abilities were unleashed in that moment, capable of even destroying a small country. With such formidable power, Black Horse Tianqing believed he could severely injure Yi Fan, a person who only knew how to hone his physical strength, muscular but simple-minded. Such a person was naturally the easiest target for his abilities. Now, he intended to inject his fruit abilities, capable of killing tens of thousands, directly into Yi Fan's body. Let's see how you resist. Boom! The sword in Black Horse Tianqing's hand collided with Yi Fan's fist. The Great Dark Annihilation Sword was shattered into pieces by the terrifying power of Yi Fan's full-force punch, which was wrapped in Conqueror's Haki. Black Horse Tianqing did not panic. He turned the hand gripping the Great Dark Annihilation Sword into a palm, trying to resist Yi Fan's punch by increasing the area of impact. The scattered shards of the Great Dark Annihilation Sword transformed into clouds of black mist, flying towards Yi Fan's body. Black Horse Tianqing once again felt Yi Fan's terrifying power. His entire right arm had twisted into a spiral shape, with all the bones crushed and the muscle tissue destroyed. Black Horse Tianqing was sent flying once more. He knew his arm was gone. Even the ability to return life could not heal such injuries. However, the blood-spitting Black Horse Tianqing wore a very strange smile. After a bout of loud laughter, he taunted, "Yi Fan, kneel down." Calculating the time, he believed all his fruit abilities should have entered Yi Fan's body by now. Yi Fan's spirit was even weaker than that of a 3-year-old child. Yet before he could finish speaking, he quickly charged at Yi Fan again. This time, Yi Fan drew the blue sunwheel knife from his waist. The tip of the knife was surrounded by a mass of black lightning. Swish, swish, swish. Yi Fan slashed out dozens of times, cutting Black Horse Tianqing's body into pieces. In the distance, Kazura did not care about Black Horse Tianqing's life or death. Instead, he issued orders to Admiral White Deer and Admiral Fujitora. "Quick, Black Horse Tianqing's negative mental energy has invaded Yi Fan. We must kill him while we have the chance." Chapter 220. The terror of Conqueror's Haki. Fujitora smiled and plunged his sword into the ground, shouting, "Helm Master." A powerful gravitational force surrounded Yi Fan. This time, it reached a gravity level of 120 times, significantly stronger than the Hell Train used previously by Admiral Fujitora. Consequently, he had to keep his sword embedded in the ground to use this overwhelming power to bind Yi Fan in place. Admiral White Deer immediately seized the opportunity. Frozen Hell. He released a massive wave of cold air from his mouth, instantly generating a large number of ice blocks. In an instant, Yi Fan was encapsulated by ice blocks as large as mountains, with only his head exposed. Kizaru quickly took advantage of this hard-earned opportunity. The combined force of gravity and such a massive iceberg was exerted on Yi Fan's body. Even if he was powerful, he could control Yi Fan for a few seconds. Moreover, Yi Fan was currently under the negative mental curse of Black Horse Tianqing. Such an opportunity might never arise again. Having risked the combined strength of 3 Navy admirals, they unleashed their skills to trap Yi Fan. Even just 2 or 3 seconds would be enough for Kizaru. He instantly appeared in front of Yi Fan. The Celestial Dragon's unique haki enveloped his fist, which he aimed at Yi Fan's forehead. However, this punch did not hit Yi Fan. He easily dodged it and executed a heart-piercing black tiger, accurately striking Kizaru's chest. Admiral Kizaru's heart was pierced by Yi Fan's attack, and the power wrapped in Conqueror's Haki surged violently throughout Kizaru's body. Admiral Kizaru's face displayed disbelief. He reacted quickly, using the power of the Pika Pika know me to teleport hundreds of meters away. However, the bloody hole in his chest could not be repaired no matter how he used the ability to return life. It wasn't so easy to kill an admiral of the Navy. Yet just moments ago, Yi Fan had been fully controlled by the combined might of 3 admirals. Kizaru had not put up any defenses. He only wanted to use all his strength to strike Yi Fan down. In this attack, Kizaru focused solely on offense without any defense. But he did not expect that even with the full power of 3 admirals, they could not hold Yi Fan for even a second. It wasn't that he was careless. This battle had surpassed Kizaru's decades of combat experience. In his mind, no matter how strong a fighter was, they should at least be able to be controlled for a few seconds in such a situation. Yet Yi Fan was the exception. Black Horse Tianqing's fruit ability did not harm Yi Fan. First, Yi Fan was enveloped in the lightning of Conqueror's Haki, which had no blind spots. Both his Armament Haki and Conqueror's Haki countered fruit abilities. Black Horse Tianqing's strongest attack had already consumed a significant amount of his fruit abilities before it even reached Yi Fan's body, due to the wrapping of Conqueror's Haki. Secondly, the defense of Mei Pulu intercepted the remaining mental and poison attacks outside of Yi Fan's body. In fact, Black Horse Tianqing's attack did not inflict any damage on Yi Fan. Fujitori's gravity and Admiral White Deer's freezing seemed to have controlled Yi Fan, but in reality, within just a few centimeters of Yi Fan's body, their fruit abilities were being rapidly consumed by Yi Fan, who was wrapped in Conqueror's Haki. If it were just that, relying on Fujitora and White Deer's abilities, they would have noticed. They would know that Yi Fan was not truly under their control. However, at that moment, Yi Fan secretly activated the power of the eternal Mangeki Sharingan. The skill of Pure Land was impossible to instantly control 2 Navy admirals, but he only aimed to give them the illusion. They were unable to perceive that their fruit abilities had already been restrained by Yi Fan's overwhelming Conqueror's Haki. This point was actually quite easy. The encounter between both sides lasted only a few seconds. In fact, Yi Fan had secretly engaged with them several times, successfully deceiving the 4 powerful admirals using various skills he had acquired. This allowed Yi Fan to successfully deliver a single attack that pierced through Kizaru's heart, eliminating the strongest among them. Admiral White Deer had a very ugly expression. "Bastard, you dare to kill a god? Unforgivable." While he spoke the fiercest words, Admiral White Deer did not attack Yi Fan. Instead, he quickly moved in front of Kizaru, exhaling a chilling breath that enveloped Kizaru's entire body. He then said to the others, "You hold them off. I need to take Kizaru back to the Holy Land for medical treatment." After saying that, Admiral White Deer immediately picked up Kizaru and left the scene. Although Admiral White Deer was now a Navy admiral, he was still a member of the Knights of God. In his eyes, whether it was Marine Admiral Akainu or the remaining admirals, or even the life of Vegapunk, they combined were not as valuable as Admiral Kizaru. As one of the leaders of the Knights of God, he knew Kizaru's true identity. Kizaru was not an ordinary celestial dragon. He was a celestial dragon of the upper 3 families. If Kizaru suffered such injuries, an ordinary person would undoubtedly die. However, with White Deer present, there was still a glimmer of hope. White Deer could use the power of the Ice Chilin. As long as he fully activated his fruit ability, he could instantly freeze all of Kizaru's cells, thus delaying Kizaru's injuries and putting him into a state of sleep. As long as they could hold on until they returned to the Holy Land of Mariehua, where there were many special fruit users and a large amount of miraculous medicine. Perhaps they could save Admiral Kizaru's life. As for whether the Navy's mission would fail this time, or whether Akainu and the others would be killed, Admiral White Deer didn't care at all. He didn't care about the position of a Navy admiral. The Knights of God were the ones with the greatest power beneath the celestial dragons. In fact, several of their leaders had imprisoned and punished many of the lower 3 families of celestial dragons. Watching Admiral White Deer flee, Akainu already knew. They had failed again this time. He and Blackbeard could not defeat Dragon. The power of Dragon was unknown, but his survival ability in the field was terrifying. Fujitora and Black Horse Tianqing, let alone defeating Yi Fan, were just hoping that the injured Black Horse Tianqing wouldn't be killed by Yi Fan. Blackbeard Teach, who stood behind Akainu, understood the situation clearly. Suddenly, with the loss of 2 Navy admirals, he directly left the island. He wouldn't risk his life for the Navy. In fact, Blackbeard Teach hoped that Yi Fan could kill Akainu and the others. If Akainu, Fujitora, and Black Horse all died here, the Navy would lose its top combat power. Chapter 221. Dialogue with Dragon Akainu and the others exchanged glances and prepared to escape. This was the first time since becoming a Marine that he thought about running away. Now, in a 3 against 3, they definitely could not match Dragon, Yi Fan, and Sabo. Akainu and Fujitora exchanged glances. Fujitora began to support the heavily injured Black Horse Tianqing, preparing to retreat. Yifan smiled and said, "You want to come and go as you please? Where's the good in that?" At this moment, Dragon stepped forward and blocked Yifan, saying, "If you kill them all, the Four Seas and the Grand Line will be thrown into chaos." Dragon and the Navy were not enemies. He wanted to liberate those countries under the slave system, allowing more people to have a happy and fulfilling life. In reality, Dragon and the Navy did not have fundamental conflicts of interest. He had no interest in the true history or the battles between the Marines and pirates. He even felt that the existence of the Navy's top power was beneficial for maintaining stability at sea. Yifan would not agree with Dragon's viewpoint. The members of the D family had a close relationship with the upper three families of the Celestial Dragons. Within the Navy, there was also Garp, and Yifan even suspected that Admiral Fujitora was an undercover agent for the Free Alliance within the Navy. Yifan said, "That's your Free Alliance's interest. My beast pirates are deadly enemies with the Navy." Dragon replied, "Now that the Navy's top power has completely collapsed, how many countries in the Four Seas and the Grand Line will be destroyed by pirates?" Yifan responded, "Don't worry, I won't kill Fujitora. With the combined strength of Fujitora, Sengoku, and Garp, the Four Seas won't descend into chaos. But if you try to stop me, the Free Alliance and the beast pirates will be deadly enemies. I will open the door of freedom and attack the countries you have already controlled. Are you sure you want to lose our alliance and turn into complete enemies?" Yifan also issued a threatening statement. If the Free Alliance dared to stop him, he didn't care about going to war with them. Dragon thought seriously. The Free Alliance indeed could not go to full-scale war with the beast pirates. Yifan's Door of Freedom skill meant that no force could block Yifan's sneak attacks. Dragon asked, "Then what is the goal of your beast pirates? To establish a world belonging to pirates?" Yifan replied, "Look at the current New World. My controlled beast pirates have realized free trade in the New World. The countries under my control are happier than those under the Celestial Dragons. As long as there are devil fruits and bloodlines like yours from the D family, where one can easily become strong, there will never be true fairness on this sea, because there are too many strong individuals who can easily crush all the people in a country. What I can do is only make these countries relatively fair. Only by eliminating the Celestial Dragons, abolishing the expensive sky gold, and establishing a large navy to ensure the safety of trade routes can this world truly regain peace. You want to create a world where people of different races and bloodlines can live completely fairly, like Joy Boy. That is impossible." Yifan's words struck Dragon like a critical hit. What he had always wanted to establish was a huge country like Joy Boy, where everyone lived completely fairly. This was Dragon's ideal nation. However, after hearing Yifan's words, he realized that in this world with devil fruits, powerful individuals far surpassing ordinary people would appear at every moment. That was not the most critical point. Individuals from the D family, with their special powerful bloodlines, could easily destroy a country with simple training, even without devil fruits. In such a world, a truly ideal nation could not exist, no matter how powerful one was. Even like Joy Boy, there will also be powerful figures like I'm, leading 20 strong nations to destroy such a completely fair country. What Yifan said about reducing the gold in the sky and using the strongest fleet to maintain stability in maritime trade might truly be the hope that allows more people to live relatively fairly. A completely equal country is impossible. A strong person can know 100, 1,000, or even tens of thousands of times more labor than an ordinary person in a day. Why should they receive the same material resources and power as ordinary people? After some thought, Long sighed and said, "All right, I don't care if you can't harm Fujitora, Akainu, and Black Horse Tianqing." Long finally decided to let go. During this time, Long had also observed Yifan's actions. The new world controlled by Yifan has implemented free trade among countries and reduced taxes, allowing many countries in the new world to live even happier than in the East Sea. This might not be a new way. It still adopts the method of Celestial Dragons rule, possessing a powerful navy to protect maritime trade among nations, and then taxing each member country to maintain the navy's funding. The difference is that there are no Celestial Dragons, and they do not need to give most of the money to Celestial Dragons to maintain their luxurious lives. Perhaps this system is more reasonable than the perfect country he wanted to establish. Absolute fairness is very difficult to achieve. Relative fairness, which protects the interests of the majority while sacrificing the interests of a minority, is actually much easier to accomplish. Without Long's obstruction, Yifan used several teleportations to catch up with Akainu, Fujitora, and Black Horse Tianqing. They were only using the power of the gravity fruit and moonwalk to escape on the sea, which of course could not match Yi Fan's combat power. Looking at Yi Fan blocking their way, the three felt a bit panicked. Black Horse Tianqing was already seriously injured, and his fruit ability was almost exhausted. Only Akainu and Fujitora remained. They truly had no confidence in defeating the man before them. Yi Fan possessed a terrifying conqueror's haki like Shanks and had multiple devil fruit abilities. Yi Fan said, "You were so arrogant when you wanted to kill me, but now you look so pathetic while trying to escape. As the fleet admiral, Akainu, do you dare to stay and fight me to the death? I can let Fujitora and Black Horse go." Hearing Yi Fan's arrogant words, Akainu finally got angry. "Fujitora, take Black Horse and leave. I will fight him to the death." Yi Fan glanced at the nearby small island and said, "Then let's fight on that small island." After speaking, Yi Fan directly teleported to that small island. Akainu also used Moonwalk to reach the island. Fujitora's expression was a bit serious. He didn't think Akainu could defeat Yi Fan. He wanted to help. But looking at Black Horse Tianqing, who had lost his combat power in his arms, he knew that if he intervened, Black Horse would surely die. After thinking for a moment, he hoped, "I hope Akainu can escape alive." Chapter 222. The final battle with Akainu when Akainu landed on the island. The entire island instantly transformed into a massive volcano. The ground became lava, and a volcanic crater on the island constantly spewed out large amounts of molten lava. From the high sky, blobs of magma fell like raindrops. Thick black volcanic ash spread out over the surrounding sea. In an instant, it began to cover the entire sky. The whole world was plunged into darkness. On the ground, large amounts of lava mixed with seawater, and the black-red magma rolled on the sea's surface. This scene resembled the hell where demons supposedly lived. There was no sun in the sky, and the ground was covered in scorching lava. The air was filled with the acrid smell of sulfur. Yi Fan did not use the power of his eternal Mangeki Sharingan. Although the winter cold domain could instantly freeze the island, it would require continuous consumption, and the power of the eternal Mangeki Sharingan also required significant expenditure. He had no need to balance ice and fire. Yi Fan's feet stepped on the scorching lava, which could not harm his skin. With each step, a large area of lava turned into gold. As Yi Fan walked towards Akainu, a golden path formed beneath his feet. Seeing Yi Fan gradually approaching, Akainu's martial arts were decent, but they were nowhere near as powerful as a strong Zoan type. He was more adept at large-scale, high-damage attacks. Big fire. This time, not only did Akainu's two arms transform into two streams of molten lava attacking Yi Fan, but hundreds and thousands of fists made of magma emerged from the ground, attacking Yi Fan's main body. Yi Fan still walked toward the Kainu at a leisurely pace. On the golden path beneath his feet, golden mechs appeared. However, these mechs did not resemble humanoid shapes like Autobots, but instead were like 1,000-armed Avalokiteshvara, possessing numerous arms. Their golden arms attacked the streams of magma with great fire. Boom, boom, boom. The collision of gold and magma resulted in a rapid consumption of both sides' fruit abilities. The air was filled with softened golden liquid and shards of dark red lava fragments flying into the sky, creating a dangerous yet exceptionally beautiful scene, like golden rain formed by fireworks in the sky after winning a championship. Facing Akainu's attack, Yi Fan walked forward nonchalantly. Akainu's attacks were completely blocked by the golden mechs. Just relying on his observation haki, Yi Fan could not achieve such a crushing victory by himself. Akainu's development of the magma fruit ability was second only to Long's strength. In the face of such widespread, multi-angle saturation attacks, Yi Fan appeared so relaxed, and of course, it was thanks to Jarvis. The mech controlled by Jarvis could easily withstand Akainu's attacks without needing Yi Fan's observation haki to participate. This was a reason why Yi Fan was able to crush Akainu. After more than 10 seconds, Akainu stopped attacking. In a short time, the muscular Akainu had unleashed thousands of large fire attacks with his hands. The speed of the magma he controlled on this island had surpassed tens of thousands of attacks. In such a short period, he continuously launched tens of thousands of attacks. Even Fleet Admiral Akainu was rapidly consuming his stamina, and his fruit ability was also heavily drained. Yet the man before him was just a 25-year-old pirate who had only appeared on the sea for half a year. Just like a shooting star, becoming a strong person of the era. To his surprise, he effortlessly blocked his attack. Akainu felt that the past few decades of his life had been completely in vain. He was actually overwhelmed in terms of fruit abilities by a young man. As he watched Akainu getting closer to him, he could no longer hold back. His entire body entered a state of merging with magma. His body remained a human flesh and blood form. but every pore on his body was gushing out a large amount of high-temperature magma, dripping all around. Akainu clenched his fists and actively launched a close-range attack on Yifan. It was unavoidable, just competing in fruit abilities. Akainu was horrified to find that he could not consume Yifan's energy. Since that was the case, he could only engage in hand-to-hand combat with Yifan. He did not believe that his decades of combat experience, which allowed him to break half of Whitebeard's face with a single punch, would not be able to match up to a young man like Yifan in close combat. Moreover, he was very confident in his fists. In his younger years, Akainu, when he was still a vice admiral, was a great swordsman, a famous swordsman on the seas. But after he obtained the magma fruit, he gave up using weapons. In his eyes, all the famous swords in the world could not match the attack power of the magma fruit. Yifan was the strongest man in terms of defense on the seas. His defense was even more terrifying than that of Kaido. Yifan's defensive ability was stronger than that of Kaido and Charlotte Linlin. The only thing that could inflict fatal damage on him seemed to be the haki of the celestial dragons. Other various fruit abilities, even when the 4 admirals of the Navy teamed up, could not break through Yifan's defense, proving Yifan's terrifying defensive power. Unless absolutely necessary, Akainu did not want to engage in close combat. In a close fight, a Logia and a Zoan-type mythical beast would definitely be at a disadvantage. The Logia type had many long-range attack methods, but now, all his dense attacks had been blocked by Yifan. Marshal Akainu was forced into a corner. He had to resort to hand-to-hand combat to try to break through Yifan's defense. Akainu quickly charged towards Yifan. On his fists, every pore was gushing out a large amount of magma, like sweating, and a large amount of black smoke was rising from his body. Want to fight up close? Yifan stopped advancing, standing on the golden ground. Yifan also clenched his fists. A large amount of Conqueror's haki gathered on Yifan's fists. The pitch-black lightning was so dense that it almost completely covered Yifan's fists. From a distance, it looked as if Yifan's fists had turned into 2 black hammers. The distance between the 2 sides quickly closed. Boom! The fists of the 2 collided. Yifan felt a terrifying heat spread throughout his body. The temperature concentrated on Akainu's fist was much higher than that of magma, at over 1,000 degrees. Moreover, the heat was enormous. Yifan could feel his body temperature rise by several degrees in an instant. To achieve this, a massive amount of heat was required. If Ace's fire fist contained a small flame of fire elements, then Akainu's punch contained the fire elements of a volcano. Chapter 223. Akainu's childhood, the scorching temperature. While extremely uncomfortable for Yifan, was manageable. Such high temperatures were even lower than those brought by the 8 gates of death. In an instant, he had returned to normal. On the other hand, Marshal Akainu was not so fortunate. He first felt the sensation of his bones shattering. Yifan's terrifying power was far stronger than his own, although he did not have his entire arm broken like Black Horse Tianqing. The muscles in Akainu's arm were torn due to the overwhelming power. The power entwined with Conqueror's haki was invading the fruit power within him. Akainu's legs transformed into 2 massive blobs of magma, firmly anchoring him to the sea of lava beneath him, preventing him from being knocked away by Yifan's punch. At the same time, his left hand formed a fist again, filling it with the already depleted magma fruit ability. He struck towards Yifan once more. Akainu chose the most brutal and straightforward method to destroy Yifan's attack, to endlessly activate his fruit ability, injecting this power into Yifan's body. He wanted to rely on the high temperature to burn the cells within Yifan, ultimately killing him. However, relying solely on his fists, Akainu would never be Yifan's match. The only thing he could rely on now was to release his fruit ability in large quantities, hoping to break through Yifan's defense. As long as the temperature of the magma reached a certain height, he was sure he could kill Yifan. Boom! The fists of both sides collided again. Yifan felt his body temperature rise by several hundred degrees once more. Now, the temperature he had to endure had reached the level of the 8th gate of death. At the same time, the muscles in Akainu's left arm also tore apart. However, despite being severely injured, Akainu still had no intention of retreating. He desperately used the power of life returned to barely repair his right arm's wound. His right fist struck towards Yifan again. So it was like this, wanting to rely on his own hard resistance to inject the power of the magma fruit into his body in the shortest time possible. A good thought, but very naive. Yifan's right eye transformed into the eternal kaleidoscope Sharingan. In an instant, the skill of the winter cold domain was activated, freezing both his and Akainu's bodies together. A block of ice several hundred meters in diameter tightly enveloped the 2 of them. Then the ice began to melt rapidly. Before long, Due to the sea of magma and the heat within their bodies, this massive ice block hundreds of meters long and wide began to melt. Akainu's face turned ashen. As a magma fruit user, he could clearly feel that Yifan had just released all the heat from his body into the ice block. All his previous efforts had been in vain. Relying on heat to burn Yifan to death was impossible. Multiple fruit users were truly terrifying. Such power was almost a nemesis to any single fruit user. At this moment, Akainu appeared extremely furious. Why could Garp be taught that unique haki by the celestial dragons? But he, Akainu, could not? Although he also despised the celestial dragons immensely. At least he doesn't constantly talk about the celestial dragons being trash like Garp does. If he had the abilities of Garp and Kizaru today, he could counter many devil fruit abilities and wouldn't be completely crushed by Yifan. Especially Admiral Kizaru, who seems impressive but is useless. After joining the Navy, he's just been slacking off. The only time he went all out, he was easily taken down by Yifan. The celestial dragons possess such powerful abilities, yet they are so useless. Akainu feels a deep sense of betrayal from the Navy and the celestial dragons. Just as Akainu is lost in thought, Yifan won't let such an opportunity slip by. The skill of Pure Land activates, and Akainu's eyes fall into a state of confusion. He begins to recall his childhood. When he was young, his father was a strong escort, whose job was to protect merchant ships from pirate raids. At 10 years old, Akainu was already 8 meters tall. His father specifically chose a safe cargo ship to let him experience sailing on the sea. It was a route between two celestial dragon allied countries, often patrolled by Navy warships, making it very safe. However, on Akainu's first voyage, they encountered a notorious pirate from the North Sea with a bounty of 10 million berries. Everyone on the cargo ship, upon hearing his name, knelt and begged for mercy, not daring to resist. The only one who dared to fight back was Akainu's father, who stuffed him into a huge wine barrel and then fought the pirate, even when facing dozens of tall pirates. Akainu's father relied on his strong physique to gain the upper hand. But when the pirate shouted, "If you help me kill this man, everyone on this ship can live. But if you resist, I'll burn this ship," the other guards on the ship actually chose to protect Akainu's father. They didn't dare to act against the pirate, but were extremely ruthless towards their own. In that battle, Akainu witnessed his father being killed by the pirates with the help of the crew he had trusted. After narrowly escaping with his life, Akainu joined the Navy and began to believe in absolute justice. He would not feel the slightest guilt for harming innocent people, as they could easily become accomplices to pirates. He would not show mercy to any deserters or those who dared not attack. If the people on that ship had dared to resist the pirates, his father would not have died. Those who are afraid to fight should be killed. This childhood experience shaped Akainu's absolute justice. Seeing Akainu's childhood, Yifan felt some discomfort. Such an extreme personality makes it incredibly difficult to control him with Pure Land. Although Akainu hates the celestial dragons, it is almost impossible to get him to collaborate with pirates, abandon his prejudice against them, and become a dog for the pirates instead of killing them. Just as Yifan was preparing to kill Akainu, he suddenly thought of a plan. After escaping in the wine barrel, Akainu secretly followed a crew member who had restrained his father at that time. He couldn't kill the pirate with a bounty of 10 million berries yet, but he could certainly kill this ordinary crew member, an accomplice in his father's death. He saw the crew member walking towards a sparsely populated alley. There were no people nearby, making it the perfect opportunity for Akainu to assassinate him. Then he saw the crew member meeting with a cloaked figure in black. Chapter 224, The Quarreling Scientists. Just by seeing their attire, it was clear that the other party was a lackey of the Celestial Dragons, the notorious CP9. You did well on this matter. As long as you can bring Akainu into the Navy, he will become a dog for the Celestial Dragons in the future. The rare Radian bloodline, once they come of age, are all powerful warriors. This time, we can certainly gain a lot of rewards. Yifan added a portion of memories to Akainu's childhood experience, revealing to him that the true reason for his father's death was not the pirate, but rather CP9 discovering their family's special bloodline and wanting his father to serve the Celestial Dragons. After being rejected, a conspiracy was set in motion to have him witness his father's death at the hands of pirates, thus leading him to join the Navy and naturally serve the interests of the Celestial Dragons. Akainu's absolute justice crumbled in that moment. It turned out that everything he had done over the years was merely part of a plan devised by the Celestial Dragons. He was just a pawn for them. At that moment, Akainu darkened. His heart was filled with hatred for the Celestial Dragons. He wanted to destroy them and kill him, to end these so-called divine world nobles. His duel with Yifan was actually a secret agreement. The Navy would collaborate with the Beast Pirates to destroy Mariewa. After the battle, a Kainu left the island. Yifan opened the free door and arrived next to Dragon and Sabo. Of course, there's also an old man with white hair and thick glasses beside them. According to our previous agreement, I want to take Vegapunk for a month. As long as you help me solve the problems the Beast Pirates are currently facing, you'll become a member of your free alliance from now on. Dragon replied, Okay, for a month, you must ensure Vegapunk's safety. Yifan assured him, I will send my most loyal subordinates to protect him, so you can rest assured. Yifan opened the free door and took Vegapunk back to Onigashima. When Runmei saw Yifan return, she was very happy. Your Highness, you finally came back. Yifan said, Runmei, I have a command for you. Runmei replied, Your Highness, whatever you need, just tell me. Yifan continued, This old man behind me is Dr. Vegapunk. During this time, I want you to protect his safety at all costs. Runmei responded, Leave it to me, Your Highness. With Runmei around, no one can harm him. Yifan turned to Vegapunk and said, Sir, please come with me to the laboratory. There's a piece of equipment that requires your power to repair. Yifan, Runmei, and Vegapunk headed towards the laboratory of the Beast Pirates. Initially, Vegapunk did not care much about this operation. In his eyes, what advanced weapons could pirates have? At most, they could help design a new type of ship or some kind of cannon. He had already helped the Navy design such equipment long ago. At most, just directly bring over the blueprints he helped design for the Navy before. Those ships that can freely navigate the calm belts can be handed over to the Beast Pirates. Vegapunk has no good feelings towards pirates, even though Yefon rescued him from the control of the Celestial Dragons. He just wants to quickly complete what Yefon entrusted to him and then return to the Free Alliance. With his knowledge, he wants to help more slaves so they can grow plants on barren land, produce goods, and exchange supplies with other islands. He aims to establish factories based on the different environments of those islands, allowing those who were once slaves to live happier lives. That is Vegapunk's ideal. He has no interest in the war between pirates and the Navy. He is simply a pure scientist and inventor. He hopes his technology can bring more happiness to ordinary people. With such noble character, even important senior officials of the Free Alliance, like Kuma, are willing to sacrifice themselves to rescue Vegapunk. The 40 million berries Yefon provided, while temporarily solving the food issue for the rescued slaves, will eventually run out if they cannot produce for themselves. Therefore, the Free Alliance desperately needs Vegapunk to enable food cultivation on barren islands and establish factories. Currently, they cannot allow the rescued slaves to live on resource-rich islands. Helping the Free Alliance is Vegapunk's ideal. Thus, they could be considered a group of people. Assisting Yefon is merely a repayment for Yefon's help to the Free Alliance. As for whether Vegapunk is one of their own, Yefon does not care. As long as Vegapunk can repair the ship left behind by rocks, and even ensure he can safely operate the king, to fight against him, other matters are unimportant. The three soon arrived at the laboratory and happened to hear two people arguing. Play Queen, I think using a wind-blowing snail to replace the power system is better. Vinsmoke Judge, but the wind-blowing snail requires a large amount of electric power to keep blowing air. I think using cola is better. The wind-blowing snail is the power system of the Arc Maxim. It can continuously blow out a large amount of gas with just a large supply of electric power. If Enel had not been killed by Yamato, he would have flown to the moon using a massive amount of electric power through the wind-blowing snail, following the original plot. At that moment, a voice suddenly came from behind them. Why not repair the energy reactor? That way, the ship's ion engine can operate normally. Upon hearing this, the arguing Queen and Vinsmoke Judge didn't turn their heads. Queen cursed, You say that easily. Even the future technology kingdom doesn't fully master the technology of the energy reactor. Vinsmoke Judge, even the world's top scientist, Vegapunk, might not be able to repair the energy reactor. What are you bragging about? Yefon, maybe you can let Mr. Vegapunk give it a try. Play Queen and Vinsmoke Judge turned their heads and saw the people behind Yefon. How is this possible? Mr. Vegapunk, I'm not imagining things. Am I? It's great to see you again, Mr. Vegapunk. Queen and Vinsmoke Judge spoke simultaneously. 50 years ago, they were both members of the illegal research group MADS established by Vegapunk. They became well-known scientists on the sea thanks to Vegapunk's guidance. Chapter 225. The three great scientists Vegapunk quickly walked toward the ship. Queen, Vinsmoke Judge, it's been almost 50 years since we last met. I didn't expect you to have obtained such a treasure. Vegapunk's gaze instantly recognized how advanced the ship they had dismantled was. Having experienced experiments from the future technology kingdom, they could easily see that this ship far surpassed the technology of the future technology kingdom in every aspect. Vegapunk's eyes were filled with fervor as he researched even more advanced equipment. The three scientists soon became engrossed in frantic research, while Runty and Pejuan were responsible for guarding the laboratory door, ensuring no one could interfere with their research. Yefan arrived at the arena. Three giants were battling there, his cheap father-in-law Kaido, as well as the disasters, Ash and Jack. Kaido, who was no longer a drunkard, had regained his fighting spirit and significantly improved in strength during this time. Apart from the perfect T-virus enhancing Kaido's genetic structure, the most important factor was that Kaido had regained his confidence. Becoming an Emperor of the Sea was not the endpoint for him anymore. In fact, his greatest dream was to find the final island, become the Pirate King, transform into Joy Boy, and defeat the Celestial Dragons. Young Kaido was also a pirate filled with ideals and confidence. However, after learning much about history and the world's truths, Kaido realized that although his power could dominate the remote New World, he was far from being able to defeat the Celestial Dragons. Time and again, he faced death without gaining more powerful strength. Unlike the legendary Joy Boy, who experienced explosive power increases when faced with threats to his life. Unable to defeat the Celestial Dragons and become the strongest man in this sea, turned Kaido, now in middle age, from a confident and sunny young man into a drunkard who only knew how to drink away his sorrows. Since his daughter married Yafan, the Beast Pirates underwent rapid changes. He began to increasingly believe that his son-in-law was the legendary Joy Boy who would defeat the Celestial Dragons. Kaido also regained the fighting spirit of his youth. He was no longer a drunkard. The image of a disheveled uncle had vanished. Now, Kaido of the Beast spent his days training with the three top fighters, striving to quickly enhance their strength. Kaido was not a foolish pirate. Foolish people couldn't become emperors of the sea. Despite the Beast Pirates now having over 100,000 members, victory on the sea has never been about numbers. When it came time to duel the Celestial Dragons, the actual fighters of the Beast Pirates would only be Yefan and himself. Whether it's his own daughter Yamato or the three major executives, as well as the Flying Six, they can at most hold back the subordinates of the Celestial Dragons. They are not the main combat units. It's worth noting that the current Flying Six have been replaced by the Sea Warrior Jinbei, who has also consumed a precious Zoan-type devil fruit. His strength has made a significant leap, and Jinbei's personal combat power is now on par with Extorting Doflamingo, reaching the level of the former three major executives. If placed in other pirate crews, he would already be considered a Vice-Emperor-level combat power. Currently, in the Beast Pirates, the Emperor-level combat powers are Kaido and Yamato, while the Admiral-level combat powers are Yamato and Kazuki Toki. The three major executives are close to Admiral-level strength, and the Flying Six are at the Vice-Emperor level. Additionally, several Marine Admirals have been killed by Leaf Fan. In just about half a year since Leaf Fan joined, the Beast Pirates have already crushed the Navy in terms of top combat power. If it weren't for the Celestial Dragon, sitting on the empty throne, the Beast Pirates would have been able to start controlling the entire sea. Leaf Fan stood beside the arena, watching three big men finish their duel before speaking. Father-in-law, Dr. Vegapunk has already been brought to Onigashima. Upon hearing this, Kaido of the 100 Beasts laughed heartily for a while. Good. As long as Dr. Vegapunk joins us, that weapon can definitely be repaired, and our goals are about to be realized. Both Ember and Jack were also very happy upon hearing this. Jack said, great. Soon we can flatten the entire Navy and attack the Holy Land. Mary Yehua. Ember replied, don't be too careless. I think we should eliminate the hidden dangers in the rear first. Kaido asked, are you talking about the land of Wano and the Red Hair Pirates? Ember replied, if we don't deal with them first, we can't guarantee they won't launch a sneak attack on us when we fully go to war with the Navy. As pirates, it's only natural to use the most malicious intentions to speculate on others' actions. Jack immediately said boldly, don't worry, Big Brother, whether it's Big Mom or the Red Hair Pirates. If they dare to sneak attack, I will wipe them all out. Although Jack's combat power is the weakest among the three major executives, he is the most reckless one, possessing the courage to face two Emperor-level powerhouses alone. Kaido said, I can negotiate with Charlotte Lin. There might be a possibility of cooperation. However, we cannot underestimate the Red Hair Pirates, and Blackbeard's strength is also growing rapidly. Leaf Fan suggested, how about this? Father-in-law, you lead the team to deal with the land of Wano. If Charlotte Lin is unwilling to submit, I believe your current combat power can defeat Big Mom. Meanwhile, I can contact the remnants of the Whitebeard Pirates. Fire Fist Ace and Marco the Phoenix also have considerable combat power. I can team up with them to eliminate the Blackbeard Pirates. Then we can focus our strength on the Red Hair Pirates. Li Fan's proposal received Kaido's approval. Although Shanks of the Red Hair Pirates is the youngest of the 4 emperors, he is the most powerful. His conqueror's haki instills terror in Kaido. As for Blackbeard, who has just become an emperor with a bounty of only 2 billion berries, Kaido completely disregards him. In Kaido's eyes, the current Blackbeard is nothing more than a worthless fake. The battle plan was quickly deployed, and the beast pirates immediately began to take action. Hundreds of giant pirate ships set sail towards Cake Island, personally led by Kaido. This time, if Big Mom Charlotte Linlin refuses to yield, he will personally send this old friend off. Chapter 226. Deerhorn Village. Li Fan set off with Kazuki Toki, aiming for Deerhorn Village. After Whitebeard's death, the Whitebeard pirates lost control of over 100 countries, which were seized by the Beast Pirates, Big Mom Pirates, and Blackbeard Pirates. All that remained for them were a few small countries and villages. According to the intelligence of the Beast Pirates, Deerhorn Village is currently the stronghold of Whitebeard's remnants. Unlike in the original story, Ace is still alive, and with Marco the Phoenix, the two are enough to suppress the remaining 16 division commanders. The Whitebeard pirates have not split into several pirate crews. Their current goal is to gather together to kill Blackbeard. In recent months, they have engaged in multiple battles with Blackbeard with losses on both sides. Ace and Marco are unable to defeat Blackbeard, but over these months, Ace has started to learn the 3 types of haki, especially making significant progress with his conqueror's haki. The members of the Blackbeard pirates, aside from Blackbeard himself, are no match for Fire Fist Ace. After experiencing the Marineford War and witnessing Whitebeard's death, Ace has undergone a transformation. His haki has been rapidly improving. Although he still doesn't possess Emperor-level combat power, his personal strength is now very close to that of a Marine Admiral, and he is stronger than the ship's doctor, Marco. While drinking, the members of the Whitebeard pirates saw the suddenly appearing door of space in the sky, with Li Fan and Kazuki Toki stepping out. They nervously drew their weapons. Although they didn't know why Li Fan helped them during the Marineford War, they felt that the Beast Pirates, who had plundered the most from the Whitebeard pirates, were not allies, but rather seeking to leverage Whitebeard's strength to destroy the former Marine headquarters at Marineford. The current frenzied expansion of the Beast Pirates made it clear that they were not good people. The Whitebeard pirates now have no way to resist Li Fan, which is why they are so tense. Ace asked, "Why has Dragon Emperor Li Fan come to our remote countryside?" Li Fan replied, "To discuss cooperation and rules." Ace responded, "What does cooperation entail and what are the rules?" Li Fan explained, "Cooperation means I can help you eliminate Blackbeard, and the territories he occupies will belong to you. The rules are that you must ensure that there will be no pirate raids on merchant fleets within your controlled areas, and that you cannot plunder other people's merchant fleets. From now on, your income can only come from taxes paid by subordinate countries." Diamond Jozu snorted and said, "Are you treating us as pirates or as the Navy?" "As pirates, we should engage in plundering activities, not collect taxes and protect trade routes. This is clearly something the Navy would do." Even the Whitebeard pirates, although they only collect a small amount of taxes from their affiliated countries and do not randomly kill ordinary people for fun, will still eliminate pirates that invade their territory. However, these guys are not good people. They will still plunder trade caravans that are not in their territory, making them like the Navy, only receiving a fixed salary every day instead of living off the vast treasures they plunder. This is worse than killing them. If they can endure a 996 work schedule and are willing to take a meager salary, why would they risk becoming pirates? Wouldn't it be better to join the Navy? Among the 16 captains, anyone who joins the Navy could at least become a rear admiral in the Navy headquarters. Who would want to turn a group of free-spirited eagles into guard dogs? After Diamond Jaws took the lead, the other captains also stood up in opposition. "Blamek, this rule of yours completely goes against pirate rules, and we will not agree to it. We would rather be killed by you than be restricted in our freedom. Going to sea as pirates is about enjoying this freedom and equality. I can do whatever I want, and whoever is stronger can control more wealth. That is freedom and equality. That is the world of pirates." All the captains, except for Ace and Marco, were ready to fight Yi Fan. "Yi Fan, you think you can resist my rules with just you? Can you really do it?" Yi Fan's conqueror's haki began to be unleashed. The ground started to crack inch by inch around him. Hood, 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 hood. First, the ordinary crew members of the Whitebeard pirates began to faint. Then the captains started to kneel on the ground, struggling to hold themselves up. Fasa had already collapsed completely. How is this possible? How can he be this strong? More terrifying than Shanks. After saying that, he also fainted. Spido Kill. Dad Conqueror's haki wouldn't make it, so I can't even kneel. Damn it. Spido Kill also fell into unconsciousness. Flower Sword Vista inserted his sword into the ground, barely holding himself up. However, his gradually stooping body also began to struggle to resist. He knelt directly on the ground, but he was stronger than the others and only knelt without falling unconscious. Damn it, damn it, damn it. Why are my legs so useless? Stand up for me. However, no matter how he struggled, he lost all strength. Flower Sword Vista could only kneel on the ground with difficulty. Ace, although standing there, still had to endure Yi Fan's pressure. Enough, Yi Fan, don't go too far. Ace also unleashed his Conqueror's Haki. But after only a few seconds, it was completely suppressed by Yi Fan's Conqueror's Haki. He could only barely reach the third stage of Conqueror's Haki, which is the designated area release. He couldn't even manage to wrap his Haki around. How could he be a match for Yi Fan, who was now at the fifth stage? The strength of their Conqueror's Haki was like the difference between clouds and mud. At the scene, except for Ace and Marco, everyone else was kneeling or unconscious. Only then did Yi Fan say, as you said, only the strong can set the rules. My rule is that pirate crews that gain territory cannot plunder and must protect the safety of their own sea routes. Marco, you want to go war with the Navy and rely on powerful pirates to maintain the balance of the world? Yi Fan, as expected of Marco, you understand my point right away. I don't want to make the sea more chaotic after defeating the celestial dragons. My goal is for everyone in this sea to live relatively fairly. Chapter 227, Skull Island. Ace, your idea is more terrifying than Joy Boy's. 800 years ago, he only wanted to establish an ideal country, but you want to change the entire world. Yi Fan, people must have dreams. My dream is to build a world that belongs to my ideals. If you become my enemy, I will kill you. If you are my ally, I will help you defeat Blackbeard Teach. Ace and Marco were now drenched in sweat. Yi Fan had completely covered them with the pressure of his Conqueror's Haki. Ace, all right. I agree to your request. If it were the old Ace, he would never have softened. But after Dad's death, the dozens of affiliated pirate crews disbanded, and the 16 captains were not united. He had seen the harshness of the world. To ensure the survival of the remnants of Whitebeard's crew, he was forced to agree to Yi Fan's request. He thought to himself that he must become stronger to live with dignity. In the past, with Whitebeard around, they were like flowers in a greenhouse and didn't fully experience the cruelty of the sea. After Whitebeard died, they had suffered too much humiliation. After reaching an agreement, Yi Fan retracted his Conqueror's Haki. Through Ace and the others' intelligence, Yi Fan learned that Blackbeard had given up on Hive Island after his failed ambush on Yi Fan and had hidden in the more secluded Skull Island. That place is shrouded in mist year-round. Those unfamiliar with the route would find it nearly impossible to locate the island. The vast fog would even affect observation Haki. Moreover, compasses and navigational tools would also lose their effectiveness in that sea area. It's like trying to walk in a straight line with your eyes closed. In that fog, even an experienced helmsman navigating in that sea area would ultimately cause the ship to deviate from its course. They would either be trapped in the fog forever or slowly make a large detour out of that sea area. The name Skull Island suggests that anyone trying to navigate to Skull Island would eventually die and become a skeleton. This island was once the territory of the Whitebeard pirates. They had previously been to that Skull Island. When they learned that Blackbeard Teach had led his crew to escape to Skull Island, Ace gathered all the captains, ready to raid Blackbeard Teach together. Their original plan was that even if they couldn't defeat Blackbeard Teach, as long as they destroyed their pirate ship, they would be trapped on Skull Island forever. Ordinary ships would not navigate in the waters near Skull Island. Now, with Yi Fan's involvement, Ace felt that he could even personally kill Blackbeard Teach and avenge Dad. This time, only one pirate ship set sail. They didn't need too many pirate ships to ambush Blackbeard, as Blackbeard Teach was not a pirate willing to fight to the death. Facing a life-threatening situation, he could even abandon all his crew and escape alone. After they arrived at Skull Island, the first thing he would do is burn all the ships on the island, including the pirate ship they were currently on. Thanks to the presence of Yi Fan's design men, there was no need to worry about leaving. This time, the goal was to trap Blackbeard Teach on Skull Island, making it impossible for him to escape. For a strong opponent like Blackbeard Teach, if he fled with all his might, he would not want to fight. Even Yi Fan would find it difficult to kill him. After sailing for a day on the sea, they reached the Misty Zone. Marco took out a permanent pointer and said, "This permanent pointer can lead us to Skull Island." A permanent pointer is established on an island after a few days of creating a magnetic field and can forever mark the island's location. Yi Fan thought to himself, "Fortunately, I found them in advance. Otherwise, relying on myself to eliminate Blackbeard Teach would have wasted an unknown amount of time in this mist." He had also just used his Kinbunchika Haki, which only covered a range of less than 1 kilometer. The ability of his Byakugan was also affected by the mist and could not see very far. Thankfully, Ace and the others were leading the way, and they arrived at Skull Island very smoothly. Yi-Fan confirmed through his Byakugan that Blackbeard Teach and his crew were indeed on this island. He said to Ace and the others, "Confirm the target is on the island. Prepare to act." There was no dock on this island. The ship directly ran aground on the shore, and a few people jumped directly onto the dozens of meters high cliff. Then, Fire Fist, Ace activated his Mera Mera no Mi ability and directly burned the ship they arrived on, as well as Blackbeard Teach's fleet. On this island, there were only a few hundred pirates, all elite members of the Blackbeard Pirates. After failing to cooperate with the Navy nearby, Blackbeard Teach knew that he would definitely be hunted by Yi-Fan. A master of endurance, Blackbeard Teach thought of this very secluded Skull Island. This unknown island, apart from a few members of the Whitebeard Pirates, had very few people in this sea who knew about it. However, coincidentally, when they fled to Skull Island, they were discovered by the remnants of the Whitebeard Pirates who were ready to take revenge from a distance. Although this island was shrouded in mist and had no food or resources, the Blackbeard Pirates had brought supplies from dozens of ships. They were not lacking in food and drink, and hundreds of people were happily having a feast. Without Yi-Fan's attack, it seemed that Blackbeard Teach wanted to hide here for at least a few months, because, in his opinion, the Beast Pirates would soon engage in full-scale war with the Celestial Dragons in a few months. Even if the Beast Pirates did not want to fight the Celestial Dragons, the Celestial Dragons would not allow such a massive threat as the Beast Pirates to exist, as long as they waited for both sides to go to war. Regardless of whether the Beast Pirates won or lost, they would not be able to target Blackbeard Teach anymore. If they lost, Yi-Fan would be killed by the Celestial Dragons. If they won, the Beast Pirates would control the entire sea, leaving no time or energy to search for his whereabouts in the New World. It can be said that Blackbeard Teach had thought it out well. The only pity was that his hiding place on Skull Island was discovered by the opposing Whitebeard forces. Coincidentally, the members of the Whitebeard Pirates were among the few in this world who knew about this island. Seeing the raging fire rising from the sea, all the pirate ships, along with the supplies on board, were engulfed in flames. All the members of the Blackbeard Pirates were furious. Without their ships, they could not leave this place. Now, these people all had devil fruit powers and could not touch seawater. If someone wanted to trap them on this island, how could these ruthless pirates not be enraged? A group of hundreds of pirates charged towards the sea. Chapter 228, Fire Emperor Ace. When the Blackbeard Pirates rushed to the shore, they collectively stopped in their tracks. The one who burned their pirate ships was actually Fire Fist Ace. The current Fire Fist Ace was no longer the weak guy from the Marineford War. These people had all suffered losses at the hands of Fire Fist Ace. Others did not know about Ace's strength because, during the time after the Marineford War, Ace had not fought against anyone on the sea, but had been continuously ambushing members of the Blackbeard Pirates. Among the Blackbeard Pirates, Ace was given a new nickname, Fire Emperor. Apart from Lord Blackbeard Teach, none of the commanders were Ace's match. Fire Fist Ace was no longer enough to describe Ace's terror. Fire Emperor Ace better represented his current identity. Yi-Fan did not concern himself with the officers and formal crew members of the Blackbeard Pirates. He could leave them to Ace and the others. Although his team consisted of fewer than 10 people, with Ace and Marco, two super strong Vice Admiral level combatants, and the likes of Diamond Jozu and Flower Sword Vista, who were all powerful pirates, it was more than enough to deal with the officers of the Blackbeard Pirates. Meanwhile, Yi-Fan, along with Kazuki Toki, directly locked onto the target in the rear, Blackbeard. Upon seeing Yi-Fan's arrival, Blackbeard Teach immediately thought about how to escape. He did not expect that he could be found by Yi-Fan even after hiding on such a remote island. Glancing at Ace and Marco, he found these remnants left by Whitebeard truly detestable. If it weren't for them, Yi-Fan would definitely not have been able to find him. In the future, he must completely eliminate them. Although Blackbeard Teach felt resentment in his heart, his escape speed was not slow. When Blackbeard Teach left impelled down, he lamented his lack of flight ability, which would be very awkward in the Calm Belt. Therefore, his 8th Devil Fruit ability is the Zoan-type Bird Fruit, Owl form. Although it was just an ordinary Zoan-type Devil Fruit, it allowed Blackbeard Teach to master 2 abilities. The first was the ability to fly, and the second was Night Vision, allowing him to see all enemy movements at night as clearly as during the day. It was considered a functional fruit ability. As soon as Yi-Fan and the others approached Skull Island, Blackbeard Teach saw Yi-Fan. He knew he was not Yi-Fan's opponent at the moment, so he chose to flee immediately. This was also why Yi-Fan did not directly use Haushika Haki to stun those Blackbeard Pirates minions. These people were not important and could be left to the Whitebeard pirates. Yi-Fan began to chase after Blackbeard Teach using his teleportation skill. His speed is very fast. The owl is originally a raptor skilled in flying, hunting, and ambush. Don't be deceived by its silly and cute appearance when hungry. An owl can even catch an eagle of the same size. Coupled with Blackbeard Teach's fruit ability, the natural type, wind fruit. Every flap of his wings can stir up a violent wind, blowing him far away. This flying speed is much faster than that of Pineapple Head Marco. However, in Yi-Fan's eyes, his speed is still not fast enough. Yi-Fan simply used 2 teleportations to intercept Blackbeard Teach in front of him. With a fist wrapped in Conqueror's Haki, he struck out. Seeing Yi-Fan suddenly appear before him, Blackbeard Teach was not polite. He also threw a punch filled with tremor power, clashing with Yi-Fan. In the air, neither side could use the force to their advantage. Both of their bodies were pushed back due to the tremendous impact. However, Blackbeard Teach's body was pushed back towards Skull Island. On the ground, a figure was running rapidly. It was Kazuki Toko, wearing a mask. Watching Blackbeard Teach approaching her, she decisively drew her Kinairo and leaped high, launching her slash toward Blackbeard Teach in the air. Blackbeard Teach, who was in the air, had a lot of combat experience. First, he steadied his body using the Paramecia type, Repulsion Fruit. Then, he activated the Paramecia type, Famous Sword Fruit, producing 2 famous swords in his hands. At the same time, the owl wings behind him disappeared, transforming into 8 octopus tentacles. Each tentacle possessed a famous sword. He was afraid of clashing head-on with Yi-Fan. However, that didn't mean that just anyone could qualify to fight him. This masked woman was merely one of Yi-Fan's subordinates. How dare she ambush Blackbeard Teach? Who does she think he is? He is the man who will become the strongest Yonko. Blackbeard Teach once again activated the power of the wind fruit and flew toward Kazuki Toko. He intended to first eliminate Yi-Fan's subordinate before focusing on Yi-Fan. 10 famous swords against 1. How could Blackbeard Teach possibly lose? Even red-haired Shanks, when not using Conqueror's Haki, could not match Blackbeard Teach in physical combat. More than 30 years ago, when he was still young, he faced both red-haired Shanks and Buggy the Clown alone without losing ground. 30 years later, he relied on his physical skills to injure half of Shank's face. Although Blackbeard Teach fought using his fruit abilities, his physical skills in this sea could hardly be matched by many. 10 famous swords fiercely slashed toward Kazuki Toko from different angles. He intended to tear Kazuki Toko into pieces in a single exchange. 10 swords against 1. Even Dracula Mihawk would not dare to clash head-on. His ability could at most block 3 of Blackbeard's swords. However, this woman, who seemed unaware of her own situation, boldly swung her sword to meet Blackbeard Teach's slash, launching her attack. Clang, clang, clang. A series of sharp and loud sounds of famous swords clashing echoed. Blackbeard Teach immediately felt something was wrong. The opponent's armament Haki was incredibly strong. The famous sword in front of him was an extremely terrifying black sword. The armament Haki contained within far surpassed Dracula Mihawk's black sword, Yuru. The 10 famous swords in Blackbeard Teach's hands were as fragile as tofu. Although he possessed the famous sword fruit, its development capacity was not high. It was indeed sufficient against ordinary famous swords, but when facing Kinairo, a renowned swordsman refined by armament Haki over 800 years, the difference was far too great. Clang, clang, clang. The 10 famous swords in Blackbeard Teach's hands were all severed by Kazuki Toko. Finally, this slash struck Blackbeard Teach's chest, creating a massive wound over 50 centimeters long, simultaneously bursting forth a large amount of blood. Blackbeard Teach was injured by Kazuki Toko's blade. Chapter 229, Toko slicha. Ha, ha. The sound of Blackbeard Teach's screams echoed. The pain of the dark fruit doubled. This slash was equivalent to being hit by 2 blades. 2 unyielding tears flowed from Blackbeard Teach's eyes as he fell from the sky to Skull Island. One of his tentacles directly pierced his chest. This was one of Blackbeard Teach's 9 fruit abilities, the Zoan-type plant fruit, white medicine form. White medicine is a miraculous plant that can rapidly heal its injuries. It is also a very precious and rare healing medicine material in the sea. As a large amount of white medicine flowed into Blackbeard Teach's chest, the wound there began to heal at a visibly rapid pace. Yet another auxiliary fruit ability greatly enhanced Blackbeard Teach's endurance. Clearly, he had a significant shadow over the fact that Rox was beaten to death by Carp's Iron Fist back in the day. His multiple fruit abilities were all auxiliary types. With Blackbeard Teach's injuries healing, he stood up lively again, only to be met with Kazuki Toko's incoming slash. This time, Blackbeard Teach did not dare to be arrogant. Damn it, where did Yi Fan find this subordinate? That last slash was nearly as strong as red-haired Shanks. This detestable Yi Fan, not only was he stronger than him, but his subordinate was also stronger than his own. This power was probably even greater than Ben Beckman. The strength of the red-haired pirates, besides Shanks having an incredibly strong Conqueror's Haki, also lay in the fact that Shanks imitated the configuration of the Roger Pirates, having a vice-captain of Yonko level. Roger had Silver's Rayleigh, and Shanks had Ben Beckman. Now, Yi Fan also had Kazuki Toko. Moreover, Yi Fan had a true Yonko-level father-in-law, Kaido. Comparing people makes one feel inferior. This was Blackbeard Teach's inner thought at that moment. However, the assault from the two powerful figures also triggered Blackbeard Teach's ferocious personality. He began to become bloodthirsty and violent. Two famous swords appeared in his hands again, and the 8 tentacles behind him also added 8 more famous swords. He charged toward Kazuki Toko once more. But this time, Blackbeard Teach was no longer responding hurriedly. Instead, he covered all the famous swords in his hands with a large amount of tremor fruit power, using his strongest attack method to counter Kazuki Toko's slash. Blackbeard Teach had a fatal flaw. Having hidden his identity in the Whitebeard Pirates for a long time, he did not know how to use Conqueror's Haki. Attack naturally won't have Haki. 30 years ago, when he, red-haired Shanks, and Joker Buggy were still young, the Whitebeard Pirates and Roger Pirates had a battle. Besides Joker Buggy's curiosity about why Blackbeard Teach didn't sleep and staring at him for 3 days and nights. Both Blackbeard Teach and red-haired Shanks were truly focused on the clash between Whitebeard and Roger using Haki. The scene of tearing the entire sky apart still influences Blackbeard Teach and Shanks to this day. Now, Shanks has become the most powerful of the 4 emperors, mastering the top-level Conqueror's Haki. However, Blackbeard Teach, although he witnessed peak Haki battles when he was young, does not know how to use it himself. Therefore, the power of the Tremor fruit he plots to seize is to make up for his lack of high-end damage capabilities. His development of the Tremor fruit far surpasses that of other devil fruits. After his last battle with Yi Fan, Blackbeard Teach concluded that to break through the defenses of top-tier powerhouses like Yi Fan, despite having acquired numerous devil fruits, the most useful ability remains that of the Tremor fruit. Only by developing the power of the Tremor fruit to its limit and having the ability to injure 4 emperor-level powerhouses can he qualify to fight against strong opponents like Yi Fan. Otherwise, even if he possesses the abilities of 11 devil fruits, if he cannot break through the opponent's defenses, what use are all those abilities? During this time, hidden on Skull Island, Blackbeard Teach's power from the Tremor fruit can be said to have vastly improved compared to his first direct confrontation with Yi Fan. At the same time, through his battle with Yi Fan, he realized that his previous direction in developing the Tremor fruit was wrong. Whitebeard was already a great swordsman and possessed terrifying Conqueror's Haki. He had strong, single-target, close combat attack methods. The development of the Tremor fruit was focused on large-scale damage like shaking the sea, shaking the sky, and shaking the earth. However, Blackbeard Teach lacks that kind of Haki ability. His imitation of Whitebeard's fruit development path was already a mistake. He needs to use the power of the Tremor fruit to compensate for his inability to use Conqueror's Haki. Now, Blackbeard Teach is researching how to compress more of the Tremor fruit's power directly into his famous swords. Then, at the moment of confrontation, he can inject more of the Tremor fruit's power into his opponent's body, causing every cell within the opponent to undergo high-frequency vibrations, allowing the Tremor fruit to wreak havoc inside the opponent's body. This way, he can maximize his attack damage. This time, the well-prepared Blackbeard Teach has infused a large amount of the Tremor fruit's power into the 10 famous swords in his hands. This time, it is different from before. Previously, the power of the Tremor fruit was not fully developed. The famous swords were vibrating rapidly, and the shockwaves were constantly dispersing into the surroundings. Even the air was being stirred by the power of the Tremor fruit, creating an astonishing visual effect. However, the actual attack power was just so. Now, Blackbeard Teach appears to be the same as before with his slash, just with an additional layer of armament Haki covering it. However, inside these 10 famous swords is filled with the power of the Tremor fruit, which is 10 times more than what Blackbeard Teach had when battling Yi Fan underwater. Both sides charged at high speed. Blackbeard Teach swung the 10 swords in his hands, revealing a cruel smile on his face. No matter how powerful your armament Haki is, it can't kill me. But my Tremor fruit can crush you to pieces. Clang, clang, clang. The second clash between the two occurred. This time, Kazuki Toki still managed to sever Blackbeard Teach's 10 famous swords and struck him in the chest. Blackbeard Teach was sent flying. However, this time his reaction was quick. A tentacle on his back had already gathered a large amount of medicine and directly applied it to his chest. In the brief moment from being sent flying to landing, his chest wound had healed significantly. Blackbeard Teach's gaze was fixed on Kazuki Toki, wanting to see her shattered into pieces. Unexpectedly, he witnessed a terrifying scene. Chapter 230, Tao Dai. His body was filled with the immense power of the Tremor fruit. Kazuki Toki did not die from the shock of the Tremor fruit as Blackbeard Teach had imagined. Instead, her skin transformed into a kind of animal hide. At the same time, her mouth turned into several rows of sharp teeth, like a shark. Her mouth opened wide, and a terrifying suction force emanated, directly absorbing the power of the Tremor fruit from her body. With a snap of her jaws, she swallowed Blackbeard Teach's Tremor fruit power into her stomach. Blackbeard Teach was very clear about how much power of the Tremor fruit he had just used. That last attack, with the gathered Tremor fruit power, could have shattered the entire Marine headquarters at Marineford into pieces if it weren't for the combined defenses of several Admiral-level experts. In other words, that attack from Blackbeard Teach could even destroy a medium-sized island nation. Such terrifying power from the Tremor fruit, when extracted from her body, was not expelled but rather swallowed whole. Even a Sea King would be shattered to pieces in her stomach. Yet, Blackbeard Teach looked at Kazuki Toki with an expression of sheer enjoyment. Even with a mask, he could see her expression. It was like a person who had been starving for over 10 days suddenly indulging in a feast. This was indeed a true feast. Because Kazuki Toki's fruit ability is the Zoan type, mythical beast, lizard fruit, Taotai form. Taotai is a mythical beast known for its insatiable appetite. It can eat everything it sees. And eventually, when it runs out of food, Taotai even starts to devour its own body. Kazuki Toki licked her lips and said, "Nice power, very delicious. Absorbing all your fruit abilities will surely fill my stomach." Blackbeard Teach was covered in cold sweat. How could she truly eat it? What kind of monster are you? Blackbeard Teach was genuinely flustered. His capital to dominate the seas was his possession of multiple devil fruit powers. By combining the powers of different fruits, Blackbeard Teach could counter his enemy's fruit abilities. But today, he found himself facing his nemesis. The opponent could even devour his strongest attack, the power of the Tremor fruit. So, his other devil fruit abilities wouldn't be devoured by this terrifying woman in front of him either. Damn it. How can there be such terrifying fruit abilities on the sea? It turned out that just relying on one kind of fruit ability could restrain all of his abilities. Blackbeard Teach didn't believe in evil. The 8 tentacles behind him transformed into the heads of 8 king cobras. The snake heads opened their mouths, revealing 4 venomous fangs. A large amount of venom was sprayed from the snake mouths. Blackbeard Teach thought to himself, "If you have the ability, then just swallow all this venom. Let's see if I don't poison you to death." Facing the massive amount of venom, Kazuki Tensei did not dodge. Instead, she continued to open her mouth wide, creating a terrifying suction, devouring the dozens of tons of venom that had been sprayed at her from the sky. She swallowed it all in one gulp. The stomach of this gluttonous beast could quickly digest even metal and stone, let alone venom. The two sides remained in a stalemate like this. Blackbeard Teach kept spraying venom while Kazuki Tensei kept devouring it. However, this stalemate couldn't last long. Soon, Blackbeard Teach found himself unable to spray out large amounts of venom again due to insufficient fruit power. Meanwhile, Kazuki Tensei's small frame, after absorbing an unknown number of tons of venom, still maintained her slender figure. The venom passed through her stomach and was immediately converted into energy within her body. Kazuki Tensei felt that she was already 8/10 full. In the past, she would have needed to devour several Sea Kings to achieve such an effect. Now, just starting the battle, she was already ready to go all out. On the contrary, Blackbeard Teach felt empty. He looked like a hollow aristocrat now. His originally dark complexion had turned somewhat pale. Just now, when he used his fruit abilities to the fullest, even Blackbeard Teach felt his legs slightly weaken. His waist was faintly aching. He could no longer hold on. He was horrified to discover that he couldn't even fight against Yafan, let alone defeat the subordinates he brought. At first, Kazuki Tensei was still General Peach Rabbit. Her strengths were high attack but low defense and low health, a type of assassin. However, after consuming the mythical Zoan fruit and devouring a large number of Sea Kings during this time, her physical body began to grow stronger. Now, the low defense and low health were long gone. The current Kazuki Tensei was like a heavily armored warrior. She was like a fully equipped poppy, with attack, defense, and health, a little cockroach that couldn't be killed. Her subordinates were clearly no match for Fire Fist Ace and Pineapple Head Marco. And herself? Behind her was Yefon, who was watching her like a hawk from the sky, even if she really exhausted all her strength to defeat the woman in front of her. Blackbeard Teach felt that he would still be killed by Yefon. Right now, he had only one thought in his mind: to escape from here as soon as possible. But how to escape was a problem. Although he could fly now, the powers of the two fruits were not as fast as Yefon's Thunder Fruit. What to do? Unable to escape and unable to fight back. For the first time in decades, Blackbeard Teach felt he had fallen into a desperate situation. Yefon looked at Blackbeard Teach like a trapped beast. He wanted to see how much Kazuki Tensei had improved during this time. After all, she was an important fighting force among his subordinates. Moreover, Yefon also needed to probe the true strength of Blackbeard Teach. This time, he aimed to completely kill Blackbeard Teach. He couldn't let him join forces with the Celestial Dragons against himself. Blackbeard Teach could be said to be the purest pirate. For his own interests, he could cooperate with the Navy or the Celestial Dragons, as long as it suited his interests. Among the four emperors, the most likely to cooperate with the Celestial Dragons were Blackbeard Teach and red-haired Shanks. Shanks was a powerful presence who appeared less frequently. However, Yefon had already been in the pirate world for almost a year and still remembered that red-haired Shanks could meet directly with the five elders. Yefon even suspected that Shanks was also a Celestial Dragon and might even be one of the more powerful Celestial Dragons among the upper three families. For 800 years, the members of the upper three families of the Celestial Dragons had inserted countless spies across these seas. Chapter 231, the fourth stage of armament hockey. Moreover, Shanks' former captain had collaborated with the Navy to kill Rox. The configuration of red-haired Shanks' pirate crew was a complete replica of the Pirate King Roger's crew from back in the day. Now he had to fully kill Blackbeard Teach, and then unleash all his strength to kill the red-haired pirates. Only then could he ensure his own safety. There were only about half a month left until the Celestial King was filled with energy. Yefon needed to clear all obstacles to prepare for the decisive battle with him. He would never naively think that obtaining the great treasure and the legendary Celestial King would qualify him to defeat him. This guy, who had already become godlike 800 years ago, how terrifying could he be? Yefon could only amplify Im's abilities infinitely and would not think that simply using the Celestial King to destroy his trump card would allow him to easily defeat him. Hovering in the air, Yefon continuously used his Sharingan, Byakugan, and Kin Bunchikahaki to lock onto Blackbeard Teach. He was afraid that Blackbeard Teach might obtain a fruit similar to Kaido's or possess a means of escape akin to Green Bull's. His goal for coming here today was to ensure Blackbeard Teach's death. After absorbing a large amount of resources, Kazuki Tensei was now filled with power and had entered her hybrid form. This was a state Kazuki Tensei disliked very much, because her smooth skin would turn into the disgusting skin of a beast. The gluttonous beast was not a beautiful creature. On the contrary, this legendary beast was very ugly in appearance. Kazuki Tensei did not like her hybrid form. But now, facing such a powerful opponent as Blackbeard, Kazuki Tensei began her most powerful battle form. Gripping the Kenpyra, she charged rapidly towards Blackbeard Teach. Suddenly, she felt that the resistance she faced while advancing was increasing. The powerful force made her feel as if she was moving through a sticky glue. This was Blackbeard Teach's repulsion fruit. He intended to use this fruit to limit Kazuki Tensei's speed of advance. Moreover, the closer she got to Blackbeard Teach, the stronger the repulsion she felt. Blackbeard Teach saw that his fruit ability was effective. He did not rush to attack Kazuki Tosaka, but rather thought about how to safely leave the island, because he had already seen that Ace and Marco had defeated most of the Blackbeard pirates. Now only a few officers were still struggling to hold on. It could even be said that if they were not trapped on Skull Island, they might have already fled. It was only because all the ships had been destroyed and they had no way to leave that they were barely holding out. Looking at the time, his subordinates had at most a few minutes left before they might not be able to hold on any longer. If they did not escape soon and got surrounded by Fire Fist Ace and the Phoenix Marco, there would truly be no chance left today. Watching Kazuki Tosaka desperately approaching him, along with Ifan looming in the air, Blackbeard Teach suddenly struck the sea with a punch. Affected by the Tremor fruit, a massive tsunami over 1,000 meters high immediately formed on the surrounding sea. Under the influence of Blackbeard Teach's Tremor fruit, at least dozens of towering tsunamis surged towards Skull Island. This was the method Blackbeard Teach had come up with. Among them, only Yifan could catch up to him, and Yifan couldn't casually use his teleportation ability either. If he directly teleported into the sea, his fruit ability would be restricted and his body would weaken, allowing him to even be killed by Yifan. As large amounts of seawater surged into the sky, Blackbeard Teach also activated the repel fruit ability against Yifan in the sky. Then, the octopus tentacles behind him transformed into wings again. With the wind fruit ability activated, Blackbeard Teach prepared to fly toward the shore. At that moment, he suddenly felt a terrifying crisis. Looking back, he found that Kazuki Tosaka had actually ignored his repel fruit ability and was charging toward him at an extremely fast speed. How could this be possible? The armament haki could achieve such a level. Blackbeard Teach's observation haki was also quite good. He immediately understood the reason. The golden sword in Kazuki Tosaka's hand was emitting an incredibly terrifying armament haki. It is known that armament haki generally has several levels. The first stage is partial body armament haki coverage, such as on weapons or fists. The second stage is full body armament haki coverage, like Luffy's Gear Fourth. The third stage directly destroys the enemy's insides with armament haki, like Flowing Cherry. Reaching the Flowing Cherry level is basically the peak of armament haki. However, Kazuki Tosaka was now using a fourth form, externalized armament haki. In this sea, there are three forces that can counter the powers of devil fruits: Sea Prism Stone, Seawater, and armament haki. However, armament haki can only counter when in contact. Before Kazuki Tosaka, no one had ever been able to externalize armament haki. Only Conqueror's haki could be externalized. And today, Kazuki Tosaka actually achieved it. She emitted a large amount of armament haki around her, directly nullifying Blackbeard Teach's repel fruit. Without the restriction of the repel fruit, Kazuki Tosaka's formidable speed rapidly closed in on Blackbeard Teach, who was preparing to get up and leave. A sword filled with armament haki pierced into Blackbeard Teach's back. A massive amount of armament haki flowed within Blackbeard Teach's body, tearing apart every cell inside him. However, this was not the end. In the sky, Yifan, who had not moved for a long time, suddenly teleported in front of Blackbeard. Yifan had already drawn the Blue Sun Wheel Sword, which was filled with black lightning. This was Yifan's Conqueror's haki entwined attack. At the same time, he stabbed in the other side of Blackbeard Teach's chest. In this sea, the two individuals with the strongest armament haki and the strongest Conqueror's haki simultaneously unleashed their most powerful forces into Blackbeard Teach's body. In just a brief moment, Blackbeard Teach didn't even have time to cry out in agony. Every cell in his body was destroyed by the two supreme haki. After enduring humiliation for 30 years, Blackbeard Teach, who had just become one of the four emperors, had not even had the chance to showcase his terrifying strength in this sea before dying on this little-known island. Thus, the Battle of Skull Island came to a close. If Blackbeard Teach had not been thinking about escaping, he could have held out for a long time under the attacks of Yifan and Kazuki Tosaka. But he grew timid. The moment he prepared to flee, Kazuki Tosaka seized the opportunity. From then on, there was one less Emperor of the Sea. Chapter 232. The Magic Beans in the Distance. Ace and Marco were also watching the battle on Yifan's side. When Kazuki Tosaka was actually able to match Blackbeard Teach evenly, they were already extremely shocked. The two had fought Blackbeard Teach multiple times and had never managed to defeat him, instead being chased around by Blackbeard Teach. They did not expect that Yifan's mysterious subordinate, a woman wearing a mask, could match Blackbeard Teach evenly. Didn't that mean that the Beast Pirates already had 3 members with the combat power of the 4 Emperors? This was truly terrifying. However, their astonishment did not end there. When Kazuki Tosaka began to externalize her armament haki, Ace was even more shocked, his eyes wide. His current nickname was Flame Emperor, because his flame fruit had been developed to a terrifying level. In the past, his Fire Fist could at most burn a few pirate ships. Now, his Fire Fist could set an entire island ablaze, truly possessing the combat power to single-handedly destroy a country. However, if he faced Kazuki Tosaka, his fruit ability would lose all effectiveness. Ace knew that he absolutely could not withstand Kazuki Tosaka's terrifying slash without the power of his fruit. He did not expect that even one of Yifan's subordinates could defeat their Whitebeard pirates. After their father's death, they were truly like a scattered sand. After executing all the members of the Blackbeard pirates, Yifan opened a portal and said to Ace, "This portal leads to Deerhorn Village. The cooperation has been completed, and you can take over Blackbeard Teach territory, but you must abide by our agreement." After saying that, Yifan ignored Ace and Marco. Their current combat power could not threaten the Beast Pirates at all. If they were given another 2 or 3 years, Ace might become a 4 Emperors level powerhouse. However, it's all irrelevant now. Just like how Yi Fan doesn't take Luffy's Straw Hat Pirate seriously. In less than a month, he will have a decisive battle with the Celestial Dragons. By the time they become the Four Emperors, he will have already taken the Void Throne and become the ruler of the world. Or he might be killed by him, and the entire pirate world could be erased by him. Yi Fan opened another Zizai gate and returned to Onigashima. He stayed on Onigashima for 3 days, during which his cheap father-in-law Kaido returned. Along with him were the Three Calamities and Big Mom Charlotte Linlin, whom Yi Fan hadn't seen in a long time. Clearly, the two had reached an agreement and were preparing to unite against the Celestial Dragons. During these days, Yi Fan was not idle on Onigashima. After killing Blackbeard Teach, he had 4 plot points left for the lottery. The number 4 is considered unlucky. So, Yi Fan conducted another lottery for world skills. This time, he obtained the cultivation method for Senza beans from the Dragon Ball world. Cultivating Senza beans requires a massive amount of raw materials. Currently, the Beast Pirates monopolize most of the maritime trade in the New World. They have plenty of berries and resources. It's no longer the same as before when the entire Beast Pirates were holed up in Wano, desperately selling weapons just to cover the cost of artificial devil fruits. With the addition of Vegapunk, in addition to repairing the spaceship, he also learned the true method of making devil fruits. This is a method that guarantees 100 success for artificial devil fruits. The number of fruit users under the Beast Pirates began to grow rapidly. Moreover, Vegapunk also discovered that if the failed smile users had their side effects cancelled and no longer just laughed uncontrollably, they could also possess the powers of devil fruits. During this time, the Beast Pirates had over 10,000 users of Zoan-type devil fruits. In these 3 days, Yi Fan cultivated 10 Senza beans. Senza beans are incredibly valuable. Their effects far surpass even the perfect T-virus. No matter how severe the injuries or how much stamina is consumed, eating a Senza bean immediately restores one to peak condition. Yi Fan and Kaido are basically not afraid of getting injured. For people with such strong defenses, there are very few who can hurt them on the sea. However, they worry about stamina depletion. In the unchanged plot, Yi Fan's foolish father-in-law was actually worn out to death. Fighting while carrying Onigashima is already very stamina-consuming. He also went through a wheel battle, first dealing with the Akaza 9 alone, then facing Law and Kid alone, and enduring all the one-time super moves. Not to mention, he also fought Luffy twice during this time, all while carrying Onigashima and flying hundreds of kilometers. He really tried every means, yet still ended up being killed by Luffy. But with the Senza beans, the situation is completely different. Kaido can eat one after defeating the Akazaya 9, another after defeating Law and Kid, and one after defeating Zoro. After 2 battles with Luffy, he could eat 3 more. With Luffy's fighting power lasting only 5 minutes, even 10 of them wouldn't be a match for Kaido. If Kaido had these 10 Senza beans, he could single-handedly pierce through the entire Straw Hat Grand Fleet twice. That's the power of Senza beans. Instantly recovering from injuries and stamina. That's the true invincible medicine. Holding the 10 Senzu beans in his hand, Yi Fan entered the hall and saw Charlotte Linlin. Once the beauty of the sea, now an old hag, she clearly does not sincerely submit to the Beast Pirates. Just by looking at her seated position, it's clear. She was sitting in Yi Fan's place, a position that should be equal to Kaido's. Obviously, this old hag still doesn't understand that she can only be a subordinate of the Beast Pirates now. Yet his cheap father-in-law seems to think it's natural. He appears to believe he is still one of the 4 emperors, a strong figure on par with Charlotte Linlin. How can Yi Fan tolerate this? Yi Fan said, "Charlotte Linlin, you're sitting in my place. You should be down there." Charlotte Linlin, who was drinking and eating heartily, immediately changed her expression. Ever since she killed the giant racist hero at the age of 5, even the terrifying rocks wouldn't dare to speak to her with such disdain. His cheap father-in-law looked at Yi Fan, wanting to say something, but ultimately kept his mouth shut and silently drank without a word. His cheap father-in-law, who seems fierce, actually has a cute side. For instance, he treats the 3 Calamities well and thinks that Kid and Luffy have potential, so he defeats them without killing them. He has a certain respect for strong figures on the sea. But now, although Kaido is still the boss of the Beast Pirates, the one who truly makes decisions for the entire pirate crew is his son-in-law Yi Fan. So, he wanted to say something, but ultimately did not speak. Chapter 233. Poor Katakuri Charlotte Linlin was furious. Her conqueror's haki erupted as she angrily said to Yi Fan, "Kid, don't think that just because you are Kaido's son-in-law, you can shout at me. Back in the day, it was I who gave Kaido his devil fruit. Here it comes again. Whenever Big Mom is with Kaido, she keeps bringing up her favorite to him. The story of how she found the precious devil fruit, the Zoan-type mythical beast fish fruit, Azure Dragon form. in God Valley and gave it to Kaido is constantly publicized to gain favors from Kaido. In the time Yi Fan has been with the Beast Pirates, Charlotte Linlin has already mentioned this twice. The three calamities sitting nearby also stood up, their faces filled with anger as they rebuked Yi Fan. In their eyes, as fellow four emperors, even if they agreed to Kaido's request to jointly control the New World, they were still in a cooperative relationship. Yet now Yi Fan actually wants to treat them as subordinates. This is simply too much. Yi Fan doesn't care about their feelings at all. In fact, as long as they don't drag their feet, Yi Fan doesn't care about their strength at all. Charlotte Linlin is indeed very powerful. However, since she ate the soul fruit at the age of 5, her mental state has been a bit unstable. After devouring a large number of souls, her personality can change drastically. Many times, she can become more of a trouble than a help. The strongest of the three calamities now only has the strength of a flying 6, and among them, only Katakuri can barely be considered at the level of the three calamities. Rather than wait for Charlotte Linlin to go berserk in the future, it's better to make her completely submit now. Yi Fan said, "On this sea, strength is paramount. I know you are unconvinced, but your abilities do not allow for arrogance. Ling Ling, why not have a match with my subordinate? If you can win, I will grant you a higher status. The servant behind me is named Kaguya Amaterasu. If you can defeat her, I can elevate your position." Charlotte Katakuri stepped forward. "Bastard, you underestimate us. Let me take down your subordinate." Yi Fan turned to Kaguya Amaterasu and said, "Use all your strength, just leave her with a breath." Currently, Kaguya Amaterasu might not even be matched by Charlotte Linlin, let alone Katakuri. Many people think Katakuri is very powerful because he has awakened his devil fruit in observation hockey, but they overlook his age. When Big Mom joined the Rocks Pirates, Katakuri was already 7 or 8 years old. Now at 47, he is in his prime on this sea, 3 years older than Marco. In fact, his strength and talent are quite average. His personal combat ability is even inferior to Yamato. It can be said that the Big Mom Pirates are actually in a state of having no successors. She gave birth to children with her high-end bloodline fused with ordinary bloodlines, but none inherited her monstrous talent. Kaguya Amaterasu, even without the true power of Jinbira and without eating a devil fruit, has the combat power equivalent to that of a Marine Vice Admiral and can still contend with Katakuri. Moreover, Kaguya Amaterasu now is a force to be reckoned with. Katakuri is practically courting death. The two sides began to engage. Their weapons clashed. Katakuri's observation hockey, when faced with his own weapon, would be easily severed. He felt a sense of dread. However, because Kaguya Amaterasu's attack speed was too fast, Katakuri couldn't retract his weapon in time. He could only rely on his observation hockey to quickly shift his body into the mochi fruit state, moving away from the path of the attack. Just at that moment, he suddenly saw infinite terror. Even from a distance, Charlotte Linlin stood up from the table and shouted, "Stop." What made Charlotte Linlin so terrified was that she saw the emission of armament hockey. The well-informed Charlotte Linlin, despite her vast experience at sea, had only encountered a few powerful beings capable of emitting armament hockey. That person was the marine hero, Garp, a man who dared to capture the entire Rocks Pirates single-handedly, a man who chased the Roger Pirates everywhere they fled. Garp could be called a marine hero and the strongest marine, not because of the Celestial Dragon's hockey, but because he was the first man on this sea to achieve the emission of armament hockey, known as Iron Fist Garp. The Celestial Dragon's hockey was only used twice, once to kill Rocks and another time to attack Yi Fan. Charlotte Linlin was horrified to see that Kaguya Amaterasu could also emit armament hockey. This ultimate form of armament hockey on the sea indicated the outcome. Her son Katakuri, relying on his observation hockey and the awakening of his devil fruit. Trying to evade such a terrifying move would be courting death. However, her warning came too late. Moreover, Kaguya Amaterasu would not heed her commands. Boom! The emitted armament hockey struck down like a frying pan hitting a block of tofu. Crack! Katakuri was smashed into the ground like a puddle of mud. His entire body in mochi fruit form struggled to revert to its physical state. But the instant of their clash had hit his whole body with armament hockey, a force he could not resist. The mochi from his body scattered across the ground, moving slowly as if beyond his control, merely showing that he was still alive with a breath left. Kaguya Amaterasu was following Yi Fan's orders, leaving Katakuri with only a breath, absolutely not allowing him anymore. Charlotte Linlin was furious. Katakuri was her most promising son, the future heir of the Big Mom Pirates. She had dozens of sons and daughters. but none had the powerful talent of Katakuri. Charlotte Ling Ling's conqueror's haki began to spread outward. Bastard, bastard. How dare you? How dare you kill my favorite son? Yifan's conqueror's haki also began to release. A wave of conqueror's haki, even stronger than Big Mom's, instantly suppressed hers. The floor and walls of the hall began to crack inch by inch. At the same time, black lightning coiled around Yifan's body. Big Mom Charlotte Ling Ling looked increasingly terrified, as if witnessing something unbelievable. How is this possible? Even that red-haired kid couldn't be this terrifying. Chapter 234. Big Mom's decision. Although Charlotte Ling Ling's conqueror's haki was suppressed, she remained unwilling to accept defeat. Knowing she might lose to Yifan as a Yonko, seeing her most beloved son on the brink of death, she couldn't refrain from attacking. Raising her hand, Napoleon appeared, transforming into a pitch-black great sword, charging towards Yifan. The terrifying conqueror's haki wrapped around Napoleon. With one slash towards Yifan, he did not move, as Kaguya Amaterasu was right beside him. Kaguya Amaterasu's Jinbira blocked Charlotte Ling Ling's attack. The clash of conqueror's haki and armament haki produced a terrifying effect. The powerful force caused the entire hall to tear along the line of their clash. The floor, walls, and even the tall ceiling of the hall directly split open a gap under the pressure of their intense powers. Subsequently, the clouds in the sky were ripped apart by their overwhelming strength. Big Mom Charlotte Ling Ling was unwilling to accept that her attack was so easily blocked. She shouted, "Ya," continuously increasing the strength in her hand. However, Kaguya Amarasu's Jinbira remained unmoving. The two sides were in a stalemate for a long time. Charlotte Ling Ling was horrified to discover that the beast pirates were not only stronger than her and Kaido, but even Yifan surpassed her. Even the guards beside Yifan were stronger than her. Her pirate crew was originally suppressed by numbers. The current beast pirates, based on the information about Big Mom Charlotte Ling Ling, already have at least thousands of devil fruit users among them. Her pirate crew is no longer a match for the beast pirates. Unexpectedly, the gap in high-end combat power is even greater. This masked woman, like Admiral Fujitora and Green Bull, is a suddenly emerged powerhouse, surprisingly able to match him evenly. Just how terrifying is the strength of the beast pirates? Even the Rocks pirates from back in the day did not possess such formidable power. No wonder they could directly defeat the Navy. Yifan said, "Stop. I guarantee your son will be fine." Upon hearing this, Charlotte Ling Ling immediately withdrew her weapon. Her large black sword turned into Napoleon. Although Charlotte Ling Ling is very arrogant and looks down on the weak at sea, she is not a naive fool. She is quite clever most of the time. From the very beginning, she built her pirate crew based on her family. The most obvious advantage of this is that most of her children will not betray her. There will be no reasons like those in the Rocks Pirates, where infighting led to a collapse in the final battle. Kaido, Yifan, and Kazuki Toki can easily kill her. A wise man does not suffer immediate losses. Charlotte Ling Ling said, "As long as you save my son Katakuri, I will submit to your beast pirates." Katakuri's body was battered by terrifying haki. If it were a normal person, such injuries would mean that all parts of their body below the head had already necrosed. Generally, a person with such injuries would have long since died. Charlotte Ling Ling was very eager to know how Yifan could save her son. She saw Yifan take out a bean from his pocket. He flicked it with his finger, shooting it directly into Katakuri's mouth. The sticky, glue-like substance on the ground disappeared. Katakuri reappeared in the hall, completely unharmed. Charlotte Ling Ling stepped forward to carefully examine Katakuri's body. "My son has really recovered. This bean is truly amazing." Yifan replied, "This miraculous bean is called a senza bean. Its quantity is extremely rare and precious, but its effect is very powerful. No matter how serious the injury, as long as there is still a breath left, eating this bean can restore all injuries and even bring combat power back to its peak." Charlotte Ling Ling said, "What a great treasure. Can you give us some of these beans?" Yifan opened his pocket, and Charlotte Ling Ling saw that there were 9 more senzu beans inside. Yifan said, "There's still 9 left. I can give you one in advance, and after we eliminate the red-hair pirates, I'll give you 2 more." Charlotte Ling Ling replied, "Just 3 senzu beans will allow our big MOM pirates to go to war with the red-hair pirates? That's not enough." Yifan said, "You misunderstood. The red-hair pirates are known as the Iron Wall pirates. They don't have that many subordinates. My father-in-law Kaido, my assistant Kazuki Toki, and you Charlotte Ling Ling. The 4 of us are enough to eliminate the red-hair pirates. If I give you 1 senzu bean in advance, you'll have 2 lives. You don't still think you'll be killed by the red-haired pirates, do you?" Charlotte Ling Ling's eyes turned as she seriously considered Yifan's suggestion. In the end, She felt it seemed feasible. When the red-haired pirates first became the Four Emperors years ago, the old Four Emperors did not take them seriously. But when Shanks displayed his terrifying conqueror's haki, they realized they were not a match for him. This young Four Emperor's power is truly terrifying. Kaido, who had been silent, spoke up at this moment. Lin, I told you my son-in-law Yi Fan is the legendary Joy Boy. He is invincible. Upon hearing Kaido's words, Charlotte Lin finally made up her mind. The most terrifying aspect of the red-haired pirates is just Shanks himself. Even his right-hand man Beckman is still somewhat inferior to them. If Yi Fan can indeed defeat Shanks in a one-on-one fight, it would perfectly prove that he is the strongest pirate. Perhaps, as Kaido said, Yi Fan is the legendary Joy Boy who can defeat the Celestial Dragons. If that's the case, their nation would not suffer by following the Beast Pirates. Even the Celestial Dragons need a large navy to control the world. If Yi Fan can truly defeat the Celestial Dragons, their nation might have an even larger territory in the future. Charlotte Lin said, "All right, I will go with you to eliminate the red-haired pirates. As long as Yi Fan can prove he possesses power surpassing Shanks, our big MOM pirates will sincerely submit to the Beast Pirates." Charlotte Lin agreed, but also pointed out that she needed to see Yi Fan defeat Shanks, and not rely on their ambush to defeat him. Seeing Charlotte Lin agree, Yi Fan was very happy. Now, completely eliminating Shanks would be no problem at all. Chapter 235, Nunu Island. Calamity Ember walked into the room and said, "According to the intelligence, the location of the red-haired pirates has been confirmed. The current Beast Pirates are completely different from the past when they were shrunk in Wano. With over 100 allied nations and a large amount of maritime trade, there are too many people who can provide intelligence to the Beast Pirates." When Yi Fan ordered to locate the red-haired pirates, Calamity Ember confirmed the location of Shanks and his ship through the talking snail from several merchant teams. At this moment, Shanks is on Nunu Island, which is very close to the Giant Kingdom. Clearly, Shanks has received the news that the Giant Kingdom has a new king. Elbaf is just on the outskirts of Shanks' influence. As a powerful and not to be underestimated nation at sea, Shanks must at least ensure that the Giant Kingdom remains friendly to him. Yi Fan also knew the location of Nunu Island. He took out 3 sins of beans from his hand and gave 1 each to Kaido, Big Mom, and Kazuki Toki. Then he opened the free gate and said, "Through this free gate, we can directly reach Nunu Island. This time, our goal is to eliminate the red-haired pirates." The 4 of them stepped into the portal and immediately arrived at Nunu Island, the island closest to the Giant Kingdom. Yi Fan released a large amount of ion energy, quickly covering the entire island, and soon found Shanks' location. Ben Beckman, the news is strange. Loki is an adventurous person who encouraged giants to become pirates when he was still a prince, but now, as king, he has started to block the Giant Kingdom and has made it more isolated than before. Red-haired Shanks. Once we reach Elbaf and meet Loki, everything will become clear. As the vice-captain of the red-haired pirates, and also their strategist, Ben Beckman has to consider many issues. Jesus Burgess. Beckman is overly worried. It's just a giant kingdom. As long as the captain unleashes his conqueror's haki and covers their entire nation, they will submit. Jesus Burgess is full of confidence in red-haired Shanks' abilities. Their captain is a powerful being who can cover an entire country with his conqueror's haki. After saying this, he picks up a cup of wine and raises it high. Everyone comes to toast. The red-haired pirates are also known as the Iron Wall Pirates, meaning they are an indestructible pirate crew with no weaknesses. They are the smallest of the Yonko crews, with only 10 members, including Captain Red-haired Shanks. In fact, they used to have only 9 members and still became one of the Yonko because even the weakest member has the strength of a Marine Rear Admiral. This includes the newcomer Lockstard, who joined the red-haired pirates just 2 years ago. Yi Fan knows only one thing about this person. He was sent by Shanks to deliver a message to Whitebeard. However, Yi Fan doesn't care about these minor characters. Although the red-haired pirates are the strongest in individual combat power, not all 10 have the combat power of an admiral. In reality, only 4 of them are truly powerful: red-haired Shanks, Ben Beckman, Jesus Burgess, and Lucky Roo. Besides red-haired Shanks, the most famous is undoubtedly Jesus Burgess because he is the father of the Straw Hat Pirate Sniper, Usopp. Apart from these 4, the strength of the other members shows some disparity. Actually, the future Straw Hat Pirates will have a similar configuration. Besides Luffy, the high-end combat power consists only of Zoro, Sanji, and Yamato, who hasn't had her storyline altered. As for Robin, Jinbe, Frankie, Chopper, Brook, and Usopp, they can only be considered second-tier combatants. Even though Chopper has earned a bounty of 50 berries and stood up to Big Mom, fighting at a level of 50 billion berries, those are just occasional outbursts. The red-haired pirates have a similar setup. They have a captain and 3 major officers, while the remaining 6 crew members possess combat strength equivalent to Marine rear admirals. The 10 of them, like a gorilla, start drinking together, not really caring about the changes in the giant kingdom. Who are they? They are the red-haired pirates. After they finish their drinks, Shanks stands up and looks out at the street outside the bar. He notices his captain's expression is off. Everyone becomes aware of the situation outside. 2 tall figures, slightly smaller than the giants that occasionally appear in the streets, walk on the road. These 2 tall figures are naturally Kaido and Charlotte Linlin. On the side of the street are 2 smaller figures, Yi Fan and Kazuki Toki. Seeing the arrival of these people, the red-haired pirates tense up and grab their weapons. Whether facing Kaido or Charlotte Linlin alone, they wouldn't feel any tension. But today, the oppressive presence of the 2 Yonko instills a slight sense of crisis in the crew. Of course, it's just a slight feeling. They wouldn't be tense even facing Admiral Sengoku or the 3 Marine admirals. This is the confidence of the red-haired pirates. Ben Beckman. 2 Yonko have come to our red-haired pirates' territory. What do you want? Ben Beckman doesn't think they are here to fight. In his mind, the Beast Pirates have been making a lot of noise recently, expanding wildly and defeating the Marines, seemingly aiming to go to war with the Celestial Dragons like the former Rocks Pirates. The goal of the red-haired pirates, however, is the final island and the legendary treasure. In Ben Beckman's heart, he believes they have come to negotiate, wanting to join forces against the Celestial Dragons, rather than coming for a decisive battle. They do not know that Yifan has secretly found the legendary treasure and used the power of the Pure Land to awaken Princess Shirahoshi's powers ahead of time. The opening time of the legendary treasure has been moved forward by nearly 2 years under normal circumstances. Kaido, there's nothing to talk about. We have come this time to eliminate you, so that Shanks won't sneak attack us from behind like Roger did when we go to war with the Celestial Dragons. Hearing Kaido's words, red-haired Shanks draws his famous sword, Griffin, one of the 12 Supreme Greatswords. Ben Beckman pulls out a pistol from his waist, and Jesus Burgess takes out his sniper rifle from his back. Red-haired Shanks, just the 2 of you think you can eliminate the red-haired pirates? That's too arrogant. Kaido, Charlotte Linlin, today I will teach you a lesson. Although red-haired Shanks is friendly towards Luffy and ordinary people, don't think he's truly a good-tempered person. Just like Kid, who challenged Shanks and was directly severed of an arm. He is also a ruthless pirate who has destroyed a country. Chapter 236. The true face of red-haired. The battle between the 2 sides is about to begin. Inside the tavern, a few big men are laughing and have no idea they are very close to death. They are still gathered together placing bets. The red-haired guy has more people, and the tall ones coming in are betting on the other side. A big man wearing a cowboy hat and with scars on his face even set up a betting table, wanting to see who wins. The other drunks in the tavern also start to join in. Drunks and gamblers are indistinguishable. The people in this small tavern have never experienced the terror of the sea and don't understand the terrifying existence of the 2 sides in battle in this small tavern. Red-haired suddenly retracts his griffin and says to Kaido, "There are civilians here. Not far outside Nunu Island, there's a deserted island where we can duel." Red-haired Shanks still doesn't have the heart to destroy this small town or even this country because of the battle between strong individuals. The aftermath of a battle between beings of their level could easily destroy a country or an island. Charlotte Linlin and Kaido do not care about the lives of these ordinary people at all. They have no intention of listening to red-haired Shanks' suggestion. However, Yifan cares. After defeating the Celestial Dragons, he will no longer be a pirate, but the king of the world. These people will be his subjects in the future, paying taxes to him. Yifan said, "All right, let's change the location for the battle." As soon as he finished speaking, the cowboy hat-wearing opponent immediately disagreed, shouting loudly, Hey, are you a bunch of cowards? Now that you're talking tough, you just want to escape, right?" Red-haired Shanks took action. "To save your lives, you should just shut up now." After saying this, Shanks unleashed his Conqueror's Haki, directly pressing down on the people in the tavern. The patrons drinking in the tavern were instantly knocked unconscious by red-haired Shanks' Conqueror's Haki. Yifan opened a door of freedom and said, "Didn't you want to duel with us on the deserted island? Then come with us. If you dare not come, I will destroy your entire affiliated country." After saying this, Yifan stepped into the door of freedom first, followed closely by Kazuki Toki. Then came Kaido and Charlotte Linlin. Looking at the suddenly appeared door of freedom, Ben Beckman said, "What a magical ability, being able to freely traverse every island. It's really convenient on this sea." Red-haired Shanks replied, "It's precisely because of this ability that it poses a huge threat to the Navy. In the past 6 months, the Navy has repeatedly fought against the Beast Pirates." Ben Beckman lamented, "What a pity such a talent has joined Kaido's camp. If he had joined our pirate crew, finding the great treasure would be much easier." The two sighed and then followed into the door of freedom. For the red-haired pirates, even if two emperors joined forces, they had nothing to fear. After all, the red-haired pirates already had two emperor-level powerhouses. Why would they fear the beast pirates? However, when they stepped out of the door of freedom, they immediately realized something was wrong. This was not the deserted island next to Nunu Island, but an unknown island. Ben Beckman immediately sensed something was off and didn't want the door of freedom to close. At this moment, Yi Fan had already retracted the door of freedom. Yi Fan said, "Don't worry, this is an island I discovered in the doldrums, with hundreds of kilometers around it without any other islands, very suitable for battle." Jesus Burgess shouted, "Bastard, you despicable guy, we can't leave here at all." Yi Fan replied, "You red-haired pirates are not devil fruit users. You don't fear the sea. If you win, you can naturally leave here. If you lose, I will kill you all." Ben Beckman retorted, "As fellow pirates, our territories don't conflict. Why must it be life or death? Moreover, the four of you may not necessarily win against us." Yi Fan said, "Others may not know, but as Shank's first mate, you must know his close relationship with the five elders, right? I don't want to end up like Rocks, being ambushed by Roger while fighting the celestial dragons." Jesus Burgess exclaimed, "Don't slander us. How could our captain possibly have anything to do with the five elders?" Bendick Snake added, "What a ridiculous accusation. You're just making stuff up." Yi Fan responded, "Your captain doesn't dare to refute, so what are you rebutting for?" Red-haired Shanks said, "I was indeed born into a celestial dragon family, but I gave up my identity as a celestial dragon when I was 6 years old. My dream is to become the Pirate King and find the legendary great treasure." Yi Fan retorted, "Don't give me that. Although I don't know your true identity, you probably come from one of the three upper families of the celestial dragons. You three families have made a lot of preparations over the years to defeat the celestial dragon M. Kizaru joined the Navy, you Shanks joined Roger's crew, and the wife of the revolutionary dragon is also a celestial dragon. If you want to obtain the great treasure and kill him, you can truly rule this sea." Red-haired Shanks replied, "I didn't expect you to know this. Why don't we cooperate to defeat him and rule this world together?" Yi Fan replied, "You underestimate me. I want to defeat you celestial dragons first, and then defeat that M. She has ruled this sea for nearly 1,000 years. It's time for the empty throne to change hands." Charlotte Lindin laughed. "Ah, ha, 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 hee hee, hee hee. Charlotte Linlin let out a strange laugh. "I didn't expect that Admiral Kizaru is a celestial dragon, and red-haired Shanks is also a celestial dragon. I always thought the celestial dragons were useless. But it turns out there are such strong individuals among you." Yi Fan replied, "The celestial dragons are stronger than you think, which is why we want to unite with you, the nations, to gather all our strength against them." Jesus Burgess exclaimed, "This is impossible. This can't be real. How could the captain be a celestial dragon?" The kind-hearted Jesus Burgess still couldn't believe all of this. Bang, the sound of a gunshot rang out. Jesus Burgess was shot in the vest. The one who shot him was none other than Ben Beckman of the Red Hair Pirates. Jesus Burgess turned around in disbelief. Before he could finish, he collapsed on the ground, already too weak to speak. Lying on the ground, Jesus Burgess was not dead yet, but he was unwilling, with a puzzled expression, staring at his former companions. Chapter 237, The Terror of Red-Haired. With unwilling eyes, he kept glaring at Ben Beckman. Ben Beckman said, "Shanks and I are both celestial dragons, and the remaining crew members are the Knights of God loyal to the upper three families that we trained. Besides you, everyone in the Red-Haired Pirates is one of our own. Now you can die in peace." Red-haired Shanks did not care about Jesus Burgess' fate. Back then, he had discovered his shooting talent on a small island in the East Blue and simply tricked him onto the pirate ship. Now that the face had been torn, red-haired Shanks no longer hid his true nature and directly eliminated the hidden danger within his pirate crew. Red-haired Shanks said, "Since you know our upper three family celestial dragons' goals and still dare to oppose me, do you really think I'm a waste like Kizaru? Just relying on the four of you is too naive to think you can oppose us, the red-haired pirates. The woman who had been wearing a mask should be the former Marine Admiral Trafalgar, right? On the surface, you killed her, but in reality, she has already secretly allied with you." After saying this, red-haired Shanks unleashed his conqueror's haki with full force. In an instant, Kazuki Toki's mask shattered. Red-haired Shanks showed a surprised expression. The face beneath the mask was not the one he expected, Trafalgar's face. Although her appearance was also close to that of a woman from Wano country, it was indeed another woman. The reason was simple. Red-haired Shanks' violent conqueror's haki shattered Kazuki Toki's mask, but it could not shatter the thin truth. This was Yi Fan's mind ability. Kazuki Toki said, "I don't know who you were talking about, Trafalgar. I am Kazuki Toki, the ninja guard of Lord Yi Fan." Kazuki Toki's Pure Land is different from several others. Akainu and Loki had their memories partially altered by Yifan. At that time, Peach Rabbit was on the brink of death, meaning that a large number of her brain cells had already died, especially those responsible for memory. This allowed Yifan to easily fabricate a complete memory for such a strong individual, spanning several decades, including a full childhood and adolescence. Thus, Peach Rabbit truly vanished. She became Kazuki Amaterasu, Yifan's personal bodyguard ninja. Red-haired Shanks, it seems I underestimated you, but it doesn't matter. I still have confidence in completely resolving you on this island. Do you know why no one in my pirate crew uses devil fruits? Do you know why? Apart from useless ones like Kizaru, no one from the upper three races consumes devil fruits? Because those who consume devil fruits cannot defeat him. Yifan, then why did you let Luffy eat the Nika form fruit? Haven't you always hoped to defeat him through him? Shanks, it seems the secrets you know exceed my imagination. The Nika fruit is different from other devil fruits. It is a devil fruit transformed from the spirit of the tree of the devil. Originally, I intended to give it to Ace, but unexpectedly, the Nika form fruit chose Luffy. Yifan, so you could watch Ace be executed during the Marineford War, but you couldn't let anyone harm Luffy. That's why the red-haired pirates arrived at the Marineford War at the last moment, right? If you hadn't changed the plot, we would have seen Ben Beckman raise his gun and Kizaru surrender. They already knew each other. Protecting Luffy was just an act. These celestial dragons are truly cunning. But why do they say that those who possess the power of devil fruits cannot defeat him? Whether it's Roger or Garp, they do not use the power of devil fruits. There must be something hidden here that he doesn't understand. Could it be that Im's abilities can easily counter all devil fruit users? However, my power does not solely rely on devil fruit powers. These few devil fruits are merely supplementary to my own strength. Red-haired Shanks withdrew his Conqueror's Haki. This kind of Haki, which can cover an entire country, is indeed terrifying. Then, Shanks drew his sword, Griffin, and a terrifying Conqueror's Haki re-emerged. However, unlike before, this time it did not spread out, but rather enveloped his body with a twisting force. The famous sword Griffin was also surrounded by dense lightning. Charlotte Linlin, the legend is true. You have indeed mastered the full-body Conqueror's Haki. Charlotte Linlin actually trembled slightly, not expecting red-haired Shanks to be so terrifying. Ben Beckman also exuded a terrifying Conqueror's Haki. However, he was not as powerful as Shanks and could only cover his upper body. As a marksman, Ben Beckman could also be considered a ranged attacker. Yifan drew his blue sun will sword. In an instant, he also achieved full-body Conqueror's Haki. Red-haired Shanks, it seems you have also mastered such power, but you definitely can't use the special Haki of the upper three races, because this power has been completely erased in the blank 100 years. After saying this, dozens of red lightning bolts appeared on Shanks' sword. Black and red lightning swirled around Griffin, making the famous sword look incredibly eerie while also filled with terrifying power. This is my power, a strength that can easily crush an Emperor-level powerhouse. Now, I will kill you all. At this moment, if it weren't for being in the Calm Belt, if there weren't any islands within hundreds of kilometers, Charlotte Linlin might have thought about fleeing. She would sacrifice her life for the Beast Pirates. Yifan said, "Leave red-haired Shanks to me, and the rest of you." Yifan's observation Haki sensed Charlotte Linlin's fear behind him. His cheap father-in-law firmly believes he is Joy Boy. No matter how strong the enemy is, he will only make himself stronger. Instead, he is filled with fighting spirit. Meanwhile, Kazuki Amaterasu, this woman who has been completely brainwashed by him, sees protecting him as her mission. Dying for Yifan is her honor. She will not show fear. She has no such emotions. More like a killing machine that only obeys Yifan without feelings. Yifan and red-haired Shanks charged towards each other, both unleashing their strongest slash. Two of the strongest powers in this sea collided. Chapter 238. Nanobot Potion. The result of their clash was not what Yifan had expected. He thought it would be like before, with the terrifying Haki power splattering everywhere, tearing the sky and the earth apart. However, this time, their confrontation did not produce such phenomena. This was because the powers of Yifan and red-haired Shanks were stronger than those of Whitebeard and Roger back in the day, and their Conqueror's Haki had reached a higher level, now at the 5th stage. However, this was still not the limit of this clash. Yifan, needless to say, had multiple powers like the 8 Gates, Ghost Back, and Water Breathing enhancing him. On Shanks' side, there was also the special Haki of the Celestial Dragons. Moreover, from Shanks' words, in the 100-year history of the blank period, all those who could wield this Haki, except for the Celestial Dragons, had been erased. The two powerful forces that had disappeared from this sea for 800 years clashed at that moment. The surrounding space rippled with layers of waves. The area where they clashed was shaken by this terrifying power. The clash did not produce a powerful roar because the surrounding space was disturbed, and the air near their confrontation was instantly destroyed. Without air conduction, even the most violent explosions would not transmit any sound. Soon, the spatial fluctuations produced by their battle struck this island. A series of huge explosions followed. This was the sound of spatial ripples colliding with objects. The island where they fought immediately resembled a scene of mass slaughter. Pits exploded everywhere from the aftermath of their clash. Those who did not participate in the battle around them also suffered considerable damage. However, on Yi Fan's side, whether it was Kaido or Charlotte Linlin, they dominated this sea with their formidable defenses. Therefore, the two of them stood there as if nothing had happened. Kazuki Tensei also relied on animalization to strengthen her defense. She withstood the aftermath of the battle between both sides. However, the red-haired pirates were not so optimistic. None of them were devil fruit users, nor did they have the formidable physique of Big Mom Charlotte Linlin. Except for Ben Beckman, the others quickly retreated several hundred meters, nearly backing up to the edge of the island before stopping, feeling that this was the only place that could ensure their safety. In their first confrontation, neither of the two strongest fighters retreated. Yi Fan felt that a large amount of life energy had drained from his body during their clash. Red-haired Shanks was not doing well either. Yi Fan's attack was incredibly powerful, and Shanks felt that his own strength was completely incomparable to Yi Fan's. He sensed that his arm was already numb, and there were even cracks forming at the base of his palm. Damn it, this guy has such powerful strength. If this continues, I might lose due to insufficient strength. Thinking this, red-haired Shanks wanted to retreat, using long-range attacks to wear Yi Fan down. But Yi Fan would not let such an opportunity slip away. Swish, swish, swish. Yi Fan quickly swung his sword 4 times in succession, but in Shanks' eyes, it looked as if Yi Fan had swung 5 times in an instant. Double strike. Every 4 attacks on the enemy would trigger a double attack. This was Yi Fan's passive skill. In addition, Yi Fan also triggered decisive. Every 3 attacks on the enemy would grant a 15 attack bonus and a 10 recovery of attack power. The life force consumed by the Celestial Dragon's special haki was significantly restored. He didn't expect that his passive ability could actually counter the drain from the Celestial Dragon's haki. Boom! Red-haired Shanks was sent flying by Yi Fan's attack, crashing heavily to the ground. In the first round of battle, Yi Fan had a clear advantage. Charlotte Linlin, so strong. Now I somewhat believe Kaido's words. Yi Fan really could be Joy Boy. As one of the 4 emperors of the sea, she had many pieces of historical text on her cake island, including a piece of historical text with a red coordinate. In the original storyline, when Big Mom was defeated, her last words were about what the great treasure really was. As a great pirate, it was impossible for her to be completely unaware of historical texts. On this sea, there were others besides Nico Robin and the Kazuki family who understood historical texts. For example, Kid, whom Yi Fan killed, had his own methods to comprehend historical texts. Climbing up from the pit, red-haired Shanks drove his griffin into the ground. His remaining right arm was already covered in blood, especially at the base of his palm, which had a large gash. Yi Fan's unexpected 5th strike caught him off guard because under normal circumstances, Yi Fan shouldn't have been able to deliver a 5th slash. This attack inflicted significant damage on red-haired Shanks. With his severely injured right hand, he pulled out a small vial from his waist and poured its contents into his mouth. In an instant, red-haired Shanks' body began to change. The flesh on his severed left arm started to grow back. The wounds on his red-haired body were healing rapidly. Yi Fan's eyes transformed into Sharingan and Byakugan. Coupled with his own observation haki, Yi Fan finally sensed the reason for the changes occurring within red-haired Shanks. Behind him, Kaido said in confusion, "Strange, this isn't the power of a devil fruit. How could this vial have such powerful healing capabilities?" Charlotte Linlin also showed a puzzled expression. They had roamed the seas for over 50 years and had never seen such a miraculous medicine. No, they had seen it. They exchanged glances at the Senza beans at their waists. Do the Celestial Dragons also possess this technology? The ability to instantly heal all bodily injuries. Ben Beckman, this is the power of the gods. You foolish pirates dare to oppose the Celestial Dragons. Yi Fan, it's just the technology left behind on the Ark. A swarm of nanobots is simply repairing your body. What power of the gods? Whoever controls the Ark is the god. Red-haired Shanks, what you said isn't wrong. The one who currently wields the power of the Ark, is indeed a god. You still wish to oppose a god with your mortal bodies. Red-haired looked at his perfectly restored left arm and clenched his fist tightly, feeling he had been reborn as a noble celestial dragon. If he didn't have such a recovery method, how could he have severed his own arm for someone like Luffy? Now, he had finally returned to his most powerful state. The 3 scars left on his face by Blackbeard Teach also vanished. Yifan also gained new information. It seems that him also possesses such medicine. The Senza beans truly came at the right time. Him also has the ability to heal injuries powerfully, but it's definitely not as useful as the Senza beans, which can also restore expended power. Chapter 239, Nanobots. Entering his complete form, red-haired Shanks' facial expression changed. He transformed from his usual gentle and resolute demeanor into one of arrogance, pride, and disdain for everything. Red-haired Shanks picked up his sword again. The blade of the griffin erupted with red-black lightning once more. Now, I will let you feel despair. Yifan's Byakugan could see through red-haired Shanks' body. He could see that after his body was fully healed, the tiny nanobots did not disappear but flowed through his blood. Because these nanobots were only 0.1 nanometers in size, they could pass through even the finest capillaries. Their size is smaller than that of many cells. They could move quickly within red-haired Shanks' body. These nanobots were not idle. After repairing red-haired Shanks' body, they continued to reinforce it. They were enhancing the strength of his muscles. Truly terrifying technology. Watching red-haired Shanks charging toward him, Yifan's Blue Sun Wheel Sword also erupted with terrifying Conqueror's Haki. The 2 sides clashed once more. However, just as the Sun Wheel Sword was about to collide with the Griffin, Yifan's Observation Haki alerted him. At the same time, his Sharingan clearly saw that the sword intended for a collision suddenly changed direction at an odd angle, and red-haired Shanks' Griffin swung toward his abdomen. Although Yifan sensed the danger, at that moment, red-haired Shanks' speed had already reached its limit. This meant that even though he saw red-haired Shanks' movement clearly, he had no way to stop it. Momo Fruit's 300 times speed. Yifan quickly retreated backward, using all his strength to dodge an attack that could have cleaved him in half. However, his reaction was still a bit slow. The black and red lightning at the tip of Griffin's blade grazed Yifan's lower abdomen, leaving a wound. This wound was not deep. It merely cut through his scales and broke the skin, not penetrating into the flesh. To Yifan, who possessed Hashirama cells, this minor injury felt like no damage at all. In just a blink of an eye, Yifan's wound healed. Yifan said, "You actually know how to use Shinto. I didn't expect your observation haki to have awakened to this extent." Shinto, a technique made famous by Pirate King Roger. The ordinary person's observation haki only awakens to foresee the future. In fact, there are 3 stages of awakening for observation haki. The first stage allows for a brief glimpse of the future. Many people can do this, but it is useless against strong opponents. For instance, Luffy, who did not alter the storyline, fought Kaido and also achieved the ability to foresee the future. However, Kaido's Thunder Bagua specifically counters this type of observation haki. Luffy could briefly predict the future, but Kaido's Thunder Bagua was too fast for him to evade. The second stage of observation haki awakening allows one to communicate with animals, like Momonosuke communicating with the Elephant Lord. The third stage of awakening is to listen to the voices of all things. In the past few decades, only Pirate King Roger has reached this level. Thus, he invented the technique Shinto. By listening to the enemy's heart, he could foresee their attack trajectory and, in the instant of engagement, use explosive speed to evade the enemy's strike and target their weaknesses. This is Shinto. It may seem similar to many martial arts techniques that involve dodging an attack and counterattacking, but the essence is different. It is achieved through the awakening of powerful observation haki that directly eliminates all of the enemy's attack intentions. Red-haired Shanks. Using the signature move of the Pirate King to kill you. Would you consider that a form of happiness? Yifan, it's actually quite simple to counter you. I just need to be fast enough. In an instant, Yifan opened the 8th gate of the 8 gates of pain. Coupled with the 300 times speed from the Momo Fruit Awakening, Yifan's speed now far exceeded Shanks by several times. Yifan began his attack. His speed reached its limit. However, his attacks were no longer full force slashes. If he used all his power, he would be unable to change his movements and might leave himself open for Shanks to exploit. Clang, 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 the sound of continuous metal clashes. Red-haired Shanks easily blocked all of Yifan's attacks. This was not only due to his stronger observation haki. After consuming those liquid-like nanobots, Shanks' speed and strength increased as well. While his speed was not as fast as Yifan's, his observation haki allowed him to foresee Yifan's attacks, enabling him to position his blade directly in the path of Yifan's strikes. Because Yi Fan was hesitant to use his full strength, Shanks, empowered by his increased strength, could completely block Yi Fan's attacks. At the same time, Yi Fan was not unscathed. With each clash of their blades, Yi Fan felt the unique haki of the celestial dragons attacking him. Each clash consumed several months of his lifespan. Although this seemed trivial for someone with a lifespan of over 120,000 years, it was still significant to someone who was not like Luffy, who had been burning his life force since the second gear and had already consumed the lifetimes of others' lives, yet was still only 19 years old. Yi Fan launched another slash at red-haired Shanks. This time, Shanks did not resist with Griffin. Instead, this time, Yi Fan's Blue Sun Wheel Sword was imbued with a massive amount of awakened magnet fruit power. As soon as Griffin collided with the Blue Sun Wheel Sword, Yi Fan could turn every cell in Shanks' body into magnetic material, including the nanobots within him. Yi Fan would thus nullify Shanks' techniques. However, he was still evaded by Shanks, who used his ability to listen to the voices of all things. The two sides distanced themselves from each other. Yi Fan, it really isn't working. Listening to the voices of all things is truly a bug. Red-haired Shanks. The power of the devil fruit is useless in the eyes of someone who has developed all three types of haki to their peak. All fruit abilities are just jokes. Moreover, I possess the unique haki of the celestial dragons, the holy haki. Yi Fan, you celestial dragons are truly arrogant, always referring to yourselves as gods. Red-haired Shanks. In your current state, your stamina must be heavily depleted. You can't last an hour, 2 hours, or 3 hours, let alone 3 days and nights. You will die today. Chapter 240, Holy Haki. Whether it is the 300 times speed of Momo or the 8 gates of pain, each power is extremely taxing on stamina. Yi Fan's consumption far exceeded that of red-haired Shanks. The most crucial point was that red-haired Shanks had now entered an energy-saving state. He no longer surrounded himself with Conqueror's haki. Now he only infused haki into the griffin in his hand. Every second, his consumption was less than 1/10 of Yi Fan's. Even if Yi Fan had several times the stamina of Shanks, if this continued, the one to lose would inevitably be Yi Fan. Seeing this situation, Kaido and Charlotte Linlin were not worried. Instead, they were very pleased. Yi Fan had a total of 10 senzu beans, giving one each to the three of them and one to Katakuri. He still had 6 senzu beans left. The red-haired Shanks in front of them had combat power that far exceeded their estimates. However, in a battle of attrition, how could he possibly defeat Yi Fan, who still had 6 senzu beans? Therefore, both of them were not worried that Yi Fan would lose, as long as they dealt with red-haired Shanks. The remaining members of the red-haired pirates would definitely not be their match. They were not in a hurry to confront him or the celestial dragons. As long as they dealt with the red-haired pirates today, from then on, the three of them would control the entire New World. Kaido did not know that Yi Fan had already obtained the T-Saka. Currently, the T-Saka was not fully charged, and aside from Hancock, no one else knew this. Even in Kaido's mind, truly fighting against the celestial dragons would only come after finding the last piece of the red historical text and locating the final island, Raftel. It was time to wage war against the celestial dragons. He thought it might take many years to achieve this. However, Kaido did not know that they would soon be at war with the celestial dragons. Yi Fan, do you really think you can outlast me? What a ridiculous thought. He retracted the blue sun blade in his hand. Yi Fan's right hand wielded the power of the thunder fruit, while his left hand held the power of the magnet fruit. Both palms struck the ground simultaneously. In an instant, this desolate island in the calm belt transformed into a place of lightning and powerful magnetism. Yi Fan aimed to use massive high-voltage lightning and a strong magnetic field to eliminate all the nanobots inside Shanks the Red-Haired. Moreover, he directly utilized the awakened powers of his fruit to alter the properties of all matter on this island. Sure enough, just as Yi Fan had anticipated, Shanks the Red-Haired enveloped himself with his Conqueror's haki to block Yi Fan's attack. Yi Fan said, "Now you can't outlast me, can you? I have permanently changed the environment of this island using the awakened powers of my fruit, and maintaining this full-body haki is not easy." This was Yi Fan's objective. Permanently altering the properties of the surrounding matter indeed required a vast amount of fruit power. However, Shanks the Red-Haired also had to continuously maintain his full-body haki. Even with the strongest Conqueror's haki, Shanks would need to expend a lot of stamina to sustain such a state. Thus, the longer the battle lasted, the more advantageous it would be for Yi Fan. After all, once he had permanently altered the environment with his fruit ability, he would no longer need to expend energy. But Shanks on the opposite side showed no signs of worry. Instead, he said casually, "Do Do you know why I say that relying on the powers of a fruit will never allow you to defeat the celestial dragons? Or to defeat him? After saying this, the griffin in his hand crackled with red lightning along its entire blade, and the holy haki wrapped around the blade of the griffin. Then, Shanks plunged the griffin directly into the ground beneath his feet. In an instant, the entire island returned to its original state. The terrifying lightning in the air and the strong magnetic field on the island vanished in an instant. Shanks the red-haired laughed arrogantly and then said, "In the face of holy haki, all fruit abilities are ineffective. The holy haki, developed by the governor to combat the devil fruit abilities of this planet, is meant to eliminate all devil fruit powers in this world." It turned out that this holy haki was developed by the artificial intelligence on the Ark ship, specifically to counter the powers of devil fruits on this planet. They, the outsiders, could have used the mysterious powers of devil fruits on this planet to become stronger. However, in the first few thousand years, the artificial intelligence, the governor, wanted to eradicate the power of devil fruits. For this, it even went so far as to annihilate all life on this planet once. Yifan did not understand why this was done, but clearly, the governor ultimately failed. It did not eliminate the power of devil fruits. However, although the governor failed, it did develop this special haki, referred to by the celestial dragons as holy haki, which can purify the awakened powers of devil fruits. Yifan, it seems that the power of holy haki truly exceeds my understanding. But I want to ask Lord Im, why did the legendary governor want to eradicate the power of devil fruits? Shanks the red-haired, it seems you know quite a bit. There are two reasons he wanted to eliminate the power of devil fruits. First, this world has always been ruled by those of noble blood over those of lowly blood, a rule that has persisted for millions of years. Second, don't you find the climate of this planet very strange? The calm belt, the Grand Line, the bizarre and treacherous climate of the New World. All of this does not conform to the laws of science at all. Yifan, are you saying that all of this is due to the permanent alteration of the terrain after the awakening of devil fruits, which made this planet's environment so bizarre? Shanks the red-haired, that is why Governor Im initiated the first great extermination. Individuals like me, with noble bloodlines, can easily master the 4 types of haki to their limits. How long do you think it would take me to fully awaken the powers of a devil fruit? In the past, countless individuals with noble blood possessed powerful devil fruits, and their conflicts led to the formation of the Calm Belt, the Grand Line, and the New World, permanently altering the climate of this planet. If these strong individuals were allowed to wield such powers without restraint, the climate of this planet would soon become one where only a few powerful beings could survive. Lord Im and we celestial dragons are the true maintainers of balance in this world. Shanks the red-haired revealed many truths that were not described in the Black History texts. It turned out that there had already been 2 instances of divine twilight in this world. The first was when Im destroyed all life. The second occurred 800 years ago when Im killed all the gods, with Joy Boy being the ultimate victor. Chapter 241, Divine Avoidance. Yifan, you speak grandly. Your 3 clans have wanted to resist him for many years, haven't you? You all fear being treated like pigs in a pen, fattened up only to be slaughtered, right? Shanks the red-haired, do you think we are lowly celestial dragons? They are indeed just livestock for him, while we of the 3 noble clans are direct descendants of the gods. You don't really think that when the 20 kings joined forces to exterminate Joy Boy, their strengths were equal, do you? Only we, with such noble bloodlines, can cultivate the 3 types of haki and holy haki to their peak. Other bloodlines, no matter how hard they try, like Kaido, a monster, can never break through their bloodline limitations to reach the summit. Yifan, but the Pirate King Roger and others, who are not celestial dragons, also reach their peak, right? Shanks the red-haired, the D clan is originally descended from the gods. They simply allied with Joy Boy and stood on the side of the tree spirit of the devil fruit. They're all losers. Yifan understood. The final battle of Divine Twilight had nothing to do with liberating slaves or allowing all races to live freely together. It was merely a war between gods. The 3 kings of the strongest bloodlines united with Im and the other 17 kingdoms to attack Joy Boy, who possessed devil fruit powers, and the remaining members of the D clan who had abandoned their divine bloodlines in favor of devil fruit powers. Among them were also the gods who could control the 3 ancient weapons. In this battle of Divine Twilight, it was still Im who emerged victorious, having killed Joy Boy. The power of the devil fruit tree cannot be destroyed. Given time, it can be revived. This time is 800 years. Therefore, when Joy Boy realized he was defeated, he ordered the people of Wano to create the history text. The people of Wano then began to isolate themselves. They built a wall thousands of meters high around the country, causing changes in the surrounding ocean. As a result, the territory of Wano is now only 1/10 of what it used to be. They now only reside on the peaks of Wano. The benefit of this is that to enter Wano, one must climb over 2,000 meters of cliffs. Additionally, due to rising sea levels, Wano is surrounded by terrifying hurricanes. Through this complete seclusion, Wano protects Joy Boy's final secret. In fact, all of this is not important. As long as the power of the Nika fruit is fully accumulated and the people of the D clan are found to consume the Nika fruit, Joy Boy will begin to resurrect. All of this has nothing to do with effort, optimism, friendship, or struggle. The spirit of the devil tree chooses the strongest bloodline and transforms him into Joy Boy. Luffy, possessing the best bloodline of the D clan, with a mother who has the true divine bloodline of the celestial dragons, has a bloodline far stronger than just Ace of the D clan. Naturally, the Nika fruit chose Luffy over Ace. Red-haired Shanks. Now, let me show you how terrifying the top-tier conqueror's haki truly is. After saying this, red-haired Shanks charged at Yi-Fan with his sword again. This time, Yi-Fan was cautious. He did not use his full strength. As expected, just as Yi-Fan predicted, Shanks' sword evaded his attack. At the same time, from an incredible angle and with precision, he struck again at Yi-Fan's abdomen. This time, Yi-Fan did not use his full strength, so he quickly retreated and dodged Shanks' slash. However, red-haired Shanks had no intention of letting Yi-Fan go easily. He quickly followed up with a series of slashes. For a moment, Yi-Fan found himself in a perilous situation, constantly busy dodging Shanks' attacks. Clang! A clear sound of dual swords clashing. Yi-Fan blocked Shanks' attack. Yi-Fan, no wonder I always felt that God's avoidance was very strange. Even if you can foresee my attacks, your speed is not as fast as mine. To evade and attack my body relying solely on listening to the voices of all things is impossible. The key is that you have the ability to hide yourself, making my observation haki misjudge your movements for an instant. Red-haired Shanks, even if you know, what can you do? Indeed, this is the third stage of the awakening of observation haki, listening to the voices of all things and blocking the perception of low-level observation haki. Losing the perception of observation haki, you can still match my sword. I truly admire you. Earlier, when Yi-Fan's sword could reach Shanks' sword, it was Yi-Fan's common sense. He directly blocked his perception of observation haki because that haki only transmitted incorrect information, severely affecting his judgment. Yi-Fan was able to catch red-haired Shanks in an instant, relying on his own eyes. Whether it was the Byakugan or the Sharingan, both had the ability to see through the enemy's attacks. However, his eternal Mangeki Sharingan was clearly stronger than the Byakugan. Therefore, Yi-Fan abandoned the Byakugan. After all, his Byakugan had not yet evolved into the Tensigan, Rinnegan, or Pure Eye. Under the gaze of two eternal Mangeki Sharingans, Shanks' incredible movements were clearly seen by Yi-Fan. However, Yi-Fan still could not resist red-haired Shanks' ability to listen to the hearts of all things. His thoughts and the routes of his attacks could still be perceived by Shanks. Every time Yi-Fan swung his sword, he had to change his route at least 3 times to make it impossible for Shanks to evade the attack. The two could only clash swords. Initially, Yi-Fan only wanted to rely on his immense power to wear down Shanks' stamina through continuous collisions. However, after fighting for more than 10 minutes, the two separated again. Yi-Fan, those nanobots in your body can still repair your injuries and are increasing your strength. It's really annoying. Red-haired Shanks, your strength has exceeded my expectations. You managed to find a way to counter God's avoidance so quickly. Even so, you still cannot defeat me. After consuming this divine potion, I will be in immortal existence for a long time. Mortals can never hope to defeat deities. Red-haired Shanks was filled with confidence. This place was the product of ancient civilization at its peak. The nanobots inside, even if Vegapunk studied for hundreds of years, could not be manufactured. Although each nanobot is only 0.1 nanometers in size, the energy within them is sufficient for them to operate for decades. And this battle cannot last for decades. Therefore, red-haired Shanks was certain of victory. Chapter 242, Captain John's treasure on this deserted island. There are indeed people. In a cave on a small mountain in the distance, there are 2 individuals who clearly heard the conversation between red-haired Shanks and Yi-Fan. Although they were 1,000 miles away, the voices filled with conqueror's haki from Shanks and Yi-Fan still spread across the entire island. These 2 individuals are none other than Buggy the Clown, who has not altered the plot, and the strongest Vice Admiral, MR3. During the Impel Down incident, Buggy helped Luffy and, as a reward, Captain Buggy finally obtained Captain John's treasure map. After participating in the Marineford War, Buggy successfully became a warlord of the sea. He utilized his identity as a warlord not for legal plunder or to occupy a nation, but instead launched a maritime express delivery company. Most people think he is studying maritime delivery just to earn a lot of berries. In reality, Buggy the Clown is simply trying to develop a ship that can navigate various sea areas, as Captain John's treasure map is located in the dangerous doldrums. With Buggy's strength, combined with the strongest Vice Admiral Mr. they do not have the capability to kill large sea kings in the doldrums. After much effort, they finally bought a small Navy ship, installed a large amount of sea prism stone on the bottom, added steam power, and established multiple supply points on various islands with the wealth accumulated from the express delivery company. After Buggy became a warlord of the sea, half a year passed. He finally had the ability to reach this island, the place where Captain John's treasure was buried. 40 years ago, the terrifying Rocks pirates plundered the wealth of over 100 countries. However, after the Battle of God Valley, Rocks was killed. The pirates who had gathered because of the treasure were no longer interested in wealth. The strongest, Shiki the Golden Lion, only wanted to recruit the most followers to establish a massive flying pirate crew. The second strongest, Whitebeard, only wanted to have his own family. The third strongest, Charlotte Linlin, only wanted to build a nation based on family. At that time, Kaido was merely a substitute crew member. After the downfall of the Rocks pirates, Kaido formed his own crew and began to dominate the seas. During this time, he annihilated the crew of Gecko Moria. This terrifying pirate crew, gathered because of treasure and wealth, was instead inherited by the not-so-powerful Captain John, who acquired a vast fortune upon Rock's death. However, Captain John was too greedy and unwilling to give a single berry to his crew members, leading to a rebellion that resulted in his death. After being defeated by Kaido, Gecko Moria, in an attempt to overcome Kaido, stole Captain John's corpse. Decades later, he was defeated by Luffy. Luffy had no interest in treasure. The wealth he acquired from defeating Gecko Moria was all controlled by the thief cat Nami. Nami, who was very sensitive to wealth, surprisingly overlooked Captain John's badge, which Luffy wore without realizing there was a treasure map inside. Eventually, it ended up in the hands of the luckiest clown, Buggy. Today, he and his first mate, Mr. 3, after enduring many hardships, finally found Captain John's treasure. They were both very happy. The treasure was piled high with berries, and they would need to make at least 10 trips to empty the wealth inside. Finding Captain John's treasure fulfilled their decades-long dream. It should have been Buggy's moment of glory. However, now he was filled with panic and despair, because a group of people suddenly arrived on the island that held Captain John's treasure. They walked out from a door that appeared out of nowhere. Mr. 3 exclaimed in terror, "It's Kaido. He wanted to come to steal from us before he could finish." Buggy covered his mouth. "Shh, lower your voice. If he hears us, we're done for." Buggy was already trembling, but when they saw Charlotte Linlin also come out behind, the two of them hugged tightly, shaking uncontrollably. They were terrified at this moment. The scene was like a little mouse encountering a group of cats. When red-haired Shanks entered, Buggy felt happy. After all, he was his childhood companion, and they grew up together. With Shanks around, he felt safe. Could it be that this island was where the 4 emperors were having a meeting? But when Ben Beckman personally ambushed and killed Jesus Burgess, the two clung tightly together, scared out of their wits. Mr. 3 tremblingly asked, "Captain, you and red-haired aren't friends?" Buggy's voice also trembled. "I've never seen him so ruthless before." Mr. 3 asked, "What do we do now, Captain?" "It seems we've gotten involved in the battle of the 4 emperors." Buggy replied, "What else can we do? Be careful and hide. We mustn't let them discover us." Their conversation had already been overheard by Yi-Fan. The ability of the Heart Network was indeed useful for large-scale eavesdropping. It turned out that this island was indeed where Captain John's treasure was. Yi-Fan had not read the later comics. He didn't know that 2 years later, this clown Buggy would become the leader of the Cross Guild, with members including the other 7 warlords, such as Dracula Mihawk. At the same time, Buggy would announce bounties on all Navy members, pioneering the era of pirate bounties against the Navy, thus becoming a new emperor of the sea. However, even if Yi-Fan knew this, he wouldn't find it strange. Buggy, the one surrounded by luck, had a personal strength with a bounty of only a few million berries, but held a status with a bounty of billions. After obtaining Captain John's treasure, he would have a lot of money to ensure his safety, along with the vast wealth he acquired. It wouldn't be surprising for him to offer a small portion as bounties for the Navy members who captured him. Using money and other pirates to help him deal with the threats posed by the Navy was something the timid Buggy could indeed do. ignoring Buggy and the others. Yifan planned to deal with the red-haired pirates first. Once that was resolved, Captain John's treasure would be his. Additionally, with another part of the rock's treasure obtained from the deep sea, Yifan had enough berries to reward those pirates, making them serve him in attacking the celestial dragons. Now, the key issue was still to resolve the threat posed by red-haired Shanks. His combat power was even stronger than Yifan had anticipated. Initially, Yifan thought he was the strongest among the four emperors and definitely stronger than his cheap father-in-law Kaido. But now, upon engaging in battle, he realized just how terrifying Shanks was, having developed his Conqueror-S Haki to its ultimate state. Chapter 243. Observation Kill. Yifan and Shanks were fighting together. However, even though Yifan now possessed the power of the Kaleidoscope Sharingan, allowing him to appear evenly matched with red-haired Shanks on the surface, his movements were not as graceful. He was jumping around like a monkey, while Shanks' casual slashes could easily block his attacks. The ability to listen to the hearts of all things was indeed an annoying skill. Although Yifan had many abilities, he actually had several ways to counter Shanks. For example, Yifan could use the power of the Winter Cold Domain to directly restrict Shanks' movement. This was not a matter of devil fruit powers. Yifan believed that red-haired Shanks couldn't easily destroy his Winter Cold Domain with his Holy Haki. Furthermore, Yifan could endure Shanks' damage, trading injury for injury. Although red-haired Shanks had incredible recovery abilities after acquiring the nanomachines, his recovery could not exceed the power of the Hashirama cells. Additionally, Yifan could use wood release to directly create a forest world on this island. Shanks would not be able to use his abilities so freely. However, Yifan did not want to use any of these methods. The reason was simple. Shanks could achieve such terrifying development of his three-color haki. That was the former Ark's governor. Now, he has lured him. As an ancient creature that has lived for tens of thousands of years, or rather an artificial intelligence. Just how terrifying is his combat power? Perhaps he has already used the most powerful divine genes from the gene bank within the Ark to create the strongest body. After so many years of development, how strong would his power be? If he were to face someone of Shanks' caliber, Yifan would have to reveal all his trump cards. How could he possibly defeat the legendary him? Yifan must find a way to counter the ability to listen to the voices of all things. Shanks' observation haki can counter the brief glimpse into the future, indicating that there must be a method to counter the ability to listen to the voices of all things, relying solely on his own strength. If he can't even contend with the current Shanks, how can Yifan hope to defeat him in the future? It seems that Yifan, who was jumping around, was actually employing various tactics during the battle. For instance, suppressing his own thoughts, rapidly changing his combat methods, or even suggesting to himself that he is a monster that only knows how to fight instinctively. In just over 10 minutes, Yifan had tried multiple combat methods, but clearly none of them worked. The ability to listen to the voices of all things was simply too terrifying. Suddenly, Yifan thought of something. The naval hero Garp was able to single-handedly chase down the entire Roger pirates, forcing them to flee across the sea. Having fought against Garp before, even the current Garp, with just the awakening of future sight level observation haki, would not have killed Yifan during the Marineford War. How did he counter Roger's ability to listen to the voices of all things? There must be a method. He just didn't know it. This time, Yifan once again released his observation haki. However, instead of trying to pinpoint Shanks' location, he focused on sensing the changes in Shanks' observation haki. Although observation haki is invisible and intangible, through his understanding over time, it acts like radar, continuously emitting wave from his body to perceive changes in the surrounding environment. However, when Shanks used divine avoidance, Yifan's observation haki suddenly failed. This meant that his radar had encountered a stealth fighter. The glimpse into the future was akin to a defensive anti-missile system, directly planning the best interception route or evasion route based on the opponent's trajectory. Yifan could understand these abilities, but he could not grasp how the opponent listened to his thoughts. After long observation, Yifan finally discovered the method to listen to the voices of all things. When his observation haki collided with Shanks's, he could clearly feel that the concentration of observation haki scanning towards his head was several times greater than in other areas. This was the third stage of observation haki. High-intensity and high-density observation haki could penetrate the enemy's brain, detecting changes in the brain cells. In other words, it wasn't about listening to the voices of all things directly. Rather, it was about using powerful observation haki to perceive the opponent's brain activity and infer their thoughts based on the different actions of brain cells. The ability to counter the opponent's foresight was achieved by completely enveloping his body with his own observation haki. As long as the opponent's observation haki approached, they could mutually cancel and exhaust each other's observation haki, achieving a brief moment of invisibility. No wonder Shanks couldn't keep himself invisible indefinitely. It required an enormous amount of energy. Listening to the voices of all things requires consuming dozens of times more observation haki than glimpsing the future, along with maintaining the ability to kill with observation haki for an extended period. Shanks could not sustain it for too long either. After understanding everything, Yi-Fan immediately stopped using observation haki to detect the enemy. His observation haki was not as strong as Shanks's, and as long as he protected his head, Yi-Fan did not need to resist all of Shanks's observation haki. He only needed to negate a portion of it. The information in Yi-Fan's mind would appear disjointed in Shanks's eyes, making it impossible for him to predict Yi-Fan's complete attack route. When Yi-Fan did this, he could clearly see in his kaleidoscope Sharingan that in less than 0.1 seconds, Shanks's expression became very grim. Although his complexion returned to normal in an instant, it still did not escape Yi-Fan's observation. It seemed effective. Now, it was time to truly test whether he could counter the techniques formed by the combination of killing with observation haki and listening to the voices of all things. Just like Garp did back in the day. This time, the blue sun wheel knife in Yi-Fan's hand was filled with terrifying Conqueror's haki. The black lightning on the blade was exceptionally dense, even expanding its range. Yi-Fan's speed of impact was like a flash of lightning. With the power of the 300-fold Momo fruit combined with the strength of the 8 gates, Yi-Fan's speed had reached the limits of humanity. As he started running, his speed broke through Mach 1. A series of booming sonic booms accompanied Yi-Fan's charge, culminating in an incredibly powerful slash filled with Conqueror's haki, directed at Shanks. Chapter 244. Shattered as Yi-Fan prepared to bring down his blade, Shanks chose to retreat at the first opportunity. He had already realized the problem. His ability to listen to the voices of all things had encountered an issue. He could only hear half of Yi-Fan's thoughts, not all of them. With such a fierce attack, even a slight information deficit prevented him from grasping Yi-Fan's true attack route. If it were Pirate King Roger, he would have fought through even after realizing his observation haki was being countered. However, Shanks would not. After realizing his noble identity, discovering he could command the 5 elders, and recognizing that he was the most distinguished person on the sea, Shanks no longer had the courage to take such risks. While retreating, he withdrew his Conqueror's haki and holy haki, while the blade of Griffin became thick with black. This was armament haki. Red-haired Shanks wielded Griffin, unleashing dozens of black blade auras. He could even release armament haki. In an instant, he forced Yi-Fan back. Yi-Fan, I didn't expect you to have mastered all 3 types of haki to their peak. Red-haired Shanks. Is that surprising? We celestial dragons of the upper 3 races are essentially deities. We possess the best bloodlines in the world. So it's natural for us to easily master the peak of the 3 types of haki that others find hard to reach. The celestial dragons of the upper 3 races, or the D clan, are all descendants of powerful deities. From the moment they are born, they possess talents far beyond ordinary people. The warlords who have dominated the Grand Line for over a decade were defeated by Luffy in just over a month after setting sail. In just 2 years, he defeated a Yonko-level powerhouse. Before turning 20, he could become the strongest force on these seas. Is this the power of the bloodline of the D clan or the celestial dragons of the upper 3 races? Such a powerful bloodline can rightly claim to be divine in front of ordinary people. They all possess extraordinary bloodlines. It's just that the upper 3 races allied with him, while the D clan allied with Joy Boy. However, in front of Yi-Fan, they were no longer divine. After all, he was a man with an external advantage. Yi-Fan, in front of me, don't brag about your bloodline. Your power is far inferior to mine. You claim to be divine, but I am the king of all gods. Red-haired Shanks, arrogant. Do you think that by breaking my goddess avoidance, you can defeat me? Divine slash. Red-haired Shanks unleashed his second move. The griffin in his hand was filled with 3 types of power. The black lightning of armament haki, the sacred haki of red lightning, and the armament haki radiating a dark aura. The way red-haired Shanks used armament haki surpassed Kazuki Oden. He had truly mastered all 3 types of haki to their peak and fused these powers into his slash. Yi-Fan found that he could not evade this move. A tremendous observation haki locked onto Yi-Fan's body. Yi-Fan could only use his observation haki to protect his head, isolating red-haired Shanks' ability to hear the voices of all things. However, This meant that Yi Fan's attacks and evasion movements were completely within Shanks' perception. Yet, even in such a disadvantageous position, Yi Fan did not back down. He activated the 8 gates and the power of the demon back simultaneously, while also modifying the ability of the Momo fruit. With 300 times the power of the Momo fruit, Yi Fan swung his most powerful slash. The distance between the weapons in their hands was still several dozen meters, but the ground beneath them was being torn apart inch by inch. The faint power radiating from both of them was beyond what ordinary rocks could withstand. The ground cracked, stones turned into small fragments, and the fragments became sand. They had not even clashed yet, and the ecological chain on this deserted island was already being destroyed. Boom! The Blue Sun Wheel Sword and Griffin, 2 famous swords, were about to collide from a meter away due to the terrifying power of their wielders. Neither side stopped, still exerting their full strength, gradually pushing the 2 swords toward each other. Boom! In the end, they separated, not because they were exhausted, but because the island beneath their feet could no longer bear the strain. Their confrontation had literally torn the island in half. Clown Buggy, not good. The island is about to split. I hope my treasure is safe. MR 3. Captain, shouldn't we be more worried about our lives right now? Clown Buggy, treasure is everything to me. Even if I die, I must protect my treasure. Clown Buggy ran toward the cave. His head was the most anxious, flying away the fastest, already separated from his body. Then his 2 arms also detached from his torso, quickly flying forward. One must admit, Clown Buggy's split fruit ability is filled with comedic elements. Boom, boom, boom. Outside, another series of booming sounds echoed. This was the aftermath of the battle between Yi Fan and red-haired Shanks. Their brutal fighting style and the explosive power they unleashed were rapidly dismantling the island. From being torn in half to breaking into dozens of islands of varying sizes, this island, which had existed in a windless zone for many years, had now completely lost its former appearance. Both sides stopped again, releasing their 3 types of hockey and sacred hockey with all their might. Even someone as strong as red-haired Shanks began to pant. Red-haired Shanks said, "If you only have this level of power, you can never defeat him. You have no idea how powerful his weapon is." Yi Fan, the weapon hidden among the flowers of the land of the gods? Red-haired Shanks, I didn't expect you to know about the flowers as well, but unfortunately, you underestimate him and his weapon too much. Yi Fan, oh really? Him hasn't placed his world-conquering weapon among the flowers. So where has he put it? Red-haired Shanks, try to fish for information. Huh? But I can tell you where that weapon is. It's not really a secret. Even Rox knew a bit about it back in the day. Upon hearing this, Yi Fan was momentarily stunned. You can't be saying that weapon is in the Valley of the Gods, right? I've already emptied the treasure vault of the Valley of the Gods. How come I didn't see it? Ha ha ha. You really are ignorant. You underestimate that weapon too much. The entire Valley of the Gods is that weapon. Yi Fan suddenly realized that a vessel capable of carrying a civilization to escape to a distant planet, light years away, could not possibly be a small boat. Rockets like those on Blue Star, which could only carry dozens of tons of cargo, have no capability to transport a civilization. Yi Fan said, "Are you saying that the entire Valley of the Gods is Im's weapon, so the Valley of the Gods can fly in space?" Red-haired Shanks, now you understand the terror, right? With your current power, you cannot defeat him. Chapter 245, The Truth Behind Everything Yi Fan. If Im is that terrifying, even if Joy Boy possesses the 3 ancient weapons, he still can't defeat him. Red-haired Shanks. If it were Im in his prime, naturally no one could defeat him. But the Ark's energy is no longer sufficient. Yi Fan. So that's how it is, but after so many years, hasn't Im replenished the Ark's energy? Red-haired Shanks. Hasn't he always been replenishing it? The most noble and holy bloodlines. Their own DNA is the nourishment for the Arkansas Yi Fan. So, every celestial dragon, when they grow old, will have their DNA extracted by him to replenish his energy. Red-haired Shanks. The celestial dragons of the 12 lower clans have such a fate. They're treated like pigs. The 5 middle clans, as long as they are not the elders, share the same fate. However, we from the 3 upper clans of the celestial dragons are different. We possess the noblest bloodline, and even him cannot harm us. Yi Fan. If what you boast about is true, then the people of your 3 upper clans wouldn't be trying to find ways to eliminate him. I suspect that as long as him encounters a real threat, he can still extract your DNA to supplement the energy he needs. Red-haired Shanks. That's right. This is why we want to resist him. However, we are high-ranking life forms, and as long as the Ark is not facing destruction, he does not have the authority to absorb us celestial dragons from the 3 upper clans. In this simple conversation, Yi Fan finally understood the truth about this world and wants to eliminate all those with devil fruits and noble bloodlines on the pirate planet, such as Rocks, Dragon, and Blackbeard teach, because they can taint the noble bloodlines with devil fruits, which affects Im's ability to replenish his energy. This is the reason for his first world destruction. At that time, almost all noble bloodlines were tainted by devil fruits. During the second time, those high bloodlines that did not want to become nutrients for Im united beside Joy Boy. Im needs to establish a world where nobles rule over slaves, which would make noble bloodlines appear even more noble. Just like the current celestial dragons, who can easily slaughter a country. Everyone must kneel before them. Such celestial dragons are the best source of energy. This system of celestial dragons ruling the world is not just for Im to control the entire world, but to allow him to replenish energy faster. Joy Boy and many from the D family want to establish a huge kingdom and promote the idea that all people are equal, which is actually to weaken Im's energy replenishment, ensuring that these noble bloodlines do not become Im's power banks. The promotion of living freely together is all just a facade. If the people of the D family really eliminate Im, how could there be equality? Among the D family, there are indeed people like Luffy and Dragon who genuinely want to achieve equality between the strong and the weak, but there are also those like Blackbeard, Teach, and Rocks, who wish to maliciously replace him. The celestial dragons are those who obey him, while the D family is made up of those who resist him. They are all the noblest bloodlines in this world. It's no wonder the celestial dragons always capture powerful bloodlines. For example, Kaido was captured when he was young. The celestial dragons do not want to be pigs. If other noble bloodlines, like Kaido and Big Mom, could also be absorbed by Im, it would reduce their deaths, which would be even better. Hearing the conversation between the two, Charlotte Linlin was also angrily shouting. Those bastards of the celestial dragons wanted to capture me when I was young. It turns out they wanted me to become a supply. Kaido, no wonder to get me. They can exempt a country from heavenly gold. This Im is indeed an arrogant bastard. As the four emperors, how could they be intimidated by Im's power? Now, the two of them can hardly wait to rush to the Holy Land to see just how terrifying Im is. To be able to casually treat these powerful figures of the sea as nutrients to be absorbed. Yi Fan, 800 years ago, with Joy Boy and the three ancient weapons, you all did not dare to resist him. Why do you dare to resist now? Red-haired Shanks, it's simple. Because Im is weak now. He is no longer as easy as he was during the First World Destruction. When he defeated Joy Boy, he won very embarrassingly. If we had not sided with him back then, he might have really been defeated by Joy Boy. Yi Fan understood that because of the First World Destruction, Im was indeed too terrifying, so the three upper clans of the Celestial Dragons chose to obey him. However, 800 years ago, when they saw the battle between Joy Boy and Im, they realized that Im was not as powerful as the legend said. This led to their betrayal. Human desires are endless. Although the three upper clans have ruled this world for 800 years, without Im, their rule would be even stronger. For example, they could kill all the useless and non-combatant lower 12 clans, preventing them from taking most of the heavenly gold each year. With that money, they could build an even larger navy to rule all the countries in the world and eliminate all the great pirates. Why would they still want to be Im's power bank? Red-haired Shanks, I've come to understand your power, and I think you're also qualified to become one of the three upper clans and rule the world with us. Yifan, Urifuse. I think it's better to eliminate all of you celestial dragons first and then duel with them. Red-haired Shanks. In that case, prepare to die. You must have consumed a lot of energy in that peak state just now. While I chat to recover my strength, I have nanomachines in my body, and you do not. Since you are unwilling to submit now, go die. Red-haired Shanks turned to the back and said, Beckman, you all stop Kaido and the others from helping Yi Fan. I believe it will take at most half an hour for me to resolve this battle. Ben Beckman, don't worry, sir. They won't be able to intervene here. Ben Beckman has already changed his title, no longer calling red-haired Shanks captain, but referring to him as sir according to his status as a celestial dragon. What they do not know is that Kaido, Charlotte Linlin, and Kazuki Toki have no intention of providing support. They can all see that Yi Fan wants to take advantage of red-haired Shanks' resting time to extract more information. Because if Yi Fan's stamina truly runs out, he can use the Senza Beans, a treasure that red-haired Shanks and the others do not know about. Chapter 246. Divine Slash. At this moment, red-haired Shanks was full of confidence. With the nanomachines and the unique Navy ability of Life Return, the means to recover combat power are absolutely not comparable to those of pirates. Not to mention the nanomachines. Just relying on the Life Return ability, the Navy has used it to defeat those pirates whose strength is even greater. However, he does not know that Yi Fan's recovery methods are even more exaggerated than his. Not to mention the Senza beans, which can fully restore him as long as he has a shred of life left. Even the Senju Hashirama cells in Yi Fan's body can allow him to recover at an astonishing speed. During those few minutes of conversation, Yi Fan also regained a significant amount of stamina, with the red-haired Shanks, who quickly returned to full status thanks to the nanomachines. He once again used his signature skill, Divine Slash. This is definitely the most powerful attack Yi Fan has encountered on this sea so far, even surpassing the aging Navy hero Carp. Shanks, with all 4 types of Haki mastered to the extreme, was the first person Yi Fan encountered who could easily tear through his physical defenses. And there are likely more than one such celestial dragon like Shanks. Not to mention the legendary M. The battle between them was still ongoing. Half an hour later, Yi Fan remained vigorous, while Shanks was already panting heavily. In their fight, every strike from Shanks required him to use all his power and deliver his strongest slash just to withstand Yi Fan's counterattacks and inflict damage on him. In the past, Shanks was very confident in his strength. Neither Whitebeard, Charlotte Linlin, nor Kaido could withstand his full power. But today, this battle brought him his greatest crisis in life. He found that after an hour of full power combat, he had not been able to kill Yi Fan. What terrified him even more was that despite having nanomachines to rapidly recover his stamina, he had not managed to exhaust Yi Fan. During this time, Yi Fan had been training in the time gravity room, and his training was not in vain. Yi Fan had already mastered the top-tier demon back. Through his long training, Yi Fan realized that the speed at which his 3-color Haki and fruit abilities improved was far inferior to those who could awaken their fruit powers in just a few years. His talent was not particularly strong. He was only at the level of an ordinary person in this world. However, the power of demon back did not require any talent. It only needed daily hard work to refine his muscles. The more effort put in, the greater the reward. Yi Fan had been training hard for 50 days in the time gravity room. 50 days equated to 50 years in the outside world. Over these 5 years, Yi Fan's muscles had reached an incredibly terrifying level of strength. The pirate world was a more advanced world than that of Baki Hama, and the gourmet world was also superior to his. Thanks to consuming a large amount of Sea King meat, Yi Fan fully absorbed a massive quantity of Sea Kings, transforming their flesh and blood into his current formidable demon back. This was the source of Yi Fan's terrifying endurance, a demon back that was dozens of times stronger than Baki Hama and could withstand even hundreds of mushroom bombs. Looking at the panting Shanks, Kaido and Charlotte Linlin, not far away, showed surprised expressions. They had fought against Shanks before, and when he was not fatigued, they had already been defeated. But now what were they witnessing? Shanks, who had taken a break, was now attacking with all his might and gasping for breath. Yet he had not managed to exhaust Yi Fan's stamina. They initially believed Yi Fan would secretly consume a Senza bean after fighting Shanks for a few minutes, and then crush the fatigued Shanks with his full health. Yet, it seemed that the strongest Yonko was being worn down by Yi Fan instead. Shanks, damn it, you don't have any noble bloodline. How can you have such powerful stamina? I clearly checked. You are not a descendant of rocks, just someone who has somehow mastered his fruit ability. Yi Fan, in this world, it's not the development of the 3-color Haki that is the strongest. You celestial dragons have an advantage over ordinary people in developing the 3-color Haki. But my power comes from the development of my own body. After saying this, Yi Fan unbuttoned his shirt, revealing the muscle on his back shaped like a demonic face. No, the patterns formed by his back muscles should no longer be described as a demonic face. Yi Fan's demon back should be more accurately named Azura. Kaido, how is this possible? This muscle gives me the feeling that Yi Fan's strength is several times greater than mine. Seeing Yi Fan's terrifying demon back, Shanks was also astonished and stepped back repeatedly. How could this be? How could anyone refine their body to such an extent? In the pirate world, the requirements for physical strength were not nearly as terrifying as in the gourmet world or the world of Baki Hama. As long as one mastered observation Haki, they could hit the opponent. Mastering armament Haki would prevent breaking through the opponent's defenses. Not to mention that after mastering Haki coding, an ordinary punch would be lethal before even touching the opponent. The strength of the pirate world's powerhouses came more from their insights into armament Haki. However, today Yi Fan showed them that someone could rely on terrifying physical strength to withstand the 3-color Haki, or even the top-tier 3-color Haki. After consuming tens of thousands of Sea Kings and training for a full 50 years, Yi Fan's demon back finally achieved this. Yi Fan named the latest form of his demon back as Demon Back, Azura Path. Yi Fan, I've said it before, whether you celestial dragons or I will defeat you all. I did not rely on any fruit ability or three-color hockey, but on my physical power that far exceeds yours to defeat you directly. Shanks, if this is your limit, if you do not possess stronger abilities, then today is your day of death. Yi Fan walked over a piece of shattered island beneath him. In the recent battle, the island had been cut into hundreds of very small islands by the aftermath of their confrontation, with the smallest ones being only a few square meters. Yi Fan stood on the surface of the sea, his immense power preventing him from sinking. Slowly, he walked toward Shanks. Chapter 247, Demon Back. Azura watching Yi Fan approach, Shanks couldn't help but take a few steps back. Only then did he realize how he could be intimidated by the enemy's momentum. As one of the four emperors, Shanks had experienced countless battles at sea over the years, and certainly did not only possess the skills of divine avoidance and divine slash. However, ordinary moves could never be Yi Fan's opponent, and he couldn't even break through Yi Fan's defenses. It seemed he had no choice but to use his last trump card. Damn it, he never expected to be forced into such a predicament by a younger guy than himself. But there was no other way. This was the calm belt, and he had been too careless. Even if he wanted to escape, it was impossible. The calm belt spanned at least hundreds of kilometers. Facing the flying Yi Fan, there was no possibility for red-haired Shanks to survive if he left the island beneath his feet. Moreover, it wasn't just Yi Fan who could fly. Kaido and Charlotte Linlin could also fly. Once they left this island that was almost on the verge of destruction, the members of the red-haired pirates would undoubtedly perish. Thinking of this, red-haired Shanks was forced to use his last trump card. It was a devil fruit he had been desperately searching for. Regardless of whether it was influenced by the Pirate King Roger or the fact that he later learned he was part of the Celestial Dragons. After the disbandment of Roger's crew, Shanks was invited to the Holy Land by the Celestial Dragons. He learned the sacred hockey that only the Celestial Dragons could master. In addition to this, he also obtained a precious devil fruit. After this devil fruit was found, it had never been consumed and remained sealed in the treasury by the Celestial Dragons. This was because the ability of this devil fruit was too terrifying. Even the Celestial Dragons did not wish for this devil fruit to appear on the seas. The name of this devil fruit was the Paramecia-type King's Water fruit. King's Water, the strongest water, a liquid that could even corrode gold. In this world, there is almost nothing that could resist the corrosion of King's Water. Furthermore, although it was a Paramecia type, it could, like the Machi fruit, achieve elementalization, transforming one's body into the highly corrosive King's Water. The lethality of this fruit was not something Magellan's poison fruit could compare to. Just by consuming this devil fruit, it meant that Shanks could possess the ability to corrode everything. This everything included sea prism stone and seawater. In other words, this was a devil fruit with no weaknesses. Even seawater and sea prism stone could not restrain the abilities of the Paramecia-type King's Water fruit. This was also why the Celestial Dragons, after seizing this devil fruit, placed it in the most tightly guarded treasury, not wanting any pirate to obtain it. However, consuming this devil fruit meant that he would no longer be able to defeat him. Those who had eaten devil fruits, aside from the legendary Nika fruit, could not contend with him. After a moment of hesitation, red-haired Shanks took out this devil fruit from the pocket at his waist. Since obtaining the Paramecia-type King's Water fruit, he had kept it close to him just to preserve his life in times of crisis. Now that he had reached the final life and death moment, red-haired Shanks directly bit into the devil fruit. Yi Fan saw Shanks' actions and stood still on the surface of the sea, not continuing to advance. In a mocking tone, he said, "Red-haired Shanks, weren't you the one who hated the abilities of devil fruits the most? I didn't expect you to prepare one for yourself. Don't you think it's pathetic to become the person you hate the most?" Feeling the new power he had gained, red-haired Shanks replied, "Those words to mock me are useless. Since we've reached a life and death moment, I'll let you see my trump card and experience my strongest state." Shanks picked up Griffin and casually threw it to Ben Beckman behind him, saying, "This knife is for you. I won't need it anymore." Griffin, one of the 12 supreme grade greatswords, was one of the most powerful weapons in this sea. It was a famous sword that the Dark King Rayleigh had painstakingly found and gifted to Shanks for his birthday. Shanks had also used this famous sword to become a powerful swordsman. However, now red-haired Shanks discarded the weapon he had used for many years because he no longer needed it. Just like Akainu, who became famous as a great swordsman. After obtaining an incredibly powerful devil fruit, red-haired Shanks abandoned his sword. He wanted to use the power of the devil fruit, which was stronger than any sword. Yi Fan said, "I'm curious, what kind of devil fruit could give you such confidence?" After saying this, Yi Fan lightly tapped the surface of the sea with his toes and then shot toward the fragment of the island where red-haired Shanks was located at an incredible speed. However, this time, Yi Fan also sheathed his blue sunwell blade because he was very confident himself. In a contest of devil fruit abilities or sheer strength, he was not afraid of anyone. Yi Fan's hands transformed into dragon claws and quickly reached for red-haired Shanks. The devil fruit that Shanks had just eaten was actually transparent, resembling ordinary flowing water. Could it be the Logia-type water fruit? Yi Fan had seriously studied the devil fruit encyclopedia and was familiar with the appearances of over 10,000 devil fruits. However, he had never seen the appearance of this devil fruit in his memory. The celestial dragons possessed many powerful devil fruits. Besides the several mythical Zoan-type devil fruits that Yi Fan had stolen from the celestial dragon's treasury, such as Kaido's azure dragon form, the gold fruit, and Boa Hancock's sweet fruit, many powerful devil fruits were in the hands of the celestial dragons. In fact, many devil fruits had not appeared for hundreds of years. They were collected by the celestial dragons and not allowed for anyone else to use. Yi Fan was also very curious about what kind of devil fruit could make red-haired Shanks so confident. On the opposite side, Shanks leisurely moved his arms. In such a short time, he aimed to develop his devil fruit abilities further. As Yi Fan's dragon claws came, red-haired Shanks extended his right hand, intending to grasp Yi Fan's incoming dragon claws. Shanks actually dared to use his hand to receive Yi Fan's attack. Naturally, Yi Fan would not be afraid. Chapter 248, Paramecia-type King's Water Fruit. When the fists of both sides collided, red-haired Shanks' fist suddenly turned into liquid, enveloping Yi Fan's dragon claws. The difference was that this time, when he launched the attack, Shanks' right fist was covered with both Armament Haki and Conqueror's Haki. When Yi Fan attacked, he was in dragon form, not in the state of the lightning fruit or the magnet fruit. This was because in those states, Yi Fan could not use Conqueror's Haki and Armament Haki. The power of the domination and Armament Haki can restrain others' devil fruit abilities while also restraining one's own abilities. It allows the user to cover their devil fruit ability with Armament Haki at the same time. In Yi Fan's impression, only the rubber fruit could achieve this. Just as he arrived here, Yi Fan's reaction was even delayed by 0.1 seconds. When his entire right arm was covered by the king water, Yi Fan quickly pulled back. Red-haired Shanks did not pursue. He also wanted to see if his devil fruit ability was as powerful as the legend suggested. ZZZ, ZZZ, ZZZ. Yi Fan's right arm emitted a strong corrosive sound. The clothing on his entire right arm had been immediately corroded by the king water. At the same time, the king water had begun to corrode the dragon scales on Yi Fan's arm. The purple dragon scales reacted with the king water and started to become charred. Yi Fan's reaction was quick. He directly plunged his entire arm into the ocean. The rapid stirring helped to quickly mix and dilute the king water with the seawater. This excruciating pain was slightly alleviated. What terrifying corrosiveness! The defense of Maipilu, combined with his dragon form scales, could not resist the damage from the opponent. After the king water and seawater reacted chemically, a large amount of pungent white smoke rose. Yi Fan recalled the almost forgotten memories of chemical experiments from his previous life. Red-haired Shanks' devil fruit ability was similar to that of concentrated sulfuric acid, a highly corrosive liquid. Moreover, he could activate his devil fruit ability at any time while covered in Armament Haki and Conqueror's Haki, and freely change its form. How strong! What a terrifying fruit! If it were someone else, even his cheap father-in-law Kaido, they would not have Maipilu's defense. Just from that exchange earlier, one arm could have easily been rendered useless. After pulling his right arm out of the seawater, Yi Fan could see that there were already over a dozen deep holes on his arm. The dragon scales burned away, penetrating into the flesh. The most severely damaged was his right hand. The skin was almost completely burned away, with many areas even exposing the finger bones. No wonder it hurt so much earlier. This was the first time Yi Fan, since entering the pirate world, encountered an opponent's devil fruit ability that could easily harm him. Yi Fan, very strong Shanks. Now your ability has finally made me feel an incredibly intense desire to fight. Red-haired Shanks was just about to mock him a bit, having been pressured by Yi Fan the whole time. Now with his right arm severely injured, he thought, how could a mere mortal like him fight against the celestial dragons? But red-haired Shanks then saw that Yi Fan's right arm, which had just been heavily injured, was visibly healing at a speed that far exceeded that of his arm being repaired by nanomites. Red-haired Shanks exclaimed in terror, "Impossible, this can't be. How do you also have the holy elixir?" This elixir, let alone the celestial dragons, even had very little left. These were non-renewable resources, the top-tier elixirs that could only be produced during the peak of a level 3 civilization. Even M stock was limited. How could Yi Fan possibly possess a holy elixir? Yi Fan's recovery ability was naturally due to the rapid proliferation of Senju Hashirama cells, not through nanomite healing. However, in red-haired Shank's eyes, Yifan was not using a devil fruit ability, yet he could quickly recover from his injuries. This must be the holy elixir. Otherwise, there were no other medicines in this world that could achieve such rapid recovery. Even Admiral Green Bull, when faced with such corrosive king water, could not recover his body this quickly. Red-haired Shanks really could not understand what kind of devil fruit ability Yifan possessed that allowed for such a terrifying recovery capability. Soon, red-haired Shanks relaxed. As long as his king water fruit could harm Yifan, he would definitely be the victor today. Shank's bloodline was undoubtedly the best in these seas. Just after consuming the Paramecia-type king water fruit, he had already developed this ability to a very powerful extent. Suddenly, behind red-haired Shanks, dozens of gigantic king dragons appeared. They resembled Magellan's poisonous dragons, but were made entirely of king water, possessing destructive power far surpassing that of the poisonous dragons. Looking at Yifan retreating to the surface of the sea, red-haired Shanks once again revealed a cruel smile. He extended a finger, beckoning towards Yifan, and said, "Do you dare to attack?" Shanks' tone was filled with disdain. Today was also the most humiliating day since he entered the sea. When had red-haired Shanks ever been chased and beaten? It was only today that he was pursued and attacked the whole time by the fast and powerful Yifan. Most of the time, Shanks had been on the defensive, resisting Yifan's high-speed slashes. Now, it was finally reversed. He could pursue and hunt Yifan. Because he believed Yifan was not a fool, he certainly wouldn't dare touch his devil fruit ability, King Water. His taunting words held a sliver of hope that Yifan was a simple-minded pirate who would risk everything for pride. If he really wanted to attack him, that would be the best scenario. Now, red-haired Shanks had developed his king water fruit directly by mimicking the properties of the poison fruit. If he were to develop the application of the king water fruit himself, Shanks' talent could achieve that, but it would require a long time. Therefore, before consuming the king water fruit, red-haired Shanks had already spent a long time simulating in his mind how to develop the king water fruit. In the end, he chose the shortcut of first using Magellan's experience in developing the poison fruit. Now, the dozens of king dragons behind red-haired Shanks would drown Yifan if he dared to attack. Encased by the massive king water, only death awaited Yifan. Suddenly, red-haired Shanks saw Yifan once again point his toes against the surface of the sea, rapidly charging towards him. Although he had hoped Yifan would take the initiative to attack and meet his demise, seeing this scene made Shanks show a look of confusion. This guy wouldn't have any hidden cards, would he? Chapter 249. Confused Shanks as Yifan approached red-haired Shanks. Shanks was about to control the dozens of gigantic king dragons behind him to attack Yifan when suddenly he heard a cracking sound. Crackle, crackle. Red-haired Shanks then realized that the king dragons he had formed with his devil fruit ability had been frozen into ice sculptures. When he wanted to control these king dragons made of king water to attack, they had all been completely frozen. This was the power of Yifan's eternal kaleidoscope Sharingan. Winter Domain. Yifan originally did not intend to use the power of the Sharingan. Relying solely on the three-color hockey and his devil fruit abilities to defeat Shanks the red-haired is no easy task. However, the ability of the king water fruit is incredibly annoying, as it completely counters his purple dragon form's fruit ability. While the thunder fruit allows him to transform his body into lightning, making him immune to the king water's attacks, this elemental state is essentially a death sentence against Shanks, whose mastery of the three-color hockey has reached its peak. Ultimately, faced with the highly troublesome king water fruit, which can corrode everything, Yifan chooses the simplest solution. He remembers his middle school physics lessons. Although king water can corrode almost all materials, it has a relatively high freezing point. It only needs to reach -42 degrees Celsius to freeze. Once frozen, it loses its fluidity and physical activity, greatly diminishing its corrosive power. Yifan's winter domain can approach absolute zero, instantly turning all king water into solid form. Moreover, the activation ability of his Sharingan is different from that of a devil fruit. For example, Akiji's freezing fruit requires physical contact to activate. He cannot freeze large objects from a distance. However, Yifan can freeze anything within his line of sight using his ocular powers, and his winter domain's freezing effect is superior to that of the freezing fruit. The freezing fruit cannot instantly lower the temperature to between -80 and 100 degrees, while the winter domain can directly drop it to near absolute zero. The freezing ability is nearly twice as effective as that of the freezing fruit. Numerous king dragons shatter into ice chunks, falling to the ground and into the surrounding sea. As heat transfers, much of the king water has melted, beginning to corrode the nearby ground and seawater, producing billowing white smoke. Meanwhile, a layer of chilling ice energy envelopes Yifan's fists as he strikes towards Shanks the red-haired. Unfazed, Shanks resorts to his previous tactic, but this time it is even more extreme. His arm transforms into King Water, with a diameter exceeding 1 meter, a massive, stout King Water arm striking toward Yifan. Yifan can use his fruit ability to instantly freeze the 10 or so King Dragons behind him. But he absolutely cannot freeze his own body in an instant. His body is covered with a considerable amount of armament haki, and even more terrifying, Conqueror's haki. These powers can negate the effects of Devil Fruit abilities. However, at this moment, Shanks cannot use his Divine Haki, as its power could also negate his King Water Fruit ability. Yet, when Shanks' gigantic King Water Fist is only a few centimeters away from Yifan's fist, it is instantly frozen into an ice sculpture by the chilling aura emanating from Yifan's fist. Shanks can feel the extreme cold that nearly freezes his entire body. How is this possible? Aside from Divine Haki, how could there be any force capable of countering Armament Haki and Conqueror's Haki? Yifan's fruit ability surprisingly remains unaffected by both types of Haki, directly freezing his arm. What the hell is this fruit ability? The Celestial Dragons have spent 800 years collecting Devil Fruit illustrations, yet none possess such terrifying power. When did any Devil Fruit, aside from the Nika fruit, gain the ability to ignore Armament Haki and Conqueror's Haki? Shanks cannot comprehend it. He is unaware that many of Yifan's skills do not actually stem from Devil Fruit powers. Crack! Yifan's fist strikes Shanks' frozen fist, shattering his right arm into pieces. After being frozen into an ice sculpture, Shanks' right arm is incredibly fragile. It hurts. Shanks quickly retreats while hoping that the nanomachines in his body can quickly restore his right arm. His right arm is far more important than his left. Not only is he accustomed to using his right hand, but more importantly, Shanks has not had a left hand for decades. He cannot even proficiently wield a weapon with his left hand. He now realizes that he cannot defeat his opponent without using a sword. This seemingly powerful Devil Fruit has such a fatal flaw. Fearing Yifan's freezing ability, he has been suppressed the entire time. At the same time, Shanks shouts, "Beckman, throw me the griffin." However, to Shanks' horror, his lost right arm does not seem to be quickly restored by the nanomachines. They seem to have disappeared. Shanks does not know that after Yifan's cold energy invaded his body, he managed to withstand Yifan's cold aura with his powerful physique, preventing his body from being frozen into an ice sculpture. However, the nanomachines inside him could not do the same. These nanomachines were frozen by Yifan. They are not afraid of high temperatures, as high heat can even be converted into energy for them. However, they are terrified of cold. Their tiny size means that their energy systems lose their chemical reaction ability in low-temperature environments, thus losing their energy source. Without energy, all the nanomachines have fallen into a dormant state. Shanks fantasizes that once he lands, the lost right arm will be restored by the nanomachines, and then he can fight again with the Griffin. Just 3 minutes after discarding his treasured sword, Ben Beckman indeed throws it over. However, Shanks lacks the ability to grasp it with his right hand again. He awkwardly catches the Griffin with his left hand. This left hand, which he has lost for many years, is unable to deftly manipulate the Griffin. The King Water Fruit has been instantly countered by Yifan. Now, having lost his right arm, he no longer possesses the strength of a great swordsman. Although the nanomachines have restored Shanks' left arm, its compatibility with his body is poor. Without exceptional swordsmanship, it is difficult to flexibly cover the Griffin with a 3-color haki through his left arm. At this moment, Shanks awkwardly holds the Griffin with his left hand, looking somewhat lost. With his talent, given a short amount of time, he could masterfully use his left hand to fight. But right now, he has no time for that. The enemy before him is the dragon King Yifan. Chapter 250. The lucky messenger bird. As he watches Yifan approach, Shanks finally begins to feel fear. He is ready to flee. Even in his prime, he was no match for Yifan, and now, having lost his right arm, it is even less possible. Meanwhile, high above the already crumbling island, there is a diligent messenger bird. This messenger bird comes from a remote area of the Grand Line, so its usual income is not very high. However, it has discovered that selling news from the Grand Line to the East Blue, which is isolated by the Calm Belt, is extremely popular. As Luffy becomes a supernova, many young people in the East Blue idolize him. For example, in Orange Town, near the Calm Belt, they enjoy reading news from the Grand Line. The World Economic News Agency is not like all newspapers. Major news, such as the Marineford War, the full-scale battle between the Beast Pirates and the Navy, is not something that happens every day. If they relied solely on such news, their newspaper would go hungry. The World Economic News Agency supports tens of thousands of delivery birds and many contributors. In fact, the most profitable newspapers are those that cover economic news, like reports on islands experiencing food shortages or bountiful harvests, facilitating economic trade between islands. This is where the World Economic News Agency makes its profits. However, these regional newspapers limit their coverage areas. After all, not all merchant fleets can travel from the East Blue all the way through the Grand Line to trade in the New World. Therefore, newspapers are published separately for different regions. East Blue, West Blue, South Blue, North Blue, and the Grand Line is divided into the first half and second half, along with the New World, consisting of dozens of completely different local newspapers. This delivery bird, due to its poor location on the Grand Line, usually has low newspaper sales. However, it inadvertently spends several hours flying back and forth across the Calm Belt each day and discovers that such newspapers are very popular in the East Blue. Many people in the East Blue seem eager to learn about happenings on the Grand Line. As a result, it often carries a large number of Grand Line newspapers to sell in the East Blue. And today is its lucky day. While flying over the Calm Belt, it unexpectedly spots 3 of the 4 emperors, Kaido, Charlotte Linlin, and Shanks, on a deserted island below, along with the strongest vice-emperor, Dragon Emperor Yefon, and Ben Beckman. A battle between the 4 emperors is big news. As long as it reports this, the payment for this news will be enough for it to eat for a lifetime. Excited, it glances at the long focus camera hanging around its neck. It is a very diligent delivery bird. Not only does it sell newspapers in the East Blue, but it also carries a long focus camera to capture news and sea kings along the way, earning some extra fees. Today is indeed its lucky day. Click, click. The battle between Yefon and Shanks is captured on film, while it also makes sure to capture Kaido, Charlotte Linlin, and Ben Beckman, who are not engaged in the fight. It shouts, "I'm going to get rich." Thankfully, it has this 120x long focus lens, otherwise it wouldn't be able to capture these moments. The battle between the two is terrifying. An entire island is being destroyed. One exciting fight. The strength of the 4 emperors is truly frightening. No wonder they can become the emperors of the sea. Wow, Shanks has grown an arm. What ability is this? Oh my god. Shanks' right arm was directly smashed off by a punch from Dragon Emperor Yefon. It seems Yefon is about to win. Even a not-so-strong delivery bird can see the situation. Naturally, the strong ones present can see it too. As Shanks prepares to escape, Kaido, Charlotte Linlin, and Kazuki Toki, who had been standing still, have already started to take action. The 3 of them chase down the 8 opponents without showing any signs of weakness. Even Ben Beckman, the strongest among them, may not necessarily be a match for Kazuki Toki. Meanwhile, Yefon is pursuing the rapidly fleeing Shanks. Now, with Shanks severely injured after his defeat, the battle is reaching its conclusion. Having enjoyed the status of a 4 emperor and the power of the celestial dragons, Shanks cherishes his life immensely. In fact, ensuring a longer life is a natural instinct for every living being. However, not everyone has the right to escape when faced with Yefon's pursuit. Yefon doesn't even need to use the Thunder Fruit's teleportation ability. He just relies on his superhuman physical capabilities to run quickly across the sea, catching up to Shanks, who is using Moonwalk. Yefon specifically chose this island, which is right in the middle of the Calm Belt, with hundreds of kilometers of distance in both directions. Even if he runs in the right direction, attempting to leave the Calm Belt and reach other islands will take a long time, especially while facing Yefon's pursuit. Along the way, Shanks tries countless times to push Yefon back with the griffin in his hand, but Yefon easily blocks each attempt. Water-breathing, 11th form, calm. Yefon unleashes a technique he hasn't used in a long time on this sea. A large amount of seawater surges towards Shanks, who is suspended in midair. If he hadn't become a devil fruit user, Shanks wouldn't fear this seawater. However, now that he is a devil fruit user, this seawater weakens his body. If it were Shanks in his prime, he could simply expand his Conqueror's Haki to prevent the seawater from approaching him. But now, in this prolonged battle with Yefon, both his 3-color Haki and Divine Haki have been almost completely depleted. He desperately unleashes his Conqueror's Haki to suppress the surrounding seawater, but it only holds for a few seconds. After that, more seawater, summoned by water breathing, continues to encircle Shanks. Shanks, unwilling to accept his fate, lets out a roar. "I'll fight you." He knows that if he continues to exhaust himself like this, he will definitely be killed by Yefon. His strength is nearly gone. Rather than continue to run, he decides to make a final stand, hoping to defeat Yefon. Although this hope is very slim, it is his only choice. Shanks stops fleeing and turns to face Yefon, awkwardly gripping his griffin with his left hand, and launches his final strike at Yafan. Chapter 251, The End of Red-Haired. As Shanks charges at him, Yafan does not prepare to kill him immediately. The reason is simple. Initially, he only estimated that Shanks was a celestial dragon because he could enter the offices of the elders. Even the celestial dragons from the lower 12 families look down on pirates, even if that pirate has become a 4 emperor. Not to mention the elders from the ruling 5 families. Shanks can freely enter the Holy Land and negotiate in the elders' office. Yifan originally thought that red-haired Shanks was like a member of the Don Quixote family, someone who enjoyed defecting from the celestial dragons. However, he did not expect that red-haired Shanks was actually a member of the upper 3 families of the celestial dragons and knew many secrets. Yifan wanted to know what other secrets red-haired Shanks was aware of. With this in mind, he finally used the technique Tree World Descends. He had hardly used this move on the vast ocean before. Ninjutsu was not a power of the devil fruit, so it would not be affected by seawater. This vast ocean would not affect the formation of Tree World Descends either. After long training, Yifan had become very proficient in this move. Countless thick vines instantly surged up from the sea, growing wildly. Within a range of tens of thousands of meters, thick vines sprouted everywhere, instantly forming a small island. However, the trees on this island were all under Yifan's control. Thick vines attacked red-haired Shanks in the sky. Upon seeing this scene, Shanks was utterly shocked. How can your fruit ability directly affect seawater? Even Akiji can only freeze the seawater. Yifan replied, I have more trump cards than you can imagine. Red-haired Shanks said, Is this the ability of the green bull you killed? Just relying on some plants can't kill me. Yifan responded, Unfortunately, you misunderstood again. This move is not just about killing with vines. Only then did Shanks notice that there were flowers with diameters exceeding 1 meter all over those thick vines. They emitted an enticing fragrance. However, why did this fragrance make him feel dizzy? It was toxic. By the time red-haired Shanks realized this, it was already too late. Initially, he thought this was the fruit ability of Green Bull. After Green Bull was killed, the precious fruit was taken by Yifan. Green Bull's move was not poisonous. In fact, this move was the ability of Wood Release. This misjudgment led to Shanks inhaling a large amount of pollen, and his consciousness gradually became hazy. As he became disoriented, Yifan had already approached him without him noticing. With one punch, he pierced through red-haired Shanks' chest. Shanks had not sensed Yifan's actions. Besides being poisoned, Yifan had finally mastered the usage of observation kill. It turned out that it was not about intercepting with his own observation haki, but rather using Conqueror's haki to erase his own presence. This was the truth of the skill god avoidance. By using observation haki to awaken and listen to the opponent's heart, he could predict their moves. Using Conqueror's haki, he could instantly erase his information, causing the opponent's observation haki to temporarily malfunction. When Shanks' power weakened, he could no longer fully grasp these abilities. Yifan finally uncovered the truth behind god avoidance and observation kill, mastering the ultimate combat technique on this ocean. Snap, snap. The newsbird in the sky quickly pressed the shutter. It aimed to perfectly capture the moment Yifan killed red-haired Shanks. The newsbird would announce the news of Shanks' death to the world, but Yifan did not care. However, he could not let the newsbird continue watching when he was about to use the power of Pure Land of Ultimate Bliss. So, Yifan said to the newsbird in the sky, If you don't leave now, these toxic pollen will float into the air, and then you'll be a dead bird. Hearing this, the newsbird immediately spread its wings and flew away into the distance. The battle was over. It didn't want to be killed before the news was even released. Yifan used Pure Land of Ultimate Bliss on the dying red-haired Shanks. For such an extraordinary powerhouse, it was best to use it just before they were about to die. Soon, images appeared in Yifan's mind. He learned many secrets of the Celestial Dragon Holy Land and some schemes of the upper 3 families over the past decades. It turned out that for years, they had been crazily teetering on the brink of death. They had tested that and was an emotionless machine, although his behavior resembled that of a human, displaying joy, anger, sorrow, and happiness. As long as the people of the upper 3 families did not attack him, they would not be slaughtered, no matter what they did. After probing this bottom line, they had been marrying into the D family, specifically Carp, for decades. They secretly nurtured the strong from the D family, cultivating their power to resist him. Even the successful liberation of slaves by the Freedom Alliance multiple times had been facilitated by their secretly relocating troops to protect the chances of the Freedom Alliance's success. Over the years, the Celestial Dragon's control over the ocean's power had weakened. The Gorosei only received information when Luffy awakened the Nika fruit. The source of many problems was actually the covert sabotage by the upper 3 families. Otherwise, the Riddle Man, who had controlled the world for many years. And the Gorosei would not have made so many mistakes in recent years. Yi Fan's greatest concern was that if he attacked the Holy Land, Mariewa, there would be no cooperation between the upper three families' powerhouses and him. They would only watch as he and the Gorosei battled him. Because as long as they did not attack him, they would not be killed. This was the intelligence Yi Fan was most concerned about. The celestial dragons of the upper three families were powerful, capable of easily crushing the Navy, with at least a dozen capable of matching the fighting power of Navy admirals or even the fleet admiral. If he could get these powerhouses to choose not to intervene, Yi Fan's chances of defeating him would greatly increase. It seemed he needed to secretly contact the celestial dragons of the upper three families. Sometimes, battles are not about life and death. They can also be about human relationships. After extracting all the information from red-haired Shanks, Yi Fan finally ended Shank's life and returned to the already shattered island. Yi Fan's observation Haki searched around and quickly discovered two figures curled up in a cave, trembling in fear. They were none other than the future Sea Emperor, Buggy the Clown, and the strongest Vice Admiral, Amar. 3. Chapter 252. Supreme Emperor. The two people tightly embraced each other, trembling all over in fear. Who would have thought that they were now the Shichibukai, the future four emperors, and the owners of the largest maritime delivery company? Yi Fan could be sure that Buggy the Clown was not hiding his strength at all. He was just a person whose fighting power could only mix with the ruffians in the East Sea, someone not as strong as his own crew. However, Buggy had a certain charismatic personality. In the world of pirates, there are three people who can unite others around them. The first is Luffy, who relies on his own happiness to unite those he helps around him, becoming the Emperor of the Sea. The second is Sabo, who, with his personal charm, inspires slaves from various countries to rebel under Sabo's banner. The third is the clown Buggy, who, despite lacking strength, uses his ability to boast to attract a large number of pirates around him. In fact, there's a fourth one, Yi Fan, who, by continuously growing stronger and defeating the Navy and the Celestial Dragons, has caused the Beast Pirates to expand rapidly. Looking at the two trembling individuals, Yi Fan does not feel that the clown Buggy poses any threat to him. He says, "Thank you for your treasure. I won't be polite." After saying this, he opens a portal. With his palm pressed against the mountain of berries, a magnetic field appears above them. All the treasures automatically fly into the portal, which Yi Fan directly transports to Onigashima. The guard stationed at the treasure vault of Onigashima see the portal open and know that the prince is coming. Everyone straightens their posture, preparing to welcome the prince's inspection. Then, they witness an unforgettable scene. Box after box of berries flows into the treasure vault of the Beast Pirates like a rushing river. After being pirates for so long and guarding the treasure vault of the Beast Pirates for so long, it's the first time they've seen such wealth. Yi Fan takes all the treasures and then leaves the cave. Buggy the Clown and Mr. 3 breathe a sigh of relief. "We survived, he didn't kill us." It's really terrifying. Yi Fan finds a relatively large piece of island debris and waits for several minutes. He sees three figures responding. Kazuki Toki, Master. All the cadres of the red-haired pirates have been killed. Yi Fan can see that his cheap father-in-law Kaido has two more knife wounds on his chest, probably left by Ben Beckman. He possesses combat power close to that of the four emperors, but after Kaido consumed the perfect T-virus, his strength has become even greater than before. Ben Beckman is certainly no match for the Kaido, who can transform into a dragon in such a vast sea. The remaining individuals are far from being able to compare with Charlotte Lin and Kazuki Toki. Today's battle went relatively smoothly. Yi Fan opens a portal and leaves the island together with the three. At the headquarters of the World Economic News Agency, Morgans looks in surprise at the photos returned by his subordinates, until he sees the last photo, the one showing Yi Fan killing red-haired Shanks. This time, he doesn't shout big news excitedly like before. Instead, he remains silent for a long time. Then he sighs and says, "Red-haired and Blackbeard Teach have both been killed by Yi Fan. It seems that Charlotte Lin has already allied with the Beast Pirates. Yi Fan should have already dominated the entire New World." As the head of a news agency, Morgans naturally knows what this means. It means that the Beast Pirates have almost dominated all powerful pirates. This is not the outcome Morgans wanted. As one of the few giants in the underground world, Morgans, as a news chief, cannot be ignorant of the historical narrative. In his expectations, Luffy and Sabo were the key figures he wanted to cultivate. Just like Luffy, who failed to assassinate Big Mom and escaped Cake Island in a miserable state, Morgans instead shaped him into someone who defeated Charlotte Lin and became the fifth emperor of the sea. The slogan of the five emperors, Luffy, was shouted by Morgans. Meanwhile, he tried to suppress the influence of the beast pirates. In his mind, giving Luffy some more time to grow, Luffy would defeat the 4 emperors, become the pirate king, and then lead everyone to rebel against the celestial dragons. However, now all the scripts have been thrown into chaos. Since Fan joined the beast pirates, everything has been out of Morgan's control. After hesitating for a long time, Morgans decides to add fuel to the fire and make the sea even more chaotic. Fan slays red-haired, Charlotte Linlin submits, becoming the sole supreme emperor of the sea. This news headline begins to spread across the sea. Morgans, in a very exaggerated tone, describes Fan as the only emperor of this sea, greater than the celestial dragons, who must all submit at Fan's feet. In the 5 Elders' office, Saint Stavros says, "How is this possible? Red-haired has actually been killed." Saint Nicholas adds, "The New World is no longer under control. It seems we must request Lord M's intervention." Saint William questions, "Is it really necessary? We might all die." Saint Ferdinand remarks, "Just killing Fan. Kaido and Charlotte Linlin should suffice. It doesn't require us." Saint Mohanda agrees, "I concur. If we don't ask Lord M for intervention now, things will really spiral out of control. By the way, send the Holy Knights to control all the lower 12 families of celestial dragons and restrict them in the City of Gods. No one is allowed to go out." Agreed. 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 All 5 elders discuss and reach a conclusion. The 5 of them go to the flowers, preparing to visit Lord M, the true ruler of the world who sits on the throne of Void. Fan and the others return to Onigashima. Fan gives orders to Ember. Red-haired Shanks and his crew have been killed. "Now, I want you to lead the Flying Six and clean up all the affiliated pirate crews of the red-haired pirates. Leaving no survivors, execute them all." Although the red-haired pirates only consist of 10 members, they, like the Straw Hat Grand Fleet, have many affiliated pirate crews, totaling about 10,000 people. Among them, it is unknown how many are CP0 agents. Therefore, Fan does not plan to recruit the remnants of the red-haired pirates, but directly issues orders to kill all these people. Otherwise, if they really go to war with the celestial dragons, these people could become a troublesome rear attack. Ember follows Fan's orders, leading the Flying Six along with dozens of real fighters, 2,000 gifted individuals, and a few hundred large pirate ships, and sets off for red-haired Shanks territory. Chapter 253. 2 pieces of intelligence in the Palace of Dressrosa. Doflamingo is checking today's tax revenue. Since his kingdom became a transit point for trade in the New World and the Grand Line, the Don Quixote Pirates business has shifted from primarily arms trading to being a major maritime trade intermediary. The experience of living like a beggar in his childhood has made Doflamingo obsessed with berries and wealth. While sitting on his throne, reviewing the recent accounts, a special transponder snail on his desk suddenly rings. Doflamingo immediately puts down the accounts in his hand, looks around, and seeing no outsiders, he answers the call. "I need you to help me with something to ambush the beast pirates." "Doflamingo, are you 5 elders crazy? The Navy can't even defeat the beast pirates, let alone me. And the beast pirates are my most loyal allies." 5 elders. Lord M is already prepared to extinguish the light of the beast pirates. You should know what to choose. If you succeed, you will restore your identity as a celestial dragon and become the head of the Don Quixote family. Doflamingo is also a celestial dragon, but his father abandoned the identity when he was a child. He knows the terror of him extinguishing the light, that ultimate terrifying weapon on the sea. If Lord M uses that weapon, the beast pirates will surely be erased from history. It seems he must choose sides again. There are no permanent enemies, nor permanent friends. Although Kaido of the Beast has treated him well, the double trade has earned him a lot of wealth and placed the transshipment location in his control country. However, facing Lord M's anger, Doflamingo thought for a long time. He finally replied, "As long as you can ensure that Kaido and Fan are killed, I can guarantee that the other forces of the Beast Pirates will not escape the New World and cause chaos in the sea." 5 elders, good. As long as you can do it, you will restore your identity as a celestial dragon. Both parties happily reached a deal. After Doflamingo hung up the phone, he still acted as if nothing had happened and continued to check the accounts, because he knew that before him killed Kaido and Fan, any rash move could result in him being killed by the Beast Pirates. It is better to wait for the big shots to finish their battle before he reaps the benefits. However, Doflamingo did not know that on the high lookout tower, Violet was watching intently, clearly seeing his conversation. Violet, the former princess of the Dressrosa Kingdom, had allied with the enemy Doflamingo to protect her father's life. One day, Fan secretly met her and taught her how to understand what others are saying through lip movements. She is a user of the stare fruit. capable of seeing everything within 4,000 kilometers. It was also because of this fruit's power that she saved herself and her father's life. After listening to Doflamingo's words, Violet was very happy and took out a din-din mushi to dial Yi Fan's number, directly informing him of the conversation between Doflamingo and the five elders. Yi Fan, well done. After I eliminate Doflamingo, you will rule the Dressrosa Kingdom. I didn't expect that my arrangement in the Don Quixote family would bear fruit today, receiving 2 pieces of intelligence. Yi Fan did not care about Doflamingo's betrayal. His strength was even weaker than the 3 admirals. Although he was already considered a very strong combatant among the Shichibukai, he was still far from the Yonko crews. He could earn so much berries mainly because of his former identity as a celestial dragon, allowing him to conduct many businesses between pirates and celestial dragons, acting as a middleman. But now that identity was no longer important. The new world was entirely controlled by the beast pirates. The beast pirates would inevitably clash with the celestial dragons. His role as a middleman had already lost all its significance. The 3 main officers and the Flying Six were all chasing the remnants of the Red Hair Pirates. Chasing down more than 10,000 people in this vast sea is no easy task. The beast pirates also deployed thousands of ships and tens of thousands of people. Meanwhile, Yi Fan was too lazy to deal with the Shichibukai. Even Mihawk had already been defeated by him. The only ones he could mobilize were Kazuki Odin and Reno. Additionally, there were many samurai who surrendered from Wano country. Their combat power would not be weaker than Doflamingo's subordinates. This would ensure their complete annihilation. Following Yi Fan's and Yamato's orders, over 100 samurai, in coordination with Kazuki Odin, directly used the free gate to begin the assault on Dressrosa, one of the oldest of the 20 kingdoms. The first king of Dressrosa Kingdom was actually a member of the Don Quixote family. 800 years ago, they followed him to defeat Joy Boy and then abandoned their kingship, becoming one of the lower 12 families of celestial dragons. In fact, Doflamingo merely took over the kingdom that his ancestors had abandoned. However, Yi Fan did not concern himself with these details. What he needed now was an obedient country. Dressrosa Kingdom is a large nation. If it fully engages in war with the celestial dragons, it would become an unsafe factor. This must be resolved. Kazuki Odin and the others already had enough strength to occupy this country. The second piece of intelligence he received was that Lord M would soon take action personally. However, Yi Fan still needed time. The Heavenly King still needed more than 10 days to fully recharge. Moreover, the broken spaceship left by rocks would take a long time to repair, even with Vegapunk's help. After all, it is a weapon from the Arkansas. Even the future technology kingdom is at least several hundred years behind Ark technology. Although he was about to go to war with him, he was still not prepared. He needed the Heavenly King to be fully recharged at the very least. Yi Fan pondered for a long time and felt that he needed to at least stabilize him. Now is not the time for a full-scale war. With this in mind, Yi Fan sent a request for peace talks to the 5 elders through a Kainu. Yi Fan and Kaido were willing to negotiate with the celestial dragons. He, Kaido, and his wife Yamato wanted to become celestial dragons of the upper 3 families. The 3 main officers and the Flying Six wanted to become the divine knights under their control. If the 5 elders agreed, Yi Fan could disband the beast pirates and allow the celestial dragons to regain control of the new world. This would essentially be a surrender of the beast pirates. Chapter 254. The shout of the lower 12 families of celestial dragons, the information transmitted by a Kainu, sparked a heated discussion among the 5 elders. Saint Ferdinand. Could this be a conspiracy by Yi Fan and Kaido? I don't think they would easily give up everything they have now. Saint William. According to the intelligence, they are having Vegapunk help create a weapon, which is not ready yet. I think they might be stalling for time. Saint Stavros. No matter what the weapon is, unless it is the long-lost Heavenly King, there is no other weapon that can threaten him. Even Vegapunk's technology is far inferior to the power of the Arkansas. At this time, there was suddenly a lot of noisy sounds in the conference room of the 5 elders. The noise was so loud that it even affected the 5 elders' continued discussions. The ones daring to shout loudly at the entrance of the 5 elders were, of course, the celestial dragons. These individuals include not only all the lower 12 tribes of celestial dragons, but also those from the middle 5 tribes. Upon receiving the order that the Holy Knights prohibited them from leaving Mariewa, they understood that the long-unused power of extinguishing the flame, wielded by Lord M, was about to be activated, and they, as the energy source for this weapon, would have their entire lifespans absorbed by him to launch it. This means that once the plan to extinguish the flame begins, most of them will be killed. Which celestial dragon would be willing to sacrifice their noble life to take down a pirate? Originally, they had no choice. However, now the beast pirates have proactively sought negotiations. requesting the status of the upper three tribes. Although Kaido, Yifan, and Yamato will become the upper three celestial dragons, there are only 3 individuals. This does not affect the lower 12 tribes or the middle 5 tribes of celestial dragons. The new world would once again fall under the control of the celestial dragons, and their annual share of heavenly gold might even increase, sacrificing their lives for an attack, while after the negotiations, they could gain a significant amount of wealth. For the lower 12 tribes and the middle 5 tribes of celestial dragons, is there even a choice to be made? They certainly hope to negotiate with the beast pirates. The door to the conference room of the 5 elders opened, revealing over 1,000 celestial dragons with glass domes on their heads. They shouted in unison, led by a few of the 5 elders' kin. We want to negotiate. We do not want war. This was the first time in many years that so many celestial dragons, under the blazing sun, shouted slogans together. Many were already sweating profusely from heat, but no one complained. If they protested and failed, leading to war, they did not know how many would die. Who would be willing to die for war when they could enjoy the most luxurious life in the world? The 5 elders were witnessing celestial dragons united and enduring hardship for the first time. Seeing the 5 elders emerge, the shouts of these celestial dragons became even more resonant. Meanwhile, the upper 3 tribes of celestial dragons ignored everything before them. Even if Im wanted to use the weapon to extinguish the flame, they would be the last to sacrifice. The current celestial dragons, after 800 years of nurturing, were no longer as rare as before. There were now over 1,000 celestial dragons standing before them, ready to die. The dozens of upper 3 tribes, celestial dragons, were not panicked by such events. They were not like the useless lower tribes. Each upper 3 tribe, celestial dragon, was a powerful figure on the sea, possessing immense combat strength. Even if Yifan miraculously defeated him, he might not have the power to contend with the upper 3 tribe celestial dragons. This farce at Mariewa ultimately prevented the 5 elders from reaching a consensus in the shortest time possible. The plan to extinguish the flame was delayed by Yifan. During this time, Yifan was not idle. He boarded a very luxurious cruise ship. Now, the intelligence network of the beast pirates, under the control of Ember, had enveloped the sea. The news of all celestial dragons being summoned back to Mariewa could not escape Yifan's notice. This luxurious cruise ship could only be sailing on the sea with the upper 3 tribes of celestial dragons aboard. Yifan indeed needed to find such an opportunity to negotiate with them. The upper 3 tribe celestial dragons were the true celestial dragons. They possessed powerful bloodlines. And over the past 800 years, unlike other celestial dragons who became satisfied with their wealth, power, and desires, they continued to crave strength. Kizaru and Shanks both possessed immense power. Yifan was uncertain just how many hidden trump cards the upper 3 tribe celestial dragons still had, how much powerful hidden strength they possessed. He felt no need to be enemies with them. Presumably, the upper 3 tribe celestial dragons shared a similar sentiment. Otherwise, why would they appear so openly on the sea at such a moment? It was to let Yifan discover their luxurious cruise ship. On the deck, a celestial dragon appeared, enjoying fine wine and desserts alone, smiling. Clearly, this upper 3 tribe celestial dragon, Hera, also wished to have a conversation with Yifan. This meeting was not only needed by Yifan, but also by the upper 3 tribe celestial dragons. Although they were 2 people who had never met before, and their forces had never interacted, at this critical time and place, they coincidentally thought of coming together, facilitating the meeting of these 2 powerful forces on the sea. Nice to meet you. My name is Hera Gong, and I can represent the opinions of the upper 3 tribes of celestial dragons. Hera is also a name of a deity, governing marriage, reproduction, and family, holding a status akin to that of Nuwa in ancient Dragon Kingdom. Yifan replied, "At this point in time, your appearance in the sea area makes me want to know what conditions the upper 3 tribes of celestial dragons have." Yifan disliked politics and was not skilled at speaking in riddles, so he directly stated the topic. What conditions do the upper 3 tribes of celestial dragons have? Just say it directly. Both the upper 3 tribes and the 5 elders knew that Yifan wanted to negotiate, but it was merely a strategy to buy time. For the 5 elders, they did not wish to give Yifan any breathing room. However, for the upper 3 tribes of celestial dragons, they were more concerned about their own interests. Chapter 255, Negotiations. This is related to the strength of both sides. For the 5 elders among the middle 5 tribes, apart from the 5 of them, most were essentially useless. Without the support of Lord Im, the 5 elders would not be able to grasp the world's power. Becoming the enigmatic figure behind all conspiracies would be impossible. They had already enjoyed the highest power and would not easily relinquish it. Asking them to give it up was more difficult than getting an alcoholic to quit drinking or a smoker to quit smoking. However, for the upper three tribes of celestial dragons, these issues were not problematic. They possessed enough power to suppress the navy, pirates, and a vast majority of nations. Even without him, they still had the ability to continue ruling the entire sea. Therefore, it was a matter of concern when someone dared to challenge the celestial dragon's god, the invincible Im, who had not been defeated in thousands of years. They had no objections at all. As long as the other party allowed them to continue ruling the vast sea, that was enough. Hive said, "First, we will absolutely not take action against Lord Im. Whether you can achieve victory depends entirely on yourself." Yifan replied, "No problem. I will defeat him with my own strength." Hive continued, "Second, after you defeat him, you can eliminate the other 17 races celestial dragons, but our 3 upper races celestial dragons will still control this sea." Yifan said, "I think the system of the 5 elders is quite good. Our 4 families will still reside in the holy land of Mariewa. Our family will select 2 representatives, and your 3 races will select 3 representatives, with the new 5 elders controlling the entire world." Upon hearing Yifan's words, Hive's eyes lit up. This was undoubtedly the best choice, as 5 representatives would balance the interests of both sides. If Yifan and their 3 upper races people controlled the world together, conflicts would naturally arise due to differing opinions. Hive said, "You have gone through so much to defeat him, yet you are willing to give us 3 votes while you only have 2. This seems like you are at a disadvantage. I can hardly believe such a good thing exists." Yifan replied, "Your 3 upper races are united now, and it seems you hold absolute advantages. But do not forget, as long as there are interests, there will be differences. If one of your 3 upper races celestial dragons is willing to side with me, then my opinion will dominate." Hive thought carefully. Indeed, it was like a mountain pressing down on them. The 3 upper races celestial dragons had been united for 800 years for this reason. However, after Im's death, would Yifan truly share the fruits of victory with the 3 upper races celestial dragons, as he claimed? At that time, would they still be so united? It seemed that their 3 votes against Yifan's 2 votes held absolute superiority. But in the future, if Yifan could convince just one of the 3 upper races celestial dragon families, then even if the other 2 opposed, it would still be Yifan's 3 votes against 2. Initially, for the first few years, the 3 upper races celestial dragons did seem to hold the advantage. But if we extend this timeline to 50 years, 100 years, 500 years, 1,000 years, then Yifan with 2 votes would have an absolute advantage over the celestial dragons, each holding only 1 vote. This request was undoubtedly very clever, and Hive also strongly agreed. It wouldn't do for Yifan and his allies to fight against him only for the 3 upper races to end up with absolute power afterward. Hive said, "Mr. Yifan, your proposal is perfect. It seems you're a person full of wisdom. On behalf of the 3 upper races celestial dragons, I agree to your suggestion." Yifan said, "Then let me put forward my request." Hive, "Mr. Yifan, please go ahead." Yifan, "I need you to delay for at least a month, preventing him from using weapons. I currently do not have the strength to fight him to the death." Hive, "This is a small matter. We will help you buy enough time." Yifan, "Then let us cooperate happily and wish for us to jointly become the rulers of this world." Hive, "Happy cooperation. I look forward to you defeating him soon." Yifan finally reached an agreement with the 3 upper races celestial dragons. However, this agreement was ultimately just a verbal promise. If Yifan defeated him, but was left with little strength afterward, it was likely that the 3 upper races celestial dragons would immediately kill him, ruling the world together. If, after defeating him, Yifan discovered that he could easily kill the 3 upper races celestial dragons using the Celestial King, he would also tear up the agreement and completely eliminate the 3 upper races celestial dragons. Why share the world when he could rule the vast sea alone? All agreements, all treaties, are ultimately based on the strength of both parties. So, what the future holds is uncertain for Yifan. However, the time he needed most had already been secured by the 3 upper races celestial dragons. The 5 elders decided to send a delegation to Onigashima to discuss peace with the beast pirates. During this time, the beast pirates also dealt with the remnants of Extorting Doflamingo and the red-haired pirates. Now, almost all the islands and nations in the New World were under Yifan's control. Yifan did not personally negotiate with the people sent by the 5 elders. He entrusted this matter to Ember and Vinsmoke Reiju. The team sent by the 5 elders included members from the 3 upper races. Both sides were intentionally prolonging the negotiation time. It was impossible for the negotiations to succeed within at least a month. This was also the time Yi Fan needed most. During this period, Yi Fan did not remain idle. After defeating the red-haired Shanks and Don Quixote Doflamingo, he gained 2 more plot points. He now had a total of 5 skill points. Yi Fan decided to do 5 consecutive draws and then use the last bit of time to improve his combat power in the time gravity room. Ideally, he could reach a level of mastery with all his skills. This would ensure that he could defeat him and still retain combat power to resist the 3 upper races celestial dragons afterward. Otherwise, he would end up working for the 3 upper races celestial dragons. Yi Fan did not dare to be careless about the final battle. This powerful ruler of the sea, who had dominated for so many years, was the last governor left from the previous civilization. No matter how strong he imagined the enemy to be, he was not mistaken. Yi Fan was urgently preparing for the final battle. In the end, neither his father-in-law Kaido nor Charlotte Linlin could intervene. They could only balance the power of the 3 upper races celestial dragons. As the red-haired had said, anyone who had eaten the devil fruit could not be his opponent. Chapter 256. The final 5 consecutive draws, Yi Fan arrived at the time gravity room and began the lottery. This should be the last 5 plot points he could obtain. Yi Fan began to draw his first skill. Consuming 1 plot point, the lottery will start to spin. This time, the world was a game world named Gigu 8 Desolation. Upon seeing this name, Yi Fan's eyes lit up. This was a cultivation game. If he could obtain a cultivation technique, it would undoubtedly be a more advanced combat method than in the pirate world. 9 Heavens Sword Technique. Increases sword attack power by 150. Increases critical hit chance by 15. True damage of 25 points. The sword body is infused with 35 points of fire damage. The sword body is infused with 35 points of wind attribute damage. Seeing this skill book, Yi Fan immediately learned it. He could feel a magical power within him, like a warm current flowing through his meridians and major acupoints. This power circulates within Yi Fan's body, enhancing his strength a little each time. His mastery of the sword technique becomes even stronger. However, Yi Fan does not immediately improve his proficiency in the 9 Heavens sword technique. He still has 4 lottery draws left. Using another plot point, the lottery will spins again. This time, it does not land in any world but instead grants him an additional ability point. After much consideration, Yi Fan decides to allocate this ability point to his Byakugan. Once the Byakugan upgrades, Yi Fan's 2 ocular powers can merge, forming another type of eye, the Rinnegan. This eye possesses the terrifying ability to activate a permanent Tsukuyomi and grants the power of space manipulation, along with the legendary Dao Jade that can resist any attribute attack. Thus, Yi Fan chooses to strengthen his Byakugan. The Byakugan can evolve into 3 types of eyes, the Rinnegan, the Rebirth Eye, and the Pure Eye. Among these, the Pure Eye is undoubtedly the most powerful, as it can see through the space abilities of the Otsutsuki clan. Even if they activate their space techniques, they cannot escape the detection of the Pure Eye. With the Pure Eye, abilities like Observation Haki and others become slow motion in Yi Fan's view. After upgrading the Byakugan, Yi Fan finds that his luck is good. He has obtained the Pure Eye, which is exactly what he needed. At this moment, he can see outside the time gravity room. It's important to note that the time gravity room has different time and gravity compared to the outside world. Previously, regardless of whether Yi Fan used the Sharingan, Byakugan, or Observation Haki, he could not sense any changes outside when he entered this room. But now, Yi Fan can see the situation outside. The Plague Queen follows alongside Bajapink, like an obedient student. The 3 are continuing to repair the damaged plane. His cheap father-in-law Kaido is battling Charlotte Linlin. The Blaze Calamity Jin and the Drought Jack are finally free from being beaten up by Kaido every day. Today is rare. His wife Yamato is also present. She wielded a massive wolf fawn club in the arena, facing off against a masked girl who is Runmi. Runmi also holds a wolf fawn club. 2 seemingly cute, delicate, and kawaii girls wielding wolf fawn clubs are fighting. It appears that they not only enjoy playing with wolf fawn clubs at night, but also during the day. Yi Fan retracts his gaze and begins to condense his 3rd eye. To Yi Fan's surprise, his eye is not the Rinnegan of Kagaya Otsutsuki. His eye does not have the large red vertical pupil. It is vertical, but not red. Instead, it resembles a normal person's eye. The area around the eye is white, and the center is black. However, there is no pupil in the black part. It is purely pitch black. Yi Fan refers to this eye as the pure Rinnegan. When Yi Fan activates this eye, 9 Dao Jades appear around his body. Moreover, Yi Fan also gains control over his own space power. Unlike Kagaya Otsutsuki, who created 5 different attribute spaces, Yifan does not utilize these almost useless spaces, but instead possesses a combat-oriented talent. This space power requires further training for Yifan to fully master it. Yifan begins his third draw, consuming a plot point. The lottery will start to spin. This time, Yifan's luck is not so good. In the world of plant people versus zombies, he receives a pea shooter, a skill that is not very useful. At most, it can be placed on a ship as a permanent supply of pills. This leaves Yifan a bit disappointed. However, the next draw makes Yifan experience what it means to have misfortune come in waves. For the fourth draw, the world he enters is the Dragon Ball world. This high-level plane is initially very exciting. However, Yifan's reward is a capsule jet bike. This jet bike has no wheels and relies on jet propulsion to hover about half a meter above the ground, ignoring terrain and even allowing travel over water. If Yifan were an ordinary person, this would be a great mode of transportation, at least cooler than Kizuru riding a bicycle on the ocean. But for Yifan now, it is a completely useless reward. Perhaps taking Yamato or Runmi for a ride would be nice. With that thought, Yifan does not immediately discard the capsule. Yifan prepares to use his last plot point. He eagerly anticipates receiving something good. As the wheel spins, Yifan's mood becomes tense. It seems the system also knows this is Yifan's last plot point. The spinning feels exceptionally long. Finally, it lands on the Valoran continent. The ultimate ability of the Time Assassin, Time Rift. It allows him to return to 4 seconds prior and deal massive damage to enemies, while also restoring his own state to 4 seconds ago. Seeing this ability, Yifan smiles. He now has control over some powers of time and space. Time and space are the most powerful and terrifying forces in this world. Today's gains can be considered very rich, not wasting the plot points Yifan has accumulated for so long. Now, he feels more confident about defeating him. Now, he will take this last period to quickly familiarize himself with his new skills and strengthen his power as soon as possible. Yifan does not train the powers of the Devil Fruit anymore. Him has fought against Devil Fruit users for thousands of years. Among them, there must be members of the D-Clan who have developed the Fruit's abilities to the level of a domain. If the powers of the Devil Fruit could defeat him, he might have failed long ago. Yifan focuses on training skills that do not rely on Devil Fruit abilities. He believes that red-haired Shanks was not lying. Those who possess Devil Fruits cannot defeat him. It may have abilities even more terrifying than the Holy Haki that can counter the powers of Devil Fruits. Chapter 257, Prelude to the Great War. A long month has finally passed. For the outside world, it was just a month, but for Yifan, it was 30 long years. During this time, many things have happened in this sea. For example, with the rise of the Beast Pirates, many countries in the Four Seas and the Grand Line have experienced rebellions. The strength of the Freedom Alliance has surged, while the Celestial Dragons have not concentrated their forces to eliminate these slave rebellions. As the remaining elite of the Navy are all stationed at the new G1 Navy headquarters, they need to tightly defend against the invasion of the Beast Pirates. At first, the 5 elders thought that the negotiations between the Beast Pirates and the Celestial Dragons would have a great chance of success. However, 10 days ago, the demands of the Beast Pirates became increasingly excessive. They demanded the cancellation of the identities of the 12 Celestial Dragon families and a reduction in the number of Celestial Dragons among the 5 noble families. These were things that the Celestial Dragons could not accept at all, especially those from the 12 Celestial Dragon families who had been shouting slogans and hoping for peace talks. Losing their identity as Celestial Dragons would be worse than being killed outright. Lordum used a weapon that extinguished flames. They might not all be killed, but if they lost their identities, they would be torn apart by the slaves they had once bullied, since they were going to die anyway. The 12 Celestial Dragon families had now given up hope for negotiations. They began to shout slogans, declare war, declarava, 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 declarava. The reason the Beast Pirates were so tough was naturally because the king had completed charging, and that broken aircraft had been successfully repaired through Vegapunk's efforts. Although it was not as powerful as before and could not easily fly between star systems, it could still fly directly into space and attack the God Valley floating in the universe. Having made all the preparations, the Beast Pirates had become increasingly tough in their negotiating tone 10 days ago, until Yifan truly emerged from his seclusion and announced the complete breakdown of negotiations. Yifan was already prepared for battle. The king and the repaired aircraft were directly handed over to Jarvis for control. As the artificial intelligence completely loyal to him, Yifan felt most at ease with Jarvis. Moreover, the powerful computing power controlled by Jarvis made the king and the aircraft far more effective than being operated by a human. Otherwise, there would be no one among the Beast Pirates capable of controlling them. Germa 66 could, but their strength was insufficient, and they had not awakened their observation haki. How could they possibly control the king and the aircraft to fight against the ark controlled by him? Yi Fan was already fully prepared. The hundreds of thousands of troops of the beast pirates were also ready. During this time, 3 Pluton battleships had been manufactured as the flagship for combat, along with thousands of warships and numerous cannons. Most critically, a large number of Germa 66 warriors, after consuming the perfect T-virus and artificial devil fruits, had their mid-tier combat power surpass that of the Navy. On the other side, the Navy had been continuously transferring elite forces from the 4 Seas and the Grand Line to the Navy headquarters during this time, such as Smoker and others, and had gathered over 200,000 elite Navy troops. These soldiers represented the last essence of the Navy's strength, not the incompetent Colonel Mouse and his subordinates. They were also not the troops that relied on seniority to get promoted at branch bases, whose actual combat power was not strong. Furthermore, in preparation for this battle, the Navy's control over the 4 Seas had become very weak due to the large number of elite troops being drawn away. The Free Alliance had liberated slaves from over a dozen countries during this time. This sea began to descend into chaos. Meanwhile, others were unaware that it seemed like a great naval battle, the most magnificent, prosperous, and fiercely armed battle in this sea, was about to erupt. In reality, none of this would happen. The controlled Navy Admiral Akainu was merely cooperating with Yi Fan to perform a show for the Celestial Dragons. What truly determined the ownership of this sea was not this naval battle, but Mary Joa. Yi Fan dialed Morgan's phone. Send your people to Mary Joa. This will be the biggest news you will witness in your lifetime. After saying that, Yi Fan hung up the phone. Upon hearing this information, Morgans was momentarily stunned. His contributors have been focused on the great naval battle in the New World during this time. He thought Yi Fan would start by destroying the Navy headquarters. He did not expect it would directly unfold at Mary Joa. Then he realized he could not miss such big news. Morgan shouted, "Quickly order the nearest person to Mary Joa to take a video snail and the most advanced camera and head to Mary Joa. We cannot miss such big news." A month later, the Beast Pirates would ultimately challenge the Celestial Dragons, who had controlled the world for 800 years. How many trump cards they truly held was unknown to anyone. Yi Fan did not prepare to defeat the Celestial Dragons dogs in the Navy first, but instead directly declared war on the Celestial Dragons. Morgans did not understand why Yi Fan had such courage. However, regardless of whether Yi Fan succeeded or failed, this would undoubtedly be the biggest news on this sea in the past 800 years. Morgans would witness history. On Onigashima, Runky worriedly said, "Your Highness, are you really going to challenge? I'm alone. It's too dangerous. You should take me with you." Yamato added, "Husband, I'm not at ease with you going to Mary Joa alone." Yi Fan replied, "Don't worry. Against a strong opponent like having more people would be counterproductive. Moreover, you all have important roles to play. After I defeat him, you will need to suppress the Celestial Dragons from the upper 3 families." Kaido was the most at ease. He always believed that Yi Fan was Joy Boy and that Yi Fan would defeat him to become the new ruler of the world, becoming the man who sits on the empty throne. Kaido said, "Good son-in-law, I believe you can definitely defeat him. Don't worry. Leave those upper 3 Celestial Dragons to me to suppress." Yi Fan waved goodbye to everyone and then opened the door of freedom, heading directly to Mary Joa alone. As soon as he appeared on the street, he was spotted by the stationed army. "Not good, it's Dragon God Yi Fan. Sound the alarm. Beep, beep, beep." The sharp alarm sounded. The stationed army in Mary Joa and a large number of CP0 agents rushed towards Yi Fan. The leader was none other than the so-called greatest genius in 800 years, Lucci from CP0. Chapter 258. Akainu's refusal. Morgans personally took on the commentary for this war, as he had a premonition that for many years to come, until his death, there would never be a grander news event than today. Although this war was not what he had imagined, it was not the magnificent scene of pirates and the Navy battling with tens of thousands of warships on the sea. However, seeing Yi Fan facing tens of thousands of soldiers and CP0 alone, this scene is indeed spectacular. Morgans, the battle between the Beast Pirates and the Celestial Dragons is different from what was expected. The war is happening directly at the Holy Land, Mariewa. We can see that the strongest combat force of CP0, Lucci, has already led thousands of elite CP0 members and tens of thousands of ground troops to surround Yefon completely. Morgan's voice spread across the entire ocean. He originally intended to use concealed signals to broadcast this war in over 100 countries he could control. Unexpectedly, Admiral Akainu released the permissions, allowing Morgans to publicly broadcast this battle on televisions in every country around the world. Surrounded by tens of thousands, Yefon remains unfazed. At his level of strength, numbers have lost all significance. The conqueror's haki within Yefan begins to spread. In an instant, the bustling avenue of Holy Land, Mariewa, starts to crack extensively. Accompanying this are large numbers of the surrounding army and CP0 collapsing to the ground, unconscious. The only person still able to stand at the scene is Lucci. However, his current strength is not yet at the level of an admiral 2 years later. At most, he possesses the combat power of a mid-level warlord. Yefan no longer spreads the power of his conqueror's haki. Instead, he strikes Lucci with his haki. Lucci, trembling on his feet, can no longer stand and directly kneels to the ground. Damn, he doesn't even need to make a move. He suppresses me directly with his conqueror's haki. Lucci collapses to the ground. Morgans, this is truly astonishing. Is this the power of the strongest in the ocean? He actually managed to eliminate all the Celestial Dragon's guards with just his conqueror's haki. Does the Celestial Dragons still have the strength to resist him? Empress Boa Hancock is nervously sitting in front of the television, seeing Yefan preparing to attack the Celestial Dragons alone. Her heart is filled with fear. As a former slave of the Celestial Dragons, she knows the horror of the Celestial Dragons all too well. Those powerful Knights of God are not weaklings. When she sees Yefan knock out all the Celestial Dragon's lackeys with just one burst of haki, Empress Boa Hancock breathes a slight sigh of relief. Now, Yefan only needs to face the Knights of God. At the headquarters of the Freedom Alliance, Sabo, such powerful conqueror's haki, can Yefan really defeat the Celestial Dragons? Dragon, it's difficult. The true power of the Celestial Dragons has not yet been unleashed. In Mihawk's castle, Mihawk, along with his temporary disciple Zoro and the ghost princess Perona, are gathered on a sofa, staring at the images on the television. Zoro, this guy named Yefan, is really strong. He easily dealt with tens of thousands of people. This power is terrifying. Mihawk, the Conqueror's haki, is the pinnacle of power on this sea. Only the strongest swordsman can master it. However, what surprises Empress Boa Hancock is that the powerful Knights of God have not moved in such a crisis, because they are all guarding the safety of the 3 tribes of Celestial Dragons. In the office of the 5 elders, there are 6 figures. Besides the 5 elders, there are also the 3 military commanders of land, sea, and air. St. Morgan's, holding the original blade of Anaheim in one hand and a Din Mushi in the other, dials the phone to Admiral Akainu. I command all the highest combat forces of the Navy, including you, Akainu, Sengoku, and Garp, to immediately come to Holy Land Mariewa. Admiral Akainu, I refuse. Our Navy still has to face the entire Beast Pirates attack and cannot spare any combat power. After saying this, Admiral Akainu hangs up the phone. St. Morgan's is stunned for a long time. He did not expect the Navy to dare to refuse his order. St. Ferdinand, let us take action ourselves. Lordom still needs time to extinguish the lights. St. Morgan's, who is in charge of military affairs, did not expect that the Admiral Akainu he promoted would dare to disobey his orders at this time. Although he feels anger, there is nothing he can do at this moment. St. Morgan said, well, us 5 old fellows have not moved our muscles and bones for a long time. Those who know how terrifying we are in this sea have almost all died. After saying this, the 5 elders and Steelbone Kong walk out of the office together. They slowly walk down the empty street until they reach Yefan. Yefan, so it's you 5 elders who are taking action. I didn't expect it would be your turn so soon. It seems you really are losing the support of the people. St. Morgan's, don't be so arrogant, kid. The reason we 5 can be 5 elders is not because of the identity of the Celestial Dragons, but because we are strong enough. After saying this, St. Morgan's draws the Anaheim at his waist, which is flickering with terrifying black and red lightning. Yefan, I didn't expect you could research the Conqueror's haki and the Holy Haki to such a realm. St. Morgan's, I've seen your battle with Red-Haired. To be honest, I'm only evenly matched with Red-Haired, but if you had such difficulty defeating him, how could you possibly defeat us 5 old fellows at the same time? Likewise, the other 4 elders also unleash terrifying auras. Yefan feels no surprise. The 5 elders have controlled this sea for many years. If they do not possess at least the combat power of the 4 emperors, how could they make the arrogant Navy listen to their orders? St. Morgan's, holding the original Anaheim, possesses powerful 3-color haki and observation haki. The 3 military commanders, Steelbone Kong, have fought with Yefan before. He has extremely strong iron block and armament haki, along with the gorilla form, making his defense very formidable. As for the other 4 elders, they also possess terrifying combat power. For example, the bald-headed man with a mustache, St. Nicholas, whose entire body turns into liquid but emits a metallic sheen. He is the user of the superhuman mercury fruit. This devil fruit which has not appeared on the sea. Also possesses terrifying abilities. In liquid mercury form, he can change his body freely like a Logia type. In solid mercury form, it is an incredibly sharp metal. St. Nicholas can freely control these three forms. The degree of freedom of such a fruit is almost not inferior to Luffy's fake rubber fruit or the true sun god Nika form. It is truly a fruit ability that allows for total freedom. The yellow-haired flattop, St. William, has explosive muscles all over his body while emitting terrifying three-color haki. Yefon's clear sight sees everything. This guy has also mastered the ability to hear the voices of all things, releasing armament haki and conqueror's haki in observation. St. William is a supreme user of three-color haki. The appearance of St. Staffrose, one of the 5 elders with a black hat and curly hair, began to change. His physique became enormous, reaching a height of over 1,000 meters. His fruit power turned out to be the dragon fruit, ancient type, beast dragon form. This resembles a western dragon, but unlike a typical dragon, this giant dragon's body is covered not in scales, but in a hard beastly shell. Furthermore, its head is not that of a dragon, but resembles a tautai, with rows of shark-like teeth. The beast dragon was originally the dominant creature in the pirate world, the strongest being before Im and the Ark arrived. It could fly and swim in the deep sea, truly the strongest creature across land, sea, and air in the pirate world. However, after Im's arrival, nearly all these powerful beasts were exterminated, leaving only a few docile ones, like the Elephant Master and the giant Sea Kings that obeyed the Sea King's commands. The only 5 elder who did not reveal his strength to Yi Fan was Saint Ferdinand, who, despite having the Conqueror's haki and fruit abilities, did not showcase them. Nevertheless, Yi Fan did not care what his abilities were, as after 30 days of training in the time gravity room, his strength had far surpassed the level when he defeated red-haired Shanks. If the few of them only had the combat power of red-haired Shanks, they could not possibly be his opponents. Yi Fan, is this all the strength you have? I'm truly disappointed. Say Mohanda. Oh, really? Don't just talk big. Come and take a slash from me. As he spoke, St. Mohanda's swordsmanship reached a terrifying level. His strength was not in the slightest inferior to red-haired Shanks. In the past, Yi Fan could only rely on immense power to withstand such slashes, continually exhausting the opponent. But now, Yi Fan no longer cared about such power. However, he did not intend to reveal his trump card in front of them, and continued to use only the 3 types of haki to battle the 5 elders. As expected, when St. Mohanda approached him, he indeed used observation haki. He wrapped his body in Conqueror's haki to block Yi Fan's observation haki's probing. At the same time, his initial sword, the Demon Slayer, began to attack from an unusual angle, aiming for Yi Fan's abdomen. However, suddenly Yi Fan disappeared from his sight, as he had also mastered observation haki. The speed of both sides' attacks was too quick. It was impossible to accurately perceive each other's movements with the naked eye. St. Mohanda found himself in a moment of panic, quickly retreating. But all his actions appeared slow in Yi Fan's eternal kaleidoscope, Sharingan, and pure eye. Every frame was clearly visible. Yi Fan slashed at St. Mohanda's abdomen. St. Mohanda was sent flying like a cannonball by Yi Fan's strike, crashing into a distant wall. The towering wall, over 100 meters high, collapsed with a thunderous crash due to the immense force. St. Mohanda punched through the bricks that buried him underground, looking very disheveled and covered in dust. Most terrifyingly, a massive wound appeared on his chest, nearly cutting him in half. St. Mohanda pulled out a vial of medicine from his pocket and quickly swallowed it. The wound on his chest was visibly healing at a rapid pace. Empress Boa Hancock was blushing, thinking, Lord Yi Fan is so handsome. No wonder he's the man I've chosen. Seeing Yi Fan injure the powerful St. Mohanda with one move made her incredibly happy. She did not expect that the formidable 5 elders, who had ruled the world for nearly a century, would be so easily overwhelmed by Yi Fan. The most surprised were Mihawk and Zoro beside him. Zoro, what kind of swordsmanship is this? Their swords are covered in a terrifying power. I feel like I would be torn to pieces just by getting close to their attack range. Mihawk, this is the power of Conqueror's haki. Red-haired Shanks relied on such swordsmanship to dominate the seas and become one of the 4 emperors. This is a power that only a 4 emperor-level warrior can wield. Zoro immediately knelt down, sincerely saying, Master, please teach me such power. I want to learn this powerful slash. Mihawk, feeling awkward, replied, Sorry, I don't know such power either. But what surprised Zoro even more was that after St. Mohanda used observation haki, Yi Fan also used the same power. Clearly, they could see each other's movements, yet it felt like they disappeared in an instant. This swordsmanship was too terrifying. Zoro looked at Mihawk with a puzzled expression. Mihawk was equally perplexed, cursing inwardly. How did they do it? I don't understand either. I want to know too. Why are you asking me? Zoro gave another glance that seemed to say, Master, aren't you the world's greatest swordsman? How can there be swordsmanship in this world that you don't understand? Mihawk thought, damn it, the world's greatest swordsman, not worth a dime. Yifan did not expect that his swordsmanship duel with Saint Mohanda would have such a profound impact on the world's greatest swordsman, Mihawk, and the future greatest swordsman, Zoro, nearly causing the two top swordsmen to doubt their sword paths. Seeing Yifan injure one of the five elders, Saint Mohanda, with a single move, Steelbone Kong stood at the forefront of the group. He was able to become the supreme commander of the three armies, primarily because of his terrifying defensive power. He was the strongest shield of the celestial dragons, the strongest warrior in the world. Chapter 260, Mercury Fruit half a year later, facing Yifan again. Although their last battle ended in a stalemate with neither able to break through the other's defense, things were different now. Yifan had made significant progress in his strength over the past 6 months, while Steelbone Kong had shown no improvement, and with age, his strength had slightly declined. Therefore, Steelbone Kong immediately used his strongest power, transforming into a giant gorilla over 10 meters tall. He then covered himself in iron plates and wrapped himself in armament haki before charging at Yifan. The other five elders, seeing how ferocious Yifan's attack was, also chose to strike simultaneously. St. Nicholas's arm flowed with a large amount of mercury, slithering across the ground like little snakes, hiding in the shadows of Steelbone Kong. Crawling towards Leaf Fan, St. Stavros opened his massive mouth, spewing a large amount of corrosive liquid towards Leaf Fan in an attack. Facing the attacks from the three, Leaf Fan lightly tapped with his toes and burst forth with an incredibly high speed, dodging the venom spray from St. Stavros. Then, he swiftly evaded Steelbone Kong's dual punches. Dozens of mercury snakes hidden in the shadows of Steelbone Kong suddenly transformed from flowing liquid into smooth, sharp projectiles. Shooting towards Leaf Fan. Leaf Fan remained calm, drawing out his blue sun will knife mid-air. Clang, clang, clang. A series of metal collision sounds ensued as he sliced through the mercury snakes, cutting some apart and knocking others away. However, they suddenly transformed back into liquid mid-air, morphing into hundreds of daggers that shot towards Leaf Fan from all directions, with almost no dead angles to dodge. To others, it might seem there was no angle to evade, but in Leaf Fan's eyes, there were many flaws. The direct distance and speed of these weapons still left plenty of gaps to exploit. Leaf Fan directly utilized the ability of the Thunder Fruit to teleport out of the encirclement. Clang, clang, clang. The mercury projectiles collided with each other. Leaf Fan did not want to be bothered by these projectiles any longer. He opened his left hand and squeezed hard. A massive magnetic force compressed the mercury into a ball. Then, he activated the Gold Fruit's ability, turning the mercury into gold, and threw it towards St. Nicholas, saying, "Here, that's your mercury back." The ball of gold began to morph in the air, transforming into dozens of golden snakes. Gold is a very soft metal. Although not as soft as liquid mercury, it is one of the softer solid metals. Leaf Fan used St. Nicholas's technique to return it to him. The meaning was simple. I have cracked your technique, and I return the same technique to you. Can you crack it? Leaf Fan still had a bit of youthful temper. However, it had no effect on St. Nicholas. The five elders had ruled this sea for many years. In every meeting, countless conspiracies and schemes were laid out. Even a few words could determine the life and death of a nation. For instance, the extermination order against O'Hara directly annihilated a nation full of scholars. How could St. Nicholas act like a young person and assimilate the enemy's attack using the Awaken ability? Such operations are high in difficulty and danger. St. Nicholas simply released a large amount of mercury again, shooting it at the golden projectiles in the air. After the powers of the two fruits canceled each other out, they both turned into scrap metal. The five elders surprisingly did not engage, but instead used such a simple method. This reaction greatly surprised Leaf Fan. He did not expect the five elders to show no regard for their own dignity, solving the current battle with the simplest and most effective method. However, upon reflection, it was understandable. The five elders were politicians sitting at the highest positions. Leaf Fan's pirate mindset to scheme against them was not something they would fall for. What mattered to them was not the process, but the result. This made Leaf Fan put away his underestimation. These five old fellows were not simple after all. They had ruled this sea for nearly 100 years. At this moment, a pair of massive fists came crashing towards him again. It was Steelbone Kong, who had turned around and was roaring in anger. Leaf Fan, Do you no longer have the courage to face me in a fist fight? Li Fan ignored Steel Bone Kong's roar. This guy was tough and thick-skinned, but Steel Bone Kong's movement speed was very slow. Li Fan easily dodged Steel Bone Kong's attack again and directly launched an attack towards Saint Ferdinand in the distance. He was the only one among the 5 elders who had not showcased his abilities. Li Fan felt it was necessary to clarify his attack methods to prevent this guy from launching a sneak attack. He had gathered some understanding of the abilities and attack methods of the others through their brief encounters. However, Saint Ferdinand was too mysterious. He was neither a fruit user nor a master of the 3-color hockey. An ordinary old man, even if seated in the position of the 5 elders, would not dare to face him today. Yet, Saint Ferdinand gave Li Fan the impression that he neither used 3-color hockey nor had a fruit ability. This feeling made Li Fan feel very conflicted and awkward, so he decided to test Saint Ferdinand's abilities first. In front of the television, Morgan's excited commentary could be heard. We can see that the Mercury Fruit's ability is extremely terrifying. Even if it is cut, it can transform into new projectiles to continue attacking. If it were an ordinary strong person facing such attacks, there would be no solution. But in front of a powerhouse like Dragon King Li Fan, these versatile fruit abilities have no effect at all. Li Fan directly used his fruit ability to turn Mercury into gold. Only by awakening the Devil Fruit to a very high level can one transform the enemy's fruit ability into their own. Today, they had specially ended training. The Dark King Rayleigh was with Luffy, who was in the 2-year training period, watching the ongoing battle in front of the television. Luffy didn't quite understand swordsmanship, so he was far less sensitive to the top-tier sword duels than Zoro. However, when it came to the use of Devil Fruit abilities, it was completely different. At this stage, Luffy felt that the development of his 3rd gear was no longer sufficient for combat needs. He was now contemplating and researching how to use a more powerful 4th gear in the future. Just seeing Li Fan using the Gold Fruit and the Mercury Fruit in battle left him very surprised. How can he turn the opponent's fruit ability into his own? Chapter 261. 6 Styles. Luffy's mouth dropped in astonishment, his jaw nearly hitting the ground. Wow. So strong. Master Rayleigh, how can I do that? Dark King Rayleigh replied, I'm not a fruit user, but based on past enemies. Only by developing the Devil Fruit's abilities to the limit can one achieve the awakening of the Devil Fruit and assimilate other powers. This is only possible after awakening the Devil Fruit. Luffy exclaimed, I'm so excited. I wonder what kind of abilities my Gum Gum Fruit will gain after awakening. At this moment, Luffy remained so innocent and naive. In his eyes, the battle between Li Fan and the Celestial Dragons was merely a challenge between several strong individuals. His mind simply could not comprehend. This is the battle that decides who will be the ruler of the world. The Dark King Rayleigh, as one of the few who have reached the final island of Laugh Tale, knows very few secrets about this world. Among them is the true, terrifying power of the Celestial Dragons. What gives them the right to control these seas for 800 years? In history, there have been many terrifying super pirates like rocks, so why were they unable to defeat the Celestial Dragons? In Rayleigh's eyes, these Celestial Dragons are like foolish pigs. He has even killed Celestial Dragons himself. But now, seeing the actions of the 5 elders, he finally understands just how terrifying the Celestial Dragons truly are. Each of the 5 elders possesses combat power that surpasses his own, which has already declined with age. It turns out that the foundation of the Celestial Dragons is not simple at all. As for that guy Yi Fan, who killed red-haired Shanks, Rayleigh is unsure whether it would be better for Yi Fan to die at the hands of the 5 elders or to defeat them and truly end the reign of the Celestial Dragons. He just hopes that Luffy can grow quickly and become Joy Boy soon. Rayleigh looks down at Luffy, who is grinning foolishly. Can this simple-minded guy really become as powerful as the legends say? Saint Ferdinand, facing Yi Fan's super strong slash, shows no signs of panic. With his iron block technique, he kicks towards Yi Fan's Sunwheel blade, hitting the lower part of the blade, which is the hardest place to exert force. Boom! Both parties are sent flying backward into the air. Although Yi Fan's power is even greater, this kick from Saint Ferdinand strikes at Yi Fan's weak point. In midair, Yi Fan cannot increase his power, and he is unexpectedly kicked away by Saint Ferdinand. Yi Fan had considered that Saint Ferdinand might have many countermeasures. The only thing he did not expect was that the other party would actually use the Marine 6 Styles, a technique that has been almost completely eliminated in the New World. Yet, this was the specialty of this 5 elder. This technique, which was very powerful in the East Blue, often leads to being beaten in the Grand Line, and has become completely ineffective in the New World. However, Saint Ferdinand has developed it to such an extent that he can directly counter Yi Fan's slash with his physical body, resulting in a draw. As Saint Ferdinand is sent flying backward, He also creates a massive hole in a thick city wall. However, Yi Fan is not harmed by such impact. Meanwhile, behind him, a transformed Steelbone Kong, now a gorilla, launches a sneak attack on him. Yi Fan is not in a one-on-one situation, but rather facing 6 powerful individuals, each with combat power that surpasses that of a Marine Admiral. Steelbone Kong spreads his enormous hands and excitedly says, "I got you now, Dai." Yi Fan has been easily dodging Steelbone Kong's attacks, which has left the old man extremely frustrated. He hates it when others use speed, a field he is not good at, to toy with him. It makes him feel like a dog being played with, no matter how he attacks. He cannot touch the hem of the opponent's clothes, and no one likes that feeling. Moreover, he is Steelbone Kong, the top subordinate of the 5 elders, the supreme commander of the 3 armies. This time, as Yi Fan retreats in the air, Steelbone Kong thinks, "Let's see how you dodge this." His 2 massive hands are about to come together. He wants to crush Yi Fan like a mosquito. However, before his hands can touch Yi Fan's body, they are forced apart by a terrifying power, and Steelbone Kong is sent flying away. In midair, Yi Fan's eyes turn into eternal kaleidoscope Sharingan. A blue giant Susun envelopes Yi Fan. He transforms into a giant over 300 meters tall. Under Yi Fan's control, Susanoo draws 2 enormous katanas made entirely of chakra and strikes at the retreating Steelbone Kong. The attack accurately hits Steelbone Kong, but does not kill him, sending him flying far down the street instead. Boom! Steelbone Kong carves a long trench several kilometers long in the street. He is now 10 kilometers away from the battlefield. A bloodstain appears at the corner of his mouth as he realizes that the previous attack has indeed caused significant internal damage. This kid's strength has progressed too terrifyingly. Just right, I can take this opportunity to slowly reach the battlefield. Steelbone Kong, during his time as a Marine Vice Admiral, inadvertently gained the favor of the 5 elders during a mission. Since then, he has risen through the ranks to become a Marine Admiral and later a Marine Fleet Admiral. He initially thought that being a Fleet Admiral was the end, but he proved to be so trustworthy to the 5 elders that he was ultimately promoted to the highest position a regular person can hold, besides a Celestial Dragon, that of the Supreme Commander of the 3 armies. However, this does not mean that Steelbone Kong can act like CP0 and be willing to die for the Celestial Dragons. He ingratiated himself with the 5 elders and served them as a dog for power, not out of loyalty. If Steelbone Kong had resisted with all his might just now, he wouldn't have been sent flying several kilometers away. He could have stabilized himself at least 2 or 3 kilometers away. In the recent battle, he could clearly feel that Yi Fan did not use his full power. It was more like he was toying with the 5 elders. The 5 elders are also stalling for time, preparing weapons for Lord M. Now that they are too close to the battlefield, even if the 5 elders win, Steelbone Kong fears that Lord M's weapon might eliminate both Yi Fan and himself. Although he is important to the 5 elders, he is, in fact, just the strongest and most obedient dog of the Celestial Dragons. To kill Yi Fan and sacrifice Steelbone Kong in the process is something that the Celestial Dragons would do without any psychological burden. Chapter 262. Akainu and Sengoku. What Steelbone Kong did just now was actually to temporarily leave the battlefield. He had put a lot of effort into preparing this move, because he dared not openly pretend in front of the 5 elders. Yi Fan's powerful Susanoo slash had indeed reached the point of breaking through his defenses. Moreover, even if Steelbone Kong had resisted with all his strength, he would still be sent flying several thousand meters away, just not as exaggerated as the current distance of over 10 kilometers. He has now even left the holy land Mary Geos, with the red soil continent beneath his feet. Steelbone Kong struggles as he walks, covering his chest wound with one hand, his body covered in blood, limping slowly towards the vicinity of the battlefield. However, relying on his current speed, it would take at least half an hour for him to reach the battlefield. His observation haki is also very powerful. Although Yi Fan and many of the 5 elders can use observation kill, they do not maintain this state at all times. Steelbone Kong is still cautiously using his observation haki to observe the situation on the battlefield. At this moment, the highest combat powers still alive in the Navy headquarters, Akainu, Fujitora, Sengoku, Carp, and Vice Admiral Tsu, are sitting in the high-level conference room of the Navy headquarters. Sengoku and Carp, who are already retired, do not have the qualifications to attend this meeting. However, right now, the Navy headquarters truly has no strong fighters left, facing such a powerful enemy as Yi Fan. Even the Navy headquarters Vice Admirals would be stunned by his Conqueror's haki. The 4 of them are watching the images displayed on the television. Carp, I didn't expect Steelbone Kong to have aged. Just now, Yi Fan slash would severely injure Steelbone Kong. Sengoku, We're just old folks from the old era. Today's young people are truly terrifying. Vice Admiral Tsuru, are we really not going to support the Holy Land? Akainu, with our current strength, if the three of us leave, Charlotte Linlin and Kaido could kill all 200,000 elite troops stationed at the Navy headquarters. Even if we kill Yi Fan, what good would it do? The Navy will completely lose its future and control over the sea, and all countries will plunge into war. As the fleet admiral, I will not allow the Navy to perish under my watch. Akainu's words are said with righteous indignation. In fact, he is cheering for Yi Fan in his heart. It would be best if Yi Fan kills all the celestial dragons. This would not only help him take revenge, but would also mean that the Navy would no longer be under the oppressive weight of the celestial dragons. The Navy would no longer be a dog, but a tiger unleashed. Carp, haha, Akainu, I have never liked you, but I really like your decision this time. We are the Navy, not the lapdogs of the celestial dragons. We cannot sacrifice the future of the Navy to protect the interests of the celestial dragons. Only Vice Admiral Tsuru expressed her concerns. If the celestial dragons are destroyed, we may not be able to contend with the beast pirates. Carp, don't worry. Even if I have to risk my life, I won't let the beast pirates cross the G1 Navy headquarters. At the very least, we could defend the Grand Line and the Four Seas. Former Fleet Admiral Sengoku. Even in the past, we had little control over the New World. I will also do my utmost to trap the beast pirates in the New World and prevent chaos across the seas. Vice Admiral Tsuru. But now, the Four Seas and the Grand Line have many countries joining the Free Alliance. This is what Vice Admiral Tsuru is worried about. Carp's son, Dragon, leads the Free Alliance, and they're eroding the Navy's current territory. Sengoku, if the celestial dragons cease to exist, then the Heavenly Gold would only need half of what it currently does to maintain the Navy's rule, and there would be fewer slaves. We can still maintain the balance of the world. Akainu, it seems that none of you oppose my opinion, so I will not participate in the war against the beast pirates and the celestial dragons. Our Navy's most important task at this moment is to defend the G Navy headquarters and prevent the beast pirates from entering the Grand Line. The top combat powers of the Navy have reached a consensus. In this final battle, they all chose to preserve the Navy's strength. The Vice Admirals, such as Mongoose, Ghost Spider, and Fire Mountain collectively breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing this news. The current Navy is incredibly weak. If the remaining 3 strong combatants were to support the Celestial Dragons, with just these Vice Admirals, they wouldn't stand a chance against Kaido and Charlotte Linlin, let alone the 3 major figures and the Flying 6 leading the gifted army. If the top combat powers leave, it would mean that most of them would immediately die in the all-out war with the Beast Pirates. They are not afraid of dying in battle against pirates, provided they have a chance of victory or their sacrifice can bring great benefits to the Navy, not dying for the lives of a few celestial dragons, allowing their 200,000 Navy troops to be slaughtered by the beast pirates. Dying like that would be too unjust. Since Fleet Admiral Akainu has already issued the order to defend the G1 headquarters, they have relaxed. The beast pirates did not take the initiative to attack the Navy headquarters. They could gather a few people or a dozen to watch the war unfolding in the Holy Land, Mariewa on the television. The disparity in numbers in this war is enormous. On the beast pirate side, there is only Yi Fan alone, while the enemy consists of tens of thousands of army troops, thousands of CP0 and powerful celestial dragons, almost a battle of 1 versus 100,000. At this moment, most people believe that Yi Fan is the ultimate victor because the power he has displayed is almost overwhelming. Even the combat power of a Navy admiral can only barely serve as support in such a battle. Yi Fan's immense combat strength has also instilled a sense of panic among the Navy soldiers. They are relieved that Yi Fan is attacking the Holy Land, Mariewa, instead of destroying their Navy headquarters first, killing them, and then fighting the celestial dragons. At this moment, 2 enormous monsters are battling in the Holy Land, Mariewa. In his Susanoo state, Yi Fan's opponent is the fully transformed dragon-like Saint Stavros, one towering over 300 meters and the other over 1,000 meters. Chapter 263. Movements from all sides. The 2 of them in the Holy Land, Mariewa, resemble a battle between Ultraman and a monster. As they fight, neither side has inflicted fatal damage on the other yet. The Holy Land, Mariewa, is already in ruins, with collapsed walls everywhere. Many slaves see the fallen walls and the streets filled with unconscious army troops and CP0. One slave leads the way. Look at those lying on the street. Aren't they the guards? Another slave replies, let me see. My eyesight is good. They are indeed the guards. The guards of the Holy Land, Mariewa, are all dead. The celestial dragons are also not around. The Night Watch is dead too. We are free. This statement caused an uproar among the slaves. Hundreds of thousands of slaves of the Celestial Dragons began to flee from the residences of the Celestial Dragons, rushing out toward the Holy Land, Mariewa. The escape of these slaves, whether it's Yi Fan or the Five Elders, they won't care. Not to mention the slaves. Even the lives of the Celestial Dragons are not the main concern in this battle. As long as they can kill Yi Fan and eliminate this threat to the Celestial Dragons, they can regain their control over the seas. At that time, they can have as many slaves as they want. The dead Celestial Dragons can be replaced by more living ones. It hurts so much. Saint Staphros let out a painful howl. His chest was slashed by Yi Fan's controlled Susanoo, leaving 2 massive wounds, bleeding profusely. While he was fighting Yi Fan, the other 5 elders naturally wouldn't sit idly by. However, the attacks from the other elders were perfectly blocked by Yi Fan's abilities. For a moment, they couldn't break through Yi Fan's defense. Even Saint Mohanda, wielding the original Demon Slayer, and using the terrifying technique of overbearing slash, only created rippling blue waves on Susanoo, unable to reach Yi Fan's main body at the center of Susanoo. Scoundrel, what kind of power is this? I can't break a shell at all, Saint Staphros exclaimed. You all better think of something quickly, or I'm going to be killed. Saint Staphros was the most anxious at this moment. His towering body, over 1,000 meters tall, gave him immense defensive power. However, he was also the easiest target to attack. Yi Fan's main target had turned into Saint Staphros. Morgan said, we can see that even if the 5 elders join forces, they don't seem to be a match for Dragon God Yi Fan. With the collapse of numerous buildings, a large number of slaves have already begun to flee. As Morgan pointed, the camera shifted to footage taken by other seagulls around Mary Geos. One could see slaves scattering and running frantically on the streets. In the distance, Dragon stood up immediately and said to the Freedom Alliance officials, we need to set off immediately to rescue these fleeing slaves. Sabo stood up as well. They no longer cared about the outcome between Yi Fan and the Celestial Dragons. Unexpectedly, Yi Fan's sudden attack on Mary Geos had a miraculous effect. Because the army and CP0 were stunned by the Conqueror's Haki, these slaves could easily escape from Mary Geos. The Freedom Alliance's mission is to liberate all slaves in this world. Therefore, they no longer cared about who would win or lose. The most critical thing now was to safely take these slaves away. Otherwise, even if they escaped Mary Geos, they wouldn't be able to leave the Red Line, which towers 2,000 meters high. The Freedom Alliance had clearly prepared many plans to liberate the slaves in Mary Geos. They immediately divided their manpower into 2 waves. One wave gathered the fleeing slaves, while the other was responsible for taking control of the elevators on the Red Line. There are several elevators on the Red Line that can freely reach the 4 seas, the Grand Line, and the New World. However, these elevators require expensive berries to use, or the special passageways of the Celestial Dragons. As long as they seize control of these elevators, they can successfully rescue hundreds of thousands of slaves. The entire Freedom Alliance began to act quickly. They were not far from the Red Line. Dragon directly used the power of the wind to lift the officials of the Freedom Alliance, flying straight up to the Red Line. Then they split into 2 groups. The 2 strongest, Dragon and Sabo, were responsible for picking up the fleeing slaves, as they were concerned about the presence of powerful Celestial Dragons pursuing these slaves. Meanwhile, the guards of the elevators were not strong, just ordinary army generals. These people could be easily dealt with by other officials of the Freedom Alliance. While the Freedom Alliance was in action, several other forces were also moving on the sea. The King of Usury, Field, issued orders to his subordinates. From today on, reject all loan requests from kings of countries in turmoil, and quickly recover the high-interest loans already given to those countries. Field, who became the King of Usury, had a keen eye. Clearly, regardless of whether the Celestial Dragons win or lose this battle, the escape of hundreds of thousands of slaves means that even if they win, they cannot help those countries that have turned most of their people into slaves to pay the sky-high tribute. Lending money to those kings who are about to perish would not only yield no interest, but could also result in the loss of principal. The sensitive King of Usury, Field, immediately began to take measures to minimize losses. He initially thought that although Yi Fan was powerful, he wouldn't affect the Celestial Dragon's rule. Now it seemed that the 5 elders would soon be defeated by Yi Fan. Moreover, the legendary weapon that the Celestial Dragons could use to destroy the world had yet to appear. Clearly, whether Yi Fan wins or loses, the foundation of the Celestial Dragon's 800-year rule would be undermined. Field, the King of Usury, actually disliked the chaotic sea. Too much chaos meant that he might not be able to recover his principal. The King of Shipping, Yumit, suddenly received a big order. The Freedom Alliance needed him to provide cargo ships to pick up and transport hundreds of thousands of people from the elevator below the Red Line. If it were before, he would definitely not dare to take such a job, as it was obvious that these hundreds of thousands of people were the slaves of the Celestial Dragons. But now, not making this money would be foolish. Especially after the Freedom Alliance looted Gold City, they were not short of berries. For this urgent task, the Freedom Alliance offered 3 times the payment. Chapter 264. The collapse of the Pirate King's faith. At this critical moment, Saint Ferdinand, a master of the Six Styles, stepped forward. The ultimate move of the Six Styles, Iron Storm Finger. His index finger became pitch black, unlike the black covered by armament hockey. This was an absolute black, so dark that it did not reflect light. Seeing this black made people feel dizzy, as if they were looking at a black hole. Saint Ferdinand pointed his finger at the blue body of Susanoo. The entire Susanoo produced huge waves, creating numerous cracks. Saint Ferdinand's move was so powerful that even the Susanoo controlled by Yi Fan couldn't be completely immune to its damage. However, Saint Ferdinand also paid a heavy price. His index finger could not withstand such terrifying power. The entire index finger has been twisted and deformed, resembling a limp earthworm. The bones in the finger have been completely shattered. However, after taking the nanomachine drug, Saint Ferdinand quickly returned to normal. Seeing such an opportunity, Saint Mohanda did not hold back. He channeled his Conqueror's Haki fully into the original Ghost Cutter. Then, instead of using his usual slashing technique, he chose a more powerful piercing attack. He thrust towards the crack in the Susanoo, aiming for Yi Fan's main body. It was no longer possible. The Susanoo had reached its limit. If Yi Fan remained inside, his body would surely be struck by Saint Mohanda's original Ghost Cutter. Yi Fan had no choice but to actively deactivate the Susanoo. He drew the Blue Sun Wheel Sword from his waist again and used Kin Bunchika Haki to evade Saint Mohanda's attack. He slashed towards Saint Mohanda's abdomen. This same move had already been used against Saint Mohanda once before. This time, Saint Mohanda's reaction speed was incredibly fast. Upon seeing that Yi Fan had deactivated the Susanoo, he abruptly halted his advance and quickly retreated. However, Yi Fan was faster. His slash still struck Saint Mohanda's body, leaving a shallow cut. Since Saint Mohanda had taken the nanomachine drug, this minor injury would soon be healed due to the nanomachine's repair function, restoring him to full strength in a short time. After a series of exchanges, in the end, besides Saint Stavros, who had transformed into a giant beast dragon form, no one else had suffered serious injuries. Forgetting about Steelbone Kong, who had intentionally sustained injuries, upon seeing that Yi Fan had cancelled the Susanoo, Saint Stavros also stopped being reckless and transformed back into his human dragon form. He had realized that fighting in this form made him a target for Yi Fan. The one who would get seriously injured would be himself. He decisively transformed back and took out the nanomachine drug from his pocket, swallowing it in one gulp. The multiple wounds on his chest inflicted by Yi Fan were rapidly healing. Unexpectedly, after fighting for half a day, aside from a small portion of Mary Geos buildings being destroyed, neither side had suffered any real harm. They had returned to the starting point of the battle. Saint Stavros said, Yi Fan, although you are powerful, you are still far from being able to challenge Lord M and the Celestial Dragons as a whole. If you submit to us now, you can still regain your previous conditions and become a Celestial Dragon. Otherwise, your ultimate fate will only be death. Yi Fan replied, indeed. Arrogance is the nature of the Celestial Dragons. Each of you has been wounded by me, yet you still think I cannot defeat you. You seem to have forgotten how I killed Red-Haired Shanks. As an elite Celestial Dragon of the upper 3 families, Red-Haired Shanks also had the nanomachine drug. Upon hearing Yi Fan's words, the 5 elders stepped back a few paces. Yi Fan indeed had a way to eliminate them. The nanomachine drug could not guarantee the restoration of all the damage Yi Fan had inflicted. As the news bird in the sky transmitted the dialogue between both sides across the entire ocean, it immediately caused a sensation. Morgan's tone began to become exaggerated. This was his reaction after hearing the big news and a great secret, with adrenaline surging. Oh my god, this is such big news. The red-haired Shanks, who was killed by the dragon-bodied Yi Fan, is actually a celestial dragon, and among the celestial dragons, he is of the highest nobility, one of the upper 3 families. This is a huge secret. Although one of the 4 emperors, red-haired Shanks, is dead, it can be confirmed that the influence of the celestial dragons has permeated every corner. Even among the 4 emperors, there exists a celestial dragon. Meanwhile, Luffy, who was eating roasted meat while watching the live broadcast on TV, stood up in shock and shouted, "How could this be? How could Shanks be dead? That despicable guy not only killed Shanks, but also spread rumors that he is a celestial dragon. This is outrageous." After a moment of silence, Rayleigh said beside him. He is not lying. Shanks is indeed a celestial dragon. Back then, Captain Roger and your grandfather, Mr. Garp, defeated the legendary pirate rocks at God Valley, and we also looted a ship full of treasures from the celestial dragons. When the ship set sail and had left God Valley, we heard the cry of a baby and then realized that red-haired Shanks was sleeping amidst a pile of treasures. The Dark King Rayleigh slowly explained to Luffy why they had taken red-haired Shanks on board. Luffy's worldview nearly collapsed. The red-haired Shanks he respected the most. The man who gave him Pirate King Roger's straw hat, the strong figure he had been pursuing to become a pirate, turned out to be a celestial dragon. The very type of person he despised the most. This world is truly ridiculous. Luffy suddenly felt as if the entire world was deceiving him. Luffy had been training on a deserted island and had not seen the news of red-haired Shanks' death. He never expected that just after learning this news, Shanks' identity would almost shatter his beliefs. Yi-Fan did not know that his words nearly destroyed the confidence of the future Pirate King, Luffy. The five elders, who were continuously retreating, were confronted by Saint Ferdinand, who stepped forward and shouted, "None of us five are weaker than that little brat red-haired Shanks. Just because he could kill red-haired Shanks alone does not mean he could defeat all five of us at the same time." Hearing Saint Ferdinand's words, the other four elders finally halted their retreat, uniting in their determination to kill Yi-Fan today. Yi-Fan asked Saint Ferdinand, "I find it very strange. Why do you possess such terrifying power with the Marines' 6 styles?" Saint Ferdinand replied, "Do you really think the Marines' 6 styles were invented by the Marines? The 6 styles were originally the ultimate skills for defensive guard troops. Only the most noble bloodlines could learn them. To enhance the Marines' combat capabilities, a simplified version was specifically created for them to learn." Chapter 265, 5 against 1. Yi-Fan immediately understood. The Marines' 6 styles were merely half-finished products taught to them by the Celestial Dragons. This was not only because the Celestial Dragons wanted to hold back a hand, but more importantly, because most Marines actually had lowly bloodlines. They could never learn the true 6 styles no matter what. Not to mention the 6 styles used by the Celestial Dragons. Even many Marine soldiers who had trained for over a decade with poor aptitude could only learn 1 or 2 at most from the Marine 6 styles. Even those who only learned 1 or 2 could still hold a small position in branches like the East Blue. In fact, unless one was an elite Marine, even the weakened version of the Marines' 6 styles could not be learned. The people of the pirate world, being descendants of a race with advanced gene technology, have a much larger gap between individuals than those on Yi-Fan's Blue Star. On Blue Star, as long as one is a normal person, the strength will generally not differ by 3 times, and intelligence will not differ by 3 times either. Even the wealthiest tycoons have a lifespan that is only 1.5 times that of ordinary people. However, in this world, strength can differ by more than 10,000 times, and intelligence can differ by more than 100 times. Like the intelligence of Vegapunk, lifespan is similar. Many races can live for thousands of years. This is a world where the differences between individuals can reach extreme levels. A world where there is a gap between humans and gods. Unexpectedly, what broke through Susanoo was actually the 6 powers that he considered a joke. The Celestial Dragons indeed have a lot of hidden cards. However, Yi-Fan did not care about these. He placed his hands on the ground. The entire street and the surrounding buildings turned to gold. At the same time, they were endowed with magnetism by Yi-Fan. One by one, golden mechas began to rise from the ground, a total of 25. Yi-Fan said, "Just now you 5 had fun beating me. Now you 5 can play with my golden mechas. It's still 5 against 1. Saint Mohanda, Yi-Fan, you bastard, you underestimate us too much. Actually using such childish methods against us. Yi-Fan, whether it's childish or not, you 5 should defeat these golden mechas first." Boom! The 25 mechas began to take their positions. Da-da-da. The Gatling guns with electromagnetic propulsion crazily fired ultra-high-speed bullets at the 5 elders. Seeing this scene, the 5 elders knew something was wrong. Although they had learned about the terrifying combat power of the golden mechas from the returning Akainu and others, they did not expect the speed of these bullets to be so fast. Saint Stavros, currently in dragon human form, had very strong defenses. His entire body was covered in armament hockey. He crossed his arms in front of him. Saint William, with a blonde flat top, was a master of 3-color hockey. His armament hockey was released, forming a shield in front of him. He was the one among the 5 elders who withstood this wave of attacks the easiest. Saint Nicholas turned his entire body into flowing mercury. Even if the ultra-high-speed bullets penetrated his body, he would not be harmed. However, he was constantly consuming a large amount of mercury fruit ability. Saint Ferdinand, a master of the 6 powers, covered his entire body with iron blocks. The bullets hitting him made a clanging sound, but they could not break through his defenses. Saint Mohanda, as a master swordsman, was the most awkward one at this moment. No matter how fast he waved the original Demon Slayer, he could not outpace the numerous bullets pouring out. He could only retreat while trying to block as much as possible, shouting, "You all hurry up and think of a way. These bullets are endless, and our delay is useless." The observation haki of the five elders could already sense that since the ground had turned to gold, these golden mechas, standing on such ground, could directly fuse the gold on the ground into the mechas, even though they were firing a large amount of gold every second. In this environment, the bullets of these golden mechas were virtually limitless. Most of the ground and buildings in the Holy Land Mariehua had been assimilated into gold by Yi Fan's gold fruit ability. These golden mechas would not deplete their ammunition due to the high-speed bullets, except for Saint Mohanda, who found it difficult to consume in such dense firepower. Saint Nicholas also struggled to resist. The shooting speed of the six-barrel Gatlings was indeed too fast. Each golden mecha had 4 six-barrel Gatlings, plus 5 mechas aimed at him. This meant he had to endure the fierce firepower of 20 Gatlings every second. The mercury fruit ability on him was being consumed at a tremendous rate. Saint Ferdinand said to the other two, "Let's work together to quickly deal with these toys. Otherwise, we'll be humiliated." Saint Ferdinand looked at the sky, where dozens of newsbirds with camera snail phones were present. He also became anxious, as members of the five elders. Being toyed with by Yi Fan like this would leave them with no dignity. Saint Ferdinand was the first to attack the golden mechas, using Moonwalk combined with Gale Foot. He quickly approached a golden mecha and kicked it with his iron-covered foot, intending to turn this golden machine into scrap metal. However, to his surprise, the gold in the mecha's abdomen flowed rapidly, causing Saint Ferdinand's attack to miss. It should be noted that for a master of the six powers like Saint Ferdinand, even a Marine Admiral would find it very difficult to avoid his attacks using elementalization. Generally, even a top expert at sea like Katakuri, who had awakened his fruit ability and could foresee the future, would find it hard to react to Saint Ferdinand's ultra-high-speed attacks. Saint Ferdinand was not like Luffy, who had just developed the fourth gear. His attack speed was at least 10 times faster than Luffy's during that time. However, the golden mechas that Yi Fan casually created managed to dodge Saint Ferdinand's attack so easily, which surprised him a bit. As expected, as reported, these golden mechas also possessed incredibly strong observation haki. What he did not know was that this was the work of super artificial intelligence. When these golden mechas were generated, their control systems had already been implanted with Jarvis by Yi Fan. Saint Ferdinand, Saint William, use your observation haki to deal with them. Saint Ferdinand misjudged that only observation haki could be an effective means, so he assigned the task of quickly destroying these golden mechas to Saint William. Saint William chuckled. "Old buddy, I told you long ago that 3-color haki is more practical than the 6 powers. Watch me take care of these modified beings." Chapter 266, The Cries of the Slaves. Saint William immediately used observation haki and charged towards the nearest golden mecha. However, to his surprise, his observation haki combined with the attack wrapped in Conqueror's haki still missed. The golden mecha on the opposite side dodged his attack again. "Saint William, how is this possible? My observation haki was actually countered." The golden mechas had such powerful combat power, not only because of Jarvis's control. After Yi Fan activated his third eye, the eternal Mangeki Sharingan, he gained the abilities of Pain from the Akatsuki and even more powerful than Pain's eyes. These 25 golden mechas shared vision with Yi Fan, and the ability of the eternal Mangeki Sharingan allowed these golden mechas to also possess the power of the Sharingan. Now, after Yi Fan acquired the eternal Mangeki Sharingan, the golden mechas became even more terrifying. These golden mechas are no longer just simple robots. Under the influence of Jarvis, they have achieved extremely high intelligence. With the effect of the Clean Wheel Eye, they possess the ability to see through all attacks. Their reconnaissance capabilities are no weaker than those of Pirate Roger, who awakened the observation haki to hear the voices of all things, and red-haired Shanks. They have ultra-fast reaction brains, strong reconnaissance capabilities, and powerful offensive means. The strength of these golden mechas is now on par with that of a Marine Admiral. In fact, in a 25-5 situation, the golden mechas might have better coordination and gain an advantage against the Marine Admirals. The strength of the five elders is at least equivalent to that of a Marine Fleet Admiral, if not stronger. They would not be at an absolute disadvantage in a 25-5 battle. Saint William, it's truly despicable, bastard. We have invested so much money and precious resources Yet the pacifists we developed are not as powerful as the cyborgs you created with ease. The five elders and the celestial dragons have always wanted to study the power of technology. In their view, pacifists, who can only obey orders, are the most suitable watchdogs for the interests of the celestial dragons. In the Navy, various justices can lead to many unruly Marines. For example, Marine Hero Garp is an unruly dog. To avoid swearing loyalty to the celestial dragons, he even refused the position of Marine Admiral. Now, the Akainu they promoted has, at such a critical moment for the celestial dragons, actually refused to support Mary Geos. The reason is even more ridiculous. If they leave Marine headquarters, the 200,000 Marines stationed there might be killed by the Beast Pirates. What a laughable excuse. Are the lives of 200,000 Marines more important than the lives of the celestial dragons? The celestial dragons have controlled the world for many years, completely ignoring the lives of others. Whether it's the lives of the citizens of the allied countries or the loyal Marines who have made great contributions to the celestial dragons, everything is less important than a single hair on the celestial dragons. This is the arrogance of the celestial dragons, a mentality that inevitably arises from ruling the world for 800 years. They captured Vegapunk, trying every means to enhance the power of the pacifists. Their ultimate goal is to have these cyborgs replace the Navy, managing the power of the sea as absolute obedient cyborgs. However, the celestial dragons have worked for so long without achieving the desired effect. Yet now, Yi-Fan's golden mechas have easily accomplished it. Yi-Fan is truly a monster. In such a short time, he has what the celestial dragons want but cannot obtain. However, the battlefield gives no time for the five elders to lament. The 25 golden mechas, equipped with super electromagnetic Gatling guns, are spraying a massive amount of bullets every second. The five elders have seen many bullets, not to mention bullets. Even cannons of demon-slaying order level cannot harm them. Yet these bullets, accelerated to dozens of Mach, can inflict fatal damage on them. Several attacks from the five elders fail to hit these golden mechas. These golden mechas are merely toys created by Yi-Fan at will. Currently, Yi-Fan is leisurely watching them with his arms crossed over his chest, too lazy to even make a move. Well, have the five elders ever been looked down upon like this? Behind them, Steelbone Kong has slowed his pace even more. This Yi-Fan is truly terrifying. Daring to come to Mary Geos alone, he is not a simple character. Fortunately, when the Beast Pirates and the Celestial Dragons sought to negotiate, he had already anticipated that both sides could not succeed. How could a pirate who has already controlled the New World submit to become just one among thousands of celestial dragons? He had long thought of an escape plan. Steelbone Kong continues to slow his advance. He wishes he could never return to the battlefield. At this moment, whether it's Morgan's broadcasting live or the audience in the live stream, everyone seems very happy. Morgan's, the golden cyborgs suddenly summoned by Yi-Fan, are comprehensively suppressing the five elders. This combat method is something I never thought of before. Dragon God, Yi-Fan, is truly powerful. Perhaps today, he can really defeat the celestial dragons and become the ruler of the world. Countless slaves watching this battle on TV, as well as those who are struggling to survive, are shouting in front of their screens. Dragon God Yi-Fan, go for it. Kill the five elders. Kill those despicable celestial dragons. Dragon God Yi-Fan, go for it. Kill the five elders. Kill those despicable celestial dragons. Dragon God Yi-Fan, go for it. Kill the five elders. Kill those despicable celestial dragons. Before today, they wouldn't even dare to say the words celestial dragons. Even if they saw the celestial dragons from thousands of meters away, they would have to prostrate themselves on the ground, kneeling. Their only hope was to avoid provoking the celestial dragons' displeasure. Being killed by the celestial dragons was still a fortunate thing. If they were captured by the celestial dragons to become slaves, they would experience a life worse than death. These people have always lived under the terrifying oppression of the celestial dragons. They would become slaves, working hard for over 10 hours every day, yet unable to afford a single piece of bread. The root of all this is the expensive heavenly gold. Over 95% of their labor's yield ultimately becomes tax revenue for the nobles and celestial dragons. Those kings and nobles would not give up their extravagant lifestyles just because they found it difficult to pay heavenly gold. This is the reason why most people in many countries in this world live in suffering. Chapter 267, The Despair of the Five Elders. Yet today, they finally saw on a live broadcast that after 800 years, there is finally a strong person who dares to publicly declare war against the celestial dragons. And in the battle against the celestial dragons, he is in an absolutely advantageous position. All the slaves and the lower-class populace are now filled with high spirits, shouting to cheer for Yi Fan while cursing the high and mighty celestial dragons to be killed. Although their shouts cannot be heard by Yi Fan, and though their cries have no impact on this war, these people still believe that as long as they shout loudly, they can somehow boost Yi Fan's fighting power. At Mary Geos, after numerous attempts, the 5 elders finally found solution. St. Nicholas said, "You guys cover me. I will use the Mercury Fruit's ability to turn this land into Mercury, causing these golden mechas to lose their attack capability." The other 5 elders thought it was a good idea. The consumption of gold by these golden mechas is astounding. Mary Geos has already appeared with gigantic craters. The golden mecha absorbed the gold from the ground around it and turned it into bullets. As long as the ground beneath them was turned into mercury, these golden mechas would slowly lose their attacking ability and become mere decorations. St. Nicholas placed his hands on the ground, and the ground around him immediately transformed into mercury under the awakening of his fruit ability. From a small spring, it turned into a small lake, spreading throughout the holy land of Mariehua. Suddenly, St. Nicholas jumped up from the ground, surrounded by a massive amount of lightning. His iconic mustache sparked due to the high temperature. Subsequently, a large amount of steam erupted from his skin, and his body shrank by a couple of circles. It turned out that after Yi Fan saw their actions, he directly infused a large amount of thunder fruit power into the ground. For St. Nicholas to turn the entire ground into mercury, he needed to assimilate Yi Fan's fruit ability. He exerted all his strength to convert the power of gold and magnetism into mercury. Both gold and mercury had incredible conductivity. St. Nicholas directly absorbed several billion volts of ultra-high voltage into his body. This attack nearly cost St. Nicholas his life. Now, relying on the rapid recovery of nanobugs, he was still alive. However, the consumption was significant as he lost a lot of moisture in his body and his physique shrank considerably. His combat power was directly weakened by 80%. He no longer had the ability to turn the entire holy land of Mariehua into a mercury world. At this moment, they realized that Yi Fan had not awakened the power of just one devil fruit, but had awakened the abilities of many devil fruits. This terrifying monster. Most people at the age of 25 could master the application of armament hockey, which is already considered genius. Achieving the awakening of a single fruit ability is even more of a genius among geniuses. Yet this guy, Yi Fan, had awakened many fruit abilities. The 5 of them found themselves unable to contend against Yi Fan alone. The 5 elders appeared exceptionally furious, and at the same time, they had a deep fear of Yi Fan's power. Lordum, why hasn't that weapon been used yet? How much longer do they need to stall? Yi Fan's attack had completely disrupted their plans. They initially thought that the beast pirates would engage the Navy in a great naval battle. They had ample time to prepare to use that weapon. But unexpectedly, the most magnificent naval battle did not break out. Their initial estimate was that the Navy would struggle to resist the beast pirates' attack. Just when they were about to be unable to hold on, Lord M's weapon would make an appearance, instantly destroying the entire beast pirates. Then, the remaining Navy would worship their savior, the power of the celestial dragons, as if they were deities. However, with Yi Fan's arrival, all their schemes had lost their effectiveness. The battlefield was not at the Navy's G1 headquarters, but in their holy land of Mariehua. At the same time, the Land Army and the CPO, which seemed terrifying to ordinary people, appeared utterly feeble in the face of Yi Fan. Yi Fan simply released his Conqueror's Haki, resolving all these insignificant fish. The 5 elders appear to have fought for a long time, but in reality, they were all super strong masters. Their speed was fast, but Yi Fan's speed was even faster. The 2 sides had exchanged blows for over 100 rounds, but the actual time was only about 5 minutes. 5 minutes was too short. Lordum had no way to prepare that weapon in time. It was like a person doing high-intensity pull-ups on a bar, often feeling that time pass slowly. After struggling through dozens of pull-ups, it seemed like several hours had passed, but in reality, only a few minutes had gone by. The 5 elders began to wonder how that guy red-haired Shanks could fight Yi Fan for over an hour. Their combined strength was not weaker than red-haired Shanks. However, the 5 of them found it so difficult to contend with Yi Fan for just 5 minutes. Moreover, St. Nicholas had already become useless. His remaining combat power was minimal. Most importantly, they felt that they probably couldn't withstand Yi Fan for an hour. They might not last until Lord M's support arrived. Before the battle, they were full of confidence, thinking that Yi Fan was only slightly stronger than red-haired Shanks. The 5 of them thought that not only could they resist Yi Fan for an hour, but defeating him was also not out of the question. Yet now, the terrifying reality told them that even their combined strength might not withstand Yifan for an hour. However, the 5 elders had no way out. The reason was simple, because the 5 of them were Lord M's true lackeys. Hardly managed any affairs, spending every day in the flower garden. The 5 of them enjoyed the highest power in this world. They had controlled this world for nearly 100 years. They had no way out. They had to buy enough time for Lord M to activate that weapon. If they dared to flee, even if Lord M won, they would lose their positions as the elders. St. Ferdinand said, "Since it has come to this, let's use that move." The other elders fell into a brief silence upon hearing this. It was their last trump card, a move they had not considered after successfully researching it. What are you hesitating for? If you can't hold the holy land of Mariehua, and he rushes into the flower garden, you know the consequences. Chapter 268. The elders' big move. The elders exchanged glances and ultimately made up their minds to use their final means. Yifan also ordered the Golden Mecha to stop attacking. He wanted to see what other trump cards the elders had. It was also a way to gather intelligence about him during wartime. After all, it was too mysterious. Having annihilated the world once and won the Twilight of the Gods War once, what kind of life-saving trump card would such a person give to the elders? Yifan was very curious. Yifan, what big moves do you have? Hurry up and show me. You're so weak now, it really disappoints me. St. Ferdinand, don't worry, soon you won't be disappointed but rather in despair. The 5 of them suddenly exposed their chests and then tapped on their left chests. The chests of the elders surprisingly opened up a slit. The elders turned out to be cyborgs. Their hearts were not ordinary human hearts. Instead, it was something like a small fusion reactor emitting an enticing blue light, filled with powerful radiation. No wonder the 5 elders could live so long. I thought they were like Kizuru, having eaten the golden apple. It turns out that's not the case. They're semi-cybernetic beings like Frankie and Queen of Plague, with parts of their bodies replaced by machinery. However, unlike others, their power source is not just the pirate world's unique fuel, cola. Their internal power comes from a mini-reactor similar to Iron Man's. They possess a much stronger source of power. Yifan could sense the terrifying power contained in the reactors held by the 5 elders. If this were Blue Star, it would be enough to destroy a city. But in the pirate world, their powers could only destroy a country. For a strong person like Yifan, even the explosion of a giant mushroom weapon wouldn't kill him. Yifan didn't think their power posed any threat to him, but he was curious. In the pirate world, filled with personal power, suddenly appeared the power of technology. In a relatively well-preserved laboratory in the Kingdom of Future Technology, Frankie was studying the knowledge of the Kingdom of Future Technology and happened to turn on the television. Witnessing the scene, he immediately widened his eyes. What is this? This little thing emits energy that I feel is thousands or even tens of thousands of times greater than cola energy. Having returned to the Free Alliance on a mysterious small island, Vegapunk also turned on the TV to watch this battle. Upon seeing what the 5 elders were holding, Vegapunk excitedly exclaimed isn't this the solar energy I've been desperately seeking? The celestial dragons actually possess such power. Let me see how powerful this solar energy can be. At this moment, Vegapunk was incredibly excited. For the elderly man who had completed all the knowledge of the Kingdom of Future Technology, seeing an even more advanced technology was not only rare but also exhilarating. The pirate world is completely different from Blue Star. On Blue Star, there are tens of thousands, even hundreds of thousands of scientists researching different technologies. Although their intelligence may not match Vegapunk's, they can collaborate, progress together, and specialize in different fields of science. However, in the pirate world, it was different. Vegapunk was the only one. He had painstakingly educated a group of scientists, such as Queen the Plague, but they belonged to different factions. This meant that the technological advancement in the pirate world relied solely on Vegapunk. Climbing the peak of technology alone is most painful not because of loneliness, but because others cannot understand his technology. For a genius like Vegapunk, since his teenage years, others have been unable to comprehend his intelligence. Loneliness has become the norm. The most painful aspect is that his energy is limited. He can learn all the technologies invented by people in the past. However, researching new technologies is incredibly difficult. Each breakthrough requires a long time. Vegapunk was intently watching the scene before him. Unlike others, his brain was rapidly analyzing the hearts of the 5 elders, which in his eyes had already been dissected into thousands of parts, searching for the internal core structure of these components. This was akin to the concept of seeing the mountain is not the mountain, seeing the water is not the water, when the 5 elders took out their hearts. In fact, aside from a few scientists in this world, no one knew what these things were. Instead, they thought the glowing blue objects looked beautiful, like crowns belonging to the five elders. In the eyes of ordinary people, these glowing items should be rare treasures. The five elders placed their hearts together, and the components on the hearts began to change rapidly. Vegapunk's eyes were almost glued to the television. He carefully observed the movement of these component positions. Many of these structures were as he had imagined, but some components had structures that were completely different from what he thought. He felt that many parts were entirely superfluous, serving no purpose other than increasing the volume and weight of this energy source. However, as these components continued to shift when the five hearts combined, Vegapunk finally understood. Those seemingly redundant components were not without function. They could combine the 5 mini-fusion reactors into one entity, unleashing 5 times the previous power. The energy they could output was even more terrifying. Most importantly, the instantaneous energy burst could even be 10 times greater than before. Vegapunk exclaimed, "What a brilliant design! A genius idea!" In front of the television, only Vegapunk and a few other scientists were focused on this technological power. Others were not concerned about the strength of this technology. They were more interested in the purpose of the five elders' actions and whether using this ability would impact Yifan. They hoped to see Yifan defeating the five elders. Once the 5 hearts were fully combined, the resulting heart emitted a massive suction, drawing the bodies of the 5 elders towards it. The bodies of the 5 elders began to disassemble like machinery. The 5 individuals ultimately transformed into a terrifying and grotesque monster, a creature with 5 heads, 10 arms, and 10 legs, appearing extremely deformed. Yet, it perfectly combined the 5 abilities that each of the 5 elders excelled at. Now, the 5 elders had become a single life form. It possessed the strength of a super powerful swordsman, the most formidable 6 styles martial arts, super strong 3-color hockey, and the powers of 2 devil fruits, the Mercury fruit and the Zoan-type Great Beast Dragon form. Chapter 269, The Conspiracy of the 3 Upper Races of Celestial Dragons. From then on, there were no more St. Morgans and the other 4. They had transformed into a brand new life form, named the 5 Elders. This is also why the 5 Elders, until the last moment of despair, did not want to use their trump cards. Because once they did, it meant they had lost their lives. This fusion was completely irreversible. In other words, the thoughts of the 5 individuals would merge into one. They had effectively died. What was born now was an entirely new life, a powerful monster that possessed the strength and abilities of all 5. My name is Saint 5 Elders. From today onwards, I am the strongest person on this sea, aside from Lord M. In the deepest part of Mariehua, in the land of the gods, all the upper 3 races of celestial dragons had gathered together. Outside their room is the strongest army they have cultivated over the years, the Knights of God. They protect their living area, ensuring that the battle at the holy land of Mariehua cannot reach them. Hera Palace said to the man beside her, "I didn't expect Yifan to force the ultimate form of the 5 elders so quickly." Saint Zeus replied, "I have said before, even when fighting against the red-haired, Yifan is hiding his true strength. He is a very frightening person." Saint Odin added, "It is precisely because of our long investigation that we discovered his capabilities, which is why we temporarily abandoned the training of the D family. Now it should be our time to reap the rewards." Hera Palace said, "If Yifan truly defeats him, do you really think he and his beast pirates will spare us?" Saint Zeus responded, "We should say we won't spare them. Regardless of whether Yifan wins or loses, even if he doesn't die, he will be severely injured. At that time, it will be our opportunity to clean everything up. Both the Beast Pirates and the Freedom Alliance can be destroyed." Hera Palace, "I will not allow you to harm my son, Dragon." Saint Odin, "Rest assured, I will not harm my son-in-law, Dragon, or my grandson, Luffy. They both possess the excellent bloodline of our 3 upper families and can become part of our upper families." Hera Palace is actually Karp's wife and Saint Odin's daughter, who is married to Dragon. The upper 3 families are truly willing to invest, sending a clan leader to marry Karp and a clan leader's eldest daughter to marry Dragon. To gain Joy Boy's power, they're even willing to sacrifice themselves. Moreover, this plan was initiated decades before Joy Boy was even born. If the 12 lower family celestial dragons are raised like pigs in a pen, fattened up to absorb their genes and replenish the Ark's energy, then the 5 elders are 5 old foxes who enjoy using all sorts of schemes to control the world. The upper 3 family celestial dragons are like cunning demons in hell. They enjoy the resources of the upper 3 family celestial dragons while secretly plotting for over 100 years to overthrow Joy Boy and become the true rulers of this world. They have also arranged 2 hidden pieces on this world stage. One is the infant Shanks, placed on Pirate King Roger's ship. The other hidden piece is Admiral Kizaru. Saint Zeus said to Kizaru behind him, "Now your heart has been replaced by the Holy Heart. Go with Admiral White Deer to seize the position of Fleet Admiral." Saint Odin added, "You can threaten Karp with Hera Palace's identity not to intervene, and then use the Navy's rules where the victor of the duel becomes the Admiral, forcing Sengoku not to intervene. With your Holy Heart, defeating your old friend Akainu should be no problem." After Yi Fan destroyed Kizaru's heart, he returned to the land of the gods and replaced his original heart with the kind of heart from the Five Elders. Now, Kizaru's combat power has become even stronger than before. Kizaru said, "Rest assured, clan leader, I am confident I can defeat Akainu. We trained together since we were teenagers, so I know Akainu's abilities very well, but he doesn't quite understand my fighting style. I have the information to defeat him and become the new fleet admiral." Saint Zeus then set off now. We need to truly control the power of the Navy. The upper three family celestial dragons not only laid plans within the D family, but also placed hidden pieces within the Navy and among pirates. At the critical moment, Kizaru will control the Navy, and red-haired Shanks will control the pirates. Unexpectedly, both of them almost got killed by Yi Fan. However, with just Kizaru, the goals of the upper three families can still be achieved. Currently, the Navy headquarters has 200,000 elite troops. As long as Kizaru seizes Akainu's position as Fleet Admiral, these 200,000 elite Navy troops will be enough to battle the Beast Pirates. As for Kaido and Charlotte Linlin, they could just send 2 experts to handle them. The combat power at the level of the 4 emperors is not regarded highly by the upper 3 family celestial dragons. In their minds, as long as the upper 3 family celestial dragons take action, they can quickly crush the Beast Pirates. The most crucial point now is whether Yi Fan can defeat him. They are not even concerned about the battle between Yi Fan and the 5 Elders. According to their undercover investigations, the combined 5 Elders would not be Yi Fan's opponent and would not be able to force out Yi Fan's true trump card. All of Yi Fan's actions seem to be under the control of the upper 3 family celestial dragons. Kizaru, who has already been revived, and the new Admiral White Deer have remained in the land of the gods and have not returned to the Navy headquarters. This is actually a contingency plan. If the Beast Pirates are foolish enough to choose to fight at the G1 Navy headquarters, they might be wiped out by him along with the Navy. If they are smart, they would send their strongest members to directly attack the Holy Land of Mariewa. They sent Kizaru to seize power, and the Beast Pirates, having lost their high-end combat power, would not be able to compete with the 200,000 Navy troops. What they did not expect is that Yi Fan would take on the entire Holy Land of Mariewa alone. However, this does not matter too much. The upper 3 family celestial dragons have dozens of individuals with Admiral and Fleet Admiral strength. They can casually send out 2 more to hold back Kaido and Charlotte Linlin. For the upper 3 family celestial dragons, this minor unexpected event does not affect the overall situation or their desired outcome. The combined Saint 5 Elders have become extremely arrogant. He began to actively attack the 25 golden mechas. Chapter 270, Saint 5 Elders. Although the current Saint 5 Elders appear very strange and ugly, their power has surged dramatically. Their body is covered with extremely strong armed color hockey, along with the top-tier 6 power skill, Iron Block. Their skin is covered with the scales of a giant beast dragon. The triple defense of Saint 5 Elders no longer needs to painstakingly evade damage when facing the attacks of 50 golden mechas. The first-generation sword, Onigiri, emits terrifying area slashes. Even with Jarvis's control, these golden mechas cannot evade. The biggest problem with the golden mechas is their slow movement speed. The heavy weight of the gold makes it appear sluggish, even when using electromagnetic forces to control their movement. In no time at all, the golden mechas that once forced the 5 Elders into a corner were all destroyed by the Saint 5 Elders. Standing in front of Yi Fan, Saint 5 Elders excitedly said, "Yi Fan, I must thank you, little brat. If you hadn't forced those 5 useless ones into a corner, I would not have been born." The voice of Saint 5 Elders is exceptionally strange. His 5 heads speak simultaneously, each with a different tone, combining together. Some voices blend into a beautiful symphony, while others create a cacophony of wailing. The 5 members of the 5 Elders speak with an air of authority. However, their combined form, Saint 5 Elders, speaks like a devil from hell, sounding chillingly evil and filled with malice. "Yi Fan, you don't need to thank me because you'll soon be killed by me." Saint 5 Elders, ha ha ha. "You little brat, you really love to fantasize, or rather, you are arrogantly delusional. I possess 5 supreme powers. I am an invincible being in this world. Do you dare to take my slash head on?" After saying this, The initial Demon Slayer in his hand slashed towards Yi Fan at an incredibly fast and bizarre angle. With top-tier 6 styles martial arts, the speed of Saint Five Elders' blade was astonishingly swift. Possessing top-notch swordsmanship, Saint Five Elders wielded an incredibly exquisite technique, coupled with the terrifying power brought by his giant beast dragon form. The combination of the 3 colors of haki from the 5 people and the divine haki pushed his haki to a terrifying peak. This slash combined technique, power, speed, haki entanglement, armed haki coverage, and divine haki wrapping. Various forces reached their peak over this sea. Watching the battle screen, the members of the Beast Pirates all showed worried expressions upon seeing such a slash from Saint Five Elders. Charlotte Linlin, how is this possible? Even the Roger of that year would be severely injured if he faced such a slash. Yamato, come on, you must block it. Kaido, on the other hand, was the most at ease, saying, don't worry, Yi Fan is Joy Boy. There's no one in this sea who can defeat him. Charlotte Linlin, if Yi Fan can truly defeat the 5 elders, I will believe your words that your son-in-law is Joy Boy, and he will become the new king of this sea. Yi Fan did not dodge. He also took out the Blue Sun wheel sword in his hand and slashed at the initial Demon Slayer. The haki entanglement on Yi Fan's sword was clearly not as strong as that of Saint Five Elders. The haki entanglement of Saint Five Elders extended about a meter around the blade of the initial Demon Slayer, while Yi Fan could only achieve about 50 centimeters. His haki entanglement was only half that of Saint Five Elders, and moreover, the initial Demon Slayer was also covered with terrifying divine haki. With his current power and speed, he was no longer inferior to Yi Fan. In this sea, apart from Kaido, no audience believed that Yi Fan could withstand such a powerful attack from Saint Five Elders. Clang! The 2 weapons collided. It was actually Saint Five Elders who was sent flying. Yi Fan, after enduring such a terrifying impact, surprisingly remained standing in place. This result was beyond everyone's expectations, including the leaders of the celestial dragon families among them. Harao Palace, how is this possible? Yi Fan's haki entanglement is clearly much weaker than that of Saint Five Elders. How could it be that he is the one sent flying? Saint Odin? He must be hiding some power we don't know about. Could it be the power Joy Boy kept hidden on the final island? Saint Zeus, it's very possible. It seems the backup Joy Boy left behind back then is an extremely terrifying power. We should observe carefully and strive to understand Yi Fan's power. It indeed allows Yi Fan to overcome the strong with the weak. It is one of Yi Fan's trump cards. 9 Heavens Sword Technique. Increases sword attack power by 150. Increases critical hit chance by 15. True damage of 25 points. The sword body carries 35 points of flame damage. The sword body carries 35 points of wind attribute damage. This was the attribute enhancement Yi Fan received when he first obtained the 9 Heavens Sword Technique. However, this was the state when he had just learned it. The 9 Heavens Sword Technique is divided into 10 realms, from initial practice, proficiency, mastery, and so on, up to great perfection. Each enhancement makes Yi Fan's 9 Heavens Sword Technique significantly more powerful. In the last 30 days, which also equates to 30 years in the Time Gravity House, Yi Fan has been diligently practicing the 9 Heavens Sword Technique. After such a long time of drawing lots, Yi Fan finally gained this ability that far surpasses the Pirate World dimension. Although it is merely an introductory sword technique from the world of Giga Baja, it belongs to a terrifying prehistoric world. The power system of that world can easily destroy the Pirate World, far exceeding the power of the Pirate World dimension. In the last 30 years of training, Yi Fan focused on the 9 Heavens Sword Technique. With the power of the demon back and his own formidable physique, Yi Fan finally learned the 9 Heavens Sword Technique to the realm of great perfection. The previous slash appeared to show that the power Yi Fan used was far weaker than that of Saint Five Elders. However, under the enhancement of the 9 Heavens Sword Technique, Yi Fan's power actually exceeded that of Saint Five Elders by several times. Thus, Saint Five Elders was easily sent flying by Yi Fan's strike. In the distance, Steel Bone Kong completely stopped his forward steps. Initially, after the fusion of Saint Five Elders was completed, he had quickened his pace. After Saint Five Elders effortlessly destroyed all the golden mechas, demonstrating immense power, he even began to run. However, when Saint Five Elders was easily sent flying by Yi Fan, Steelbone Kong stood still, not daring to move. The 2 monsters on the battlefield could easily kill him. He not only dared not move, but even wanted to flee. Having crashed through dozens of palaces, Saint Five Elders, seeing the initial Demon Slayer already severed in his hands, roared in anger. How is this possible? How can you possess such immense power? Chapter 271. It appears Saint Five Elders let out an angry roar. With such terrifying power, how could he be defeated by Yifan? He was unconvinced. Throwing away the initial demon slayer in his hand, he scanned the scene and noticed that among the celestial dragon palaces he had destroyed, there were many famous swords on the weapon racks. With a wave of his hand, these weapons came into his grasp. Now, each of the 10 hands of Saint Five Elders held a weapon, although they were not as sharp as his initial demon slayer. Every famous sword collected by the celestial dragons was no ordinary item. In the sea, they would also be sought after by pirates as famous blades. Now, with 10 weapons in hand, Saint Five Elders regained his confidence. No matter how sharp your weapon is, can you shatter 1 or 2 of my swords? Can you break all 10 famous swords? Saint Five Elders fell into a hypocritical sense of strength. He believed it was not that his power was inferior to Yifan's, but that the swords in his hands were not as sharp as Yifan's. Once again, Saint Five Elders, full of confidence, charged at Yifan. The 10 blades were all covered with terrifying power. Just moments ago, he had been sent flying thousands of meters away by Yifan. Now, this distance was nothing to Saint Five Elders. His rapid sprint took only a few seconds to reach Yifan. 10 blades simultaneously launched a second attack on Yifan. Clang, clang, clang. A series of sounds from a collision of double swords. The 10 famous swords recently acquired by Saint Five Elders were once again severed by Yifan. This time, Saint Five Elders finally became sober from his arrogance. He finally understood at this moment. His current power was completely crushed by Yifan. Saint Five Elders was trembling all over, and panic filled his 20 eyes. Turning around, he fled into the distance. The direction he was running towards was the only intact building in Mary Geos, the Holy Land. At this moment, in Yifan's observation, a figure wearing a black robe with a hood covering his face slowly walked out from between the flowers. His speed seemed slow, but in reality, it was incredibly fast. This power was similar to the ability to shrink space. It meant that he only moved an inch, but compressed the space of the earth, equivalent to an ordinary person walking 1,000 meters. This person was the legendary Im, the sole master of the Void Throne, the only ruler in this world. He was the highest, strongest, and holiest being in this world. The only god, the only sage. He was unique and also the strongest. Im had only taken a few slow steps and was already in front of Saint Five Elders. He gently raised his hand, and an incomparably terrifying force disassembled Saint Five Elders' body into individual DNAs. Then, they entered Im's body. Im had absorbed Saint Five Elders' power. Afterwards, with a wave of his hand, a pitch-black space appeared beside him. A large number of celestial dragons in glass domes poured out from within. Before they could land, these celestial dragons from the lower 12 families all turned into DNAs and were absorbed into Im's body. It's been 800 years. You are the first one to dare to challenge the divine after the War of the Gods. Yifan, an unusual name, an unusual person. What interests me the most is that you are not Joy Boy. You're not the spirit of the Devil Fruit Tree. This power, I originally intended to completely destroy the power of the Devil Fruit Tree, but unexpectedly, the preparation of 800 years was actually to deal with you. I am very interested in your DNA. What kind of mutant has allowed you to evolve to this extent? Yifan, are you so confident that you can kill me relying on the power of the Ark? Im, after 800 years of cultivation, I have finally raised enough celestial dragons. Their numbers are sufficient to fully activate the power of the Arkansas. I know you have obtained the king, but the king back then only faced an Ark with 1% of its energy remaining. Now, after 800 years of accumulation, I can utilize the full power of the Arkansas. Even the king, in the face of this power, is like a speck of dust. After saying this, Im pointed to the sky. Suddenly, a gigantic meteor appeared in the sky. As this meteor slowly fell from space toward the ground, the high temperature from the friction with the air caused its surface rocks to fall off. These rocks were actually dust accumulated on the spaceship over a long period. A super sci-fi warship appeared at an altitude of several thousand meters. On it, numerous ship cannons had already locked onto Yifan below. Behind Yifan, a portal suddenly appeared. 2 machines quickly flew out from the portal. One was Joy Boy's King Mech, and the other was a space fighter. They ascended rapidly and began to engage in battle with the giant spaceship in the sky. A large number of newsbirds in the sky, seeing such a sudden change, began to flee rapidly. Of course, there are also a few specialized ones that, while escaping, aimed their long-focus lenses at Yifan and in below, as well as the 3 weapons fighting in the sky. Even the fleeing newsbirds were incredibly professional. Intense battles had already erupted at an altitude of several thousand meters. With such advanced weaponry, each of their escaping movements could destroy a country. Fortunately, the battle was taking place on the Red Soil continent. This was the only landmass in the world of pirates. If it were in other places, each cannon attack in the sky would make a country with a population of millions disappear. Boom, 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 boom. Everywhere, the sound of cannonballs striking the Red Soil continent caused massive explosions. A news bird displayed the craters created by the cannonballs. On the Red Soil continent, numerous craters with diameters reaching tens of thousands of meters and depths of hundreds of meters had already appeared. This meant that the power of these cannonballs, each one, was even more terrifying than the million-ton mushroom clouds in the Blue Star world. Watched the battle in the sky and instead showed an excited expression, saying, "I didn't expect you could alter the control system of the king. It seems like an advanced artificial intelligence that made the king so agile. If it were Joy Boy's king, it would have been destroyed long ago. Ye Fan, there are many things that will intrigue you. If I hadn't made sufficient preparations, how could I challenge you? I'm not an idiot like Joy Boy." Chapter 272, Goddess of Life. The battle between the king and the Ark attracted everyone in this world. Charlotte Linlin, is this the weapon that can destroy the entire world by consuming lifespan? It really is terrifying. Akainu, the celestial dragons actually possess such a terrifying weapon. Im has such powerful strength, it's truly despicable. Sengoku, don't worry. Even if Im wins, he will still need our navy to help him rule the entire sea. Sengoku was not worried about the battle in Mary Geos. Even if Im won, he could not control the entire sea by himself. The navy was still the foundation of his world domination. Morgans no longer dared to comment on the battle. So this was the trump card of the celestial dragons. Just a single attack could destroy an island, annihilate a country. In just a few minutes, the three weapons in the sky had already fired hundreds of cannonballs. The entire Red Soil continent had already appeared with hundreds of massive craters. And in the pirate world, there were only a few hundred countries. This meant that the recent battle could have killed all the people of every country in the pirate world. Countless kings saw such a terrifying scene. They were all in a state of extreme panic, with many kings even kneeling on the ground in fear, praying that the victor from either side would not destroy the world and obliterate their nations. In the eyes of these kings, whether it was Im or Ye Fan who emerged victorious, they could easily annihilate the world. How could such terrifying weapons exist in this world, capable of flying at high speeds through the sky, and with just one attack could wipe out an entire country? Why would such weapons be born in this world? Many kings realized this and began to call for their guard organizations to prepare ships, intending to spend some time at sea. The targets of these ships would definitely be much smaller than islands, and they could move, giving them a much greater chance of survival. At this moment, the most tense were Long and Sabo. They had originally thought that the celestial dragons would send experts to hunt down these slaves, but unexpectedly, the celestial dragons didn't care at all about these fleeing slaves. However, now, with three terrifying weapons in the sky, the shockwaves from their battles could create craters tens of thousands of meters below, and the debris rays could crush these slaves to death. The two desperately helped the slaves resist the damage and guided them towards the elevator, urging them to escape the Red Earth continent as quickly as possible and get away from this incredibly dangerous place. Mary Geos had been completely transformed into a dilapidated ruin because of this war. On this broken street, only two powerful beings stood now. An hour ago, this was the most prosperous city in the pirate world, home to hundreds of thousands of people and possessing more than 30% of the world's wealth. Ye Fan and Im did not make a move, simply watching each other calmly, waiting for the battle in space to conclude. Ye Fan, I've never understood why you keep creating life on this planet only to destroy it when the life becomes too powerful. Im, the Ark was created by the Goddess of Life. It crossed dozens of light years from a planet that has already been destroyed to come to this planet. Do you really think a powerful deity cares only about the continuation of a race? How could someone who has become a deity care about the lives of ordinary people? Even if the planet is destroyed, the deity can still exist in the world. However, the Goddess of Life, just like her name, needs a vast amount of life to maintain her divine power. Since the planet was destroyed in the apocalyptic war, she could only rely on her last strength to take as many lives as possible aboard the Ark to a new planet. Unfortunately, during the War of the Apocalypse, the Goddess of Life herself was also severely harmed. She devoured all the lives aboard the entire ship and could not recover to her peak state, falling into a permanent slumber. Originally, the lives aboard the Ark were not merely the result of a long journey of tens of thousands of years leading to natural death, as they could still reproduce within the Arkansas. They were actually consumed by the deity. Ye Fan, You repeatedly destroy the world and cultivate bloodlines like the celestial dragons just to restore the power of the goddess of life? You are mistaken again. The stars in the sky seem close, but at the speed of the arc, they appear incredibly distant. Over an incredibly long period, even the goddess of life herself, even though she fell into slumber and reduced her consumption, could not prolong her life without a large supply of life. By the time the arc had traveled halfway, she truly died. I confirmed her death after countless experiments over thousands of years, and then my opportunity arose. I spent another thousands of years to forge my current body from part of her remains, allowing me to steal the divinity of the goddess of life. After tens of thousands of years, I finally reached this planet and successfully possessed the divinity of the goddess of life. However, when I was ready to use the genes from the gene bank to recreate a world of thriving life, a pasture belonging to me, I discovered that this planet was actually a living entity. In order to resist my power, this planet birthed the Tree of Life, which I named the Tree of Evil to promote its malevolence. This is also the source of the devil fruit, those noble bloodlines in the gene bank. After consuming the devil fruit, many even gained the power to resist me. The key point is that those who have consumed the devil fruit now have the genes of the Tree of Evil in their DNA. The will of a planet is also a form of deity. Deities cannot consume other deities. This means that if all noble lives consumed the devil fruit, I would lose my source of energy. Thus began the first annihilation war, as all noble bloodlines were tainted by the devil fruit. Yi Fan understood that for ordinary people, the devil fruit should be called the divine fruit. But for him, the will of this planet was his enemy, the demon. He wanted to destroy all life and the devil fruit entirely. Thus began the first annihilation. Almost exhausting all his power, and finally succeeded. To regain his strength, he began to sow seeds of life on this planet for the second time, generating a second wave of life. Chapter 273. The true arc continued slowly. I did not expect that the second attempt would also fail. The will of the planet is immortal and indestructible unless I directly destroy this planet. However, if I destroy this planet, I will not have a large supply of life, which leads to a deadlock. Taking advantage of my weakness, the life of this planet has many powerful beings with extraordinary strength, even giving birth to Joy Boy, a being combined with the spirit of the Tree of Evil. However, what I lack the least is time. While absorbing untainted life to replenish my strength, I researched methods against the devil fruit, and I finally developed Sacred Haki, a power that can easily kill any devil fruit ability. I finally achieved ultimate victory. Whether it was Joy Boy or the 3 ancient weapons, all those polluted noble bloodlines were completely exterminated. This is the blank 100 years. I killed all the lives that dared to resist me, staining the entire ocean with blood. What a waste. If they had not consumed the devil fruit, they would have been an immense source of energy. Subsequently, I established the current celestial dragon system. I do not need to ensure that everyone cannot consume the devil fruit. That would be too foolish. I only need to ensure that the noble bloodline of the celestial dragons can be absorbed by me. Additionally, I discovered a benefit. When the people of this planet believe that the celestial dragons are deities, the DNA of these celestial dragons is actually tens of thousands of times more powerful than ordinary people, making them even akin to pseudo-deities, which can enhance the attributes of my divinity. This discovery makes me very happy. I specifically formulated various systems to allow these celestial dragons, whom I have raised, to live recklessly on this planet. They use the most brutal means to control this world, far more effectively than merciful methods, forcing everyone to submit. These celestial dragons have become even more effective. Yi Fan, you regard this world as your pasture, treating the celestial dragons as lambs in a pen, and others as feed for the celestial dragons. Now that you have said all this, are you not afraid that everyone on this planet will unite against you? Emu, I originally wouldn't have revealed all this, but upon seeing you, Yi Fan, you truly are a remarkable life form. Although you have consumed a devil fruit, the power of the devil fruit is clearly perfectly suppressed by the DNA within you. Many of your abilities are not actually of this world. The key point is that although your defenses are strong, you have still been injured. I sent someone to extract your DNA, even though I only absorbed a tiny amount. It can enhance an incredibly terrifying energy, even elevating my divine status. As long as I defeat you and extract all the DNA from your body, my divine status can ascend, and I will even have the ability to kill the will of this planet without destroying it. You have no idea how long I have waited for this day. I cannot kill the will of this planet. I am like a diligent worker cleaning up this planet, but in a few years, it will once again be covered in dust. Repeatedly, I engage in endless work, but now all of this is about to end. I don't know where your power comes from, and I don't need to know. I just need to kill you, merge your genes, and when I destroy that guy who consumed the rubber fruit, this planet will forever be under my control. Ordinary people cannot understand my feelings. I have existed for over 100,000 years, from a mere artificial intelligence to becoming a deity. Now I actually have the opportunity to completely control a planet and become the supreme god. So upon meeting you, I have a lot to say. Yi Fan, it seems you are indeed very happy to see me. But with the arc in the sky, it seems impossible to defeat the Heavenly King I control. Emu, I don't know how you modified the Heavenly King, but the current Heavenly King is indeed stronger than the resource search ships. However, if you think you can compete with the Ark, you are deluding yourself. You have no idea what the Ark truly is. Emu waved his hand again in the void. Yi Fan's clear eyes could see that in an instant, Emu's palm enlarged many times. It looked like an ordinary palm, but in another space, it was as large as a city. Subsequently, those celestial dragons of the upper three clans, who had been hiding in the land of the gods and had not made a move, were all caught in his hand. Over the years, I have been very indulgent with the celestial dragons of the upper three clans, even allowing them to consume golden apples for longevity, permitting them to cultivate powers I possess, and even allowing them to secretly plot against me. Because I found that celestial dragons cultivated in this way can provide more nutrients. Their power can even allow me to truly restore the energy of the Ark to its peak state. After speaking, Emu raised his hand again. A black void appeared ahead. A large number of celestial dragons from the middle five clans fell out. Emu opened his mouth and took a deep breath. The middle five clan celestial dragons, as well as the upper three clan celestial dragons, all transformed into DNA and entered his body. Pressing his lips together, Emu wore a satisfied expression. It had been a long time since he had recklessly devoured a large amount of life. Those celestial dragons of the upper three clans thought they were strong enough to resist my power. What a ridiculous thought. Lambs in a pen, no matter how fierce, are just toothless lambs. Now, my power has surpassed that of the goddess of life when she was uninjured. Let me show you the true Arkansas. Yi Fan looked up at the sky. On his previously confident face, a look of surprise appeared. He finally understood what the Ark that Emu spoke of was. The Ark was something not only he had seen. Even all life in this world had seen the appearance of the Arkansas. It was just that no one knew it was the Arkansas. The ultimate weapon of the goddess of life turned out to be that thing. Truly terrifying. Admiral Fujitora of the Navy headquarters suddenly looked up at the sky. The usually calm Fujitora was now trembling with fear. He muttered, "How is that possible? How can the Ark be that thing?" Looking at Fujitora, who had fallen into madness, Emu smiled. Akainu, Sengoku, Carp, and others also looked up at the sky. Then Carp smiled bitterly and said, "Is this the Ark? No wonder Emu can treat the celestial dragons as lambs and others as feed. How can such a weapon exist?" Chapter 274. The moon with the Ark gradually approaching, the climate on the pirate planet underwent terrifying changes. This is because the mass of the Ark is too heavy. Two massive celestial bodies attract each other with gravitational force, causing dramatic changes in the sea. Yi Fan had studied this. The tidal changes in the oceans of Blue Star are influenced by the moon's gravity. Even though the moon's gravity on the pirate planet is not as strong as that of Blue Star's moon, it can still cause many sea areas to feel the changes in tides. And the moon of the pirate world is the Ark, which is Emu's ultimate weapon. Who would have thought that a weapon could be a planet? The powerful gravity, combined with the fact that the pirate world is a planet mostly covered by oceans, immediately presented a terrifying scene. Some islands suddenly had their surrounding seawater disappear, revealing the silt of the ocean floor. Some islands are facing tsunamis thousands of meters high. This terrifying natural disaster directly swallowed an entire country. The Ark had not yet launched an attack. Just by approaching the pirate world, many nations had already been destroyed. This is the terror of the Arkansas. It doesn't even need to attack. It just needs to fly around the pirate planet a few times while being very close to it. In this world, there are not many lives that can survive anymore. Coming out are powerful navies like Akainu and Carp, and terrifying pirates like Kaido and Charlotte Linlin. Apart from these supreme beings, everyone else will be killed by the fierce seawater due to such a massive natural disaster. Morgan switched through several scenes. There were images of islands and countries completely swallowed by tsunamis. Morgans had witnessed all kinds of grand scenes. He controlled the news of the entire planet. However, he had never seen such a doomsday-like natural disaster. In a sorrowful tone, he said, "Are there any admirals of the Navy or emperors of the sea who dare to stand up and resist Emu? Let the moon get so close to our planet Everyone will be killed by Im. This is what Morgan said, which was heard by both the Navy and the Beast Pirates. Akainu was the first to stand up and said, "It's time for us to take action. We can't let him continue. He will destroy all the countries." Carp also stood up. "Today, I find you quite pleasing, kid. I'll go with you, and we can definitely defeat him." Vice Admiral Tsaru said, "Carp, you can't. You're not a devil fruit user. You'll be absorbed by him in an instant." Sengoku replied, "We have several devil fruits at the Navy headquarters. As long as Carp eats one, he won't be absorbed by him." Outside, Kizaru also stood up and said, "I'll go with you. We will fight. I'm together." Kizaru, who has the Pika Pika no Mi, actually arrived at the Navy headquarters just a few minutes ago. He saw him in action on the television and was very interested in the god on that void throne. He didn't immediately challenge Akainu for the position of Fleet Admiral. But when he saw him effortlessly devouring the celestial dragons of the top 3 families, he realized that after consuming a devil fruit, one could never defeat him. This was a lie meant to prevent the celestial dragons from consuming devil fruits, so that him could always control them. Seeing that all the celestial dragons of the top 3 families had been devoured by him, Kizaru challenged Akainu, which became meaningless. The only thing he wanted to do now was to kill him. Vice Admiral Tsaru said, "By the way, to ensure the safety of the Navy base, I think we should contact Kaido of the Beast." Meanwhile, in the conference room, Vice Admiral Carp had already quickly left to head to the Navy's warehouse. He wanted to randomly choose a devil fruit and then go fight him. Although him was only devouring celestial dragons and not others, everyone was afraid he had a means to directly kill those who hadn't consumed devil fruits. Carp moved quickly, taking just over 10 seconds to reach the Navy warehouse, and randomly found a devil fruit to eat. For him, it didn't matter what kind of devil fruit it was. His main combat method still relied on the 3 types of haki. In the conference room, Akainu had also called Kaido. This was the first time Akainu, who never compromises with pirates, had reached a consensus with a pirate. They would jointly head to Mariewa to confront him. They couldn't let him destroy the entire world. On Kaido's side, he originally didn't care about all this. He still believed that Luffy was Joy Boy and would defeat him. However, when he heard Akainu say that when the Ark reaches the planet's sky, almost all countries will be destroyed by a violent tsunami, he couldn't sit still. Because it was simple. Even if his son-in-law eventually defeated Im, there would be no humanity left in this world. What was the point of becoming the king of the world then? They had to act together to stop Im from destroying the entire world. If it were just to destroy 1 or 2 countries, or even dozens of countries, Kaido wouldn't care. But to destroy the entire world was something he would not allow. Kaido transformed into a giant dragon, and Charlotte Linlin, standing on homies, flew towards Mariewa together. It wasn't surprising that Charlotte Linlin acted. She didn't care about the lives of others. But if all the islands and countries were destroyed, where would she get her desserts? Without desserts and cakes, she might as well be killed. She was a woman who couldn't live without food. On the Red Line, Dragon said to Sabo, "Now that they're leaving the Red Line, it will be even more dangerous. You take the cadres and protect their safety. I will go to Mariewa to stop Im from destroying the world." Sabo also saw that the sea below the Red Line had become exceptionally violent, with many waves exceeding 2,000 meters, reaching the height of the Red Line itself. At this time, letting hundreds of thousands of slaves escape through the ocean would be putting them to death. The Freedom Alliance only had 2 powerful fighters. If Dragon went to fight against him, then Sabo had to stay behind to protect more people in such a terrifying environment. Sabo said to Dragon, "Don't worry, I will protect their safety." A gust of wind blew through. Dragon's figure transformed into the wind. In just a few seconds, he had reached the battlefield. Meanwhile, in Mariewa, there was another figure rapidly fleeing that was Steelbone Kong. With all the Gorosei dead and the celestial dragons dead, he was fleeing towards the kingdom of the bridge, where the army was still under his command. Chapter 275. The will of the planet. Yi Fan glanced at Dragon beside him and said lightly, "You are not his match. It's better to find ways to save more people." Dragon replied, "Are you just going to quietly watch him destroy the whole world? Even if we can't win, we at least need to fight him instead of directly admitting defeat." Yi Fan said, "Feel free." Dragon clenched his fists and launched his strongest attack at him. The sky was filled with terrifying hurricanes. Dragon's powerful punch struck directly at him's chest. However, his entire body simply passed through him's body, unable to hit him at all. Dragon exclaimed, "How is this possible?" Yi Fan explained, "This is just a spatial projection of him, after he absorbs all the DNA of the celestial dragons. His true form is the moon in the sky." Im clapped his hands and said, "Wonderful, I didn't expect you could see through my true form. Very impressive. So why don't you attack the moon in the sky?" Yi Fan replied, 300,000 kilometers is too far. I don't have the ability to harm you from such a distance. Moreover, you would actively come fight me. I'm not in a hurry for this battle. Im said, don't you care about everyone's lives? Yifan answered, I do, but I will die if I stay here. I cannot defeat you from a distance away from this planet. Im responded, then just wait slowly. However, it won't take long. The ark's acceleration will get faster and faster. In at most half an hour, it will reach the space above this planet. At this moment, the sky finally echoed with an explosion. The God Valley in the sky, the defensive resource collection battleship, was finally destroyed by the Heavenly King. Without this battleship, which could destroy an island with a single shot, the Red Line had become a very safe place, at least temporarily. However, once this place became the battlefield between Yifan and Im, it would likely become the most dangerous place. Yifan said to Dragon, the war between us is something you cannot participate in. You might as well take those slaves and move further away towards the Red Earth continent, as far from the Holy Land Mary Geos as possible. The Red Earth continent is not just the Holy Land Mary Geos. The entire Red Earth continent, like a belt, surrounds the entire pirate planet. The further they can stay away from here, the safer they will be. Now is the time for the final battle. Yifan cannot be distracted for the sake of those slaves. If he loses to Im, everyone in this world could be wiped out by him. Then he would erase everything and replant the seeds of life, cultivating a more obedient next generation of humans. For Im, it doesn't matter if all life in this world perishes. As long as he defeats Yifan, he may find a way to absorb the powers of the devil fruit and eliminate the will of this planet. Dragon turned and left. Soon after, Carp Akainu and others arrived. The first to attack was Kizuru, followed closely by Carp. Many high-ranking Navy officials tried and found that they indeed could not harm Im's projection. Looking up at the moon gradually approaching, everyone felt a deep sigh of helplessness. Carp said to Yifan, is there really no way to attack Im before the moon gets closer? How can we save all the countries on this planet? Yifan replied, I can't do it with my current abilities, but the will of this planet can. If your grandson Luffy can communicate with the will of this planet, perhaps he can calm this violent climate. On a deserted island, the Dark King Rayleigh heard the words coming from the television. It turned out that a few fearless messenger birds were still broadcasting live in the sky, transmitting Yifan's words. Rayleigh immediately said to Luffy beside him, hurry up and communicate with the will of the planet to calm the entire sea. Luffy looked confused and innocently said to Rayleigh, Master, but I can't do that. Suddenly, Rayleigh remembered something. He picked up the transponder snail and dialed Morgan's number. Soon, the live broadcast changed from showing him and Yifan to scenes captured by messenger birds from around the world. Huge tsunamis were shown, swallowing countries and islands on the screen. Seeing all this, the kind and innocent Luffy finally reacted violently. His emotional state changed dramatically. A painful roar erupted from him. The rubber fruit within him began to swell wildly and then merged into the soil of the island below. Then, a burst of light began to spread from the island where Luffy was located to the surroundings, eventually covering the entire pirate planet. The entire pirate planet emitted a faint glow. Suddenly, the raging sea calmed down. Countless countries that were about to be submerged by the fierce tsunami began to return to normal. Looking at the tsunami that suddenly appeared and then disappeared, everyone burst into laughter of relief. As for Luffy, his inflated body rapidly shrank like a deflated balloon, collapsing to the ground and falling into a deep sleep. He had not yet fully grown and had only developed 3 gears, barely able to use such power. Although he managed to restore calm to the sea, Luffy also needed a long period of sleep due to the exhaustion of his power. Watching the sea return to calm, Dragon and Sabo also appeared at the Holy Land Mary Geos. In the distance, Kaido and Charlotte Linlin arrived at the battlefield, along with the 2 former admirals, Sengoku and Akainu, the Navy generals Fujitora and Kizuru, and the Navy hero Carp. The sea was now filled with powerful figures, ready to confront Yifan and his 10 companions. They all shared a common enemy, the master of the celestial dragons, Im, who sat on the throne of Void, controlling the fates of everyone in the pirate world for thousands of years. He was an artificial intelligence with the divine grace of the goddess of life, having created the ecological environment of the pirate world and raised all life as food for thousands of years. A god who creates life and destroys, it was finally being challenged today by the 9 strongest figures in this sea, plus Dragon King Yifan. This battle would determine the future of the entire pirate world. It was no longer a simple matter of victory or defeat in war. It was like gorillas in a zoo challenging humans. If the gorillas won, they would become the rulers of the planet. If humans won, they would kill all the gorillas. This was a battle between two life systems, a question of whether the gods would be overthrown or whether they would destroy the challengers. Chapter 276. Instant kill. The moon in the sky was getting closer and closer to the pirate planet. The dust on the surface of the moon began to crack, and the entire moon no longer looked like a sphere. It transformed into an incredibly massive spaceship. This was the true form of the Ark, a spaceship with a diameter of 3,000 kilometers. Its colossal body deeply shocked everyone in the pirate world. There was no need to watch television anymore. Everyone looked up at the sky and could see this extraordinarily large space battleship. Vegapunk, through thick lenses, saw the massive ship in the sky and wondered how it could be so large that it could fit several giant countries. What level of technology could produce such a terrifying battleship? Only by capturing a large number of metallic asteroids in space could such a gigantic ship be constructed. Otherwise, all the metal in the pirate world combined would not be enough to build such a ship. Filled with a desire to explore science, Vegapunk thought of how to study such technologically advanced ships when faced with such a terrifying enemy and the crisis of world destruction. However, the 9 human powerhouses at the Holy Land Mary Geos were not feeling as optimistic. Whether they were from a navy, pirates, or the Free Alliance, they could be considered the strongest humans in the world. Yet, they still found it hard to look directly at such a terrifyingly massive spaceship. Its enormous size, entirely made of high-strength alloys, stretched 3,000 kilometers long, even without considering the densely packed weapons on top. Even if the spaceship did not fly and simply stood there to attack them, it would likely take them months just to dismantle such a gigantic iron fortress, let alone completely destroy it. They gazed at the enormous ship in the sky. There's a sense of confusion in my heart. How can such a massive being be defeated? Yi Fan has already taken control of the Heavenly King and launched an attack on the Arkansas. However, in just an instant, the Ark fired hundreds of beams of deathlight, completely blocking any possibility of movement for the Heavenly King from all angles. In a flash, he was destroyed by the Arkansas. There's no need to struggle. It's useless. You cannot resist the power of the gods. Then, Im extended his hand, emanating a terrifying red light. In an instant, Kaido, Akainu, and others lost all their strength and collapsed to the ground. The only ones left standing were Yi Fan and the Navy hero Carp. The reason for their weakness is that their devil fruit powers have been stripped away. They instantly lost their abilities. As for Carp, he had just consumed a devil fruit and had not yet developed it. Thus, he was only minimally affected. Regarding Yi Fan, although he had absorbed multiple devil fruits and awakened their abilities, his true physical foundation lies in martial arts like the Ghost Back and 8 Gates of Dunjia. Now, he is further trained in the 9 Heavens sword technique. Im's attack had no effect on him. In fact, the celestial dragons are not wrong. Those who have eaten devil fruits cannot defeat me. I've been battling against the will of this planet for over 10,000 years, and I have long had methods to quickly destroy the genetic factors of those with devil fruit powers. This is the true holy haki, which requires the consumption of terrifying life energy. However, over the past 800 years, I have devoured tens of thousands of celestial dragons, and the holy haki within me exceeds your imagination. I originally intended to use this to slay the soon-to-be-resurrected Joy Boy, but unexpectedly, it has been used on you. The individuals whose powers were instantly siphoned included the Fleet Admiral, Navy Admirals, and the 4 Emperors. Such powerful beings had no ability to resist in front of him. In front of the television, those who had just been joyful about escaping the doomsday disaster felt terrible again. Could such a terrifying enemy, as strong as a god, really be defeated? So many strong individuals were instantly killed, leaving only the Navy hero Carp and Yi Fan standing before him. Carp swung his iron fist at him. Unsurprisingly, his punch passed through Im's body. At the same time, Im's fist attacked Carp from behind. Carp was sent flying by Im's strike, crashing into the ground and creating a massive pit. Blood flowed from his back as Carp stood up, confused, and asked, "How is this possible? I used armament haki. Why did it not harm your true body?" Im, this is the power of a god, not the power of a devil fruit. Armament haki has no effect on me. Carp's attack was completely observed by Yi Fan. In that moment, he finally saw through Im's movement trajectory. Fortunately, he had gained the ability of the pure eye. Otherwise, Yi Fan would never have been able to defeat him. At first, Yi Fan thought that Im's body on the ground was merely a projection, and his true body should be on the Arkansas. But now it seems that this is not the case. Im's true body is not on the Ark, but in the flower capital of Mariewa. His body does not use spatial power, but can transform into particles. achieving super movement at almost light speed. The moment someone attacks his true body, he returns to the interior of the flower capital. After others attack, he reappears at his original location. It looks very similar to Obito's Kamui space, but in reality, they are two completely different abilities. Yi-Fan and Kizaru can both use teleportation power, but their casting time is too long. For example, if the plot doesn't change during the battle between Kizaru and Shanks, Kizaru would be crushed by Shanks in speed due to his lengthy casting time. Yi-Fan's teleportation ability, while much faster than Kizaru's, is still far from being as terrifying as M's. He can turn his whole body into particles, requiring almost no time at all, even to the point where others' observation haki cannot perceive that he has moved. It makes it seem like spatial power. Yi-Fan, after observing for so long, I finally found your weakness. I almost fell for your trick and entered a misunderstanding. Stop boasting. How can a mortal see through a god? Yi-Fan, your true body is still in the flower capital, right? Upon hearing this, I'm visibly paused for a moment and then continued with a blank expression. Even so, what does it matter if you know? Can you break it? Chapter 277, Mutual Testing Him. The holy haki I just released. While it hasn't stripped you of all your power, you can no longer use the abilities of the Rumble Rumble fruit. You can't keep up with my speed. Yi-Fan, perhaps I don't need to keep up with your speed. Suddenly, a third eye appeared between Yi-Fan's brows. Spatial binding. This is the ability of the pure eye. As long as a member of the Otsutsuki clan awakens a third eye, they will inevitably develop combat abilities related to spatial combat. This is the unique ability that allows the Otsutsuki clan to traverse space to other planets. Members of the Otsutsuki clan are born as a master responsible for combat and a servant responsible for nurturing the divine tree. It seems that the will of the planet exists in the form of a tree, such as the tree of life and the devil fruit tree of the pirate world. The Otsutsuki clan plants the divine tree on the planets they reach. When the divine tree bears fruit, the servant will swallow the chakra fruit in one bite, and then the master with combat abilities will devour it. That master will possess nearly all the abilities of a planet. The Otsutsuki clan continuously plunders the energy of one planet after another using this ability. Yi-Fan is fortunate. The third eye he awakened is not a support type like Kagaya Otsutsuki's, but a very powerful combat type pure eye. It possesses incredibly strong combat power. This spatial binding is one of Yi-Fan's pure eye abilities, capable of binding part of space. Even members of the Otsutsuki clan cannot use their spatial abilities in this bound space. The ability of him, who transforms his whole body into particles for rapid movement, would also be stripped away. Yi-Fan drew out the blue sunwool blade in his hand and slashed towards him. Before Yi-Fan drew his sword, had secretly tested his teleportation ability. He found that he was indeed restrained by this mysterious power wielded by Yi-Fan. However, he felt no worry at all. Drew his sword and said to Yi-Fan, "Very impressive. You've cracked my teleportation ability so quickly, but it doesn't matter. This ability is just one of many that I possess and is rather inconspicuous. The name of my sword is Judgment, which means that the divine can judge all evil in the world." Boom! The strikes from both sides collided. Yi-Fan could feel M's terrifying power. His three-color haki, divine haki, and physical techniques far surpassed those of ordinary humans. This overwhelming power shattered Yi-Fan's haki in an instant, followed by his armament haki. With one slash, Yi-Fan was sent flying 100 meters away. Relying on his strong physique and the power of the Azurite demon, Yi-Fan did not fall down. Throughout the entire retreat, he stood firmly on the ground, leaving 2 deep grooves under his feet. How is it? My power is quite impressive too, right? The 3-color haki surpasses the limits you can achieve. Dreaming of using the 3-color haki I taught you to defeat me is futile. I've cultivated the 3-color haki for tens of thousands of years. At this moment, Yi-Fan felt that it was like a chatterbox. His ramblings were even more than those of the celestial dragons. Yi-Fan continued to run and launched a second attack on him. In the instant of their clash, Yi-Fan suddenly unleashed the strength of the 3rd layer of the 9 Heavens sword technique. At the same time, he opened the 8th gate of the 8 gates of Duinjia, adding the power of the demon back. With all his might, he slashed at him. However, this time, Yi-Fan was still sent flying again. Zuopeist, haven't you? I already knew you had a method to instantly boost your power. I didn't even use all my combat strength in that last attack. Yi-Fan, who was sent flying hundreds of meters away, said, "Why don't you take a look at your chest?" At this time, looked down at his chest and found that a scar had appeared there, seemingly out of nowhere. The true damage from the 9 Heaven sword technique had left a shallow cut on M's chest. The wound was not deep, but the attached fire and wind attribute damage continuously caused destruction at that wound. At the same time, Yi Fan confirmed one more thing. This one was not a human flesh body, but a liquid life metal, a type of advanced metal that had not been invented in either the pirate world or Blue Star. This metal is different from mercury. Mercury simply has a low melting point and can become liquid at room temperature. However, this liquid life metal is entirely different. This metal can freely change between liquid and solid states, unaffected by temperature. It can remain solid at temperatures of thousands of degrees and still remain liquid at minus 100 degrees. Yi Fan had never seen such a shape-shifting metal before. The reason for the inclusion of the word life is that these liquid life metals also need to absorb energy. Like humans, they need to replenish energy to maintain their vitality. Losing energy means that this metal is dead. It looks like metal, but possesses its own life. It is this magical liquid life metal that constitutes Im's current body, giving him terrifying power. The wound on Im's chest quickly healed with the help of other liquid life metals. Im asked in confusion, "When did you manage to attack my true body?" "You actually managed to injure my body, which is that of the god of machines." Yi Fan, "Indeed, you can't control your current body very well. You don't even feel pain. You can only rely on your five senses to judge whether you are injured." "Im, that's not surprising. Even I can't merge the bodies of two gods into my own body. This body is that of the god of machines." Yi Fan, "Isn't the ark the gift of the goddess of life? How did another god of machines come into being?" "Im, the god of machines is the husband of the goddess of life. This ark is a gift from the god of machines to the goddess of life." This clarified Yi Fan's doubts about how a god controlling life could create such a massive Arkansas rather than calling it an ark. It is more accurate to call it a terrifying space battleship. It turns out that this ark was created by another deity. Yi Fan, "I didn't expect that both gods did not survive, yet their legacies were inherited by you, this artificial intelligence." Im, "I simply had good luck and easily inherited the powers of two gods. Today, my luck is even better. After killing you and devouring the will of this planet, I will become the supreme god." Chapter 278. God versus God. Im had worked hard for tens of thousands of years, first trying to merge the powers of the goddess of life and the god of machines, and then thinking about how to defeat the will of the pirate planet. He had maintained this struggle for tens of thousands of years. Today, all he needed to do was kill Yi Fan and extract all of Yi Fan's DNA. He would then take another step forward on the path of divinity. At this moment, Im appeared exceptionally excited and arrogant. He did not think Yi Fan had any chance of defeating him. If it were 800 years ago, after experiencing numerous powerful attacks from the natives that were like gods, and during the time when the ark was most lacking in energy and he was at his weakest, it might not have dared to be so arrogant in the face of such a divine battle, because at that time, the power he had left could only control a resource collection spaceship. Joy Boy, by sheer luck, obtained a well-preserved battle mech and thought he could fight evenly against a resource collection ship. It was truly a naive and laughable thought. The pirate planet was reshaped, and it took 800 years to give birth to a powerhouse like Joy Boy again. However, for him, the newly improved celestial dragons controlling the world during those 800 years not only restored the energy of the resource collection ship, but also fully recharged the ark, which had been dormant for thousands of years. Even if Joy Boy were to revive again, he would be easily killed by him. Otherwise, how could who had lived for tens of thousands of years watch idly as the celestial dragons of the upper three clans plotted behind the scenes? The only variable was Yi Fan, who had rapidly developed in just this past year. Half a year ago, Im had sent Steelbone Kong to kill Yi Fan as a test. He did not like things he could not control. That test made him very pleasantly surprised because he discovered that the bloodline factor in Yi Fan's DNA had almost no effect on his genes. Another more powerful force is the important power within Yi Fan's DNA. Since that time, Im has been paying close attention to Yi Fan. He knows almost every detail of Yi Fan's battles. However, he did not expect that Yi Fan did not use all his trump cards in the fight against the red-hair opponent. Yi Fan actually has the ability to inflict damage on his body and possesses the ability to seal space, preventing him from quickly teleporting. However, these powers are not enough to defeat him. The divine weapon in Im's hand, the sword judgment, emitted an even more dazzling lightning. The thick black and red lightning completely covered the blade. When this power appeared on the blade of judgment, the surrounding space was even distorted by this powerful force. As Im concentrated his power on the blade, the natural environment around him was affected. A large number of debris from the battle began to float in the air around him, completely violating the rules of gravity. After Im finished preparing his power, he took the initiative to strike for the first time. His movements were incredibly fast. In an instant, he was already in front of Yifan. With full confidence, Im swung his sword. He felt he had played enough. It was time to end the battle. Just now, he used not only his powerful domineering aura, but also his rapid movement ability, coupled with the strong kinetic acceleration and the concentrated power slash. He swung his sword toward Yifan's body. However, the self-assured Im found that his strike had actually missed. Yifan managed to dodge his slash after teleporting. On the ground where Yifan stood, a massive crack appeared, spreading towards the edge of the Red Earth continent. Im's sword actually cut a fissure through half of the Red Earth continent. The Red Earth continent reaches a height of 2,000 meters, and beneath the seawater, there are rocks that are 10,000 meters high. The narrowest part is still over 500 kilometers wide. This means that Im's strike just now tore a 200-kilometer gap in the Red Earth continent, which is over 10,000 meters high. This attack could completely make an island disappear. However, such a powerful strike was actually evaded by Yifan. Im suddenly looked down at his chest. A blade pierced through his back, penetrating his body, with the tip emerging from his front chest. There was no blood on the blade, because Im's body was not made of flesh and blood. He could sense that a terrifying force was destroying the liquid life metal within him. The key point was that this blade had pierced through his energy core. Without the support of the energy core, the liquid life metal would quickly lose its vitality. Im exclaimed, "Bastard, you actually destroyed this divine body so easily. But what does it matter? You cannot defeat my true form." Im's body lost energy, and the liquid life metal scattered like a puddle on the already severely damaged Holy Land, Mary Joa. Yifan did not relax because this was just one of Im's avatars, or rather, a robot controlled by Im. Floating above the pirate planet was a massive battleship the size of the moon. The Ark was Im's true form. Im was essentially the artificial intelligence of the Arkansas. The entire Ark was his body. In space, countless cannons on the Ark had already locked onto Yifan. A door appeared in front of Yifan, which was the function of his free gate. Yifan directly arrived on the Ark in the sky, although the spaceship was very close to the pirate planet. That was only because of its massive size. In reality, it was still over 100,000 meters away from the pirate planet. Yifan stepped out of the free gate and arrived on the Arkansas. There was no air here. Space was filled with radiation. The side facing the sun could reach temperatures of 300 degrees, while the side facing away from the sun could drop to over minus 100 degrees. However, in space, there is no air and thus no heat conduction, so the perceived temperature for a person is not intense. On the Ark, the numerous cannons aimed at Yifan instantly lost their targets. Rows of monitors in the main control room of the ship, called the Ark, flashed by rapidly. Suddenly, Yifan's figure appeared on the central screen. The control system of the Ark had located Yifan's position. Subsequently, 4 black shadows emerged from the metallic surface around Yifan. Their shapes were identical to Im on the Red Earth continent. These were all avatars of him. Fighting them would not affect him. Even if Yifan killed them, it could still create more avatars. To deal with him, one must destroy the energy device of the Arkansas, Chapter 279, infiltrating the Ark faced with the attacks of the 4 avatars around him. Yifan ignored them and directly used the ability of space-time shifting from his pure wheel eye. He bypassed the thick metallic shell of the Ark and directly entered the interior. Yifan released his observation hockey, but it was of no use. As a spaceship that developed the 3-color hockey race, it had the capability to shield observation hockey. However, Yifan didn't care. With his pure eye, he could see through everything in front of him. The interior of the spaceship contained many functional areas, among which the largest was the lower living area. From the perspective of the goddess of life, it could be said to be a breeding area. Inside, there were many exquisite rooms, activity rooms, playgrounds, bars, music halls, sports fields, etc., making it a place for people to live happily. Yifan recalled a joke from the Blue Star era. If Blue Star were invaded by aliens, the defeated Blue Star people would not need to work or earn money. Their daily life would be filled with joyful eating, drinking, and playing, only to be killed at 60. Many people's comments on such a post were that they would rather be invaded by aliens if it meant they could happily live to 60. Compared to being a hard-working corporate slave, if they could truly live happily to 60, many would willingly become happy lambs. The living area on the lower level of the spaceship was like a huge breeding farm. Around them, many robots were responsible for guarding them. However, it seemed that a war had broken out inside the Ark, as many guard robots had already been destroyed. There were broken machine parts everywhere. In fact, Yifan even saw many destroyed kings. Besides that, there are also control zones, areas where deities reside, battleship warehouses, resource collection ship areas, and dozens of other types of zones. Soon, Yifan found the area he was looking for, the main control room of the Arkansas. The reason for finding this place is very simple. With a spaceship as large as a planet, Yi Fan wanted to know where the energy supply was located, and he didn't know how long it would take to find it. If it were the Ark from before, when it had not exhausted its energy, it might have been powered by a large fusion reactor. But now, it was clearly relying on the life goddess's ability to absorb DNA as its energy source. This energy source might be something very small, perhaps just a clone of him. Yi Fan wanted to locate the energy supply, but relying solely on his own search would be as difficult as finding the location of the great treasure in the pirate world. Naturally, Yi Fan would not wander aimlessly inside the Ark hoping for luck. He had his own methods. Looking not far behind him, Yi Fan saw his clone emerging from the ground again. He used his space-shifting ability several times to shake off his clone, then quickly opened a door to freedom. Directly appearing in the main control room of the Arkansas, Yi Fan punched the outer shell of the controller, exposing the internal structure. It was completely different from the computers on Blue Star. It consisted of crystals placed in special containers, which formed the control system of the spaceship. Yi Fan didn't care about the principles of this computer. He quickly used the ability of the fruit to transform one of the crystals into gold with magnetic properties so that Jarvis could enter it. Just after doing this, 4 clones of him appeared in the main control room. They drew their weapons and launched an attack on Yi Fan. This time, Yi Fan did not choose to flee. He had to withstand the attacks from his clones. At the same time, a progress bar appeared in Yi Fan's mind. System analysis 137. Yi Fan's intention was to allow Jarvis to invade the Ark's control system and find out where the energy source of the Ark was. This was much more convenient than searching for it himself. However, there was a problem. First, he needed to find a computer whose circuit wouldn't be cut off. Not every computer in every room could do this, because the controller of the Ark was also an artificial intelligence. Even if it couldn't stop Jarvis's invasion, it could physically cut off the connection lines. To avoid this situation, Yi Fan chose the control room, which was relatively easy to locate within the spaceship. Now, he faced the second challenge. Not to mention the different programming languages of 2 worlds. Even the editing programs on Blue Star have many different methods. Cracking encrypted programs was even more difficult, let alone cracking a completely different computer. Not only were the chip formats different, but their computers didn't even have CPUs. Only computing crystals. Jarvis's initial cracking was merely to decipher the algorithms of the computing crystals. After determining what kind of program could run on the computing crystals, he would then invade the Ark's system and take control of some of its system permissions. What Yi Fan needed to do now was to buy time for Jarvis, allowing his program to run on these computing crystals. Only then could he copy a large number of programs into the various computing crystals within the Arkansas. If the computing crystal that Yi Fan transformed using his fruit ability were destroyed now, Jarvis's invasion would mean it had never even started and would be physically destroyed. Therefore, facing the 4 clones of him in front of him, Yi Fan could not retreat. He not only could not retreat, but had to hold out until Jarvis's program could run on the computing crystals. Only then could Yi Fan leave without worrying about the clones destroying Jarvis's physical access point. This time, didn't waste words because he knew what Yi Fan was doing. Through Yi Fan's control over the king, realized that Yi Fan had his own operating system, even an artificial intelligence capability. It was very likely that the development level of this artificial intelligence was not inferior to his own. Faced with such a program invasion, was extremely sensitive. In an era of advanced technology, he could use his program invasion to control the computers of an entire planet, manage all communication devices, control all cameras, and control all microphones. However, an invaded artificial intelligence would become a puppet of another artificial intelligence. This was a life and death battle for artificial intelligences. The 4 clones of him moved. They had very clear divisions of labor. 2 of the clones aimed to entangle Yi Fan, while the other 2 aimed to destroy the computing crystal that Yi Fan had modified, preventing Jarvis from continuing to invade the Ark's control system. Ding, 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 ding. Yi Fan transformed into 4 people, simultaneously swinging his blades to block his clones. He managed to stop all 4 of them at once. Chapter 280. Computing crystal Yi Fan appeared to have split into 4 clones. This skill was somewhat similar to the shadow clone jutsu from the Naruto world, but it was completely different. Yi Fan didn't have chakra. Although he could use his fruit ability to simulate chakra and utilize Hashirama cells to perform would-release techniques, he didn't know any other ninjutsu at all. The pirate world also had ninjutsu. For example, Wano country had many powerful ninjas. However, their ninjutsu is not the same system as that in Naruto, and it was impossible to learn the powerful techniques from the Naruto world through Wano's ninjutsu. Yifan's instant division into 4 was actually his short-distance, space-shifting ability. For Yifan, if used sparingly, this ability didn't consume much energy. However, using it consecutively 4 times, just now against him's clones, was a significant drain. Yifan's ocular power was decreasing rapidly. After all, he wasn't T of the Otsutsuki bloodline. Even though he had obtained the power of their race, he couldn't use his abilities as freely as the Otsutsuki family. Moreover, even members of the Otsutsuki family, when they hadn't eaten the fruit of the divine tree, didn't have such vast chakra to use their ocular powers recklessly. Yifan was somewhat like Kakashi, possessing powerful eyes, but unable to sustain the consumption of such eyes. However, the good news was that Yifan's physical quality was much stronger than Kakashi's, and having Hashirama cells was equivalent to having a rare bloodline of the Otsutsuki family. This allowed Yifan to barely use the ability of his pure wheel eye frequently in a short period of time. The 4 avatars of him, which were pushed back by Yifan, immediately charged towards his location again. At this moment, he no longer had any nonsense to say. Him sensed his own danger. Regardless of whether Yifan's artificial intelligence was powerful, for him, it was equivalent to being poisoned. If the invasion was not successful and he managed to eliminate it, a large number of calculation crystals would likely be destroyed. If Jax was completely successful in the invasion, it would be equivalent to being poisoned to death, and he would be replaced by Jax. Moreover, Im could not destroy the control room because it was simply the most powerful computer inside the Arkansas. The quantity and quality of calculation crystals in other areas were far inferior to this one. If this place were destroyed, Im's computational power would directly decrease by 70%. If it weren't for the importance of this location, and not to mention physically disconnecting from here, the 4 avatars could easily destroy this place with a large-scale attack, which would also terminate Jax's invasion. However, both sides had their concerns, so it was a clash of powerful forces. Clang, clang, clang. Clang, clang, clang. Clang, clang, clang. Continuous and intense battles. Yifan's physical strength was rapidly depleting. The most serious issue was his ocular power. A large amount of blood was continuously flowing from the third eye, the pure wheel eye. His eyes had already narrowed into a slit. If he continued to use his ocular power so frequently, his pure wheel eye would have to rest. System analysis 78%. System analysis 83%. System analysis 96%. System analysis complete. Master, I have successfully analyzed the control method for the calculation crystals. You can leave now. The system that was invading the Ark encountered strong resistance and began to spread the virus in a distributed manner. A series of prompts from Jax. Seeing that Jax had finally begun the invasion, Yifan once again used the ability of his pure wheel eye and passed through the walls of several rooms to arrive in a new room. At this moment, Yifan was drenched in sweat. Facing 4 opponents and the exhaustion of his ocular power, even Yifan found it difficult to hold on. Just a little bit more, and his ocular power would be completely depleted. Losing the pure wheel, I would reduce Yifan's combat power by at least half. Fortunately, after Jax's successful invasion, Yifan still had one last chance to use the ability of his pure wheel eye. He left the room where he had just fought. Now Yifan's third eye, the pure wheel eye, was completely closed. Soon, he would be caught up by Im's avatar. Im's avatars could freely transform into particles for teleportation at this time, moving almost as fast as his legendary space abilities. However, this slight time difference was enough to completely turn the tide of battle, because Yifan still had 6 unused fairy beans in his pocket. He took one out and swallowed it. Just now, due to the severe depletion of ocular power, the already closed pure wheel eye opened again. Yifan regained his peak combat power. Faced with the pursuit of the 4 Im's avatars, Yifan did not intend to fight them. He continued to use his space legendary abilities, fighting while escaping. Although Yifan had cultivated in the time gravity room for over 100 years, the energy within him was far inferior to Im's. Over the past 800 years, Im had cultivated tens of thousands of celestial dragons. The energy he possessed was something Yifan could hardly compare to. Any avatar of Im could easily kill all 4 emperors at once. Moreover, all avatars had the same power. It was not that Im divided his power into 4 parts, but rather that the materials of these avatars could only accept so much energy from Im. It was the materials of Im's avatars that limited their energy output, not that Im's energy could only sustain 4 avatars. The materials used to create Im's avatars must be extremely rare, perhaps even non-existent on the pirate planet. He must have obtained the 5 avatars by modifying the body of the mechanical god. After Yifan killed one, there were still 4 left. Inside the Ark, Yifan could not use the skill of spatial confinement. This was Im's home ground. He could not restrict Im's ability to ionize and move quickly. For Yi Fan to defeat Im's avatars was dozens of times more difficult than on the pirate planet. Super fast speed was not just about agile movements. It allowed for quick evasion of attacks and rapid strikes against enemies. Kinetic energy equals mass times velocity. The terrifying attack power generated by Im using this speed was what Yi Fan feared the most. Without finding the source of Im's energy, he could use this near-light speed movement capability at will. What Yi Fan needed to do now was to buy as much time as possible while he still had stamina. He hoped that Jax could find out where Im's energy source was stored. Jax was also having a tough time. He was an artificial intelligence, not weaker than Im. However, this was Im's territory, with completely different algorithms and hardware. Throughout the process, Jax was being suppressed and attacked by Im. Fortunately, Jax was also formidable, frantically escaping through various calculation crystals, and for a while, Im could not quickly eliminate Jax. Chapter 281 Final Divine Battle. Yi Fan was rapidly escaping all the way, his stamina continuously depleting. When the pure wheel I was about to close for the second time, Yi Fan took another fairy bean. He still had 4 fairy beans left. After restoring his stamina, Yi Fan finally heard the sound he was hoping for. Jax, Master, I have found the energy storage location. It is a seemingly ordinary specimen room. Inside glass cases are various animals and different species of humans, such as humans with horns on their heads, humans with rabbit ears, and humans with wings on their backs, etc. Among them, one glass case contained a female specimen. She was the power source for the entire Ark spaceship. Upon seeing this power source, Yi Fan was momentarily stunned. A human specimen that had been dead for an unknown amount of time was actually the power source for the Arkansas. The entire Ark was as large as the moon. To think that such a massive spaceship had a power source that was just a specimen. Then, Yi Fan realized that this female specimen was likely the goddess of life. Although the spirit of the goddess of life was already dead, and her divine status had been stripped away by Im, as a deity, her physical body would not die. Im was using the body of the goddess of life to absorb the DNA of the celestial dragons to obtain the energy he desired. The body of the goddess of life was transformed by Im into a source of energy. The body of the god of machinery was transformed by Im into a combat avatar, and could be said to have perfectly utilized the legacies of the two deities. Soon, a route to the room appeared in Yi Fan's mind, calculated by Jarvis. Yi Fan quickly arrived at the room using the ability of his pure wheel eye. Before Im's avatar could get there, he drew the Sun Will blade from his hand. In an instant, the power of the 9th layer of a 9 Heavens blade technique was unleashed. This blade used up Yi Fan's most powerful strength, swinging towards the corpse of the goddess of life. At the same time, 4 avatars of him also arrived. They unleashed their strongest attacks at Yi Fan. If Yi Fan still wanted to attack the body of the goddess of life, he would be struck by all 4 avatars of him at the same time. However, this time Yi Fan did not choose to evade. He swung the blade and cleaved the body of the goddess of life in half. Simultaneously, the 4 avatars of him, wielding judgment, sliced Yi Fan's body into several pieces. Yi Fan felt an overwhelming pain. Anyone whose body is cut into dozens of pieces would feel agony and despair. Yet, Yi Fan smiled. Just now, he had deliberately avoided the attack to his head. Although his body was severed into many segments, his head remained intact. Using his last ounce of strength, Yi Fan uttered 4 words: time and space fracture. In an instant, Yi Fan's fragmented body disappeared. He reappeared 4 seconds earlier, still on his way to the room. The 4 avatars of him roared in anger at the sight of the disappearing Yi Fan. I will kill you, you bastard. Having lost their power source, Im now only had the energy contained in these 4 avatars. He could no longer obtain any energy replenishment. In fact, he had said many things to Yi Fan, 99% of which were true. Only one was false, that he had stolen the divine authority of the goddess of life. This was a lie. As an artificial intelligence, he could not fully obtain the abilities of the goddess of life. If he could, he would have been able to devour the planetary will of the pirate world himself. He also could not devour the power of the devil fruit. What he could do was actually to devour part of the goddess of life's divine authority. He could use her power. However, Im could not extract DNA to gain energy. In other words, he was not a complete deity. He needed to deliver the DNA obtained from the pirate world to the body of the goddess of life, which would then convert it into energy for him to use. Additionally, he could not use all of the goddess of life's energy at once. Each of the 5 avatars he created using the body of the god of machinery could only use 1/10 of the energy contained in the body of the goddess of life. Now that the body of the goddess of life had been destroyed by Yi Fan, and her divine authority severed by Yi Fan's Nine Heavens Blade technique, and would no longer be able to gain new divine power replenishment. The most critical point was that he was now left with only 40% of his energy, spread across the four bodies. At that moment, it was filled with rage. Suddenly, he thought of something. As long as he killed Yi Fan and assimilated his DNA, he could completely devour the body of the goddess of life and truly devour the tree of devils as well. Considered already a broken divine authority, combined with the planetary will of the pirate world, and believed he could establish his own divine authority, becoming a true deity. With this thought, everything hinged on whether he could kill Yi Fan. Yi Fan's ability to manipulate space was highly exhausting, and could sense that each time Yi Fan used that ability, blood would flow from his eyes. As long as he could wear this cunning guy down, he would be the ultimate victor. Soon, Im located Yi Fan's position again based on the monitoring in the Arkansas. The four avatars of him immediately transformed into particles and charged towards Yi Fan, appearing beside him. Yi Fan, holding the blue sunwell blade, said, "Now it's time for us to settle this once and for all." At this moment, Im was not in a hurry. He and Yi Fan were destined to engage in a war of attrition. Yi Fan's escapability was too powerful. Im said, "I didn't expect that. I underestimated you. You're even more formidable than I thought. You actually destroyed half of my divine authority, and I will use your life to atone for your sins." Yi Fan replied, "Without any subsequent energy replenishment, what do you have to fight me with?" The final battle between the two began. This time, Yi Fan did not use his space traversal ability for defense, but instead used all his strength to launch an attack. He did not hold back in his perfected Nine Heavens Blade technique, using all his power with each strike. Because Im could not replenish energy now, every bit of energy he consumed increased Yi Fan's chances of victory. Both sides fought without reservation, unleashing their full capabilities. In a very short time, the entire ark was left in ruins. Everywhere there were destroyed cabins, and many attacks had even penetrated the ark, landing on the pirate planet. As they observed the escalating chaos on the ark, all the residents of the pirate world prayed for Yi Fan to be the ultimate victor in this final war. They all recognized the cruelty of the deities. Chapter 282. King of the World Conclusion. Yi Fan's situation was not good. The main issue was that Im's speed was simply too fast. The ark was his true body. Yi Fan's spatial confinement skill could not completely cover the entire Arkansas. However, there was some good news for Yi Fan. With Jarvis's continuous intrusion, Im's speed began to slow down. Achieving instant particle transformation required massive computational power, and Im's computational power was significantly affected by Jarvis's intrusion. Yi Fan could see clearly with his pure eye that Im's speed had actually slowed down by a third compared to the beginning. However, his speed was still incredibly fast. Even with a one-third reduction, it was still very difficult for Yi Fan to cope. At that moment, Yi Fan suddenly thought of a method. Since he had already destroyed the divine authority of the goddess of life, he no longer needed to protect those computing crystals. As long as he could destroy the computing crystals on the ark as much as possible, Yi Fan could freely wreak havoc to reduce Im's computational power. With this thought, Yi Fan issued an order to Jarvis. Let him mark all the rooms in the ark that have many computing crystals. Subsequently, Yi Fan no longer engaged in a hard fight with the four avatars of him. Instead, he continuously used his spatial traversal ability to return to the ark's monitoring room. This was definitely the place with the most computing crystals. Boom, boom, boom. Yi Fan swung his sword several times in succession. The terrifying sword energy completely destroyed the vast control center of the ark, which occupied tens of thousands of square meters of computers. After that, the four avatars of him reappeared beside Yi Fan. However, through Yi Fan's clear observation, their movement speed was obviously much slower than before. Thinking of this, Yi Fan no longer hesitated. He used his spatial traversal ability continuously again. This time, his target was the ark's fire control system. The computing crystals here were responsible for the precise targeting of tens of thousands of cannons on the ark and required immense computing power. After destroying the computing crystals of the fire control system, Yi Fan did not pause at all. He moved to the ark's propulsion system. There were also a large number of computing crystals here. They were responsible for the flight of the ark and the kinetic control of hundreds of engines. As more and more computing crystals were destroyed by Yi Fan, he finally stood on the deck of the Arkansas. Above him was the pirate planet. Morgans, not knowing where he found an astronomical telescope and a video phone bug, was observing through the telescope's eyepiece. On the television in the entire pirate world, a scene appeared of Yi Fan standing on the ark's deck. The four avatars of him, who had lost almost all their computing power, also appeared on the deck. Yi Fan swallowed a fairy bean and restored himself to his peak state. The spatial traversal ability was activated, and the 4 avatars of him, whose movements had become very slow, could no longer resist Yi Fan's attacks. They were like mechas with super strong bodies but only equipped with a 286 CPU, unable to process the massive data of these avatars. The battle ended in just a few seconds. Yi Fan killed all 4 avatars of him. In the pirate world, all the viewers guarding their television sets cheered excitedly. Yi Fan had finally won. The evil deity had been killed. However, the matter was not over. Through Jarvis, Yi Fan completely destroyed all the computing crystals in the Arkansas. Finally, he took another fairy bean and then fully activated the power of the Clear Wheel Eye. Divine law of heaven. As Yi Fan's voice fell, the entire Ark's hull began to collapse, ultimately condensing into a metal sphere. Yi Fan drove this metal sphere to a location 300,000 kilometers away from the pirate planet. Eventually, the gravitational forces reached equilibrium, and the Ark became the moon of the pirate planet again. After this war ended, Yi Fan reached an agreement with the Navy and the Freedom Alliance. First, the Navy recognized Yi Fan as the New World Noble, the King of Kings, the ruler of the entire world, and all countries must swear allegiance to Yi Fan. Yi Fan disbanded the Beast Pirates, and from then on, there were no pirates in these waters. However, the senior cadres of the Beast Pirates became nobles and enjoyed noble treatment. Ordinary pirates became part of the Navy, maintaining order in the seas alongside the Navy led by Akainu, protecting merchant shipping operations, safeguarding the interests of various countries, and preventing wars between nations. The Navy still collected heavenly gold from various countries, but the proportion was significantly reduced, not affecting the living standards of the countries. At the same time, Yi Fan could only receive 1% of the heavenly gold each year as living expenses for the world king and the nobles. All countries had to abolish the slave system, and all people lived equally. Furthermore, all countries could choose whether to continue with their original kings leading the nation or switch to a parliamentary system, abolishing the monarchy. This was the demand of the Freedom Alliance. All pirates were illegal organizations and would be eliminated by the Navy and Yi Fan. However, people were allowed to yearn for the sea and the freedom of sailing. Yet, these people would no longer be pirates but sailors, and those who made discoveries in navigation would be rewarded. The powers of Devil Fruit users were also significantly restricted. To ensure fairness, a rating system would be implemented. Powerful individuals could choose to join the Navy or receive corresponding salaries after passing assessments. This meant that ordinary people used their taxes to pay salaries to the strong, in exchange for equal rights for everyone. A series of complex agreements ultimately realized the peace of these seas. Yi Fan also became the world king. The destroyed Holy Land Mary Geos was recently being rebuilt, but it was given a new name, Dragon City, meaning the city where the divine dragon resides. The divine dragon naturally referred to the dragon god Yi Fan. A year later, in the Sabadi archipelago, the Straw Hat Pirates reunited. Over the year, their individual strengths had made significant progress. Wearing his straw hat, Luffy stood at the bow of the Thousand Sunny, facing the sea and declaring, "I, Luffy, am going to be the Pirate King." Behind him, Nami directly took a big hammer and hit Luffy on the head, causing a huge bump. She shouted loudly in Luffy's ear, "You idiot, there are no pirates anymore. Yelling about becoming the Pirate King now will get you arrested." Luffy rubbed his head and then realized, "All right, there are no pirates anymore." Luffy stood at the bow again and shouted loudly at the sea, "I, Luffy, am going to be the king of the seas." From then on, there was one less man dreaming of becoming the Pirate King in these waters, but one more man dreaming of becoming the king of the seas. Synopsis: Yi Fan, who crossed into the world of pirates, originally wanted to live an ordinary life. Suddenly one day, he was taken away by the flame calamity. It turned out that he was betrothed to Kaido's daughter Yamato. At the same time, he bound the multiverse skill system. As long as Yi Fan could change the plot, he could gain lottery points and draw skills from the multiverse. From then on, the Beast Pirates became magical.